Employee ID PC 9527. Name Su Xing. Emotional activity level 0. 003. Assessment result A. This was the mechanical voice of the onboarding terminal of the pan-galactic asset restructuring company. A pale blue stream of information swept across Su Xing's pupils, and then a silver micro-auxiliary brain computer chip was implanted into the back of his neck. No pain, no joy, no expectation for the future. Here the only meaning of life was to create higher profits for the company. Su Xing, a name containing ancient and illogical semantics. His direct supervisor, a new human who retained only a brain, the rest of the body composed of translucent liquid metal, floated in midair, giving him his onboarding briefing. Your first field mission has been issued. Target asset planet UX-829. The supervisor's liquid arm drew a holographic projection in the air. It was a dark red planet, its surface covered with radiation clouds. Huge impact craters and dried-up seas look like ugly scars. This planet has experienced a chain strike of nuclear bombardment and genetic mutation. The native civilization has collapsed and is currently in a post-apocalyptic era. According to assessment, there remains 14. 7 high-purity memory metal ore veins deep in the planet's core. Your mission: descend to the planet, restore basic industrial facilities, and complete preliminary mining and transmission of the ore veins within 20 standard stellar years. Understood. Su Xing looked at the scarred planet and frowned slightly. But according to the database, planet UX-829 has a large number of mutated creatures and extreme harsh climate. With the standard quota of a junior liquidator, efficiency would be extremely low. Request approval for additional budget for synthetic human engineering units. Rejected. This planet is rated as inferior residual asset, not worth the high cost of synthetic humans. The company has opened another low-cost permission for you, the cross-dimensional consciousness anchoring protocol. Understood. Good. Happy liquidating. A slight feeling of weightlessness, then the white light of space jump faded. The heavy pressure door of the drop pod slowly opened to both sides. Su Xing stepped out of the drop pod onto the scorched earth. Before his eyes stretched an endless wilderness. The wind of this planet had its own rhythm: 3 seconds of gentle breeze, 7 seconds of sudden stop, cycling like a dying breath. Giant steel ruins like the skeletons of ancient beasts half buried in the yellow sand. On the distant horizon, several radiation lightning bolts silently tore through the dark red clouds. A half-rotted corpse of an unknown mutated creature lay less than 30 meters from the drop pod, with fist-sized mutated bugs feasting on it. Su Xing surveyed this barren land, his eyes without a ripple. He raised his wrist and activated his personal terminal. Deep environment scan complete. Atmospheric radiation moderate. Current location: planet UX-829, Northern Hemisphere. The bottom deck of the drop pod unfolded outward layer by layer. Within 5 minutes it had taken root on the scorched earth, automatically unfolding into a primary outpost covering about 200 square meters. With a hum, the outpost's circulation system started working and a ring of energy shield rose around the outpost's edge. Su Xing walked into the core control room of the primary outpost and connected to the company terminal. Welcome, Junior Liquidator Su Xing. You are currently on planet UX-829, distance to nearest company station 12. 7 light years. Planet UX-829, historical archive encryption level beta 3. Native civilization level 2. 8. Cause of collapse: resource war, trigger point Northern Hemisphere 7th mining zone battle. Total nuclear bombs dropped 14872. Gene contamination level severe, survivor mutation rate estimated 6,789. Call up Junior Liquidator quota list. Current available quota 500 pan-galactic credit points. That was a pitifully small number. A basic Pioneer 3 mech cost 3,000 credits and a standard squad of synthetic human engineers cost 1,500 credits. The company never made a loss. Since it rated this planet as inferior residual asset, it naturally wouldn't allocate Su Xing any decent startup funds. Exchange 1 carbon-based biomass recombination printer and 1 set of cross-dimensional signal generator. Quota deducted. Materials transmitting. A dazzling space jump beam lit up outside the control room. After the light faded, a large industrial device appeared in the outpost next to a black metal tower covered with antennas. This was the lever Su Xing would use to pry open this waste planet. After leaving the control room, Su Xing walked towards the half-rotted mutated creature corpse outside the outpost. As he approached, swarms of mutated bugs scattered. Target: Moat Dog, canine mutant remains. Assessment: rich in calcium carbonate, low-quality protein and contaminated water. Usable biomass conversion rate 41. He raised his right hand and the gravity traction beam on his company suit's wrist activated a blue light enveloping the large corpse. Su Xing dragged it back to the outpost and threw it into the feeding area of the recombination printer. Recombination printer started operating. Dark red flesh and filthy fur were shredded, centrifuged, purified at high speed. A few minutes later the entire corpse was processed. Biomass purification complete. Current reserve is just enough to meet the printing needs of 3 standard carbon-based bodies. Start printing. Su Xing gave the command. The recombination printer lifted a glass culture chamber which was filled with pale green nutrient fluid. Then the culture chamber began to extrude white bone fibers, followed by red muscle texture, intricate blood vessels and nerves, and finally covered with a layer of pale artificial skin. A blank clone floated silently in the nutrient fluid. The hardware was ready. Now it needed the software to be injected. Su Xing turned and walked towards the black metal tower covered with antennas, pressing his palm on the identification panel. Activate the cross-dimensional consciousness anchoring protocol. Protocol activated. Please set the screening parameters for the anchoring dimension. Su Xing's eyes quickly flashed through countless coordinates of galaxies in parallel dimensions. He issued the search criteria with pure low-cost high-profit logic. Parameter 1: find a low-level civilization that is peaceful and has a highly developed entertainment industry. Parameter 2: the target individual's brain neural activity must be in a high-speed state and have a high psychological threshold for death and violence. Parameter 3: set the camouflage shell of the anchoring protocol as a 100 holographic immersive virtual reality game temporarily named Spark. Parameters confirmed. Logic camouflage generated. Sending consciousness capture signal to unknown planet, code name Blue Star in dimension C137. A faint glimmer lit up at the top of the black metal tower and a ripple crossed the distant sea of stars. Su Xing stepped back half a step, crossed his hands in front of his chest and quietly looked at the culture chamber in front of him. Now it was time to wait for the employees' arrival. Blue Star, Deep Sea City. At 1 in the morning the street food stall was hazy with smoke and fire, the mixed aroma of cumin and cheap grease fermenting in the humid summer air. Bang! Chugo slammed the empty ice beer mug heavily onto the greasy plastic table, letting out a drunken burp. Reskin. All of it is just Reskin. His face was red, pointing at the new game promotion video playing on his phone, cursing loud. Sitting across from him his close friend and editor Lao Wan was calmly eating a grilled skewer, unfazed. All right brother Chu, calm down. All the companies are like this now, making money isn't that hard. Is this about being hard? This is about treating players like idiots. Chugo pounded the table in anguish. It's been 5 years since virtual reality technology became widespread. 5 years. And what do we have? The physics engines of so-called groundbreaking masterpieces are as bad as a pile of shit. The feel of killing monsters is like cutting paper. The NPC AI is worse than my grandmother's dog. All false advertising. Lao Wang gave a dry laugh, raised his glass. Come on, cheers. Chugu irritably picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp. The alcohol made his mind fuzzy, his vision blurry. Just then the phone he had tossed on the table suddenly vibrated. Do you long for a true second world? 100 immersive full-dive virtual reality game, Spark in closed beta, no microtransactions, no cash shop, ultimate physics engine, an absolutely real wasteland world. Start from scratch, rebuild civilization. Ha! Chuga stared at the screen with drunken eyes, letting out a snort. Even the ads for these cheap games are this arrogant these days. He muttered, not taking it seriously, and didn't notice his finger landing on the reservation button. Reservation successful, client has been sent to your personal terminal. After the drinking session ended, Chugo staggered back to his apartment. Without even showering, he habitually collapsed into his ergonomic chair, grabbed the expensive deep dive VR helmet on the table and put it on his head. Iris scan passed. Neural connection stable. As the electronic startup sound of the helmet reached his ears, Chugo's consciousness gradually sank. However, the familiar colorful game lobby did not appear. Just as he thought the helmet was malfunctioning and was about to take it off, a blue prompt box suddenly appeared before his eyes. The Spark closed beta channel has been established. Do you wish to log in now? Chugo's mind was already fuzzy and he thought it was that one-handed shooting game. Log in. Command confirmed. Welcome to the real wasteland. The cold nutrient fluid quickly drained away through the evacuation valve and the hatch of the cultivation pod slowly opened. Cough cough. Chugo suddenly fell out of the cultivation pod, his hands instinctively supporting himself on the cold metal floor, gasping for breath. The air that rushed into his lungs carried an indescribable dryness. He instinctively reached to rub his temples, but his hand stopped halfway, suddenly frozen. Wait. No headache. No nausea. Not even that floaty feeling of being drunk. His mind was alarmingly clear. Not a trace of alcohol remained. He suddenly looked up, scanning his surroundings. He saw a dark red sky and in the distance yellow dust flying wildly. Not only the vision. The cold touch of the floor, the sticky feeling of the nutrient fluid on his skin, even the slight vibration of his heartbeat against his chest, all bombarded his central nervous system at the highest frequency signals. While Chugo was stunned, Su Xing walked over. His gaze swept over Chugo lying on the floor as if evaluating a newly manufactured industrial product. Target 001. Consciousness anchoring status stable. Brainwave activity extremely high in an excited state. Assessment hardware running normally can be put into production. Su Xing raised his right hand and quickly input a few commands on his personal terminal. Through a cross-dimensional signal generator he projected a camouflaged data stream directly into Chugo's optic nerve. Ding! A highly technological light blue semi-transparent UI interface immediately popped up in front of Chugo. The administrator of the Spark Outpost Su Xing has issued a newbie mission to you. Mission named The First Step of a Pioneer. Mission objective: leave the primary outpost and explore the surrounding area. Mission reward: 10 experience points, 10 contribution points. Failure penalty: none, but you might be eliminated by the harsh environment of the wasteland. Looking at the floating light blue semi-transparent mission panel, Chugo was stunned for a full 30 seconds. His gaze darted back and forth between the words Spark Outpost Administrator Su Xing and mission name, his mind racing. In the game. Is this that Spark? Chugo swallowed hard, finally understanding what had happened. As a hardcore blogger who had played countless games, his heart was now a storm of excitement. Standing nearby, Su Xing watched coldly as this employee 001 lay on the floor, his expression shifting from dazed to ecstatic. According to the company's database records, carbon-based organisms often suffer cognitive disorientation when faced with cross-dimensional information attacks. To ensure this new employee could start working immediately, Su Xing decided to give him some verbal stimulation consistent with the NPC persona according to the established camouflage logic. New pioneer, this planet's civilization has been destroyed. You need to explore outward and bring back valuable materials and information. Remember, your life belongs to the Spark Outpost. Do not waste it meaninglessly. Go. With that, Su Xing turned his back on Chugo and walked towards the core control room of the outpost. Left behind, Chugo was now completely ecstatic. A cold, aloof NPC. A wasteland rebuilding theme. A pure exploration, no guide, hardcore start. Chugo looked down at his own hands, then pinched his thigh hard. Ah, painful, but not much. Chugo gasped, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. The pain feedback is only about 10, but the realism is definitely 100. Even the texture of subcutaneous blood vessels is visible. That cheap ad hadn't lied. It was truly 100 full immersion. This game was amazing. Chugo rubbed his hands together excitedly and began to check his starting equipment. Then he sadly discovered that he had nothing except a gray-white synthetic fiber jumpsuit. The administrator hadn't given him any supplies, not even a pair of shoes. He had to go barefoot. Really, no dog to start with, just my hands. Hardcore enough, I like it. Chugo didn't care at all. He strode out of the outpost's energy shield range. Inside the control room, Su Xing looked at the screen showing employee 001 and calmly recorded the first data in his work log. Stardate 11451 April 29, 2:00 p.m. First labor dispatch test begins. Expected revenue unknown. The howling wind whipped up the scorched earth and gravel beneath, stinging Chugo's bare feet and calves. There was no cheerful background music, no barrier of air, only a suffocating desolation and silence. Chugo inhaled the acrid air of the wasteland like a maniac. Though he coughed a couple of times, the smile on his face only grew more radiant. He surveyed his surroundings and quickly locked onto a stain about 20 meters away from the outpost. It was the residue left by a previously mutated dog. Barefoot, Chugo carefully stepped onto the rough scorched earth, grimacing as he made his way over. As he got closer, he noticed that besides the dried dark red bloodstains, there were also several dead insects scattered on the ground. These insects were the size of a fist, with compound eyes resembling those of flies and menacing mandibles, while their abdomens exhibited a repulsive dark purple hue. When Su Xing approached earlier, most of the insects had fled, but a few were caught by gravitational beams and perished here. Chugo crouched down, forcing himself to endure the visual disgust, and picked up a dead mutated insect. Item: dead mutated bloodsucking fly. Description: a common low-level scavenging insect on planet UX-829 containing trace amounts of mutated toxins and radiation. Chugo's eyes widened as if he were not clutching a disgusting mutated dead fly but a piece of exquisite equipment. After examining it for a while, the scavenger stuffed all the dead insects he found into his pockets. Next, he spotted a charred stone with dark red crystals nearby and tried to pry it off with some effort. To his surprise, he actually managed to break off a piece, and the system prompted or waste containing trace amounts of radiation. So freeing. This is the real deal. Chugo excitedly mumbled to himself while rummaging through the sand barefoot. Once I log off and edit a live demo video to post online, it will definitely create a sensation in the gaming community. Meanwhile, in the core control room, Su Xing was watching through the holographic screen, observing that subject 001, who was behaving like a madman outside. His expression showed no change. He simply recorded a line of data on the control panel. Test report: the consciousness individual of Blue Star exhibits a high acceptance of game disguise and under extremely harsh conditions can generate a strong work drive through self-psychological suggestion. Based on the past experiences of auditors on other planets, indigenous creatures are often greedy, lazy, and extremely cautious about their lives. If traditional enslavement or employment models were adopted, not only would high wages need to be paid, but supervisors would also be required to maintain discipline. However, now merely by adding a layer of disguise called virtual reality game through the interdimensional consciousness anchoring protocol, this subject 001 had erupted with an indescribable fervor. There were no wages, no security guarantees, not even the most basic labor protection supplies, yet he was undeterred. A highly cost-effective quality employee. If we can recruit them on a large scale, the project progress on planet UX-829 will be greatly accelerated. As Su Xing pondered this, he pulled up the back-end data of the game Starfire. Current visits to the official website of Starfire 14 times. Current total number of reservations: 1 person logged in. The data has stagnated. Could it be that the network firewall of Blue Star intercepted the signal? Impossible. The interdimensional signal generator uses quantum entanglement transmission, and a low-level civilization like Blue Star at a mere level 1.8 cannot even perceive it, let alone intercept it. Su Xing was baffled until he pulled up the promotional records of Starfire and suddenly realized. In the era of Blue Star, where the entertainment industry was highly developed and information was explosive, this type of game with no operation, no visuals, and no endorsements would likely be regarded by Blue Star people as a network virus or a shoddy scam. The fact that Chu Gu could click to make a reservation and log into the game was entirely due to a slight random event triggered by alcohol dulling his mind, leading to his subconscious taking over. It seems that the key to breaking the deadlock lies with this subject 001. I must utilize him to spark the first wave of reputation on Blue Star. Time passed second by second. Just as Su Xing was contemplating how to use Chu Gu to pull customers on Blue Star, his personal terminal suddenly popped up an external surveillance alert from the base. Detected that subject 001 is approaching the outpost with heart rate abnormally elevated, physical consumption reaching critical levels. Time rewound 2.5 hours. In the wasteland outside the outpost, Chu Gu was in a state of complete exhilaration. Goodness! I can even pull out mutated plant roots buried in the sand. Chu Gu, with his hands covered in black-gray dirt and an unknown green liquid, was digging madly with his butt in the air. Next to him was a pile of things he deemed useful: glow-in-the-dark mineral waste, dead mutated insects, and the weathered bones of some mutated creature. Scavenging was joyous, but soon Chu Gu faced the age-old dilemma encountered by all players: insufficient backpack capacity. The 2 pockets of the new player's synthetic fiber bodysuit could no longer hold any more after he stuffed in a few mutated insect corpses. Holding them in both arms, he could at most carry a few larger pieces of ore. This game doesn't even provide a 4th-dimensional backpack. Chu Gu looked at the heaps of garbage on the ground, anxiously pulling his hair, asking him to discard the treasured items he had painstakingly gathered. That would be worse than killing him. Wait, since the physics engine is 100 realistic, can I? Chu Gu's eyes gleamed as a bold idea popped into his mind. After searching for more than 10 minutes, he actually found a piece of metal alloy about a meter long, slightly concave inward. Next, he selected a few vines from the mutated plants he had previously pulled out. Chu Gu tightly bound the vines into the broken holes at the front end of the metal plate, pulling them hard. Perfect. Although it doesn't have wheels on this sandy and scorched ground, the friction is completely within an acceptable range. Chu Gu gazed at his creation, a rudimentary wasteland version of a wheelless cart handmade by him, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. What does high freedom mean? This is what high freedom looks like. With this simple cart, Chu Gu's scavenging efficiency skyrocketed. He wandered around the wasteland like an unwearied old ox dragging the metal plate. Encountering oddly shaped stones, throw them on the cart. Finding a rusty steel pipe, use it as a weapon and toss it onto the cart as well. 2.5 hours later, Chu Gu gripped the rough vines tightly, trudging forward step by step. His bodysuit was completely soaked in sweat, then dried by the winds of the wasteland, forming a layer of white salt frost. Hunger and thirst burned like flames in his throat and stomach. This real physiological feedback even made him momentarily consider logging off. But he glanced back at the cart behind him. The more than 1 meter long metal plate was now piled up like a small mountain. At the bottom were various bits of scrap metal and oddly shaped ores interspersed with dozens of dead mutated insects, several thick mutated beast bones, and on top, even bound with a large bundle of waste plants emitting a pungent odor. Chu Gu gritted his teeth and dragged the heavy garbage cart back to the primary outpost. Once inside, he collapsed directly onto the cold metal floor, gasping for the air that had been filtered through the outpost. At that moment, the pressure door of the core control room slowly opened. Su Xing walked out. He looked down at Chu Gu sprawled on the ground, then slowly shifted his gaze to the makeshift cart made of metal plates and plant vines behind him. He had only sent this new employee to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Who would have thought that this fellow had not only crafted a cart by hand but also brought back a mountain of garbage? Administrator. Chuga turned his head, his face smeared with dirt, managing to force a brilliantly radiant smile. He extended a trembling right hand pointing at the garbage mountain behind him, panting as he said, I have completed my task. Look at these. Can they fit a pair of shoes? No wonder they call Blue Star people highly active in their neural activities. Su Xing silently gave a high evaluation in his heart. This drive to push one's limits for the so-called gaming achievement is truly the hallmark of an exemplary employee. As a newly appointed company liquidator, Su Xing was also well-versed in the principles of management. If you want the horse to run, you must provide it with some grass at the right time. To maintain the fervent drive of this employee, 001 positive feedback mechanisms must be established. Su Xing raised his right hand and tapped a few times on his personal terminal. Immediately several system prompts popped up in front of Chugu, accompanied by a sound that was extremely pleasing: ding. System prompt: you have completed the novice task, the first step of the pioneer. Due to your outstanding performance in the task exceeding collection of materials, you have triggered a hidden reward mechanism. Experience gained 50 original reward 10 points, excess reward 40 points. Contribution points gained 50 original reward 10 points, excess reward 40 points. Level up LV. 1 LV. 2. Wow. I actually triggered the excess completion determination. Chugu, who had been lying on the ground like a dead dog, immediately sprang up as if injected with adrenaline. Su Xing cast a faint glance at Chugu's miserable appearance, pondering thoughtfully. Exchange for a mini material deconstruction and basic synthesis station. Quota has been deducted. Materials are being transported. A blinding beam of transition appeared once more. After the light dissipated, a silver-gray device resembling a colossal steel furnace standing about 2 meters tall appeared at the outpost. Su Xing walked over to the pile of junk, raised his wrist, and the gravity traction beam activated again. Those scraps of metal and insect corpses were all unceremoniously thrown into the feed area of the synthesis station. Watching the items disappear little by little, Chugu felt his heart bleed. Those were treasures he had painstakingly collected for 2.5 hours. Employee 001. Su Xing's voice rang out in due time. Your diligence and perseverance have exceeded my expectations. As the pioneer of the outpost, you have proven your worth. The administrator has recycled your materials, gaining contribution points 37. Chugu, who had initially been gritting his teeth, suddenly broke into a radiant smile upon receiving the system prompt. 10 minutes later, the roaring sound of the synthesis station gradually subsided. Material deconstruction complete. Item synthesized: basic pioneer tactical suit 1 set, all-terrain tactical boots 1 pair. Hiss. The pressure valve on the side of the synthesis station released a burst of white steam, and a drawer-like metal tray slowly slid out. Inside the tray lay a neatly stacked black tactical suit and a pair of tactical boots with a matte metallic sheen. Su Xing walked over, picked up the suit and shoes, and approached Chugu. The exploration of the wasteland has just begun. Put this on. I do not want my employees to fall due to a few pebbles during their exploration. Chugu was overjoyed and excitedly took the gear from Su Xing's hands. Item: basic pioneer tactical set. Quality: ordinary white. Attributes: minor radiation resistance, physical defense 5, slight increase in movement speed. Description: novice gear. Though rudimentary, it is your first line of defense for survival in the wasteland. Without a second thought, Chugu swiftly stripped off his onesie, putting on the brand new tactical suit while completely naked. So damn cool. Chugu excitedly punched the air a few times, feeling as if he had reached a new high in life. Su Xing quietly observed Chugu's reaction, and the data curve on the terminal indicated that employee 001's dopamine secretion was at its peak. Employee 001. Su Xing spoke again, interrupting Chugu's self-appreciation. Present. What command does the administrator have? Chugu immediately stood at attention, even performing a somewhat unstandard military salute with great enthusiasm. Your body has reached the fatigue threshold and needs to enter the cultivation pod for repair. Su Xing pointed to the nearby recombination printer. Now rest. Await the next instructions. This meant a forced logout. Though Chugu felt somewhat reluctant, his own real sensations couldn't deceive him. The hunger and soreness from this game body were nearly making him unable to stand. Understood. I'll log off first to edit a video. It would be a crime if this game doesn't become popular. Chugu mumbled, then obediently crawled into the cultivation pod. The nutrient solution slowly engulfed his mouth and nose while Chugu's consciousness rapidly floated upward. Exiting Starlight. We look forward to your next arrival, Neuron connection disconnected. Thank you for using As the deep-sea VR headset emitted a soft electronic prompt, Chugo suddenly opened his eyes. Outside the window, the morning sunlight of deep-sea city was slicing through the gaps of the blinds onto the floor, while the faint sounds of rush-hour traffic trickled in from the nearby street. Chugo ripped off the heavy VR headset without a hint of fatigue, feeling quite energetic instead. He looked down at his chubby white hands and recalled the bloodied palms he had in starlight ground down by gravel. That feeling of torn reality existing between the illusory and the absolutely real made goosebumps rise uncontrollably all over his body. Without a moment's hesitation, Chugo grabbed the data cable on the table and connected the VR headset to the computer. Currently, all high-end VR headsets on the market come with screen recording functions able to export everything players see and hear in the game as video files in first-person perspective. A few minutes later, a lossless original video file of several dozen gigabytes was generated. Chugo was so excited that he didn't even put on his shoes properly and dashed out of the house with the hard drive. 15 minutes later. The door of a small studio in an office building somewhere in Deep Sea City was kicked open. Old Wang. Stop sleeping already. Get up and edit the video. Chugo rushed into the studio and yanked up Old Wang, his friend and resident editor, who was still snoring on the folding bed. Ouch, what the hell? Chugo, are you crazy? Old Wang groaned, rubbing his head, which felt like it was about to crack open after a hangover, his eyes bleary. What the hell are you shouting about so early? Haven't you digested that big kidney from last night? Kidney your ass. Let me show you something amazing. Chugo couldn't be bothered to waste words and directly slapped the hard drive on Old Wang's computer desk, skillfully turning on the computer, inserting the disk and opening the video file named Starlight Reel Recording 01. What is this? Did you secretly take a sponsorship deal for some trash skin swapping game behind my back? Old Wang yawned while half-heartedly leaning closer to the screen. However, after staring at the screen for just 10 seconds, Old Wang's originally dull fish-like eyes widened in shock. At the beginning of the video, it was Chugo falling out of the cultivation pod, landing on the cold metal floor from a first-person perspective. There were no access UI interfaces, no poor quality textures, just the utmost light and shadow and a breathtaking sense of reality. This CG animation is really well done. Old Wang swallowed. Which Hollywood special effects company did this? The hair rendering, the micro-expression capture, it's incredible. But Chugo, nowadays manufacturers love to pass off CG as real gameplay to deceive people. You bullshit. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the real recording straight from my headset. What? Old Wang was so shocked he jumped up from his chair. As a professional video editor, he knew all too well the difference between real gameplay and CG. He immediately grabbed the mouse and began to drag the progress bar frame by frame. After watching, Old Wang was completely frozen. In the entire studio, only the faint humming of the computer's main unit remained. Brother Chu. Old Wang's voice was hoarse as he nervously lit a cigarette with trembling hands. The physics engine and lighting calculations of this game, even if you gathered the likes of Goose Factory, Pig Factory along with R-Star and Polish Donkey from abroad and gave them 100 years, they wouldn't be able to produce anything like this. Right. You find it unbelievable too, don't you? Chugo exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. Enough chatter, edit that nearly 3-hour-long scavenging video for me at your fastest speed. No need for any flashy transitions, no background music, just keep the original ambient sound. I want to shake the entire gaming community by noon today. Got it. Leave it to me. At that moment, Old Wang was like he had been given a shot of adrenaline, shaking off the fatigue of his hangover. In Blue Star time, it was 12 o'clock noon. The well-known gaming reviewer with 1 million followers, Chu DePlayer, released his latest video. The title was extremely simple and blunt, even carrying a strong provocative flavor. The first release on the entire internet. This is the true 100 realism. The wasteland masterpiece Starfire makes its real machine debut. All virtual reality games on the market are garbage. Known for his sharp-tongued high standards and harsh critiques of big studios' skin-swapping games, Chu's update immediately attracted the attention of countless fans. In less than a minute, the real-time viewer count of the video surpassed 10,000, skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. Initially, the bullet screen was filled with jibes and skepticism from old fans. First, wow, Brother Chu just criticized a certain 4-letter skin-swapping game yesterday, and today he's doing a dark promotion. What a fall from grace. Starfire. I've never even heard of that lame title. Which pay-to-win game studio is pulling this stunt? This title is too arrogant. I can't wait for Chugo to crash and burn. Not. However, as the video progressed and Chugo emerged from the cultivation pod, stepping into the wasteland, the bullet screen experienced a bizarre silence that lasted a full minute, and then, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. High energy ahead. Is this a real gameplay demonstration? You call this a game? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be a Hollywood-level CGI movie masquerading as a game. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch my phone. The video ended with Chugo putting on the beginner pioneer tactical suit. The screen suddenly went black, revealing two cold white characters, Starfire. In less than 2 hours the video's views surpassed 1 million, shooting straight to the top of the entire site's rankings. Various gaming media outlets, review bloggers and even producers from major gaming companies were frantically sharing and analyzing this 12-minute video frame by frame. For no other reason than that this video was too real. Meanwhile, on the distant planet UX-829, the being known as Su Xing, meditating in the core control room, suddenly heard a series of urgent beeps from his personal terminal. The official website of Starfire on Blue Star is experiencing a high frequency of access. Su Xing furrowed his brow slightly and immediately connected to Blue Star's internet, beginning to trace the source of this enormous data stream. In just 3 seconds the answer presented itself before his eyes. Discussions about Starfire were everywhere across major gaming forums, social media and video sites. And the source of it all pointed to that 12-minute gameplay video titled the first release on the entire internet. This is the true 100 real. With the help of his auxiliary brain synthesis and refinement, he reached 2 conclusions. First, the gaming scene on Blue Star has been suffering from terrible games for far too long. Second, the merchandise capability of employee No. 001 far exceeded expectations. Since the hype had already been ignited, he as the official must personally step in and seize this wave of incredible fortune. Currently downloading Blue Star's marketing studies, game operations, player psychology, internet meme culture. Data packet size 114. 514 terabytes. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Time taken 4.7 seconds. When Su Xing opened his eyes again, he had seamlessly transitioned from a cold Interstellar auditor to a top game producer well-versed in Blue Star's internet thinking. Hunger marketing, toothpaste style promotion, hype around activation codes. Blue Star people are truly cunning. Su Xing murmured as he organized the knowledge of Blue Star's internet in his mind. Armed with theoretical knowledge, Su Xing immediately sprang into action. He registered an official certified account named Starfire across all major platforms on Blue Star. Though the video released by Chugo was shocking, after all it was a first-person perspective from a player, the footage was shaky and covered in dirt, only reflecting the hardcore and realism. To fully capture the player's hearts, the official must present something with a more dimensional impact, a grand worldview and impeccable technical prowess. Su Xing selected a segment of footage from planet UX-829 that lasted 1 minute and 30 seconds. No post-processing filters were added and there was no unnecessary editing, it was simply a high-definition panoramic scan of the wasteland. At exactly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As countless players across the internet were frantically trying to verify whether Starfire was real under Chugo's video, an official Starfire video suddenly dropped on all major platforms without warning. The video's title was extremely cold, consisting of just a simple sentence: "Civilization is dead, Starfire shall ignite." The first official environmental recording of Starfire. It began in darkness and then the screen lit up. It was a dark red sky with clouds rolling and tearing apart. Then the camera slowly lowered. Sandstorms swept through the scarred wasteland and a 100-meter-long wreck of an iron starship was half buried in the scorched earth. Suddenly a fist-sized mutated bloodsucker flew past the lens, its compound eyes reflecting hundreds of tiny facets clearly visible in the fleeting light. Even the slight distortion of the air caused by its wing beats was perfectly captured. Next the camera turned towards the carbon-based biological material recombination printer inside the outpost. In the pale green nutrient solution, white bones began to coalesce, muscle fibers intertwined, and ultimately a perfect clone emerged. In the last second of the video the screen went black. 2 lines of cold text appeared: "We do not need players. We need pioneers." Whether it was the hardcore gamers sitting at their computers or the passers-by holding their phones, after watching this only and a half-minute video everyone fell into a deathly silence. What the hell? Is this really in-game? Art masters come out and take the beating. This lighting. This scene. Tell me, how on earth did you do this? Please. Give me a test qualification. I've been single for 20 years, my hands are super fast and my liver function is perfect. Let me go scavenging in the wasteland. I've already reserved. Open the door. Let me in to work illegally. You've all been fooled. This video is definitely pure AI. Looking at the nearly frenzied messages from the Blue Star people in the back-end inbox, Su Xing felt a hint of helplessness. If it were any traditional game company from Blue Star, they would have immediately opened tens of thousands of beta testing slots and thoroughly exploited the situation. But Su Xing did not take any action. He was not intentionally engaging in the most popular hunger marketing of Blue Star's internet, but he truly felt powerless. The remnants of the half-decayed moke dog from which the purified biomass was already scarce. After printing a body for Chugo, the remaining reserve would barely be enough to print 2 more standard carbon-based bodies. Without biomass no clone can be produced. Without clones the cross-dimensional consciousness of Blue Star players cannot be sustained. With only 2 slots left, we must maximize the cost effectiveness. Su Xing retracted his thoughts and set extremely strict screening conditions among the thousands on the reservation list. With the command issued, the auxiliary brain machine completed the calculations, almost instantly extracting 2 names that flashed with golden light. Target AID Night Owl. A well-known hardcore survival game master on Blue Star who once live-streamed a continuous 72-hour gaming session in a hardcore survival game. Very good, a natural survivor of the wasteland. Su Xing commented. Target BID I don't eat beef. The most famous sandbox construction game streamer on Blue Star, extremely obsessed with creating an industrial revolution and infrastructure in games. His most glorious achievement was restoring an 8-bit computer capable of running simple code using redstone circuits in a pixel game. Perfect. He will be the laborer for base construction and basic industrial recovery. Su Xing accurately sent the 2 beta testing qualifications to their linked personal terminals. After completing all this, Su Xing activated the reorganization printer. Blue Star time 7:55 p.m. In Deep Sea City, in Chu Ge's apartment. Chugo paced back and forth in the living room like a restless trapped beast. Since the release of the live gameplay video at noon, his phone had been bombarded. Domestic gaming giants, top investment firms, and even a few unknown tech research institutes were frantically trying to contact him. Some offered millions to buy his gaming qualification, while others promised executive positions in exchange for inside information about the developers of Starfire. Overwhelmed, Su Xing threw his phone into the refrigerator. Money means nothing. I just want to go back to the wasteland and scavenge. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It had been over 10 hours since he was forcibly logged out. Those 10 hours felt longer than a century to him. Ding! When the second hand of the clock precisely crossed the 8:00 p.m. mark, the VR headset on the table suddenly flickered with a blue glow. Feeling a sense of anticipation, Su Xing grabbed the headset and rolled into the ergonomic chair. System notification: your body has been repaired. Fatigue level reset. Current server maximum capacity 3 people. Would you like to log in now? What the hell? Maximum capacity 3. Newcomers have entered. Su Xing keenly caught the key information in the system prompt and clicked confirm without considering why the official was so stingy with only 2 slots. Log in. Log in. Let me go back. My trash is still waiting for me. Command confirmed. Welcome back, Pioneer. No. 001. On April 30, 11451 in the star calendar, planet UX 829 at 8:00 a.m. When Su Xing opened his eyes, he found himself lying in the cultivation pod of the primary outpost. The nutrient solution quickly receded and he leaped out, landing steadily on the cold metal floor. Refreshed. I can grind for 3 days and nights more. Su Xing excitedly twisted his neck, producing cracking sounds. Just then he heard 2 faint coughs behind him. Turning around, Su Xing saw that the other 2 cultivation pods had just opened. 2 newcomers dressed in the same simple synthetic fiber jumpsuits he wore at the start tumbled out, gasping for air. The buzzcut guy on the left took a deep breath, then clenched his fist, feeling the real strength feedback from his muscle fibers. His eyes filled with disbelief. The slightly plump youth on the right was even more exaggerated. He directly dropped to the floor, rubbing his hands on the seamless alloy floor, frantically mumbling incoherently. Watching these 2 newcomers who seemed like country bumpkins in the city, Su Xing, already donned in newbie god gear, crossed his arms and proudly tapped his tactical boots on the ground, his lips curling up in a wide grin. As the only player with pioneering qualifications, Su Xing felt euphoric. Just then Su Xing stepped out. No. 001. It seems the repair effect of the cultivation pod is quite good. Su Xing's voice was flat. No. 002 and no. 003. Welcome to the UX 829 planet outpost. Quickly adapt to your bodies, there is no time for you to dawdle in the wasteland. Upon hearing this cold NPC line, the 3 players instinctively straightened their bodies. Su Xing looked at the 3 new employees standing straight in front of him, frowning slightly. In the corporate culture of the Galactic Asset Reorganization Company, contracted employees only needed a string of cold numbers. But Su Xing had recently brushed up on a lot of Blue Star internet player psychology. He understood that for these players who viewed this as a second world, stripping away their names equated to stripping away their immersion and individuality. Creating a sense of belonging among employees is the first step in extracting surplus value. Giving them a custom code not only costs nothing but also greatly enhances player retention. Thinking of this, Su Xing raised his right hand and quickly tapped a few times on his personal terminal. As pioneers, you have the right to define yourself. Please input your identification code. Ding! A translucent UI input box emitting a faint blue glow popped up in front of Su Xing and the 2 newcomers. System notification: to improve personnel management, the administrator Su Xing has granted you the right to customize your code ID. Please enter your exclusive ID, 18 characters, which cannot be changed after confirmation. What the hell? Finally able to choose a name. Su Xing's eyes lit up. Without hesitation he filled in his signature ID which he had used across various games. Su the Great Player. The other two newcomers quickly filled in their proud names as well. Code confirmation complete. With a soft sound from the system, 3 lines of hovering text glowing green appeared above the heads of the 3. This was an AR effect generated based on visual nerve projection visible only among players. Su Xing proudly lifted his head ready to see who these 2 lucky ones were. The 2 newcomers in turn looked at the well-equipped Su Xing with a gaze of assessing the competition. In that instant the air suddenly fell silent. Su the Great Player, Night Owl, I don't eat beef. The 3 looked at each other wide-eyed, none saying a word with their eyes twitching wildly. Goodness. I thought the official random selection for the closed beta was genuine, but it seems the officials are quite cunning. Night Owl and I don't eat beef clearly recognized Good Player. Especially when they saw the flashy beginner pioneer tactical suit on Good Player, a trace of envy flashed in their eyes. Everyone in the gaming circle has some status, but now this sole player has obviously reaped the first wave of benefits. Awakening quietly observed the subtle exchange of glances between the 3 employees, raising his wrist to input commands on the terminal once more. Ding! A light blue task prompt appeared before the 3 of them simultaneously. Area task issued by the Starfire Outpost Administrator. Awakening. Task name: Gathering of the Pioneers. Task objective: explore the surrounding area, clear and collect any valuable resources including but not limited to ores, plants, remains of mutated creatures, industrial waste. Task reward: experience and contribution points calculated based on the weight and value of collected resources. Failure penalty: none. As soon as the task was announced, Night Owl and I don't eat beef's eyes instantly lit up. Brothers, don't get too excited just yet. Seeing the 2 of them ready to rush outside, Good Player quickly coughed and took on the demeanor of a seasoned player. Let me give you some advice. This game is unlike any survival game you've played before. The sensations of pain, physical exhaustion, hunger, and even the soreness from lactic acid buildup in your muscles are 100% realistic. Good Player paused, pointing to his own feet with lingering fear. The last time I logged off, the soles of my feet were worn down to the bone. Solo farming in this wasteland environment is extremely inefficient and highly dangerous. I suggest we team up. Night Owl frowned slightly. As a lone wolf player, he was used to going solo. However, recognizing Good Player's strength, he did not refuse immediately. Team up. How do we do that? I don't eat beef was quite interested. Speaking of which, we don't even have beginner weapons now. Are we just going to rely on picking things up? You don't know this yet. Good Player smiled proudly, scanning the area before walking to a corner of the outpost and dragging out a metal plate. It was the wheelless cart he had crafted by hand earlier. In Good Player's understanding, this makeshift vehicle had been retained by the system as a player's personal creation. I don't eat beef's eyes widened as he quickly walked up, crouching down to carefully feel the bindings of the vines and metal plate. You found the stress points perfectly, using the curvature of the metal plate to reduce friction with the ground. Old Chu, your physics is quite good. I didn't expect this game engine to perfectly accommodate such homemade equipment. Of course. The freedom in this game is ridiculously high. Good Player patted his chest. I previously used it to haul back quite a bit of resources, which is how I traded for this gear. However, hauling this thing alone consumes way too much stamina. So we 3 will haul together. The weight limit can at least we will share the collected resources back at the base and get you 2 equipped up as soon as possible. Sounds like a reasonable tactical arrangement. I have no objections. Count me in. The 3 completed their team formation swiftly. Let's go. Objective: clear all trash within a 500-meter radius. Good Player, being the only one with shoes, naturally became the team leader and walked in front. Night Owl and I don't eat beef followed barefoot, one on each side. The time was around 10 a.m. on planet UX 829. A dark red radiation cloud loomed low on the horizon, occasionally illuminated by silent blue lightning coursing through the depths. The 3 players sporting green IDs advanced laboriously like tow operators, shouting in unison, 1-2 pull. 1-2 pull. Good Player, equipped with all-terrain tactical boots, led the way, controlling the direction. Meanwhile, Night Owl and I don't eat beef, trailing on either side, were in a much worse state with their feet bloodied and raw. Hissed, damn, this rock is really digging into my feet. So realistic. If this game opens up a construction system, I absolutely want to craft a combustion engine vehicle here. Night Owl kept complaining about how difficult the path was, while I don't eat beef continually marveled at the game's realism. Alright, save some energy for hauling the cart, gentlemen. Good Player wiped the sweat from his forehead and pointed at the nearby outpost, saying, let's drag it back to swap for gear quickly. Half an hour later, the 3 of them, panting heavily, dragged the slightly exaggerated mountain of trash past the energy shield of the outpost. Good Player plopped down on the metal floor, gasping for air. Night Owl and I don't eat beef collapsed in a sprawled position. Especially the sight of their bare feet was pitiful. Your efficiency is commendable, pioneers.
Awakening raised his wrist and used the gravitational pull beam to deposit the small mountain of trash into the input area of the synthesis table. The three resting also received a system notification for task completion.
Task settlement gathering of the pioneers. Task completion rate high exceeded resource collection.
Experience gain 25 original reward 10 points excess reward 15 points. Contribution points gain 25 original reward 10 points excess reward 15 points. Administrator has reclaimed your resources contribution points gained 58.
Hey! Wait a minute.
Good player glanced at the fluctuating numbers on his panel, keenly sensing something was off.
Why has the extra reward decreased?
When I soloed before, the excess rewards gave a full 40 points of experience and contribution. We brought back significantly more this time than last, so how did we only get 15 points? Hearing this, I Don't Eat Beef sprawled on the floor, adjusted his non-existent glasses, quickly beginning to deduce the game mechanics.
A very reasonable dynamic settlement mechanism. I Don't Eat Beef explained, panting heavily.
Old Chu, you completed it solo before and the system determined the individual load was extremely high, hence you received the highest multiplier for the lone wolf compensation. Now that we are a team of 3, although the total amount has increased, the stamina consumption and difficulty per person have decreased. Thus the system reduced the additional bonuses to balance the gap between solo players and guild players.
I see. Good player nodded in understanding.
This production team is so meticulous with value balancing, they definitely understand games.
Teamwork emphasizes efficiency and safety while soloing focuses on high risk and high reward. Makes sense.
Meanwhile, the metal tray of the synthesis table slowly slid out. 2 neatly stacked sets of dark-colored beginner pioneer tactical suits and 2 pairs of metallic matte all-terrain tactical boots lay quietly on the tray.
Your extra rewards belong to you, take them.
Awakening casually threw down a sentence before turning to walk back to the control room, humbly concealing his accomplishments.
Night Owl and I Don't Eat Beef rushed towards the equipment on the tray like hungry wolves.
The two swiftly stripped off their tattered jumpsuits and donned the tactical outfits. Oh, I Don't Eat Beef let out a soul-stirring long sigh, nearly crying on the spot.
Oh God, I swear I will never complain about wearing shoes again.
These shoes
are so reassuring.
Night Owl stomped heavily in place, producing 2 dull thuds. As for Good Player, he also received additional compensation. Within less than 2 minutes of acquiring the new gear, Wabuchinyo Rao's gaze shifted from his tactical boots, fixating intently on the synthesis table beside him. In the eyes of this infrastructure maniac, the machine, exuding a potent aesthetic of cutting-edge technology, was even more captivating than a bowl of beef noodles.
Gulp.
Wabuchinyo Rao swallowed hard, his eyes uncontrollably beginning to emit a green glow. Like a deviant, he crept up to the synthesis table, even pressing his face against the still warm metal casing, greedily inhaling a deep breath.
No screw joints.
This perfect streamlined design. Wabuchinyo Rao muttered to himself while caressing the machine, nearly on the verge of gnawing on it.
Brothers, what do you say? If I dismantle this thing, could it drop a blueprint?
Then we scavenged scraps on the wasteland to assemble another one. Wouldn't that achieve industrial freedom? As he spoke, he actually pulled out an alloy steel pipe that could barely serve as a crowbar, gesturing to insert it into the heat dissipation gap at the bottom of the synthesis table. Standing a few steps away, Chu De Wanjia and Yi Xiao gasped in shock at the sight.
Holy crap! Drone Yo, you've lost your mind.
Chu De Wanjia's voice cracked with terror as he quickly retreated 2 steps.
That's the core equipment of the outpost.
Are you dismantling the NPC's home right in front of them?
Do you have a death wish?
Old Chu was right. Yi Xiao also distanced himself warily.
1 pry bar from you and we'll instantly become red-named. Worse, all 3 of us could be implicated. Fortune favors the bold.
Isn't a high freedom game meant for exploring boundaries?
I'll just give it a tentative pry and see what. Wabuchinyo Rao had been completely consumed by the instinct of an infrastructure maniac.
He chuckled and raised the steel pipe, ready to act.
Beep. An extremely piercing alarm blared across the outpost.
Immediately the 3 players saw a flashing warning box. Serious warning.
You are attempting to destroy assets of the Pan-Galactic Asset Reconstruction Company.
This action is deemed an extremely malicious act of vandalism. If you continue this action, the outpost defense system will activate immediately. You will be executed on the spot and your body will be reclaimed immediately.
Countdown 3. 2. Clang.
Wabuchinyo Rao shuddered in fright, the steel pipe clattering to the ground as he stumbled backward.
I won't dismantle it.
I'm sorry, official daddy.
I was just touching. Just touching.
The oppressive sense of imminent execution and the punishment mechanism possibly involving a ban brought him fully to his senses. At that moment, in the core control room separated by a wall, Blue Star humans, their curiosity and destructive urge are outrageously intense. Su Xing shook his head slightly. If he hadn't urgently handcrafted a warning pop-up and sent it over, that guy named Wabuchinyo Ro would have dared to proceed. Although that flimsy steel pipe couldn't leave even a scratch on the synthesis tables casing the player, characteristic of 3 days without a beating they'll tear down the roof sounded an alarm for Su Xing.
We can't let these people idle.
Once they have no clear goal, they'll vent their excess energy on destruction. He looked up and brought up the radar scan of the area outside the outpost. On the screen, 7 or 8 tiny red dots were wandering less than 500 meters from the outpost's perimeter. The 3 people at the outpost, seeing the warning pop-up disappear, also breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after, a dark red mission prompt appeared before them. Emergency regional mission triggered. Cleanse the threat of the wasteland. Mission description: the mutated creatures of planet UX-829 have caught the scent of your flesh and blood. They are lurking, attempting to tear through the outpost's defenses. Mission objective: leave the outpost's shield range, actively engage and hunt down the mutated creatures roaming around the outpost. Mission rewards: based on the level and integrity of the hunted monsters, reward experience points and contribution points and unlock the system store.
Holy crap! A monster hunting mission. The combat system is finally here. Don't get too excited first, let's see what we have.
As a veteran player, Chu Dewanjia was the first to react. This game hasn't even issued a starter iron sword, we need to find our own weapons.
Hearing this, Yi Xiao and Wabuchinyo Ro quickly caught on.
Wabuchinyo Ro snatched up the steel pipe that had fallen to the ground, weighing it in his hand, and let out a sinister cackle. Yi Xiao, on the other hand, was much calmer, pulling out a triangular alloy shard with an extremely sharp edge. After wrapping it with a few rough vines from mutated plants as a handle, a simple wasteland dagger was formed. As for Chu Dewanjia, he fished out a metal axle with a heavy gear attached resembling a wasteland warhammer.
Let's go. Go meet these wasteland natives.
The 3 exchanged glances, gripped their scrap metal and stepped beyond the outpost's energy shield.
Following the system's guidance, the players slowly approached the mutated creatures.
However, their luck seemed poor. A fierce wind kicked up on the wasteland, sand and dust rushing madly into their nostrils.
Visibility is too low.
Stick together and stay alert. Yi Xiao lowered his voice, leaning slightly forward, the wasteland dagger held in reverse grip, ready to strike at any moment.
Rustle! Rustle!
Just as they had walked less than 300 meters from the outpost, a different sound came from ahead.
10 o'clock. Something's coming. Chu Dewanjia muttered, gripping the heavy wasteland warhammer tightly.
Several dark figures crawled out slowly from behind a pile of garbage.
It was 3 mutant carrion rats, each the size of an adult bulldog.
Their fur had long since fallen off, revealing malformed dark purple muscles covered in pustules. A whip-like bald tail dragged along the ground. Their lower jaws, severely protruding due to genetic mutation, were lined with 2 rows of yellowish sharp teeth dripping with disgusting mucus.
Target: mutant carrion rat LV. 1.
Description: low-level wasteland social creatures, agile with astonishing bite force and saliva containing mutated toxins.
Damn, this model is so gross. Wabuchinyo Ro swallowed his hands, sweating on the steel pipe. Enough chatter. I'll draw aggro. Chu Dewanjia roared, charging ahead without hesitation. Squeak.
The mutant carrion rat shrieked, lunging at the trio with its hind legs.
The largest rat aimed straight for Chu Dewanjia's face. Die.
Chu Dewanjia swung the heavy wasteland warhammer, smashing it fiercely toward the rat in midair.
Thud.
The hammer struck the rat's shoulder, the recoil causing Chu Dewanjia's palm to sting painfully, and the weapon nearly flew out of his hand. The carrion rat, knocked away, rolled twice on the ground before immediately springing up and biting at Chu Dewanjia's calf.
Its sharp teeth sank into his tactical boot.
Hiss! Chu Dewanjia gasped in pain. Fortunately, the rat's teeth only pierced the outer leather without breaking through.
Get off me.
He kicked the rat's belly with his other foot, flipping it over. Meanwhile, the battle beside them had reached a fever pitch.
You fat bastard, stop swinging wildly. You almost hit me. Night Owl dodged the pounce of another carrion rat while cursing.
As for I Don't Eat Beef, who had virtually no combat sense, after a few heavy swings of the steel pipe his arms were already sore and unable to lift. The heavy steel pipe crashed to the ground, becoming a springboard for the rat. The carrion rat leaped up along the pipe and bit down on I Don't Eat Beef's arm.
Ah. Damn. It hurts so much.
The pain instantly ignited I Don't Eat Beef's nerves. He screamed in agony, grabbed the rat by the neck and pinned it to the ground.
Old Owl. Blow its head off. Coming.
Night Owl performed a tactical roll, dodging the attack of the rat in front of him, and arrived beside the rat pinned by I Don't Eat Beef. He gripped the sharp triangular alloy shard with both hands and plunged it viciously into the back of the rat's head. The pinned carrion rat convulsed violently twice and then fell still.
Killed mutated carrion rat LV. 1. 10 EXP 1 contribution. Nice work.
Chu Jia rejoiced at the sight, gritted his teeth against the soreness in his arms and swung his bearing warhammer again. 3 minutes later the 3 ferocious native wasteland creatures were successfully eliminated by the 3 players.
Puff. Puff. Puff.
The moment the battle ended, the 3 collapsed on the ground, their chests heaving violently as they greedily breathed the peculiar pine-fused wasteland air. Their tactical suits were stained with dark green rat blood and dust, and their wounds burned with a fiery sting.
Is this really a game?
I Don't Eat Beef stared at his bitten sleeve, utterly stunned to the core. The exhaustion after the stamina bar hits 0, the muscle soreness, even the trembling from adrenaline rush, all perfectly replicated.
This monster's AI doesn't follow the logic of ordinary games.
They fight to survive.
Night Owl wiped the grime off his face, his eyes blazing with
but this life and Hege realism is freaking awesome.
It's like him really living in this world. Meanwhile, inside the core control room of the forward outpost,
Su Xing sat in the main control chair watching the 3 players sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath on the screen, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. Their combat techniques were as crude as those of uncivilized apes, but their combat potential and stress tolerance far exceeded Su Xing's expectations.
Since the employees have learned to hunt, it's time for the economic system to officially operate.
A system-wide announcement appeared before the 3 players.
Detection pioneers have successfully completed their first hunt. Outpost infrastructure modules have been updated. System logistics store is now open to players.
You can now submit any supplies to the outpost's relevant equipment and use the synthesis station to purchase weapons, medical supplies and equipment repair services with contribution points.
Holy crap! The store system is open. We can buy gear now.
Chu Jia was so excited he forgot about the blood on his hands, his eyes gleaming.
What are you waiting for? Hurry up and clear the monsters. These are all fresh contribution points. Brothers, let's go.
With tangible rewards driving them, the 3 felt as if their stamina had been instantly reset.
Planet UX 829 noon. Inside the forward outpost,
Su Xing stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching from the entrance of the core control room as the players who completed their tasks rushed back to the outpost without pause.
Administrator. We've cleared the external threats.
Chu Jia stood at attention, panting heavily, pointing at the corpses of the mutated carrion rats behind him, his face screaming, "Pay me now."
Your courage and resilience have proven the value of pioneers.
Su Xing nodded, signaling them to place the mutated rat corpses into the feed area of the recombination printer. After the 3 players followed the prompts, the recombination printer began to operate.
Biomass purification complete.
Available reserve increased. Watching the changing numbers on the back end, Su Xing nodded with satisfaction.
The biomass from these rats, though less than that from the previous Machi dog, was enough to print another body.
Send employees to hunt, use the prey's flesh and blood to expand quotas and recruit more employees.
A fine cycle.
Then Su Xing swiped lightly on the terminal, settling the mission rewards for the employees.
Mission settlement: clear the wasteland threats. Mission completion high. Experience gained 100. Contribution points gained 50.
A faint golden light flashed across the 3 simultaneously.
Awesome. The level up effect is so immersive.
I Don't Eat Beef clenched his fist excitedly. Forget the level up effect, open the store. Chu Jia eagerly approached the synthesis station.
Spark forward outpost logistics store. The store's supplies were divided into 3 categories: consumables, medical, weapons, equipment and tools, blueprints.
The 3 were like country bumpkins entering a grand garden, flipping through the dazzling array. Portable medical spray quickly closes small wounds, mildly cures low-level infections.
Price 10 contribution points. No level restriction.
High-purity nutrient paste, no taste but fills the stomach.
Price 5 contribution points. No level restriction. Damn, the prices are a ripoff.
The contribution points from killing 10 rats are barely enough for 1 med spray. I Don't Eat Beef felt a bit pained, but his wounds urgently needed the medical spray.
However, when they scrolled to the weapons equipment section, their breath hitched. High-carbon steel multi-purpose tactical axe forged from industrial-grade alloy with armor-piercing effect, a lethal melee weapon for the wasteland. Price 300 contribution points. No level restriction.
Pioneer exoskeleton greatly increases load capacity and physical resistance, granting you the strength to tear apart low-level mutated creatures with bare hands.
Price 5,000 contribution points. Required level LV 15 to unlock. Magnetic assault rifle authorization required. Microplasma cutting blade authorization required. A long row of weapon and equipment icons glowing blue, purple and even gold lay quietly in the store. Exoskeleton.
Night Owl stared at the exoskeleton, his eyes almost popping out. I don't eat beef. Clicked on the Tools Blueprints tab looking at the primary molecular welding gun basic generator blueprint all-terrain tracked vehicle construction blueprint and trembled with excitement.
Blueprints. Generators. This game really lets you handcraft an industrial revolution. I'm going to build a tank. I'm going to build a Gundam.
Standing nearby, Su Xing quietly watched the three dumbfounded Blue Star players. The so-called high-tier items in the store were all obsolete relics from the past. But he deliberately set high-level requirements and steep prices to firmly bind these people's grind. They don't mind high prices or grinding as long as the game has content. This was a truth Su Xing had learned from Blue Star player psychology.
As expected. Even though they couldn't afford most of the items, the three employees didn't complain at all.
They pooled their resources, bought a medical spray to treat their wounds and gnawed on a dry nutrient paste to restore stamina. Then with red eyes they turned without hesitation and charged back into the sandstorm-swept wasteland.
On planet UX 829 at 5 p.m. the fierce winds continued to ravage the desolate surface.
From a high vantage point one could observe an extremely peculiar clean area centered around the primary outpost within a radius of 500 meters. There were no wandering mutated carrion rats, no mutated insects hiding in the crevices of stones, and even the mutated plants that had originally rooted stubbornly in the scorched earth had been uprooted. Without exaggeration, the surface of this area had been scraped down by 2 centimeters. The instigators of this were the 3 Blue Star players with green IDs. 1-2 let's go.
As a synchronized chant echoed, 3 players dragged the heavily overloaded wheelless cart into the outpost. This was already their 6th trip back today.
Huff. I can't take it anymore, not a drop left this time, it's really completely drained. I don't eat beef. Collapsed onto the metal floor gasping for breath, lacking even the strength to move a finger.
Bro, I have to admit defeat to you.
Night Owl trembled in his legs, sitting aside with a face covered in soot, looking at Player Chu with admiration in his eyes. You even dug out the holes of mutated rats and took the straw they used as bedding to count as resources. Are you a glutton?
You don't understand a thing. The most critical aspect in the early game is the accumulation of primitive resources.
Player Chu rolled his eyes. This is called grain returning to the granary.
Resources submission completed. Contribution points gained 45.
After submitting the resources, the 3 looked at the balance of contribution points on the panel, feeling as if their fatigue had been halved, their faces lit up with radiant smiles.
High carbon steel multifunctional tactical axe. Finally I can get it.
I want to exchange for that set of primary molecular welding gun.
It's so cool. Night Owl excitedly waved his fist while I don't eat beef sparkled with excitement.
The 3 players huddled together, pointing at the virtual shop of the synthesis table. Awakening quietly watched these 3 employees, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He underestimated the 4th catastrophe and its ability to scour the map's resources. These 3 employees had harvested everything within a 500-meter radius that could breathe, reflect light, or had leaves.
This almost locust-like sweeping scavenging completely overturned his understanding.
As long as the health bar lights up, even the gods will be killed for you. As long as it can be picked up, even the core of the earth will be dug through. A classic quote from Psychology of Blue Star players involuntarily surfaced in Awakening's mind.
The pressure door of the core control room slowly closed, isolating the noise from outside.
The employees needed a bit of personal space to enjoy the pleasure of spending money, while he also needed to return to the control room to tally the resources and prepare for the selection of the 3rd batch of closed beta slots.
Meanwhile, the players' spending had entered its final phase. Ha ha ha. Finally got it.
Night Owl held a brand new high-carbon steel multifunctional tactical axe in his hand. The heavy metallic feel and sharp blade made him reluctant to part with it. With this thing, if I encounter that kind of carrion rat again, I can split it in half with one chop. I don't eat beef proudly lifted the sci-fi-looking primary molecular welding gun, pressed the switch, and a stream of bluish plasma shot out from the Player Chu performed a deep repair on his tactical suit and also bought a tactical dagger to hang at his waist. Gurgled, just as the 3 were showing off their new equipment, a sound like thunderous churning of the stomach suddenly rang out.
What the hell?
I don't eat beef clutched his stomach, his face instantly falling. The physiological mechanism of this game is too perverse. I feel like my stomach acid is attacking my stomach lining.
After a busy afternoon, their stamina was severely depleted and the hunger sensation overwhelmed them like a tide. Quick, buy a nutrient paste. Night Owl was also feeling dizzy with hunger, and during it he opened the logistics store. Don't buy that. It's a total ripoff.
Player Chu quickly stopped him.
5 contribution points. That can buy half a bottle of spray. So what? Just hold on, I feel like my health bar is already starting to drop due to hunger.
I don't eat beef weakly leaned against the shell of the synthesis table.
He.
As the idea king, Player Chu smiled mysteriously and pulled out a chunk of dark purple meat with traces of blood.
What is this? Night Owl was stunned.
This is a good piece of meat. I cut off the thigh of a mutated carrion rat. Player Chu said proudly.
Brothers. Nutrient paste is nothing, let's have a barbecue.
Hearing the word barbecue, Night Owl and I don't eat beef both brightened up.
Genius old Chu.
With the hardcore nature of this game, roasting meat over a campfire is definitely fine.
I don't eat beef instantly became lively, pointing at the new tool he had just bought.
Perfect timing, the plasma stream of my welding gun reaches a temperature of 2000 degrees. Roasting meat is just a matter of minutes. The three starving players immediately agreed and got to work. The first outdoor barbecue party of Blue Star players on the wasteland planet UX-829 thus hastily commenced. Night Owl skillfully cut the rat meat into even chunks with his newly bought tactical axe, while I don't eat beef turned the power of the molecular welding gun to the lowest setting, acting as a high-tech flamethrower.
Sizzling as the bluish flames swept by the surface of the dark purple rat meat quickly turned a crispy yellow, emitting a tantalizing meaty fragrance. Wow, this smell. Amazing.
Player Chu swallowed hard. Although the appearance is a bit lacking, but in a survival game it's all about filling your stomach.
Night Owl unhesitatingly picked up a piece and took a bite. How does it taste?
I don't eat beef, and Player Chu eagerly stared at him.
Night Owl chewed a couple of times, his brows slightly furrowing, but he swallowed it down.
The meat is a bit tough with a sour taste, and it feels like my tongue is slightly numb after eating it.
However, the feeling of fullness is indeed returning. Numb tongue. That might be the natural peppery flavor from the wasteland rat. Who cares, eat it.
Player Chu and I don't eat beef could no longer restrain themselves and began to feast. Burp. Player Chu let out a satisfied belch and patted his belly.
This is what gaming is about, so comfortable.
Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt the scene in front of him start to shake violently, even producing red after images.
Hey.
Old Chu, why did your ID above your head turn purple? I don't eat beef, pointed at Player Chu, his tongue suddenly starting to tie up.
Ah.
Why do I see you with 3 heads?
Thud.
What responded to him was the sound of Player Chu falling straight to the ground. Immediately after, Night Owl also let out a groan, his eyes rolled back and he curled up on the ground, beginning to foam at the mouth.
There. Is poison.
I don't eat beef realized as warning pop-ups frantically flooded the screen, then his mind suddenly sank and he collapsed to the ground. Su Xing, who had completed the preliminary screening of the third batch of closed beta test applicants, stretched with satisfaction.
With 3 veteran employees guiding them, it shouldn't cause any trouble. After leaving the control room, Su Xing was pondering how to assign tasks to the upcoming newcomers. However, when his gaze swept across the outpost's open ground, he abruptly halted. His 3 exemplary employees lay sprawled on the ground, convulsing, foaming at the mouth, their faces purple and blood oozing from all 7 orifices. Su Xing.
He strode forward, quickly crouched down to look at the white-eyed Chu Dewanja, and directly pulled up the game logs of the 3. Physical status: severe neurotoxin infection, moderate radiation overload, massive necrosis of the digestive system. Cause of death: consumption of unprocessed mutant carrion rat muscle fibers.
Time of death: 3 minutes ago.
Su Xing looked at these 3 remarkably consistent medical reports and then at the meat chunks on the ground. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. The hardcore self-destructive ability of Blue Star humans had once again expanded his understanding.
Warning detected: rapid decline of player vital signs.
To protect your mental threshold, neural connection has been forcibly disconnected.
Exiting Spark. Outside the window, the sky over Deep Sea City was faintly brightening.
Chugo ripped off his helmet, froze for 2 seconds, then suddenly clutched his stomach and burst into a barbell-like laugh on the chair.
Ha 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 ha. Damn. Awesome. This is freaking awesome. Chugo laughed until tears nearly came out. Rat meat is actually that freaking toxic.
As a veteran player with countless games under his belt, he couldn't care less about dying once in the game. And the design of Spark, where eating wild game recklessly could cause severe toxic infection, completely won him over. In traditional survival games, as long as it's meat cooking, it would increase hunger points, at most losing some health points. But Spark gave him a solid lesson: the toxins of mutant creatures could not be purified by fire, and eating them meant instant death. No, I need to go back quickly and check if my new gear dropped. Chugo, having laughed enough, was startled. If death meant full drop, his newly purchased tactical dagger would be a waste. He eagerly put the helmet back on, but instead of the expected game screen, all he saw was a red warning box. System prompt: due to ingestion of lethal mutant toxins, you have suffered massive necrosis of the digestive system and neuronal dissolution. Current body has been forcibly retrieved by Outpost Administrator Su Xing to the reconstruction printer for deep repair. Estimated repair cooldown time: 8 hours. You cannot log into Spark until the body repair is complete. Please wait patiently. Damn. 8 hours. That's too harsh. Chugo let out a howl, but upon second thought his body had been poisoned to the point of bleeding from 7 orifices, so spending some time on repair was reasonable. He took off the helmet and exported all the screen recordings of the past few hours. At the same time in different cities on Blue Star Yishao and Wabu Qinyo also experienced the same forced disconnection and cooldown notification.
Blue Star time exactly noon. 3 blockbuster videos like 3 deepwater bombs were precisely dropped into the vast ocean of Blue Star's internet.
3 major content creators, 3 different first-person perspectives, yet together they pieced together a grand wasteland world. The first bomb came from the hardcore survival veteran Yishao. Video title: Spark as Symphony of Cold Weapons and Flesh.
This is real wasteland combat.
In this video Yishao focused entirely on the game's combat experience. He released the footage of their fierce battle against the mutant carrion rat.
No dazzling magic effects, no rigid turn-based combat, only bloody close-quarters melee. Bro, come and slash me. The second bomb came from the infrastructure maniac Wabu Qinyo.
Video title: The Ultimate Feast of the Industrial Maniac. I look forward to building mechs in Spark.
The style of Wabu Qinyo's video was completely different.
He aimed his lens at the 2 industrial devices in the outpost and the primary molecular welding gun he had bought. In the video Wabu Qinyo used extremely professional physics knowledge to introduce the welding gun frame by frame and frantically displayed the basic generator blueprint and all-terrain tracked vehicle blueprint in the store panel.
Brothers, the physics engine of this game is completely free and real.
As long as we collect enough materials we can even start an industrial revolution here.
Wabu Qinyo's voiceover in the video was so excited that it cracked.
The third bomb, and the funniest one, came from Chu Wanja. Video title: Spark Closed Beta Record 02 Explanation of some game mechanics.
Never eat wild game on the wasteland.
Chu Wanjia's video perfectly exemplified the peak of gameplay and entertainment value. He detailed the current game mechanics of Spark, such as the balance between solo grinders and multiplayer teams, the absolute freedom of combat, and the supreme status of the newbie base. Then the style suddenly shifted. The second half of the video turned into a bite of the wasteland. The 3 veteran players to save contribution points roasted rat thigh meat in a joyous atmosphere. As Chuge's first-person perspective showed reddening retina double vision and collapse along with the frozen frames of Yishao and Wabu Qinyo foaming at the mouth and convulsing, the video abruptly ended. On the screen the official cold prompt slowly appeared, warning lethal toxic infection.
The barrage comments went completely crazy. The monster's AI is insane, the rat actually knew to jump by stepping on the pipe. Farming faction ecstatic. Build Gundam. Build Star Destroyer. Please release the codes. I'm a fitter in real life, let me go in and screw. Laughing my ass off.
3 great veteran players not killed by monsters but wiped out by a barbecue they made themselves. Brother Chu used his life to clear the mine for us, tears in my eyes, brothers.
Please type farewell Brother Chu on the screen.
For a time terms like Wasteland 100, Immersive Physics Engine, Industrial Revolution and Rat Poisoning dominated the top trending searches on major social platforms, short video apps and game forums of Blue Star. And those Foresight 11 hook users who had been lurking on the official Spark website soon discovered something noteworthy. The originally minimalist official website page with black background and white text was now completely renewed. The background became a slow rotating panorama of the dark red planet UX829 and 3 new sections appeared on the page. The first section was a line of golden text with a blinking countdown: Spark Closed Beta Launch Countdown 074832. The second section was a newly launched interactive area, Spark Official Pioneer Forum. The third section was a huge wasteland concept art accompanied by an official announcement to all pioneers with fire in their hearts: the embers of civilization have cooled in the sea of stars.
Thanks to the pioneers, no. 001 no. 002 no.
003 for the valuable supplies and distinctive culinary experiments brought back to the outpost. In view of the increase in the outpost's biomass reserves, we will release another batch of closed beta qualifications, randomly selecting players who match the pioneer traits to descend upon the wasteland. Note: due to the extremely high cost of cross-dimensional data transmission, the number of test slots is limited to 10.
Note: it is strictly forbidden to consume unverified wasteland flora and fauna. Spark Development Team. Holy crap. Another round of beta invites. I must get in this time. Ha ha ha. The officials are absolutely epic. Their unique culinary experiment will forever stain Chu Gu and his crew's reputation. What the hell? Interdimensional data transmission costs are too high.
Are the officials really this deep into the roleplay? As news of the website update spread within 10 minutes, over 100,000 visitors flooded the official website of Spark. A motley crowd of trolls, tech wizards, armchair gamers and joyseekers poured into the freshly opened Spark Official Pioneer Forum.
The number of forum posts skyrocketed. The top trending post was from Chuda Player. A heartfelt guide from a founding pioneer. Spark Wasteland Survival Guide V1. 0 with a barbecue recipe.
Within 5 minutes of posting, the thread had already amassed over 1,000 replies.
Front row seat to pay respects to Chuga's ashes. Chuga, how was the rat meat? Was it numb? Rat meat tastes like chicken crunchy with protein content X times that of beef. Following closely behind was a post that took an extremely hardcore and professional turn. An ID with the verified title Associate Professor at XX Institute of Technology published a 10,000-word technical analysis. Reverse engineering Sparks physics engine from real play footage, feasibility analysis of building a simple blast furnace for steel in the wasteland. In the post, this university professor, based solely on videos from I Don't Eat Beef, casually listed over a dozen mathematical models for achieving a basic industrial cycle using the outpost's existing conditions. Dude, are you serious? Take my knees, master. This is real gaming.
Officials, we just made a game and you guys are already planning to build rockets.
Countless posts with wild titles begging for invites. I'll pay top dollar for a beta key.
I'm a real-life Le Cordon Bleu chef, I promise not to roast rat meat.
Retired Special Forces soldier begging for a key, I'll carry you.
I Qin Shi Huang send money, give me a key and I'll make you a wasteland general.
Blue Planet time 1955.
Chuga paced restlessly in his room like a cat on hot bricks, his gaze darting to the clock on the wall.
The 8th hour body restoration had long ended, but the game wasn't open yet, so he couldn't log in. Beep.
As the second hand finally crossed 1959 and hit 2000. The deep dive VR helmet on the table began to flash a soft blue prompt light.
Server is open.
Chuga let out an excited wolf howl, lunged like a hungry tiger into the ergonomic chair and slammed the helmet onto his head with the fastest speed of his life.
System notification: your body has completed deep restoration. Current toxins cleared.
Fatigue value reset to 0. Current server maximum capacity 13 players.
Ready to log in? Yes. Now. Immediately. Chuga roared in his mind. Command confirmed. Welcome back, Pioneer 001.
The helmet emitted a soft electronic tone and Chuga's vision went black as his consciousness crossed the vast sea of stars.
UX 829 Planet Primary Outpost. The doors of 3 incubation pods slid open almost simultaneously.
Chuga player snapped open his eyes, took a deep breath of dry filtered air, then executed a nimble roll out of the pod.
Holy crap, I feel rejuvenated. No lingering effects of poisoning. Chuga player clenched his fists excitedly, feeling the healthy body and abundant strength.
Not only that, but when he looked down, his repaired tactical suit and tactical knife were still properly on him, not reset by death.
Old Chu, you're alive too. From the 2 adjacent pods, Night Owl and I Don't Eat Beef stepped out. Damn, he'll never eat anything from the wasteland again. That pain was inhuman. Night Owl rubbed his stomach with lingering fear. Enough. Count ourselves lucky we didn't lose gear.
I Don't Eat Beef checked his waist, confirming his precious primitive molecular welding gun was still there, and let out a long sigh of relief. Just as the 3 veteran players were about to dive into a big grind, the sound of Su Xing's voice came from the direction of the core control room. Since your bodies have been restored, leave the incubation pod area immediately.
Don't hinder the arrival of new employees. New employees. Right.
The official site said 10 new slots today.
10 newbies are coming. Chuga player quickly pulled Night Owl and I Don't Eat Beef aside to make room. Back off, make space for the newbies.
Later we need to put on our senior act and give them a proper initiation.
Chuga player whispered with a mischievous grin.
The 3 immediately stood in a row, arms crossed, striking a mysterious and profound pose of veterans. As they stepped back, the outpost's massive carbon-based biomass recombination printer began to emit a low. Then 7 backup incubation pods rose from beneath the console, making 10 transparent glass tanks in total. This was the first time the 3 veteran players witnessed the full process of this human fabricating machine. The official videos had shown related footage, but watching it live was a completely different experience. Pale green sterile nutrient fluid was injected into the 10 incubation pods, and then robotic arms above the pods began to spray some kind of white biological fiber.
Whoa, this is mind-blowing. Is this really just in-game graphics? Night Owl couldn't help but swallow while I Don't Eat Beef stared wide-eyed, his breathing unconsciously slowing. Under their awestruck gaze, translucent human skeletal frameworks appeared inside the pods. Next, dark red muscle tissue climbed along the bones, followed by intricate networks of blood vessels and nerves. Finally, a layer of delicate synthetic skin covered the surface of the 10 bodies. Of course, our 18 areas were tactfully pixelated by the system. Player privacy must be protected. After just 5 minutes,
10 blank clones with closed eyes floated silently in the pale green nutrient fluid.
Hardware ready.
Su Xing stood before the console, his fingers dancing over the holographic panel.
At the top of the black metal antenna tower, a faint blue light suddenly flickered to life.
10 streams of consciousness data crossing the endless sea of stars precisely injected into the brains of the 10 clones.
Gurgle.
The nutrient fluid in the 10 pods began to churn and the eyelids of the 10 clones all twitched slightly at the same moment. The drainage valves opened simultaneously, rapidly emptying the pale green nutrient fluid from the 10 cultivation pods. The hatches slid to both sides.
Cough cough cough.
Holy crap! This water is freezing. 10 new employees clad in the most basic gray-white synthetic fiber jumpsuits tumbled out of the cultivation pods amidst violent coughing and exclamations. Some were rubbing their eyes, some were fumbling over their cloned bodies, and some were staring blankly at the sky. Meanwhile, Chu De player Yi Xiao and Wabu Qinyo Ro, who had been standing nearby, had already struck what they considered the coolest poses. Chu De player even ostentatiously tossed the expensive tactical dagger in his hand a couple of times before sheathing it into the tactical holster on his outer thigh, producing a crisp click.
Ahem, welcome to the real wasteland, rookies.
Chu De player crossed his arms, slightly raised his chin, and spoke in a tone that was 3 parts casual, 7 parts cold. This voice instantly drew the attention of the 10 stunned newbies. 10 pairs of eyes turned in unison to the 3 pro players clad in black primary pioneer tactical suits and matte tactical boots.
Holy crap! That's Chu De player. That tactical suit is so cool. Old Chu, do you want some rat meat?
Caught red-handed, Chu De player's eye twitched violently, but he quickly regained his inscrutable expression. Just as the 3 veterans were about to continue putting pressure on the newbies, the sound of footsteps came from the direction of the core control room. Su Xing stood with his hands behind his back, casting a cool glance at the 3 players who were showing off. Chu De player and his 2 companions shuddered, instantly dropping their slouching postures and standing straight.
Master Administrator.
Chu De player saluted, and the 10 newbies also looked curiously at Su Xing. Su Xing ignored their gazes and cut straight to the point.
Your arrival has injected new vitality into the outpost. The reconstruction of this wasteland planet requires more tireless gears.
He raised his wrist and quickly entered a few lines of commands on the terminal. Ding! A series of mission panels popped up simultaneously in front of all 13 players.
Regional chain daily missions released.
To upgrade the outpost level, massive amounts of materials are required.
The administrator Su Xing has opened 4 core construction branches. 1. Scavenging and collection. Continue clearing the wasteland area around the outpost and gather materials. 2. Hunting and vigilance. Hunt the mutated creatures roaming nearby, extract biomass and ensure the outpost's security. 3. Exploration and mapping. Advance to the wreckage of a crashed starship 2 kilometers away and seek high-value tech modules. 4. Infrastructure and industrialization. Complete the assembly of generator sets or basic vehicles. Requires related blueprints and tools. Note: the above missions no longer have fixed rewards. Contribution points and experience values will be settled based on the quality, quantity, and completion progress of submitted materials. Holy crap! The game progression is too fast. Opening so many side quests directly. Starship wreckage. There must be something good inside. After everyone had digested the information, Su Xing's gaze fell on Chu De player Yi Xiao and Wabu Qinyo Ro. The reconstruction of the wasteland cannot be accomplished by a scattered group. You have proven your abilities. Now, in the name of the administrator, I appoint you 3 as primary squad leaders of the pioneers. Su Xing tapped lightly on the terminal.
Ding! In front of the 3 veteran players' green IDs, a highly recognizable exclusive badge of primary squad leader golden crown appeared.
Each squad leader may recruit their own team members. I only care about results, not the process.
Bring high-value materials and you will receive commensurate rewards.
Conversely, the wasteland's yellow sand will bury the incompetent.
After delivering these highly tempting words, Su Xing said no more and turned to walk toward the control room.
After Su Xing left, the eyes of Chu De player and his 2 companions instantly turned into the shape of money grubbers. The shiny golden crown on their heads inflated their vanity to the max.
In less than 10 minutes, amid a chaotic flurry of self-recommendations and player snatching, the 10 newbies were completely divided among the 3 veteran players.
Ahem, since everyone is grouped, let me say a few words. As the pioneer No.
001 Chu De player stepped up without hesitation to take charge. His team had 6 members in total, including the only female player with the ID Tsang Shujuanshi hamster reincarnation.
Our exploration team's mission is to scrape the ground bare, scavenging every inch of land around the outpost. Chu De player waved his hand, grandly displaying some authority.
Beside him, Yi Xiao also cleared his throat. His team was the most streamlined, with only 3 people including himself. One was called Zhanshan Quang Biao War God Frenzy and the other Yao Naiwahi Proud Lord What Can You Do? Both of whom had a glint of battle frenzy in their eyes.
Our hunting team is the blade of the outpost.
Yi Xiao gripped the brand new high-carbon steel multi-purpose tactical axe, its blade gleaming with a cold light.
Simply put, any monster that dares to show its head, we chop it down. Finally, there was Wabu Qinyo Ro.
His team had 4 people. Besides himself there were Fei Pin Huisho scrap recycling, Bu Su Jing no delivery allowed in Han Wu Di welding emperor.
Our infrastructure team will definitely be able to handcraft an industrial revolution in the future. With enough wires and coils we can light up the first electric lamp in the outpost. The 3 squad leaders' pre-mission pep talks were extremely successful. The newbies were so fired up that they wished they could rush out right now to tear apart mutated creatures with their bare hands and handcraft generator sets. But these 3 sly foxes were not carried away. Although their roles were clearly divided and complementary, they did not immediately order everyone to go their separate ways. Brothers, don't be in a hurry to split up. Shu player glanced at the map radar on the game panel, his expression turning serious.
The daily mission clearly states that there is a crashed starship wreckage 2 kilometers away. This is definitely the biggest resource point in the early game and also a giant dungeon.
Old Chu is right. Yi Xiao also nodded, tightening his grip on the tactical axe.
However, around that starship there are likely mutated creatures more advanced than the scavenger rats.
Fighting alone wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. Then what do we do?
Such a big piece of fat, just leave it untouched. A glint of sharpness flashed in Chu Di player's eyes. He slapped his thigh, then winced in pain and sucked in a breath.
Ahem.
So we must first concentrate our strength to do the big thing.
After we finish this big job, we'll split the gains equally and then everyone can go their separate ways. Chu De Wanjia's plan immediately received unanimous approval from everyone. Since everyone agrees, let's not waste time. Let's go. Scavenge.
Under the leadership of the 3 captains, the newcomers instantly transformed into a locust-like swarm, frantically conducting a carpet search across the wasteland. In no time these new employees, wearing only the system's jumpsuits, had in their hands all sorts of bizarre weapons: rusty rebar, broken alloy panels, sharp mutated plant thorns. There was even a player named Quangbao Lianinai who somehow found a discarded wool rim and held it in front of their chest like a shield.
Good. Very spirited. This is the soul of a wasteland junker.
Wabu Chinyo Ro looked at the team, which was comparable to a beggar's sect, and clapped their hands with satisfaction. Old Chu, let's go to that area ahead and haul back some scrap iron. First, get the tactical suits and boots for the brothers. Yi Xiao, as a veteran, added with deep feeling, in this game without equipment, walking barefoot on the wasteland, your soles will be worn out in no more than 2.5 hours.
After more than an hour.
Accompanied by a familiar roar and steam, the metal tray of the crafting station slowly slid out. This time the tray neatly stacked 10 sets of brand new dark black primary Pioneer tactical suits and 10 pairs of all-terrain tactical boots with a matte metallic luster.
Woohoo! Gear change. Gear change. Praise the admin.
Praise the crafting station. The 10 newcomers were so excited they howled like ghosts, eagerly putting on the tactical suits. After dressing up, the team, which had looked like refugees, instantly radiated the aura of wasteland mercenaries.
Excellent. Very spirited.
All members changed gear. Chu De Wanjia stood at the front of the team looking at the 10 fully equipped players and nodded with satisfaction.
Brothers. We've traded in our bird guns for cannons. Target the starship wreck 2 kilometers away. Let's go. Hoo hoo hoo.
The 13 players with green IDs let out a unified roar and stepped out of the shield range of the primary outpost with great momentum.
Stardate 11451, May 1st, planet UX 829 noon.
The weather on the wasteland was always capricious, and soon after the team set off, a strong wind began to blow. The team of 13 players trudged diligently, following the map system's guidance toward the wrecked starship 2 kilometers away.
This wind is too strong. Stop complaining, keep formation.
Watch your step, don't trip over things buried in the sand.
About half an hour later the gale finally subsided slightly.
Not far away a massive steel shadow slowly revealed its tip of the iceberg from the swirling yellow sand. It was the wreck of a starship broken in two, 100 meters long and over 10 meters high. The huge metal keel resembled the ribs of an ancient beast, and the dark gold hull armor bore various scorch marks and wounds.
Holy crap!
This must be the starship from the official video.
This modeling. This sense of oppression. So cool. If we could haul this back, how many contribution points would that be?
The 13 players were all stunned by the shocking ruins.
Shoo! Shut up. Take cover.
While the players were still marveling, Yi Xiao, who was walking at the front, suddenly changed expression drastically and crouched down. Everyone snapped back to reality and quickly found nearby rock piles and cover to lie down.
What's wrong?
Chu De Wanjia hunched over and moved close to Yi Xiao, following his gaze. Below a huge tear in the starship wreck there was a massive nest built from mutated plants. And at the edge of the nest a terrifying creature the size of a main battle tank was lying. Its body was covered in dark red keratin muscles bulging like twisted dragons. A pair of crimson eyes half up and half closed, unknown if it was asleep.
Target mutated Moke Dog LV.
6 Elite description: a highly aggressive medium predator on the wasteland possessing extremely strong bite force and thick mutated keratin armor.
Hiss, a level 6 mini-boss. Chu De Wanjia gasped. I guessed it.
Yi Xiao stared fixedly at the moke dog, brow furrowed.
The entire starship wreck is probably its territory. If we want to go in and search for things, we have to kill it first. How? With its size, won't we just be delivering ourselves as food? Wabuchi Ro poked out half a head to look, then shrank back in fear. What's there to panic about? We outnumber it.
Yi Xiao took a deep breath, a glint of battle spirit flashing in his eyes. The more challenging the monster, the more excited he became.
Tactical plan. Listen up.
Yi Xiao quickly turned to look at the others. This game has no magic or ranged classes. We have to rely on kiting.
It's big, so its turning speed must be slow. Well surrounded, wear down its stamina, find an opportunity to hit its weak spot. ITLL work. Understood. Let's nail it.
In the game world, death was just a nod, but the huge rewards and sense of achievement from killing a boss were enough to turn them into fearless fanatics.
Action.
The players scattered and surrounded the moke dog. Chu De Wanjia struck first, picking up a fist-sized rock from the ground, swinging his arm and hurling it fiercely at the moke dog's head.
Bang. The rock hit the thick keratin. Roar.
Disturbed from its slumber, the moke dog suddenly stood up, its eyes instantly locking onto Chu De Wanjia.
Hey, Grandpa's here. Chu De Wanjia ran off, still turning back to taunt as he ran.
The moke dog couldn't understand the player's words, but it couldn't stand these gesticulating creatures jumping around in front of it. It roared again, pushed off with all 4 limbs, and charged straight at Chu De Wanjia, each footfall leaving a large pit in the wasteland.
Just as the moke dog was chasing Chu De Wanjia, more rocks hit it from all sides. Although they couldn't break its defense, this provocative behavior successfully attracted the creature's aggro. It abandoned Chu De Wanjia, turned and pounced on the nearest player, Feipin Huaisho. Holy crap. That's speed. Due to being too close, Feipin Huaisho had no time to dodge and was struck hard by the moke dog's huge front paw. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Feipin Huaisho immediately died, returning to the fountain to wait for revival. Keep aggro. Don't let it stop. Yi Xiao yelled. The players stopped trying to maximize damage and began frantically circling and repositioning. Under the players' tacit kiting tactic, the moke dog was toyed with running around in circles and its stamina constantly draining. That's how the moke dog was, it just had to mindlessly chase the players while the players had much more to consider. Roar. On the wasteland, the massive body of the moke dog was rampaging wildly. While dodging the razor-like claws that almost grazed his scalp, the player known as Chu De Wanjia scooped up sand from the ground and hurled it fiercely into the moke dog's eyes. 12 players had completely transformed into the most cunning and annoying carbon-based monkeys. Although this moke dog possessed the attributes to crush novice players, its intelligence was evidently lacking. As long as it locked onto a target to pounce, a flurry of projectiles would immediately fly in from the surroundings. The damage was low but extremely humiliating. The sensation of being bitten by countless mosquitoes drove it into a frenzy, yet it was helpless. Bang! With a dull thud, the moke dog's paw came crashing down on the unsuspecting furious granny. The abandoned steel rim he held provided him with no protection whatsoever. With a twist of his neck to the right, he returned to the spring for revival. Huff! Huff! Continuous running and pouncing had made the moke dog's breathing grow heavy, and its limbs were slightly trembling. It's time. The player known as Yi Xiao, who had been searching for an opportunity, had a sharp glint erupt in his eyes. He had already observed the moke dog's weakness. Its back and limbs were covered with a thick hardened layer, but its abdomen had a gaping wound covered only by a thin layer of pink new skin. Old Chu. Lead it to pounce on you. Yi Xiao shouted angrily, accelerating and darting low towards the moke dog from the side. What the hell? Me again. Chu De Wanjia howled in despair, yet his movements were undeterred. Instead of fleeing, he boldly faced the bloodstained maw dripping with foul-smelling slime, coming to a complete stop and provocatively raising his middle finger. The moke dog's hind legs suddenly powered up, its massive body leaping high, pouncing down like a mountain onto the oblivious Chu De Wanjia. In that moment when the moke dog leaped and its abdominal weakness was fully exposed, Yi Xiao slid past beneath it, his sharp tactical axe easily slicing through the new skin. The moke dog let out a wail, its massive body losing balance in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Well done, old Xiao. Chu De Wanjia, having narrowly escaped death, shouted in excitement as he watched the moke dog rolling in agony on the ground. It's vulnerable. Brothers. Attack its wound on the belly with all you've got. There was no need for further words. The group of players who had been chased by the moke dog for a long time were already filled with pent-up frustration. In an instant, the players surged forward like a pack of crazed hyenas, plunging into a chaotic and bloody brawl. The Emoku dog's gigantic claws flailed wildly, but its movements had lost precision and its speed was greatly reduced. Finally, after the fifth player got too close and was bitten in half by the dying Emoku dog, it was over. This powerful mutated creature, which had been lurking at the edge of the starship wreckage, lost all its strength and twitched a couple of times before falling still. On the wasteland, only 8 ragged players were left, gasping for breath. After 2 seconds of dead silence, ding! A dazzling golden announcement popped up before all the players like a heavenly sound. Server announcement: congratulations to players Yi Xiaochu de Wanjia I Don't Eat Beef and 13 other pioneers for successfully completing the first elite level kill of a mutated creature on the server. This feat will be permanently recorded in the historical database of the UX-829 planetary outpost. Following that, a personal settlement window appeared before each player. Hunting settlement LV. 6 elite Emoku dog completed. Detecting your participation in this kill along with substantial damage dealt, aggression drawn, tactical support provided. Base reward experience 500. Contribution 200. Extra reward for team first kill contribution 100. Based on the team contribution mechanism you have received. As the key player, Yi Xiao looked at the numbers jumping up on his panel: experience 800, contribution 450, and was so excited that his hand holding the axe trembled. And as the one who drew a massive amount of hate, Chu de Wanjia also received a whopping 280 points of contribution. I leveled up. Damn, I leveled up twice in a row. This reward is so damn generous. I can buy a good weapon at the store now. Phew. That felt great. Yi Xiao slowly stood up, taking deep breaths of the air mixed with the smell of blood. Alright. Though Chu de Wanjia felt exhausted like a dead dog, his eyes were fixed intently on the enormous corpse of the Emoku dog before him. Hurry up and loot the corpse. This is a level 6 elite monster. Hearing this, the players who had been slumped on the ground instantly sprang to their feet. Unfortunately, Starfire is not a traditional MMO, so there's no concept of loot dropping from monsters. After determining that no equipment or materials could be extracted, the players expressed their regret. However, this monster's corpse could still be sold for contribution points. Thus, after spending half an hour, the massive Emoku dog corpse was dismantled into dozens of various parts. Looking at the scattered spoils of war on the ground, Chu de Wanjia swallowed hard. It's a pity the trailer is at the outpost otherwise. As he thought of the trailer, Chu de Wanjia slapped his thigh, his eyes turning towards the nearby starship wreckage. Without a vehicle, we'll just make one ourselves. Nyoga, use your welding gun to cut a few sheets of alloy and we'll make some makeshift trailers. Without hesitation, they got to work. Fortunately, the welding gun was powerful enough to easily slice off several sheets of alloy from inside the starship. 4 large makeshift wheelless trailers were freshly made. The players piled the remains of the Emoku dog and the metal scraps they had picked up earlier onto them. 1, 2. Pull. 8 players paired up pulled the trailers like triumphant warriors striding across the scorched earth towards the direction of the outpost. Pulling is so boring. Does anyone know any songs? Sing a couple of lines. We big guys can only shout like cowboys. What else can we do? Who's like you a big guy? I'm a delicate little girl. The only female player in the group, Hamster Reborn, rolled her eyes and cleared her throat. Crossing continents, traversing the seas, 80,000 miles tread the sea, and were the sky not to be a hero just to be a fool. Warriors move, the weight of the household rests on the shoulders, only to remain loyal, hoping to return and tell of bravery. Waves surge, long to be gentle, do not worry about the road ahead not being shared. We sailed together in the wind, behind them a fierce wind howled and dust filled the air. Yet that song seemed to pierce through the radiation clouds of this desolate planet, soaring straight into the sky. Planet UX-829 230 p.m. 8 players breathless dragged 4 makeshift carts laden with loot, stumbling into the energy shield of the beginner outpost. The player named Chu sat down heavily, panting without any regard for his image. Damn it. I'm exhausted. This broken game doesn't even give us a return scroll, forcing us to trek 2 kilometers. The other 7 players were no better off, sprawled haphazardly on the ground. At that moment, a newbie with the ID takeout not allowed looked around in confusion. Hey. Wait a minute. What happened to the 5 brothers who sacrificed themselves? How come it's been so long and we haven't seen them resurrected to join us? Upon hearing this, the others also reacted. Just as the players whispered among themselves, doubting whether there was a resurrection bug, the pressure door of the core control room slowly opened and Su Xing walked over. Administrator, why haven't the 5 fallen brothers been resurrected? Chu hurriedly approached, acting as the representative of the players. Su Xing glanced at him, then turned around and pointed to the massive carbon-based biomass recombination printer. A translucent holographic panel displayed in front of all the players. Current biomass reserve at the outpost 0.1 units. Previously, in order to allow you new employees to arrive, the biomass reserves of the outpost are nearly depleted. Without biomass, the recombination printer cannot function.
If your fallen companions have no bodies, their consciousness cannot descend. Upon hearing this, the players widened their eyes as if they had heard some absurd tale.
Holy shit. After a full 10 seconds, I don't eat beef, finally gulped, breaking the silence. This game. This resurrection mechanism. It's truly unique. Without biomass, players cannot be resurrected. Does that mean?
Night Owl also gasped, his mind racing. If we had been wiped out just now, wouldn't all 13 of our accounts be completely dead? Chu not only showed no fear but was instead excited to the point of trembling. This means we must maintain a balance between life and death, otherwise we are wasting the base's resurrection currency. Such a brutally harsh setting was akin to the strongest stimulant. The group of Blue Star people didn't complain about being unable to resurrect, instead they were excited as if they had discovered a new continent.
Reality is all that matters.
With the players' efforts, those dark red flesh tissues were all sent into the input area of the recombination printer. Rumble, the recombination printer, began to operate at full speed. Under the watchful eyes of the 8 players, 5 cloned bodies were printed. 5 minutes later the hatch opened and the 5 players who had met a tragic end at the claws of the macaque dog crawled out drenched.
Holy shit. I'm alive. I'm finally alive.
You have no idea, after dying there wasn't even time to resurrect. I thought I was banned. Looking at these 5 resurrected unfortunate souls, I don't eat beef, stepped forward, patted Scrap Recycling on the shoulder and said earnestly, brothers, from now on you must cherish your lives out in the wasteland. Scrap Recycling and the others looked confused while Night Owl explained to them resurrection in this game consumes the base's biomass reserves. If we hadn't won, the entire server might have been deadlocked. After a brief moment of shock and excitement, the most seasoned among them, Chu, keenly sensed the tremendous crisis hidden behind this mechanism. He strode up to Su Xing.
Administrator, may I ask how much biomass is required for a standard body like ours?
And how much biomass can be converted from a macaque dog like the one we faced or from an ordinary scavenger rat?
Chu hit the nail on the head and the other 12 players instantly perked up. Su Xing said nothing and directly summoned a translucent holographic data panel. To create one standard body it requires 50 units of biomass. Mutated scavenger rat can convert biomass 10-20 units. Macaque dog can convert biomass 220,350 units. XX plant.
Players who were still immersed in the joy of defeating an elite monster suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure.
Night Owl abruptly turned around, his expression becoming extremely serious.
He waved the high-carbon steel multifunctional tactical axe in his hand, the sharp blade glinting coldly in the light.
Brothers. Our margin for error is too low right now.
Although the experience and contribution points we earned from killing the macaque dog were substantial, until we have enough resurrection currency as a safety net, we absolutely cannot provoke those big guys again. I propose that for the next few hours we cease all high-risk explorations.
Everyone switch to hunting mode. Agreed. Chu also raised his hand. Our top priority now is to accumulate resurrection currency. We must bring back anything that can provide biomass.
The 13 players quickly reached a consensus. Thus the area around the beginner outpost experienced the most brutal biomass extinction in the history of this planet.
Over there. In the cave there are 2 scavenger rats. Don't let them escape.
Chu, I have a nest of unknown mutated insects here, they can definitely yield high protein. Old lady, don't just stand there, poke the lizard's ass with this steel rod. The originally fierce wasteland natives were truly in trouble this time. Whether hiding underground or lurking in the stones, the mutated rats and poisonous insects were all unearthed by these blue star monkeys.
It wasn't until around 6:30 p.m. on planet UX-829 that this brutal violent killing finally came to a close. Warning: player fatigue has reached 100, health status is rapidly declining and the forced offline cooling program is about to commence. After the 13 players dumped the last fully loaded cart of mutated biological corpses into the input area of the recombination printer, a forced offline system warning popped up in front of them. The 13 players collapsed on the metallic floor of the outpost, sprawled out like fish out of water. Although each of them was so exhausted that their consciousness was blurred and even the soles of their tactical boots were worn thin, they all wore relieved smiles upon seeing the biomass reserves surpass 1,000. Players logged off one after another, their bodies dragged into the cultivation pods for repairs with one exception.
Hamster Reincarnation mustered the last bit of strength, forced out an extremely bright smile and waved at Su Xing, who stood at the door with a blank expression.
Hee Administrator, good night, see you tomorrow.
With that, Hamster Reincarnation collapsed on the ground and logged off. Su Xing was slightly taken aback, then shook his head and turned back to the core control room.
The Blue Star people's redundant and illogical socializing. Emotional activity level 0. 013.
In the following 2 days, the native inhabitants of the wasteland surrounding the UX-829 planet's primary outpost welcomed an era of darkness more terrifying than a nuclear explosion. Driven by the fear of being stuck without resurrection coins, the players from Blue Star completely adopted the accumulation of resurrection coins as their core strategic goal. As soon as the server opened at 8 each day, they would emerge from their cultivation pods charging into the wasteland like wolves and tigers.
Anything that moved, breathed, or even a slightly thickened patch of mutated plants fell victim to this swarm of locusts. If the mutated creatures in the wasteland could speak, they would have long drowned them in a torrent of spit. Year 11451, May 3, UX 829, late night. The players had logged off early and the once bustling primary outpost fell into silence.
In the core control room, Su Xing sat before a row of holographic screens radiating blue light.
Data settlement complete. Current biomass reserve at the outpost 4540 units. Converted, this is enough to print 90 standard carbon-based bodies.
Su Xing gazed at the green number, a flicker of satisfaction shining in his eyes. These 13 employees had managed to accumulate so many resurrection coins in just a few days. The potential of the Blue Star people seems to have no limits. As long as they are given a so-called progress bar and a sense of crisis, they can unleash an overwhelming energy in pursuit of an elusive sense of achievement. Su Xing leaned back slightly against the cold metal chair, letting out a long breath. Let's allow another batch of closed beta qualifications after some time.
He stood up and walked to the massive transparent window in the control room. Outside, the wasteland's dark red radiation clouds had torn open a huge rift. Deep within that rift lay a dazzling and cold, deep starry sky. Those distant starlights, some of which may have died thousands of years ago, had only just reached this place. Su Xing silently gazed at the starry sky, lost in thought. For an auditor implanted with the logic of efficiency above all by the company, daydreaming was an extremely rare and luxurious act. This inefficient passage of time. Su Xing furrowed his brows slightly, feeling a bit out of sorts. With a thought, he directly accessed the Blue Star internet. The official forum for Starfire was buzzing with activity. The 13 players who had just logged off, along with the eager cloud players, were chatting freely and flooding the forum with messages. Su Xing's gaze quickly swept over the constantly scrolling titles in the forum. These souls living in a peaceful era seemed to be pouring all their misplaced passion into this virtual soil. Please grant me a qualification, official daddy. I fix tractors in real life and I can definitely fix that starship. Please. Below there was a uniform response of me too, waiting in line and eyes open for distribution. Wasteland on the tongue. What if we continuously roast rat meat at high temperatures and add fermented roots of mutated plants? Under this post there were countless spectators reveling in the chaos, some even confidently teaching the 13 brave players how to cook safely in the wasteland. The player Chu the Great personally replied, if you can do it, then you go ahead. I never want to experience the feeling of my stomach dissolving again. Su Xing watched these posts filled with the unique humor and creativity of Blue Star, and the muscles on his face relaxed slightly. Suddenly a hot post written by Chu the Great caught Su Xing's attention. Starfire closed beta survival report, 05 resurrection coins in place. Tomorrow we advance towards the wreckage of the starship Forward 4. Brothers. The 13 of us have cleared out every living thing near the outpost these past few days. Thanks to our relentless efforts, this wasteland planet has finally felt the horror of the fourth calamity. As of now, we have accumulated over 4000 units of biomass reserve for the outpost. This means we have enough confidence to explore that starship wreckage. To all the cloud commanders present. Experienced players. Do you have any good suggestions? The players struggling without qualifications finally found an outlet to vent, starting to madly brainstorm ideas in the comments. Tactical retreat. Based on my years of experience in playing Resident Evil and Dead Space, there will definitely be agile monsters using the ventilation ducts in such large ruins. When you go in, don't just look ahead, the deadly threats are above you. I collect trash in Tarkov on the top floor. And since it's a starship, there might still be remnants of a defense system inside. Bullfighter's mask. If we run into some automated turrets that haven't powered down or out of control security robots, we probably won't even get a chance to get close. God of War Rampage. By the way, the inside of the starship is pitch black, we don't even have a lighting device. Are we really going to use burning mutated plants as torches to get in? Chu the Great, I don't eat beef, can we get something like a portable spotlight out? I don't eat beef, do you think I'm Doraemon? We haven't even managed to craft a generator yet. Scrap recycling. Looks like we'll have to prepare for some blind exploration tomorrow. Aside from these replies discussing specific tactics and equipment shortcomings, there were also many outrageous and bizarre ideas mixed in. Rushing Vanguard. Just rush in. One person goes and runs as far as they can, maps out a part of the area, and when they get bitten by a monster, the next person goes in. Goo Goo Gag. I don't think the plan above will work. We don't want it to turn into a scenario where the gourd doll saves grandpa. One by one they end up sacrificed. EX-01 biological weapon researcher. You guys should catch a few live mutated creatures and throw them into the starship wreckage. Let them fight each other with the monsters inside. This is called driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. North and South green beans. Brilliant. I love this idea. Mr. Demolition King catch an egg.
All the nearby monsters have been killed by them.
Director of Demolition, this isn't a traditional linear dungeon. Just physically clear the area. We'll directly use a welding gun to dismantle the starship and take it home.
This reply instantly attracted a large number of comments.
Director, you're awesome. Truly the king of demolition, your thinking is exceptional. What if it just happens to be a monster's lair and we fall into it? Will it automatically deliver takeout?
What are you afraid of?
If you don't risk it, you can't catch a wolf. Meanwhile, some biochemical faction cloud players were researching even more sinister tactics.
Poison Master's last stand, didn't you guys say there are mutated beetles on the outskirts that can spray corrosive venom? Poison Master's last stand, go catch dozens of venomous bugs and make wasteland version biological grenades. If you encounter monsters you can't beat, just throw them in. No matter if it's a mutated giant dog or a security robot, just throw some venom in their faces first. Chu the Great directly replied with a thumbs up emoji, this tactic is ruthless yet elegant, I like it. Su Xing quietly observed these mad discussions with a flicker of light in his eyes.
On May 4th 11451 of the star calendar on planet UX 829 at 8 a.m.
Inside the junior outpost, 13 cultivation pods opened simultaneously as the pale green nutrient solution faded away. Players energetically jumped out of the pods.
Brothers, let's get to work.
Today is the grand day. We officially march towards the wreckage of the starship. Chu the player stood at the front waving his hand. As one of the highest level players at present, he was filled with ambition today, leading the 6 members of the exploration team towards the starship. On the other side, Yi Xiao quietly checked his equipment.
Xiao Gu, are we still digging today? 2 teammates approached.
Yes. Exploring the starship is a high-risk investment. If they get wiped out a few times, the revival coins will be heavily consumed. We 3 as the hunting team must continue to accumulate biomass to support them.
Understood. So where are we headed?
East. Yi Xiao raised his tactical axe and coldly uttered 2 words.
The wild trio also set off, leaving only the I don't eat beef infrastructure team at the outpost. Damn it. I'm so pissed off.
I don't eat beef kicked a piece of scrap metal, looking at his attribute panel with a deep sigh.
Brother Nyo, what's wrong?
Huan Wu Di scratched his head, looking at the discarded parts on the ground. I don't eat beef pointed at the synthesis station shop with tears in his eyes.
I can't buy the blueprint. The basic generator blueprint requires the player level to reach LV 7 to unlock exchange, and I am currently LV
6 with the experience bar stuck at 95.
Just a little bit more. Ah.
The other 3 teammates exchanged glances. They boasted on the forum last night that they would definitely power the base today, yet the first step was stuck on the level requirement.
Let's go find 2 lone mice outside. You 3 hold back, let me take the last shot.
For the sake of great industrialization, the 4 researchers had to temporarily venture out to hunt monsters.
Fortunately, on the wasteland of planet UX 829 there was no shortage of mutated rats.
Take this, my mighty meteor hammer. Takeout not allowed swung a heavy scrap iron bound with vines and smashed it hard onto the forehead of a mutated carrion rat. Squeak! The rat let out a wretched scream, still trying to struggle and bite.
For the Industrial Revolution. Die experience package.
I don't eat beef slid forward, thrusting the steel pipe into the rat's open mouth, delivering a lethal blow. Kill the mutated carrion rat. LV
2. Experience gained 15. Contribution 2. System notification, your level has been upgraded to LV 7. Enough.
Brothers, stop. I don't eat beef glanced at his panel, his voice trembling with excitement.
Quick, let's head back to the city to buy the blueprint.
The 4 of them rushed back to the junior outpost like grandpas and grandmas who had just grabbed discounted eggs. I don't eat beef dashed to the synthesis station and opened the logistics shop panel.
Do you want to consume 400 contribution points to exchange for the basic generator blueprint? Confirm. Right away. Immediately.
Accompanied by familiar effects and sounds, the tray beside the synthesis station slowly slid out. On the tray lay a thick stack of brand new industrial oil-proof paper.
Wow. This blueprint seems a bit thick. Scrap Recycling approached, swallowing hard.
I don't eat beef carefully picked up the stack of blueprints as if holding some rare treasure.
The 4 of them immediately formed a circle, spreading the blueprints on the metal floor. Then, what the hell? Takeout not allowed pointed at the densely packed formulas on the blueprint, his hands trembling.
Isn't this game supposed to have one-click learning for blueprints, and once you gather enough materials just press a build button to instantly create something?
Huan Wu Di also looked bewildered, scratching his hair.
Wow, when I took the level 8 mechanic exam, the blueprints I saw weren't this complicated. I don't eat beef pushed up the non-existent glasses on his nose, cold sweat instantly pouring down.
Are you kidding me? You really want me to do this by hand?
There was no nanny-like outsourcing from the system god, no magic that creates something from nothing.
Want electricity?
Sure, go pick up copper wire on the wasteland, wind your own coils, knock on magnets, find bearings and weld the base yourself.
Damn. Is the planner out of his mind?
Scrap Recycling was frustrated, who plays games and has to learn electromechanical engineering all over again.
You don't understand anything.
Although I don't eat beef felt a chill on his scalp, the hardcore spirit of infrastructure within him was ignited.
What is this called?
This is called 100 True Simulation. This is called Extreme Freedom. Thus, under the command of I Don't Eat Beef, the cyberpunk wasteland-inspired handcrafted generator project officially commenced. Steady with the left hand, come on, your skills didn't come from buying them, why is your hand always shaking? I Don't Eat Beef sounded like a factory supervisor from the XX era, while Huan Wu Di holding the welding gun was also sweating profusely.
Yes. I'll fix it right away. I'm still not used to this body.
On the other side, takeout not allowed in Scrap Recycling were sitting among a pile of scrap metal, using stones to break open the insulation layer and slowly pulling out copper wire. Pull the extracted copper wire straight, there must be no dead bends. Wind clockwise, the stator coil needs 144 turns for each slot. If there's even one turn short, the voltage will fluctuate.
Scrap Recycling tightened the wire. We're down to the last 8 turns.
Brother Nyo, is the rotor bearing polished?
It needs to go in.
For more than 2 hours none of the group members complained of fatigue, instead they became more excited as they worked. Fortunately, the tools sold in the logistics shop were exceptionally effective, with grinding, welding and calibration all in full swing. In the end, a wildly shaped scarred wasteland version generator stood proudly in the open space of the outpost. It had no beautiful casing, with the rotor exposed to the air, and the base was hastily pieced together with various scrap metal plates. Yet in the eyes of the 4 players at that moment, it was sexier than the most elite supercars on Blue Star.
Hardware assembly barely meets the standard.
Takeout not allowed patted off the rust and dust on his hands, giving an objective evaluation of the generator.
Damn it.
In our eagerness to build the generator, we forgot that we have no fuel. I Don't Eat Beef slapped his thigh, scratching his head in frustration. Scrap Recycling also had a pained expression. Are we going to take turns cranking the generator by hand?
That's way too inefficient. Just as the infrastructure team was at a loss, wondering where to get fuel.
Outside the outpost, a sudden commotion of curses could be heard.
Make way. Make way. I'm exhausted.
There stood exploration team's furious grandma, dragging a makeshift cart, panting heavily as she crossed the energy shield. Behind the rampaging old lady, the trailer was piled high with various scraps of metal. At the very top, 2 balls were tightly bound with the leaves of some enormous mutated plant. Worried about the generator running out of fuel, the 4 members of I Don't Eat Beef hurried over. Old lady, didn't you go with old Chu to explore the starship?
Why did you come back alone?
I told you, don't call me old lady, call me Brother Kwang.
Understood, old lady. Okay, old lady.
The rampaging old lady rolled her eyes and sat down heavily, wiping away sweat.
Don't mention it. That Chu Ba Pai.
We dug up a lot of stuff in the sand piles around the starship, but Chu Ba Pai was worried that he couldn't carry it all back later, so he forced me to draw lots and let me bring this batch of junk back. So what are these 2 leaf-wrapped things? Takeout not allowed curiously poked at the 2 bulging balls, which made a squelching sound from within.
Oh, this.
The rampaging old lady caught her breath. After circling around the starship ruins, we found a large area of semi-solid black gelatinous substance near the rear engine nozzle. That stuff smelled bad. Chu Ba Pai tried it, and wow, it ignited immediately. The system said it's a special high-purity fuel for starships, so I conveniently wrapped up 2 big bags to bring back to see if you can use it. Upon hearing this, the 4 members of infrastructure team widened their eyes, staring intently at the 2 green balls.
Ignited immediately.
I Don't Eat Beef excitedly grabbed the rampaging old lady's shoulders and shook her wildly.
This is simply timely help.
Old lady, you've done a great service. Without hesitation, I Don't Eat Beef carefully took down the 2 green balls.
Quick.
Use metal plates to make a simple oil tank. Connect the pipes to the combustion chamber.
Scrap Recycling igniter ready.
Under the bewildered gaze of the rampaging old lady, the infrastructure brothers poured the black gelatinous substance into the freshly welded simple oil tank. With a spark from the molecular welding gun, the fuel chamber instantly ignited with a blazing blue flame.
Clang. Clang.
The rough metal rotor began to turn laboriously, then gained speed.
Around the exposed copper coils, faint arcs of electricity flickered.
System announcement: congratulations to the player for successfully manufacturing a simple generator. Participants will receive experience and contribution rewards.
There's power. Haha, I've generated electricity.
"I don't eat beef," howled to the sky, almost bursting into tears. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away at the entrance of the starship wreckage.
Achoo.
Chu the player rubbed his nose, who was cursing me.
Brother Chu, when are we going in?
Behind Chu the player stood 4 players: female player Hamster Rebirth along with spiritual young man kindergarten strongest and neck pain specialist. At this moment the 5 of them stood at the fracture of the starship wreckage. Inside it was pitch black like a giant ancient beast with its mouth wide open waiting to devour its prey. A cold eerie wind blew from deep within the ship's body carrying an indescribable scent.
This is giving me goosebumps.
What are you afraid of?
If we die, well, revive.
We've got plenty of revival coins. Chu the player patted the tactical dagger at his waist. We don't have a flashlight, so we'll use that black glue as torches. The group smeared the black gelatinous substance on one end of some branches and 5 makeshift wasteland torches lit up, barely illuminating a 5-meter radius around them.
Remember the formation.
He'll lead the way in front, spiritual young man and neck pain specialist guard the sides, and Hamster will keep watch above while the heavy hitter covers the back.
Chu the player took a deep breath, his gaze becoming extremely focused. Let's enter the dungeon.
The 5 cautiously stepped into the interior of the starship wreckage. Due to the violent crash impact, the corridor's floor was severely twisted and deformed with broken pipes and dangling cables everywhere. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of their tactical boots creaking against the ground and their heavy breathing.
Brother Chu, look over there. Hamster Rebirth suddenly pointed at a corner of a fork in the road, her voice trembling.
Following the firelight, they saw a corpse in a dark gray uniform nailed to the metal wall by a steel beam. The corpse had completely weathered, its dark eye sockets staring fixedly in their direction. At the feet of the corpse a highly sci-fi silver rifle lay scattered, the barrel having been brutally snapped into several pieces. Chu the player stepped forward to examine the rifle closely, shaking his head in regret. Keep moving forward, be careful of those ventilation ducts. As they delved deeper, the passage became increasingly grotesque, with sounds occasionally echoing from above as if the entire ship could collapse at any moment. Just as they passed through a half-open thick pressure door and entered a straight metal corridor, beep, a faint electronic sound abruptly echoed from the depths of the silent corridor.
What sound is that?
Spiritual young man was taken aback, instinctively raising his torch and leaning forward.
Don't move. Retreat.
Chu the player felt a warning bell ringing in his mind, his hairs standing on end.
However, it was too late.
At the end of the corridor a metal alloy panel flipped down, revealing a somewhat weathered twin-barreled autocannon. The cannon sensor lit up with a crimson glow, directly locking onto the foremost spiritual young man.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
The azure kinetic projectiles tore through the darkness, moving so fast that one couldn't react. The foremost spiritual young man didn't even have time to scream. His upper body was instantly turned into mush by the terrifying kinetic force, and the lower half of his body collapsed heavily into a pool of blood.
Holy crap.
The remaining 4 were frightened out of their wits, scrambling to hide in the blind spots on either side of the pressure door.
Beep. Target lost. Entering sleep mode.
As the 4 took cover, the red indicator light on the autocannon flickered twice and ceased firing. Outside the pressure door the 4 players were gasping for air, each face marked with terror. Just moments ago crimson blood had even splattered onto Hamster Rebirth's face. Fortunately, the game thoughtfully applied different mosaics according to each player's psychological tolerance, otherwise players of Starfire would surely go collectively insane, all suffering from UUU syndrome. What the hell kind of damage is this?
Instant kill. Is it physically overwhelming?
Kindergarten strongest wiped the cold sweat from his face. There really are starship closed defense cannons.
Such high-tech weapons can't be matched by the scrap metal we have. So what do we do?
Take a detour. Brother Chu, this corridor is the only passage to the bridge, there's no way to go around. Neck pain specialist peeked out half his head to take a look. Chu the player gritted his teeth and calmly analyzed. Such dungeons are certainly not designed with a mechanic that guarantees death.
Brother Chu, do you mean exhaust its ammunition? Hamster Rebirth's eyes lit up. Exactly.
Chu the player chuckled coldly, and the 2 male teammates immediately understood, beginning to craft decoys.
Listen to my command, I'll count to 3 and we throw into the corridor together. After throwing, pull back. 1, 2, 3. Throw.
Swish. 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 Several bags of garbage drew parabolic arcs in midair, landing precisely in the middle of the corridor, with one even rolling continuously on the ground. The red indicator light of the autocannon flared up instantly.
Bang. 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 Bang.
The dense gunfire echoed in the enclosed corridor, jarring the eardrums of the 4 people hiding behind the wall.
The autocannon's fire control system was extremely precise. Every bullet struck the garbage bags fiercely.
If a person had gone in, they would likely have suffered heavy metal poisoning again.
Keep throwing. I don't believe it has unlimited ammo. The players transformed into relentless trebuchets using whatever was at hand, throwing everything they could. After a full 5 minutes of relentless bombardment. Click. Click. At the end of the corridor the autocannon's barrel was glowing red hot and the sound it made became the empty chamber's clatter. No bullets. Ha ha ha. Chu Dewan gyroed with laughter, being the first to dash out from behind the cover. What starship defense system? It's not like we tricked it out of all its ammo. What's this called? This is the 36 stratagems. He swaggered deeper into the corridor, ready to see if there was any good loot. However, he had barely taken 3 steps. Crack! Another panel popped open in the ceiling and a brand new drum magazine was pushed into the autocannon's feed slot by a mechanical arm. The originally extinguished indicator light suddenly lit up and the infrared laser locked onto Chu Dewanjia standing in the middle of the corridor. What the hell? You can even reload. Bang. 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 Kinetic rounds poured out like a torrential storm. Damn planner, no martial ethics. Chu Dewanjia only had time to let out a piercing wail, and in an instant his entire body was torn to shreds. Flesh-bone fragments and tattered tactical gear splattered like rain onto the cold metal walls of the corridor. The world fell silent once more. At the end of the corridor the autocannon had re-entered its dormant state, its barrel still emitting wisps of white smoke as if mocking these clever blue star monkeys. The 3 behind it, Song Shu Zhuanshi Yuji Yuanzuichang and Zhuanji Jingjue Bing, silently withdrew their feet. Chu. Brother Chu wasted. Song Shu Zhuanshi looked at the puddle of mosaic on the ground that belonged to the captain and wiped a smear of blood from his face. It even knows tactical fake death to lure people out. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? We haven't even left the novice village and they throw this heavy firepower autocannon at us. Yuji Yuanzue Qiang pulled at his hair, his face full of despair. The 3 players looked at each other somewhat at a loss. Wait everyone, don't panic. Calm down. Zhuanji Jingjue Bing took a deep breath of the blood-tainted air, forcing himself to calm down. As a veteran sci-fi single-player game enthusiast he keenly sensed the key to breaking the deadlock. Think about it, this autocannon is obviously still executing its security protocol. As long as it's a security protocol there must be an IFF identification friend or foe system. You mean? Song Shu Zhuanshi's eyes lit up again. Right. A pass. Or an ID card. As long as we can find something with Starship crew identity authentication like a key card, a recorder, or a uniform with a chip and authenticated in front of it, we can definitely get through. Yuji Yuanzue Qiang also got excited, but then he frowned. But in this broken ship it's pitch black. Where can we find a crew member? Wasn't there a mummy wearing a crew uniform nailed to the wall in the corner just now? Song Shu Zhuanshi said weakly. As soon as the words were spoken the 3 of them looked in the direction they had come from with extreme tacit understanding. Right. That guy must have an ID card or something on him. Zhuanji Jingjue Bing volunteered and stood up. You guys keep an eye on the autocannon, you'll go check the body. Today the first clear of this dungeon is ours. With that he raised a simple torch and turned to walk into the darkness from which they had come. The starship's interior passages remained deathly silent, with only the faint sound of tactical boots crunching on metal debris. The firelight cast grotesque clawing shadows on the metal cabin walls combined with the chilly feeling in the passage, making Zhuanji Jingjue Bing feel a chill down his back. Damn, this game is great in every way, but it's a bit too realistic. He swallowed, suppressing his inner discomfort, and returned to the fork in the road. He clearly remembered that the mummy in the dark gray uniform was nailed to the left cabin wall with a steel rebar. It's just ahead. Bro, let me borrow your ID card, I'll burn some paper money for you another day. Zhuanji Jingjue Bing muttered to himself to boost his courage while extending the torch forward. The torchlight illuminated the left metal wall. However, the next second Zhuanji Jingjue Bing's pupils contracted sharply and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. On the wall the steel rebar was still deeply embedded in the metal cabin wall. But on the rebar, aside from a few torn strips of dark gray cloth, there was nothing. The mummy was gone. What the hell? This isn't right. Zhuanji Jingjue Bing was so scared he stepped back 2 paces, nearly dropping the torch. What the hell? Is this a sci-fi wasteland game or a supernatural horror game? The corpse grew legs and ran away. Just as Zhuanji Jingjue Bing was looking around with the torch ready to bolt and rejoin his teammates. Plop. A drop of dark green liquid suddenly fell from above, landing precisely on the surface of his tactical boot. The liquid seemed highly corrosive. With a sizzle it actually corroded a small hole in the synthetic leather. Zhuanji Jingjue Bing stiffly raised his head, slowly lifting the torch upward. On the ceiling above him a humanoid creature with its limbs folded backward at the joints was clinging there like a giant spider. It still wore the tattered dark gray uniform and its head was completely split open.
Several barbed tendrils extended from the split aiming directly at Zhuangji Jing Zhui Bing below.
Fucking doghead crab.
Under extreme terror Zhuangji Jing Zhui Bing burst out with astonishing potential. He swung the burning torch in his hand and thrust it fiercely at the monster on the ceiling.
SSSS.
The monster let out a shrill scream and suddenly pounced down from the ceiling, its sharp claws aiming at Zhuangji Jing Zhui Bing's face. The perspective shifts to Song Shu Zhuanshi's side. The two were bored and played rock paper scissors.
You lose again. Awesome. Awesome.
Just as Song Shu Zhuanshi had won 10 times in a row and was wondering why Zhuangji Jing Zhui Bing hadn't returned, a piercing howl came from the passage behind them. Accompanied by the almost ear-splitting scream of cervical spine specialist hamster reincarnation and kindergarten strongest who were playing rock paper scissors shuddered and leaped up from the ground.
Something's wrong.
Without a moment's hesitation the two dashed through the pitch-black passage. At this moment inside the passage cervical spine specialist was locked in a fierce battle. The fungal-infected creature mutated from the mummy moved with incredible speed, clinging to the ceiling like a gecko, its barbed tendrils wildly lashing at cervical spine specialist. A drop of corrosive dark green mucus splashed onto cervical spine specialist's shoulder, instantly burning through the tactical suit fibers, causing him to howl in pain.
Cervical spine. We're coming.
Kindergarten strongest roared, sliding sideways in a tackle, slashing a tactical dagger at one of the tendrils. The tendril was easily severed, but more tendrils surged in. The monster's tendril suddenly whipped around, entangling cervical spine specialist's calf and dragging him ruthlessly upward.
Save me. Damn, it's going to bite me.
Watching the ghastly maw approaching, cervical spine specialist closed his eyes in despair. At that critical moment hamster reincarnation raised the torch in his hand and hurled it fiercely at the monster. The torch struck true and the monster let out a piercing shriek, releasing cervical spine specialist's calf.
Run. Run. Pull aggro. Head to the autocannon corridor. The three turned and fled.
The monster like a furious spider bounced along the walls and ceiling of the passage, closing in on them.
5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter.
Here.
Hit the deck.
The three reached the autocannon corridor and threw themselves forward without hesitation, crashing heavily behind the corridor's pressure door.
The monster, unable to decelerate, charged straight into the one silent corridor.
Beep! At the end of the corridor the dormant autocannon sensors instantly filled with piercing red light.
Bang. 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 Kinetic projectiles wove an impenetrable web of death in the narrow corridor.
The monster didn't even have time to let out a full scream before being blasted into a shower of flying gore in midair. Any carbon-based life form was as fragile as paper in the face of pure firepower. The three players huddled behind the pressure door, listening to the deafening gunfire and the sound of flesh being torn, their mouths curling into wide grins.
The 36th stratagem, killing with a borrowed knife. The gunfire ceased. The autocannon that had done the deed blinked its sensors twice and slowly retracted into the ceiling, entering standby mode. The three players poked their heads out, gaping at the mess, and sucked in a breath. Holy crap, it's been turned into mincemeat. Not that big of a piece. Stop joking, find the ID card quickly. The three carefully stayed within the safe distance of the autocannon, using their tools to sift through the gruesome pile of gore. After an extremely nerve-wracking corpse search, hamster reincarnation used a twig to pick out a silver-gray metal card from a clump of charred mucus. The card, though scuffed with a few scorch marks from the autocannon's blast, remained largely intact with a faint shimmer across its surface. Item T-188 Cargo Starship Security Access Card. Description: an identity card made of special metal. The internal chip still shows faint energy readings. Found it. This is it. Hamster reincarnation waved the card excitedly. Ooh, a holographic card, high-end. Let's go confront that insidious autocannon. The three took a deep breath, searched around, and finally found the card reader on the wall. Identity verification. Code D774. Verification passed. Welcome, Technician Robert. The area ahead is the Central Cargo Core. Please be mindful of safety. The three took a deep breath, with cervical spine specialist leading the way step by step into the corridor. This time no hail of bullets greeted them. Phew, the three let out a long sigh, feeling their backs soaked with cold sweat. Kindergarten strongest excitedly patted the wall. Let's go. Go loot. The three swaggered through the autocannon corridor to the pressure door at the end. Again they swiped the card to open the door. The alloy gate before them slid open to both sides. The scene behind it made the three players hold their breath instantly. Under the dim emergency lights they saw a cargo hub the size of 2 basketball courts. Though everything was toppled and cables hung like spider webs from the ceiling due to the crash, compared to the pure wasteland outside, this place was a treasure trove. We're rich. We're rich.
Kindergarten strongest charged in like an unleashed wild dog heading straight for the storage lockers.
Opening the boxes. Opening the boxes. The three went to town on the rusted lockers.
Obtained dehydrated high-energy nutrient pill expired inedible obtained XX emergency medicine pill expired use with caution obtained XXX beauty magazine well preserved. As one by one the lockers and ally boxes were violently pried open all sorts of odds and ends were stuffed into their pockets. Meanwhile hamster reincarnation discovered an intact silver briefcase under a collapsed security console. She swiped the access card to open it.
PSSH, cold air burst out.
Inside the case lay a cylindrical energy battery emitting a faint blue glow and a black quantum storage device with a data interface.
Item Starship Backup Micro-Reaction Battery Remaining Power 11 Description High-Level Energy Core.
Item Damaged Starship Core Database Module Description may contain the truth behind this starship's crash.
High-value item please hand over to the administrator. Holy crap.
Hamster reincarnation stared at the system prompt eyes wide.
Come look. I got reds. 2 reds from 1 box.
The other 2 quickly gathered around staring at the battery and quantum storage swallowing audibly.
If we bring this back, Brother Chu will be so jealous he'll delete his account.
Cervical spine specialist chuckled.
What are we waiting for? Move it. Take everything.
Even the metal floor, if we can pry it up we take it.
At the same time. UX-829 Planet Forward Outpost.
The recombination printer hummed softly and 2 newly cultivated cloned bodies tumbled out of the growth pod.
Damn. What the hell was that autocannon doing there?
Chu Big Player cursed as he got up off the ground next to Spirit Guy who looked equally dead inside. Just as he was about to go to the forum to complain about the entrapment autocannon a person stumbled frantically into the outpost's shield. Let's go hurry up and get some supplies then well.
Damn. Who beat you up like this?
As Chu Dewanja was speaking he saw a figure tumble and fall inside the energy shield of the outpost.
That was Yi-Ao Naiwahi of the hunting squad.
His tactical suit had several large tears and his left shoulder was a bloody mess with blood staining half his body. As soon as he stepped inside the shield he collapsed onto the metal floor spitting out mouthfuls of bloody foam.
Brother Chu. Hurry. Call for backup. Yi-Ao Naiwahi tightly grasped Chu Dewanjia's pant leg, his face filled with pain. We triggered a hidden event. There's a humanoid monster. Time rewinds to shortly after the hunting squad had set out.
Because of the players' insane violent land clearing over the past 2 days the mutated creatures around the outpost had almost disappeared. To avoid returning empty-handed Yi Xiao Zhanshan Quangbiao and Yi-Ao Naiwahi trudged eastward for nearly 4 kilometers against the wasteland's fierce winds. The terrain to the east became increasingly rugged with weathered rock pillars and dry deep gullies everywhere.
This crappy place doesn't even have a single mutated rat. Are we too far off?
Yi-Ao Naiwahi used his tactical axe to push aside a clump of withered mutated bushes unable to help complaining.
Shoo!
Zhanshan Quangbia who was in the lead suddenly lowered his voice and pointed to a shadowy side of a rock formation ahead.
Ahead. It looks like something is lying there.
The 3 immediately entered combat mode and cautiously crept over. However when they saw what was lying on the ground they were all stunned. It was not a mutated beast but a person. To be precise it was a native of planet UX-829, humanoid in form but clearly distinct from Earthlings. She looked about 13 or 14 years old wearing ragged coarse clothes with slightly dark skin and a foul odor emanating from her body.
Most striking were the faint blue glowing circuits visible on the edges of her neck and cheeks and her ears, longer, sharper and even furry unlike normal humans. Damn, a beast-eared girl. This model. Devs, I kowtow to you. Zhanshan Quangbio's eyes went wide. Stop being crazy, she seems kind of dead.
Yi Xiao calmly stepped forward and examined the girl's condition.
Target neutral NPC Naya. Description: Rangier people, a native intelligent humanoid of planet UX-829, a survivor after the war, currently in a severely injured state. The girl had a deep laceration on her leg already severely infected and blackened. She was in a deep coma with weak breathing. Quick! Get our backup portable medical spray.
Yi-Ao Naiwahi quickly took a can of spray from his backpack and sprayed it on the girl's wound. The spray took effect immediately with blue foam quickly enveloping the wound, clearing some infection and starting to stop the bleeding. A few minutes later the girl's long lashes trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the 3 men in dark tactical suits surrounding her the girl's pupils instantly contracted. She frantically recoiled like a frightened wildcat, pressing her back tightly against the rock, letting out a terrified scream. Ding! Just as the 3 were unable to understand what the girl was shouting a system prompt sounded in their ears simultaneously.
Detected native language of planet UX-829. Connecting real-time translation module. Don't eat me. Raider Lord. Don't eat me. The girl's tearful plea clearly echoed in the minds of the three raiders.
The three men exchanged glances, seeing sparks of excitement in each other's eyes. Little sister, don't be afraid, we're not bad people.
Jianshin Quangbiao deliberately softened his voice. Unable to stand it anymore, Yi Ao Naiwahi directly elbowed Jianshin Quangbiao. Is that how you comfort someone? Watch me.
Yi Ao Naiwahi excitedly rubbed his hands together, trying to make his expression look kind, though his smile was uglier than crying. You little wild cat girl, no fear.
No tears. We are pioneers of Spark Outpost, very good people.
The girl looked at the men with their extremely lecherous smiles, trembling in fear, tears welling in her eyes.
Clearly the girl didn't want to listen. Just as the players were scratching their heads at a loss on how to soothe this hard-to-find wild NPC, bang! A dull gunshot suddenly exploded from behind a distant sand dune.
A rough bullet with a piercing whistle slammed into the rock beside Yishao's foot, and shattered stone chips instantly cut Yishao's cheek.
Enemy attack. Take cover.
Yishao's pupils contracted and he pressed the girl down behind the rock while pulling out the high-carbon steel tactical axe from his waist. Looking in the direction of the gunshot, a dozen extremely fierce figures appeared in the distant yellow sand. These people were burly, their skin covered with radiation tumors of various sizes and ferocious tattoos.
Most deadly, the 4 or 5 in the lead were carrying wild-looking homemade firearms. Target Raider LV. 7 LV.
10 Description: a cancer of the wasteland, living by looting, enslaving and eating other survivors, extremely aggressive.
Found her. That little bitch is over there. Who? Got some nerve. Grab her. The boss said we can get a few pieces of meat later. Well, take care of you sooner or later. You've got guts.
The raiders let out beastly howls, waving their motley assortment of weapons as they charged.
Shit. They have guns. And outnumber us. Fight or not. Brother Xiao. My tactical axe is already itching. Fight my ass. Use your brain.
Yi Xiao grabbed his teammate who was about to charge, his mind racing.
The enemy not only outnumbered them but also had various weapons, especially those homemade firearms.
Although less powerful and accurate than modern firearms, these purely physical kinetic weapons were still lethal to novice players. If hit, it would surely blow you to pieces. It doesn't matter if we die, but if this NPC is killed by a stray bullet or captured by them, our hidden quest will definitely fail instantly. Hearing this, Jianshin Quangbiao and Yi Ao Naiwahi instantly calmed down.
Anyone could see that this was a classic escort NPC mission.
In any game, the most annoying thing is NPC death causing mission failure.
What do? Run. We must run. We also need to split up.
Yi Xiao glanced at the terrain and quickly made a plan.
Xiao Ao, you travel like you're the fastest.
You run west immediately, straight back to the outpost to call for backup. They'll take Quangbiao and the girl to the South Rocky Valley where the terrain is complex and we can use cover to buy time.
Understood. Leave it to me. Run.
With Yi Xiao's command, they immediately dashed out from behind the rock. Yi Ao Naiwahi had barely run a few steps when a stray bullet grazed his shoulder. But he gritted his teeth, didn't even look back, and sprinted toward the outpost. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao hoisted the native girl named Naya onto his shoulder and together with Jianshin Quangbiao plunged into the southern Rocky Valley.
Where are you little brats hiding? I'll drag you out. Chase them. Don't let them escape. The raiders split 3 to chase Yi Ao Naiwahi while the main force followed Yi Xiao into the Rocky Valley. While lying on the ground, Naiwaha struggled to speak through the blood spittle. That's about it. There were guns, a dozen humanoid monsters. Upon hearing his description, the entire outpost fell silent for 2 seconds.
Standing at the control room door, Su Xing had already witnessed everything happening kilometers away through the player's shared vision.
Ding!
Just as Juda Wanjia was still jumping around, a task notification popped up before all players, including the 3 players who were frantically looting inside the starship. Emergency faction mission activated, Fangs of the Spark.
Task description: a group of wasteland thugs is pursuing a neutral NPC and attempting to provoke the dignity of the Spark outpost. Mission objective: rescue and protect the NPC, Naya. Mission reward: all participating players will receive substantial experience and contribution points. Moreover, upon completing the mission, the faction system and faction reputation will be unlocked. Kill. Anyone who dares to touch our NPC must die today.
The mentally spirited youth had just respawned and was filled with a rage that needed an outlet.
Damn. That was a gun, brothers.
Juda Wanjia drew a tactical dagger like a fervent pyramid scheme leader.
The atmosphere inside the primary outpost had reached a boiling point. Xiao Ao, you get into the healing pod first. The rest of us will prepare and set off immediately.
Chuda Wanjia hastily shoved the barely alive Ya Anaiwaha into the healing pod, then turned to the 4 members of the construction team who were grabbing their gear. With the recently respawned Chuda Wanjia and the mentally spirited youth, a total of 6 vibrant players had gathered at the base. As for the 3 players Xingshu Zhuanshi who were still looting inside the starship, they could not be relied upon for the time being. After Ya Anaiwaha entered the healing pod, a light blue holographic prompt appeared before him. Detected severe compound fractures in the left shoulder, multiple organ damage and a blood loss of 40. Estimated repair time 2 hours and 30 minutes. What the hell? 2.5 hours. Lying in the nutrient solution with only his head exposed, Ya Anaiwaha widened his eyes in shock. By the time I'm fixed, the yellow flower vegetables will be cold. You guys will have finished all the loot. After a moment of thought, he decisively pulled out his tactical dagger from the side of his thigh and slashed it across his carotid artery. Blood instantly stained the nutrient solution in the healing pod and Ya Anaiwaha disconnected. 5 minutes later, the recombination printer spat out a brand new clone. Ya Anaiwaha revived, fully rolling and jumping out of the pod. Full health and status. Let's go. I want revenge. Nyo Bwai. You are a tough guy. Chuda Wanjia, still organizing his gear, gave a thumbs up. A 7 will act as the support team. Let's set off. The 7 players clad in matching dark tactical gear charged out of the outpost's shield with a fierce determination. Not far from the outpost, less than 300 meters away, they collided head-on with 3 raiders who were tracking along the blood trail. That kid runs so damn fast, bleeding like that, and still manages to get so far. What's that blue glowing dome in front? An ancient relic from the old world. Before he could finish speaking, they saw 7 figures in black looming above on the dune, staring intently at. The air at that moment fell into an eerie silence. What the hell? That's a gun. It really is a gun. Chuda Wanjia pointed at the makeshift firearm in the lead raider's hand, letting out an excited battle cry. Kill A. No tactical arrangements were necessary. The 7 players pounced down the dune like hungry tigers. That frenzied momentum left the 3 raiders who had long been living on the edge stunned. What? Who are these people? Open fire. Open fire. The lead raider, panicking, raised the makeshift firearm in his hands and pulled the trigger at the mentally spirited youth charging in the front. Bang. The crude metal projectile pierced through the shoulder of the mentally spirited youth, the immense force knocking him to the ground. Ah. I've been shot. It hurts. The mentally spirited youth rolled on the ground in pain, but the next moment he miraculously got back up, laughing hysterically. I've also been shot before. Seeing this scene, the 3 raiders felt a chill run from their feet to the top of their heads, shot and still able to get up, laughing and charging. What the hell is this, a human or a monster? Just as the raiders were frantically reloading their ammunition, the players had already rushed up to them. Still want to change ammo? Eat my big luck meteor hammer. My Bu Shu Jin smashed his hammer into the face of the lead raider, breaking his nasal bone and causing him to scream and fall. Dare to hit my brother. Take my disabling kick. Wabuchi Nyoro slid in with a steel pipe, brutally jabbing it into another raider's knee pit. Let me have a go. These 3 bastards chased after me all the way. Fully revived, Ya Anaiwaha swung his tactical axe and lunged at the last raider, engaging in a fierce struggle. These 3 raiders didn't last even half a minute before being overwhelmed by the players' punches and kicks. Don't smash it up. The gun. Don't break the gun. Chuda Wanjia squeezed through the crowd and snatched the makeshift firearm, caressing the rough barrel like a lover. Item acquired: Wasteland makeshift single-shot firearm. Inferior description: a wasteland creation prone to exploding but with decent firepower. Comes with X3 gunpowder rounds. Ha ha ha. We've finally entered the era of firearms. Chuda Wanjia laughed maniacally. Stop dawdling. Ya Anaiwaha wiped the blood from his face and pointed southeast. Xiaoga and the others are being chased by more than a dozen people in the ruined stone valley. If we're late, we won't even get a drop of soup. Go. Let's support old Xiao. The 7-member team, having tasted victory, was in high spirits and after quickly tending to their wounds surged towards the direction of ruined stone valley. As for Xingshu Zhuanshi and the others, they were still on their way back to the primary outpost. Meanwhile, inside ruined stone valley to the southeast, the terrain was rugged with massive weathered rocks forming a maze-like complexity. Yashio and Jianshan Quangbia were taking turns carrying the injured NPC Naya, struggling through the rubble. Just 50 meters behind them, a dozen raiders were relentlessly pursuing like a dogged Come on, let's face off. I'll get you once I find you. You're dead, I swear. Bang. Bang. Bullets occasionally zipped past the rocks beside them. Let me down. Naya, being carried on a shoulder, looked back at the increasingly close pursuers, crying in despair. They're after me, just put me down and run for yourselves. As an indigenous person she understood the harsh realities of the wasteland too well. Here for a piece of moldy bread even blood brothers can turn against each other. For these two strangers who met by chance being able to carry her this far was already a miracle.
Let you down. Dream on. Zhanshan Quang Biao gritted his teeth and spat fiercely.
Even if I die and respawn at the outpost today I will never give up on the mission progress.
Nia was stunned. She didn't understand what the players meant by outpost and mission progress.
But she could understand that this man had refused to abandon her.
Brother Shao, it's no good. They're about to flank us. Yeah, if we keep this up none of us will escape.
Zhanshan Quang Biao set Nia down and the two players exchanged a remarkably tacit understanding glance in this desperate situation.
Without any verbal communication relying solely on instinct they completed their tactical deployment within that single second.
Under Nia's utterly shocked gaze Zhanshan Quang Biao injected himself with the last dose of norepinephrine. Then he ripped off his shirt bearing his chest and tightly bound the high-carbon steel tactical axe to his hand.
You. What are you going to do? Nia's mouth hung open in shock, her pupils trembling violently.
He's going to his death.
Yi Xiao said calmly. As for Zhanshan Quang Biao he did not answer Nia's question but let out a battle cry.
You bastards! Your grandpa is right here. Alone he charged forward against the dozen raiders and their dark gun muzzles launching a determined reverse charge.
Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted instantly and two blossoms of blood burst from Zhanshan Quang Biao's body.
But he did not fall. The norepinephrine granted him boundless strength. Roar replaced reason, charge replaced thought.
Zhanshan Quang Biao enduring the bullets charged into the raiders' formation. The tactical axe slashed fiercely into a raider's shoulder, blood spurting. Damn! This guy is a madman.
The raiders, completely baffled by this suicidal rearguard action, fell into chaos, their original encirclement instantly disrupted. Meanwhile Nia, watching from behind, experienced an unprecedented shock to her worldview.
In the wasteland how could anyone willingly die for another person? Go!
Yi Xiao hoisted the stunned Nia onto his shoulder and slipped into a crevice among the rocks. As for Zhanshan Quang Biao, who was covering the rear after cutting down two opponents, he was overwhelmed by sheer numbers and fell ingloriously into a pool of blood. Before he died he still clung tightly to a raider's leg, a bizarrely eerie smile spreading across his face.
He. This wave. Not a loss. Thud.
A serrated long blade was viciously pulled from Zhanshan Quang Biao's chest, drawing a string of blood droplets. The raider's small leader licked the bloodstained blade, looked at the unrecognizable corpse at his feet, and a flicker of fear flashed deep in his eyes.
What the hell kind of monster is this?
His guts are spilling out and he can still hold on to Lao Liu's leg and laugh so creepily. The raiders around him exchanged bewildered glances. Just now they had over a dozen people attacking this one man, yet he showed not a trace of fear. Instead, like a wild beast, he hurled himself at their blades and bullets, trading his life for two of their brothers.
Seriously, in this wasteland era could there still be such a man of passion?
That maddened look sent a chill down the spines of these hardened bandits who had killed and plundered for years.
Boss. This guy's eyes won't even close after death. A newly recruited raider's voice trembled.
Afraid of nothing.
He's dead as a doornail. The small leader kicked Zhanshan Quang Biao's corpse aside and pointed viciously into the depths of the rocky valley ahead.
Leave two men to dispose of the corpse.
The rest of you chase after them. That guy is carrying a burden he won't get far.
Deep in the rocky valley Yi Xiao was carrying Nia, struggling through the intricate rock crevices.
You should put me down.
Nia, lying on Yi Xiao's back, was in tears, her voice filled with pain and confusion.
Your companion. He died to save us. Why? You don't even know my name.
In the cruel law of the wasteland, kindness is the deadliest poison. It harms both oneself and others.
She couldn't understand why anyone would willingly die for a stranger.
Under the system's real-time translation module, Nia's words reached Yi Xiao's ears clearly.
Die. And no big deal.
Yi Xiao replied nonchalantly while panting heavily. That's called tactical rearguard. In a moment after he finishes his respawn timer at the fountain, he'll be back alive and kicking to blow these bastards up.
Nia still couldn't understand the players' gaming jargon.
Yi Xiao, clenching his teeth, quickened his pace again. However, fate was not on their side.
20 minutes later Yi Xiao's footsteps suddenly halted.
Ahead of them the collapse of two massive weathered rocks had formed a dead-end wall over 10 meters high. Behind them the sound of chaotic footsteps and crude curses grew closer.
Fuck, lost your way. Can't run anymore, huh? Run. Why aren't you running now, damn it? It's over, give up. He.
Armed raiders closed in with sinister grins, completely cutting off their escape. The small leader raised his crude homemade gun, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Yi Xiao's head. Kid, your companion has been chopped to pieces by us. Now hand over that girl and he'll be merciful and leave you a whole corpse. No way forward, pursuers behind. Yi Xiao shielded Nia behind him, gripping the tactical axe tightly with both hands. Nia leaned despairingly against the cold rock wall, looking at the raiders with their blood-dripping machetes, tears streaming down uncontrollably.
I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, your companion wouldn't have died and you wouldn't be trapped here.
Nia's voice trembled, and before them was a certain death situation. Yi Xiao looked up at the towering dead and let out a long helpless sigh. He muttered something under his breath, then turned to see Nia shivering and pointed to a recessed corner in the rock beside them.
Hey, go crouch in that corner and cover your head. WH. What? Nia was stunned.
Yi Xiao, annoyed, wiped the blood and grime from his face, led Nia to the recess and settled her down.
Stay hidden so you don't get hit by stray bullets. This is the first escort mission on the server.
If you die, you'll have wasted half a day for nothing. Nia was at a loss, but under Yi Xiao's unwavering gaze she obediently shrank into that dead corner.
Hey kid, done with your last words?
The raider's small leader shook his gun and sneered.
If you're done, then hand over the girl obediently. Hand over your ass.
Yi Xiao, after tightly binding the tactical axe to his hand, let out a furious roar and charged at the dozen raiders.
Fire. Kill him. The small leader was taken aback.
The crude firearms lacked accuracy, and combined with Yi Xiao's top-tier gamer reflexes, he managed to dodge the two shots.
Die.
Yi Xiao charged into the crowd, the tactical axe sweeping a half-moon arc in the air.
Thud.
The arm of the foremost raider was severed clean off and he fell to the ground howling in agony. Then, like a tiger descending the mountain, Yi Xiao kicked the second raider over and with a backhand drove the axe deep into the skull of the third raider.
Blood-sprayed limbs flew.
Relying on pure combat instinct, he tore a bloody path through the crowd, killing two in rapid succession.
But individual strength against overwhelming numbers and firearms ultimately had its limits.
After sustaining several knife wounds and a gunshot to the knee, Yi Xiao fell to one knee, blood gushing from his mouth.
He raised his head with difficulty, his eyes fixed on the horizon, and with the last shred of strength in his body let out a furious roar. Old Chu. If you guys don't show up now, the mission is going to fail. As his words faded, a serrated long blade pierced through Yi Xiao's chest, precisely penetrating his heart, the tip protruding from his back. What the hell are you jabbering about, you little brat? The underling leader's eyes turned icy as he yanked out the blade.
Yi Xiao, losing support, collapsed heavily into a pool of blood, motionless.
Chop him up. Avenge old Six and the others.
The underling leader commanded. The remaining raiders swarmed like mad dogs, brandishing their weapons, and before Nia's eyes hacked Yi Xiao's corpse into a gruesome mess of minced meat.
Ah!
Nia, hiding in a corner, covered her mouth, too terrified to make a sound. The two who had come to save her were both mutilated beyond recognition.
Huff!
The underling leader breathed heavily, raised the blood-dripping blade and licked the blood off its edge. Then he turned, his eyes filled with brutality fixed on Nia cowering in the corner.
Now it's your turn.
The underling leader grinned, stepping closer to Nia. Nia closed her eyes in despair.
Just at that critical moment, a gunshot rang out without warning from behind the raiders.
A raider beside the leader cried out, blood blossoming from his chest, and collapsed into a pool of blood.
Ambush! Behind us!
The raiders turned in panic. Behind them stood 7 men in dark tactical uniforms, like demons descending from heaven, like gods of calamity on earth.
The one who fired was Chu Jia.
He cursed while shaking his numb arm, ranting wildly.
Damn! This crappy gun has insane recoil, almost dislocated my shoulder.
And the bullet trajectory is garbage. I aimed at the leader, acting all high and mighty, but hit the mob beside him. Nia, who had resigned to death, opened her eyes wide, staring at the 7 majestic figures descending like gods, her worldview shattered once again.
Reinforcements! The reinforcements the dying man had called for had truly arrived. Yet the 7 gods were not paying attention to Nia at all. Holy shit! 3 more flintlocks. For experience. For contribution. The players who had just seemed majestic now drooled with greed. They ignored any tactical formation and launched a direct assault. Move. Move. That gun-wielding leader is mine. I want to fight. Yi Ao Naiwei, who had just died, once hefted his tactical axe, locking eyes on the underling leader. The raiders were utterly bewildered. They had ruled the wasteland for years and people always fled at the sight of them. This was the first time they encountered people who not only weren't afraid but rushed at them, drooling like they'd seen a naked woman. No, maybe the 3rd time. Shoot! Shoot these lunatics! The underling leader shouted in terror. Bang! 2 gunshots. Wabuchi Ro charging ahead was hit in the abdomen, blood instantly soaking his tactical suit. Brother Nyo, watch out! His teammates yelled.
Wabuchi Ro glanced at the bloody hole in his belly, then grinned, showing his white teeth. Before the fight, the players had taken norepinephrine from the supply shop. With the drug, pain was reduced by 80% plus the game's inherent pain reduction. It felt like nothing. As long as the wound wasn't fatal, the players wouldn't stop. A brutal melee erupted in an instant. The players were truly a pack of lunatics. You slash me. Fine, I'll take the hit. Grab your blade with my hand and swing my axe into your neck. Using this reckless, death-defying tactic, they shattered the raiders' morale. Demons. They're fearless demons. A raider watched as Su Xing, with a machete stuck in his chest, still swung his homemade flail, laughing maniacally, dropped his weapon in terror and tried to flee. Run. Where the hell do you think you're going? Stay here. Chuda Wanja pounced like a hungry tiger, tackling the man to the ground, his tactical knife going in white and coming out red. In just 3 minutes, the once arrogant raiders all turned into fresh batches of experience and contribution points. The air was thick with the stench of blood. The players who had just been berserkers seamlessly switched to professional scavengers in the next second. Holy shit. This gun is mine. Nobody touch it. Screw that. I got the last hit on that mob, so this armor is mine. No arguing. Strip them all. Don't even leave their worn-out shoes. Every grain counts. The players, arguing fiercely over the loot, expertly stripped the raiders down to their underwear. The NPC Nia in the corner stared at the utterly surreal scene, her mind completely blank. Just moments ago these people had descended like gods, charging at the raiders selflessly to save her. Their heroic, fearless posture embodied everything a hero should be. But now, watching these heroes bleeding from every orifice yet squabbling over loot, Nia suddenly felt they were more like raiders than the raiders themselves. Ahem. After finishing the looting, Chuda Wanja finally remembered the mission's target. He tried to make his expression as kind as possible, leaning his blood-smeared face close to Nia. Oh, so this is the mission NPC. The model. The dynamic expressions. Absolutely stunning. Chuda Wanja examined Nia like a rare animal. Little girl, don't be afraid. The bad guys are all dead. Well, take you back to the outpost to turn in the mission. I mean, take you home. Nia was still a bit scared, but these people, despite their odd behavior, had indeed saved her life. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Nia. If you don't mind, let me follow you. I can do anything, just give me a sip of water. He. Stick with us and we'll treat you to the good life. Yi Ao Naiwa, he patted his chest in assurance. Let's go. Head back. Chuda Wanjia waved his hand in satisfaction. This haul is a jackpot. Not only did we get several guns, but we're also bringing back a live NPC. After treating their wounds, the group set off in a grand procession, carrying bags of loot stripped from the raiders and the nervous NPC Nia heading back to the primary outpost. They didn't notice that in a hidden corner behind them, the two raiders left to dispose of the bodies were watching in terror. Inside the outpost, Su Xing, standing before the holographic screen in the control room, had witnessed everything. Finally made contact with the surviving embers of the native civilization. Excellent. Then the first faction expansion for Spark can be put on the agenda. Star calendar 11451, May 4th, planet UX 829-230 p.m. On the desolate wasteland, a team was trudging laboriously toward the direction of the primary outpost. Almost all of them were wounded. Some had blood-stained rags wrapped around their arms, others limped on one leg, supporting each other as they hobbled forward. Yet strangely, these heavily injured people emitted not a single moan of pain along the way. Instead, they were heatedly arguing over the stolen makeshift firearms and armor, occasionally bursting into maniacal barbell-like laughter. Nia, walking in the middle of the team, was like a little white rabbit that had infiltrated a pack of wolves, her eyes full of confusion and restraint. Along the way, she couldn't help but frequently look back toward the direction they had come from, the place players called Boulder Valley. Hey little sister, what are you looking at? You keep glancing back. Did you drop something valuable? No, something important. Tell big bro we'll run back and get it for you. Yi Ao Naiwei limped over, clutching a stolen cleaver as if it were a treasure. Watching this thug who had been hacking like a mad dog on the battlefield, Nia shrank her neck and shook her head. She hesitated for a long time, biting her lip tightly, then finally gathered her courage and spoke in a small voice. Little brother Ao. Those two fallen warriors. Why didn't you collect their remains? On the wasteland, though death was the norm, if a comrade's body was not buried or cremated, it would soon be devoured by mutated scavenger rats or other monsters, leaving not even bone fragments. Moreover, Yi Shao had been hacked into a bloody pulp. At the thought of those two brave warriors lying exposed in the wilderness, Naya's eyes reddened again, her heart filled with deep guilt and self-blame.
Ha! Collect bodies. Yi Ao Naiwa, he who had already melted at the word brother, was taken aback. Collect corpses. Collect my ass.
In this game, when a character dies, their body gradually decomposes if not placed in a cultivation pod for repair within a certain time, the system's underlying data recycling mechanism. Besides, those two idiots are probably already finished respawning at the fountain.
What corpse collection?
But seeing the NPC's tearful, sorrowful eyes, the drama queen spirit within Yi Ao Naiwa, he instantly ignited. He suddenly dropped his playful grin and let out an extremely profound sigh. He lifted his head, tilting it 45 degrees to gaze at the dark red radiation clouds over the wasteland, his eyes revealing a mixture of 3 parts desolation and 7 parts world-weary wisdom.
Naya, you don't understand. Yi Ao Naiwa, he said slowly in a low, domineering CEO's bubbly voice, we are pioneers born of this wasteland, and to this wasteland we shall return. For Brother Shao and Quang Biao dying on the battlefield is their greatest glory.
As they say, green hills are everywhere to bury loyal bones, why wrap the corpse in horsehide to bring it home? That boulder valley where they shed their blood is their best resting place. Their souls will forever protect this land and protect weak survivors like you. This extremely pretentious speech to Naya's ears was filled with a sacred and tragic epic quality. Green hills are everywhere to bury loyal bones.
Naya murmured, repeating the words, tears streaming uncontrollably.
She felt as if something had struck her chest heavily, making it hard to breathe.
Is this what pioneers are? What a great selfless and tragic spirit.
Watching Naya silently praying to the air, Yi Ao Naiwa, he could barely hold back his laughter, his stomach nearly cramping. Just as he was about to continue his act, an elbow suddenly shot out from the side and struck him hard in the kidney.
Brother Chu, what are you doing? Ouch. Yi Ao Naiwa, he winced in pain. Stop showing off and tricking the NPC into crying.
Chu Wanjia glared at him, then turned to look at Naya, whose face was streaked with tears, and forced out a strange remark.
Don't listen to his nonsense. Little sister, don't cry. When we get home you'll understand. At 3:00 p.m. a building emitting a faint blue light loomed faintly ahead of the player team.
We're here.
Finally home.
Oh my god, 2 more steps and my character would be severely weakened. The moment the players saw the outpost, it was as if they had seen their own father erupting in relieved cheers. Naya followed behind them, gazing at the sci-fi building, completely different from any scavenger camp on the wasteland, especially the shield pulsing with energy halos, her eyes full of awe.
Administrator.
We're back with the mission complete.
Chu Wanjia shouted loudly even before entering the station.
Sang Shu Zhuanshi Yu Yuan Zui Chang and Zhuanji Jing Zhui Bing, who had been looting the starship wreckage, had already returned fully loaded. They were now gathered excitedly with the returning Quang Bao Lao Nai Nai in the open area of the outpost, examining the loot brought back from the starship.
Hearing the commotion, they immediately came over.
Yu Yuan Zui Chang stared at the makeshift firearms, almost drooling. Chu Wanjia waved his hand proudly and revealed Naya behind him.
Look, a faction quest NPC alive.
Everyone stared at Naya in unison, like they were looking at a giant panda, causing Naya to shrink back behind Chu Wanjia. However, when Naya peeked out half her head and her gaze passed over the crowd, her eyes suddenly froze.
Not far away stood 2 people. One was a sturdy man.
The other had eyes sharp as an eagle's. Both wore brand new dark tactical suits, currently leaning casually against a machine exchanging combat insights.
You.
Naya pointed at the 2, her legs giving way as she fell to the ground with a thud, her lips trembling so much she couldn't form a complete sentence.
These 2 not long ago in Boulder Valley.
One had a long blade pierced through his chest, gut spilling out. The other was hacked into a pile of minced meat. At this moment, Yi Xiao and Zhanshin Quang Biao also turned their heads.
Yo, old Chu, you guys finally escorted the quest NPC back. Yi Xiao strode over, chewing on a nutrition bar.
He saw Naya sitting on the ground, pale with fright, and naturally raised his hand to greet her.
Hey little sister, are you hurt?
My death was pretty gruesome just now, didn't scare you, did it?
Oh, old Chu. Zhanshin Quang Biao also came over. Where's my axe? Did you guys pick it up for me? This thing sells for 300 contribution points in the shop. Got it right here.
Chu Wanjia pulled out a tactical axe covered in notches and bloodstains and tossed it to Zhanshin Quang Biao. And seeing these 2 dead men not only alive and kicking but also greeting her, Naya's CPU completely fried.
GH. Ghost.
After a full 10 seconds of stunned silence, Naya let out a scream that echoed throughout the outpost, rolled her eyes back and fainted most cleanly.
Hey. Why did she faint?
Lord of Pride rushed over, intending to check her breath.
Take your wandering hands off. Hamster Reincarnation rolled her eyes and slapped Lord of Pride's hand away. While the players were chattering, Su Xing walked over slowly, looking down at Nia.
The auxiliary brain computer had already completed its data analysis of this native. After confirming there was no life-threatening danger, Su Xing withdrew his gaze and surveyed all the players present.
Pioneers, your bravery has exceeded my expectations.
Su Xing spoke calmly. You rescued the natives of this planet from the raiders and proclaimed the existence of the Spark outpost to this wasteland. As Su Xing's words fell, a settlement window popped up simultaneously before all players who had participated in the faction mission.
Mission settlement: the Fangs of Spark. Mission completion high. All participating players receive 600 experience points. Receive 400 contribution points. Receive 5 faction reputation. Based on mission contribution, you additionally receive.
The players whooped with excitement as they watched the skyrocketing experience bar and contribution points. The 4 players who hadn't participated in the faction mission, including Hamster Reincarnation, could only drool with envy.
But that wasn't the end.
Su Xing tapped lightly on his personal terminal again. World announcement: a substantive threat from hostile forces in the wasteland has been detected.
The Spark faction system is now officially activated. Currently unlocked: hostile faction Wasteland Raiders. Currently unlocked: neutral faction Fluffier Tribe. Outpost radar updated: a medium-sized raider camp, Crow's Nest Camp. Estimated hostile targets 80, detected approximately 12 kilometers from the outpost. 80 humanoid mobs. How many guns and armor sets will that drop? This game's pacing is insane. Right after a wilderness skirmish, we're launching a stronghold assault.
Watching his employees, who were as hyped as if they'd been injected with adrenaline, Su Xing nodded with satisfaction.
As soon as Su Xing left, the players' attention shifted immediately from the ethereal system announcement to the unconscious Nia. Quick! Let me check out this NPC's model.
Lord of Pride sidled up, crouching beside Nia and rubbing his hands like an old lecher who'd stumbled upon a rare treasure.
You damn lolicon, exposed yourself. Savage Granny sneered with contempt.
I don't eat beef also squeezed in, pushing up his non-existent glasses and beginning his analysis. According to traditional RPG tropes, an NPC we rescue like this will likely have follow-up quests. I wonder if we can give her gifts to raise affection. If we max out her affection, maybe we'll get a hint for a hidden class or top-tier gear.
War God Blitz chimed in with agreement.
Seeing a group of 8 grown men surrounding the unconscious Nia like a pack of starving wolves, their eyes gleaming with all sorts of extremely dangerous light. The only female player in the team, Hamster Reincarnation, finally couldn't take it anymore.
Shoo. All of you back off.
She shoved aside Chu, big player, who was blocking her way, and spread her arms like a protective mother hen, shielding Nia firmly behind her. A bunch of grown men gawking at a delicate young girl. Have you no shame? Hamster Reincarnation planted her hands on her hips, her brows furrowed in anger. She was already scared half to death by the raiders. Finally makes it home, and the first thing she sees is Xiao Gu and the others rising from the dead. No wonder she fainted. And now you're crowding around her, just waiting to scare her into another faint when she wakes up. The male players exchanged awkward glances.
Alright, Hamster's right. Let's not scare our new NPC. Chu, big player, coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Let's go. Time to split the loot.
At the mention of loot distribution, the men's attention instantly shifted and they scattered like a flock of birds. They scurried to an open space on the other side of the outpost, and over the ownership of a few broken knives and 4 crude guns once again launched into a heated, red-faced civilized debate. Unfortunately, the only weapon available for purchase at the supply depot was a multipurpose tactical axe. Calling it a weapon was generous, its main advantage was probably just chopping wood. Why didn't the store sell weapons?
Naturally, because Su Xing was reluctant to spend money. The outpost didn't have any industrial system yet, and every time the players used the crafting table, it consumed the outpost's energy.
And where did the outpost's energy come from?
Only from the company.
So every second of every minute the entire outpost was burning through Su Xing's liquidator quota, and every penny had to be carefully budgeted. In short, if the quota were sufficient, wouldn't it be better to just go all out with top-tier gear?
Sigh. Just wait. Those who wait will have everything. A few minutes later. Nia's long eyelashes fluttered and she slowly regained consciousness.
The moment she opened her eyes, the ghastly faces of Night Owl and War God Blitz flashed through her mind.
Ghost.
Nia tried to scream, but a pair of soft warm hands gently pressed down on her shoulders.
Don't be afraid, little sister. It's all right now. Take a deep breath.
Nia turned her head in terror and saw Hamster Reincarnation's clean, delicate face. In this radiation-riddled, mutant-infested wasteland, she had never seen a woman with such fair skin and such a gentle smile.
You're a pioneer too? Nia asked timidly, her voice still trembling. Yes, I'm called Hamster. You can call me Big Sister.
Hamster reincarnation with her characteristic familiarity rubbed Nia's slightly pointed ears, marveling internally at their pleasant texture.
Nia stiffened, not daring to move.
She looked around at the sci-fi equipment, then cautiously glanced at the players engaged in their friendly exchange not far away.
Big Sister Hamster.
Nia swallowed hard, pointing at Night Owl and War God Blitz, her voice barely a whisper.
Are we in the afterlife now?
Those two lords, they were clearly.
Put. Hearing this question, Hamster reincarnation couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. How to explain the concept of player respawn to a wasteland native NPC?
Hamster reincarnation's eyes twinkled and she cleared her throat, solemnly beginning to spin a tale using game lore. Nia, remember this: we are not dead and those two guys are not ghosts.
We pioneers are immortal warriors summoned by the administrator.
As long as the outpost stands, no matter how many times our bodies are torn apart out there, the administrator can rebuild our flesh and blood.
So next time you see them come back to life, don't be scared.
It's just routine for us. After saying this, Hamster reincarnation blushed, feeling a bit cringy and awkward.
But Nia found it sacred. Soul anchor. Rebuilding flesh. Immortal warriors. Nia's mouth formed an O shape. When she looked at the players again, most of the fear had vanished, replaced by admiration and awe. So you lords are a clan that transcends life and death. Nia murmured to herself.
Seeing the NPC's eyes sparkling after her little spiel, Hamster reincarnation raised an eyebrow smugly.
Pretty impressive, huh? Amazing. You lords are my saviors.
Nia was so moved that tears streamed down her face again.
I am willing to give everything for the pioneer lords.
Hearing this, Hamster reincarnation broke into a mysterious smile, her eyes twinkling brightly.
Inside the primary outpost, the atmosphere gradually settled down.
After a vigorous science popularization by Xiangshu Zhuansher, Nia finally accepted the shocking setting that these people were undead followers. She took a deep breath, timidly stepped forward and walked towards Yishao and Zhanshan Quang Biao, who were wiping their axes.
Lord Yishao, Lord Quang Biao.
Nia walked up to the two, bowed deeply and spoke in a voice that was soft but immensely sincere.
Thank you for willingly enduring the pain of flesh reconstruction to save me. You are the first faction NPC on the entire server. Protecting you is our mission.
Zhanshan Quang Biao waved his hand dismissively.
Nia did not understand entire server or NPC, but she knew she must offer her utmost respect.
She slowly closed her eyes, extended her hands and gestured for the two lords to crouch down. The two players, though puzzled, obediently squatted in front of Nia.
Nia's small hands pressed against the foreheads of Yishao and Zhanshan Quang Biao.
May the breeze of the wasteland forever guide your ears, may the whispers of the wilderness forewarn you of danger. As Nia murmured softly, several faintly glowing blue circuits on her body suddenly flashed. An invisible strange wave flowed through her palms and entered the minds of the two players. Yishao and Zhanshan Quang Biao felt a slight itch in their eardrums, and then the sounds around them instantly became much clearer.
Ding!
A system prompt box emitting a faint golden light appeared before both of their eyes simultaneously.
System notification: you have received the sincere blessing of the Fluffy Ear Tribe.
Received passive buff blessing of the Wind Whisperer.
Duration 3 days. Buff effect: hearing perception range increased by 10. Has a faint stealth breaking intuition against hidden hostile creatures. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Buff. Increases hearing perception by 10.
And it has a stealth breaking effect. It took a full 10 seconds for the two to react.
Sister Nia. You are our living goddess. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Zhanshu Quang Biao was so excited that he almost gave Nia a bear hug, startling her into stepping back 2 steps. Hearing the commotion, the other players all gathered around and everyone's eyes turned red with jealousy.
Damn. So the hidden reward for the escort mission is here. If I'd known, I would have gone to die too. Sister Nia, look at me, I also took a bullet to save.
Wabu Chinyo Ro struggled to push through the crowd, rolled up his shirt and tried to show his nearly healed wound.
Go go go. Low agility players step back.
Chu De Wanjia is a high-level player and veteran well-versed in NPC favorability, somehow pulled out a shiny unknown metal piece and handed it over with a full smile.
Nia, I don't have much to give as a first meeting gift, but take this little trinket to play with. Could you give Big Bro a buff too? Bro Chu, you're so shameless. Trying to fool an NPC with a piece of scrap iron. Sister Nia, I'll share half of my treasure with you. Please grant me a blessing. Whoa, Sister Nia, look at me. I just ran all the way back to find reinforcements.
Amid the uproar, the players' attitude toward Nia made a 180-degree turn. If before they just regarded her as a mascot in the faction mission, now Nia was a true national treasure that could hand out buffs in their eyes.
Seeing these undead followers wearing flattering expressions, Nia's already fragile nerves were once again shocked.
Like a startled quail, she let out a scream and directly hid behind Su Xing, the only one who seemed normal, clutching her clothes tightly and trembling.
Lords! Naya poked half her head out from behind Su Xing and explained weakly with a sobbing tone. It's not that I'm unwilling.
It's just that praying to the spirit of the wasteland for blessing requires immense mental energy.
Right now I can only grant blessings to 2 lords each day.
As soon as these words were spoken, the air was silent for a brief moment.
However, the player's train of thought was beyond Naya's understanding. Only 2 blessings per day. What? This is a daily limited edition. Hunger marketing. The damn designers even throttle the buffs.
Brothers, in taking tomorrow's slot.
Anyone who fights me will face my wrath. Instead of backing down, the player's enthusiasm only soared higher like oil on fire.
Rarity makes value. The daily limited buff was simply the most top-tier strategic resource on the entire server. A bunch of grown men went all out, trying every trick to raise their favorability with Naya.
Enough. All of you get out of the way. Su Xing finally lost her patience.
She shielded Naya and launched a relentless series of flying kicks and elbow strikes at Chu Wanjia and Yi Ao Naiwehi, who were crowding at the front.
A bunch of perverts. You scared the girl. If you dare come closer, I'll go offline and expose you all on the forum.
Under the physical deterrence of Su Xing, the players reluctantly dispersed.
Ahem.
While slow and steady wins the race, well, build favorability gradually. Chu Wanjia rubbed his sore but coughed twice to save face and began assigning tasks. Old Xiao, take the hunting squad and continue scouting the crow's nest camp mentioned in the announcement to the east. The exploration squad and infrastructure team will follow me to continue dismantling the starship. Sanchu, you stay at the base and show Naya around.
Got it.
Everyone quickly geared up and charged into the vast wilderness again. Inside the core control room of the primary outpost, Su Xing stood with his hands behind his back quietly in front of the holographic monitoring screen. Playing back on the screen was a close-up of the high-definition footage of Naya blessing the 2 players. The image was frozen and enlarged. The faintly visible blue circuits on Naya's body, along with the extremely weak energy fluctuation emitted when her palm touched the players' foreheads, were precisely captured by Su Xing's auxiliary brain-computer interface.
Compare the energy wave frequency just now with the company's database. Beep, comparison complete. Judgment result, primary psychic energy. Similarity match 94.7.
Looking at the conclusion that popped up on the screen, a flicker of surprise and contemplation flashed in Su Xing's otherwise calm eyes.
Primary psychic energy.
Su Xing murmured to himself. In this vast universe, genetic mutation and mechanical ascension were the most common evolutionary paths for low-level civilizations. However, psychic energy was an extremely rare high-level evolutionary direction strictly sealed off by the top interstellar conglomerates.
Su Xing had originally thought that UX-829 was just a degraded wasteland planet that had undergone nuclear sterilization and genetic contamination.
But he never expected that in such an extreme destructive environment the surviving human embers of this planet would trigger a low-probability evolutionary branch, giving birth to the psychic energy talent that was extremely precious even in interstellar society. It seems that this planet, known as a defective asset, holds more secrets than the company's evaluation report suggests. Su Xing withdrew his gaze and slowly raised his right hand. In the palm of his hand lay a black-shelled quantum storage device. This was precisely the damaged Starship Core database module that Su Xing and others had found in the Starship wreckage. In the eyes of players from Blue Star, this is merely a simple task item. Yet in Su Xing's perspective, it is a genuine relic from the old era, a highly encrypted data storage device. Why would a freight starship be equipped with such a high-grade quantum storage device? Su Xing's fingers gently caressed the black quantum storage shell, his gaze growing increasingly profound. Beep, detecting encrypted quantum storage device. Would you like to connect to the outpost's computing power for decryption?
Not connecting for now.
Su Xing had no intention of decrypting it at this moment. With the meager computing power of the outpost at present, forcibly decrypting such a high-grade relic from the old era would likely trigger a self-destruction program.
As for using his own quota as a liquidator,
please, that's quite difficult. The quota is nearly depleted and there's no need to spend money on decryption.
Before uncovering this secret, let these 4th calamities wreak havoc on this wasteland. Come on Naya, let me show you around our new home.
Inside the outpost, hamster reincarnation took Naya's hand, her voice unconsciously softening. She patiently introduced the facilities of the outpost to the little girl using simple vocabulary.
Naya timidly followed behind, taking very light steps.
The little girl listened intently, her eyes filled with awe at those machines.
Gulugulu, a very clear sound of intestinal movement suddenly emanated from Naya's stomach.
Naya's face instantly turned bright red. She panicked and covered her stomach, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. In the wasteland, hunger is the norm, but revealing such embarrassment in front of these lifesavers made her feel incredibly awkward.
I'm sorry, hamster sister, I didn't mean to.
Naya lowered her head deeply, her voice as faint as a mosquito's.
Oh.
There's no need to apologize for that. Hamster reincarnation smacked her forehead, suddenly remembering. This NPC girl had been rescued from the hands of marauders and had been trekking along with them. Her stomach was probably empty by now. She immediately opened the logistics shop, spent 5 contribution points and exchanged for a high-purity nutritional paste. The synthesis table made a sound and a tray slid out, displaying a silver tubular object.
Hamster reincarnation took the nutritional paste and handed it to Naya.
Here, this is for you. Although it doesn't taste like much, eating one will ensure you don't feel hungry all day.
Naya was stunned.
She looked at the food in her hand, which emitted a faint warmth, then glanced at hamster reincarnation's sincere smile as if she had received a hot potato.
No, no, no. Hamster sister, this is too precious. I can't accept it.
Naya shook her head fervently.
I'm not hungry, really not hungry.
To prove she wasn't hungry, she even patted her stomach, although the series of gurgling sounds had already betrayed her.
In the wasteland nothing is free.
Accepting such a precious gift left her unsure of how to repay it, especially since she already owed a life-saving debt. Why are you being so polite with me?
Take it. Hamster reincarnation pretended to put on a stern face.
You just gave Xiao Guo and the others such an awesome blessing. Consider this nutritional paste a bribe from me as your sister, now eat it. Under hamster reincarnation's half-coercive, half-persuading push, Naya finally nodded in acceptance. She carefully tore open the seal, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and gently took a small sip as if savoring an exquisite delicacy. The high-purity nutritional paste slid into her emaciated stomach and small bubbles popped up above the little girl's. Even if this stuff was heavily criticized by players at this moment, in Naya's heart it was simply the second most delicious thing in the world.
Slow down, don't choke.
Hamster reincarnation sat beside her, watching Naya's extremely cautious demeanor, and revealed a kind smile. This little girl, combined with her fluffy ears, really resembled a little cat. However, to hamster reincarnation's surprise, when the nutritional paste was still half full, Naya stopped her actions. The little girl carefully folded the seal of the nutritional paste, then turned around facing away from hamster reincarnation and tore off a small piece of relatively clean cloth from the inside of her clothing. She wrapped the remaining half of the nutritional paste tightly with that cloth, then stuffed it deep into her pocket, pressing it down with her hand to ensure it wouldn't fall out. After doing all this, Naya turned around, her cheeks slightly flushed as she looked at hamster reincarnation.
Why? Why aren't you eating?
Hamster reincarnation was stunned for a moment, confusedly asking, do you think it doesn't taste good?
No, no, no. This is the best thing I've ever eaten.
Naya waved her hands repeatedly, then touched her stomach and revealed an extremely radiant smile.
I'm already full, hamster sister. I've truly eaten my fill. As for the rest, I plan to.
Just as she was about to speak, the little girl suddenly seemed to realize something and shut her mouth. Seeing Naya's hesitating expression, hamster reincarnation immediately sensed a hint of a large-scale chain quest.
This NPC's AI is too advanced, it seems I can't ask directly or I'll lose favorability.
Hamster reincarnation thought to herself, but on the surface she showed no unusual reaction.
She just gently patted Naya's hair as if she hadn't noticed anything. Planet UX 8:29 6 p.m.
The howling winds in the wasteland gradually ceased and the clouds deepened, as if this scarred planet had finally welcomed a brief respite. The energy shield of the outpost emitted a faint blue glow in the night, resembling a lighthouse on a lonely island. Players began to step into the shield and the outpost became lively.
Naya, I'm back.
As Yi Ao Naiwahi entered, she rushed towards Naya, who was tidying up supplies with hamster reincarnation, and pulled out a shiny mineral from her pocket like a treasure.
Look, I found this. It glows. Here, take it as a little nightlight. Go away, that broken stone of yours must be radioactive.
Players activated favorability mode once again, presenting all sorts of bizarre trash picked up from the wasteland in front of Naya. Naya held that pile of unknown scrap metal and stones, repeatedly bowing to express her gratitude, her little face full of astonishment. After a flurry of busy exchanges of supplies and settlement of contribution points, players yawned and headed towards the cultivation pods.
These fearless pioneers under Naya's watch one by one dove into those glass jars. The outpost fell completely silent. Naya gently leaned against the glass shell of hamster reincarnation's cultivation pod.
Accompanied by the rare tranquility of this wasteland, she slowly closed her eyes and drifted into a deep sleep.
Meanwhile, an announcement quietly appeared on the official forum of Starfire. Title: Starfire Closed Beta V0. 2 version Embers of Civilization in Crimson Wasteland Update Announcement and Recruitment Plan.
To all pioneers with a fiery spirit, under the efforts of the first batch of 13 Vanguard pioneers, not only was the first technological lamp generator of the wasteland lit, but they also with blood and courage brought back the ember of this planet's original civilization, the fur-eared girl Naya. However, lurking in the darkness of the wasteland are greedier wolves. We have encountered the malignant tumor of the wasteland, the Marauder faction. Therefore the testing version of Starfire will welcome its first major version update.
Update contents are as follows. 1.
Faction system goes live. Unlock hostile forces, Crow's Nest Camp.
This camp has dozens of fully armed enemies. Killing them will directly drop the weapons, armor and various survival supplies they carry. 2. Starship wreckage is preliminarily open. The base level freight hub has been unlocked. 3. Infrastructure system goes live. The game will close the offline function at the cultivation pod and players will need to build their own homes. 4. New recruitment plan. Due to the tireless resource collection by the Vanguard pioneers, the biomass reserves of the outpost have greatly increased. Therefore, to prepare for the upcoming faction assault, the development team has decided to release the 4th batch of testing qualifications in the near future. This recruitment quota 20 people. Big news. Old Chu. Check the official site now.
Just as Chu Gu stepped out of the bathroom, he was bombarded with a barrage of voice messages from Gu Xiaoqi, also known as No Beef for Me.
The damn devs just released a new patch announcement. They freaking took away our beds. What the hell? Confused, Chu Gu fired up his computer and logged into the official forum of Sparkle. As soon as he entered the forum, he spotted the official announcement pinned to the top with a highlight. Scrolling down, Chu Gu found the relevant explanation. Patch update. Supplementary note regarding the permission adjustment of the growth pod. After the pioneers' relentless efforts, you have proven capable of surviving independently on the wasteland.
Therefore, starting today, the replicator's growth pod will retain only the body reshaping, resurrection and repair functions, removing the standard offline hibernation function. All pioneers are advised to find safe resting spots around the outpost and use wasteland resources to build shelters that can withstand wind and rain. Otherwise, if your body is left exposed to the wasteland environment while offline, there is a high probability of death due to radiation, hypothermia or attacks from mutated creatures. You will need to consume biomass to resurrect.
We wish you a pleasant construction experience.
The Sparkle development team sends you our highest regards. In traditional games, logging off meant your body would vanish or enter an invincible safe zone. But Sparkle. If you didn't build your own house, your body would just lie flat on the ground eating sand after logging off.
Log in the next day and your account might be gone. This wasn't just playing a game, it was survival in an alien wilderness.
On the forum, both offline players and armchair spectators were engaged in heated debate.
Eager Vanguard, the damn devs finally show their capitalist fangs.
Making players build their own houses. Even the rich would weep.
Demolition Director, what's the glory in sleeping in a glass jar forever?
If you've got the guts, build a seaside villa with your own hands.
Spirited Youth, awesome. This is 100 realistic wasteland survival. Ox Warrior Mask, what are you going to build with?
Are there any resource points nearby for housing?
Night Owl, I saw a forest to the south during my last hunting trip. Tactical leanback, a forest is good news.
Throwing up a wooden shack is a piece of cake. As one of the 3 captains of the outpost, Chu Gu knew this issue concerned the lives of their 13 members and the upcoming 20 rookies. He immediately created a new discussion group on the forum, pulling in Night Owl, No Beef for Me and other players.
Big Player Chu brothers all seen the announcement.
From today on, we not only have to deal with the threat of Crow's Nest Camp, but we also have to solve the damn housing problem.
13 of us plus the 20 new players coming soon, over 30 people sleeping on the floor. That's a sight too beautiful to imagine. Proud and defiant, who cares?
Well, just take turns going offline and leave a few guys to guard the corpses.
Warrior Rampage, are you out of your mind? The game forces you offline when time's up. Who's going to guard?
Reincarnated hamster, exactly.
And we have Sister Nia too.
You rough men can sleep on the cold floor, but how can you let Nia suffer with you?
She's the only female furry NPC in the entire server. Her popularity even overshadowed the upcoming 20 test slots.
And when Nia was mentioned, the tone of the thread changed instantly. Players began boasting about building a grand villa for Nia.
Were they purely motivated by kindness?
Hell no, they were just after Nia's buff. They were shameless. No delivery inside. To build a shelter for over 30 people in a short time, the fastest way is to splice together metal plates from the spaceship.
Welding Emperor, true, but those alloys are too tough. Cutting them with a welding torch would take forever. Neck Fixer, and they're heavy.
Our few simple carts can't haul much. Neck Fixer, why not just live inside the spaceship?
That cargo hub is pretty big. Kindergarten Strongest, live inside. We haven't even fully explored it. It's far from the respawn point. We only have one access card and you want to get blown up by the turret every day. No beef for me, so my suggestion is use local materials. Fire bricks. Fire bricks. On the wasteland. Everyone was stunned. Waste recycler brother Nyo is right. The wasteland is full of sand and mineral-rich scorched earth, perfect for making bricks. Raging Granny, the key is making bricks requires a lot of water. We don't have a water source yet. If we rely on store-bought water, building even one house would cost a fortune in contribution points. Night Owl, that forest to the south might have a water source. I can lead a team to explore when we log in tonight. Big Player Chu, then let's tentatively go with a wooden house first. After we confirm the water source, we can fire bricks and build a proper structure. Agreed. Agreed 1. Agreed 10086. The players quickly formulated a clear plan, waiting only for the server to open to Blue Star time 8:00 p.m. sharp. Shugu and the other 12 players logged into the game almost simultaneously, their consciousness descending into the primary outpost on planet UX829. Whoosh! Big Player Chu snapped his eyes open and stood up from the cultivation pod. Brothers! Wake up and get to work. He leaped out, took a deep breath of the dry filtered air and bellowed, shattering the silence of the outpost. Nia, who was still half asleep, was startled by the sudden noise. Good morning, Sister Nia. Did you sleep well last night? Proud and Defiant approached as usual, trying to get some attention. Good morning, esteemed ones. Nia quickly stood up and bowed deeply. Enough with the chatter. Follow the plan we set on the forum. Time to move. As the general commander of this massive construction project, No Beef for Me began assigning tasks. Old Chu, your exploration squad will scavenge supplies from the surroundings. We need to gather enough materials for simple beds before logging off. Leave it to us. Big Player Chu patted his chest. Our construction team will stay at the base and upgrade our transport tool. Then No Beef for Me turned to Night Owl. Old Owl, finding a water source is your responsibility. Without water, firing bricks and building houses is just empty talk. Understood. Night Owl nodded, then turned to look at Warrior Rampage and Proud and Defiant behind him. That forest to the south is about 5 or 6 kilometers from the outpost. The three of us will go light and fast and return quickly. Don't worry, Brother Owl. Even if it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, we'll flatten it today. Warrior Rampage patted his repaired tactical axe, brimming with confidence. After a brief pre-battle rally, the three teams swiftly began their respective tasks. The trek across the wasteland is always monotonous and incredibly exhausting. To conserve their strength for the unknown dangers ahead, the three members of the Night Owl did not run at full speed but instead maintained a steady, vigilant pace. Fortunately, Nia's Wind Whisperer blessing buff is quite powerful, allowing her to hear even the slightest rustle in the surroundings. After about an hour and a half of walking, a deep brown area appeared ahead. We've arrived, it should be that grove in front of us. The Night Owl came to a halt, squinting ahead. This cannot strictly be called a forest. What came into view was a dense area composed of numerous twisted and entwined plants, their surfaces presenting a sickly gray-brown hue. These plants had no leaves, their thick trunks shot straight up into the sky with vines hanging down covered in sharp thorns. The grove was eerily silent, even the omnipresent winds of the wasteland seemed to be swallowed by these dense branches. This place feels a bit like the underworld. The player, what can I do, swallowed hard. These trees look like something out of a biological horror movie. Given how dense this plant life is, there must be a rich water source underground. Or perhaps some sort of underground river. Let's go in and take a look, but be cautious and watch your surroundings. The three of them formed a triangular defensive formation and carefully stepped into the grove. The soil beneath their feet was no longer the dry, scorched earth but had transformed into a slightly damp humus. The tactical boots made a squelching sound as they stepped on it. A strong, pungent odor reminiscent of decaying meat mixed with some sort of fungal fermentation permeated the air. Hiss. This smell is quite overwhelming. The player War God Rampage wrinkled his nose, his gaze fixated on the vines which he felt were inexplicably writhing. As they moved deeper, the plants grew taller and the light became dimmer. After about 20 minutes of walking, the leader of the Night Owl, who was in front, suddenly stopped, raising a hand sharply to signal them to halt. Listen. He lowered his voice. Glub. Glub. The three of them exchanged glances and a surge of excitement erupted in their eyes. They crouched low, cautiously peeling away the thick vines that blocked their path and groping forward. 30 meters ahead, surrounded by several massive plants, a pond suddenly appeared. The water in the pond was slightly murky, but in the wasteland this was an extremely rare natural water source. Objective: underground spring contaminated by fungi with mild radiation. Note: not safe for direct consumption, high risk of parasitic infection, low value. Wow. There really is water. What can I do? Exclaimed excitedly, as this was crucial for building houses. Seeing the system prompt pop up, Night Owl let out a long sigh of relief. Mission accomplished. Retreat. Gather the main team and bring water collection tools to fetch water. Night Owl decisively issued the order to retreat. In unfamiliar territory, knowing when to leave is the survival strategy for players. Let's go.
The three of them showed no hesitation and turned to head back the way they came. However, just as what can I do turned around and took the first step. Whoosh! A sudden rapid slicing sound came from above his head without any warning. Before he could react, a gray-brown vine descended with terrifying speed, wrapping tightly around What Can I Do's neck. Ugh! What Can I Do's face turned purple as he was yanked into the air by a massive force. Xiao Ao. War God Rampage's eyes widened with rage as he swung his tactical axe fiercely at the vine. The sharp high-carbon steel axe blade struck the seemingly fragile vine but failed to sever it in one blow. What the hell? Is this thing so tough? Target Ghost Willow LV. 12 Group Mutated Plant. Note the silent hunters of the wasteland. Their roots are deeply buried underground and their branches disguise themselves as harmless plants. Once they sense prey approaching, they awaken and use their incredibly tough vines to kill and drain the blood and flesh from their victims. Night Owl looked at the red warning box that popped up in front of him, his scalp tingling. All around the pond, the once silent gray-brown vines began to move in an eerie manner. Countless thorn-covered vines danced through the air, sweeping towards the three of them. Crunch! Crunch! What Can I Do, who was suspended, struggled for only a few seconds before his neck was brutally snapped, his head drooping lifelessly to one side. Xiao Gu! Run! War God Rampage shoved the still-frozen Night Owl. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A dozen whip-like vines lashed out from the side. The thorn-covered vine instantly pierced through War God Rampage's chest and abdomen, lifting him high into the air. Blood rained down onto the ground, driving the ghost willows into a frenzy. Run! War God Rampage shouted one last furious cry at Night Owl as he coughed up blood. No longer hesitating, Night Owl turned and dashed toward the edge of the grove. Behind him were the deadly vines thrashing about and the horrific scene of his two teammates being drained by the vines. 10 minutes later. A blood-soaked figure whose tactical suit had been nearly shredded stumbled out of the terrifying grove. Night Owl fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath with a piece of thorny vine still hanging from his back. He glanced back at the now silent gray-brown grove, his eyes glinting with dangerous light. Just wait, if I don't turn this place to ash, I won't be called Night Owl. Inside the primary outpost, 4 players from the construction brigade were busy around a pile of scrap metal, working energetically. Scrap recycling. That metal plate in your hand, run the welding gun along the edges again. I Don't Eat Beef wore a sun hat woven from mutated plant leaves and held a beginner molecular welding gun exuding the air of a workshop foreman. Alright, beef bro. Scrap recycling nodded. Nearby Takeout Not Allowed and Welding Emperor were squatting on the ground, struggling with a metal bearing. Nia sat atop a metal box salvaged from the starship wreckage, resting her chin in her hands, her eyes filled with curiosity. In her understanding, the survivors in the wasteland spent each day searching for food and water while avoiding mutated creatures and raiders. Yet this group of pioneers was tinkering with those useless metal scraps. Sister Hamster. Nia turned to look at the player hamster reincarnation who was sitting next to her, counting small parts. What are the beef lords doing? Those metal pieces can't be eaten. Having wanted to stay in to care for the children, hamster reincarnation almost laughed at the mention of beef lord. After striving to control her emotions, hamster reincarnation finally answered Nia's question. They are preparing to build a vehicle. Nia, have you ever seen an iron box that can move by itself? Hearing this, Nia tilted her head in thought, unsure of what to think, and shook her head. An iron box that can move by itself. That's something from the old legends, isn't it? Old legends. Hamster reincarnation looked up, winking at Nia, a sly smile forming on her lips. These guys are the best at turning legends into reality. Done. The chassis skeleton is welded. Under the 2,000-degree heat of the welding torch, several metal plates were forcibly fused together, forming a crude metal frame about 3 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. Though the weld seams were pitted and uneven, devoid of any aesthetic appeal, this was undeniably the epic-making vehicle chassis on the wasteland of planet UX-829. Hey, give me a hand. Han Wudi and Waimai Buxujin were carrying a metal axle, sweating profusely as they tried to fit it onto the chassis. Bang! After a flurry of effort, the metal axle was jammed into the welded axle sleeve and 4 wooden wheels were installed. All done. Wabuchi Nyoro stepped onto the newly finished cart, wiped the black soot from his forehead and struck a flamboyant pose. The other 3 gathered around the crude 4-wheeled cart, dancing with excitement, almost popping a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Hamster. Naya. Come here. Wabuchi Nyoro waved at the two. This is our base's first vehicle. You two get to be the first passengers and experience it. Naya hesitated, staring at the weird cart, instinctively feeling a hint of fear. Don't worry, my craftsmanship is recognized across the whole network. Saying this, Wabuchi Nyoro patted the metal chassis of the cart with utmost confidence. It's sturdy. So Sanchu Zhuancher pulled Naya along, carefully climbed onto the cart and sat in the middle.
Hold tight. Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts.
Wabu Chinyo Ro walked to the front, gripping the steering wheel, while the other three moved to the rear of the cart.
But this cart doesn't have seatbelts. Sanchu Zhuancher looked down, searching, utterly bewildered. It's called humor. Just hold on to the edges. 1, 2, 3. Go.
Creak creak, the four-wheeled cart carrying people was easily pushed forward by three burly men. Naya's eyes widened as she felt the wind brushing past her ears, her small face filled with surprise.
Ha ha ha. Brothers, activate human turbo mode. Woohoo. Charge. Without the cushioning of rubber tires, Sanchu Zhuancher and Naya were jolted left and right, but the joy of being vehicle owners was something pure walking could never provide. Prepare for drifting.
Wabu Chinyo Ro was ecstatic, suddenly twisting the steering wheel.
Crack.
The axle sleeve of the right front wheel emitted a sharp crack, and then the moving cart instantly lost its balance.
Hey hey hey. Damn.
Under the immense inertia, Wabu Chinyo Ro was flung straight out, rolling 3 or 4 times on the ground before coming to a stop. The cart pitched violently, throwing Sanchu Zhuancher and Naya straight off. Amid the chaotic tumble, Sanchu Zhuancher got up, rubbing her sore bottom. Since the speed wasn't too high, she only had a few scrapes and was otherwise fine. She turned to see Naya sitting dizzily on the ground, rubbing her head, clearly still disoriented from the drifting crash.
Naya, are you alright?
Sanchu Zhuancher quickly pulled her up.
I'm fine, sister hamster. Naya shook her head.
Though she had fallen, her eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement.
The cart Lord Neo made is amazing.
Hearing the NPC's praise, Wabu Chinyo Ro, who had just gotten up, puffed out his chest with pride.
Ahem. Well, the bearing probably seized up. The prototype has a few minor flaws, that's normal.
Wabu Chinyo Ro stroked his chin, analyzing the crash with a serious expression. If we can find some lubricant or dismantle a few shock absorbers from the starship, this cart will definitely hit 40 miles per hour.
You're full of hot air. There's not even a brake.
If we hit 40, you'd be sending us all back to the fountain. Sanchu Zhuancher rolled her eyes and brushed the dirt off her clothes. Next step is to mount the generator on top and turn it into an electric cart. Feipin Huesho walked over, rubbing his sore shoulder, looking at the overturned cart.
Exactly, bigger and better, make it glorious again.
Just as the construction team was immersed in the joy of the upcoming big project,
Yao Naiwahi and Zhanshan Quangyao, both soaked, climbed out of the cultivation pod, their faces extremely grim. Damn. I ended up on a lousy tree. I didn't even get a chance to fight back, I was skewered like a candied fruit. Hearing the commotion, Wabu Chinyo Ro and the others immediately gathered around. Damn, how did you two die back? Where's old Xiao? Why, my Buxer, Jean asked in surprise. This trio went scouting and 2 of them came back dead. Fuck, that forest to the south is alive. Yao Naiwahi plopped down on the metal floor, cursing. There's a pool in there. The water quality is a bit poor, but it's definitely usable for making bricks. Just as we were about to retreat, the trees around us attacked. It's a level 12 mutant plant monster. The system called it Ghost Willow. Zhanshan Quangyao added fearfully, those vines are tough. My tactical axe could barely scratch. Brother Xiao got pushed by me. I don't know if he escaped. Water is good news. Wabu Chinyo Ro pointed at the overturned cart on the ground, his voice fervent. While they're not back yet, let's build 2 more carts. When the main force gathers, well, flatten that Ghost Willow forest. Let's do it. A man who doesn't avenge his wrongs is no gentleman. Today we must burn that damn tree to ashes. Yao Naiwahi and Zhanshan Quangyao also wore fierce expressions. Time passed bit by bit. Amid a clatter of hammering and welding, the construction team led by Wabu Chinyo Ro cobbled together 2 slightly improved 4-wheeled carts. Just as the third cart hit the ground, an extremely disheveled figure stumbled across the energy shield of the outpost. Brother Xiao. You made it back alive. Yao Naiwahi and Zhanshan Quangyao rushed to support him. Huff. Cough. Yi Xiao gasped for breath, too exhausted to speak, only waving his hand feebly. Quick, send him to the cultivation pod for recovery. Wabu Chinyo Ro shouted. The 2 helped Yi Xiao into a cultivation pod, and the nutrient fluid submerged him, beginning to mend his wounds. At noon, 5 figures laden with spoils appeared on the distant horizon. The exploration squad had returned. 5 players each dragged a simple trailer loaded with various starship parts and supplies. Brothers. A bumper harvest. A bumper harvest. Zhu de Wanjia's arrogant laughter echoed before he even entered the base.
Wabu Chinyo Ro went up to meet him and succinctly recounted the encounter of Yishao and his two teammates in the southern forest as well as the existence of the mutant plant ghost willow.
A water source. And moving trees.
And they killed our brothers.
How can we tolerate that? No tolerance, let's fuck them up. Burn that forest down.
The tactical moment was finalized. No longer was it a traditional violent monster hunt but rather a ruthless scorched earth battle. 13 players immediately sprang into action. Members of the construction squad quickly pushed out the 3 newly built 4-wheeled carts, including the first one with defects. Although the wheels still creaked a bit as they turned, they were sufficient as transport tools. The players took out the black oil they had previously collected and, using rags and bottles purchased from the logistics store, crafted a large number of Molotov cocktails. Just buying these bottles from the logistics store cost the players a significant amount of contribution points, after all, which store sells only empty bottles. As for melee weapons, they were no longer the main tools for output aside from self-defense.
It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon in the wasteland.
The 13 arsonists, fully armed, pushed 3 carts loaded with Molotov cocktails and metal buckets, gathering majestically at the edge of the energy shield of the outpost.
Let's go. Target Ghost Willow Forest. Burn it down. Grab the water.
The great player Chu raised the handmade firearm in his hand, ready to set off.
Excuse me, everyone, please wait a moment.
A timid voice came from behind the crowd. The players turned around to see Nia had approached without them noticing. Her little face was slightly flushed with nervousness, her hands tightly clasped in front of her chest, her eyes filled with worry and pleading.
Sister Nia. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The reincarnated hamster quickly went over to ask with concern. No. I'm fine, I just... Nia took a deep breath, bravely lifted her head and looked at the warriors preparing to expand territory. The path ahead is fraught with danger, and though my strength is weak, I hope to contribute in some way.
As she spoke, Nia slowly closed her eyes. This time she did not touch anyone's forehead but gently placed her hands on her chest, the faint blue circuits on her neck beginning to glow with an unprecedented brightness. Spirit of the wind, please hear my prayer. She whispered certain obscure syllables. With her prayer, a gentle breeze suddenly swirled within the primary outpost, softly brushing past the faces of all present players.
Ding!
A system prompt box emitting a faint green light simultaneously popped up before all 13 players. System notification: you have received a temporary group blessing from the Rangier tribe. Temporary passive buff gained: Prayer of the Wind Speaker. Buff effect: hearing perception range temporarily increased by 5 and slightly enhances sensitivity to danger frequency.
Duration 2 hours. Note this state can stack with the effect of Blessing of the Wind Speaker. Wow. A group buff. Just a bit short on time. This camp NPC is incredible. This is simply the strongest support in the entire server. Though it only lasts for 2 hours, this slight increase in sensitivity can definitely save lives in dangerous exploration. After casting this group blessing, Nia's face turned as pale as paper, her body weakened, almost collapsing to the ground. Nia.
The reincarnated hamster swiftly caught her.
I'm fine. Sister Hamster.
Nia smiled weakly, beads of sweat covering her forehead and the glowing circuits dimmed.
This is already my limit. Please come back safely, everyone. Don't worry, Sister Nia.
The great player Chu was deeply moved and promised loudly. Even if this cursed forest were a living deity, we will burn it down to a bald patch. Just wait at home for our good news.
Set off. The 13 players pushed their carts and majestically embarked on their journey.
With the blessing of Prayer of the Wind Speaker, the main force advanced smoothly, reaching the edge of the grayish-brown woodland.
This is the place.
Night Owl stopped and pointed at the dense forest ahead, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Everyone be cautious, once we step into that forest those ghostly things will sense us.
Same old rule, no chatter, go straight in with intensity.
They did not rashly step into the woods but stood at a safe distance, arranging the Molotov cocktails filled with black oil neatly in rows. To be fair, the players were quite ceremonial. I don't eat beef raised the molecular welding gun and grinned at everyone.
Everyone, welcome to the first Scorched Earth Barbecue Festival of Spark.
The welding gun spewed blue flames, instantly igniting the rag on the homemade Molotov cocktail in his hand.
Throw.
With the command of the great player Chu, the 13 players swung their arms in unison, transforming into skilled arsonists. More than a dozen glass bottles smashed into the lifeless ghost willow forest. The pungent viscous black oil instantly splattered, adhering to the gray-brown tree trunks and vines. Almost the moment they made contact, the high temperature completely ignited these mutated plants. Flames shot up into the sky, resembling an enraged fire dragon, spreading through the entire forest at a terrifying speed.
The previously silent forest suddenly erupted with a piercing shriek. This sound was not like that of plants, rather it resembled the wails of countless dead spirits lamenting in the raging fire. Holy hell, this tree can actually scream.
Delivery is not allowed was startled, nearly dropping the Molotov cocktail in his hand.
Mutated plants are also carbon-based lifeforms. As long as it's a carbon-based lifeform, it must obey the laws of physics.
The great player Chu shouted excitedly, "Don't stop.
Continue throwing. Light up this forest completely." Bottle after bottle of black oil Molotov cocktails were thrown into the woods. As the flames spread, the dormant ghost willow forest was completely engulfed in chaos. Countless thorny gray-brown vines burst from the ground, thrashing wildly in the air, attempting to extinguish the flames. But the adhesion of the black oil was extremely strong. Not only did the flames not extinguish, they even rapidly spread along the vines underground.
Fall back.
Stay alert. Night Owl calmly reminded everyone to retreat. Bang!
A burning vine struck the ground less than half a meter away from "What can you do to me?" carving a trench in the scorched earth.
Come on. Let's harm each other. Didn't you do pretty well when you choked me last time?
What can you do to me did not retreat, but arrogantly raised his middle finger. With the assistance of the wasteland winds, the fire raged on for more than half an hour. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burning and the peculiar odor of some creature being roasted. The once dense ghost willow forest had become a charred wasteland. Thick trunks were burned to charcoal, the flying vines turned to ashes with only a few twitching remnants left.
Kill the ghost willow colony LV. 12 experience, 30 contribution 5. Kill the ghost willow colony LV. 11 experience, 26 contribution 4. Note: environmental kill rewards are significantly reduced. Let it be reduced. As long as we can flatten the map.
Looking at the series of system notifications that popped up, it was clear the players had profited immensely this round. As for the deducted experience and contribution points, who cares? It's all cleaned up. Prepare to enter. Old Owl, you three lead the way. Well, head straight to the water pool.
Push the carts along.
The 13 stepped onto the scorching earth, officially entering this once forbidden area. Everyone be cautious, the plants here possess consciousness, they might sever their own limbs to survive. The vigilant Night Owl scanned the surroundings.
Sure enough, ahead lay an area untouched by the raging fire, with a murky subterranean spring bubbling at its center. Rustle!
A faint friction sound suddenly emanated from the seemingly withered colossal plants encircling the pool.
Blessed by Naya's dual buffs, the war god Frenzy at the forefront instantly detected the sound. Ambush!
Scatter! War god Frenzy shouted fiercely without hesitation, hurling a Molotov cocktail towards the source of the noise. The sound of slicing air rang out as 3 vines thicker than those previously encountered shot forth like venomous snakes' tongues. One wrapped around the Molotov while the other 2 lunged directly at War god Frenzy's face. Reacting swiftly, War god Frenzy rolled on the spot, the vines barely grazing his scalp before embedding into the soil.
Bang!
Chu the player decisively pulled the trigger of his homemade musket. The coarse lead ball struck the plant's main stem, bursting a dark purple sap, but inflicted no fatal damage.
Physical attacks are ineffective. Ignite it. Cover Brother Shao.
The others sprang into action, wildly attracting the ghost willow vine's attention with stones in hand.
Whack! Whack!
The vines whipped through the player's formation. Hamster reincarnation failed to dodge his arm, slashed open, bleeding.
Taste this veteran barbecue. Seizing the moment when the ghost willow's vines were distracted, Night Owl flung a Molotov into the gap.
The ghost willow emitted a piercing scream, its vines thrashing wildly as other players poured fuel on the flames.
5 minutes later, the plants around the pool were reduced to Ghost Willow Colony LV. 15 defeated experience, 120 contribution 30.
Crisis averted, get to work. Chu the player whistled sharply. Hurry up and fill the barrels with water, we still need to build houses. Though the underground spring's water was unsuitable for drinking, it was more than enough for mixing mud to bake bricks. The players pushed carts forward, each laden with several roughly welded massive metal barrels. Brother Nyo, once these barrels are full, each cart will weigh at least 400 to 500 genes.
Do you think these battered wooden wheels can hold up? Chu the player looked anxiously at the creaking wheels under the weight.
Even if they can't, they must.
Even if we have to carry it on our backs, we have to bring the water back today. Half an hour later, the full barrels were firmly secured on the carts.
13 players shouted in unison as they pushed 3 severely overloaded 4-wheeled carts, embarking on the return journey.
1 2 move, 1 2 move.
The heavy carts left deep ruts in the scorched earth.
Star calendar year 11451, May 5th, planet UX 829421 p.m.
The 3 carts filled with precious water resources creaked as they finally arrived at the primary outpost.
Naya, anxiously waiting in the open space, instantly widened her eyes.
Water.
So much water.
Naya covered her mouth, staring incredulously at the huge metal barrels.
Ha ha, Sister Naya, we're back.
Proud Defiant was the first to rush over, holding a small yellow flower.
Thank you, Brother Ao.
Naya accepted the flower and handed Proud Defiant a clean cloth. Chu the player collapsed onto the metal floor panting heavily. These cartwheels nearly fell apart, but at least we got the water back.
Thank you all noble sirs.
Naya stashed the flower and hurried to help unload the heavy metal barrels. Don't move, these things are heavy as death.
Let these big guys handle it.
Hamster reincarnation pulled Naya back. There was no way to let this young girl do the labor. Having chewed 2 nutritional gels to regain some strength, I don't eat beef immediately shifted into workshop supervisor mode.
Brothers. Water has arrived. Get ready to start brickmaking.
Old Xiao, take a few people to dig soil. Mix 3 parts scorched earth with 2 parts sand, add water and mud.
Old Chu.
You lead some to clear an open space and build a simple outdoor kiln.
Roger.
After a brief rest, the players eagerly set to work.
Digging soil, pouring water, mixing mud.
Without a mixer, the players kicked off their tactical boots and stepped barefoot into the temporary pit, stomping the mud like crushing grapes. Mud splattered everywhere, covering their faces, yet each wore an expression of exhilaration.
The mud is mixed well. Onto the molds.
I don't eat beef produced several square iron frames welded from scrap metal from somewhere and slammed them onto the ground with a bang. Wet mud was pressed into the mold, smooth flat with wooden boards, and the heavy brick blanks were neatly stacked beside the newly built makeshift kiln. While the burly men rolled and toiled in the mud pit, Hamster reincarnation took Naya to a corner of the outpost. There lay a large bundle of mutant plants they had previously uprooted from the wasteland, a kind of grey drygrass with broad leaves.
Naya building the house tonight is out of the question. Hamster reincarnation sighed, watching the busy mud monkeys. The announcement said no logging off in the cultivation pods tonight. We can't just sleep on this cold metal floor, can we? Sister Hamster, you mean? We've straw mats.
Hamster reincarnation clapped her hands. At least we need something to cushion us so our accounts aren't lost when we log in tomorrow.
Though Naya didn't understand gamer jargon, she grasped the idea of straw mats.
She squatted down and selected a few softer stalks from the drygrass pile. In the wasteland, the most basic survival skill of the natives was to utilize every available resource. Weaving straw mats and making simple armor were as natural to them as eating and drinking. Her hands danced swiftly, the gray grass weaving through her fingers.
Wow. Naya, you're amazing. Hamster reincarnation watched with wide eyes.
As a corporate drone who had never knitted even a scarf in reality, this pure handicraft was a humbling revelation. Before logging on, she had crammed watching some craft bloggers' videos, but actually trying it herself was still.
Sister Hamster, it's really simple, look.
Naya blushed from the compliments, slowed her movements and patiently guided Hamster reincarnation step by step.
The entire outpost was unexpectedly harmonious.
Over there, a dozen burly men sweated and shouted in the mud pit. Here a corporate female player obediently squatted on the ground learning how to weave straw mats from a wasteland NPC girl. As for Su Xing, she sat in the core control room holding a cup of Star Spin, a coffee-like drink from the Blue Star, lamenting that too much sugar was added. And if you ask where the coffee came from,
don't ask, just know it was purchased with real money. Time passed second by second. It was 6 o'clock in the evening on the wasteland.
The makeshift kiln was already piled high with over 1,000 undried bricks.
Ignite.
I do not eat beef, raised the welding gun, aiming it directly at the ignition port at the bottom of the kiln. Boom, the mutated plant branches mixed with a small amount of black adhesive oil were ignited, sending dazzling flames and thick smoke soaring into the sky. The kiln roared like a giant beast, spewing flames, illuminating the faces of the dozen or so mud-covered men around it with a fiery glow.
It's done.
The temperature is rising. I do not eat beef felt the heat wave and excitedly wiped the mud off his face.
Brothers, the first kiln of bricks is stable.
Ding! At that moment a cold, heartless warning window popped up before all players. Warning: your fatigue level has reached 95. Health will begin to decline slowly and the forced offline cooling program will soon activate. Please find a safe shelter quickly. The players cried out in despair.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Find a place to sleep. I do not eat beef slumped down on the metal floor.
Other players also dropped their wooden boards and tools used for mixing mud, as a day of high intensity while pushing mixing mud and covering the kiln had completely drained the energy of their cloned bodies. Just as this group of rugged men prepared to log off directly onto the cold metal floor, Nia approached carrying a large stack of woven material that emitted a faint scent of hay. Behind her, Hamster reincarnation also carried a stack, albeit a bit crooked but sturdy.
Sirs, laying this beneath you will be more comfortable.
In the past hour or so, Nia not only taught Hamster reincarnation how to weave, but they also managed to produce over a dozen simple grass mats.
Nia, you're amazing. We like you.
God of War's Fury was so moved that tears were almost falling. On that cold night in the wasteland, lying directly on the metal floor, even within the energy shield, their bodies trembled incessantly. The players immediately grabbed a straw mat as if it were a lifeline.
Each of them, seasoned scavengers, spread the mats near the blazing brick kiln.
The intense heat radiating from the kiln became the best heating source on this wasteland.
Huff. Much more comfortable. Chu the Great Player lay sprawled on the grass mat feeling the softness of the hay beneath him and the heat wave coming from the nearby brick kiln. Nia, you should rest early too. Hamster reincarnation patted the spot next to him that had been left for Nia. Thank you, sister. Nia obediently lay down beside hamster reincarnation. She looked at the group of pioneers sprawled out on the grass mats like children, a serene smile gracing her lips. The breathing of the 13 players gradually stabilized as they entered offline mode. The crackling sounds of burning from the kiln accompanied this group of fourth calamities pioneering on alien soil. In the following time, the junior outpost entered a period of great production. The players split into 2 groups, with 6 players fetching water and 6 players mixing mud and firing bricks, while the remaining 1 hamster reincarnation took care of the children. However, under the extremely heavy task of transporting water, the 3 wooden-wheeled carts quickly revealed fatal flaws. Year 11451 of the star calendar, May 7th, planet UX 8:29 3 p.m.
With a despairing crack, a cart loaded with 230 kilograms of water broke down a kilometer away from the outpost when its left front wheel's axle broke, causing the cart to tip over violently.
Damn my water.
The player pulling the cart, mental young man, was thrown forward and landed mouthfirst in the sand, while Chu the Great Player watched helplessly as the precious water spilled all over the ground.
Damn it.
This damn cart has broken its axle twice in 3 days. At this rate, by the time we build the house, I'll have a herniated disc. Chu the Great Player kicked the nearly broken cart in frustration. After returning to the base, he found I Do Not Eat Beef, who was covered in soot in front of the kiln.
Brother Nyo, think of a solution. We have electricity now, can't we get an electric tricycle or something?
We must upgrade our vehicles. This broken cart is too inefficient. I Do Not Eat Beef paused his work, rubbed his mud-covered nose and sighed.
An electric vehicle. The idea is right, but this game is too hardcore.
We have a hand-crank generator, but it's only a prototype right now and the power output is extremely unstable.
Moreover, the most critical issue is that we have no battery to store the electricity. We can't just drag the generator all over the wasteland. If this won't work and that won't work, then what should we do? Are we really going to pull carts with our legs for the rest of our lives?
Chu the Great Player anxiously tugged at his hair. Just as this group of big men looked troubled, a crisp voice came from the side.
About the battery you mentioned, is this little round tube that emits blue light okay? Hamster reincarnation pulled out the perfectly intact silver suitcase.
When she submitted it earlier, Awakening only took the quantum storage, leaving everything else with hamster reincarnation.
Click. The suitcase opened.
A micro-reactor battery glowing with a faint blue light lay quietly in the shockproof compartment.
Damn. How did I forget about this?
You guys got the red one from the starship back then. I Do Not Eat Beef slid over, fixating on the reactor core as if it were a priceless treasure.
Brother Nyo. Now that we have a battery, can we build a vehicle? Mental young man excitedly leaned in. We can.
I Do Not Eat Beef's face slowly lost its ecstatic expression, replaced by a look of extreme constipation.
We have the battery, but we don't have a motor. Moreover, if this advanced energy source is connected improperly, it will definitely explode instantly.
Seeing hope just within reach, yet being choked by this hardcore physics engine, the players were suddenly anxious and began to scratch their heads.
How about we ask the administrator? Hamster reincarnation weakly suggested.
He can't just watch us be completely in the dark about such advanced technology, can he? As soon as this was said, everyone exchanged glances.
Let's go. Find the NPC and try our luck. The players surrounded the silver suitcase, flattering and gathering around the door of the core control room of the junior outpost. Ahem. Is the administrator here? Chu the Great Player knocked on the pressure door.
The door slowly opened and Awakening walked out, looking at this group of dirty-faced employees.
What's the matter?
We want to use this advanced energy battery to power the transport vehicle and greatly improve the material collection efficiency of the outpost.
Chu the Great Player continued to present their request, but due to our lack of technical competence, we are currently facing a bottleneck. We sincerely request the administrator to guide us.
The players bowed in unison. Seeing these earnest employees, Awakening pondered for a moment. Due to the previous need for data collection and calibration, he had kept the employees in a free-range state. The recent data collection had also reached a stage of conclusion. It was time to accelerate the industrial recovery process.
Awakening cast a cold glance at the battery.
With its energy density, if forcibly connected without voltage reduction treatment, much of the outpost will turn to ashes. Upon hearing the words "turn to ashes," the players shrank their necks in fear.
Then, what should we do?
Chu de Wanjia swallowed his saliva. Primary energy step-down converter blueprint, price 2,500 contribution points.
Compatible wasteland drive motor blueprint price 800 contribution points. Plus technical guidance fee 2000 contribution points.
Gazing at this price list akin to robbery, the 13 players drew in a sharp breath of cold air. Each player earned only 1 contribution point for killing a single vermin rat, yet Su Xing's entire package demanded a staggering 5,300 contribution points. They had toiled for days, barely scraping together their meager savings, and this dog of a planner intended to clean them out in one fell swoop.
Buy it. Wabuchinyo gritted his teeth. Knowledge is power. This investment is definitely worth it. Brothers, pool our money. After pooling almost everyone's contribution points, the primary energy step-down converter blueprint and a compatible wasteland drive motor blueprint fell into the hands of Wabuchinyo. At the same time, Su Xing would meticulously guide them through the relevant technology. Over the next 2 full days, sparks flew and welding roared in the corner of the primary outpost. Under Su Xing's guidance, this group of players completed an industrial miracle on the wasteland in the most hardcore manner. Stardate 11451 May 9 UX 8:29:200 p.m.
Wabuchinyo carefully inserted the battery, emitting a faint blue glow into the converter that had been reworked 6 times. Connect the step-down circuit.
Stabilize the resistance. Wabuchinyo was drenched in sweat, his hands trembling slightly.
Under the tense gaze of the other 12 players and Nia, he closed the switch.
Buzz.
A deep rumbling erupted from the motor beside him.
It's spinning. Holy crap. The wheel is spinning. Awesome. No blown cylinder this time.
The players were ecstatic, but the experiment was not over yet. Wabuchinyo once again carefully installed the battery converter and motor into a wildly styled locomotive front. Then Wabuchinyo sat in the driver's seat, wiped the sweat from his hands and twisted the throttle.
Buzz.
This punk-style prototype electric locomotive launched forward, instantly carving an extremely wild arc and stirring up a cloud of dust.
Whoa. Ha ha ha. It's done. The first electric vehicle on the wasteland. The players chased after the vehicle, letting out bellows of jubilation. Later that same day in the evening,
the players pushed aside the sealed earth of the simple brick kiln.
The first batch of self-made wasteland red bricks had successfully emerged on UX 829. Clang. Clang. Clang.
Chu Wanjia tapped a brick, still retaining its warmth, with his tactical knife, producing a crisp sound.
It's done. Brothers. Woo. Take off. We won't have to sleep in the open and eat sand much longer. To celebrate our double victory of stepping into the electrification and brick and tile era. Tonight let's have a bonfire party.
Wabuchinyo jumped onto the hood of the newly built Spark 01 and waved his hand with heroic boldness.
Hell yeah. Let's party.
Though this was the perilous UX 829 and the external environment was harsh, it did not dampen their ability to find joy in hardship. In the open space outside the outpost, the players circled a large windproof fire pit. The blazing flames drove away the cold of the wasteland night.
Come sit down. Tonight's feast is on Chu. Chu Wanjia waved his hand arrogantly, buying a large pile of, well, high-purity nutrient paste from the logistics store. Damn, Chu is generous. That must be nearly 100 contribution points, right? Yi Ao Naiwi quickly grabbed a stick of nutrient paste. Gotta have style.
Chu Wanjia waved his hand nonchalantly, handing a stick of nutrient paste to the slightly reserved Nia. Nia took the nutrient paste with both hands, and as she looked at these pioneers, dirty but laughing joyfully around the bonfire, her eyes moistened.
On the wasteland, night usually meant fear and death.
The warmth of sharing food around a fire was something she had only experienced in her tribe. If only she had met them earlier.
Then, the party officially began. There was no fine wine or delicious food, only the extremely unpalatable toothpaste-like substance.
There were no dazzling lights or stages, only the flickering flames and the howling wind of the wasteland. Yet this group of players managed to turn this utterly shabby bonfire gathering into a New Year's Eve celebration.
Brothers. Eating nutrient paste is boring, we need some entertainment.
Zhanshin Biao squeezed the paste into his mouth, and a few gulps wiped his mouth, and stood right by the fire pit.
I'll go first. In real life, I'm a proper martial arts instructor. Today I'll perform 36 continuous strike.
With that, he pulled out the high-carbon steel tactical axe from his belt and swung it fiercely by the bonfire. Undeniably, the high coordination of this cloned body combined with Zhanshin Biao's professional moves made the axe technique appear vigorous and murderous, with the blade even cutting through the air with a sharp sound.
Nice. Awesome.
If this were an age of cold weapons, he'd definitely be an unmatched warrior.
The players clapped and cheered enthusiastically. Come on, watch me.
Su Xing picked up a broken iron basin from somewhere, then began to beat it with total immersion, mixing in a rustic rap while tapping.
Hey friends over there, let me see your hands, okay? MMC, take out Emperor. Alone. I drink and get drunk. Drunk I pair up with the mutant rats. Both eyes are fixed alone. Only hoping to one day loot epic equipment. The rhythmless banging paired with this fitting wasteland rap adaptation pushed the atmosphere to its peak. Ha ha ha. Damn. That's so corny. This vibe is too strong. Shut up. The players doubled over with laughter. Mia could not understand the strange tune and lyrics, but seeing everyone laughing so happily, she covered her mouth and giggled too. One act followed another. Zhuangji Jingjue Bing performed a handcuff escape magic trick. Fei Pinhuisho attempted a wild chest-breaking boulder act, but due to improper handling nearly sent himself packing. The entire outpost was filled with joyful air. As the bonfire gradually dimmed, the forced logout warning countdown appeared before each player's eyes. Ahem. Brothers, time's almost up. Song Shu Zhuanshur, who had been sitting nearby laughing until his stomach hurt, stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. As the only female player among our 13 outlaws, let me take the finale tonight. She cleared her throat and walked gracefully to the nearly extinguished fire pit. Her ethereal and gentle voice without any musical accompaniment slowly drifted over the primary outpost. Unforgettable tonight, unforgettable tonight. No matter how far the horizon or the sea. Across the vast land of China we share the same embrace, wishing our motherland well. Wishing our motherland well. On Blue Star, this song expresses the cherished reunion with loved ones, the resonance of national sentiment and the wishes for a beautiful future, serving as an irreplaceable common memory of home and country. On the wasteland of the alien planet UX-829, this song encapsulates the player's summary of their arduous initial exploration as well as their hopes for tomorrow. Good. This is indeed the grand finale. Woo-woo, the hamster sings so beautifully, I miss home. As the applause erupted, the countdown reached 0. Everyone, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we rise and grind. Whoever comes late is a dog. The 13 players each lay down on the prepared straw mats, finding a comfortable position. The outpost once again fell silent. Naya obediently helped Hamster Rebirth put on the tactical suit, then curled up beside her like a little cat, closing her eyes. Meanwhile, the pressured door of the core control room opened at an unknown time. Awakening stood at the entrance, gazing at the employees sprawled across the straw mats. On the monitoring panel of the auxiliary brain machine, data from the earlier extremely illogical and physically exhausting social activity was flashing. Employee emotional engagement peak extremely high. Team cohesion assessment significantly increased. Awakening squinted slightly, staring at the nearly extinguished campfire, lost in thought. Emotional engagement 0. 114. Blue Star time, morning. In an apartment in Deep Sea City, sunlight streamed through the blinds, illuminating the cluttered computer desk. Chugo suddenly opened his eyes, swiftly removing the expensive Deep Sea VR headset from his head. He took a deep breath. Aside from some soreness from inactivity, he felt utterly refreshed. Thanks to Spark, my charm knows no bounds. This game must be some kind of black technology. As Chugu muttered to himself, he sprang up from the ergonomic chair. By the time he finished editing the video, it was already noon. With nothing to do, he opened Spark's official forum in the studio. On the most prominent homepage carousel, a newly released official screenshot prominently displayed. It was a group photo of the 13 of them from last night. The players were gathered around the campfire with the freshly baked first batch of wasteland red bricks and the incredibly wild punk Spark No. 1 vehicle in the background, while a well-behaved Naya stood beside them. Below there was a pinned official post. The reservation channel for Spark is officially open. 20 pioneers who will become the new Spark of the wasteland. The comments section of this post had turned into a battlefield of demons. I want a qualification. I'm willing to trade 10 years of my roommate's singlehood for a closed beta spot. Don't steal from me. I'm a 30-year veteran bricklayer. Your red bricks are of such poor quality, let me in and I'll teach you how to plaster. I formally report these 13 closed beta old dogs. Why can they have bonfire parties in the game, feasting and having fun, while I can only eat instant noodles in front of the screen? I urgently request paid spots. I have plenty of money, I just want to experience the thrill of being whipped by mutated vines. Bushi. Seeing those envious comments, Chugo couldn't help but chuckle with delight. This feeling of being envied by the entire internet was even more exhilarating than achieving the first kill in the entire server. After exiting the official post, he clicked on a popular discussion thread titled "Discussion on the Construction Conference for the First Living Area of the Outpost." This post was published immediately after I Don't Eat Beef went offline, aimed at gathering ideas to solve their impending accommodation issue for 33 people. I Don't Eat Beef brothers, the bricks are ready. Next we officially start building houses. I Don't Eat Beef, now we face two problems. First, how to reasonably plan the accommodations for these 33 people. Second, what measures should we take for windproofing and warmth?
After all, the cold of the wasteland at night is brutal, -8 degrees. Below, the replies from the cloud players were extremely absurd.
Urgent Vanguard, do we even need to think?
Just build a traditional Beijing courtyard with 3 entrances and 3 exits.
Keep mutated rats in the front yard, plant ghost willows in the back, and leave the courtyard for bonfire parties. That would be impressive. Angry Grandma, you up there, have you lost your mind? A courtyard. Why not mention the Forbidden City?
I pick up garbage in Tarkov, then let's just dig a hole, warm in winter and cool in summer, wind and sand resistant, use red bricks to reinforce the entrance.
Cervical disease specialist, that won't work. I feel like at night while sleeping mutated bugs will burst out from underground to attack us.
At this moment the spectacle party in the forum could no longer hold back and began to go all out.
Relocation King Director, let me tell you, think big. We are here to rebuild civilization. Let's just construct a pharaoh's pyramid.
Not only is it wind resistant and pressure resistant, but it also exudes a commanding presence.
Imagine having that NPC girl standing on top of the pyramid giving you buffs every day. Just think of that image, it's exhilarating. EX-01 biological weapon researcher, the pyramid is too tacky. Let's build a wasteland version of the Louvre.
Or simply construct a Roman Colosseum. In the future we can toss raiders in there to let them fight it out for our entertainment.
North and South Mung Bean agreed.
If we build, let's build a spectacle. I suggest we follow the standards of the Wall of Westeros from A Song of Ice and Fire and first build a 20-meter high wall. This group of cloud players was becoming increasingly ridiculous, even suggesting the construction of a floating sky city.
Finally, the thread starter I don't eat beef could no longer bear it.
I don't eat beef, stop.
Are you guys misunderstanding our current productivity?
I don't eat beef, we are a bunch of wasteland refugees who don't even have cement steel bars or heavy-duty cranes. We are here to build houses to live in, not to create wonders for architectural competitions. Chu Player quickly chimed in to align with the thread starter. Chu Player, what Brother Nyo said is right. We must prioritize practicality, resource conservation and wind resistance, adapting to local conditions. Now the discussions in the thread gradually returned to normal.
Painting expert, let's just have a minimalist communal living space on the wasteland.
Painting expert, we can set up a stove inside to ensure we don't freeze to death at night. Once our productivity increases, we can reconsider the relocation issue.
This extremely pragmatic proposal immediately drew countless wails from the spectacle party. Whoa, my Roman Colosseum is gone. Man, what can I say?
This is not a residence for the 4th Calamity, it's simply a dormitory for sweatshop workers.
However, the closed beta players unanimously agreed. Night Owl pragmatism is paramount. I agree. Hamster Rebirth agreed.
But we need to set aside a separate room for Naya, we girls can't be crammed in with you rough men, right?
Agreed 1. Agreed 114514. The plan was smoothly finalized.
At 8:00 a.m. on May 10, 11451 stellar calendar on planet UX 829, 13 players who had been lying scattered on straw mats like corpses opened their eyes almost simultaneously.
Brothers. Time to get up and work.
Chuda Wanja flipped up from the straw mat with a swift movement, twisted his neck, producing a series of crisp cracks. After a night of forced offline hibernation, all the aches and fatigue of the cloned body had been completely reset.
Fully resurrected. But I think I got a stiff neck. Yi Ao Naiwa, he also jumped up in extreme excitement. I'll help you.
Beside him, Zhanshin Quangdiao delivered a headlock move that nearly sent Yi Ao Naiwa back to the respawn point.
Good morning, honored lords. Naya had long been awake.
She watched these pioneers who resurrected punctually every morning, full of energy, her eyes brimming with admiration.
Good morning, Sister Naya. Sister Naya, can I have today's buff slot?
The grown men began to ingratiate themselves again, fawningly trying to increase their favor.
Just then the massive recombination printer behind the outpost let out a roar.
Immediately afterward, the metal clamping plates beneath the device slowly slid open to both sides. A full 20 cultivation pods rose onto the outpost's ground like mushrooms breaking through the soil.
Newbies.
New colleagues are about to arrive. The veteran players immediately stopped their noise and with perfect synchronization gathered around, ready to witness a new round of the miracle of creation.
A pale green nutrient solution quickly filled the 20 transparent glass tanks.
The robotic arms above the cultivation pods began to shuttle and spray at high speed. White bones, red muscle tissue, blood vessel networks.
This bio 3D printing technology, which surpassed the current technological era of Blue Star, inspired awe no matter how many times one witnessed it.
For Naya, who was witnessing this miracle for the first time, it was as if the creator god himself was displaying his might.
Oh my god.
Naya tightly covered her mouth, took 2 steps forward with great reverence, wanting to get closer to see clearly the clones gradually taking shape in the nutrient solution. Before the cultivation pods had printed the novice jumpsuits, these 20 clones were naturally in their most primitive naked state. For the players, the critical parts of the clones and the cultivation pods were considerately covered with a layer of holy light mosaic to protect the mental health of Blue Star people. Just as Naya curiously widened her eyes and slowly moved her gaze down along the muscular chest of a male clone.
Holy shit. Wait. Su Xing standing behind Naya suddenly had a very ominous flash of insight. This damn game's anti-addiction and mosaic system is based on us players. We can see the mosaic, but Naya is a native here.
What she sees with her naked eyes.
Could it be the uncensored high-definition original?
The thought of the clones floating naked in the water in extremely eye-stinging scenes sent cold sweat down Su Xing's spine.
Ah. Naya. You can't look at this.
Su Xing directly covered Naya's eyes from behind and turned her little head around.
Sister Su Xing. What's wrong?
Naya, whose eyes were suddenly covered, looked confused.
I was experiencing the miracle.
Experience your damn miracle.
Su Xing's face flushed, stammered nonsense with great guilt. This is called absolute privacy of the moment of arrival.
The administrator said that staring directly at the descent of the followers will give you styes.
Ah. Really?
Sorry. Hearing this, Naya quickly covered her eyes tightly with both hands and bowed repeatedly in panic, apologizing. The 12 veteran players nearby, watching Su Xing's mother hen protecting its chicks move, also caught on.
Ha 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 ha. Well done, Su Xing. Protecting the mental health of underage NPCs is everyone's responsibility.
In dying of laughter, these newbies almost lost their dignity in front of an NPC.
Gurgle. The pale green nutrient solution in the 20 cultivation pods quickly drained through the exhaust valves.
The 20 clones that had just completed consciousness upload opened their eyes simultaneously in perfect sync.
The airlock doors opened and 20 new employees wrapped in gray-white synthetic fiber jumpsuits tumbled out of the cultivation pods. Cough. Holy shit. This nutrient solution is really damn choking. 100. It's actually 100. Holy cow, I actually got in, it's not a scam.
The 20 newbies lay awkwardly on the cold metal floor. Some were perversely feeling their own clone muscles, some were lying on the ground licking the metal floor, while others gazed at the radiation clouds in the sky, uttering a series of holy shits.
Not far in front of them, Chu Dewanja and the other 12 veteran players had already lined up in a row.
They slightly raised their chins, watching the group of rookies writhing on the ground with an inscrutable pro-gamer gaze.
Welcome to the real Wasteland rookies.
Chu Dewanja with extreme swagger hoisted the makeshift firearm onto his shoulder and delivered an opening line. Just at this perfect moment of swagger, the airlock door of the core control room slowly opened and Su Xing walked out, looking at the new employees on the ground.
Welcome, pioneers, to this world. The civilization of planet UX-829 has been extinguished, and upon your shoulders rests the responsibility of rebooting civilization. The expansion of the outpost requires more foundation stones, and the reconstruction of civilization needs more nourishment. Ding.
A quest pop-up appeared simultaneously before all players' eyes.
Newbie quest released. Quest name: The Pioneer's First Step.
Quest objective: familiarize yourself with the outpost environment and follow the Vanguard's guidance to leave the outpost area and collect at least 5 kilograms of basic resources, including but not limited to slag plant fibers, mutant creature remains, etc.
Quest rewards: 20 experience points, 10 contribution points.
Meanwhile, the quests for Chu Dewanja and the other 13 veteran players were different.
On their panels, besides daily tasks like submit resources and build base, there was a conspicuously added exclusive quest. Vanguard Pioneer exclusive quest released. Quest name: The Inheritor of Civilization.
Quest description: as the pioneers who lit the spark of the wasteland, you have the duty to guide these newly arrived newcomers to adapt to this cruel world.
Quest objective: lead new players to complete the newbie quest.
Quest rewards: for each new player you successfully guide to complete the newbie quest, you and your squad members will receive an additional 10 mentor bonus of their earnings without deducting the new player's rewards until the new player reaches level 5. The quickest to react was Chu, player, who placed his hands on his hips and skillfully activated the brainwashing mode.
Welcome to Spark.
I am Chu, player, the captain of the exploration team, currently the highest ranked player in the entire server and armed with a gun.
Want to experience the thrill of scavenging in the wasteland? Want to explore the mysterious wreck of a starship? Join our exploration team. I will treat you to delicious food and drinks and lead you to success.
Night Owl pushed past Chu, player, and patted the bloodstained tactical axe at his waist, his gaze sharp.
I am Night Owl, the captain of the hunting team.
What's the most exhilarating part of this game?
It's the visceral sensation of punches landing. It's the adrenaline of life and death battles.
Join us and I will teach you how to maneuver and defeat monsters beyond your level.
Watching the two of them about to fight over recruits I don't eat beef scoffed disdainfully. He walked over to the newly built Spark No. 1 vehicle and patted its metal shell. Newbies, heed my advice. What's the point of fighting? What future is there in scavenging? Do you see this industrial marvel? I am the captain of the construction team.
Join us and we will craft nuclear bombs by hand and build a steel fortress on this wasteland.
Construction is the romance of real men. Wow. There's a big shot to hold on to. I want to explore. I want to scavenge. Count me in for monster hunting. Real men fight. Beef bro. I choose construction. I have a driver's license, I can drive. In an instant the whole outpost was as lively as a market.
20 newcomers surged towards their preferred teams. The exploration team remained the most popular after all, who doesn't enjoy scavenging for treasures. Besides the original 6 veteran members, 9 newcomers joined. The construction team also gained significantly, recruiting 7 newbies who looked suitable for civil engineering, making a total of 11. The hunting team recruited 4 newcomers plus 3 veterans, forming a 7-member Shrek team. Speaking of which, the IDs of these new players varied greatly. In the exploration team there were players named Big Civ, hey what are you doing in AAA professional lockpicking? Even one guy called Don't Kill Me. Over in the construction team there were quite a few familiar faces: Demolition Chief, I'm good at painting, Poison Master. As for the newcomers in the hunting team, their names were quite colorful, like Proud of the World, Tenjin of Rose's Brother, Tiger of Society, and Blow Up Your Dog's Head. Once the players formed their teams, Awakening's backend received the custom codes IDs for these 20 new employees. After reviewing the list in the control room, Awakening looked away and closed the holographic screen. These wildly unpredictable and undisciplined individuals would have been executed if they had been placed in a regular interstellar mercenary. Around 9 o'clock in wasteland time, 33 pioneers sat in a circle by the extinguished campfire on the outskirts of the beginner outpost. In the past hour, 20 newbies under the guidance of veteran players had a profound experience of the harshness of the wasteland. They were exhausted after scavenging just a few scraps of metal. 2 unfortunate souls even got bitten by a suddenly emerged mutated sandworm, vividly experiencing the sharp pain. After completing the novice task, as they still lacked a house which served as the offline point, Chu De player called everyone for a meeting.
This game has currently cancelled the official offline points. If we don't build a house when forced offline at night, the 33 of us will have to log out in the wasteland. What the hell? Is this game so hardcore? Then let's hurry and build. Exactly. Therefore our top strategic goal next is the Phase 1 project of the Spark Outpost, the comprehensive establishment of the minimalist-style Spark Barracks in the wasteland. I will take 10 people and continue to dismantle the starship. We will salvage as much as we can. Old Owl for now just take Crazy Fast and Little Proud for hunting, ensure the biomass reserves and scout the surrounding area. As for the rest, your task is to mix mud, fire, bricks and build walls. We must die on the construction site if necessary. Let's do this. Get in the vehicle. Get in the vehicle. The first water truck is departing. No delivery allowed excitedly jumped into the extremely rudimentary driver's seat of the Spark No. 1. Behind the No. 1 vehicle, it was equipped with 5 full carriages, each tied with self-made metal water buckets by the players. Veteran driver, let's go. Hold on tight. No delivery allowed gently twisted the throttle and the steel beast, weighing over half a ton, slowly started moving. Due to the lack of a shock absorption system, the group of newbies in the carriage was tossed about, screaming in fright. As the speed gradually increased, the howling wind and the pure mechanical roar instantly ignited their DNA. Previously it took at least 3 hours for a round trip to fetch water from the water source 5 kilometers away, a process that was very torturous. Now even with the extremely bumpy wasteland roads, no delivery allowed managed to accelerate to nearly 30 miles per hour. Just 10 minutes later, the charred remains of the Ghost Willow Forest, already turned into a wasteland, came into view. We've arrived. Unload and fill the water. No delivery allowed led 4 newbies, disassembling the carriage and pushing it to the water pool to fill it. Filling water, reattaching the trailer and returning. In less than an hour, the first water truck laden with nearly 2,000 pounds of water resources returned to the beginner outpost, kicking up clouds of dust. Water's here. Get moving. Start mixing mud. I don't eat beef led the newbies in mixing mud and firing bricks, while Welding Emperor and Scrap Collector carefully repaired the water truck to prevent major failures later. The proposer of the barracks plan, I'm good at painting, after carefully planning the foundation, began to dig on site. Meanwhile, Chu De player was with 10 individuals frantically dismantling the starship 2 kilometers away. Big Civ. Forget about those useless screws, just use the welding gun to cut the load-bearing points. AAA professional lockpick. You go to the left corridor and see if there are any intact airlock doors. Think about how to take them down as the main door for our barracks. Metal plates from the starship were violently removed and then tied onto a makeshift trailer to be transported back to the outpost. 1 day. 2 days. under extremely intense grinding. On May 13, 11451 in the star calendar planet UX 829 evening, a structure resembling a red caterpillar appeared in this desolate wasteland. Its walls were made from rough red bricks interspersed with several starship metal plates, and the roof was extremely simplistic, just covered with straw. There were no windows, only a dozen extremely narrow ventilation openings. Although its appearance was hard to evaluate in the player's eyes, it was far more appealing than any luxurious 5-star hotel on Blue Star. Brothers. I don't eat beef, wiped the mud off his face, his voice filled with pride. Phase 1 of the Spark Outpost, Wasteland Minimalist-style Spark Barracks. Completed. It was unsightly, windowless, with cracks filled with blackened mud. Yet it sufficed, windproof, sandproof, and with the heated Kong it could grant one a comfortable night's sleep. Brothers. Time to pick rooms. Shu the player could not wait and pushed open the door. The interior was divided by red bricks into 10 roughly equal single rooms. Without any lights, it was pitch dark inside, with only a few narrow ventilation holes high on the walls letting in a faint glimmer of daylight. 4 to a room. Form your own groups and find a roommate. First come, first served. Shu the player waved his hand. Brother Chu. Let's room together. Scram, you snore too loud. I'm sleeping with Brother Nyo. After a chaotic scramble, the men quickly divided the rooms. Song Shu Zhuanshi held Naya's hand, followed by a new female player with the ID Bishawa, and walked into a dedicated girls' dormitory. This is our home from now on. Song Shu Zhuanshi dusted off her hands, surveying the cramped space of about 10 square meters. The room was bare except for a half-meter-high wide platform built from red bricks against one wall, occupying most of the floor area. Sister Song Shu. Naya looked around nervously. This was 10,000 times better than the shabby shed she had lived in at the Crow's Nest camp. When her gaze fell on the wide platform, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Is this a stand for storing supplies? Naya pointed at the platform. Supplies. The new female player named Bishawa burst out laughing. Sister Naya, this isn't for storage, it's for sleeping. Sleeping. Naya was even more bewildered. Sleeping on something so high. It's called a Kong. Song Shu Zhuanshi led Naya to the edge and pointed at a small opening beneath it. The wasteland nights are freezing, in winter it might drop to 30 or 40 below zero. This brick platform is hollow inside, connected to an exhaust pipe outside. Just burn a few dry branches in the firebox below and the heat will travel through the channels, warming the whole platform. Sleeping on it in winter is incredibly cozy. In the wasteland, cold was one of the biggest killers of survivors. This ingenious design that trapped heat and provided warmth all night was simply. You lords are truly brilliant. Naya sighed with heartfelt admiration. Just as the girls were exploring the dormitory, a heavy thud of something landing came from outside the outpost. Yi Xiao and his team returned to the outpost, dragging 2 handcarts piled high with spoils. A huge haul. A rat bonanza. Zhanshan Quangbiao excitedly slapped the loot on the cart. Besides those disgusting mutant rats and lizards, we dug up a nest of good stuff in a weathered rock cave to the east. Hearing the commotion, the players who had just finished room assignments swarmed over. Apart from the rats they were already used to, there were 7 or 8 strange creatures covered in long gray-white fur. These creatures had thick 6 limbs, flat heads and long snouts. Target: Rockmane Beast LV. 8 Description: a gregarious creature dwelling in wasteland caves. Irascible and thick-skinned. Its long fur offers excellent insulation. Rockmane Beast. Wabuchi Nyo Rao's eyes lit up at the system prompt. Great stuff. If we skin these and lay the pelts on our Kong, it'll be 100 times more comfortable than straw mats. Yi Xiao nodded, deftly flayed the beasts and prepared to toss the rest into the recombinator printer. Wait. Wait. Lord Yi Xiao. Naya, who had been at the back of the crowd, suddenly pushed forward, her voice urgent. Yi Xiao stopped and looked at her with puzzlement. Naya, what's wrong? Song Shu Zhuanshi asked with concern. This Rockmane Beast. Some parts of its belly and legs are edible. Naya stepped forward, her eyes sparkling. The players all stared at Naya, then at the beasts. Edible. Shu the player broke the silence first. Little sister Naya, are you sure? Eating this won't make us see double. Won't make us foam at the mouth. His rapid-fire questions dumbfounded Naya. No. No, she stammered, waving her hands at his friendly expression. The raider leader of Crow's Nest Camp loved to roast them over fire. I once secretly tasted a tiny shred of meat from the bones they discarded. The players erupted. After days of eating tasteless, high-purity nutrient paste in the wasteland, their mouths were craving real flavor. The frustration of surviving on toothpaste-like rations was a disaster for players used to Blue Star's cuisine.
And now an NPC had personally confirmed this stuff was edible.
Oh my god. Finally meat. I've had enough of that toothpaste. Brothers, tonight we feast.
Chu, the player, was still the fastest to react, assigning tasks. Bring those clean metal sheets over for cutting boards.
Rake out some embers from the kiln and make a grill.
As for water, well, have to buy a little from the supply shop for now, use it sparingly. The players divided the work efficiently.
With Naya's help they managed to carve out about 40 kilograms of meat.
Without salt or modern preservation, fresh meat wouldn't keep, so they decided to roast it all.
They worked for over an hour. As dusk fell, a blazing bonfire was lit in the open space before the newly built longhouse.
Beside it the players built 3 grills from discarded red bricks.
Embers from the simple kiln were spread evenly beneath the grates, radiating intense heat.
Sizzle, as the temperature rose, the rich fat in the rockmane beast meat began to melt, dripping onto the coals. Even without cumin or chili powder, this pure fat aroma is more addictive than anything I'd had in real life.
Quick! Flip! Don't burn it! The first batch.
Wabuchinyo hadn't even finished speaking before the impatient players lunched like starving wolves.
Hot, hot, hot. Damn, this is so good. Tastes like chicken, crunchy protein content several times that of beef. Roasted over high heat, the skin was crispy, the inside chewy, absolutely delicious.
For these players who had been subsisting on toothpaste 4 days on this wasteland planet, it was a salvation for the soul.
Wah! I finally get to eat meat again and am not poisoned.
Chu, the player, wept tears of happiness as he devoured large mouthfuls.
Naya, hey, race a skewer for you. Song Shujuan handed a skewer of golden sizzling meat to Naya.
Naya looked at the skewer bigger than her arm, her eyes reddening. In Crow's Nest Camp, only the leader and the strongest raiders were allowed to eat meat. She had never imagined she would sit by a warm fire and enjoy fragrant roasted meat.
Thank you. Thank you, Sister Song Shu, thank you all lords. Naya choked as she took a bite.
In that moment, the real taste of meat and satisfaction made everything feel like a beautiful dream.
Brothers. Everyone please be quiet.
Chu Dejuyuan raised a half-eaten skewer like a microphone and cleared his throat. Today is a day of great historical significance. Thanks to our painstaking efforts, the first phase of the Starfire Outpost project, the minimalist wasteland Starfire Dining Hall, has finally been completed today.
Wow.
A wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted all around. From tonight onward we will no longer have to lie on the cold metal floor eating sand.
We have a home now. Cheers to Starfire. Cheers to our esteemed administrator. Cheers to ourselves. Cheers to ourselves.
Everyone raised their skewers and shouted loudly.
Additionally, Chu Dejuyuan turned his gaze towards Nia, who was sitting in the back.
Today our ability to enjoy roasted meat relies entirely on the appraisal and guidance of our server's unique national treasure, Sister Nia. Let us give the warmest applause to our national treasure.
Long live Nia.
The players once again erupted with enthusiasm, causing Nia to shyly bury her face in her collar.
All right. That's the end of my speech. It's talent show time. New brothers, show us what you've got. The atmosphere was instantly ignited. Just as the barbecue party reached its peak, Chu Dejuyuan's keen eyes caught sight of a familiar figure at the edge of the firelight. Unbeknownst to them, Su Xing had quietly stood there, quietly watching the reveling employees. Chu Dejuyuan's eyes rolled. He eagerly picked out a skewer of delicious roasted meat from the grill and trotted over cheerfully. Ahem. Esteemed administrator. Chu Dejuyuan said, ingratiatingly bending down to present the steaming skewer of meat to Su Xing. Although this shoddy planet has poor conditions lacking even cumin and salt, the meat is reasonably flavorful. You are busy with your duties, would you like to try our culinary skill? Su Xing quietly looked at the extremely sycophantic employee No. 001 foot and did not refuse. As an administrator, occasionally accepting tributes from employees can greatly enhance the sense of belonging and loyalty of this group of fourth catastrophes to the faction. Su Xing raised his hand and took the skewer from Chu Dejuyuan. He opened his mouth and under Chu Dejuyuan's expectant gaze took a bite of the roasted meat. How does it taste, my lord? Chu Dejuyuan nervously rubbed his hands. Su Xing slowly chewed twice and swallowed, lacking the balance of spices filled with coarse impurities. Su Xing glanced at him, his tone devoid of emotion. But it's acceptable. After finishing, Su Xing turned and left, his figure once again disappearing into the darkness of the core control room. Ha ha ha. Brothers. The administrator praised my roasted meat as delicious. My favorability must have definitely increased. Chu Dejuyuan excitedly returned to the bonfire, waving his fists arrogantly at the other players. On May 14, 11451 in the star calendar on planet UX 829 at 8 a.m. accompanied by a uniform chorus of resurrection sounds. The players energetically jumped out of their dormitories. I Don't Eat Beef rubbed his nose discussing today's tasks with the two team leaders. Old Owl, all members of your hunting team go out and fiercely hunt the rock main beasts. Let's make sure that everyone can have warm beast skin mats. No problem. Leave it to us. Old Chu, the exploration team, can also deploy. All members now continue to dismantle the starship wreckage. We need to build a cafeteria and storage room. The more steel plates and parts the better. We've got this. Chu Dejuyuan waved the tools he just bought. As for our infrastructure team, today we not only need to continue making bricks but also solve two epic challenges: building a decent public toilet and most importantly creating a water purification system so we can take a hot shower. Once these words were spoken, the players subconsciously sniffed the scent on their bodies. Then, since the game closed the cultivation pod's offline point until now, the players have not showered for as long as 9 days. It's hard to imagine how they've managed. And the water from the underground spring the players also dared not use. If it mutated and their heads became pointed, it could be a disaster. In the eastern area, the weathered rock cave zone. The terrain here is rugged with huge rock pillars eroded into bizarre shapes by the wind and sand. Shoo! With the buff that Mia had just given them in the morning, the battle god Frenzy keenly caught the sounds coming from deep within the cave. At least a dozen. Night Owl lowered his voice. As per our usual practice, use cold weapons and maneuver. Understood. The 7 of them immediately slipped into the cave like ghosts. Inside the cave, an unknown mineral on the rock wall emitted a faint glow. The players slowly groped forward in the dim light. Roar! Not even 20 meters in, an adult rock main beast discovered them. This is great. The newly joined team member, Blasting Your Dog Head, shouted and charged forward. He slightly bent his legs and swung the welding hammer produced by the infrastructure team, smashing it down hard on the forehead of the rock main beast. Bang! The LV. 10 rock main beast stumbled back 2 steps, shaking its dazed head and letting out a wail. Good opportunity. Up. Night Owl and Battle God Frenzy attacked from the left and right like phantoms, striking from the flank. Their sharp tactical axes accurately struck the relatively soft sides of the rock main beast's neck and behind its hind legs. Blood splattered and the rock main beast fell to the ground with a shriek. Within just 2 hours, 6 plump rock main beasts lay sprawled across the cave. On the other side, 2 kilometers away at the starship wreckage site, the dismantling operation of the exploration team was in full swing. Dozens of crazy members of the demolition office were recklessly causing destruction at the periphery and lower passages of the starship. Certain areas of the starship had indeed high alloy strength, but they couldn't withstand the players' frenzied pressure. As the core transport vehicle, the Starfire No. 1-foot shuttle shuttled back and forth between the outpost starship and water source. The masons of the infrastructure team continued brickmaking while others began constructing the public toilet. Brothers, the toilet will be built behind the dining hall. First, dig a pit and build a septic tank with red bricks. Painting master with utmost seriousness sketched a draft. Compared to building a public toilet, figuring out how to produce clean water was the technical challenge that had the players somewhat stumped. I Don't Eat Beef squatted in front of a large metal barrel filled with murky underground spring water, frowning. Brother Nyo, we have sand and leftover charcoal. We can first create a filtration system. The chemist, who came from a chemical plant in reality, suggested from the side. The 2 of them immediately got to work. Brother Nyo, the filter cartridge is ready. The first layer is coarse sand, the second layer is fine sand, and at the bottom we have the leftover charcoal from yesterday's kiln with a large clump of mutated dry grass acting as the filter at the outlet. Poison Master's last resort took a funnel-shaped metal cylinder and placed it upright over a water storage bucket. Okay, let's start pouring water. Pour slowly. I Don't Eat Beef nervously stared at the funnel. The murky underground spring water was slowly poured into the top of the funnel. The dirty water slowly seeped through the sand layers, being absorbed by the charcoal particles and finally filtered through the dry grass at the bottom. A stream of somewhat clear water dripped steadily from the bottom of the funnel into the clean storage bucket. Objective water that has undergone preliminary physical filtration. Description: most mud, suspended particles and large parasitic eggs have been removed, but trace amounts of radiation and mutated fungi remain. It is not recommended for direct consumption as prolonged exposure may lead to irreversible mild genetic mutations. I Don't Eat Beef sighed, his expression grave. Physical filtration can only address visible impurities in eggs. This primitive method is useless against radioactive substances dissolved in water and microscopic mutated fungi. Do we need to handcraft a reverse osmosis membrane or a nuclear sewage treatment plant? Poison Master's last resort was somewhat frantic. I Don't Eat Beef fixed his gaze on the bucket of water, his brow furrowed. This was not just a matter of whether they could take a hot shower to improve their lives, it concerned the health of all players. The fungi issue was manageable as distillation could resolve most of it, but radiation. Not to mention the newly constructed large dormitory from yesterday, which was akin to a miniature radiation source.
Staying there for a short time was fine, but if it lasted too long one might end up with horns. If the radiation purification issue of the water source wasn't resolved, the players' infrastructure plans would come to a halt. Just when I don't eat beef and the others were frowning in concern, a voice came from behind them.
Sir Nyo,
I don't eat beef, turned around to see the young girl Nia approaching. She held a few pieces of half-woven mutated dry grass in her hands, curiously observing the funnel and storage bucket in front of them.
Sister Nia, what's wrong? Are you hungry? No, Sir Nyo. I just saw you worrying about this water.
Nia cautiously took a couple of steps closer, pointing at the bucket with about 70% clear filtered water. This water looks so clean. In the crow's nest camp, the water the leader drinks is much murkier than this.
It is clean, but this water is toxic. Do you understand? It's the kind of invisible poison that can cause mutations and make you grow horns.
Poison Master's last resort attempted to explain the concept of radioactive isotopes to this wasteland native.
I see. My grandmother once said that the water in the wasteland is filled with corrosion.
Nia nodded seriously, then she uttered a sentence that made both players present widen their eyes in surprise. But corrosion can be dispelled.
Dispelled?
I don't eat beef found it hard to comprehend for a moment, but fortunately Poison Master's last resort reacted quickly.
Sister Nia, do you mean you have a way to remove the radiation from this water? I don't have that ability, but... Nia swallowed hard, pointing to the vast scorched wasteland outside the outpost.
In the wasteland there's a plant called glowing moss. As long as you crush the glowing moss and sprinkle it into the water, they will devour the corrosion in the water and turn into black sediment. After they are
filter out that sediment, and the remaining water will be extremely pure, the kind of life-giving water that even newborns can drink. Glowing moss.
I don't eat beef and Poison Master's last resort exchanged shocked glances. In Blue Star, dealing with nuclear wastewater was an exceedingly large and expensive industrial project. Yet on this wasteland planet, nature had evolved a mutated plant that could directly devour radiation. What a great discovery!
This is undoubtedly a top-tier strategic resource.
I don't eat beef excitedly slapped his thigh and stood up abruptly. Sister Nia, where can we find this glowing moss in the wild?
Do we have any nearby? Hearing this question, Nia shook her head.
Sir Neo, this type of moss only grows deep underground in places that never see sunlight.
We are surrounded by wastelands, so it's unlikely to be found here. What? There's none nearby.
Then where are we going to find this damn moss? I don't eat beef irritably tugged at his hair. In the core control room, Su Xing stood quietly in front of the holographic screen watching the employees outside. He had actually been hesitating whether to use his quota to exchange for a basic water purifier for this group of Blue Star employees. After all, if these laborers mutated into monsters due to radioactive water, his task progress would slow down. But he also didn't expect that this planet had evolved a mutated plant called glowing moss that could absorb nuclear radiation. Indeed, the greatness of life needs no further words. Since there is a free native solution, the quota should naturally be spent wisely.
Ding!
Emergency expansion task released.
Task name: construction of micro-radar base.
Task description: a large-scale high-density building ruin suspected to be an old city ruin has been detected about 10 kilometers northwest of the primary outpost. Task objective 1: assemble a vanguard team to conduct preliminary reconnaissance of the city ruins. Task objective 2: carry a micro-radar relay module and set it up at the high point of the ruins to illuminate the fog in that area. Task rewards: depending on exploration progress and the success of radar setup, there will be massive experience points, contribution points, and unlocking of subsequent tasks in that area.
Wow! We're about to open a new map. 10 kilometers away. City ruins. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? Let's go, let's go.
In the open area of the outpost, scrap collector approached with a pair of pliers.
Brother Nyo, it's 10 kilometers. Can you make it back before dark if you walk over taking the number 10 bus? Whether we can come back or not, we have to scout the route.
I've already exchanged for the radar relay module from the logistics store with contribution points. I don't eat beef strapped a black metal box to his back. He turned to Poison Master's last resort beside him and said, Poison Master, you're coming with me.
Count me in.
A newbie player with the ID Mouse's tail juice excitedly raised his hand.
Great. Just the three of us.
The three quickly replenished supplies and 2 high-carbon steel tactical axes at the logistics store. Before setting off, they approached Nia and inquired in detail about the specific appearance, growth habits, and harvesting precautions of glowing moss.
Gentlemen, please be careful. Glowing moss likes to grow in dark, damp underground cracks or deep within abandoned buildings, often accompanied by highly toxic mutated insect swarms. Nia warned anxiously. Don't worry, Sister Nia. Well, bring back the moss along with the bugs. Maz's tail juice waved the axe in his hand arrogantly.
The three ventured against the wind and sand, stepping out of the outpost's shield heading northwest. Su Xing nodded in satisfaction from the core control room. This map opening task not only logically indicated the direction for players to find glowing moss but also had them run errands to build the radar station.
As for what deadly monsters were hidden in the city ruins 10 kilometers away. After all, employees could respawn, dying a few more times would eventually clear the fog. On planet UX 829 at noon. About 10 kilometers northwest of the primary outpost.
A devastated steel jungle lay quietly on the ground like the skeleton of a prehistoric beast. By the standards of Blue Star, the scale of this architectural ruin is at least comparable to that of a second-tier city with a developed heavy industry. However, the once towering skyscrapers have been reduced to mere twisted skeletons of steel and concrete, with the once wide and flat streets now covered in thick layers of sand. Here lies the ruins of the old era, the 74th abandoned city filled with opportunities according to the survivors of the surrounding wasteland. On the second-floor balcony of a half-collapsed building, two men dressed in makeshift armor were crouched behind sandbags on watch. From the bell tower-style tattoos on their bodies, it was clear that they belonged to a survivor settlement on the outskirts of this ruined pendulum.
Damn storm, this wretched weather doesn't even let a mutated rat venture out.
The young sentry spat out the chewed dried grass he had been gnawing on, wiping the sand off his goggles with a rag.
Stop complaining.
The Black Iron Brotherhood has been clashing fiercely with the Ashen Gang recently. We need to be cautious of their bloodlust.
Old Dao, look over there. It seems someone is coming.
The young sentry suddenly tensed, quickly pulling the bolt of his rifle and aiming it at a small hillside over 200 meters away. Beside him, Old Dao immediately raised a monocular. In the extremely blurred view, three disheveled figures were struggling against the wind and sand, making their way from the southern wasteland.
Are they raiders? Should we open fire?
The young sentry's finger was already on the trigger.
Hold your fire for now, let's observe the situation.
Old Dao furrowed his brows, carefully observing the three individuals. Their armor isn't the shoddy kind typical of raiders. The dark clothing they wear is something I've never seen before.
Moreover, the one in the lead is carrying a black metal box on his back. Could they be merchants wandering over from farther south?
Or perhaps survivors who escaped from some shelter? A glint of sharpness flashed in Old Dao's eyes.
In the wasteland, merchants signify precious material trades, while shelter survivors represent extremely advanced technology from the old era.
Regardless of which category they belong to, they are valuable guests, or rather fat sheep for Pendulum. More importantly, these three individuals are unarmed, with only two of them carrying weapons at their waists. Such a meager firepower configuration poses no threat at all.
Let's go down and meet them.
After putting away the monocular, Old Dao beckoned the young sentry to come downstairs. Meanwhile, on the hillside 200 meters away, I Don't Eat Beef, Toxic Master, and Rattail Juice were panting heavily, exhausted like dead dogs.
Damn.
A full 10 kilometers.
This game doesn't even have a fast travel feature. I'm about to die from exhaustion.
Rattail Juice collapsed on the ground in a star shape, his legs trembling.
Stop whining and look ahead.
I Don't Eat Beef set the radar relay module down on the ground, rubbed his nose, and excitedly pointed at the ruins ahead.
Ding. System notification: you have entered the outskirts of 74th abandoned city. Warning: unknown faction armed personnel detected ahead. Please be cautious with your words and actions, as this will affect their first impression of the Spark Outpost and your personal reputation. Armed personnel.
The three immediately became alert and synchronized their positions into a triangular formation. I Don't Eat Beef and Rattail Juice drew their high-carbon steel tactical axes, while Toxic Master held onto a homemade Molotov cocktail. In the distance, two figures gradually came into focus. The leading Old Dao raised one hand, signaling the young sentry behind him not to act recklessly, and walked slowly towards the prepared trio of I Don't Eat Beef.
Relax, outsiders. We are from the Pendulum Camp. We only trade, not slaughter fat sheep. We warmly welcome guests from afar.
Old Dao's gaze quickly scanned the three's dark tactical outfits, eventually landing on the black metal box at I Don't Eat Beef's feet.
Not a red-named aggressive monster.
Rattail Juice paused for a moment, his tightly gripped tactical axe lowering slightly. It seems they should be from a neutral faction, likely one we can trade with. I Don't Eat Beef sheathed his axe and replaced it with a friendly smile.
Hey there, friends, it's all a misunderstanding. We are pioneers from the Spark Outpost, just passing through your treasure land.
I Don't Eat Beef patted the dust off his clothes and stepped forward confidently.
Can we really trade? Yes, indeed. We have water, food, medicine, firearms, everything you could want.
Then our outpost just produced a batch of high-quality wasteland red bricks, great for windproofing and warmth.
Would you be interested in learning more?
Old Dao and the young sentry behind him were utterly baffled by his sudden enthusiastic sales pitch.
Pioneers. Spark Outpost. Red bricks. In the wasteland, merchants usually promote clean water, edible meat, old-era ammunition, or some kind of hallucinogenic drug. Who the hell comes all the way here to sell bricks for building houses? Old Dao coughed twice to mask the confusion in his eyes. Regardless of what this group is selling, as long as they have supplies, they can definitely squeeze out some profit for Pendulum. You all look weary from your travels, why not come to our camp for some water and rest? Things have been quite unstable here recently. Old Dao stepped aside, making a gesture of invitation. Water. Sure. Upon hearing there was water, Rat-tail Juice's earlier exhaustion from the 10-kilometer trek burst forth. They had long depleted their water supply and their throats felt like they were on fire. Wait a moment. Toxic Master pulled him back, turning to I Don't Eat Beef and lowering his voice. Brother Beef, this NPC is just like those shady taxi drivers at train stations in real life. If we just walk in like this, will we be treated as meat chickens and slaughtered? What are you afraid of? The only things we have are 2 broken axes and some quest items. What can he rob us of? Such gathering points are definitely the best places for gathering intelligence. Even if they are truly running a black shop, we can just dive back to the spring water, consider it a free return to town. That makes sense. The barefoot have no fear of the shod. The 3 quickly reached a consensus. Then it would be disrespectful not to comply. Lead the way, brother. I Don't Eat Beef unguardedly slung the radar module over his back and swaggered after Old Dao. A few minutes later, Old Dao led the players through a makeshift gate surrounded by barbed wire. This place resembled a slum attached to the ruins of a half-collapsed building. In the center of the camp stood a clock tower without a clock face, its pendulum remaining in the open skeletal frame like a heart that has stopped beating. On both sides of the street, various stalls were set up with survivors weaving through them, giving a somewhat lively atmosphere, albeit with a pungent odor. The players looked around completely devoid of any tension, as if they were in a den of tigers. Rat-tail Juice even excitedly ran to a stall, touching the greasy scrap metal parts, completely ignoring the stall owner's murderous glare. Old Blade led them into a slightly more spacious building. A burly man sat behind the counter, wiping a double-barreled shotgun with a rag. These are explorers from some Starfire outpost in the south. Old Blade shot the burly man a meaningful glance. The burly man lifted his head, scrutinizing the trio, his gaze finally settling on the metal case containing the radar module. Guests from afar, the Pendulum welcomes you. As long as you have enough goods, weapons, intelligence, or even clean women, we have it all here. The burly man wiped his hands, gesturing for them to sit. I Don't Eat Beef stepped forward and slammed the metal case onto the floor with a bang. We don't need anything else. We just want to ask about a certain plant. Where can we find a large amount of fluorescent moss? Old Blade and the burly man exchanged a look, the atmosphere growing tense. In the wasteland, fluorescent moss was the core material for producing clean water, its value even higher than gold of the same weight. Controlling a stable source of fluorescent moss meant an endless supply of clean water, a strategic resource that no faction would allow outsiders to covet. To be honest, our outpost recently started a construction project and urgently needs this stuff to purify water for mixing mud and firing bricks. I Don't Eat Beef made the shamelessly honest statement, completely unaware of how absurd it sounded to the wasteland natives. Using extremely precious purified water to mix mud, fire bricks. The burly man's mouth twitched. What kind of lunatic escaped from a vault? Or were they deliberately messing with him? Guess this joke isn't funny at all. The burly man's tone turned cold, his hand already reaching under the counter. The information on the fluorescent moss location isn't mine alone, it's the lifeline of the entire camp. If you take it, how can I hold my head up in the camp anymore? The burly man raised his brows, exuding a fierce aura that made the players' scalps tingle. Just as they were about to back down, the burly man slowly uttered 3 words. Add more money. The players perked up at the sign of hope, gazing at him eagerly, but the burly man pointed at the metal case containing the radar module. Clearly the man wanted the case. Such an old-era container likely held something valuable. And who could resist the temptation of opening it? What if it dropped a 9-slot red? Poison Master Deadly, seeing they were after their quest item, immediately pulled out a homemade Molotov cocktail. Hey, don't be rash. We're civilized people, let's make money in peace. I Don't Eat Beef quickly held back his teammate. The 3 turned their backs and whispered among themselves. Brother Nyo, are you really going to give them the quest item? We carried it 10 kilometers. You can't catch a wolf without risking the bait. These NPCs are clearly the local bullies. If we don't sweeten the deal, we won't even get a whiff of the fluorescent moss. Once we get the info, consider this hunk of metal a tuition fee. They don't know what it is anyway. Well, bluff big and maybe even score some extras. I Don't Eat Beef's mind raced. Information was solid, and as for the quest item, they could always spend some contribution points to buy another radar module. With a plan set, I Don't Eat Beef turned around, putting on an expression of painful reluctance that still had to yield. Fine.
Brother, you're a straight shooter. If the info is accurate and leads us to the fluorescent moss, this case is yours.
He plopped the metal case containing the radar relay module onto the counter.
This generous move threw the burly man and Old Blade off guard. In the wasteland, such a lack of haggling was like being a complete sucker. A glint of greed flashed in the burly man's eyes. He eagerly reached out his big hand to grab the handle of the metal case. Slap. A hand pressed down on the case.
Brother, don't rush.
I don't eat beef, lowered his voice, oozing mystery.
This case isn't ordinary scrap metal. We brought it out from an old era vault, sealed, cutting-edge, 99% genuine, a rare treasure. Rat Tail Juice and Poison Master Deadly chimed in with perfect synchronization. The three players took turns bombarding the two wasteland natives with a barrage of high-tech jargon, leaving them utterly bewildered. The burly man looked at the black case, then at the three confident outsiders, and began to have doubts. You. What else do you want? Simple. I don't eat beef, gestured. How about throwing in a few good guns and a few dozen rounds of What? A few guns plus dozens of bullets.
The burly man nearly jumped.
In the wasteland, guns and ammo were hard currency worth more than lives.
Where's the price hike?
It's been this price for years.
Don't stare with your eyes wide open and talk nonsense.
Digging up old era vaults is tough.
I don't eat beef, made as if to pick up the case and leave. The burly man and Old Blade exchanged a quick, subtle glance.
Guess don't go.
The burly man broke into a bright smile. The two sides engaged in a heated war of words, bargaining back and forth. The more the players argued, the more the burly man felt the case held something big.
Finally, the deal was struck.
The burly man pulled out a well-maintained homemade rifle and a box of about 20 rounds of ammunition. I don't eat beef took the rifle, pulled the bolt, listened to the crisp sound, and nodded with satisfaction. This was much better than the guns they had confiscated before. Those raiders knew nothing about gun maintenance.
Pleasure doing business. Now, brother, can you tell us the info?
The burly man put away the case, lowered his voice, and revealed the location of the fluorescent moss.
Thanks, brother. This trip was worth it.
I don't eat beef released the man's hand, and the three walked out the door.
Watching the outsiders disappear outside, the smile on the burly man's face vanished instantly. Old Blade, take 4 capable men and follow them. Strip them of their guns, ammo, clothes, everything. Leave nothing. Understood.
Old Blade let out a sinister grin and silently tailed them. At that moment, the three players had just stepped out of the pendulum camp.
Brother Nyo, we took a huge loss. That radar module cost a lot of contribution points.
Rat Tail Juice looked back at the camp gate with extreme regret.
Lost my ass. Do you really think I'm a charity? What do you mean? Poison Master Deadly was confused.
Did you not read the item description of the radar relay carefully before leaving? I don't eat beef rubbed his nose with great smugness.
That thing isn't just a base station module for opening the map.
Inside it conveniently integrates an anti-tamper micro self-destruct device and a tracking beacon. Without authorization from the admin or us players, any attempt to break open that case will trigger an explosion.
Whoa! A case bomb! Rat Tail Juice exclaimed. Once we find the fluorescent moss, we'll come back and steal the radar relay. All in all, we get it for free. Getting something for nothing. Poison Master Deadly gave a thumbs up.
Just as the three were gloating, a system warning abruptly rang in their ears.
Warning: 5 hostile armed personnel are approaching rapidly. As soon as they left the camp, players immediately noticed someone was following them. Damn! What do these bastards want? Hao Ziweiji suddenly turned around. They've taken our boxes and now they want to send people to eliminate us. These NPCs in the wasteland are utterly devoid of martial ethics. Dusher Juemi cursed angrily and pulled out a Molotov cocktail. Calm down. Wabuchi Nyoro quickly loaded his rifle.
There are only 3 of us with 1 gun and 2 axes, while the enemy's weaponry is unknown, likely 5 guns on their side. Confronting them hidden in this open wasteland street is just delivering a package. The 3 players immediately quickened their pace, looking for advantageous positions to prepare for a counterattack.
Bang!
A bullet whizzed past Hao Ziweiji's scalp, smashing into a nearby concrete wall, creating a dazzling spray of sparks and debris.
Damn! These bastards really opened fire.
Hao Ziweiji exclaimed, instinctively lunging forward and rolling on the ground to take cover behind an abandoned car that was just a rusty shell.
No kidding. They are here to rob us. Spread out. Find cover.
Wabuchi Nyoro shouted, peeking out from behind a broken support column, aiming at the shadowy figure over 100 meters away, and pulled the trigger. The recoil jolted his shoulder, but the bullet flew who knows where. As a top civil engineering student in real life, his shooting skills in the game were merely a matter of chance.
Yet that shot successfully delayed the pursuer's advance. Damn it, I told you not to shoot.
Old Dao slapped a subordinate who had fired, accidentally retreating behind a pile of rubble, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. In the wasteland, most traveling merchants encountering such a black operation would choose to flee, yet these three dared to engage in urban warfare.
Boss, they only have one gun.
What are we afraid of with 5 of us?
Let's just charge in and take them down. A subordinate shouted arrogantly while holding a double-barreled shotgun.
Fool. These people seem suspicious, be careful of traps.
Spread out and encircle them.
Old Dao grinned menacingly, making a tactical gesture. The 5 extremely experienced wasteland natives immediately spread out like a fan, slowly advancing. However, this tactic was nearly ineffective against the players, as they had the map radar.
Although the map radar from the outpost couldn't cover this area, they had brought a radar relay module. That radar relay module was in basic working condition with a coverage range of about 2 kilometers, so the players were well aware of the pursuer's movements. Nyo gu. They're surrounding us. 2 on the left, 2 on the right. Dushir Juemi said, nervously gripping the Molotov cocktail tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
What are you afraid of? If we die, we can just respawn at the spring. But if these NPCs die, they are really dead. Hao Ziweiji's eyes sparkled with excitement for battle. It's hard to imagine why this combative rookie initially chose the construction team. Wabu Chinyo Ro touched his nose, fully aware that he couldn't compete with this group of locals in marksmanship and tactical skill. Their only advantage was the radar.
Do sure.
Throw the Molotov cocktail to the right to block the entrance.
Hao Zi.
Jump over that abandoned car to the 2nd floor, and when I draw their fire, you drop down with justice from above.
All right.
Even if I die today, I'll take down 2 with me. Dushir Juemi lit the Molotov cocktail, suddenly stood up and with all his strength threw the bottle. The Molotov cocktail exploded upon hitting the ground, transforming into a blinding sea of blue flames, completely sealing off the right path. One enemy, unable to dodge, had their arm caught in the flames, letting out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig.
Seeking death.
Old Dao quickly peeked out and took a precise shot. A bullet pierced Dushir Juemi's chest. With blood splattering, Dushir Juemi fell backward, respawning at the spring. Seeing his teammate taken out by a single shot, Wabu Chinyo Ro grew anxious.
Damn it. You dare to kill my construction backbone.
He suddenly lunged out from behind the support column, wildly pulling the trigger in the direction of Old Dao and the others.
Bang. 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 Bang.
With one rifle he managed to fire like a machine gun. Although his marksmanship was abysmal, most of the bullets struck the surrounding debris. Yet the intensity of his frantic firepower suppressed the pursuers, forcing them to remain hidden behind their cover and unable to raise their heads. Under the cover of gunfire, Hao Ziweiji took a running start, climbed onto an abandoned SUV and quietly scaled up to the 2nd floor by gripping the fractured concrete edge.
Click.
Wabu Chinyo Ro's rifle emptied its last bullet, the bolt making a sound of an empty chamber. The 20 rounds he had just acquired were squandered. Old Dao, hiding behind cover, keenly caught the sound, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth.
He's out of bullets. Old Dao waved his hand. Mountain Cat, Iron Head. Go get him.
The 3 instantly rushed out from behind cover surrounding the support column where Wabu Chinyo Ro had just hidden. However, when the fastest Mountain Cat arrived with his gun, he found no one behind.
Where did he go? He ran away. Mountain Cat was taken aback.
Before he could finish speaking, a figure suddenly sprang out from behind a half-collapsed brick wall.
It was Wabu Chinyo Ro.
He held a high carbon steel tactical axe without any unnecessary words and directly swung it toward Mountain Cat's face. Mountain Cat reacted swiftly, raising his homemade rifle to block the axe. Sparks flew as both retreated half a step simultaneously. In close combat, Wabu Chinyo Ro, a construction enthusiast who had only chopped trees and mutated rats in the game, could not possibly be a match for the locals who licked blood at the edge of the wasteland. Mountain Cat skillfully sidestepped, dodging Wabu Chinyo Ro's following punch, then delivered a sharp kick that struck Wabu Chinyo Ro's kneecap. With a crack, Wabu Chinyo Ro groaned and knelt on one knee.
Have foreigner, with that little skill you dare to be arrogant in the wasteland.
Mountain Cat struck Wabu Chinyo Ro's back of the head fiercely with the butt of his gun, knocking him down, then stepped on his back. After a gunshot, one of the seats at the spring revival point was taken. However, in that moment of arrogance from the 2nd floor, a figure suddenly leaped down.
Taste a dose of my justice from above.
Hao Ziweiji adjusted his posture in midair, gripping the tactical axe, and like a meteor he smashed down on the unsuspecting Mountain Cat.
Thud.
The sharp blade pierced through, warm blood gushing out.
The tactical axe brutally cleaved from Mountain Cat's shoulder down to his chest, almost splitting him in two. Mountain Cat.
Lao Dao and Tai Tu, who arrived belatedly, were startled, never expecting a hidden ambusher to strike from the shadows. Hao Ziweiji rolled twice on the ground. Despite the shock-absorbing measures, the impact still left him with severely sprained ankles, a sprained wrist and multiple soft tissue contusions.
Ha ha ha. 1 for 1, not a loss.
Hauzi Weiji laughed, supporting himself with his axe as he struggled to his feet. Though staggering, he raised his tactical axe once more, charging forward like a cornered mad dog, fearless and reckless.
Madman. Lao Dao stepped back, shielding himself behind Tai Tu.
Tai Tu raised his double-barreled shotgun and fired a hasty shot, shattering Hauzi Weiji's shoulder. Hauzi Weiji grunted, his body finally losing its last ounce of strength as he collapsed to the ground.
Tai Tu aimed his gun, approaching the fallen unconscious Hauzi Weiji. Damn it, finish him. Lao Dao cursed from behind, signaling Tai Tu to blow Hauzi Weiji's head off. Bang. A gunshot rang out, but it wasn't Hauzi Weiji's head that shattered, it was Tai Tu. The headless corpse swayed stiffly for a moment before collapsing beside Hauzi Weiji. There's another expert. Lao Dao's eyes widened in terror, his blood seemingly freezing in an instant. Without even a glance at his fallen comrade, he scrambled like a frightened stray dog, vanishing into the nearby ruins without a trace. The brutal battlefield fell into an instant silence. Only pools of blood and the acrid smell of gunpowder remained. Inside the forward outpost. Damn. That pain feedback is brutal. Wabu Chinyo-ro shoved the hatch open, clutching the knee that had been snapped earlier, climbing out with lingering fear. Though his new body was intact, the phantom pain of shattered bones still made him wince. Beside him, the cultivation pod opened simultaneously and Dusher Ju Ming stepped out, looking utterly dejected. They shook off the nutrient fluid, walked over to the synthesis station and exchanged for a set of tactical suits. No choice, the new batch of mobs is significantly stronger. That's how it is when exploring new maps, you gotta die a few times to figure out the enemy. The devs just tweak numbers and throw in annoying monsters, but we have a lot more to consider. The two chatted and complained, sitting down in an open area waiting for Hauzi Weiji to emerge from the cultivation pod. But 10 minutes passed and the recombination printer at the back of the outpost remained silent. What's going on? Why is it so slow today? Dusher Ju Ming craned his neck to look. Shouldn't be. Unless he managed to kill them all. Wabu Chinyo-ro stroked his chin. Impossible. He was on the second floor. Even if he jumped down to trade 1 for 1, there were multiple guns, he definitely couldn't survive. Half an hour passed. The recombination printer still ignored them. Now they were getting restless. Something's off. Could it be a disconnect? Or maybe. A thought crossed Wabu Chinyo-ro's mind. A game bug. Dusher, go ahead. I'll log out and check the forums. Wabu Chinyo-ro made a swift decision and forced himself offline. Blue Star time 1:00 a.m. As soon as Wabu Chinyo-ro logged into the forum, he spotted a post by Hauzi Weiji in the discussion section. Poster Hauzi Weiji. Title: Devs help. This broken game has a huge bug. I died, but why can't I respawn? Wabu Chinyo-ro quickly clicked on it. The post was a tearful complaint from Hauzi Weiji. Brothers. I went with Brother Nyo to explore the 74th abandoned city and we ran into some NPCs playing a double cross. I was on the second floor, Brother Nyo was getting pummeled below, so I did a leap of faith and split one of them in half. It was pretty cool, but I broke my legs and then some random mob shot me in the shoulder. I blacked out, expecting to wake up in the base's water tank. But then I took off my helmet to take a piss, and when I tried to log back in, the system said current body is in abnormal state, neural connection failed. Please wait patiently. Come on, my corpse is already cold in the ruins. What abnormal state? Devs fixed the bug. My progress is falling behind. The replies below were all amused onlookers. GG Xian Feng, hahaha. Serves you right. Was I take Fujian Logi? Maybe your boat is being gnawed by stray dogs in the wasteland, so the system thinks you're still interacting. We show wa de Kaomianjin, why not try Alt F4? Dui Fong Zheng Zai Shuru, bro, you're really dead. This isn't a game. It's reality. You're browsing the forum from the underworld. Sure, Tang Zai Tao to me, Dui Fong Zheng Zai Shuru, the underworld has forums too. How's the internet speed? High latency. Dui Fong Zheng Zai Shuru, the underworld's internet must be great, no living people hogging the bandwidth. Watching the gleeful netizens, Hauzi Weiji was hopping mad in the thread. Just then a golden ID reply with the official Spark Development Team badge appeared at the top of the thread. Spark Development Team replied, Dear player Hauzi Weiji, after checking our backend data, there is no system bug with your account. Currently your body seems to be interfered by some unknown external force, locking your vital signs at the brink of death. Only when your body fully leaves the dying state, healed and revived, or completely dies, can you reconnect or respawn in the cultivation pod. Good luck. This official reply set the entire thread ablaze. How's Weiji external force? Was I saved by some kind soul? Wabuchi nyo ro howsy. You lucky bastard. You definitely triggered a hidden storyline. GG Xianfeng bro, can you even play? If you can't, let me. Hui shou hua de kao mian jin devs, please give me access. Dui fong zheng zai shu ru access 1.
Jingshan zhuang tai liang hao access 10086. After learning the situation, Wabuchi nyo ro put on his helmet again and his consciousness descended once more onto planet UX829.
Brother Nyo. What's the deal? Is Howsy stuck in a bug?
Dusher Ju Ming, who was nearby, hurried over as soon as he saw Wabuchi nyo ro log back in.
Bug my ass. Wabuchi nyo ro waved his hand. The devs themselves replied. That kid Howsy isn't dead yet. He's in a dying shock state. Not dead. Did Lao Dao and his crew take him hostage? Dusher Ju Ming sensed something unusual and rubbed his chin. Highly likely.
Whether he triggered a hidden storyline or was kidnapped by those double-crossers, we have to get even. And don't forget, we still have that radar relay mission to finish. Our brother's been captured, who cares about hauling bricks? They made up their minds and started calling in reinforcements. Let us shift our perspective back to the starship. Creak. Creak. In the wreckage of the starship 2 kilometers away from the primary outpost, the operation known as Mole Action was tirelessly using a steel rod as a lever wedged firmly in the severely deformed gap of a hatch. This player, who had just entered Starfire, was well known in the forum as a notorious nitpicker. Before obtaining the closed beta testing qualification, he had commented under various gameplay videos claiming this is definitely CGI and current VR technology could never achieve such outrageous physical collisions.
However, the moment he donned the helmet and set foot on the UX829 planet for the first second, he exclaimed, "Damn! This is amazing."
The sensation of the gentle breeze against his skin and the faint dryness of the filtered air made him succumb in an instant. Thus he decisively joined the exploration team, plunging headfirst into the vast wreckage of the starship.
While Chu and the others are dismantling metal alloy panels, the hidden treasure chests buried deep within are all mine. Mole Action chuckled slyly.
He had already pried open 2 such independent rooms. His backpack behind him was now bulging, stuffed with various items. He had even recklessly unscrewed the high-strength screws used for securing the bulkhead. In his eyes, nothing in this broken ship was trash, everything was treasure.
Wherever he went, not a blade of grass would grow. Open up for me. Mole Action exerted all his strength, his arm muscles bulging as he pushed hard.
That hatch finally emitted a groan, swinging open to reveal a gap barely wide enough for a person to slip through sideways.
Woohoo! Take off. Mole Action excitedly wiped the sweat from his brow.
This chamber was larger than the previous 2 he had pried open, and the lock appeared to be of a higher grade.
According to RPG game rules, the harder a door is to open, the more exquisite the equipment hidden behind it.
He could hardly wait to ignite a torch, cautiously sidling through the gap.
Cough cough. This smell is really overwhelming. Mole Action covered his nose and raised the torch high, trying to illuminate the enclosed space.
The firelight dispelled the darkness within a radius of 2 to 3 meters.
What came into view was a row of collapsed metal storage cabinets. Mole Action let out a strange cry and rushed forward to rummage for spoils. Just as he was immersed in the joy of searching, a sudden sound echoed in the room. Mole Action immediately halted, raising the torch to vigilantly observe his surroundings.
At the very edge of the firelight, he spotted a figure curled up in the corner.
Mole Action was startled, then excitedly took a step forward. "Brother, what are you hiding here for? Let me see how your body is developing."
The person had initially been facing away from him, but upon hearing Mole Action's voice, their head unnaturally twisted around a full 180 degrees.
A terrifying face, completely split apart, was fully exposed before Mole Action. Target: Starship crew member LV-12. Description: the Starship crew member became a mutant after dying and being infected by mutated fungi. SSSSS.
The mutated infected creature let out a shrill scream.
Its hands twisted backward, using all 4 limbs to pounce at Mole Action. Holy crap! What the hell is that? Mole Action screamed, adrenaline surging to its peak.
The bizarre head and the overpowering stench rushing towards him felt far more real than any horror film. He could scarcely think of exquisite equipment or the bag full of junk he carried. In sheer terror, he seized the torch in hand and swung it fiercely at the face of the oncoming mutated infected creature. The high temperature briefly ignited the fungal tumor on the monster's face, momentarily slowing its movements by half a second. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Mole Action rolled and crawled towards the gap in the hatch. In his frantic escape, the backpack filled with spoils got stuck in the gap.
Damn it! My life and fortune. Mole Action cursed loudly, but at this critical moment he decisively unfastened the straps of his backpack. After abandoning all his wealth, he successfully squeezed out of the room, then sprinted down the dark metallic corridor without looking back.
Just under 20 seconds after he had run out, the hatch behind him emitted a loud crash.
The LV-12 Starship crew member mutant burst through the door roaring as it chased after Mole Action. Help! Murder! Help!
Listening to the increasingly close sounds of pursuit behind him, Mole Action was nearly in tears from fear. He fled while it chased. He was unable to escape.
Meanwhile, in a wide corridor on the other side of the starship, sparks flew as several players worked energetically. These were 3 other new players, Ainc Tan, Wonkala Gangkai and Yichu Chishi. They too had been fortunate enough to win a spot during the release of the 4th batch of closed beta qualifications. Ainc Tan held a welding gun, concentrating as he drew a hot red line across the alloy wall of the corridor.
This guy was a lathe master obsessed with mechanical processing in real life, and he excelled in the game cutting with exceptional skill. As for why he didn't join the infrastructure team, it was simple: the starship was just too enticing. Meanwhile, Wonkala Gangkai was munching on nutrient paste for a break while Yichu Chishi prepared to add a second red line to the wall. The alloy wall of the starship was somewhat thick and the players needed to melt it several times to cut through.
Hey, did you hear? Ainc Tan suddenly turned off the welding gun, perplexed as he perked up his ears. Is there some kind of sound? Sound? What sound? It seems like someone is shouting for help.
Ainc Tan pointed towards the depths of the corridor while Wonkala Gangkai looked blankly in the direction he was gesturing.
Don't joke around, Lao AI, are you hearing things? Yeah, Lao AI. Yichu Chishi patted his shoulder. Exactly, Lao AI. Wonkala Gangkai added. Science proves that dogs can hear sounds that humans cannot. You in reality wouldn't happen to be a single dog for too long and awakened a passive skill in the game, would you? Get lost. You're the dog. Ainc Tan angrily kicked out.
The 3 of them joyfully tussled, completely ignoring that faint cry for help, and continued with their demolition work.
5 minutes later. Help! Help! Ah! This time the cry for help clearly reached the ears of the 3. Damn! Someone really is shouting for help.
Ainc Tan turned off the welding gun and the 3 of them simultaneously turned to look at the dark corner of the corridor.
Chaotic footsteps quickly approached.
Then under their gaze a figure stumbled out from around the corner. Its speed was as if a dog was fiercely tearing at it from behind. Mole Action fled in despair, not even glancing at his 3 companions, like a gust of wind disappearing before their eyes.
The footsteps, sweeping through like a raging wind, gradually faded away at the other end of the corridor. The one who just ran by seems to be a newcomer from our exploration team. What was that operation called again? Mole Operation. What is that kid running from? It's like he's being chased by a ghost, not even stopping to say hello. Sigh, he probably found some rare equipment and is afraid of failing the extraction. Some people just have a narrow mindset. Let's continue cutting our materials and accumulate more contribution points. The 3 of them didn't take the earlier incident to heart. After all, they still had work to finish. Just as Ainc Tan was about to reignite the welding gun, a drop of liquid suddenly fell from above, landing on Wonkala Gangkai's shoulder. Hey! This broken ship is leaking. Wonkala Gangkai instinctively reached up to touch his shoulder, feeling that the liquid was somewhat viscous and carried a pungent odor. Damn! It hurts. This water is some strong acid. Realizing too late, Wonkala Gangkai gasped in pain, covering his hand and rolling on the ground. Strong acid. Next to him, Yichu Chishi was startled and quickly grabbed a torch, illuminating the metal ceiling above. In the next moment, Yichu Chi's eyes pupils constricted sharply, nearly dropping the torch. A figure clad in a dark gray uniform was contorted, clinging to the ceiling. Where its face should have been, there was only a mass of writhing fungal tumors. In the center of the tumor, a terrifying maw opened wide, dripping a dark green corrosive slime. What the hell is that thing? Yichu Chishi could only let out a startled cry. The mutated creature's twisted limbs suddenly exerted force, pouncing down from the ceiling. Its target was none other than Yichu Chishi, who was holding the torch. The speed of the mutant was astonishing. Its massive maw opened at an exaggerated angle midair, resembling a giant man-eating flower, instantly enveloping Yichu Chi's entire head. Mum! Yichu Chishi dropped the torch. The strong acidic slime quickly corroded his face and respiratory tract, his hands flailing wildly as his legs kicked frantically on the ground, producing a sound of painful whimpering from his throat. In less than 3 seconds, Yichu Chishi stopped struggling, returning to the fountain for revival. The mutant's maw chewed a few times, finally awakening the dazed Ainc Tan. From the moment the monster was discovered to Yichu Chishi being instantly killed, the entire process took less than 5 seconds. Ainc Tan's face turned pale as he grabbed Wonkala Gangkai, who was still on the ground, and fled down the corridor. After the mutant dealt with Yi Chu-chi, it clearly wasn't satisfied yet.
It raised its terrifying face, locking onto the two fleeing figures, and propelled itself forward. Its speed was faster than the two, the distance closing rapidly.
20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Old AI, we can't go on like this. It's catching up. Damn. We can't outrun it.
Ainc Tan gritted his teeth, suddenly stopping and pushing Wang Kala Gangkai forward.
You run first. Go warn Chu Gu and the others.
Ainc Tan turned around, facing the rapidly approaching mutant. Between players, trust was unquestionable, and Wang Kala Gangkai immediately sprinted away.
Come on. You bastard on the ceiling.
Curse you. He yelled, twisting the power knob of the welding gun directly to the red max overload setting.
Boom.
A half-meter-long column of bluish plasma flame erupted from the gun, illuminating the dim corridor and fiercely charging towards the mutant's massive maw. The tumor on the mutant's head, upon contact with the nearly 3,000 degrees of plasma flame, was instantly carbonized. Though this creature was at a high level of LV-12, it was still within the category of carbon-based lifeforms and could not be immune to such pure industrial-grade high temperatures. The mutant lost its balance in midair and fell heavily to the ground.
Got it. Effective.
Ainc Tan gripped the welding gun tightly, gritting his teeth as he advanced a step closer. Just as he prepared to unleash another wave of fire on the monster. Beep beep beep, the beginner molecular welding gun in his hand turned red hot, even emitting black smoke. After forcibly activating the max overload setting, the energy unit inside the welding gun was completely burnt out, rendering it inoperative.
What the hell? It can only be used once.
Ainc Tan looked at the welding gun that had turned into a hunk of scrap metal, his heart aching. But even worse was that the mutant, with its head completely charred, was struggling to get back up on the ground. Clearly the weakness of such monsters was not their head.
Moreover, the intense pain had thrown it into a frenzied state, and several spiny tendrils had sprouted from its neck. I can't handle this. Run. Ainc Tan unhesitatingly discarded the defective welding gun and turned to escape. He did not follow the main path where Wang Kala Gangkai had fled, but instead plunged into a narrower side passage. Ainc Tan ran frantically, rolling and crawling, while the mutant shadowed him closely. After a near 90-degree sharp turn, Ainc Tan suddenly found himself in a wide open space. In front of him was actually a small cargo storage room of a starship. Inside the storage room, a sweaty figure lay sprawled on the ground. It was none other than the previously speedy mole operation. He had been running so hard that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Fortunately, after several turns, he could no longer hear the chilling sounds of crawling behind him, which finally eased his mind. Phew. That really scared me.
The monster designs in this game are way too nightmarish.
Mole operation wiped the sweat from his face just as he was about to let out a long breath. Bang.
The storage room door was burst open and a figure rolled in, panting heavily.
Mole operation was taken aback, staring at the terrified player. You are Ainc Tan. You also came here to loot? Mole operation instinctively asked, noticing the player's ID above his head. Loot your grandpa's gold. There's a monster behind. Monster. What monster?
Ainc Tan had no time to explain, turning to shut the door, but it was already too late. Before Mole operation could react, he saw behind Ainc Tan a slightly pinkish massive maw lunging in.
Damn. Mole operation's eyes nearly bulged out.
Wasn't this the monster that had chased him earlier? Why the hell was it back to tear him apart again?
Not again, man. Mole operation was at a loss. Is there a second wave in this broken ship's?
The storage room was more spacious than the outer fork, but it had no other exit.
This way. Run around the boxes. Ainc Tan grabbed the still-dazed Su Xing, and the two began a desperate kite of the monster in the storage room.
The mutant leaped up and lunged directly at Ainc Tan, the immense impact sending several high-grade storage crates flying.
How did you lead that thing over here?
Su Xing cursed frantically while dodging wildly.
How was I supposed to know you were hiding here?
Yi Chu-chi, she was one-shot by this thing just now, even its head was eaten.
Ainc Tan replied breathlessly. I burned its head with a welding torch and now it's completely enraged. Holy crap. One shot. Hearing the news of the player's death, Su Xing was utterly despairing. The two of them didn't even have a weapon that could break its defense. Being eaten was only a matter of time. I can't go on, my stamina bar is almost empty. As their stamina depleted, their movements inevitably slowed. The mutant clearly sensed the prey's fatigue.
It stopped its blind pounces and climbed onto the high ceiling of the storage room, ready to seize the timing of the two.
Brother, looks like we're going to be done for today.
Ainc Tan gave a bitter smile and rubbed his swollen calf.
Death is death anyway, we have resurrection coins. 5 minutes later we'll be back as heroes.
Su Xing resigned himself as well. Just as the two were muttering, the mutant had crept directly above them, then suddenly lunged straight down at the exhausted Ainc Tan and Su Xing. The two were out of options, they spread their hands ready to accept the fatal blow.
Ha ha ha. Dodge.
At that critical moment a wild and arrogant laugh suddenly erupted from the entrance of the storage room.
Let me see how heat-resistant you monster are. Let me warm you up. Hearing the voice, Ainc Tan and Su Xing instinctively dove and rolled to the sides. The next second a fiery orange dragon of flames 4 or 5 meters long roared out from the entrance. The mutant, still midair, crashed solidly into the embrace of the fire dragon. The tough fungal cuticle on the mutant's body under such extensive and continuous burning became as fragile as waste paper. The intense pain drove the monster completely mad. It crashed heavily onto the ground, rolling wildly, its flaming tentacles lashing out randomly at the surrounding high-grade storage boxes. At the entrance of the storage room, appearing like a god descending to earth, was the veteran player of the exploration team, Quang Bao Lao Nai Nai. His current appearance was extremely wasteland punk. He wore several makeshift heat shields made from mutated plants and a broken gas mask on his face. The most eye-catching was a metal tank on his back filled with the black glue oil fuel collected by the players. Burn them to ashes for me. The eyes behind Quang Bao Lao Nai Nai's mask gleamed with excitement. He gripped the flamethrower's valve trigger with both hands and a continuous stream of orange flames poured onto the rolling fireball on the ground. Holy crap! Old lady is mighty. Ainc Tan and Su Xing hiding in the corner were stunned. They never expected that one second they were facing death and the next second their own big shot would descend with such a massive weapon to deliver justice. This LV-12 mutant was indeed tenacious. Under such terrifying high temperature roasting, it still tried to crawl toward Quang Bao Lao Nai Nai through the flames, eager to reincarnate. Let me send you off, taste this setting. Quang Bao Lao Nai Nai sneered, twisting a knob under the barrel. Whoosh! The center of the originally orange flame instantly turned into a deep blue, representing higher temperature. This time the mutant finally let out its last cry. Its limbs twitched violently twice, then it stopped struggling altogether, turning into a black charred corpse. Killed LV. 12 Starship Crew Mutant Experience 100 Contribution 20. Phew. Satisfying. After confirming the monster's health bar was 0, Quang Bao Lao Nai Nai released the flamethrower's trigger. The front of the barrel had been glowing red from the sustained high temperature. He took off his gas mask gracefully and turned to look at the two in the corner. How is it? Didn't wet your pants? Big shot, awesome. Su Xing scrambled over, eyes fixed on the still smoking flamethrower, almost drooling. What the hell is this divine weapon? When did we get this? Ainc Tan's eyes also lit up. He could instantly recognize the rough and violent aesthetics of this weapon. You two are lucky. If I hadn't found you, you'd be back at the fountain counting seconds. Quang Bao Lao Nai Nai patted the heavy flamethrower in his hand, his tone full of smugness. As for this big baby, it's our secret high-end product. Ever since Xuanji Jingjue Bing and the other two were almost wiped out by this mutated fungal monster, Brother Chu thought that exploring the starship definitely couldn't rely on just 2 broken axes. So they pondered for several days and sacrificed several large barrels of precious black glue oil and managed to handcraft this Starfire Type 1 simple flamethrower. Today is its first combat debut and the effect is awesome. Quang Bao Lao Nai Nai laughed smugly. Truly awesome. Su Xing and Ainc Tan said in unison. Alright, stop daydreaming here. Quang Bao Lao Nai Nai glanced at the loot charred by the flames, curled his lips in slight disappointment. Hurry up and follow me back to the temporary assembly point outside. There's a special situation. The three followed the metal passage they had come from, cautiously bypassing several rooms that might hide mutated crew members, heading toward the assembly point outside the starship. Along the way, Su Xing and Ainc Tan's eyes never left that extremely cool flamethrower, their minds already plotting how to handcraft one themselves. In the eyes of the fourth Calamity, fear was only temporary. As long as there was enough firepower, this derelict starship filled with dangers would eventually be stripped bare by them, leaving nothing behind. More than 10 minutes later, the three finally left the starship. On the open ground of the temporary assembly point, the exploration team was almost fully assembled. And the iconic Starfire prototype was parked nearby. Holy crap! What's going on? Is there a server-wide event? Su Xing's eyes widened. This setup, could it be that a big boss has spawned deep in the starship? Ainc Tan was also confused. After all, before this, players mostly acted freely, rarely gathering together except when hitching rides back and forth. In the crowd, Wang Kala Gangkai spotted Ainc Tan and waved excitedly. Ahem. Everyone quiet down.
Chu de Wanjia jumped onto the vehicle holding the crude firearm he had taken from the raider.
He looked down at everyone present.
Except for Yichu Chishi, who was swallowed back to the fountain by the monster. Our exploration team is all here.
Now there's a special situation.
Let the captain of the construction team Wabu Chinyo Ro explain to everyone.
Below, the players were discussing animatedly, and I Don't Eat Beef also jumped onto the vehicle.
Brothers, I triggered an urgent exploration mission earlier. There is a city ruin 10 kilometers northwest of the outpost. There is a survivor settlement called Pendulum there, which is currently known as a trading point for selling bullets and firearms. As soon as these words were spoken, the players who were still debating suddenly fell silent for a moment. Then the crowd erupted in excitement.
What the hell? A trading point. We can buy guns. A large city dungeon exists just 10 kilometers away.
For these Blue Star players who rarely touched firearms, the allure of the rat-a-tat-tat sound was deadly. Watching the excited players below, I Don't Eat Beef raised a hand to calm them down and threw out another piece of information. This morning we went in with mission items, but those uncivilized survivor natives actually sent someone to follow us, planning to engage in black crime. I fought fiercely with the Poison Master, and that kid Heizi even performed a faith leap. One for own. His life or death is currently unknown, and it's highly likely he has been kidnapped by the people of Pendulum. Sweet as can be in our player's dictionary, the words suffer losses have never existed.
Dare to steal from us. Dare to kill our brothers. Even if he is the king of heaven today, we will flatten his settlement.
Player Chu took a deep breath, raising his firearm high and calling out.
Target northwest abandoned city No. 74. Save our brothers. Open new maps. Kill. Outside the abandoned city No. 74 at the Pendulum settlement.
The burly man who had previously traded with the players was staring intently at the black box on the table, his eyes filled with greed.
As the leader of the Pendulum settlement, he had a complete name, Zhao Taiju.
In the wasteland, most survivors didn't even have a proper name, only random nicknames like Old Knife and Wildcat. In this world where humans prey on each other, having a name is a symbol of strength, indicating that one's ancestors were once wealthy.
Good stuff. Definitely good stuff.
Zhao Taiju gazed obsessively, repeatedly stroking the surface of the box, which bore patterns that did not belong to the current wasteland craftsmanship.
The cold and smooth texture made his blood boil.
He was convinced that this black iron lump contained some kind of ancient technology that could allow him to dominate the entire abandoned city No.
74. Boss.
The makeshift iron door was suddenly pushed open with great force as Old Knife stumbled in.
Why are you the only one back?
Zhao Taiju frowned as he reluctantly pulled his gaze away from the metal box, his expression very displeased. Did you retrieve the guns and clothes from those 3 outsiders?
They are dead.
They had experts. Old Knife knelt on the ground, panting heavily, trembling as he recounted the events.
Useless.
All of you are useless. Zhao Taiju slapped him, sending Old Knife spinning on the spot. He didn't care about the lives of Taitu and Wildcat. In the wasteland, the lives of his subordinates were worth less than that of a mutated dog. If one batch died, he could just recruit another. What he cared about was not only failing to kill and silence them, but also losing several guns in the process, which ignited his anger.
Get out and tend to your wounds. Useless thing.
Zhao Taiju kicked Old Knife out of the door, then closed the iron door, pacing irritably in the room. When his gaze fell once again on the black metal box on the table, the greed in his heart surged again, instantly suppressing his fear of the unknown force.
In his understanding, the most powerful force was merely the Black Iron Brotherhood, which occupied several prime resource points in abandoned city No. 74. But even if the Black Iron Brotherhood was powerful, they did not dominate the entire abandoned city No. 74. These few roaming merchants were nothing. No matter what their background is, the box is in my hands now.
Zhao Taiju rubbed his hands together and leaned closer to the metal box.
This precise relic from the ancient era had an extremely smooth surface, even lacking a keyhole or keypad. It was like a solid block of iron, perfectly sealed. He tried to pry it open with brute force, even attempting to use a dagger to lever it, employing every method he could think of. But after several dozen minutes, aside from breaking the tip of the dagger, the box remained motionless, showing not a single scratch. Damn it! How the hell do you open this thing?
Zhao Taiju shouted angrily.
Under the intense greed, he lost the last bit of rationality.
I don't believe that there is an iron walnut in this world that can't be smashed open. He dragged out a huge iron hammer covered in dried blood from the corner, aimed it at a spot on the metal box, preparing to use brute force to break what he believed was a precious relic of the ancient era.
Old Knife. Something big has happened.
The young sentry who had been on lookout on the second floor rushed into a shed.
What are you panicking about, you brat?
Old Knife had already been kicked by Zhao Taiju and was suppressing a belly full of anger. Seeing his subordinate like this made him even more furious.
People are coming outside. Just a few people and you get scared like this. You've never seen the world before. Old Knife pushed the medic aside and grabbed the rifle nearby. Come on, follow me to the wall. No matter who it is on Pendulum's turf, even if it's a dragon, they better coil up for me. However, before Old Knife could reach the large gate of the camp, a loud arrogant voice boomed from outside the camp. Listen up inside. You are surrounded. You have 30 seconds to surrender obediently. Otherwise today we will flatten your shabby camp. This arrogant call caused the survivors in the camp to be stunned. In the wasteland, even those powerful factions only collected protection fees by taking a little something and leaving. Who would dare to take everything like this? Damn it, where did this mad dog come from to dare to shit on me? Old Knife was furious now. Even a random group of people dared to ride on him. Did they really think his gun was a firewood stick? He rushed up to the makeshift wall in 3 steps, pulled back the rifle's bolt and peered out, just about to curse. In the next second he saw the scene outside and his whole body felt like it had been struck by lightning. The words in his throat turned into choking sounds. Less than 20 meters from the camp gate, a wild vehicle pulling several carriages was emitting a low muffled roar. Beside it stood more than 20 people dressed in matching dark tactical gear. These people held all kinds of bizarre weapons. Some had steel pipes, some with homemade firearms, some wielded high carbon steel tactical axes, and one was heavily wrapped, carrying a large iron canister on their back. But this was not what terrified Old Knife the most. What truly made his legs go weak, nearly causing him to fall off the wall, were 2 familiar faces among the crowd. It was the resurrected I Don't Eat Beef and Poison Master Deadly. Old Knife was very confident in his shooting. The one holding the bottle would definitely be shot in the heart with one shot, with no chance of survival. And the one hiding behind the load-bearing column, having been shot by Wildcat, would also be completely dead. Those 2 lively figures in front of him, were they human or ghost? Old Knife's eyes were about to pop out and the blood in his body seemed to be instantly drained. The timing should align. The players arrived in about 50 minutes. Old Knife returned to report, then bandaged his wounds, and then the players knocked on the door. Are you human or ghost? Old Dao's voice was completely distorted by extreme fear, his hand holding the gun trembling like a sieve. Ghost your grandpa. I'm here to collect debts. Dusher Ju Ming tossed a homemade Molotov cocktail in his hand, cursing loudly at Old Dao on the wall, whose face was pale with fear. Enjoyed that headshot earlier. Now it's my turn to blow you up. Not only him, but Wabu Chinyo Ro also had a murderous look, staring coldly at the top. Old Dao on the wall was getting overwhelmed. These 2 guys who were clearly dead were not only standing here unscathed, but had also brought a well-equipped army. This completely exceeded his cognitive limits as a wasteland native. These outsiders. Quick! Go inform the chief. Old Dao, leaning against a sandbag, growled hoarsely to the young guard beside him. However, before the young guard could turn around, a deafening explosion erupted without warning from directly behind the Pendulum settlement in the direction of Chief Zhao Tai's residence. This explosion was far more violent than any homemade dynamite or old-era fragmentation grenade. The entire camp, patched together from scrap containers and rotten planks, trembled violently under the release of this terrifying energy. Countless shards of iron and burning wood debris rained down in all directions. As for Zhao Taiju, probably scattered in pieces. Piercing screams erupted instantly within the camp. The survivors, caught completely off guard, were hit by the sudden explosion, suffering heavy casualties. Flames rose to the sky, thick smoke billowed, and the entire Pendulum settlement was thrown into utter chaos and panic in an instant. Meanwhile, outside the camp, the massive explosion also stunned the 20-plus players for a moment. What the hell? What's happening? Was this crappy camp bombed? De Lu Xiao's eyes widened. No way. Wabu Chinyo Ro quickly opened the game's map interface, his expression turning extremely grim. The green dot that had clearly been displayed on the map behind the Pendulum camp had vanished. Not only that, but the radar map within a 2-kilometer radius had turned into a fog directly after that loud explosion. These brain-dead natives. Dusher Ju Ming also realized what had happened, so angry that he almost smashed the Molotov cocktail at his own feet. This was the quest item the 3 of them had carried for nearly 4 hours to bring here. Old grievances and new hatred surged in his heart. Dusher Ju Ming pointed at the wall, his roar echoing across the entire camp. Old thief, treacherous thief, vile thief, rebel thief. I swear I will capture you alive, eat your flesh and sleep on your skin. Old Dao lay behind the sandbags, his ears ringing and vision blurred from the blast's shockwave. Hearing the curses from outside, his old face twisted into an extremely aggrieved, almost tearful expression. It wasn't me. He roared wildly in his heart, but didn't even have the courage to talk back. Judging by the direction of the explosion, it was probably Chief Zhao Tai's room. That greedy idiot must have tried to pry open that black box by force, triggering the trap inside. But now would any explanation help? These outsiders had obviously blamed him for everything. Chu de Wanjia stood on the carriage brandishing his homemade fire gun with a fierce wave. Charge. Kill, kill, kill. Strip this crappy camp bare. Old lady. Clear the way.
Zhu de Wanjia pointed at the camp's makeshift gate made of scrap car shells and barbed wire.
Alright. Let's see how heat-resistant you are. Quang Bao Lao 9 I pushed forward from the back of the group holding the nozzle of the Starfire Type 1 simple flamethrower and twisted open the gas valve. Boom. The flamethrower displayed its power, a fire dragon roaring out heading straight for the rickety gate. The high heat ignited the rags and dry grass on the barbed wire. The rusted car shells began to glow red and deform under the continuous roasting. Several guards on the wall were howling from the heat, quickly jumping off the wall and rolling on the ground. Seeing the timing was right, my Bu Su Xing suddenly twisted the throttle. The front of the vehicle roared, and with a single impact the gate collapsed with a crash. The players followed closely, charging into the chaotic camp. The interior of the pendulum camp was already in chaos from the rear explosion. That terrifying blast not only blew up Chief Zhao Tai's residence but also directly shattered most people's will to resist. Some were shouting for firefighting, others were trying to salvage supplies from the collapsed shacks, completely unable to organize an effective defense line. Zhu de Wanjia and several others with long-range firepower firearms looted from raiders earlier pinned down a few stubborn guards behind their cover. Still using his signature move, my Bu Su Xing swung the upgraded meteor hammer like a human windmill and smashed a guard's skull with one blow. Dusher Zhu Ming sneered sinisterly, hurling Molotov cocktails at the guards as if they cost nothing. Not far away, Quang Bao Lao 9 holding the flamethrower seemed possessed, laughing maniacally and slaughtering wildly. Kill gods when gods block, kill Buddhas when Buddhas block. The flames ignited the rags and rotten planks, turning half the camp into a sea of fire. In just a few minutes, a dozen charred corpses lay scattered on the ground and the armed forces of the pendulum settlement completely collapsed. This camp assault ended quickly for simple reasons. First, the camp was small and it was impossible for them to be as militarized as the players. Second, the explosion eliminated some armed personnel and caused great panic within the camp. Third, the players were truly fierce. Anyone who saw lunatics would give them a wide berth. Stop killing. We surrender. Surrender. The remaining dozens of survivors watching these outsiders who were still laughing wildly with knives stuck in their bodies completely broke down. One by one they fell to their knees in terror, hands on their heads trembling and begging. Ha ha. These bastards are scared. Dusher Zhu Ming arrogantly tossed the Molotov cocktail in his hand, swaggering over to the kneeling captives. Now you know fear. Still trying to play dirty tricks. Just as Dusher Zhu Ming was about to kick them, Wabu Qinyo Ro stopped him. Wabu Qinyo Ro glanced at the kneeling captives and said, "Forget about these people. It's loot time." Ooh ooh ooh. Just as the players were rubbing their hands excitedly ready to mercilessly loot these captives and the half-collapsed camp like a swarm of locusts. Ding! A dazzling golden regional announcement appeared without warning in front of all players participating in the camp battle. System announcement: hostile camp pendulum has lost its ability to resist. In view of the current state of Starfire Outpost, which is in ruins and severely lacks basic labor and logistics personnel, the system is about to initiate the first trial in the outpost's history. Do you wish to massacre and loot the remaining survivors of the current camp or convert them into exclusive labor NPCs for Starfire Outpost? All pioneers participating in the camp battle are requested to cast a public vote. Note 1: choosing massacre and looting will grant players immediate access to all camp loot, but the area will be permanently abandoned. Note 2: choosing to convert them into labor NPCs will temporarily register these survivors into the outpost. Faction players will lose direct looting privilege. However, after they arrive at the outpost, they will be responsible for future farming, basic mining and living area maintenance with a high probability of generating quests. Vote countdown 000300. At the primary outpost 10 kilometers away inside the core control room, Su Xing took in the chaotic mess of the pendulum camp and the kneeling wasteland natives through the shared vision of the players. The costly radar repeater had been detonated by that foolish wasteland chieftain, which indeed irked him somewhat. Yet within the camp there were still dozens of living wasteland aboriginals, all future population for the outpost. Su Xing calculated meticulously in his mind. A group of utterly undisciplined employees who only knew how to plunder was indeed a razor-sharp tool for pioneering. But they were far too erratic. Expecting these fourth Calamity to obediently farm every day and maintain the base's daily operations felt like a waste of their talents. For the Spark Outpost to develop into a true city, rebuild the industrial system and advance toward the high-purity memory metal veins deep within the planet's core, it required a massive population. Using the players' blades to intimidate the natives and then employing those natives to fill the tedious logistics roles that players loathed, this might be the ultimate balancing act. As for why he held a player vote, it was merely to give these self-aware Blue Star players a trivial sense of immersive decision-making. Inside the pendulum camp, after a brief moment of bewilderment, the players were already in an uproar. Brothers, what do we choose? Do you even need to think? Of course, take everything. This is the territory we fought so hard to conquer. Look at what they're wearing. Even if stripping them only gives a few contribution points, every bit counts. Bullshit. You don't understand a thing. Chuda Wanja slapped the back of Yuziu and Ziqiang's head, spittle flying everywhere. This is called killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Short-sighted. Our outpost still has too few people and you need to learn to guess the game designer's intentions. Wabuchi Nyo pushed up his non-existent glasses, a mysterious gleam flashing in his eyes. Brother Nyo, you mean the game designer is teaching us how to play? Why, my Su Xing's eyes lit up as he raised his hand. Teach my ass, you brainless fool. If these dozens of wasteland natives are turned into labor NPCs, that's an endless supply of free workhorses. From now on all the dirty work will be theirs. Well, just focus on fighting monsters, leveling up, looting treasure and opening loot boxes. Doesn't that sound sweet? Old Nyo is right. Chu De Wanja immediately chimed in support. And don't forget our Blue Star's fine tradition, giving prisoners humane treatment. We came here to rebuild civilization, not to be terrorists. Besides, the system announcement said these NPCs have a chance to generate quests. That's a sustainable ATM for experience and contribution points. Zhuangji Jingzhuaibing nodded in full agreement. Do you even need to calculate that? Strip a few ragged clothes once or raise a bunch of NPCs that give us daily quests and do our work. Only a fool wouldn't choose the latter. As the countdown ended, the voting results appeared. Player referendum concluded. Results: yes votes 20, no votes 2, abstentions 3. Judgment ruling: in effect, the remaining survivors of this camp have been temporarily registered into the outpost faction. Then a new quest panel popped up before everyone. Main quest: escort the laborers. Objective: escort these NPC laborers safely to the Spark primary outpost. Rewards: large amount of experience, contribution points, faction reputation and bonus settlement for the camp siege battle. The captives, still trembling on their knees, couldn't understand what these people were pointing at in the air, but the oppressive atmosphere had strangely dissipated. Ahem. Chuda Wanja shouldered his flintlock, strode in front of the group of captives and swept his gaze across them. You've been taken in by our Spark outpost. From today onward you are in. Laborers under our protection. Silence fell. Dozens of eyes stared at him without a word. In the wasteland, such annexation of other factions' populations was not uncommon. Who's in charge here? Or someone with a higher status? Step forward. The captives exchanged glances. The chieftain Zhao Taizhu had been blown to ashes and most of the remaining small leaders were killed in the earlier skirmish by these lunatics. In the midst of this extremely awkward silence, a man who had been burying his face in his crotch was suddenly shoved out of the crowd. Ouch. Caught off guard, he tumbled clumsily a couple of times, landing right at Chu Dewanjia's feet. Whoa. An old acquaintance. Wabuchi Nyo recognized him at a glance and let out a cold sneer. Beside him, Dushir Jueming glared at old Dao's face, his eyes blazing with fury. This bastard had led a group to hunt them down and even shot through his chest. Fuck. You dirty scum, still alive. Dushir Jueming dashed forward, launching a kick that landed squarely on old Dao's face. Ah. Old Dao screamed, blood spurting from his nose. I'll make you pay for the ambush. For shooting me. Dushir Jueming straddled old Dao, raining down fists the size of casserole pots on his head and back. Do you have any idea how hard it was for the three of us to carry that damn heavy box 10 kilometers here? Do you know how much mud I had to sift through to earn those contribution points? And you bastards blew the damn box up. Each punch connected, making old Dao howl in agony. Sir. Ancestor. Spare me. It wasn't me who blew it up. Old Dao, bruised and swollen, begged repeatedly. It was that greedy pig Zhao Taizhu. I didn't even dare touch that box. After a round of beating, Wabuchi Nyo stepped forward and pulled back the still fuming Dushir Jueming. Alright Dushir, don't beat him to death. This bastard is now system property. Killing him will deduct reputation. He looked down at the miserable old Dao, touched his nose and spoke coldly. Listen, from now on you're the leader of these captives. You have 5 minutes to compile a list of all the breathing personnel, line them up and prepare to follow us back to base. Yes, yes, yes. Rest assured, sir. I'll handle it perfectly. Old Dao scrambled to his feet, bowing and scraping obsequiously. Brothers, although the area announcement said that by choosing to take in the NPCs we lose the right to loot their belongings. Chu De Wanja deliberately dragged out his words, winking lecherously. But the area announcement never said we couldn't loot the camp's buildings and the unclaimed treasures. Whoa. Blind spot, you found a blind spot. I'm an expert at this. Don't even spare the pots and pans. Anything that can be carried off is all loot for our base.
The players flooded madly into the half-collapsed shacks and rooms.
Stop. Don't tear it apart. The vehicle can't hold anymore.
I don't eat beef, shouted hoarsely, looking at the truck filled with torn metal and old garbage. In just over half an hour the players' looting was remarkable, akin to a flock of geese plucking feathers. Even the broken office desks were carried away by Chu the Great Player, who claimed they would be used as dining tables. Old Nyo, count the spoils. Chu the Great Player tossed the desk into the vehicle and dusted off his hands.
I don't eat beef quickly took a glance. 12 homemade rifles, 5 double-barreled shotguns, and nearly 300 rounds of various calibers of crude ammunition. Dozens of cold weapons.
A number of canned foods from the old era, although expired for who knows how many years. The system indicates they are edible. Led by Old Knife, the captives from the pendulum camp huddled on the ground with their hands on their heads like a group of frightened quails. They had witnessed these outsiders dismantling their shelter as if they were starving ghosts, leaving not even a single nail behind. Now these devilish conquerors were gazing at them with glimmering eyes.
Old Knife.
I don't eat beef stepped forward and kicked Old Knife lightly.
Yes. What can I do for you, my lord?
Old Knife stood up nimbly, a flattering smile plastered on his battered face. In the wasteland, submitting to the strong was the only rule for survival.
Have you finished counting the numbers? I've finished counting, my lord.
There are 36 living people left in the camp, 11 of whom are robust laborers familiar with repairs and farming, while the rest are women.
Old Knife reported cautiously. 36 people.
I don't eat beef stroked his chin and turned to look at Chu the Great Player.
Chu the Great Player nodded and shouldered his rifle. Let's go. Back home. Around 2:30 in the afternoon a grand procession set off from the edge of the abandoned city No.
74, slowly trudging towards the southeastern Spark outpost.
Leading the way was the Spark No.
1 laden with spoils. Following behind the convoy were the 36 captives from the pendulum camp, trudging along in 2 lines. On both sides and behind them were players walking in vigilance.
This feeling, it really gives me the vibe of the age of exploration, selling slaves. AAA professional lockpicking holding a rifle couldn't help but complain within the ranks while watching the captives.
What big truths are you spouting?
We are liberating the oppressed survivors of the wasteland.
Once they reach the base and learn our rules, they will understand what true blessings are. In the ranks, Old Knife walked at the front of the captives, his eyes constantly sizing up the monsters escorting them. The more he looked, the more frightened he felt. This group had several individuals with fatal injuries, yet now they were lively and chatting with each other as they walked alongside.
Moreover, the communication among these people was quite strange.
They would occasionally shout excitedly about leveling up, drop rates and NPCs, terms that he couldn't understand, only to then curse at each other and even resort to physical fights. There was no discipline, yet they were undaunted in the face of death.
Madmen. Absolutely complete madmen. Brother Knife, where are they taking us? A young captive beside him whispered nervously, are they going to throw us into the mutant beast pit for fun? Shut up. If you want to survive, just obey.
Old Knife snapped through clenched teeth. He didn't know where these people were taking them, but he had a vague intuition that falling into the hands of these madmen might be more hopeful than life in the camp. After plodding along for over 3 hours through the wind and sand, a semicircular shield emitting a bluish energy aura and an ugly large building appeared in Old Knife's line of sight.
We're home. Brothers.
Upon seeing the Spark outpost from afar, the players in the front immediately erupted with cheers. The deliveries not allowed driver stepped on the gas and the Spark No. 1 surged ahead into the outpost's vicinity, followed cautiously by the line of captives as they entered this unknown area.
Is this a shelter?
Old Knife widened his eyes. He had never imagined that such a place was hidden in the wilderness outside the 74th city. At that moment the pressured door of the core control room slowly opened. Awakening, wearing a plain company uniform with no extra embellishments, walked out expressionlessly. His gaze scanned the ragged captives, finally landing on Chu the Great Player and the others. Pioneers, you have laid the foundation for the expansion of the outpost.
Welcome home.
Dinged main quest escort laborers.
Quest completion rate high. Quest settlement successfully escorted 36 labor NPCs to the outpost. All participating players receive experience points 600. Gain contribution points 200. Gain faction reputation 10.
Server announcement. Congratulations to players Toxin Master Fatality, Chu the Great Player, Furious Grandma and 25 other pioneers for successfully completing the first camp siege victory in the server. This achievement will be permanently recorded in the historical database of the UX-829 planet outpost. Based on this camp siege contribution you will receive. Woohoo! Take off. This reward is too generous. I leveled up twice instantly. The players, thrilled by the soaring experience and contribution points, celebrated by high-fiving each other. But the real revelry was just beginning. Brothers.
Let's start distributing the loot.
Chu the great player jumped out pointing at the weapons and supplies looted from the pendulum camp in the truck. Given that there were quite a few good items this time, the players actually held a small auction. Under a distribution system filled with order and a hint of gang loot, weapons and supplies were quickly divided. Players who received guns lovingly wiped the barrels, while those who didn't get snatched hot weapons were also happily awarded a lot of contribution points.
After the distribution, the players scattered.
Some went to the logistics store to buy supplies, while others gathered around the front of the vehicle to discuss how to reinforce it. There was no choice. Hand-assembled vehicles often had issues, and every outing required a major overhaul.
Meanwhile, some players who injected adrenaline and pushed through with low health rushed into the cultivation pods.
As the cabin doors closed, a light green nutrient solution began to slowly repair their damaged clones. The 36 captives from the pendulum camp sat crouched in place, hands on their heads, looking at each other nervously. Just as they felt anxious and speculated about their grim fate, Awakening slowly walked up to them. Old Knife quietly lifted his head and stole a glance at the strangely dressed man. For some reason, under the man's cold gaze, he felt a deeper fear than when facing those outsiders.
Lift your heads.
The 36 captives trembled as they raised their heads, looking at Awakening with trepidation.
I don't care how you survived in the past, whether through black-on-black robbery or scuttling like rats in the cracks.
Awakening's gaze swept across Old Knife's battered face.
But in the Spark Outpost, the old rules no longer apply. Here, those who do not work shall not eat. No one can consume the resources of the outpost for free. From today onward, you are the outpost's non-staff laborers with the interests of the outpost as your priority.
In return, as long as you work hard, I will provide you with clean water and food sufficient for your survival.
However, if anyone attempts to escape, slacks off, or resists.
Awakening didn't continue, simply gesturing towards the players polishing their axes nearby.
Did you understand? Su Xing asked.
Yes, my lord.
We will work hard.
The captives led by Lao Dao repeatedly bowed their heads like garlic being smashed, fearing that a delayed response would result in being fed to the mutated creatures. In this cannibalistic wasteland, having a safe haven and a meal to eat each day was a dream come true for the lowly survivors. Even being a laborer was 1,000 times better than the constant threat of dying in the wilderness. After explaining the labor laws of the outpost, Su Xing glanced at the sky. The sky had begun to darken, and the bone-chilling wind unique to the wasteland began to rise again. Su Xing turned his head and called out to the Chu de player, who was studying a new rifle.
Number 001.
Here.
What are your orders, my lord?
Upon hearing Su Xing's call, the Chu de player immediately dashed over and stood at attention reflexively. This batch of new laborers needs a sheltered place to stay. Su Xing pointed at the ragged group of captives. You are in charge of arranging a temporary resting area for them. Tomorrow at sunrise, immediately organize them to join the expansion project of the outpost.
Arranging housing. No problem. Leave it to me.
After assigning the task to the Chu de player through his personal terminal, Su Xing turned and left. The Chu de player, upon receiving the task, strode up to Lao Dao and tapped his shoulder with the butt of his gun.
Lao Dao, right. Time to get to work.
Lao Dao trembled in fear, quickly standing up with a smile. My lord, what are your orders? The Chu de player pointed at a small hill at the edge of the outpost where various trash and unused red bricks collected by players were piled up. The synthesis platform doesn't collect everything, and over time the various trash brought back by players has ended up all piled together.
Do you see those materials? You have 1 hour to build a shelter yourselves. If you can't finish, you'll sleep outside tonight and eat sand.
Upon hearing this, Lao Dao felt a weight lift off his shoulders. At least it wasn't a dangerous task like climbing a mountain or boiling oil.
Building a shelter by themselves was the norm in the wasteland.
Yes. Don't worry, my lord, we'll get started right away.
Lao Dao immediately turned around and began yelling at the group of captives, expertly playing the role of a taskmaster. Watching this group of hard-working new laborers, the Chu de player stroked his chin in satisfaction.
As the sun set, the wind whipped up coarse sand, striking the energy shield of the primary outpost and creating ripples of faint blue. Accompanied by off-key singing, the hunting team led by Night Owl returned triumphantly. Blood dripped onto the scorched earth, attracting a few mutated scavenger flies that circled around.
Damn, I'm exhausted.
Blow Your Dog head collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. On 2 carts, a mountain of spoils was extremely impressive, consisting of over 20 corpses of the long-haired rock mane beasts. What a bountiful harvest. Now we have materials for our bedding. War God Rampage wiped the sweat from his face, excitedly patting the prey on the cart. Hearing the commotion, the Chu de player turned his head and saw the hunting team at the entrance.
Oh, isn't this our ace hunting team returning?
The Chu de player, holding a nearly brand new rifle, swaggered over with a smug smile on his face.
What the hell, Chu Gu? Nyo Gu. You guys didn't play fair.
War God Rampage exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot and his voice filled with accusation.
Damn. How could you not call us for such a major assault event? Beside him Ao Naiwa, he was drooling, heartbroken and pounding his chest in despair. We smelled the stench in that broken cave for a whole day fighting a bunch of wild beasts while you guys went off and made a fortune. The other newbies from the hunting team were also left in tears. Doesn't the game notify everyone about such major events? If I had known there was an assault, who would have gone hunting? Looking at the disheartened faces of the hunting team, the players who participated in the camp assault erupted into laughter like a barbell crashing down. It's no big deal. The old cow just triggered a hidden quest and we opened a new map, casually looting a survivor camp, that's all. Right, we just stole a dozen guns, looted a pile of supplies and captured everyone from their camp to make them laborers. The strongest kindergartner chimed in to finish the thought. As soon as he spoke, the Shrek 7-member team felt like their lungs were about to explode. Can you blame us? This game doesn't even have a contact channel. The Chu-D player defended himself confidently. Get lost, get lost. Don't rub salt in my wounds. Night Owl also rolled his eyes in frustration. As one of the 3 top players at the server launch, missing out on the first battle of the server was more painful than death. Seeing these 7 teammates with eyes as red as rabbits, I Don't Eat Beef quickly stepped in to mediate. Night fell. At the Starfire outpost, flames shot into the sky. On a large grill, the rock main beast skewers sizzled and dripped with oil, filling the entire outpost with a rich aroma of grilled meat. 32 players along with the little girl Nia sat around the warm bonfire. It smells so good. This is what life is meant to be. As they ate heartily, they boasted about their heroic deeds during the siege or their extreme pulls in the cave. Nia held a piece of grilled meat larger than her face, eating it with grease dripping from her mouth, her eyes sparkling with happiness. However, human joy and sorrow do not resonate with one another. Not far from this feast, the 36 captives from the Pendulum camp were huddled against the biting night wind, struggling to build a makeshift shelter with the leftover scraps from the players. Having traveled 10 kilometers and hurriedly built a shelter, they were already so hungry that their eyes were darkening and their heads spinning. The aroma of grilled meat wafting over was the cruelest torture for them. Gulp. Gulp. The sounds of swallowing echoed among the captives. This group, except for Lao Dao, were mostly the lower-class survivors of the Pendulum camp, living a hard life. Every time they went out for loot, they had to offer a share to the leader and the sub-leaders, leaving just a tiny bit for themselves. Exploitation and the survival of the fittest were omnipresent in this wasteland. Lao Dao. I'm so hungry. Do you think they'll leave us some bones? The young scout's stomach protested sharply, his eyes fixed on the distant bonfire, his voice tinged with a hint of crying. Smack. Lao Dao slapped the back of the young scout's head, interrupting his fantasy. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Do you think this is a festival? We are captives. We are slaves. Being allowed to build a shelter to shield ourselves from the wind and not freeze to death outside is already a blessing. Want to eat meat? Do you think those lunatics will just throw us into the mutated beast pit tomorrow? But. The young scout covered his head in grievance. Shut up. Stay put. Lao Dao scolded his subordinates harshly, but his own throat was also moving up and down. It smelled too damn good. The greatest specialty of the wasteland is the endless mutated rats, which have a sour taste and are toxic. Even though the wasteland natives have high poison resistance, they only dare to eat the smallest portion of the least toxic meat. After eating, they are guaranteed to see stars and have purple lips. If you were to ask them why they don't go hunting, there are no weapons, equipment or medicine in the wasteland, whether in the ruins of the city or in the harsh wilderness. Hunting is very difficult. If they are not injured, it's fine, but if they get bitten by some stray creature, they might end up lying on a board the next day. Forming teams is also quite difficult. Trust among survivors is very low. No one knows if their teammates will stab them in the back, so they basically fight alone. Not to mention that most mutated creatures are toxic and no one wants to be the first to take the risk. Thus the bottom-tier survivors might not even smell meat for a whole year, mostly relying on chewing on roots and insects to survive. As for Lao Dao, although he is a minor leader, his life is not very comfortable. Food and weapons are mainly controlled by the leader Zhao Taiju and his trusted subordinates. If they are having fun, they might even share an expired can with Lao Dao. In the camp, Lao Dao is just a marginal figure, otherwise he wouldn't have been assigned to stand guard as a sentry. It's a good thing he is a marginal figure, otherwise he would experience the same explosive art as Zhao Taiju and his group. The captives endured the knife-like hunger in their stomachs, turning their heads in pain, no longer looking at the laughter and merriment over there. They swallowed frantically while speeding up their work, trying to numb their nearly maddening stomachs with labor. 32 players along with the not-so-hungry Nia surrounded the barbecue grill and managed to finish nearly 40 kilograms of roasted meat. Burp. The great player Chu let out a satisfying burp and casually threw a cleaned beast bone into the fire.
However, looking at the several large bowls of fresh meat that had not yet been roasted, hamster reincarnated felt troubled.
There's still over 90 kilograms left uneaten.
In this broken place there's no refrigerator and no way to preserve it. This broken planet has a huge temperature difference between day and night. Once the temperature rises during the day it will definitely spoil. Wasting is shameful.
Night Owl frowned. This is something they had painstakingly hunted as a team. Why not? Ask those NPCs. That's a good idea. The great player Chu turned his eyes and pointed at the new NPC not far away. These people have been surviving in the wasteland for so many years, they must have some local methods for preserving food. Makes sense. The great player Chu held a skewer of still sizzling roasted meat and swaggered toward the NPC's shack with several players. In the shack area the captives looked at the approaching players and the fragrant roasted meat, their breaths quickening. Lao Dao, are they? Are they here to deliver food to us? What nonsense! Behave yourselves. Lao Dao slapped him on the head, forcing himself to remain calm as he stepped forward. Masters, what can I do for you? Lao Dao, you've been surviving in the wasteland for so long, do you have any ways to preserve food? The great player Chu directly got to the point and shook the skewer of roasted meat in his hand. Lao Dao was momentarily stunned, glancing at the oily roasted meat and then at the great player Chu, swallowing hard. But what does he know about food processing? At the pendulum camp they usually just boiled whatever they had and ate it. They were not wealthy enough to need to preserve food. This. Master, this. Lao Dao stuttered, sweating profusely, fearing that if he said a no these lunatics would roast him with a flamethrower. What's wrong with you? Did your vocal cords fall at home? Toxic Master cursed unhappily. Clearly he did not like this native who could kill him with a single shot, even though Lao Dao had now become a temporary NPC at the outpost. Just then among the pile of captives a stooped, shriveled old man cautiously raised his hand. Masters. I know a little. The old man timidly moved forward a couple of steps. Oh. What do you have in mind? I don't eat beef, brightened up, sizing up this unremarkable old man. Replying to the masters, I used to work as a cook for a big merchant group in the far south. I know a way to preserve meat without using salt. In the scorched earth there is a grayish-white bitter alkaline soil. As long as you dig it out, dry it by fire, grind it into powder and mix it with the juice of a mutated plant called prickly amaranth, applying it to the surface of the meat. This mixture can form a preservative layer on the surface of the meat, allowing it to last at least half a month without spoiling. When eating, just peel off the outer layer. The only drawback is that the bitter taste of the mixture will seep into the meat. Bitter alkaline soil mixed with plant juice. A wasteland version of a chemical preservative. Toxic Master exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide. The survival wisdom of these wasteland natives in extreme conditions is indeed impressive. The quest prompt that appeared before the players also indirectly proved that the old man's words were not false. Quest name: preserving food. Quest description: the wasteland natives shared methods for preserving food with you. Quest objective: explore the surrounding area to find grayish-white bitter alkaline soil and prickly amaranth juice and preserve at least 10 kilograms of food. Quest reward: 50 experience points, 20 contribution points. No way. We can really get a quest like this. This quest description feels like a nod to Civilization 6. Eureka moment: villagers share a mysterious technology secret. It's hot and bustling. The players discussed animatedly while the great player Chu passed the skewer of roasted meat over. Great. You've made a significant contribution. What's your name? Replying to the masters, my name is Old Grey Head. It must be said the names of these wasteland natives are very down-to-earth and unpretentious. All right. Old Grey Head, tomorrow morning you will lead us to dig that bitter alkaline soil. And that prickly amaranth too. Yes. Yes. The masters. Old Grey Head excitedly took the roasted meat from the players' hands and wolfed it down. With the food preservation problem solved, the players were in high spirits. The great player Chu looked at the captives whose eyes were green from hunger with a smile on his face. In Blue Star, if you want the horse to run you have to feed it grass. These NPCs are the core labor force for building the Starfire outpost in the future. If they starve to death, who will do the work? Thus, in the shocked gaze of the captives, the players brought in a large basin of meat and a big bucket of filtered water. Masters, is this for us to eat? Lao Dao's voice trembled. What? Are you dissatisfied? Toxic Master snorted coldly, glaring fiercely at Lao Dao. The great player Chu waved his hands, signaling Lao Dao to come over. The rules of our Starfire outpost are simple: as long as you work hard and don't cause trouble, not only will we not take your lives, but whenever we have a piece of meat to eat, there will definitely be a bowl of soup for you too. Today consider it a welcome feast for you. Thank you, masters. You are so kind, masters. We will never forget the kindness of the masters.
Under Lao Dao's instructions, this group of bottom-tier refugees struggling at the edge of the wasteland lined up piously, each receiving a piece of beast meat and half a spoonful of filtered underground water.
The players, satiated in content, drifted in twos and threes into the large dormitory.
Within the dormitory, the heated brick bed radiated an unceasing warmth, completely sealing out the frigid night of the wasteland.
Sunshu Zhuanshi, Bishawa and Naya lay side by side on the spacious Kong. Naya slept in the middle, covered by a large tactical coat.
The gentle warmth emanating from beneath enveloped her petite frame, coaxing a soft feline murmur of contentment from her lips.
Naya, did the roughhousing of those men today scare you? Sunshu Zhuanshi turned on her side, studying Naya's relaxed profile in the dim light, her voice soft. Not at all, Sister Sunshu. Naya opened her eyes, which sparkled brightly. The adults, though they seem a bit peculiar. I know you are the kindest people in this wasteland. You not only saved me but also gave meat to those captives. Kind.
Haha, if those guys heard you say that, their tails would be pointing to the sky. Bishawa on the other side couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. But seriously, Sister Xiaowan, this heated brick bed is way more comfortable than the hardboard bed in my shabby rental back in reality.
Bishawa stretched and yawned widely. Of course. This is the masterpiece of our chief engineer Nyo.
Sunshu Zhuanshi also closed her eyes.
Alright, it's getting late. Let's chat a bit and wait for the annoying forced logout timer. When I get kicked out, I'm definitely ordering a supersized takeout to reward myself.
The three girls whispered secrets on the warm Kong, savoring the rare tranquility of the wasteland.
However, time ticked by. The female dormitory remained silent, broken only by Naya's steady breathing. Half an hour later.
Sunshu Zhuanshi's brow furrowed slightly. She turned over and opened her eyes. By now the system's red warning box should have popped up long ago, alerting them that their fatigue had reached a critical point and their neural connection was about to be forcibly severed. But tonight her vision held nothing but the dark ceiling.
Hey.
Xiaotang, did you get the forced logout prompt?
No.
Bishawa replied drowsily. Just as they were filled with confusion. From the male players' dormitory next door, a roaring commotion suddenly erupted, loud enough to lift the roof, chaotic as a marketplace.
Then came the clatter of footsteps in the dormitory's crude hallway.
What the hell are those guys up to?
Got too much energy and want to go for a night march.
Sunshu Zhuanshi sighed, worried they would wake Naya, who had finally fallen asleep. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Jingshan Xiaohua, his face ecstatic, hopping and skipping like a monkey in the corridor.
What are you doing? Making a fuss? You planning a rebellion instead of logging off? Sunshu Zhuanshi shot him a glare. Sunshu. Haven't you noticed?
Jingshan Xiaohua rushed over, gesticulating wildly with excitement.
The timer. That damned forced logout timer is gone. I noticed. So what, want a medal?
Sunshu Zhuanshi put her hands on her hips, barely resisting the urge to kick Jingshan Xiaohua.
Hey, you don't know Brother Chu just went to the forum and found out that the damn devs posted a new game version announcement. The game has now removed forced logout and you can log in at any time. Alright, I get it, it's a big update. Keep your voice down, don't wake Naya. Sunshu Zhuanshi mercilessly flicked Jingshan Xiaohua on the forehead. I'm not joining you in this grind. I still have a job in reality. With that, Sunshu Zhuanshi turned and went back to the female dormitory.
Bishawa, having heard the commotion, was also stunned.
Log in anytime. Doesn't that make it a real second life? Yeah. Sunshu Zhuanshi smiled and lay back down on the warm Kong.
She opened the system menu and looked at the active logout button.
Good night, Wasteland. She gently pressed the button and her consciousness instantly plunged into darkness, severing the connection to planet UX-829. Neural connection disconnecting. Sweet dreams, Pioneer. Earth time 7:00 a.m.
In a villa in Fog City, rare sunlight filtered through the gaps in the floor-to-ceiling windows, gently falling upon the high-tech gaming pod in the bedroom. With a soft hiss of air pressure, the pod's hatch slowly lifted.
Linwan, in game ID Sunshu Zhuanshi, opened her eyes and let out a long sigh. She stretched widely, feeling every cell in her body brimming with vitality. This game's black tech is something else. Playing all night and still waking up energized.
Linwan muttered as she stepped out of the pod.
Recalling everything on planet UX-829, even after 2 weeks of experience, it still felt surreal.
It was as if her soul had truly found a home on another planet.
Before work, let's check the
Linwan slipped into a comfortable loungewear, sat at her computer desk and opened the official forum of Stellar Spark. As soon as she entered the homepage, she saw a pinned post with replies already exceeding 10,000.
Posted by Stellar Spark Dev Team. Title: Stellar Spark Closed Beta V0. 3 new map unlocked, major update announcement.
Lin Wan took a sip of water and read attentively.
To all pioneers who light the spark in the darkness with your tireless efforts, Phase 1 of the Spark Outpost, the large dormitory has been successfully completed. Pioneers have established the first safe haven on the wasteland. The survival experience of Stellar Spark will officially enter a new phase. The contents of this V03 update are as follows. 1.
Removal of forced logout in scheduled server openings. Players can freely arrange their schedule on the wasteland, enjoying an immersive gameplay experience.
Your second life, your rules. Note: extended online play will reduce fatigue. When fatigue drops to a certain level, the character will receive negative buffs such as halved attributes and dizziness. Warning: if fatigue reaches 0 in the wilderness or non-safe zones, the character will fall into a coma and is highly susceptible to death. 2.
Favorability system unlocked. The natives of the wasteland are not cold data, they have flesh, blood likes and dislikes. Interacting with faction NPCs, your words and actions, giving gifts or providing shelter, will affect the NPC's personal favorability toward you in real time. When favorability reaches a threshold, there is a chance to trigger exclusive hidden quests or obtain special information.
3.
Random quest generation mechanism. NPCs have a chance to trigger random demand quests during daily labor.
G.
Finding specific materials, clearing hazards. When the special native Naya's favorability reaches a certain threshold, there is a very low probability of unlocking hidden class clues.
4. New map fully unlocked. Abandoned City No. 74 is now fully open. More mutated creatures, unknown factions and dangerous relics of the old era await the Pioneer's conquest. 5. The player attributes and talent system are fully unlocked. Breaking the limits of carbon-based lifeforms.
When the Pioneer level reaches LV 15, the logistics store will unlock special items, gene enhancement potions. The first injection of the gene enhancement potion will awaken a unique personal talent based on the player's main behavioral preferences in the wasteland, such as combat, scavenging, infrastructure building, etc. With each subsequent level increase of 10, players can purchase and inject advanced potions again with a chance to gain new talents or enhance existing ones. Note: the enhanced body will consume more biomass upon resurrection and will deduct additional contribution points, so players should cherish their bodies. The flames of hope spread endlessly.
Wishing all players an enjoyable gaming experience. After reading this lengthy announcement, Lynn Weiner even forgot to swallow the water in her mouth. Her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Cancel forced logout, a favorability system, and even exclusive talents like a blind box. If the previous Starfire was merely an extremely hardcore building and scavenging simulator, this update injects a true RPG soul into this cold wasteland. She quickly scrolled the mouse wheel to look at the comments section below. Sure enough, the comments were going absolutely wild. Should a player, everyone look at me.
I declare that I am now level 14.
5 and I won't log off until I reach level 15 today. Ha 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 ha. Night Owl, should a player, haha, I'm already at 70 experience. The first person to awaken a talent will definitely be me.
I don't eat beef. According to the official explanation, talents awaken based on behavioral preferences. Old Shoulda, you're running around with that broken gun every day, you probably have a high chance of awakening human outline master.
Proud Grandpa favorability system. Nia's sister. My Nia's sister. I'm going to find the most beautiful glowing stones in the wasteland for you.
God of War Rampage, don't even think about it. Nia's highest favorability is definitely with the hamster, since she sleeps on the same bed every day. Furious Grandma, Proud Grandpa, you just said I'm a lowly fan, you're the purest lowly fan.
I want Uncle Hat to take you. Proud Grandpa, Furious Grandma, I didn't, am not. Don't talk nonsense, how can you slander my innocence?
Mousetail Juice, Starfire development team, dear officials, why can't I log into the game still? The closed beta players were celebrating while those who could only watch the cloud players left envious tears in the comment section.
Eager Pioneer, I'm so jealous. I really am.
Being able to gain favorability with the NPCs.
What the hell is this wasteland corner?
I pick up trash in Tarkov. Don't say that. When is the public test coming, you damn planners?
I'm willing to invest. A shot to the soul, I want a qualification 1. Tactical retreat, I want a qualification 10,086. Lynn Weiner looked at these comments laughing uncontrollably. No wonder that group of big guys was making a fuss. It seems everyone wants to grind to level 15 for talents. I need to wash up and go to work quickly. I want to leave work early today and rush to level 15 when I get back. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away from Mist City in Demon City.
In a male dormitory of a certain university, sunlight streamed through the not-so-tight curtains, illuminating the messy beds.
Bang!
The dormitory door was suddenly pushed open and a boy holding 2 buns and a cup of soy milk rushed in.
Away! Why are you still playing video games? It's nearly 8 o'clock. The first class today is Advanced Mathematics with the Ruthless Teacher.
The boy chewed on a bun while vigorously patting his good brother on the lower bunk. A head wearing a VR helmet wiggled out from under the blanket. It was Chen Wei, one of the closed beta players of Starfire with the game ID Proud Grandpa.
Go away, don't make noise. What advanced math class is more important than me chopping monsters in the wasteland?
Chen Wei took off the helmet and snatched the bun from the boy's hand.
Are you crazy? You've skipped the early class for 3 days straight.
What kind of game has you so obsessed? The boy looked at Chen Wei, who was voraciously consuming the bun, rolling his eyes in disbelief.
You understand nothing.
Chen Wei chewed on the bun, glanced at the boy, and a smile of "everyone is drunk but I alone am awake" appeared at the corner of his mouth.
This is not an ordinary game. This is a 100 realistic world where you can even get close to NPC girls. I'm a pioneer elder now, and today there's an official major update. I must rush to level 15 to draw talents. What nonsense, is it really that fun?
The boy picked up the advanced mathematics book on the table, confused.
Come on, stop talking. Chen Wei put the helmet back on his head and waved goodbye to the boy. Good brother for life. Help me sign in. I'm logging in now. Damn. You're really not going, huh?
The boy's words hadn't finished when Chen Wei had already clicked the game login button on the helmet.
Neuron connection complete. Welcome back, Pioneer.
With a familiar system prompt, the sounds of the real world quickly faded away. When the vision brightened again, Proud Grandpa was already lying in the boys' dormitory of Starfire.
Brothers. I'm online. Who's going to hunt monsters? Team me up.
Proud Grandpa shouted excitedly, his mind filled with rushing to level up and drawing talents.
However, the dormitory was empty, not even an echo could be heard. Damn.
Where did this bunch of grinding kings go to gain experience?
Proud Grandpa mumbled as he walked out of the dormitory.
In the open area of the outpost, players were sparse and not many were online. After all, it was morning in reality, and most players with proper jobs or early classes had logged off to attend to their own matters.
Proud Grandpa quickly spotted a few familiar faces. Should a player, I don't eat beef, and Night Owl, the three giants of the early game who had been grinding since the first test, were sitting around the campfire pointing at the updated panel. Yo, little Proud, cutting class to go online. Should a player turned around when he heard footsteps and teased. Be careful not to fail your finals. Hey, I'm skipping class for the revival of civilization. It's a great sacrifice.
Proud Grandpa replied, plopping down beside the campfire.
What are you guys doing? Why aren't you out there hunting monsters and leveling up? We're just waiting for you.
God of War Rampage threw his arm around Proud Grandpa's neck, nearly sending him back to the spring. You didn't see earlier Chuda tried to flirt with that NPC called Old Knife, but the favorability didn't go up and he got scared and wet his pants, not triggering any quests.
That's because he's timid.
I just gave him half a roasted rat leg. As the 7 players surrounded the campfire exchanging complaints and sharing experience.
Bang.
A metallic clanging sound came from the shadows at the edge of the outpost.
The sound was not loud but was still keenly captured by Night Owl. Who's over there? Night Owl turned sharply, his hand already resting on the handle of a tactical axe. Hey. Owl brother. Don't make a move. It's us.
From the shadows 2 sneaky figures stumbled out. In the firelight everyone recognized their IDs.
It was indeed Mole Action and Ian Tier Carpet.
These 2 newbies who had been chased by that mutant in the starship during the day surprisingly hadn't logged off either. On May 14, 11451 of the star calendar on planet UX 829 at 7:25 p.m. By the campfire 7 players stared intently at the 2 newcomers emerging from the shadows.
What are you 2 boys doing here without logging off?
Stealing scrap metal from the base. The spirited young man looked at them in surprise. The players known as Mole Action and Ian C10 felt a bit uneasy, each holding strange-shaped metal pipes and valves.
We are not stealing scrap metal.
We are engaged in a great military-industrial research. The 2 of them tossed a pile of junk metal onto the ground beside the campfire with a clatter. Aren't you big shots using that Starfire Type 1 simple flamethrower to wreak havoc during the day? The power of the saturation strike, it's simply incredible.
So you 2 are secretly crafting flamethrowers.
I don't eat beef, glanced at the parts on the ground, although rough, the basic pressure valve and nozzle prototype were already taking shape.
Yes.
Brother Nyo, I meticulously studied the flamethrower you crafted from beginning to end.
Ian C10 confidently patted his chest. I guarantee I can craft 2 more before dawn.
Then we can loot the starship and cover fire when we encounter those monsters. The 7 players exchanged glances, not expecting that even among the newcomers there were skilled hands. They had struggled for several days to barely craft 1 flamethrower, while these 2 had managed to create 2 in a single night.
Impressive. It seems that our future weapon development will depend on you too.
I don't eat beef stood up and patted Ain Tan on the shoulder. You can take the black glue oil, but remember, don't blow up the base. The two newcomers nodded, hugging their parts as they left, while the players began to ponder how to grind experience.
Previously, because of the forced logout mechanism, we had never explored the wasteland at night. How about we go out and test the waters?
There must be many nocturnal high-level mutated creatures in the wasteland. They are all moving experience bags.
Night hunting. Exciting. What are we waiting for? Let's see how wild the nightlife is. Night Owl frowned and stopped the eager few.
Old Chu, there are only a few of us. We can handle close combat, but in this pitch-black darkness, if we encounter a moke dog, we might get wiped out. Who said we have to engage them in melee with cold weapons? Chu the player chuckled slyly as he patted the bag behind him. When opened, it contained the homemade rifles scavenged from the pendulum camp during the day.
Damn.
Brother Chu, when did you confiscate all these guns?
This is called foresight.
Chu the player proudly tapped the barrel of a rifle. Those brothers who logged off have their guns sitting idle gathering dust. I managed to talk them into lending me these treasures before they logged off. Of course, the price for borrowing the guns is that the prey we hunt tonight will be shared with them.
We can give them everything. Hunting at night without hot weapons for protection is no different from delivering takeout.
Yao Naiwa, he picked up a well-conditioned rifle, pulled back the bolt and nearly jumped for joy. This kind of rifle has strong recoil, is prone to exploding, and has poor accuracy, but the sense of security it provides while holding a gun is unmatched by any cold weapon.
Save the bullets, every shot counts.
You can't buy this stuff in the logistics shop. As long as we don't encounter a high-level creature, our firepower configuration here will be like a sideways walking crab in this wilderness.
Alright, everyone, let's go.
With Chu the player's command, 7 shadows carrying homemade rifles silently stepped out of the beginner outpost and plunged into the desolate wasteland. The temperature in the wasteland night dropped rapidly.
Everyone gather close, don't get separated. Who? This eerie atmosphere. If a face-jumping killer suddenly appears, I think I might throw my VR helmet away. Don't scare yourself.
Watch your step, don't fall into a pit. The 7 members of the Ju Wang team formed an inverted-shaped firepower formation, cautiously advancing eastward. After all, the weathered rock cave area to the east is a frequent hunting ground for the hunting team heading that way, guarantees at least some rock-maned beasts to grind. The player in front, Night Owl, suddenly stopped, keenly catching a faint sound which seemed to be coming not from the ground but from beneath their feet.
Stop. There's movement underground.
Just as he finished speaking, a small hill less than 5 meters ahead erupted with scorched earth and yellow sand. A terrifying creature the size of an adult rhinoceros emerged from the ground. Its head bore sharp jaws resembling a plow, clearly a digging machine moving through the scorched earth.
Target: ground skeleton, armored beast, LV.
16. Description: a lone hunter beneath the scorched earth. Visuals: degraded, it detects prey through high-frequency vibrations spewing a highly corrosive acidic sludge.
LV. 16. Yao Naiwa, he gasped.
Not only was this thing high-level, but just looking at its layer of dark gray exoskeleton made it clear that hitting it with a tactical axe would leave no mark.
Open fire. Night Owl reacted swiftly, raising his hand and firing a shot. Bang. 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 Bang.
The players quickly followed suit. 7 homemade rifles spat fire, and the deafening gunfire rang out like a volley, with bullets whistling as they struck the ground skeleton armored beast that had just emerged.
Clang. Clang. Most of the bullets struck the layer of dark gray keratin.
At a distance of 5 meters, the close-range shots could tear through the keratin but could not fully penetrate. It could break through defenses, but the damage was minimal.
Roar.
The ground skeleton armored beast was thoroughly enraged by this metallic storm. Its tentacles on top of its head writhed violently, locking onto the position of Chu the player, and it opened its shovel-like jaws, spitting out a burst of green acidic sludge.
Damn. Acid AoE.
Chu the player was terrified and rolled on the spot. The blob of acidic sludge splashed onto the scorched earth where he had just stood, instantly corroding a large pit that emitted white smoke.
Create distance. Kite it to death.
The crossfire from the 7 guns suppressed the ground skeleton armored beast, preventing it from quickly burrowing underground or charging.
God of War Frenzy seized the opportunity when the monster was stunned after spewing acid, throwing a Molotov cocktail.
The high temperature exploded, instantly igniting the tentacles atop the monster's head. Deprived of its senses, the ground skeleton armored beast fell into a fit of rage, randomly crashing into its surroundings and spewing acid.
Aim for its hind legs. There's no keratin layer there. Night Owl seized the chance and fired a precise shot.
The ground skeleton armored beast staggered from the hit to its leg, going berserk again while the players had already scattered. It took a full 20 minutes for the tenacious ground skeleton armored beast to collapse, turning into a wave of warm experience points.
Kill LV.
16 ground skeleton armored beast experience points 200 original reward 140 points additional night outing reward 60 points contribution points 50 original reward 40 points additional night outing reward 10 points.
Who? Finally dead.
I feel like this thing is much easier to kill than that mutated creature. Yeah, this monster turns slowly and its movement speed isn't fast. We can kite it and grind without taking damage. I didn't expect that night hunting would yield extra rewards. Yi Ao Naiwa. He wiped the sweat from his face looking at his experience bar that had increased, feeling a bit excited.
High risk, high reward. This is the true wasteland nightlife.
Having tasted the sweetness of nighttime hunting, this King of Scrolls team composed of 7 players went completely berserk. Unknowingly, time had reached the early morning.
With a precise shot to the head from Yi Xiao, LV 12 Rockmane Beast fell to the ground howling in a pool of blood.
A dazzling golden light sword from Yi Xiao as a notification echoed. Congratulations to player Yi Xiao for becoming the first pioneer to reach LV
15. Your name will be inscribed on the Pioneer Monument at the Starfire outpost.
The system then announced the level leaderboard system is now officially open.
Wow.
Brother Xiao, you've reached level 15.
The player Yi Ao Naiwa. He looked at the shining gold LV
15 above Yi Xiao's head with envy.
Ha ha ha. Finally here. Even the usually calm Yi Xiao couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Damn, I'm still 15 away from leveling up. How about you, old bull?
Player Chu was jumping anxiously.
I still need 28.
7 players, like they had been injected with adrenaline, continued to sweep through the perilous wasteland madly. Until around 2 AM in the wasteland, with the golden lights of leveling up ascending in succession, player Chu and I Don't Eat Beef finally achieved their goal of entering level 15.
Phew. I can't go on. I've run out of bullets and supplies. My fatigue level is down to 5. If we don't head back, we'll all faint in the wild.
Player Chu collapsed wearily on the ground, his homemade rifle barrel already heated.
Brothers,
Yi Xiao looked at his exhausted teammates and decisively issued the command to return to town.
Half an hour later, the 7 players, dragging their tired bodies, stepped into the energy shield of the beginner outpost.
They couldn't spare a moment to rest and immediately pounced on the synthesis station like hungry wolves. Old Xiao, you were the first in the entire server to reach level 15. You go first.
Player Chu and I Don't Eat Beef tacitly gave up their positions. Then I won't hold back.
Yi Xiao, suppressing the almost depleted sensation of fatigue, unhesitatingly deducted 1,000 contribution points. Swish, the tray beside the synthesis station slowly slid out. Inside was a syringe encased in a silver metal protective box, quietly lying there with a faint blue glowing liquid flowing within.
Item type 1 Gene Enhancement Serum.
Description: a standard gene enhancement drug from the pan-galactic asset restructuring company which can significantly activate physical potential upon injection.
Price 1,000 contribution points. Hurry up and draw something good.
Player Chu and others circled around fidgeting with excitement. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, picked up the cold syringe and jabbed it into the artery on his neck with force. The moment the serum was injected, Yi Xiao abruptly raised his head, feeling a wave of scorching energy sweep through his entire body along his veins. The pain of the gene enhancement lasted about 10 seconds before transforming into an unprecedented sense of power.
Awesome! Yi Xiao clenched his fist and opened his eyes wide.
After the enhancement, he felt a significant boost in his senses, strength and even nerve reaction speed.
System notification: you have successfully injected Type 1 Gene Enhancement Serum.
All basic attributes increased by 15.
You have gained 5 free attribute points.
These points can be used to enhance basic attributes: strength, agility, constitution, perception, willpower. Detected that your primary behavior preference in the wasteland is high-frequency melee combat, extreme survival, high-frequency environmental perception. Gene chain recombination completed.
Congratulations, you have awakened your exclusive personal talent, Wilderness Hunter. Talent description 1.
Your muscle fibers become more flexible in battle, increasing attack speed with cold weapons by 20. 2. When you are in a stealth state, the probability of being detected is reduced by 15.
3. In nighttime or dimly lit environments, your visual penetration ability receives a slight enhancement. Looking at the talent panel shared by Yi Xiao, the entire outpost fell silent for 3 seconds. Wow! Attack speed, stealth, and night vision ability. This is simply a perfect assassin skill tailored for Brother Xiao.
Old Xiao, how will you allocate those 5 attribute points? I Don't Eat Beef touched his nose. As a seasoned data enthusiast, he was more concerned about the attribute point gains in the game. Yi Xiao glanced at the 5 attributes on the panel, pondering for a moment. As the spearhead of the hunting team, his role was very clear: high mobility, high burst melee assassin.
3 points into agility, 2 points into perception.
Yi Xiao decisively clicked the confirmation button. The moment the points were allocated, Yi Xiao felt the world before him become clearer, and even the subtle sounds of wind blowing through the gravel around him, including the sound of a mutated beetle crawling 10 meters away, were distinctly heard.
If combined with Nia's previous blessing with his perception ability, he could be considered a human radar.
Yi Xiao flexed his wrist, drew out his tactical axe and casually waved it in the air. The speed was so fast that it left an afterimage in the air, and even the nearby Zhanshan Quangbiao couldn't see how he made his move.
Awesome!
Zhanshan Quangbiao swallowed and could only utter these two words.
Ha ha ha. It's my turn now.
Seeing Yi Xiao's transformation from this enhancement, Player Chu could no longer contain his inner joy and opened the logistics store.
Dog Planner. Please bless me with a golden legend.
Player Chu grabbed his own gene enhancement serum and unhesitatingly jabbed it into his neck. Beside him, I Don't Eat Beef also picked up a syringe.
The painful gene enhancement process played out simultaneously for both of them.
2 system notifications popped up simultaneously before their eyes.
What did you get? What did you get? Everyone curiously gathered around.
Detected that your primary behavior preference in the wasteland is high-frequency use of firearms, remote firepower suppression, and dynamic tactical positioning. Gene chain recombination completed.
Congratulations, you have awakened your exclusive personal talent, Rapid Fire Ranger. Talent description 1.
When using any firearm, your reloading speed is increased by 20 and recoil impact is reduced by 15.
2.
When the amount of ammunition you carry drops below 30, your movement speed will receive an additional 10 boost.
3. Your body gains a slight resistance to low-level toxins radiation in the wasteland. Wow. Reloading speed increased by 20. That's awesome. This talent is also excellent for escaping. The most ridiculous part is that there's even a toxicity resistance boost. That time eating rat meat wasn't in vain, haha. Player Chu proudly flicked his hair and then allocated his 5 free attribute points. His allocation style focused on evenly distributing 1 point to each of the 5 attributes. Old bull. What about you? Everyone turned to look at the silent I Don't Eat Beef.
He pondered for a moment and slowly revealed his talent panel. Detected primary behavioral preferences in the wasteland: high-intensity construction work, industrial equipment assembly and recycling, and repurposing of scrap. Gene chain recombination completed.
Congratulations, you have awakened your exclusive personal talent, Mechanical Resonance.
When using any tools for construction gathering or disassembly, stamina consumption is reduced by 20 and efficiency is increased by 15. When manually assembling mechanical devices, there is a 5 chance that the finished product will receive quality or durability enhancements. You can briefly see through the internal structure of machinery and keenly detect hidden dangers and points of failure. Overload active. Forcefully unleash your bonus potential, doubling strength attributes for a short period lasting 10 seconds, but afterward you will be plunged into a state of weakness lasting an hour. All attributes reduced by 50. Cooldown time 24 hours. The players fell silent for a moment.
After a full 10 seconds. What the hell? Those damn planners are biased.
The eyes of the Chude player turned red like a rabbit, jealousy twisting his features.
Brother Nyo's talent actually has 4 attributes. And there's an active skill. Exactly.
Brother Nyo, did you bribe those damn planners?
Cough cough. Stay calm, stay calm.
Holding back his inner excitement, I Don't Eat Beef coughed a couple of times and patted Chude player on the shoulder.
Brothers, what does this mean? This means that in this game, construction is the true primary productivity. Those damn planners are encouraging us to farm and build mechas. He looked at his 5 attribute points, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Since my talent has an active skill that doubles strength,
then I will put all 5 points into strength.
I want to be the strongest construction man in the entire Xingho outpost. As the attribute points were allocated, I Don't Eat Beef visibly bulked up, even his clothes threatening to burst. While I Don't Eat Beef reveled in the sensation of becoming a human crane, the other players were still drooling in envy.
Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly came from the shadows at the edge of the outpost. Then before the terrified gazes of the 7 players, a fireball the size of a basin hurtled towards them.
What the hell is that?
Battle God Mad reacted quickly, shouting as he rolled to hide behind the synthesis platform.
Scatter. Quickly scatter. Night Owl yanked I Don't Eat Beef, who was still dazed, and dove to the side.
Fortunately, it was a close call. The energy shield of the outpost was quite effective, blocking the fireball outside. If they had been hit in the safe zone, it would have been even more humiliating than being ambushed by monsters in the wild.
What the hell? Who threw that fireball?
Chude player poked half of his head out from behind the synthesis platform, tightly gripping a handmade rifle. Night Owl also stood up with a cold expression, his sharp gaze sweeping outside the outpost, quickly locating the culprit. The 7 players, still shaken, raised their guns and axes, charging towards the direction of the fireball.
Cough cough cough. Cough cough.
As they got closer, they heard a series of helpless coughs. As the thick black smoke cleared, Mole Action and AI Inter Carpet, two new players from the fourth test, were seen sitting on the ground. The two looked like they had just been dug out from a coal mine, with half of their eyebrows and hair singed off, a pitiful sight. On the ground between them lay a rough metal pipe, twisted and broken. This thing was clearly the cause of the previous massive fireball.
I told you. That pressure valve's tolerance was insufficient. You insisted on increasing the pressure. You had to twist it to the maximum. Mole Action exclaimed angrily, pointing at the scrap metal on the ground and shouting at AI Inter Carpet. Now look what's happened. The gun barrel blew up. You nearly roasted me back to the spring. Nonsense. Is that a problem with the pressure valve? It was clearly your fault for messing up the ratio of black glue. AI Inter Carpet retorted fiercely, equally infuriated. You added so many fibers from mutated plants that the fuel became too viscous, blocking the nozzle entirely. How could it not explode?
Seeing these two new players arguing incessantly over weapon structure, ready to fight right there, Chu De player swallowed the curses that were on his lips.
Alright. Stop arguing.
Chu De player walked over, looking at the two military-industrial madmen who were blasted beyond recognition, and then glancing at the blown-up scrap metal on the ground.
What the hell are you two doing in the middle of the night?
Do you know that just now you almost sent us all back to the spring? Surrounded by 7 intimidating figures, Mole Action and AI Inter Carpet instantly deflated, their heads drooping like frostbitten eggplants.
Brother Chu. I'm sorry, we're just researching weapons. And then Mole Action sheepishly pointed at the twisted metal pipe on the ground. Researching weapons. This is called a terrorist attack. Yeah, he kicked the scrap metal on the ground.
At this moment, I Don't Eat Beef pushed through the crowd and stepped forward.
Talent mechanical resonance activated.
In I Don't Eat Beef's line of sight, the twisted remains of the improvised flamethrower on the ground instantly transformed into a holographic structural diagram radiating blue lines. After careful observation, I Don't Eat Beef picked up a severely deformed brass washer and calmly pointed out the fatal flaw.
You two, one dares to think and one dares to act.
Your most critical mistake lies in the position of the igniter and backfire control. This pipe, taken from the starship's ventilation system, has a rough interior. When high-pressure black glue oil is sprayed out, the high-temperature and expanding gases during ignition cannot be smoothly discharged, causing extremely severe backfire combustion.
Moreover, your manual valve cannot close instantly, allowing flames to backflow into the makeshift liquid tank on your back.
If the valve interface had not first ruptured due to thermal fatigue and released this fireball. Hearing I Don't Eat Beef's professional structural analysis, Mole Action and AI Inter Carpet were left stunned, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground.
What the hell?
Brother Nyo, you figured it all out just by looking once. AI Inter Carpet, a lathe master in reality, knew all too well how terrifying such precise fault diagnosis could be.
Brother Nyo. You're truly amazing. Mole Action excitedly hugged I Don't Eat Beef's thigh. Teach me, please, I beg you. Cough. It's just practice along with a little bit of exclusive talent enhancement.
I Don't Eat Beef disdainfully pulled his leg away, yet inside he felt exhilarated. This feeling of showing off was even more satisfying than 10 times 3 gold single drop 3 stars 5 costs 12 spaces of great red or 2.
1 billion Ru Tian Emperor. Alright, stop acting smug over there.
The nearby player Chu De Wanjia interrupted him and turned to the two newcomers.
We wholeheartedly support your research on this powerful weapon.
However, Yi Xiao took over, pointing to the vast scorched earth outside the outpost, his tone leaving no room for argument.
Go at least 50 meters away from our newly built barracks and the NPC's hut over there. If you blow up the administrator, your testing qualifications will definitely be revoked.
If you blow up Nia, the only character in the entire server that can provide buffs, you'll definitely be hunted down by the entire server. Feeling the faint aura of danger emanating from the level 15 veteran, the two newcomers shivered and nodded vigorously.
Understood. Don't worry, Xiao Gu, we promise to keep our distance.
The two troublemaking newcomers, looking disheveled, began to gather their parts, while the 7 players nearby let out a long sigh of relief.
Damn. Didn't I just eat some nutrient paste? Why am I hungry again? Yi Ao Naiwa, he groaned, clutching his stomach. Is your in-game body hungry? That's your real body protesting. Chu De Wanjia yawned and stretched wearily. We've been grinding all night long. In reality, it must be around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Aren't you guys hungry?
The players who had grinded all night suddenly felt a strong call from the real world. Yeah, the body is the foundation of revolution.
Let's go. Time to log off and eat. I need to get a meal of yellow braised chicken to calm my nerves. Brothers, I'm logging off. See you later. The players each entered their respective beds in the barracks, and the entire Xingho outpost fell into complete silence. In Blue Star time, it was 3 in the afternoon.
In a low-rent apartment in a village within Deep Sea City, Gu Xiaoqi game ID I Don't Eat Beef suddenly took off his VR headset. Even after grinding for over 10 hours in Xingho, he still felt energetic and full of spirit, as if Xingho was just a dream.
However, the mental fullness could not mask the protests of his body. Gu Xiaoqi clutched his flat stomach and stood up from the computer chair.
Muttering to himself, he skillfully tore open a bucket of old-style pickled vegetable beef noodles and poured in boiling water. While waiting for the noodles to soak, Gu Xiaoqi eagerly sat down at the computer and opened the official forum for Xingho.
Haha, it's time to share some hardcore insights. Gu Xiaoqi pushed up his black-framed glasses and quickly typed on the keyboard. The first exclusive release on the internet.
In-depth analysis of the level 15 talent and the attribute mechanics of Xingho.
Includes screenshots of the only 4 attribute talent in the entire server. Poster I Don't Eat Beef.
As soon as the post was published, many people flooded in. I don't eat beef. Without further ado, let's get to the good stuff. He directly posted the screenshots of his personal attributes and talents given by the system after injecting the Type 1 gene enhancement serum at the very beginning of the thread. Watching the screen as the comments about lemon essence rapidly refreshed, Gu Xiaoqi proudly slurped a mouthful of noodles and continued to throw out even more hardcore data analysis in the post.
The talent awakening in this game is completely based on your main behavioral preferences in the wasteland.
This means that there are no fixed job classifications in Xingho.
What you do every day will determine the direction of your genetic evolution.
Talents are absolutely customized based on your long-term behavioral patterns in the game. Next up is the core of this post, about the 5 free attribute points gained from injecting the level 15 serum as well as the 15 overall enhancement.
Many might think that those 5 free attribute points are just a bonus, negligible at best.
Brothers, I have tested this seriously. Those 5 points are directly added to your base physical attributes, allowing you to benefit from the 15 enhancement gained after injecting the gene serum. For example, assuming your original base strength is 10, after adding 5 points in strength it becomes 15. The 15 enhancement from the serum is directly multiplied by this value of 15, resulting in a final value of 17.
25.
Instead of calculating 10 base strength multiplied by the serum's 15 enhancement and then adding 5 to get 16.
5.
The higher your base attributes, the greater the benefits from the serum's enhancement. When you reach level 25 or 35 and purchase higher level gene enhancement serums again, all the attribute points you've previously allocated will receive that new percentage boost again. In the early stages, 1 point of strength might only allow you to carry a few more bricks, but in the later stages, after multiple percentage enhancements from serums, that 1 point of strength could mean you can flip over an armored vehicle with your bare hands.
Director Chai Chang Wang Wo.
So you're saying that as long as I max out my strength, I'll be a one-punch man in the later stages? Grandma Quang Bao, if later on they release type 2 or 3 enhancement serums, want my attributes soar to the heavens.
I'm so jealous.
Why can you all be superheroes in the wasteland while I can only be a keyboard warrior here?
Damn the planners and their qualifications.
Old 8 secret burgers. Wait a minute, if talents are generated based on behavioral preferences, what talent would I awaken if I spent my days studying the feces of mutated creatures in the game?
EX01 bioweapon researcher, the one above, is a tough guy. You'd probably awaken Ali, give frenzy.
The celebrations of the closed beta players and the lamentations of the cloud players filled the forum with vibrant energy and a sense of competition. Watching the heated discussions among players on the forum, Gu Xiaoqi contentedly finished the last sip of noodle soup.
Burp, so satisfying.
In Deep Sea City, in another upscale apartment, Shugo had just logged off from Xingho.
BZZZ.
Just as he switched his phone from silent mode, it vibrated furiously on the wooden table as if it had a motor.
Damn, with that noise I thought someone was drilling a hole in my table. Shugo helplessly picked up his phone.
As a fellow content creator with over 1 million followers, Shugo was better at managing his account than Gu Xiaoqi, but he also had more worries.
Hello teacher, Chu De Wanjia. I am the director of the investment department at XX Capital. We are extremely interested in your current participation in the closed beta of Xingho.
Could you connect us for a closed-door meeting with the higher-ups of the development team?
In terms of funding, we have prepared.
Shugo smiled wryly. Given the current value of Xingho with 100 holographic realism, a perfect physics engine and deep brainwave sleep technology, any one of those aspects is enough to crush all the big companies on Blue Star.
Looking for the development team. Don't dream. Shugo tossed his phone back onto the table, scoffing.
Even we, the pioneering veterans, still don't know who exactly is behind this game. Those big companies and capitalists wanting a piece of the pie.
No chance. He stretched lazily and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling streets of Deep Sea City.
The recording material from yesterday's camp assault was top-notch. Once I edit a mind-blowing compilation video, I'm sure Chu De Wanjia will reap all the benefits. Thinking of this, Chu Gu instantly felt invigorated and after copying the recording hurried out to the studio. On Blue Star at 6 o'clock in the evening.
In the lounge of a high-end parkour club in Shanhua City.
Zhao Hao Game ID Haozi Weiji was languidly slumped on the sofa holding his phone, the screen displaying a viral post from the forum titled, "I don't eat beef."
It's not just about the items.
For attribute talents. Zhao Hao, who couldn't play Xingho, felt an unbearable itch as he gazed at the post, feeling more tormented than if he were killed.
In the urban warfare of the abandoned city No.
74, his extremely cool justice from the Sky 1 exchange was enough to make him a legend on the forum.
But what happened?
Due to that damned near-death mechanism and some mysterious external force intervening, he not only failed to return to the spring water but also couldn't even log into the game. He helplessly missed the subsequent camp assault battle, becoming the first cloud player with closed beta qualifications.
It's been ages. It's been so long.
That mysterious person saved me, so at least bring me back to life.
This limbo was making me lose all my experience and contribution points.
Zhao Hao, extremely frustrated, threw his phone onto the sofa and irritably rubbed his messy blonde hair. Creak, just then the lounge door was pushed open. A girl with a high ponytail radiating youthful energy walked in, carrying 2 large bags of snacks and drinks.
Haozi. I came to see you. The girl was Zhao Hao's girlfriend named Su Xing.
True to her name, she was sweet and lovely, with a penchant for shopping, watching dramas and playing casual dress-up or puzzle games.
Meng. What are you doing here?
Seeing his girlfriend, Zhao Hao's previously gloomy mood lifted significantly and he rushed to greet her.
It's the weekend, so I specially came to keep you company.
Su Xing linked her arm with Zhao Hao's, her big eyes sparkling.
After a while of being affectionate at the club, they noticed that it was getting late. Let's go to your place tonight, I'll cook you a big meal.
Su Xing pretended to be disgusted and pushed Zhao Hao's mouth away. This man was getting more clingy.
Half an hour later, Zhao Hao brought Su Xing back home.
You stay in the living room and watch TV or play on your phone for a bit. I'll run downstairs to the supermarket to buy a bottle of soy sauce and 2 pieces of your favorite steak. Su Xing issued the command to her boyfriend, quickly putting on her jacket and rushing out the door.
Zhao Hao obediently nodded.
Bored, he scrolled through short videos on the sofa for a while, finding it uninteresting, and then went to the computer desk to open the official forum for Xingho. The forum was still bustling with activity, especially the hot thread, "Xingho closed beta record 014 players first camp assault battle, are you brave enough to duel with me?" As the only cloud player with closed beta qualifications, Zhao Hao watched the video of his good brother cursing at the enemy in front of their gate, engaged in a fierce exchange of fire, feeling increasingly unsettled.
Why can't I log in yet?
He posted a bug report on the forum, hoping the officials would fix it soon. Taking advantage of his girlfriend's absence, Zhao Hao clung to his last shred of hope and put on the helmet.
Iris scan successful. Neural connection successful.
System, notice your body has exited the near-death state and is temporarily in a weakened state. Fatigue level has been reset to 0. Current server maximum capacity 33 players.
Would you like to log in immediately?
Seeing the system prompt, Zhao Hao jumped up in excitement.
Log in. I want to log in. Command confirmed. Welcome back, Pioneer No. 025. After a gentle electronic prompt, his vision fell into darkness.
Haozi Weiji's eyes slowly opened and the scene before him astonished him. The air was thick with the smell of potent chemical agents.
Cough.
He instinctively tried to cover his nose but found even lifting his arm was incredibly laborious.
Where is this?
Haozi Weiji weakly turned his eyes, observing his surroundings through the dim light. Surrounded by dilapidated concrete walls, the walls were covered in dark green unknown moss. Worse still, so painful. Haozi Weiji felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, which despite the game system's mitigation still burned fiercely.
Am I kidnapped? Damn, I really became a meat ticket, how embarrassing. Bang. Footsteps echoed from outside the door, reverberating in the empty room.
Haozi Weiji held his breath, and with the faint light he saw who entered. The person wore a dark fleece jacket zipped up to the top and had a grotesque crow mask on his face. In this person's hands was a chainsaw smeared with unknown chunks of flesh and black blood.
No way, did I log into the wrong game? How did it turn into a horror game?
A psychopathic killer. Haozi Weiji exclaimed, desperately trying to crawl off the cold operating table. His pain. The violent movement tugged at the wound on his shoulder, causing Haozi Weiji to tear up as he fell heavily back onto the operating table. The psychopathic killer was startled by the sudden commotion. Clatter. The chainsaw was carelessly thrown to the ground and the psychopathic killer dashed to the operating table.
Don't move.
A crisp, anxious and somewhat irritated young girl's voice rang in Haozi Weiji's ears. At the same time, a cold hand firmly covered Haozi Weiji's mouth. Mum. Hausi Weiji widened his eyes in terror, staring at the psychopathic killer who was now so close. The psychopathic killer removed the mask, revealing a face of a delicate girl seemingly only 17 or 18 years old.
Listen, outsider. I will let go of my hand now and you must not make any sound. Do you understand?
The girl lowered her voice, her tone carrying a warning.
If you scream again I will throw you out.
Hausi Weiji, fearing for his life, could only blink, desperately nodding with tears in his eyes. Seeing this, the girl slowly released the hand covering Hausi Weiji's mouth.
Huff. Huff.
Hausi Weiji gasped for breath, his mind in chaos.
Who are you?
Where is this place? The girl did not immediately answer but simply checked Hausi Weiji's wound. After confirming that Hausi Weiji's wound had not burst open, the girl let out a sigh.
Who I am is not important. What matters is that you almost died.
The girl pulled out a tube of green viscous liquid from her pocket, her tone flat.
This is the air raid shelter beneath the abandoned city No. 74.
If I hadn't happened to see you targeted by the garbage of the pendulum, you would have already become a corpse.
You saved me.
Hausi Weiji was stunned, his mind still struggling to digest the information.
Well. Thank you, by the way. But could you give me a painkiller first? Or maybe a health potion or something? I'm dying of pain.
Hausi Weiji was at a loss, his arm aching terribly, cold sweat streaming down his face. Upon hearing the words painkiller and health potion, the girl's brows furrowed slightly.
Our medical conditions are quite poor, we don't have those.
Your shoulder was nearly torn apart. I used mutated leech fluid to barely stop the bleeding, so the pain will be quite intense. As she spoke, the girl helped Hausi Weiji sit up and brought the tube of green viscous liquid to his lips.
This is a potion brewed from groundwater moss and firefly weaver insects. It can stimulate cell regeneration and slightly ease the pain in your wound.
Hausi Weiji stared at the strange liquid, emitting a faint green glow, his stomach churning violently. Bro, is this really a potion, not poison? Hausi Weiji was a bit frightened. If it were poison, at least he could respawn as a player. But if it left him half paralyzed and unable to move, and this game had no suicide button, he would be truly stuck. However, there was no choice when in Rome. Do as the Romans do. Hausi Weiji gritted his teeth tightly shut, his eyes suppressed his nausea, and let the girl pour the liquid into his mouth.
A pungent spicy liquid slid down his throat into his stomach. Ugh, cough cough.
Hausi Weiji leaned over the edge of the operating table, dry heaving violently. System prompt: you have ingested a low-efficiency wasteland native mixed potion.
Within seconds the sharp pain in his shoulder subsided considerably. Huff. I'm alive.
Hausi Weiji gasped for breath, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and felt some strength returning to his body.
Thank you.
This potion may taste terrible, but it really works.
My name is Hausi Weiji. Hausi Weiji. The girl was taken aback. Clearly she couldn't comprehend such a bizarre name, but she didn't pry.
In the wasteland there were far stranger nicknames than this.
My name is Yila. The girl replied curtly. Yila, thank you truly for saving me.
Hausi Weiji expressed his gratitude sincerely once more, but Yila shook her head, walked to the door, and bent down to pick up the chainsaw.
You don't need to thank me. It was our leader Saida who fired the shot to save you in the ruins. Yila stood by the iron door, pausing for a moment.
The dim light cast a shadow on her profile. A flicker of gloom suddenly passed through her eyes.
Your two companions. Yila's voice grew low, a trace of reluctance flashing in her gaze. We arrived too late. We couldn't.
She didn't finish the sentence about saving them, but simply took a deep breath and put her mask back on.
Rest here. I'll go get the leader. Clang.
The iron door shut and the operating room fell back into dead silence.
Companions.
Hausi Weiji half lay on the operating table, stunned for a long moment. It took him a while to realize what she meant. His companions Wabu Chinyo Ro and Dushir Ju Ming had already revived at full health at the outpost's fountain.
I can't just lie here. I need to go out and see.
Suppressing his dizziness, Hausi Weiji swung his trembling legs to the ground, hunched over, and shuffled step by step toward the iron door.
Beyond the door lay a wide underground corridor. On the walls faded red paint sprayed several blurry slogans from the old era.
Hausi Weiji staggered along, leaning against the wall. As he turned a corner, the scene before him brought him to an abrupt halt.
This was an immensely vast air raid shelter hall. In the center of the hall, densely packed together, were at least 100 ragged wasteland survivors. Some huddled in tents, others gathered around campfires carefully boiling a pot of green sludge of unknown composition. A few frail children sat quietly in a corner humming a song. This was a survivor camp hidden beneath the abandoned city of No. 74. On one side of the air raid shelter hall, inside a crude room,
Under the dim light a tall figure stood with his back to the door holding a piece of rag meticulously polishing a sniper rifle that exuded the brutal aesthetics of the industrial age. This was the same devastating weapon that had blown off Titus' head at the outskirts of the Zhangbai camp. Creak. The iron door gently pushed open and Yila entered. Lord Saida the outsider has awakened. The tall figure ceased his polishing, slowly turning around. A black cloak wrapped most of his body, the fabric indistinguishable in the dim light. Beneath it was a redan black inner lining, the armor plate scarred with countless scratches and bullet holes. He wore a red mask that obscured most of his face, leaving only a pair of eyes visible. They were eyes that seemed to have witnessed endless suffering yet still burned with a steadfast flame. He was the leader of this underground air raid shelter survivor camp, Saida. Hearing Yila's report, Saida said nothing, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Then Saida strode out of the room with long steps, Yila following close behind. When his towering figure appeared at the edge of the shelter hall, the survivor camp seemed to be infused with a sudden vitality. Lord Saida. The leader is here. The survivors who had been curled up in their tents rose to their feet one by one. Several women who had been stirring the green sludge, ignoring the pot about to boil over, gathered excitedly. Lord Saida, you must be tired. Have some hot soup. An emaciated old man trembling held out a broken iron bowl, his eyes full of gratitude. As for what was in the bowl, it was hardly soup, just a bowl of hot water. Yet that was the most precious thing this old man could offer. Lord Saida, my child didn't have a fever today. Thank you for the medicine you brought back. A mother, her face smeared with dirt, clasped her hands piously, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lord Saida, my leg feels a bit better. Can I go out with you tomorrow? A group of children ran over and clung to Saida's legs, raising their dirty little faces. Faced with this fervent, almost worshipful crowd of the downtrodden survivors, a gentle light flickered in Saida's deep eyes. He didn't push anyone away but patiently listened to their incoherent expressions of gratitude and complaints. Even though he wore a mask and rarely spoke, his firm, reassuring nods and occasional pats on the survivors' shoulders brought immense comfort to these suffering people. These survivors seemed to pour all their trust and hope unreservedly onto this taciturn man. On the other side of the hall, Waji was propping himself against the wall, observing the scene with profound shock. Watching those ragged survivors of the wasteland, their heartfelt devotion and gratitude toward the masked man, a spiritual impact he had never experienced before struck Waji's heart like a thunderbolt. Whoa! Jackpot! This buddy has definitely stumbled upon a hidden questline. The game's cutscenes are pretty impressive. Even the emotional bonds between NPCs are so delicately crafted. As Waji muttered to himself, Yila had already threaded through the crowd and arrived beside him. Why are you out here? Your injuries aren't healed yet, go back and lie down. Yila frowned, firmly supporting the tottering Waji. It's nothing, I just wanted to come out and take a look. Waji panted heavily, his gaze passing over Yila before him and falling upon the figure surrounded by the survivors at the center. Your leader. Leaning on Yila for support, Waji laboriously raised a thumb toward the tall silhouette. He seems like an extremely good person. Hearing this compliment, a glint of pride flashed in Yila's eyes and she unconsciously straightened her chest. She looked at Said's back, nodded firmly, and her voice was filled with conviction. Of course. In this wretched world, Lord Said is not just a good person. He is our savior. He told us that if all survivors unite, we too can be dignified humans. A few minutes later, Said, surrounded by the crowd, gently patted a few children's heads and walked slowly through the throng. Everyone instinctively made way for him. When he reached Waji, he stopped. The deep eyes hidden behind the mask calmly appraised this outsider who had just been pulled back from the brink of death. Follow me. Said's voice was extremely low, short and powerful. Then he turned and walked toward his humble private room. Yila supported Waji and followed behind Said. After entering the room, Said casually sat on an overturned iron bucket and pointed to a nearby ammunition box covered with a tattered cloth, signaling Waji to sit. Huff. Waji moved his legs with difficulty and plopped down onto the ammunition box. After taking the medicine, the pain in his shoulder had lessened, but in exchange his entire body felt incredibly heavy. Ahem. Chief Said, thank you for that shot, that saved me. Waji expressed his gratitude sincerely again. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda, even if he could respawn. Said nodded slightly, then glanced at Yila beside him. Yila understood Said's intent, looked at Waji and slowly began to speak. Actually, saving you wasn't pure coincidence. The situation in the nearby 74th abandoned city has become extremely dire. The two largest gangs in the city center, the Black Iron Brotherhood and the Ashes Gang, are engaged in a brutal firefight over an underground facility. Yila's brows were tightly knit, her voice full of helplessness and exhaustion. As the firefight escalates, the surrounding areas grow more chaotic. Whether we go out hunting or gathering supplies, the moment we show ourselves we are indiscriminately shot at as hostile targets. The food and water in the shelter are almost gone.
If there's no more supplies, the children and elderly in the hall.
Yila paused here, looking at the shocked expression on Weiji's face. So when I saw you three outsiders in strange attire, I planned to approach you discreetly, hoping to buy some food and urgently needed medical supplies from you. But by the time I realized you were being targeted by the pendulum people and ran back to bring Lord Sade for reinforcements, it was already too late. Saying this, Yila lowered her head in shame. Your two companions have already been brutally murdered by the pendulum camp's people.
I'm sorry we arrived too late.
As Weiji listened to Yila's account, his mind quickly sorted out this background story introduction. At this moment the silent Sade slowly raised his head, his deep eyes fixed directly on Weiji.
My friend.
On behalf of the 117 survivors in the shelter, I would like to ask.
Is it possible for you or the forces behind you to sell us some food and medical supplies? I am willing to pay any price as long as we can get a bite to eat. Ding.
Before Weiji could speak, a task panel with special effects appeared before him.
Faction quest triggered. Quest name: Redemption under the ruins.
Quest description: the shelter camp beneath the 74th abandoned city is facing an extreme shortage of supplies. The gang firefight has cut off their access to food and water. Their leader Sade has sent you a plea for help. Your choice will determine the survival of these people and affect the attitude of this neutral faction toward the outpost.
Quest Objective 1: Procure and deliver 600 liters of initially purified water. Quest Objective 2: Procure and deliver 300 kilograms of food. Quest Objective 3: Procure and deliver 30 units of basic medical supplies. Time limit 72 hours.
Reward: experience points and contribution points awarded based on the amount of supplies delivered.
Unlock the shelter camp as a friendly faction.
Failure penalty: the shelter camp will be wiped out due to food shortage and all hidden quests and NPCs in this area will be permanently removed. Truly great fortune follows a narrow escape.
Old Weiji is indeed a man of strong luck. Whoa, take off.
Of course.
Bye. No need. You saved my life. I'll have my companions bring you food. Enough for everyone.
Weiji immediately accepted the quest. If there's a quest and you don't take it, you're a turtle bastard. Yila's face lit up with joy at Weiji's prompt agreement, while the expression behind Sade's mask remained unchanged.
Beep. System notification detected: high-frequency acoustic call from the external real environment. Ha! Someone calling me in reality. Could it be Meng Meng back from shopping?
Weiji was taken aback.
Chief Sade Yila. I
suddenly have some urgent business to attend to.
Don't worry, the supplies I promised will definitely be delivered.
With that, Weiji pressed the logout button. From the perspective of Sade and Ira, this outsider who had just made a generous promise to provide supplies and brought immense hope to the shelter collapsed to the ground before finishing his words.
Ira was taken aback, urgently reaching out to check the breath of Weiji, then feeling his pulse on his neck. Chief. He has fainted.
Ira worriedly looked up at Sade, who was standing nearby. There is no immediate danger to his life. It's likely that he pushed himself too hard to come out and spoke so much, completely exhausting his strength, Sade said with a slight frown. His deep eyes hidden behind the mask gazed complexly at the outsider who had fallen into a deep coma on the ground. Ira took Weiji to rest while Sade's eyes fell on the sniper rifle, lost in thought.
The time on Blue Star was around 7 in the evening. Howsy, it's time to eat.
Su Meng emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 plates of sizzling steak that exuded the aroma of black pepper. She placed the plates on the dining table and noticed her boyfriend lying motionless on the sofa. When did this lazy man become so addicted to games? Su Meng chuckled and walked over, gently patting Zhao Hao's shoulder. Seeing he did not respond, she leaned in closer.
Howsy, it's time to eat, the steak is getting cold.
After a while, Zhao Hao finally reacted, stretching out his hands to pull off the heavy equipment from his head.
He opened his eyes. His vision still not fully adjusted from the dim gaming environment. The first thing that came into view was an enlarged pretty face.
Aha! Zhao Hao almost instinctively screamed. His sudden shout startled Su Meng.
Slap. A loud slap landed squarely on Zhao Hao's face. Ouch. Zhao Hao stumbled backward and sat down on the floor. He covered his left cheek, seeing stars, utterly dazed from the hit. Meng, did you practice the 9-in white bone claw?
It's your fault for startling me. Su Meng squatted beside Zhao Hao, gently touching the red handprint on his face. Zhao Hao gasped in pain as he stood up with Su Meng's support. After a moment of intimacy, although Zhao Hao's face still hurt a bit under Su Mengmeng's gentle demeanor, all his grievances had long since been forgotten. The two sat at the dining table ready to enjoy this sumptuous dinner.
Munming, let me tell you, I've recently discovered a treasure of a game that is super fun. Zhao Hao cut into the steak while excitedly shining with enthusiasm. No wonder when I called you to eat you took quite a while to wake up. What super fun game are you playing?
Su Mengmeng pointed at the helmet on the sofa, tilting her head and asking. Is it the VR remake of the game you often play, Cyberpunk 20XX?
Or Black Myth XX? No, neither of those.
Zhao Hao shook his head and pinched Su Mengmeng's cheek.
It's a next-generation immersive virtual reality game masterpiece, Starfire. Starfire.
Su Mengmeng crossed her arms, resting her chin in her hands, and asked again.
So what did you do in the game just now?
Oh, let me tell you, when I logged in I was lying on a creepy operating table. And there was a little girl with a chainsaw and a crow mask who almost scared me to death. Zhao Hao swallowed a piece of beef and began to vividly recount his gaming experience to his girlfriend, from the moment the girl named Ira appeared with the chainsaw to drinking the disgusting green slime. From the spacious hall of the shelter to meeting the masked leader Sod. That leader asked me if I could sell them food and medical supplies. Seeing how pitiful they were, I waved my hand and said, take whatever you need. I was so full of spirit that the way those two NPCs looked at me changed.
That's about it.
I originally wanted to chat a bit more, but then the system notified me that someone was calling me, so I logged off.
Listening to Zhao Hao's animated description, Su Mengmeng was also very happy, her big eyes sparkling. Our Haozi is amazing, really awesome.
But that mission requires a lot of supplies and there's only 72 hours. If we fail, that shelter will be lost.
Do you have that much supply? It's okay, we still have good brothers. No matter how hard it gets, we can't let the NPCs cry.
Zhao Hao was so excited he was like a monkey, picking Su Mengmeng up from the chair and spinning around crazily in the dining room.
Meng, you are simply my lucky star. Now that you're here, I can log into my game.
Zhao Hao was beside himself with excitement, giving her a big kiss on the cheek.
Hey! What are you doing?
Your mouth is full of steak flavor.
Su Mengmeng playfully pushed him away. After dinner, Zhao Hao personally saw his girlfriend into a taxi. After sending off Su Mengmeng, Zhao Hao did not immediately put on the helmet to log in.
There is a well-known saying in the gaming circle, triggering hidden plotlines without posting to brag is like wearing a fine garment in the night.
He quickly sat down in front of the computer and opened the official forum of Starfire. Does anyone understand this?
Surviving a great disaster means there will be great fortune.
Hidden mission, neutral shelter camp exposed.
The poster, Haozi Weiji. Haozi Weiji brothers.
I survived.
And it wasn't in the spring water.
Earlier during the street battle in the abandoned city No. 74, I had to cover for Neo Gu and them, and I did a second floor justice drop in exchange for lives right. Later I was unable to log in. It turned out I was rescued by the friendly faction in this ruin.
This shelter has a charismatic leader named Sod.
And there's an NPC girl named Ira. Due to a gang war in the city center, these survivors are now out of water and food.
They need us to gather supplies and send them over.
Tremble, mortals.
I, Haozi Weiji, am the chosen one of this version. I don't eat beef. These supplies are not a small amount. Is this mission testing our base's productivity?
God of War Rampage Nyobo, yes.
A camp with over 100 NPCs. While lurking on the forum, Chu Gu immediately contacted Zhao Hao after seeing the post. Big player Chu Haozi Weiji, Haozi, you really made a great contribution this time.
Let's split up and act.
Big player Chu, your task is to investigate as much background information about this faction, the distribution of nearby hostile gangs and so on.
Haozi Weiji, got it. Leave it to me. Big player Chu, as for the rest, leave it to me and Nyogu. With the arrangements made, Chu Gu grabbed the helmet from the table, took a deep breath and dove headfirst into the alien wasteland. On May 15, 11451 of the stellar calendar, planet UX 829 at 8:03 a.m.
The great player Chu suddenly opened his eyes, awakening from deep sleep. He twisted his neck, pushed the door open and strode out of the minimalist barracks. The air in the wasteland's morning was dry and cool, and the interior of the primary outpost was exceptionally quiet.
Where is everyone? Where have they all gone?
The great player Chu rubbed his temples in frustration. After the fixed operating hours were cancelled, the players' login patterns became chaotic. Players rushing to level up were likely grouping to hunt mutated creatures, while those who enjoyed exploration had two large dungeons, the starship and the abandoned city No.
74, waiting for them.
Currently, the game had yet to unlock a communication feature similar to channels. Once players ventured into the vast wasteland, it meant losing contact. They could only rely on offline communications or shouting to connect.
This is troublesome.
The great player Chu stroked his chin, his brow furrowed. Water was manageable since he had mastered the underground spring in the Ghost Willow Forest. He just needed to make a couple more trips to gather it. But food was a major issue. After last night's meal there was only about 90 kilograms left, which was still far from the required 300 kilograms. Just as the great player Chu stood there scratching his head and pondering how to call back the players who were running wild in the wilderness, a fawning voice came from behind him.
Master, good morning.
The great player Chu turned around to see Lao Dao standing not more than 2 meters away from him, though he didn't know when he had arrived. Behind Lao Dao the captives from the pendulum camp were lined up in 2 somewhat crooked rows, each shrinking their necks and staring at him.
What's going on, Lao Dao?
Why are you bringing all these people over so early instead of staying in the shelter? The great player Chu, feeling annoyed, raised an eyebrow and asked in a displeased tone.
Lao Dao was so frightened that he quickly bent down and waved his hands repeatedly. No, no, no. Master, you misunderstand. We did not come to cause trouble. Lao Dao swallowed, bending over to point at the gaunt survivors behind him.
Yesterday the master said as long as we work hard not only will we have a safe shelter but we will also get a meal every day.
Lao Dao rubbed his hands, glanced toward the core control room and then looked at the great player Chu with humility, fearing that these outsiders would go back on their word. For us life is as cheap as grass in the wasteland.
Being able to have such a job is already a tremendous blessing.
So I organized everyone early this morning. Excuse me, master, is there any work we can do today? We can do anything.
Work.
After hearing Lao Dao's words, the great player Chu slapped his forehead. Damn! How could I forget about this?
Yesterday the administrator had assigned him a task to arrange for these people to work on the expansion of the outpost. He had been too busy leveling up by hunting monsters, his mind filled with gene potions and exclusive talents, completely forgetting the task that Su Xing had given him. But he was just a player who enjoyed exploration and immersive experiences in the game, not skilled in this area. Where should he even start with the outpost expansion?
Moreover, he also needed to gather the supplies required for that hidden task.
He felt like he could split himself in 2 to manage everything.
Lao Dao, you take them over there. Do some warm-up exercises. Wait for me for 2 minutes.
The great player Chu waved his hand and dashed back to the red brick barracks.
Professional matters should be handled by professionals.
The great player Chu found a secluded corner, pressed the log out button. After going offline, Chu Go grabbed his phone nearby and directly dialed Gu Shaoqi's number.
Hello. Old Nyo. Hurry up and log in. In eating. Oh, come on, finish up quickly. We need to log in and start building.
In less than 5 minutes, I Don't Eat Beef walked out of the barracks at a brisk pace and at first glance saw the great player Chu, who was pacing like an ant on a hot pan.
Nyo Gu. You're finally here.
The great player Chu rushed to greet him as if he had seen a savior.
Look at this group of people. How should we arrange them?
How should we expand our base?
I have no plan at all. Don't panic, Lao Chu.
I Don't Eat Beef surveyed the current layout of the outpost, pondered for a moment, then picked up a stick from the ground and drew several large circles in the scorched earth.
Since it's an expansion, it must have a systematic plan. We can't be haphazard like before, just hitting and missing. First, housing expansion and zoning.
Although the barracks can accommodate us players, with the addition of NPCs and more players coming in the future, this place will not be enough. These laborer NPCs may be illegal workers, but we can't let them sleep in the shelter every day. If they freeze to death, who will work for us? We must build another row of simple dormitories and establish a living area and a storage area.
Second, and also the most urgent, water purification and supply lines.
I Don't Eat Beef's expression became extremely serious as he pointed towards the wilderness leading to the Ghost Willow Forest. Although we found the underground spring, the water has a trace of radiation.
We must solve this problem. Third, the initial establishment of a basic industrial system. I Don't Eat Beef finally drew a huge mechanical gear pattern.
We can't rely on that synthesizer for contribution points for everything. We need to build our own blacksmith shop. Even a basic mechanical processing workshop. The scrap iron we salvage from the starship wreckage and the abandoned city must be remelted and forged.
As long as these 3 plans proceed smoothly in less than half a month.
I Don't Eat Beef stood up, opened his arms and looked up at the dark red wasteland sky.
Our dilapidated primary outpost will surely transform. As time went by, several players gradually gathered inside the outpost. Nyo Gu. I logged in.
The director of Demolition King strolled over, yawning. Soon after, waste recycling delivery not allowed, and a newcomer with the ID where's the teammate also joined in.
Time waits for no one, and I Don't Eat Beef immediately began assigning tasks.
Lao Chu, you take waste recycling, the director the delivery guy, and that teammate you 5 go into the city to find luminescent moss.
Lao Dao, you should know where to find luminescent moss, right? Take 3 NPCs with you and go into the city.
The players all turned their gazes to Lao Dao, making him nod repeatedly in fear. Time was tight and the tasks were heavy. Delivery not allowed jumped into the driver's seat of the Starfire No. 1 while the 4 players and 4 NPCs climbed into the cargo area. Accelerator welded down. Target northwest to the abandoned city No. 74. Let's go. The great player Chu set off with his team while the task of gathering supplies fell onto I Don't Eat Beef. Standing outside the red brick dormitory, I Not Eat Beef watched the vehicles disappearing into the swirling yellow sand content as he touched the bridge of his nose. Alright, we need to make a name for our territory behind us. He turned around, casting his gaze towards the captives from the pendulum camp waiting to be assigned tasks. Old Knife had taken away the 3 strongest ones and there should still be 33 NPCs left here. Wait a minute. I Not Eat Beef's eyes quickly swept over the group and his brows furrowed slightly. He always felt that something was missing. What about that old man who mentioned the wasteland preservation secret last night? What was his name again? Right, old gray head. Why isn't he in the team? This is a rare technical NPC. Hearing the imposing contractor's question, the captives exchanged glances, not daring to speak, creating an awkward atmosphere. Master. After a while a hand was raised from the crowd. It belonged to the young sentry who had been following Old Knife, cautiously taking a small step forward. Old Gray Head was called away by a few other masters at dawn, saying they were going to check the southern wilderness. I Not Eat Beef was stunned, his mouth twitching slightly. Those brutes. He knew exactly who those early risers were. He pulled up the task panel to have a look. The task named Food Preservation was still listed in the taskbar. Roll it up. Once they bring back the materials, I'll make sure they share some with me. Anyway, the task only says to preserve 10 kilograms of food, it doesn't say I have to dig the earth myself. This time it's a complete freebie. How delightful. I Not Eat Beef's mood improved greatly and he immediately refocused on the grand undertaking of construction before him. Alright, everyone stay alert. From today on you are the glorious builders of the Starfire outpost. With a grand wave, I Not Eat Beef pointed out the remaining 6 strong laborers in the workforce. You 6 come with me later. Today we are going to manually assemble the front of the second Starfire prototype. As long as we have 2 vehicles running in rotation, our speed for transporting goods, water and iron sheets will double. Once the 6 strong laborers obediently stood aside, I Not Eat Beef turned to look at the remaining women. This group was usually seen as surplus, useless population in the wasteland. In the pendulum camp where they had previously resided, these people could only do the hardest and dirtiest jobs in exchange for scraps of food. As for why there were no elderly or children. High emotional intelligence. The wasteland does not support idlers. Low emotional intelligence reserve food. Note: survivor camps in the wasteland do not consume people, but there are raiders who do. Where there is demand, there will be trade. Those who frequently consume people should understand. Everyone who understands understands. As for Old Greyhead, don't be fooled by his old appearance. He is actually just over 30, a proper programmer, merely looking old humorous. When I Not Eat Beef's gaze swept over the women, all lowered their heads, some even trembling slightly, fearing that this master would see them as worthless and trade them to the raiders. As for you all, I Not Eat Beef noticed their fear and deliberately softened his tone. Although you can't move steel plates, there are delicate tasks you can handle. Sister Nia, come here. I Not Eat Beef shouted. The beast-eared girl, who was seriously weaving a straw mat at the entrance of the dormitory, hurriedly stood up and ran over. Sir Bull, do you need something? Nia, you're skillful. That straw mat you taught the hamsters to weave was great. I'll assign a few of the remaining 20+ people to you. You take them to make mats, then use the ash from the plants to wash the rock fur skins we peeled off last night a few times. Our outpost's first light industrial textile factory is officially established, and now you are the factory manager. Hearing these extremely unfamiliar terms, Nia's eyes instantly brightened. Yes. Sir Bull. I promise to complete the task. The young girl nodded repeatedly, leading those women toward the haystack, enthusiastically starting their wasteland women's handiwork business. After arranging the light industry, I Not Eat Beef turned to the last 10 or so women left. As for you. He picked up a piece of charred charcoal from the ground and strode over to the uneven burnt ground outside the dormitory. The charcoal drew lines on the burnt earth, dividing the originally chaotic empty space into several rectangular areas of varying sizes. This area will be the foundation for our second dormitory building. Your task is to clean up the stones and weeds in this area. Level the ground and compact it. Those who do well will get extra rations at noon. Half a stick of nutrient paste each, plus a bowl of hot meat soup. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of all the women lit up. They didn't know what nutrient paste was, but they understood meat soup. Yes. Master. We will definitely clean up the ground thoroughly. Watching the NPCs rush to their respective posts, the open space outside the red brick dormitory was suddenly filled with dust as those weaving straw mats sweeping the ground and moving scrap iron worked vigorously. I Not Eat Beef contentedly touched the bridge of his nose just as he picked up the junior molecular welding gun to begin work. A task prompt suddenly popped up before him.
Main quest shared triggered. Quest name Outpost Expansion Project. Quest description The Outposts.
Looking at this sudden task that popped up, I Not Eat Beef paused slightly, his eyes deep in thought. It seems that the game's task triggering mechanism can be roughly divided into two types. Last night when Old Greyhead mentioned the method for preserving food, they received a task. This was a mode triggered actively at the NPC's place. Today, as he arranged for the expansion work of the outpost and participated in the construction of the base, the task distributed to the great player Chu was also shared with him, which counts as a passive triggering mode. Meanwhile, 5 or 6 kilometers away in the wilderness south of the initial outpost, the wind and sand howled. A few players with green IDs were trudging through the terrain led by Old Greyhead. He struggled to lean on a wooden stick carrying a tattered bag filled with numerous thorny grasses. Following behind him were Poison Master and several newbies. Old Greyhead, are you sure we can find that thing called bitter earth here? We've been walking for over an hour and all we see around are burnt earth and yellow sand, not a hair in sight. Poison Master wiped the sweat from his face, feeling somewhat unhappy, while the leading Old Greyhead continued to wipe his sweat.
Stop for a moment. Masters, the soil in this area feels right.
Old Greyhead suddenly stopped poking at the layer of burnt earth beneath his feet with a stick. He crouched down, grabbed a handful of the surface burnt earth, smelled it, and a smile appeared on his face.
Finally found it. Start digging.
Poison Master was overjoyed, grabbing a soldier's shovel he exchanged from the logistics store.
Dig hard. Sure thing, Poison Bro. Digging is our specialty. In the underground shelter of the abandoned city, No.
74, Ira sat on a folding chair, filing the edge of her mask with a rasp while occasionally glancing at the motionless figure of Hausi Weiji lying on the operating table. Lord Sade said the black outfit he wears is made of extremely high-grade material, something even the high-ranking members of the Black Iron Brotherhood can't afford. They must come from a very powerful faction. If he dies here, won't his companions think we killed him for his belongings? Ira sighed, hanging the polished mask back on her waist. She stood up, intending to check the stranger's breath again, fearing Hausi Weiji might die here. Just as her hand reached out, the man on the operating table suddenly opened his eyes. Zhao Hao had been showing off on the forum for a while before reluctantly logging into his account. Thinking of his good fortune, he was so excited he wanted to do a backflip off the operating table to celebrate.
And then... Imhu Hansan back, Damn. Pain.
Hausi Weiji's triumphant cheer turned into a miserable pig slaughter-like scream. His upper body, which had been lifted, crashed back heavily onto the cold operating table as if his tendons had been pulled out. The pain in his arm, even after the system's mitigation, twisted his face into a pretzel drenched in cold sweat.
Are you crazy?
Ira, standing nearby, was startled by the sudden resurrection and screamed, instinctively stepping back half a pace. When she realized he was convulsing in pain from pulling his wound, Ira rolled her eyes in exasperation. Although Hausi Weiji had taken a crude wasteland version of painkillers, such violent movements would still cause pain. Painkillers only block or weaken the pain signals from the wound to the brain, not completely eliminate the source. Hausi Weiji gasped while Ira watched him silently, making him feel uneasy. After a long silence, Ira spoke slowly. You said before you passed out that you could provide us with water and food. Is that still valid?
In the wasteland, Ira had seen many liars and braggarts.
But they were out of options, and Lord Sade alone couldn't hunt enough game. The bunker camp was in dire straits.
Valid. Of course it's valid. Hausi Weiji nodded eagerly, even momentarily forgetting the pain in his arm. Sister Ira, rest assured. Our Spark Outpost values integrity above all. Every word is as solid as a nail.
Our brothers will bring supplies in no time.
Spark Outpost. Ira frowned slightly. She had lived in these ruins for years and never heard of any faction by that name nearby. Could it be a wandering trader from farther away? If you really can bring clean food and water, what do you want in exchange? We have nothing in the bunker except a few broken guns and some old parts barely worth trading. What do I want?
Lying on the operating table, Hausi Weiji heard Ira's question, and the neural pathways responsible for interaction in his brain began to race.
What did he want?
Of course, the massive experience points and contribution points from the system and this potential friendly faction.
But in this V03
version that had just activated the favorability system, directly proposing such a utilitarian deal to this girl would be pure idiocy.
Ahem. Hausi Weiji took a deep breath and awkwardly adjusted his position.
Under Ira's puzzled gaze, he gazed deeply at the gray-black concrete ceiling of the operating room, tilting his head at the perfect 45-degree angle. His eyes seemed to gleam with a light that saw through the endless suffering of the wasteland.
Ira.
His voice was hoarse, carrying a deep epic-like resonance. You ask me what does our spark outpost gain by exhausting ourselves to bring water and food to this underground bunker? He slowly turned his head, looking sincerely at Ira, and uttered a few words with righteous grandeur.
We want nothing. Nothing. Ira was completely stunned. She even wondered if she was suffering from severe auditory hallucinations due to lack of rest. In the wasteland of the abandoned city, 74 brothers would stab each other for a bottle of barely drinkable water. The Black Iron Brotherhood and the Ash Gang in the city center would launch battles involving hundreds or even thousands of people over an underground facility, reducing entire streets to rubble. And now this stranger of unknown origin tells her they are willing to provide water and food for free. This was more absurd than a giant armored beast of the wasteland speaking human language. Are you mocking us?
Ira instinctively clutched her mask, anger flickering in her eyes. She felt this man was joking. No one except Lord Sade would ask for nothing. She even began to suspect that this so-called Spark Outpost was some perverse cult secretly conducting human experiments.
No one telling the truth, Ira. Seeing the NPC's favorability seeming to drop, Su Xing cursed inwardly. This AI is way too paranoid, but maintained his dramatic persona. He waved his hand weakly as if using his last ounce of strength and solemnly uttered the sentence he had memorized best in his real-world political education class. We seek neither wealth nor power. All we do is for the people. Clang.
The mask slipped from Ira's hand, crashing onto the cold concrete floor and also crashing into the girl's heart.
The
people. Ira's eyes widened in shock, her pupils constricting violently as if she had heard some incredible forbidden incantation. The word people in Ira's mind, or rather in the deep memory of all wasteland natives, had been erased from the dictionary over 100 years ago, along with the nuclear blast that scoured the land. In the wasteland there were only survivors, mercenaries, raiders, leaders, slaves, warlords.
But never people.
Everyone was a wild dog biting each other to survive in the mud.
Only when she occasionally eavesdropped on Lord Sade's sleep-talking did she hear the distant, warm yet unrealistic word.
It was a great mark of an era representing civilization, equality, and not being treated as goods to be bought, sold, and consumed.
You. Who exactly are you? Ira stepped forward, excitedly grabbing Su Xing's bloodstained collar, her voice trembling. You. Why would you say such a thing?
Hiss.
It hurts. Easy.
The pain from the wound made Su Xing cry tears.
Cough. We are merely
a group of pioneers dedicated to igniting a glimmer of light in the dark wasteland.
Pioneers.
Ira slowly released her grip on Su Xing's collar. There was only one possibility regarding the origin of the person before her.
This outsider, along with the so-called Starfire outpost, is an old-era refuge that has only recently opened its doors.
Only those who took refuge underground before the nuclear explosion, preserving the old-era technology, moral values, and the spark of civilization, could possibly send supplies to strangers.
Only they would stubbornly use the ancient term people. I understand. Ira took a deep breath, a hint of respect flashing in her eyes.
She did not ask any more questions about the conditions for the exchange of supplies, but silently bent down to pick up the mask on the ground.
You rest well here.
Although your wound has temporarily stopped bleeding, it needs to be rested. When your companions arrive, the door of the air raid shelter will always be open to the Starfire outpost. After saying this, Ira put the mask on her face and turned to leave the operating room.
Watching Ira's departing figure, Su Xing could no longer hold back the dramatics that had been suppressed.
Because, system prompt, you have successfully touched the heart of the crucial NPC Ira in the shelter camp through communication.
Ira's personal favorability towards you has increased to friendly.
The reputation of the Starfire outpost with this faction has significantly increased.
You have gained additional negotiation experience 100. Ha. My acting skills are at the level of an Oscar winner. It's simply awesome. I am truly a genius. Su Xing proudly opened the system panel, watching the rising experience, grinning foolishly. But now I can't go back for the time being and can only rely on the teammates outside to perform well. And not far from the outskirts of the abandoned city number 74. Takeaway not allowed wildly drove the Starfire Marquis speeding across the scorched earth wasteland filled with craters and overgrown weeds. Whoa. Slow down. There's a big pit ahead. Chu De Wanjia tightly gripped the side of the truck, feeling dizzy from the bumps.
What's there to be afraid of?
Takeaway not allowed excitedly pressed the accelerator to the floor.
The Starfire Marquis with its cabin leaped over a sandpit and crashed heavily onto the ground. Inside the cabin, Fei Pin, Huisho, Chai Chin, Wang Zhurin and Dui Yuna clung to each other, their faces pale. The few natives behind them looked even more terrified.
Dao Gu. Are these outsiders crazy? An NPC desperately grabbed Lao Dao's arm, his stomach churning. Shut up. Hold tight. If you don't want to die, don't move. Lao Dao gritted his teeth, praying that this metal car wouldn't fall apart on the way.
Minutes later, the bumps finally stopped.
We've arrived. Everyone get out of the car.
Takeaway not allowed slammed on the brakes, causing the Starfire markite to lurch at the edge of the abandoned city number 74 before coming to a sudden stop.
Ouch. My lumbar disc.
Chu Wanjia supported himself against the edge of the cabin and patted the yellow sand off his body. Before him lay an endless expanse of city ruins. Faint gunshots could be heard in the distance, indicating that the gang fights were in full swing in the city center.
Takeaway not allowed. Did you buy that broken driver's license?
Chu Wanjia clapped his hands and turned to look at the spirited driver. Takeaway not allowed.
We're already in the wasteland. Who drives properly anymore?
Takeaway not allowed took off his broken goggles, speaking confidently. Chu Wanjia gave him a knowing look and then lifted his rifle, poking Lao Dao, who was still dry heaving on the ground.
Dao Gu. Lao Dao was startled by the familiar address and bent his waist slightly. Master, what are your orders? Bioluminescent moss, lead the way. Lao Dao wiped the filth from the corner of his mouth, took a deep breath and raised his hand, pointing towards the western side of the ruined city.
There is a downward slope that seems to be the entrance to a certain old-era underground commercial street, mostly covered by chaotic steel bars and concrete slabs.
Take us there.
Takeaway not allowed stayed behind to repair the front of the vehicle while the others followed Lao Dao, making their way cautiously along the edge of the city towards the west.
After walking for about 10 minutes, Lao Dao stopped at the edge of a road surface.
Beside the ruins there was a gap nearly a meter wide with a slope extending downwards below it, where faint blue light could be seen flickering in the darkness.
My lords, this is it. There should be a lot of underground passages below. Lao Dao swallowed hard, and before he could finish, a series of intermittent gunfire echoed from afar, crackling like firecrackers.
My lord, still worry, this place is very concealed, still 2 kilometers away from the Black Iron Brotherhood's territory and belongs to a buffer zone where no one manages.
Well done, Lao Dao. I'll make sure to reward you later.
Chu Wanjia excitedly patted Lao Dao on the shoulder and turned to the eager players.
Brothers. Grab your gear. Let's dig. Roar. Let's get to work.
4 players along with 4 NPCs lit torches passed through the gap and cautiously made their way down the slope. The slope wasn't long. After a dozen steps they entered an old-era underground passage about 3 meters wide. The walls on both sides of the passage were already mottled with large areas of concrete peeling off, revealing the rusty steel skeleton inside, and a thick layer of dust covered the ground, making no sound when stepped on. After advancing about 30 meters, patches emitting a faint glow began to appear on the walls and floor, becoming denser the further they went in. Target: bioluminescent moss. Description: a precious natural water purification material found in the wasteland. Prefers shady and damp environments, capable of absorbing and neutralizing radiation in water.
Wow. DUI unit couldn't help but exclaim softly. It looks quite nice. Chu Wanjia inserted the torch into the ground and pulled out a shovel from his bag. Brothers. What are you waiting for? Why are you just standing there? Chu Wanjia was the first to take action, shoveling a large patch of bioluminescent moss into his bag. Understood. The players quickly got to work while Lao Dao and the others were a bit taken aback. Didn't they say to just stand still? Why did they directly start working? It wasn't until a shovel was shoved into their hands that Lao Dao and the others finally reacted. Everything was proceeding surprisingly smoothly. Too smoothly for comfort. It's too quiet here. Fei Pin Huisho couldn't help but murmur, pausing to listen attentively. Focus on digging up the moss, don't jinx it. Chu Wanjia continued working without looking up. No, I'm serious. Didn't Nia say that near bioluminescent moss?
Fei Pin Huisho hadn't finished speaking when a sudden dense sound of shells scraping against each other echoed from the deeper darkness of the crack.
Everyone stopped at the same time. Be careful, sirs. There are bugs.
Old Blade shouted, then shielded the 3 NPCs behind him. Under the faint glow of fluorescence, dozens of mutated beetles, each the size of a wash basin, surged out of the darkness.
A swarm.
If it were a lone wasteland survivor, seeing so many pincer beetles would have absolutely sent them fleeing in panic. But standing here were the 4th Calamity, desperately lacking in experience points and contribution points.
Ha ha ha. Perfect timing. Not only do we have moss to dig, but we also get to farm monsters. This is practically a Bionidget 1 free deal.
Chu Wanjia laughed arrogantly, stepping forward instead of retreating. He expertly raised his homemade rifle, aimed at the densest part of the swarm, and pulled the trigger.
Bang.
The bullet tore through 2 pincer beetles, splattering green ichor everywhere.
Where are my teammates? Director. You keep digging the moss. Leave these bugs to me and Fei Pin Huisho.
The swarm enraged surged like a green tide toward Chu Dewanja. Fei Pin Huisho dashed forward in a single stride, positioning himself in front of Chu Dewanja and brought his tactical axe down directly onto the carapace of a pincer beetle. The pincer beetle, stung by the pain, opened its pincer-like mouthparts to bite him, but he sidestepped and swung his axe backhand into the soft underbelly of the insect. Green bodily fluid sprayed out, and Fei Pin Huisho, catching the scent, immediately began cursing and grumbling. Bro, this bug blood stinks worse than rotten eggs.
Not that fragrant.
Although the swarm was numerous, the narrow passage was a godsend for the players.
The two worked in perfect synergy, one ranged, one melee.
Fei Pin Huisho held the front line with his tactical axe while Chu Dewanja unloaded damage without pressure.
Empowered by the volley ranger talent, Chu Dewanjia's reload speed was astonishingly fast, achieving nearly one shot every 10 seconds.
While the reload speed of a homemade rifle was truly heart-wrenching, but its power was still considerable. Every shot burst with ichor, bringing a streak of good luck. After leaving behind a dozen corpses oozing dark green fluids, the remaining swarm evidently realized that these bipedal creatures were not prey they could afford to provoke. With a chaotic hiss, they quickly retreated into the darkness of the deep crevices.
Ha ha ha. A bunch of XP pinatas, and they thought they could stop our pioneering.
Chu Dewanja blew on his smoking gun barrel and turned to look behind him. At this moment, Chaiqian, Wang Zhuren and Dueono, along with the 4 NPCs, had already stripped a large patch of fluorescent moss roots and all clean from the ground.
Each person was dragging 2 bulging enormous bags. Bro Chu. We're full.
At least over 100 gene of this glowing moss.
Chaiqian Wang Zhuren wiped the dirt from his face. Enough. Retreat.
Chu Dewanja gave the decisive order. The group hoisted the bags and quickly climbed out of the underground passage. At the edge of the ruins, Waimai Buxajin was sitting in the driver's seat of the Spark Alpha, humming a tuneless song out of boredom. Seeing the others return laden with goods, he immediately twisted the generator's starting valve.
Get on, get on. Time to head home.
The Spark Alpha, kicking up clouds of yellow sand, once again sped like a whirlwind toward the direction of the primary outpost. In less than 40 minutes, the familiar energy shield came into view. The Spark Alpha executed a dashing emergency stop, coming to a steady halt on the open ground.
Bro Nyo. The goods are here. Come out and receive.
Chu Dewanja jumped off the vehicle, triumphantly patting the bags on the cargo bed. Wabuchi Nyoro, who had been directing several NPCs in hand-assembling the chassis of a second vehicle, had immediately dropped his welding torch upon hearing the shout and rushed over in 3 long strides.
Great. Excellent.
With this, not only can our outpost solve the water problem, but we might even complete that 600-liter clean water mission from the bomb shelter today. Thus the moss digging team instantly transformed into a water purifying team and began bustling about. Under Chu Dewanjia's direction, Old Blade and several other NPCs were responsible for separating the fluorescent moss from the soil and then crushing it. The large barrel of underground spring water, which had been physically filtered, was placed in the center of the open area.
Pour. Chu Dewanja commanded.
A basin of viscous fluorescent moss paste was dumped directly into the barrel of water. A miraculous scene unfolded. The fragments of fluorescent moss behaved like living sponges, wildly dispersing through the water. Within 5 minutes, the once glowing moss became heavy and darkened, settling like silt at the bottom of the barrel. The water remaining in the barrel was crystal clear, without a trace of impurity. Seeing the green safety prompt from the system, the players let out sharp exclamations. Chu Dewanja cupped his hands to scoop up a handful of the clear water and took a hearty gulp. It was cool and sweet, with even a faint hint of the mossy fragrance unique to the mutated moss. The players gathered around the barrel of clear water, taking turns to drink, wildly excited like a group of schoolchildren just let out of class. That mouthful of water felt 1,000 times more refreshing than drinking an ice-cold cola on a scorching summer day on Blue Star. But after the excitement subsided, someone started doing the math. Fei Pin Huisho squatted on the ground, counting on his fingers and muttering, "How much fluorescent moss did we dig this time?"
Over 100 gene, right? About that. Chaiqian Wang Zhuren patted the bags beside him.
Including soil and dirt, roughly 120 gene.
So how much water can it purify? Based on the ratio from that barrel. Wabuchi Nyoro frowned as he calculated.
Roughly 1 gene of fluorescent moss can purify 10 liters of water. Excluding the soil, that's about 1,000 liters of purified water. 1,000 liters of water sounded like a lot, but under the scorching sun of the wasteland, the daily drinking and living consumption of these 70 people alone was a considerable amount.
Our outpost now has 70 people. If each person drinks 2 liters a day, that's a baseline of 140 liters.
Fei Pin Huisho continued his calculation.
And that's not even counting industrial water, Wabuchi Nyoro added.
Once the machine shop is built, cooling, cleaning, boilers, everything needs water.
The water consumption will multiply several times over.
The water usage will multiply several times. As soon as these words were spoken, the players exchanged glances and the earlier excitement cooled considerably. Was this game supposed to be so hardcore that even a drink of water required meticulous budgeting? Shudo Wanjia scratched his hair in frustration. So, this fluorescent moss of ours will barely last a week. Just as the men were grimacing and some were even considering going offline to rant on the forums about the dog of a game designer throttling resources.
I have an idea, not sure if I should say it. Sanchu Zhuanshi suddenly raised a hand covered in plant ash, breaking the silence. Sister Hamster, do you have any good ideas? Wabu Qinyo-ro looked over as if grasping at a straw. Sanchu Zhuanshi blinked, pointing at the metal barrel and then at the remaining fluorescent moss in the bag. What if we simply throw the rest of the fluorescent moss directly into it? Silence. A deathly silence. Sanchu Zhuanshi was startled by everyone's reaction but still explained with a stiff upper lip, it's the underground spring in Ghost Willow Forest. Instead of transporting water back each time and purifying it with fluorescent moss, why not just throw the fluorescent moss in and let it grow naturally in the water, continuously purifying it? Throw it in. Fei Pinhuisho widened his eyes. Sister Hamster, that's a treasure we worked so hard to dig up. Exactly. Dui Yuna scratched his head. This stuff is a terrestrial moss, how can it be thrown into a deep pool and still thrive? Wait. Everyone, don't jump to conclusions yet. Wabu Qinyo-ro stood up and used a small bucket to fetch some water that had undergone preliminary physical filtration. Then he strode to a bag full of fluorescent moss, carefully picked up a small clump of the glowing moss. Finally he gently placed the intact clump of fluorescent moss into the bucket of water. The players formed a circle, all eyes fixed on the bucket. The intact clump of fluorescent moss floated in the water, its fluffy tiny leaves and roots seeming to breathe, beginning to pulse slowly. As time passed, the clump of fluorescent moss gradually sank, its originally wilted leaves becoming fuller and the deep blue glow growing even more profound. Holy crap! It not only didn't die but seems to have grown fatter, as if full. Shudo Wanjia leaned close to the bucket in disbelief, even his breathing became lighter. Brothers, we just made a habitual thinking error. We kept thinking of using it as a disposable water filter cartridge. Wabu Qinyo-ro scanned the surrounding players, speaking rapidly. The information we got before was that survivors would crush fluorescent moss and mix it into water to purify it. This squeezing method, though it purifies the radiation in just 5 minutes, also completely destroys the plant's biological structure. So after absorbing the radiation they turn into that kind of black sludge precipitate. This is killing the goose that lays the golden eggs and extremely wasteful disposable. It also gives us a reminder: information on the wasteland is often not entirely correct practice as the sole criterion for truth. The players nodded in agreement. But Wabu Qinyo-ro stared at the clump of moss that seemed to have entered some kind of dormant digestion period, supplementing with extreme rigor. Its absorption has a limit, perhaps after it digests it can resume working. The long digestion cycle isn't a problem. Sustainable development is the priority. Shudo Wanjia turned around excitedly, looked at Sanchu Zhuanshi and gave a firm thumbs up. Sister Hamster's suggestion is simply a stroke of genius. Sister Hamster, you're awesome. We like you. He nodded all as Sanchu Zhuanshi touched his nose, sheepishly grinning foolishly. Since it was verified that fluorescent moss can survive in water, Wabu Qinyo-ro immediately proposed a plan. Since this fluorescent moss thrives in water with trace radiation, let's go big and transplant all the remaining fluorescent moss to the area around the pool and shallow water of that underground spring. As long as we give it enough time to propagate and spread, that radiation spring will become a giant self-purifying ecological water plant. With these words all the players present unanimously approved. Let's do it. Turn nature into our natural water purifier. The damn game designers probably never imagined this kind of crazy move. The players formed a transplant team and drove the Spark First prototype to Ghost Willow Forest. The war chariot raced clouds of yellow sand, charging again toward that once extremely perilous underground spring. Due to the players' frequent trampling, the path from the outpost to Ghost Willow Forest had been flattened into a wide scorched earth road. 20 minutes later the front of the vehicle reached the pool of the underground spring. We're here. Unload. Brothers, get ready for a big job. The players jumped off the vehicle, grabbed tools full of spirit. Just as everyone was rolling up their pants legs ready to go into the water to give these mosses a good home, hold on. Wabu Qinyo-ro suddenly raised his hand and shouted, stopping the eager crowd. He pushed up his non-existent glasses, his expression becoming extremely strange, even tinged with embarrassment and annoyance. What's up, brother Nyo? Dui Yuna almost bumped into him. Wabu Qinyo-ro covered his face in pain, pointing at the water surface rippling continuously. Brothers. This is flowing water. At these words most players were confused. What's wrong with flowing water? Song Shujuansher blinked in confusion. Flowing water in the pool means the water source is extremely abundant and it won't stink, right? Isn't that better for the growth of fluorescent moss? Sister, you're overthinking.
Why, my boo? Su Xing sighed from the side and took over the conversation. Flowing water is indeed an advantage, indicating it connects to a vast underground water system. He pointed to the churning water surface in the center of the pool. But flowing water is moving. The newly gushing radiation water will definitely recontaminate the area purified by the fluorescent moss. Even if the fluorescent moss covers the entire pool and even extends deep into the spring, it will still be like drawing water with a bamboo basket, all in vain.
Ah. Song Shujuansher widened his eyes then. What do we do? Is the transplant plan no longer feasible? Damn.
As expected, we are still stuck on resources. Fei Pinhuisho looked at the bag of glowing moss in his hand, suddenly feeling it wasn't so appealing.
What a wasted trip. Dui Yuno also dejectedly stuck his shovel into the ground.
Was the originally magnificent blueprint of the natural water purification plant going to fail miserably because of this flaw?
The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat gloomy. Just as everyone was at a loss, Wabuchinyo Ro quickly recovered from the setback. No problem. The transplant plan is still feasible.
We just need to change our thinking a bit.
Since plans can't keep up with changes, let's solve the problem in a hardcore way. Since the water is flowing, let's make it stagnant.
Everyone was stunned, looking at him in unison. Then Wabuchinyo Ro picked up a shovel, walked around the pool and then came back to the players.
Let's dig a closed artificial reservoir, then dig a diversion channel.
After the reservoir is filled, block the diversion channel. This not only avoids the problem of flowing water pollution but also allows us to control the purification time and water volume.
After the fluorescent moss proliferates, we can even expand.
After hearing this simple yet logical improvement plan, the players immediately regained their spirits and the previous gloom vanished.
Holy crap! Brother Nyo's brain truly worthy of an infrastructure maniac. Awesome, Brother Nyo. What are we waiting for?
Chai Qian Wangzhu ran excitedly, spat in his palm and rubbed it vigorously. The transplant team instantly becomes a digging team.
Dig. Awu.
Dig. Under the planning of I Don't Eat Beef, they identified a spot approximately 5 meters away from the water pond. Without any large machinery, relying solely on manual effort, this group of players demonstrated astonishing enthusiasm.
Brother Nyo, this soil looks like it has a high permeability rate. We finally brought the water over, so we don't want it to leak away.
While Takeout Not Allowed waved the shovel, he expressed his concern. I Don't Eat Beef straightened up, kicked the soil of the pit with his toes and thoughtfully scanned the surrounding environment.
Permeability is indeed a problem, but it's not insurmountable. What's the solution? Hamster Rebirth tilted his head. Clay can prevent seepage.
I Don't Eat Beef squatted down, scraped a line on the pit wall with his finger and pinched the soil grains on his fingertip. Look at the texture of this waste soil. The particles are coarse and it permeates quickly, but he picked up the shovel and thrust it forcefully into the bottom of the pit, uncovering a layer of deeper soil.
After 2 more shovels down, there's a layer of moist clay. This stuff has excellent water retention.
As long as we turn it out and pack it down at the bottom and walls of the pit, we will have a seepage prevention layer.
How does Brother Nyo know everything? Scrap Recycling was in shock.
I Don't Eat Beef calmly shrugged. It's nothing but familiarity with the task at hand.
Brother Nyo, I love you. Where's the teammate? Immediately picked up the shovel.
The plan was set and the division of labor began immediately. The digging team continued to expand and deepen the boundaries of the water reservoir, while the clay team was responsible for digging down to pile the moist clay layer aside, and the water channel team started from the edge of the pond, digging a narrow trench towards the reservoir. In no time, 7 or 8 shovels took turns in action, making the scene resemble an exuberant municipal engineering team.
Dig hard. Go deeper. My shovel is crooked. It's off course. Sister, move left. To the left. Your left. This is my left. Then move right.
About 40 minutes later, a roughly rectangular pit was taking shape, about 1.2 meters deep, 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. The bottom and walls of the pit had been meticulously layered with a 20-centimeter thick layer of clay, as players took turns jumping into the pit, compacting it with their feet and the backs of their shovels.
Compact. 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 Director of Demolition King stood in the pit with hands on his hips, commanding the rhythm.
I Don't Eat Beef nodded in satisfaction. The clay seepage prevention work is fine, but one more thing is still missing.
What else is missing? Light shielding. I Don't Eat Beef glanced at the sun overhead and squinted. Glowing moss prefers shade and moisture, and it fears direct sunlight.
The UV radiation on planet UX829 is several times higher than that of normal planets, and the reservoir is shallow, so prolonged exposure will increase the water temperature, making it unlikely for the glowing moss to survive.
So do we need to put a cover on it? Takeout not allowed asked.
I don't eat beef nodded, and a simple shade shelter was set up in just a few minutes.
But there's still one last problem.
There's more. Where's the teammate? Was almost in tears. Brother Nyo, can you just tell us all the problems at once?
I just think of one thing at a time as I see it. I don't eat beef, said unapologetically.
The glowing moss mainly absorbs radiation, but it can't handle physical impurities, bacteria, and insect eggs. If we directly introduce them, it might affect the purification efficiency of the glowing moss.
Silence fell.
Brother Nyo, do you mean you had this plan all figured out beforehand, just stringing us along one step at a time?
Player Chu looked at him expressionlessly. Really not, I was genuinely thinking of it on the fly. This is what we call temporary planning, flexible response. I don't eat beef looked calm.
So have you thought of how to filter it now?
Yes.
The players all turned their expectant gazes towards him.
Layered filtration from coarse to fine. I don't eat beef walked to the mouth of the water channel and squatted down.
At the entrance where the water channel enters the reservoir, stack 3 layers of materials. The first layer, coarse gravel, those fragments we dug out while digging the pit to intercept large grains of sediment. The second layer, fine sand, find some evenly sized dry sand so that after the water passes through the large debris, the fine sand can block the small particles. The third layer, charcoal, while removing odors it can also absorb some bacteria and insect eggs so that the water entering the reservoir is already water that has been roughly filtered. I don't eat beef stood up and casually dusted off the dirt from his hands.
I call it the 3-stage filtration water channel. Let's get to work.
A little over 10 minutes later, the 3-stage filtration water channel was completed and the glowing moss had been fully transplanted.
Good, we can start digging the water channel now. I don't eat beef commanded. 2 shovels quickly broke through the last earthen barrier between the water channel and the pond. Murky spring water gushed into the water channel.
The players all held their breath watching the murky water flow towards the channel mouth, penetrating the gravel layer, fine sand layer, and charcoal layer. The water that flowed into the reservoir from the other end was noticeably clearer than when it had entered. No one spoke, everyone stared intently at the somewhat clear water flow, watching it slowly spread across the bottom of the reservoir, gradually submerging the transplanted glowing moss.
Director of Demolition King took a deep breath and said hoarsely, I feel like I've just done something truly great.
Building a purification reservoir by hand in the wasteland is indeed quite impressive. Player Chu also did not shift his gaze for a long time. At that moment the familiar system notification sound rang out in succession. Ding! System notification, new achievement reached in the basic construction of the outpost. Detected that the purification reservoir has been completed. This building has been connected to the outpost resource management system, and the water volume and quality data can be viewed in real time on the outpost panel. Immediately following was the second notification, glowing moss live has been transplanted to the purification reservoir, current status adaptation period. Explanation of the glowing moss purification mechanism. Glowing moss absorbs radiation through its roots and leaves with a saturation period of about 4060 minutes, affected by water temperature and radiation concentration. After saturation, the glowing moss enters the digestion period, which lasts about 68 hours, affected by water temperature and radiation concentration.
After digestion is completed, the glowing moss will regain its purification function. The third notification followed. Estimated purification efficiency. Current initial amount of glowing moss is about 8,126 units. Current purification rate approximately 3,849 liters. Our adaptation period efficiency is low. Estimated rate after adaptation period after 10 hours approximately 111,143 liters hour. Reproduction rate approximately once every 48 hours. Estimated full reproduction rate after 9 days approximately 800,1000 liters hour. Current reservoir capacity approximately 7,000 liters full. But it wasn't over yet. The system's notification tone continued. System alert detected that the outpost has a stable source of clean water, marking a new phase in the revival of civilization. The logistics store has been updated. New blueprints available for exchange. 1. Blueprint of simple hand-pressed mechanical water pump, a crude creation using lever and piston principles. Say goodbye to the inefficiency of manually fetching water with buckets, greatly improves water collection efficiency. Price 300 contribution points. 2. Blueprint of basic sealed metal water tank, can be mounted on vehicles or placed in the outpost, effectively preventing water evaporation and radiation contamination. Maximum capacity 2,000 liters. Price 500 contribution points. 3. Blueprint of micro soilless cultivation trough. Now that clean water is available, perhaps it's time to plant something on this scorched earth. Price 1,000 contribution points. It wasn't over yet, ding. A golden global announcement flashed before all online players' eyes. Global announcement: congratulations to Wabuchi Nyo Rotsan Shujuan Shirchu de Wanja for successfully completing the landmark project, Spark Natural Ecological Purification Reservoir. With your wisdom and sweat you have rechanneled the source of life on this radiation-cursed wasteland. This project will be permanently recorded in the Spark Outpost's historical database. All pioneers who participated in this project receive experience points 800. Contribution points 300. Faction prestige 20. Based on your project participation you have received additional. The players read each line then fell into a few seconds of silence. 111 liters per hour. Why my Su Xing silently calculated that's nearly 3,000 liters a day. 3,000 liters. Fei Pin Huisho murmured then suddenly shouted 3,000 liters a day. Blueprints. Farming blueprints are out. Wabuchi Nyoro stared at the drawings, his professional instincts kicking in. Brothers. We can grow our own vegetables now. Damn game designer. These 3 blueprints cost nearly 2,000 in total. They're clearly trying to drain our wallets. Complaints aside, their bodies were honest. Cheers erupted across the wasteland, startling a few nearby mutant bugs foraging for food, sending them scurrying back into rock crevices. Players clapped shoulders or high-fived. Chai Qian Wang Zhuren swung his shovel in a circle, nearly taking off someone's head. Song Shu Zhuanshi crouched by the reservoir, quietly gazing at the transplanted fluorescent moss. Clusters of faint light cast a soft glowing halo beneath the water's surface, minuscule yet brimming with life under the dark red wasteland sky. So beautiful. She murmured, unheard by anyone. The cheers lasted a long time. Finally Chu De Wanjia shouted, "Wrap it up," and the excitement gradually subsided. Reluctantly players shouldered their shovels and drifted towards the Spark prototype in 2s and 3s. Get on. Time to head home. Woohoo! Players climbed into the truck bed, sitting in a row leaning against each other, and began to hum an off-key song. Chai Qian Wang Zhuren used his shovel as a drumstick, beating a rhythm against the truck side, and the others clapped along. The war chariot kicked up a trail of dust, bouncing along the road back to the outpost. Song Shu Zhuanshi looked back one last time. The willow grove was just a small silhouette. She turned back, pulled her knees into her chest, and grinned. At the outpost, Nia was packing up the day's woven mats with a few women. She looked up to see the Spark prototype pulling in. The masters are back. Before the vehicle had even stopped, Chu De Wanjia jumped out impatiently. His foot slipped, and with a "whoa crap" he fell flat on his face, eating a mouthful of dirt. Master Chu. Are you alright? Nia was startled, dropped her mat, and rushed over, flustered, trying to help him up. No problem, no problem. Just a strategic forward dive. Chu De Wanjia sprang up with a carp-like flip, brushed off the dust nonchalantly, and beamed with excitement. Sister Nia, we have an endless supply of clean water now. Endless. Clean water. Nia's eyes widened, her furry ears perking up. Just then a breathless shout came from the south of the outpost. In the distance a line of figures emerged over the hillside. We're back. Everyone turned to look. Leading the group was Dusher Ju Ming, staggering under the weight of 2 heavy sacks. Behind him followed several people, each carrying large bundles, trudging back with uneven steps. Thump. Thump. A few bulging bags were thrown heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Dusher. You're back. How did it go? Chu De Wanjia's eyes lit up. Dusher Ju Ming wiped the sweat and black mud from his face, proudly pointing at the sacks on the ground. Bitter alkali soil and a full bag of thornweed. A great haul. Nice, brothers. Wabuchi Nyoro also jumped down from the Spark prototype, rubbed his nose, and his eyes gleamed with sharpness. We've got a double blessing this time. Water and food preservatives. Hoo-hoo, take off. Chu De Wanjia slapped his thigh. Let's go full throttle hunting later. Well, definitely feed those bunker NPCs within 72 hours. Just as the players gathered, excitedly scheming how to claim the rewards of this faction mission. 50 meters from the outpost, a dazzling orange fireball shot into the sky, bursting into a brilliant firework. What the hell? Enemy attack. No way. It must be those 2 troublemakers. Chu De Wanjia and a few experienced players scowled, their eyes fixed on the spot emitting black smoke. Sure enough, seconds later a maniacal laugh echoed from afar like a villainous boss. Ha 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 ha. It worked. I told you adding this thing would do the trick. Awesome Lao AI. With this power, one shot can turn any Moko hounds or mutant swarms into barbecue. There were Yen Shu Xingdong and Ain C-Tan, the military RD duo, with their hair singed, jumping and waving excitedly. Ain C-Tan was holding a thick heavy metal tube that screamed wasteland cyberpunk style. Brother Chu. Brother Nyo, come see our big baby.
The two sprinted into the outpost, placing the metal cylinder in front of everyone. This thing was much thicker than the previous simple flamethrower, with reinforced barrel and most peculiarly a lever pressurizing device like a bicycle pump installed in the middle, connected to a small black oil storage tank at the end. "You two little rascals. What kind of contraption did you cook up?" Wabuchi Nyo-ro was stunned, immediately leaning in, his talent effect activating instantly. In his perspective vision, the internal structure of this weapon was clearly visible. It is no longer the previous structure that continuously spewed flames, but rather through that lever mechanism it compresses the black glue oil into a dense mass of viscous liquid projectiles. At the moment the trigger is pulled, the igniter and high-pressure gas work simultaneously, propelling the burning black glue oil like a cannonball. This method not only perfectly resolves the fatal flaw of barrel backfire but also greatly increases the explosive lethality and range.
"Holy shit. You two are amazing. I don't eat beef," gasped, withdrawing from the perspective state, looking at the expressions of Mole Action and AI Tan with newfound respect. He unreservedly gave a thumbs up, patting the shoulders of both individuals vigorously. Using a lever piston for secondary pressurization on the manual air pump, compressing the viscous fuel into shape and spraying it out, igniting at the outlet. This not only solves the backfire problem but upgrades the weapon from continuous spraying to single-shot explosion. This isn't just an upgrade. This is an entirely new design concept. The prototype of a lightweight infantry cannon. AI Tan was flattered, her scorched curly hair flipping as she beamed with pride. "Hee hee, I told you adding that pressurizing lever would work, right?" Mole was skeptical at first. "Cut it out." Mole Action rolled his eyes but couldn't hide the smile creeping up the corners of his mouth. "Just testing your contraption." The barrel exploded 3 times. That's called trial and error. There's no failure in research, only the process of elimination. Surrounding players, after hearing I Don't Eat Beef's expert explanation of "even though I don't fully understand it feels incredibly impressive," suddenly erupted in excitement. "Holy crap. An infantry cannon. Quick, quick, quick. Stop talking and hurry up and take it out to test its power." "Exactly. Fire a shot. Fire a shot. Let's see what it's made of, show the brothers what it can do." Judy player quickly stood up to maintain order, pointing towards the open wasteland east of the outpost. "Go over there. Don't blow up your own place with one shot." Thus a group of people marched forward, surrounding the two military experts and their prized invention, arriving at a clearing about 100 meters from the outpost. "Where's the target? We need to get a target." Zhuangzi Jujian looked around. "Where's my teammate?" Dragged a large rusty iron barrel, placing it about 30 meters away. "Let's use this as the target." After setting it up, my teammate made an OK gesture and hurried back. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, AI Tan and Mole Action began their operation in sync. This weapon was heavy and it was difficult for one person to fire it steadily. "I'll take care of aiming." AI Tan half squatted, resting the metal tube on her shoulder, her hands firmly supporting it as she began adjusting the shooting angle. "I'll handle the pressurization and ignition." Mole Action squatted at the side rear, gripping the lever pressurizing device, pumping air vigorously while bringing a fire igniter close to the ignition port. "Pressure filled. Ready to fire." Mole Action shouted. "Target locked. 3, 2, 1. Fire." AI Tan roared. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated the metal tube, along with the two players jolted backwards. A fireball the size of a basin with a long trailing flame hurled forth, striking the distant iron barrel. The fireball did not disappoint, hitting its mark with precision on the first shot. The mass of burning viscous liquid splattered everywhere, engulfing the entire iron barrel in a sea of flames. The metal rapidly melted under the intense heat, turning into a pool of molten iron within mere seconds. "Holy shit." Judy player swallowed hard, suddenly feeling that his homemade rifle was no longer appealing. "Woohoo. Incredible. This is what real romance is for men." Watching the terrifying destructive power, the surrounding players erupted in cheers that could blow the roof off. Mole Action and AI Tan were surrounded by players, their faces filled with excitement. AI Tan had one hand in her pocket, her mouth twisted into a wide grin. It's nothing, just basic skills. Stop pretending." Mole Action rolled his eyes at her. "Your hands are trembling." "That's because I just got burned by the cannon." The two, still bickering, were interrupted by a system notification that popped up in front of them. System notification: a new type of self-developed weapon has completed its first practical test. Weapon type: liquid fuel cannon. Quality: rare purple. Effective range: 30-50 meters, greatly affected by wind speed and terrain. Damage type: impact damage. Area: flame scorch, continuous adhesive burning. Ammunition type: high pressure black glue adhesive round liquid fuel. Loading time: long, requires manual air pumping, at least 8 charges needed.
Durability fragile. Poor heat resistance of the barrel. Continuous firing over 3 times may cause a rupture. Please ensure cooling.
Please name this weapon. 18 characters after naming the blueprint for the weapon will be automatically generated and unlocked.
Looking at the naming box that represented Honor Inc Tan and Mole Action excitedly embraced each other, nearly crying out loud.
Brothers. It's officially recognized. What should we call it? Mole Action scratched his burned hair looking at Inc Tan. How about calling it the Wasteland Incinerator? Or Starfire I Cannon? Too cliché. What about Equalizer of all beings? Plain.
Inc Tan stared at the rough weapon, rubbed her chin, squinted and typed a few characters in the naming box.
Naming successful. This weapon has been officially entered into the database. Uncle Ganma's Fury. Put. What the hell, Uncle Ganma's Fury? Ha ha ha. This name packs a punch. If it hits a monster's face, it truly would be a fiery love.
On the open ground, players looked at the cannon's attributes, amused by the weapon's name infused with the spirit of Blue Star's absurdity. At that moment, a dazzling server-wide announcement exploded before the 33 players online at that time.
The closed beta of Starfire v03.
1 is continuously updated. Meritorious engraving. The achievement and title system is now live. To all pioneers who have ignited the Starfire in the night, from the first red brick's emergence, to the roar of the first vehicle, to the shout of the first self-developed weapon,
you have experienced much.
Your wisdom and courage are rapidly rekindling the fire of civilization.
Holy crap. A non-stop server update. An achievement system. Exclusive titles. And they can be worn on the head.
The players who had been watching the artillery froze in place as if struck by a paralysis spell, and then erupted in exclamations 10 decibels louder than before. For players, experience and equipment were important, but the ability to flaunt a shimmering exclusive title above their heads, that was the ultimate display of prestige.
Ding. Congratulations to players Inc Tan and Su Xing for successfully developing the first self-made rare purple level thermal weapon on the entire server. Achievement reward experience 500, contribution 200. Unlocked exclusive purple title. Explosion is art. Ding. Congratulations to players Wabuchinyo Rochu de Wanjiatsong Shujuanshir Chai Qian Wang Zhurun for successfully utilizing the natural ecological chain to establish the first living purification reservoir on the entire server. Achievement reward experience 300, contribution 150. Unlocked exclusive blue title Nature's Porter. Ding. Congratulations to players Dushir Ju Mingjuanji Jingjue Bing Danyabu Zhu Wabu Rinshir Lu for successfully retrieving bitter alkaline soil and thorny grass, unlocking the long-lasting food preservation method for the wasteland. Achievement reward experience 200, contribution 100. Unlocked exclusive blue title Wasteland Gourmet. System notification key, historical nodes detected. Achievement system is retroactively distributing awards.
As the consecutive system chimes sounded, the clearing instantly descended into a state of chaotic revelry.
Ha 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 ha. Inc Tan eagerly opened the system panel and equipped his newly acquired title. The next second, beneath his originally green ID, a line of text appeared radiating a dazzling purple glow and particle effects. Explosion is art.
With his black and curly hair and face covered in soot, this title was truly well-deserved and perfectly fitting.
Damn. A purple title. That's so freaking cool. Next to him, DUI Eunice stared at the purple light, nearly drooling.
The vanity brought by the titles along with the tangible rewards made these fourth Calamity players increasingly loyal to the game. We could never repay the kindness of the Spark development team.
Meanwhile, in the core control room of the forward outpost,
Su Xing sat in the main control chair, calmly watching his employees who were going wild over a few virtual glowing fonts.
Employee emotional activity peak threshold exceeded. Estimated work efficiency increase 115. Zero-cost data code can boost their efficiency this much.
Su Xing gently swirled the liquid in his cup, a faint smile appearing on his face. In the clearing, the original weapon testing press conference had turned into a massive title exposition. Fonts of various colors and effects like holographic billboards in a cyberpunk world flickered wildly above the players' heads.
Holy crap. Gold. Gold. DUI Yun pointed at Song Shu Zhuanshir's head, his voice cracking. There beneath Song Shu Zhuanshir's original green ID, 4 extremely flashy golden characters were now floating. Mo Chu Hong Lu. These 4 characters not only sparkled but also occasionally flashed with a dazzling stream of light effects, standing out conspicuously among the crowd of blue and purple titles. My god. That's a legendary title. Sister Song Shu. Let me soak in your luck. Sucking in luck. Move aside, I need a sip. Get lost. You old pervert, you're just coveting Sister Song Shu's body, you're despicable.
Hee hee sister Song Shu, next time you open a blind box you've gotta help me out. Song Shu Zhuanshi was surrounded in the middle, grinning from ear to ear as she looked at the golden title above her head. On the other side, Zhuanji Jingjue Bing twitched the corner of his mouth as he stared at the faintly glowing green title above his own head, Zigu CT Butai 2. The system's comment, using a miserable scream to teach the entire server a vivid lesson on anti-ganking, was practically public execution. Damn it, this dog of a planner really knows how to troll. He cursed and set the title to hidden. As for the other lucky recipient of this title, Yi Chu Chishi was being mercilessly mocked by Wang Kalu Gangkai. Alright, stop showing off your titles here. Chuta Wanjia, sporting his newly acquired purple title Wang Xia Chi Wu Hai, forcibly squeezed into the center of the crowd and clapped loudly to draw everyone's attention back. Chuta Wanjia was about to continue speaking when a sharp-eyed newbie immediately spotted something. Hey. Brother Chu, why is your title scrolling through others? Ainc Tan pointed at his head curiously. The crowd looked closely. Sure enough, the initial Wang Xiachi Wu Hai had changed to Fu Jian Kao Lao Shu, then Ji Pao Ji Jian Yuan Gua Di San Chi De Zi Ran De Ban Yun Gong. The air was silent for a second, then exploded into a burst of laughter. Ha. Brother Chu. The dog planner is roasting you again. Ji Pao Ji Jian Yuan ha. What's so funny? Chuta Wanjia's face flushed red. He quickly tapped frantically on the system panel, hiding all those embarrassing Black History titles, leaving only Wang Xiachi Wu Hai. Ahem. Well, study the titles later. As long as you grind, you'll get them eventually. Back to business. Now that we've gathered quite a few brothers, let me talk about something important. Chuta Wanjia, forced a recovery, looked around and his expression gradually turned serious as he raised 3 fingers. The players all pricked up their ears. I'm sure you've all heard about that kid Hao Zi Weiji getting stuck in a bug near death in the 74th abandoned city. Brother Chu, how is Hao Zi? Was he really kidnapped by the local snakes to be a meat shield? DUI unit couldn't help but interject. Not only was he not kidnapped, but he also turned misfortune into fortune and triggered a huge mission in the underground ruins. He was rescued by a neutral faction called the Bunker Camp. That camp hides over 100 living wasteland survivor NPCs. Due to a gang war on the surface, that underground camp is now cut off from water and food, facing extinction. At these words, the player's eyes gleamed with green light. Over 100 living NPCs. If we could capture them all back to the outpost as black laborers, our industrial revolution could be completed ahead of schedule. Chuta Wanjia glared at the clueless doucher Zhu Ming. That's a friendly neutral faction. Hao Zi has already made contact with their leader. There's a faction mission: gather 600 liters of purified water, 300 kilograms of food and 30 units of basic medical supplies. Time limit 72 hours. Wabu Qin Yo Ro also stepped forward, rubbed his nose and started calculating resources. According to the in-game time conversion, we must gather these supplies and deliver them by the morning of the 18th. 600 liters of purified water is easy now. Our ecological purification reservoir is already complete and we can gather it in a day or two. But 300 kilograms of food, that's a real pain in the ass. Meanwhile, the gaze traversed the desolate scorched earth, arriving at the air raid shelter camp beneath the abandoned city number 74. In the dimly lit underground corridor, Hao Zi Weizes was following closely behind Yila. Lunchtime arrived and he was called into the previous room by Yila. Pushing open the iron door, the room was silent, illuminated by a faint glow of an old-fashioned chandelier. Lord Sod is not here. Yila glanced around the empty room, her brows slightly furrowed, then turned to look at Hao Zi Weizes. You wait here for a moment, I'll go find Lord Sod. Okay, you go ahead, I want wander off. Hao Zi Weizes nodded in cooperation, watching as Yila closed the door behind her. With a soft clang from the iron door, he was left alone in the room. Hao Zi Weizes listlessly surveyed the shabby surroundings. Aside from an overturned iron barrel and a munitions box covered with ragged cloth, there was hardly any decent furniture here. Just as he was about to examine the modeling material of the munitions box, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a shadow in the corner of the room. There quietly crouched a little girl. She appeared to be only 5 or 6 years old, with dry, disheveled hair, holding a small piece of charcoal, intently drawing on the ground. She was so quiet that even her breathing seemed to blend into the room, to the point that Hao Zi Weizes hadn't noticed her when he first entered. Oh. There's a little NPC here. Hao Zi Weizes approached her with curiosity. He crouched down, naturally focusing his gaze on the little girl. She wore an obviously oversized and ill-fitting outfit with several large conspicuous holes at the shoulders and elbows, revealing her dry, pale skin. Hao Zi Weizes' tone subconsciously softened. Little friend, what are you drawing? He pointed to the holes in her clothing and casually asked, why doesn't your mother mend your clothes? Upon hearing his voice, the little girl paused her drawing. She looked up, her eyes quietly studying this strange outsider. I don't have a mother anymore.
The little girl's voice was soft, carrying a hint of tranquility. Howsy Weeze's smile slightly stiffened and he felt as if something had suddenly pierced his heart. Then. Where is she? He instinctively pressed on. The little girl lowered her head, staring at the piece of charcoal in her hand, her tone still devoid of emotion. Mommy is gone. The phrase gone implies something unsaid. Howsy Weezes reached out his hand, awkwardly brushing against the little girl's dry and withered hair. Taking a deep breath, he continued to ask, are there any other people at your home? The little girl shook her head. No one else is there. These 5 words hit Howsy Weezes' heart like a heavy hammer. Howsy Weezes fell completely silent, his mind crashing at that moment. The dim light around the faint coughs coming from outside the room and the sight of this lonely little NPC were forcefully embedded deep within his soul. After several seconds he slowly regained his composure. Howsy Weezes didn't say another word, he simply extended his hands, gently lifting the little girl from the cold ground. The little girl did not struggle or resist, she was very obedient, allowing this strange outsider to pick her up. However, the moment Howsy Weezes held her in his arms trembled violently, so light that it felt as if he was not holding a 5 or 6-year-old child but a bundle of dry straw. The sensation of her frail body felt through the tattered clothing conveyed the harsh reality and hunger of this world. Howsy Weezes held the little girl standing in Sada's shabby room silently while his heart resonated with strength. The iron door emitted another clang. Sad and Yila entered the room one after another. Yila immediately spotted Howsy Weezes, who was pacing back and forth in the narrow makeshift room like a trapped beast, his face frighteningly dark. She said nothing, silently walking over to the little girl, slowly crouching down and gently handing her a piece of obviously expired bread. Eat this. Yila's voice sounded particularly gentle in the dim room. The little girl looked up, a glimmer of longing flashing in her eyes as if that were the most precious treasure in the world. She cautiously extended her dirty little hands to take the bread, her voice as soft as a whisper, thank you. Sister Yila. Yila's eyes flickered with a gentle light as she said nothing more, simply sitting down next to her. The 2 girls, one big and one small, sat side by side, slowly consuming the now invaluable lunch in the room. Sad approached Howsy Weezes, his deep eyes gazing at him for a few seconds before handing over a piece of the same bread. Howsy Weezes paused for a moment, accepting the bread, which felt like a cold piece of wood, in his hand. During this lunch the 4 of them shared an unspoken silence. For a player accustomed to shouting in games, this moment of silence brought an unprecedented feeling of oppression to Howsy Weezes. After finishing the last bite of bread, Yila stood up, gently took the little girl's hand and softly said, let's go. The little girl obediently nodded, glancing back at Howsy Weezes before leaving. The iron door closed again. Howsy Weezes stared blankly at the door, and after a while he broke the silence. What is her name? Natasha. Sad was adjusting the scope of a sniper rifle, his tone giving away no emotion. What about her parents? Howsy Weezes pressed on, even though he already had the answer in his heart. Sad paused for a moment, silent, but a system prompt provided the answer. Side quest triggered. Quest name, who will complete it? Quest description, they killed my mommy and daddy, burned our house. I have nothing to give you, but I can remember your kindness. I will tell everyone that you helped me. Help me. I'm begging you. Quest objective, find Natasha's enemies and take their lives. Quest reward 200 experience points, 50 contribution points, 10 faction reputation, Natasha's favorability increase, and after completing the quest Natasha will draw a picture for you. Failure penalty none. The quest has appeared, Ash's gang, you're waiting to die. It was unclear how long had passed when Sade finally spoke. The surface of urban area 74 resembles a disturbed hornet's nest, with the Black Iron Brotherhood and the Ash's gang exchanging fire on the main avenue. If your convoy charges in directly, you'll likely be torn to pieces by both sides. You needn't worry about that, our advance team will carefully assess the situation on the surface. Just tell me the approximate location of the bomb shelter. Howsy Weiji remained unfazed, secretly thinking those dogs will definitely figure out the map. Upon hearing this, Sade pondered for a moment, not immediately revealing his home. On the southwestern edge of the city there's an old subway ventilation shaft. It is located nearly 3 kilometers away from the conflict zone of the 2 gangs, in a very secluded area. I will send Yila and others to clear it out beforehand. Once your convoy reaches above the shaft, we will come to receive you. The ventilation shaft on the southwestern edge. Howsy Weiji silently noted the location in his heart and nodded. No problem, I will sync this coordinate to my companions. The 2 then began detailed discussions for their covert operation. Throughout the conversation, Sade was very polite to Howsy Weiji. After all, the other party's influence was willing to provide food to assist him, likely due to the person before him. However, whenever his gaze fell upon Howsy Weiji, there was always a hint of curiosity. From start to finish he had not seen this outsider use any communication device. How then was this outsider able to contact his companions and firmly assure that the supplies would definitely arrive? Sade suppressed his doubts and refrained from inquiring recklessly. In the wasteland everyone had their own secrets. Inquiring about others' secrets often leads to self-destruction. Whether it was advanced technology from the old era or some mysterious psychic communication, as long as it could bring food, Sade did not care. Since Hauzi Weiji opened a thread on the forum vividly livestreaming the dire state of the bomb shelter camp, especially detailing the plight of the small NPC Natasha, players went completely insane. As for how to gather that massive 300-kilogram food shortage, naturally our old friend, the Rockmane, the brutal hunting operation in the weathered rock cave area had become the hottest topic within the ecological circle of this region. Let's take a look at the critique from the severely afflicted Rockmane beasts. The straightforward Rockmane beast bluntly stated, outsiders hunting like this, they probably don't care about face anymore. Time swiftly moved to the afternoon of May 17, 11451 in the star calendar. After the intense preparation of supplies and the serious protests from the Rockmane Beast Protection Association, not really players finally managed to gather the food and water required for the mission. Hundreds of processed raw meat pieces were neatly packed into bags, exuding a heavy sense of security. I Don't Eat Beef wiped the sweat from his face looking at the two vehicles parked side by side, revealing a fatherly smile. The first vehicle, the Starfire No. 1, looked brand new after a major overhaul, while the newly manufactured No. 2 beside it had an even wilder appearance. As they had yet to master battery technology, I Don't Eat Beef had welded a generator set onto the rear frame of the vehicle. This caused the front of No. 2 to be nearly twice as long as its older brother, resembling a freak with a huge hump on its back. Brother Nyo, can this No. 2 still run? Chuti player patted the heavy metal plate. Why do I feel like it would struggle to start? Tisk, what do you know? Don't you trust my skills? I Don't Eat Beef rolled his eyes at him. Although the front is a bit heavy, making it 30 slower than No. 1, it has greater towing capacity. It can even pull this Tutha Sandlighter water tank. Fine, slow is fine. As long as it can carry goods. Brothers, get on the bus. Target the bomb shelter of Urban Area 74. We are going to the countryside to deliver warmth. Awoo. Over an hour later, on the horizon, the jagged silhouettes of the skyscraper ruins of Urban Area 74 became clearly visible. Clang, the driver delivery not allowed, and slammed the brakes, and the Starfire No. 1 came to a slow stop behind a tilted concrete fracture. From the shadows of an abandoned building nearby, a figure flashed like a ghost. It was Night Owl. For the fourth catastrophe opening, the map was forever engraved in their DNA as the first instinct. In recent days, players had not only been slaughtering Rockmane beasts in the weathered rock cave area. The newly formed mapping teams had also brought expensive radar relay modules, inserting them in batches into the city's ruined walls. Once a pitch-black map area, the southwestern edge had already been illuminated significantly. After on-site reconnaissance, the players accurately planned a transport route directly to the ventilation shaft. Night Owl quickly walked to the front of the vehicle, said no more unnecessary words, nodded at the people inside, then raised his thumb, making a safe ahead gesture. Not just Night Owl, but several players had set off early in the morning. Their task was simple: to clear out the mutated creatures wandering along the planned route in the city, ensuring safety along the way. Seeing this delivery, Not Allowed and grinned and also nodded in response. After waiting for a while, Starfire No. 2 finally arrived late. Brothers, hold on tight. The last stretch of road. Delivery Not Allowed and turned the steering wheel, made a turn, and headed straight for the ventilation shaft, with No. 2 closely following behind. As they approached the ventilation shaft, the smell of gunpowder in the air grew stronger. From the direction of the city center, the dense sounds of gunfire faintly echoed, as if providing accompaniment for the secret transport team. The convoy wove through the abandoned streets. This had once been the urban outskirts, not as bustling as the city center, so there were fewer obstacles on the road. Minutes later, a concrete building appeared before the players. A gray-white concrete low-rise sat alone at the intersection, about 3 meters high, square-shaped, resembling a cement coffin. Everyone out of the vehicle establish a defensive perimeter. Chu, the player, was the first to jump out of the vehicle. The accompanying players also jumped out of the truck, armed with various weapons, vigilantly spreading out to protect the vehicle filled with supplies in the middle. Chu, the player, holding a gun, strode to the front of the gray-white building. He slung his homemade rifle over his back, pulled out a crowbar, and wedged it into the gap of the rusty iron door. Creak, the long-sealed iron door was violently opened. The interior space of the building was not large, facing a metal operating platform. Beside the platform was the core of the building, the round vertical shaft. A row of metal ladders was fixed to the inner wall of the shaft, leading straight down underground. Chu Dewang stood at the edge of the platform, rubbing the back of his head. Before him, the dark wellhead resembled the throat of some giant beast, with a cold and damp wind continuously flowing upward along the metallic ladder.
He took a deep breath, cupping his hands in front of his mouth, channeling his energy to shout into the bottomless darkness of the well with full force.
Odd change, even no change.
The voice echoed along the circular metal walls, layering upon itself as it traveled deeper into the darkness.
Change, change, change. This was the secret code devised by the lively character Haozi Weiji in the air raid shelter, and it was spoken in the language of Blue Star Huaxia.
The players standing behind Chu Dewang stifled their laughter at the chant, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably.
Put. What the hell, odd change, even no change? Wabu Qinyo Ro adjusted his non-existent glasses, suppressing his amusement.
That Haozi really knows how to have fun. He's just taking advantage of the alien NPCs who haven't had 9 years of compulsory education. If the NPC down there really responds correctly, I'll eat that rusty iron door right here and now.
The other players couldn't help but laugh.
Just as Chu Dewang suspected that the people below might be faint from hunger and was about to shout again, a faint voice drifted up from the depths of the dark well.
Symbol, look, like, limit, 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 limit. It's a match.
Chu Dewang exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement as he turned to call out, brothers, get ready to unload.
Oh, and to that brother who just said he'd eat the iron door, don't run.
A few minutes later, the sound of the metallic ladder being stepped on echoed from below. Under the watchful eyes of the players holding their breath, a figure suddenly leaped onto the platform.
There was only one person.
Wearing a mask with a black cloak billowing in the cold underground wind, the red and black lining exuded an aura of lethal intent.
Wow, that design, that modeling. Chu Dewang's eyes lit up as he instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer.
The appearance was identical to the screenshot Haozi Weiji posted on the forum. In an instant, Chu Dewang activated his talent for being a social terrorist, laughing heartily and approaching directly.
You must be the leader, Sod. I've long admired your name. We are from the Starfire outpost, here to deliver. Not delivery, but to bring warmth. We've brought the goods, not a pound less.
While speaking, Chu Dewang enthusiastically extended his right hand, ready for a historic handshake with this key faction leader. Sod calmly observed the unguarded and overly enthusiastic man before him. He paused for half a second and slowly raised his right hand, preparing to respond to this goodwill from an unknown faction. However, just as his gaze swept past Chu Dewang's shoulder and landed on Wabu Qinyo Ro behind him, Sada's movements came to an abrupt halt. Almost instinctively, Sada's outstretched hand transformed into a blur as he swiftly rolled backward while an old sniper rifle slid into his hand from behind.
Click.
The bullet was chambered and Sod instantly assumed the highest level of defense posture, the dark muzzle of the sniper rifle aimed past Chu Dewang, locking onto Wabu Qinyo Ro's forehead.
Step back. Everyone stay still. Sada's voice was terrifyingly deep, carrying a strong aura of killing intent. What the hell? What's going on with this NPC? He's gone red.
Why is he drawing his gun so fast?
What's happening? Is the NPC preparing to betray us again?
Why are all the NPCs in this game such villains? The surrounding players were startled by this sudden turn of events and instinctively brandished their weapons. Sod, however, kept his gaze fixed on Wabu Qinyo Ro, his gun hand as steady as a rock, remaining unmoved despite being outnumbered. The originally harmonious rescue scene suddenly filled with the smell of gunpowder.
What the hell, Nyogu, what did you do? How the hell would I know? I'm seeing this NPC for the first time.
Wabu Qinyo Ro raised both hands, not daring to move, cold sweat trickling down his temples. It was Chu Dewang's quick thinking that made him realize what was going on. He swiftly stepped between the two.
Leader Sod. It's a misunderstanding. A pure misunderstanding. I know what you're thinking. We are not ordinary humans. To be precise, we are clones cultivated by the Starfire outpost. Clones. Sada's gaze slightly tightened, but the muzzle did not lower. Yes.
Chu Dewang knew that any explanation about game mechanics in front of an NPC would be seen as nonsense, so he immediately shifted into full persuasion mode.
The faction behind us possesses the biological gene technology of the old era.
My companion's body was indeed damaged in the previous battle, but the administrator quickly rebuilt his body and synchronized his memories and consciousness. In this wasteland, death is merely an expensive repair process for us.
The room fell into a deathly silence once more. Clones. Sod mulled over this term, tinged with the flavor of old-era technology.
He scrutinized Wabu Qinyo Ro closely. Apart from the brand-new black tactical suit he wore, everything else was identical to that man from that day.
Indeed, in the wasteland there existed refuge survivors who possessed old-era technology and held power capable of changing life.
Yet even in this mad world, the technology of resurrection from the dead still sent shivers down his spine. After a long moment, Sod slowly lowered his gun and returned it to his shoulder.
It seems I underestimated the power behind you. Sod took one last deep look at Wabu Qinyo Ro.
The misunderstanding resolved. The players present collectively sighed in relief, feeling the air around them flow once more.
Damn, that scared me to death. That was close. Chu Gu, your reaction was godly.
I nearly got sent back home by that NPC shot. Wabu Chinyo Ro wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart still racing.
Brothers, let's get to work. Unload the truck. Quick, lower the rope. Be gentle, that's the purified water we worked so hard for.
The players immediately got busy while the survivors of the air raid shelter waiting below also gasped in surprise.
300 kilograms of food. 600 liters of purified water.
Sod watched the waves of supplies being sent down, murmuring to himself, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. This faction known as the Starfire Outpost had truly produced enough supplies to sustain over 100 people in their air raid shelter for half a month.
And there's more.
Chu Dewang patted a small box beside him and handed it to Sod.
Leader Sod, this is 30 portable medical sprays guaranteed to be useful. Thank you. Sod looked deeply at Chu Dewang, nodding solemnly as he took the box from his hand. Above the platform, after more than half an hour of bustling work, the transfer of all supplies was finally completed.
Saida withdrew his gaze from the well, turned around to face these bustling outsiders, and his tone lost some of its coldness, gaining a touch of warmth.
You have fulfilled your promise. The shelter camp owes the Spark Outpost a tremendous debt. You are our friends.
After saying that, Saida gave a deep bow, then extended his right hand. The nearby Chu Dejia, quick and alert, immediately stepped forward and took the lead. With this historic handshake, a task settlement prompt simultaneously appeared before all participating players.
Ding! Task settlement: redemption in the ruins. Task completion high. All participating players receive 1,200 experience points. Gain 500 contribution points. Gain 20 faction reputation. Obtain achievement reward experience 230 contribution points 100. Unlock exclusive blue title Warm-Hearted SF Express Guy. Based on your contribution to this faction mission, you additionally receive. Spark Outpost has successfully established initial trust with the shelter camp. Current faction favorability changed to neutral to friendly. So many rewards, so hot, so dazzling.
You dumbass, that's just dust from the ceiling falling into your eyes.
Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Rebuilding the glory of humanity, we are duty-bound. Experience points more and more.
The players who received rewards all revealed their true colors, and Chu Dejia quickly stepped forward to maintain order.
Ahem. Stop messing around. Watch the NPC's favorability. Saida didn't mind the players' nonsense.
His gaze swept through the crowd and finally settled on Chu Dejia and Wabu Chinyo Ro. In this brief encounter, he could clearly sense that these two held the role of leaders within this group. Out of apology for nearly blowing off the friend's head with a gun just now, and to further observe these mysterious clones, Saida lowered his head slightly and spoke in a sincere tone. To express my apology for the earlier misunderstanding of drawing my gun and to convey the shelter camp's most sincere gratitude, Saida stepped aside and pointed at the bottomless shaft. If you two don't mind, on behalf of the shelter camp, I invite you two representatives to visit the shelter.
We can sit down and have a good talk about future cooperation.
System prompt: Saida, leader of the shelter camp, has issued a visit invitation to you. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding players' eyes instantly turned bloodshot and the flames of jealousy almost materialized and shot out.
What the hell? Why only invite the two of them? Brother Nyo, you with your honest face, you actually got ahead of us.
Yi Ao Naiwa, he was so anxious he jumped up and down. He had been longing to observe the NPC girls of the shelter camp up close. Feipin Huesho sighed, his tone sour enough to ferment vinegar. Facing the lamentations of their jealous teammates, Chu Dejia and Wabu Chinyo Ro exchanged proud glances.
Ahem, brothers, calm down. Everyone stay outside and guard the vehicles.
Chu Dejia elegantly adjusted his collar and tidied his appearance.
As the chief diplomat of the outpost, this arduous mission is entrusted to old Nyo and me. I don't believe you, you old fox.
You old bastard, you're up to no good. Amidst the envious and resentful curses of the players, Chu Dejia and Wabu Chinyo Ro followed Saida, climbing down the metal ladder of the shaft into the dark underground. After descending about 20 meters, the two set foot on solid concrete ground.
Ahead, Yila was holding a worn-out notebook and excitedly greeting them.
A genuine smile spread across her face, and even the mask hanging from her waist swayed briskly with her steps.
Yila, these two are representatives of the Spark Outpost.
Saida stepped aside slightly, ready to introduce the two behind him, while Yila looked at the two generous benefactors with gratitude.
At first glance she saw Chu Dejia, who was beaming with a smile. An outsider who seemed quite easygoing.
At second glance her gaze fell on the face of Wabu Chinyo Ro standing beside Chu Dejia. Just as Wabu Chinyo Ro was about to greet her, he suddenly felt a chilling cold rush down the back of his head.
Yila's reaction was even more intense than Saida's had been.
Without giving them any chance to explain, she reached with her right hand and pulled out from behind her back the chainsaw whose teeth still bore the bloodstains of mutated creatures.
Buzz. The chainsaw's engine roared and pale blue electric sparks danced wildly between the teeth.
Like a startled leopard, Yila suddenly sprang forward.
Yila! Stop! Saide's face changed and he quickly shouted. What the hell? NPC went berserk. Wabuchi Nyoro, scared out of his wits, rolled awkwardly in a tactical maneuver to dodge. Crack!
The chainsaw slammed heavily into the concrete pillar nearby, sending sparks flying. If that strike had landed, our brother Nyo would have become the first player to go home today.
No need to run or ride a car. That's what they call respawning.
Saida, quick and alert, grabbed Yila's wrist to stop her from continuing her attack, speaking urgently.
Yila! Calm down.
They are friends from the Spark Outpost clones. They are good people.
Clones. Yila's chest heaved violently.
Under Saide's forceful restraint, it took a full 5 seconds before she shut off the chainsaw's engine.
It couldn't be helped, she had personally collected the body of Wabuchi Nyoro. Seeing a man who should have been dead as a doornail suddenly appear alive and kicking would stir anyone's emotions. Scared the hell out of me. Wabuchi Nyoro wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glanced warily at the chainsaw-wielding girl. This NPC's welcome ceremony is way too hardcore. Chu Daijia watched with great interest, even whispering a follow-up jab. Brother Nyo, I think she wasn't trying to kill you but to confirm if you were a ghost. Wabuchi Nyoro rolled his eyes while Yila put away the chainsaw and walked awkwardly over to him. She lowered her head, her voice tinged with obvious shame. I'm sorry. Sir, I thought you were. Seeing the NPC girl apologize so sincerely, Wabuchi Nyoro waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. He dusted off his pants, putting on a generous front, but inwardly muttered to himself. Being scared twice in one day, he felt the need for a heart repair in the cultivation pod. However, for a player, being chased by a girl with a chainsaw was a rare, immersive story experience. Saida turned his head and looked at the temporary supply distribution point not far away, where plenty of supplies still remained to be moved. The manpower they brought was severely insufficient and the progress was much slower than expected. He had originally thought that the other side could only provide a few dozen kilograms of food and a few buckets of water at most, but he never expected them to directly deliver supplies equivalent to half of their own warehouse. Just the hundreds of kilograms of meat alone, even if he went all out and hunted for a month, he couldn't bring back that much. Ira, you take these two friends back to the camp. Sod glanced at the pile of supplies and turned to give orders. I will stay here and help everyone transport this batch of supplies back. Ira nodded. Although Lord Sod had explained that this group of people were clones, there was still a hint of strangeness and awkwardness in her gaze when she looked at I don't eat beef. After all, seeing someone you personally buried standing alive in front of you is enough to give even the most ruthless of outlaws nightmares for 3 days in the wasteland. Please stick close to me. Ira turned around, putting on her mask and trying to make her voice sound as steady as possible. The path down here is very complicated. If you lose track, you could easily fall into a trap. All right. Ira, lead the way. Chu, the great player, naturally chimed in, rubbing his hands together, eagerly following behind. I don't eat beef closely followed, both of them diving into the labyrinthine underground. For the next several minutes they twisted and turned, jumping up and down. At times they climbed among the collapsed concrete fragments, and at others they maneuvered through the intricate maze of pipes. There were even 2 places where they had to grab onto rusted cables and perform a leap of faith across a 3-meter-wide chasm. Moreover, the path was littered with various traps, rusty iron spikes, hidden tripwires, and even a few cleverly modified unexploded ordnance from the old era. Ira moved gracefully like a wild cat, leaping among the ruins. Although the 2 players struggled, they managed to keep up with this high-intensity underground parkour thanks to their attribute bonuses. Damn, this underground is absolutely ominous. Chu, the great player, gasped while complaining. Old bull, if it weren't for the gene potion we took, we'd probably fall to our deaths. I don't eat beef was too dizzy to pay attention to his banter. After another 5 or 6 minutes they turned a winding corner and passed through a pressure iron door, suddenly finding themselves in a vast open space. A hemispherical underground air raid shelter hall appeared before the 2. Upon hearing the sound of the iron door opening, the survivors in the hall turned in unison, directing their curious and wary gazes towards the entrance. Everyone, please don't be nervous. Ira removed her mask, her clear voice resonating throughout the hall. These 2 are guests from the Starfire outpost. The water and food just delivered were all sent by them. Is it really them? They saved us. Praise Starfire. Praise to you, my lords. Your kindness is unmatched. Survivors swarmed over, chattering excitedly. Some reached out to touch Chu, the great player's clothing, but halfway through they withdrew as if afraid of dirtying the lord's fine attire. Faced with such a shocking large-scale cutscene, other Blue Star players might have been rendered awkward and helpless. Chu, the great player, was not fazed at all. His social bandit instincts activated, and he greeted the surrounding survivors with friendly handshakes, weaving through the crowd like a butterfly. Hey hey hey. Don't crowd. Remember to appreciate the monkeys. I mean maintain order. You all have suffered. We at the Starfire outpost are here to bring warmth. This is just the first batch of supplies, there are plenty more to come. Oh dear folks, please get up. Get up. No need for that. System notification: you have earned the gratitude of the NPCs in the underground shelter. Affection level increased, experience points 10. Looking at the wildly bouncing system notification before him, Chu the Great Player was grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, I Don't Eat Beef seemed a bit awkward. He was not good at socializing and just awkwardly nodded at the surrounding crowd. Suddenly I Don't Eat Beef felt someone tugging at his clothing. He turned his head and saw a frail child. He rummaged through his pocket, pulling out a tube of high-purity nutrient paste that he hadn't had the chance to eat, and stuffed it into the child's hand. Cough, take it and eat, don't be polite. After waiting for the survivor's emotions to calm down a bit, Ira finally managed to push through the crowd. Alright everyone, make way, the two lords have important matters to attend to. Ira led the reluctant Chu the Great Player and the relieved I Don't Eat Beef through the crowded hall and pushed open a metal door. This is Lord Sada's room. Ira opened the door and invited the two inside. You two can rest here for a moment while I check on the supply transport. Go on Ira, you get busy. Chu the Great Player waved his hand, watching Ira leave. The room was somewhat dim, with only a low wattage old chandelier gently swaying. Chu the Great Player plopped down onto an ammunition crate while I Don't Eat Beef leaned against the cold concrete wall, slowly surveying the room's furniture. Chu the Great Player found it hard to sit still, his eyes roaming around Sada's room, his instincts as a player kicking in. As a seasoned player, what is the first reaction upon entering an unknown room? Of course it's to rummage through cabinets and open boxes. He rubbed his hands together, his gaze locking onto a metal cabinet in the corner. Old Bull, do you think that in the room of a neutral faction leader there might be some purple gear blueprints or clues for hidden quests in that cabinet? As he spoke, he stealthily moved towards the metal cabinet, his hand instinctively reaching for the tactical dagger at his waist, ready to play the role of a locksmith. Are you crazy, dude? The NPCs out there are worshipping you as their savior, and the moment the leader returns and sees his home being looted by you, your affection level will definitely drop to negative right on the spot. Do you still want to accept follow-up quests? Considering the NPC's extremely sensitive and realistic affection level judgments, Chu the Great Player regretfully retracted his hand inside. You're right. To sustainably fleece these NPCs, I won't touch anything. Chu the Great Player obediently sat back on the ammunition crate, crossing his legs and swaying. Old Bull, to be honest, just now for a brief moment I almost thought I had really become a savior. Did you see the look in those NPCs' eyes? After playing games for so many years, I've never seen AI emotions rendered at this level. I Don't Eat Beef pushed up his non-existent glasses on his nose, wearing an expression of "I've thought about this issue long ago." Indeed, the expression system and emotional feedback in this game are absolutely top tier. That feeling from the child who tugged at my clothes, truly for a moment I forgot I was playing a game. The physical details in the areas we just passed through also matched up. If it were just a procedurally generated random maze, it wouldn't align so reasonably with the geological structure. I saw obvious folding structures on one of the rock walls. That is definitely a mark left by real geological movements. Speak in simpler terms, the game's physics engine is either black technology or... I Don't Eat Beef paused, not finishing his sentence. Chu the Great Player blinked, or what? Nothing. I Don't Eat Beef shook his head, dismissing the thought that maybe this is a real world from his mind. Alright then. Chu the Great Player stretched lazily. As long as it's fun, that's all that matters. Just as the two were chatting, the door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. They turned to look, only to find that it wasn't Yila and Sade who entered, but a familiar figure covered in bandages. Brother Nyo. Brother Chu. My dear brothers. You've finally come. Howzy Wisel let out an excited howl, bounding in with 3 steps turned into 2. The 3 of them bumped fists in exhilaration. Chu de Wanjia was about to ask how the favorability grinding had been going these past few days when his peripheral vision caught something atop Howzy Weiji's head. His gaze sharpened instantly, something was off. He stared at the ID above Howzy Weiji's head, or more precisely at the line of text shimmering with purple light beneath the ID. Wait. Howzy, what the hell is that thing on your head? There beneath Howzy Weiji's ID hung a purple title glimmer guide. Ha! Oh, you mean this? Only then did Howzy Wise realize, and he slicked his hair back with a flourish. The moment you delivered the supplies just now, the system popped up a notification. It said I had successfully bridged the communication between 2 factions, guiding the shelter toward hope in the midst of despair. Ah, just a purple title, keep it low-key low-key. Low-key my ass. Chu de Wanjia was green with envy. They had busted their asses and only got a blue title, while this guy lying on the operating table and shooting his mouth off had landed a purple title. How about it? Isn't this purple glow flashy? Does it suit my lone hero vibe? Damn. You lucky bastard, you really stepped in dogshit.
Chuda Wanjia furious slapped Haozi Wizi on the shoulder, right on the left shoulder that was still severely injured and not yet healed.
Haozi Wizi jumped up like head been electrocuted, hissing through gritted teeth. Easy. Easy. Brother Chu. That's where I got shot. The bone hasn't healed yet.
Awkwardly Chuda Wanjia withdrew his hand and scratched his head.
Then Chuda Wanjia and Wabuchi Nura frantically pushed Haozi Wizi back onto the iron barrel to sit. Just then footsteps sounded from outside and Said's tall figure appeared in the doorway.
He strode in and casually closed the iron door. His gaze swept over Haozi Weiji, who was rubbing his shoulder and hissing in pain, then to the guilty-looking Chuda Wanjia beside him. A brow arched slightly beneath the mask, but he asked no questions. In the wasteland, these clones who wielded the technology of resurrection might have some bizarre social etiquette that he couldn't comprehend.
Three of you, thank you for your generosity.
Those 300 kilograms of meat and 600 liters of clean water will be enough to sustain the elderly, weak, sick and disabled in the shelter for at least half a month or more. Said walked to the center of the room, his tone solemn and earnest, breaking the slightly comical atmosphere. As for inviting you here, besides expressing my gratitude, I also wish to discuss a matter of cooperation.
Hi. The Spark Outpost is all about humanitarian aid.
Chuda Wanjia took over the conversation, boasting without a hint of embarrassment. But he quickly shifted his tone, rubbing his hands together and revealing a mercenary smile.
However, Chief Said, even brothers must settle accounts clearly. Our outpost's transport costs are pretty high, you know. Said's deep eyes fixed on Chuda Wanjia, a faint, almost imperceptible curve forming at the corner of his lips beneath the mask. Dealing with wise men was far easier than dealing with madmen.
As long as the other party had demands, cooperation could be established. The shelter truly has no useful supplies to offer right now, can't even scrape together a few intact weapons.
Said didn't hide their predicament.
He strode to the rusty iron cabinet in the corner of the room.
But we've survived in abandoned city no. 74 until now, not just by luck.
He pulled a brass key from his waist and with a click unlocked the iron cabinet that Chuda Wanjia had been itching to break into just moments ago. From the top shelf of the cabinet, Said extracted a massive blueprint wrapped tightly in waterproof oilcloth, spreading it out before the players.
It was an extremely detailed blueprint of City No. 74.
Not only did it mark the surface buildings and streets, but red and blue bold lines densely outlined the city's intricate underground pipeline network, subway routes and the access points of air raid shelters.
Holy shit. Chuda Wanjia's eyes nearly popped out. This thing was like an omniscient cheat that directly opened the fog of war.
With this map they could scurry through the city's underground like moles, crawling straight into unscavenged buildings via the sewers to grab loot. Seeing the look in Chuda Wanjia's eyes, Said knew his first card had worked. But he didn't stop. Instead, he took out a rusty metal lump from the lower shelf of the cabinet and placed it on the ground.
At the bottom of the shelter there's a collapsed old-era military maintenance room with a lot of scrapped instruments and equipment. We lack the relevant knowledge to us, they're just scrap metal. Said looked at Wabuchi Noro. If you have the ability to revive old-era industry, those devices will be of help to you. Wabuchi Nura's exclusive talent, mechanical resonance, triggered almost instinctively. In his X-ray vision, that metal lump displayed an industrial precision far beyond the crude parts they had pounded out by hand. Don't tell me. You actually have a machine tool here. Wabuchi Nuro threw himself onto that metal lump, caressing it like a lover. Watching his two companions act like greedy bumpkins who had never seen the world, Haozi Weiji sitting on the iron barrel couldn't help rolling his eye. But he had to admit the two things Said had brought out precisely hit the weak spots of the exploration faction and the development faction. Gulp. Chuda Wanjia swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to shove the map into his pocket, and put on a reluctant face, clearing his throat. Ahem. Chief Said, we really do feel your sincerity, but as for the cooperation between us. Just as Chuda Wanjia was about to continue playing the shrewd merchant and squeeze out some hidden rewards. Ding. A brand new faction mission panel popped up right before the two players' eyes. Faction mission released, Sparks Labor Dispatch. Issued by Outpost Administrator Su Xing. Mission description: the base's expansion speed is severely bottlenecked by the labor shortage. The Administrator Su Xing has noticed the massive idle workforce in the shelter camp. To revive civilization, the Spark Outpost has decided to extend an olive branch to these suffering survivors. Mission objective: convince the shelter leaders to sign a labor outsourcing agreement. Agreement content: the Spark Outpost will hire able-bodied survivors from the shelter camp, arrange dedicated vehicles for daily commute and provide absolute armed escort along the route. Salary: the Spark Outpost will pay each shelter worker 2 high-purity nutrient bars per day as basic wages, more work, more pay. Reward 1: based on the number of successfully recruited workers, participating players will receive massive experience points, contribution points and faction reputation. This mission will also become a daily quest. Reward 2 if the player successfully brings back the blueprint of City No. 74. It will be automatically uploaded, allowing any player to view details via the map function. Reward 3 if the player successfully brings back the machine tool, the outpost will automatically complete the repair. Note: don't be stingy with your praise and promises. Use your sincerity to move this leader. Gazing at the quest that popped up on the system panel, Chu player and Wabuchinyo Ro exchanged a glance, both seeing in each other's eyes that spark of greed only veteran players would recognize. Ah no, it was a spark of mission. Ahem. Chu player shed his earlier mercenary demeanor, straightened his posture and adjusted his expression as if possessed by a sage becoming deeply concerned for the world. Chief Sod, I believe you've misunderstood. Our Spark Outpost is not the kind of vampire that exploits others' hardships, but as a friend I must remind you, these 300 kilograms of meat and purified water can only ease your immediate crisis. After half a month, when the food runs out, will you have to go to the surface again to fight those desperados? Sod fell silent. The shelter was filled with too many elderly, weak women and children who lacked combat capability. They were the camp's greatest burden, yet also the line he had to defend. Then what do you suggest? Sada's voice was low, tinged with wariness. Simple. Chu player stepped forward, his tone dripping with temptation. Our outpost is in a phase of massive development and desperately short of manpower. We've noticed you have plenty of idle, outstanding talent here. And our Spark Outpost is in the midst of a civilization rebuilding construction frenzy. We need workers, lots of workers. Behind his mask, Sada's pupils narrowed, a flicker of vigilance in his eyes. You want to take my people? No, it's employment. Labor dispatch. Chu player slapped his thigh and began weaving grand promises. In simple terms, you provide the people, we provide the food in payment. Every morning our Spark Outpost's dedicated vehicle will pick them up at that ventilation shaft and bring them back in the evening. As for security along the way, whether mutated creatures or surface gangs, we clones will shield them with our lives. Chu player pounded his chest, trying to flex his muscles. But that wasn't all. Wabuchinyo Ro delivered the deadliest trump card. As for wages, no matter the gender or age, as long as they can work, each person gets a minimum of 2 high-purity nutrition bars per day. More work, more pay, never a delay. Nutrition bar. Sod frowned, unfamiliar with the term. Oh, I forgot you haven't seen this stuff. Chu player rummaged through his tactical suit's pockets, finally pulling out an unopened silver tube and handing it to Sod. Here, this is it. The core technology of our Spark Outpost. Sod took the light nutrition bar and examined it closely. This little thing can fill you up? Sod asked doubtfully, never having seen such finely packaged food. It looked lighter than 2 ounces of meat, and to wastelanders accustomed to hunger, the volume and weight of food often determined its value. Chief Sod, don't underestimate this thing. Hao Ziweiji couldn't help but interject, pointing at the nutrition bar with a tone of disdain. It tastes like chewing wax, no flavor at all, but its energy density is terrifyingly high. It's completely non-toxic and radiation-free, and 1 bar will keep you going through a full day of heavy labor without feeling hungry. Completely non-toxic and radiation-free. Sada's hand trembled as he held the bar. In the wasteland, even more frightening than food scarcity was the mutation toxins and radiation hidden in food. Sod hesitantly twisted off the cap, squeezed out a bit of the grayish paste and put it in his mouth. Indeed, as Hao Ziweiji had said, it was tasteless, even a bit gritty. But after just over 10 seconds, a feeling of fullness spread from his stomach through his limbs. This. Sod stared in shock at the remaining half-bar. And Hao Ziweiji drove the point home. Chief, you wouldn't want Natasha to spend her whole life hiding in this sunless sewer. Hearing this, Sod took a deep breath and carefully tucked the half-eaten nutrition bar into an inner pocket. If the security and food you promised can be delivered. Sod slowly extended his right hand, his voice carrying unprecedented solemnity. The shelter camp is willing to accept your labor dispatch. System alert: Phase 1 of the faction quest Spark's labor dispatch successfully completed. Your actions have advanced the process of civilization recovery, earning 10 additional faction reputation. Ha ha ha. A pleasure doing business. Chief Sod, from now on we're strategic partners. Chu player firmly grasped Sada's hand, his back teeth showing again. In the shadows beneath the ventilation shaft, Sod halted. I'll see you off here. He looked at the 2 men, now fully loaded, his tone calm. Since Hao Ziweiji is willing to stay, I'll ensure his safety until his wounds fully heal. It'll also be convenient for us to discuss the details of tomorrow's labor dispatch. Got it. Chief Sod, you go back, see you tomorrow. Chu player waved and nimbly climbed upward. The 2 emerged from the shaft back at the grayish small building. Chu player dusted himself off, looked around and froze. Why, my boo Su Xing was squatting ungracefully by the wheel of the Spark First prototype, picking his teeth with a blade of dry grass beside him, a few equally dazed rookies. Where are the others? Why's it just you few?
Chu the player asked in surprise.
Chu Gu, you know those beasts.
Why my Su Xing rolled his eyes, pointing at the labyrinthine ruins around them. You hadn't been down 10 minutes before those hyperactive kids got restless.
Like stray dogs catching a scent, they all went prospecting. They said standing around in a brand new map is a waste of life. Especially Su Xing Don. He said the buildings nearby are relatively intact, so the loot drop rate must be high, and he vanished with a group in a flash. Why my Su Xing glanced at the map time. We agreed to head back in 2 hours. Less than 40 minutes left, they should be back soon.
As if on cue, hurried footsteps sounded from nearby.
Jackpot. Jackpot.
Chu Gu.
Look what I scored.
Su Xing Dong appeared carrying an absurdly large canvas bag and holding an electronic scale. Behind him other players gradually emerged. Some clutched a bundle of brass pipes not yet fully oxidized, others dragged a coil of worn industrial cable, and one even unearthed a plastic mannequin head with a famous fast food logo from the old era, proudly plopping it onto his own head.
This is what you call prospecting. Picking up any old junk. Wabuchinyo Ro twitched at the sight of the bizarre assortment of scrap. We came to deliver warmth to the countryside, not to collect trash.
Hey Nyogo, scrap is basic, but scavenging scrap isn't basic.
With a sly grin he pulled out a greasy iron box from his backpack.
Brother Nyo, watch closely, this is a precision ball bearing from the old era. Though it's a bit rusty, as long as we clean it and apply some oil it will be 1,000 times smoother than our handmade axles.
And this.
Ai-in also joined in, holding a hydraulic rod that seemed to have been cut from somewhere. Other players also took out their own treasures.
What do you have there? A complete toilet seat. It's ceramic. It can still be used. Why did you pick that up? For personal use. I'm not used to squatting. For a moment the players held an impromptu treasure appraisal session.
After more than 10 minutes the remaining grave robbers gradually emerged from the nooks and corners of the ruins. As expected, everyone had bags full of loot. At this moment the dark red radiation clouds in the skyline had begun to shift from red to purple, the last rays of sunlight being devoured by the horizon.
It's getting dark, everyone get in the vehicle. Hold on tight.
Player Chu jumped into the compartment and patted the door.
Let's go to pick up Lao Xiao and the others. Full speed ahead. Let's try to get home early.
Why my Su Xing adjusted his broken goggles, revealing an excited smile.
All right. Brother Chu, just rest easy. As long as the wheels don't fly off, I guarantee you'll experience what it means to live life in the fast lane. Everyone eyes on me. Hold on to the handrails, the experienced driver is about to floor the accelerator.
Just as he finished speaking, the Starfire No.
1 vehicle let out a roar.
The convoy quickly started up and then picked up the long-waiting players like Yi Xiao at the edge of the city ruins.
Soon after the No. 1 and No.
2 vehicles set off on their way home.
Slow down.
Why my Su Xing, slow down?
I'm going to fly out. Delusha held tightly to the iron edge of the compartment, being jostled up and down in midair. Fast. This is only 20 miles per hour. Are you sure it's only 20? That's what I feel. There's no speedometer in the vehicle. Damn it. With the vehicle completely lacking a suspension system, every time the wheels hit a stone the players inside felt as though a giant had kicked them hard. Accelerate. Accelerate.
The sandworms are coming out behind us.
Why my Su Xing let out a thunderous laugh from the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator. In the back, clouds of dust stirred up by the vibrations were hot on their heels. I feel like my liver is attacking my stomach. Chai Chang Wang's face turned pale, one hand clutching his belly while the other gripped the compartment tightly. Ugh. DUI Una finally couldn't hold it in any longer, leaning over the edge of the compartment and spraying a mouthful of salty soda onto the scorched earth. Ouch. Slow down. I just ate a nutrient paste and it's about to come back up. My toilet seat flew out. My lumbar disc. Ah.
More than 10 minutes later the blue energy shield glimmered in the darkness.
Brakes. Why my Su Xing, you better brake fast.
Amidst the screams of the crowd, why my Su Xing slammed the brakes and the Starfire No. 1 skidded to a stop, leaving 2 deep trenches less than 3 meters from the outpost, kicking up a cloud of. After a full 5 seconds, groans began to echo throughout the compartment. Ugh. Why my Su Xing? I swear. I will never ride in your vehicle again. Player Chu rolled and tumbled out of the compartment, immediately starting to retch.
Following that, players began to slide out of the compartment like noodles. I can't take it anymore. My stomach is dancing. Whose subordinate is in the Driver's seat.
Su Xing, stepping out of the driver's seat, removed his broken goggles and looked at his teammates who were sprawled on the ground whistling in triumph.
That was exhilarating. 16 minutes and 53 seconds. We broke the record. I'll give you a thunderbolt. Wabuchinyo Ro extended a trembling hand from the compartment. Quick help. Help me up. I feel like my intestines are tied up. Brother Nyo, how can you blame me?
The sandworms were chasing us so closely I was just using tactical evasion.
Speaking of which, isn't a new record of 16 minutes worth a purple title? I'll give you the title of Spirit Car Drift, do you want it?
Surrounding players cast murderous glances. In reality, if we talk about how fast the Starfire No. 1 is, it's purely an illusion created by the players. After all, it's just a kit car cobbled together from scrap metal dragging a heavy metal body, and its maximum speed on flat ground is only about 20 miles per hour. On Blue Star, that's about the level of an electric bike.
But the problem is, this is a wasteland.
The road conditions here are filled with deep pits, rubble, broken walls and dry riverbeds, and this speed is already pushing the limits of the players' rear ends. Without any independent suspension or advanced shock absorption system, every impact is absorbed directly by the players' bodies. The takeoff and falling sensations from the bumps are definitely 10 times more thrilling than riding a roller coaster on Blue Star. At over 20 miles per hour, it creates the sensation of 250 miles of thrust and dizziness. Who do we complain to about this? After more than 20 minutes, the Starfire No.
2 finally arrived and the players on board looked significantly better.
Everyone seemed to be in good spirits, chatting and laughing, even taking time to point and comment on the distorted bumper of the No.
1 vehicle. Oh. What's with all this mosaic on the ground?
Zhanshin Quang Biao jumped down lightly from the compartment of the No. 2 vehicle, looking at his teammates who were dry heaving, a mischievous smile on his face.
Oh dear.
Brother Chu, are you here to wish everyone a happy new year?
Aren't we coming back on the same road?
Why do you all look like you just crawled out of a toxic circle?
Ha ha ha. You're just lacking practice. Player Chu rolled his eyes, trembling as he raised a middle finger, straightening up while holding his knee.
After all, he was a level 15 expert who had injected gene serum, so his recovery speed was quite fast and the tumultuous feeling in his stomach had already subsided.
Brother Nyo, you rest for a bit. I'll go report to the administrator.
Player Chu took a deep breath, calming his heartbeat, and strode towards the core control room.
Cough cough, administrator. Requesting to report.
Player Chu politely knocked on the door and then stood at attention outside the air pressure door.
Enter. The air pressure door slid open. Player Chu walked in with his head held high. Although he usually acted casually in front of the players, he was always extremely well behaved in front of the administrator. Su Xing was seated in the control chair, half of his face submerged in a light blue holographic screen. How did the mission go? Su Xing asked without looking up.
In fact, through visual sharing, Su Xing had already seen everything the players had done in the air raid shelter. However, as a competent NPC, he still had to follow the proper procedures.
Reporting to the administrator. The mission to establish contact with the underground bunker camp in the abandoned city No. 74 has been successfully completed. Supplies have been fully delivered and we have achieved a deep strategic cooperation with their leader Sade.
Chu De Wanjia immediately launched into a bragging mode, reporting with animated excitement.
Not only that. We also obtained a detailed blueprint of the abandoned city No.
74 from Sade, along with a device suspected to be an old-era industrial machine tool. As he spoke, Chu De Wanjia carefully pulled out the tightly wrapped blueprint from his bosom, protected by waterproof oilcloth.
Su Xing's eyes flickered and he took the blueprint.
Although these players acted erratically, even like a group of uncivilized monkeys, they possessed an irreplaceable talent for advancing mission progress and sweet-talking people. Ding, detecting an old-era geographical information carrier.
Initiating scan. Scan progress 1. 45. 100. Regional map upgraded. After scanning the blueprint, Su Xing looked at Chu De Wanjia with a calm gaze. Number 001, you have done well. The industrial flame of the Spark outpost needs more people to fuel it. System notification: subsequent phase of faction mission Spark's labor dispatch has been activated. Woohoo, a new mission is here. Chu De Wanjia grinned.
Administrator, starting tomorrow the bunker can provide us with at least 20 to 30 able-bodied survivors daily, though the quality is uncertain, Sade didn't specify.
Plus the 36 prisoners we previously recruited, the outpost's available external labor force will exceed 50.
But Chu De Wanjia changed his tone.
If not managed well, these 50-plus people will be nothing but a mob of freeloaders.
They are different from us pioneers, they are afraid of death, greedy, and harbor their own agendas. Su Xing looked at him with a faint knowing smile.
So what? So I believe we must establish a personnel management department.
Chu Wanja patted his chest and assured Brother Nyo and the others excel at infrastructure planning. Old Xiao and his team are masters at combat and monster hunting.
But when it comes to how to properly arrange the work of various personnel, balance their emotions and assign positions based on their abilities, those guys can't handle it. I Chu am the expert. I'm a professional. I guarantee that every drop of sweat from these NPCs, from these dispatched workers will be precisely squeezed, invested into the great construction of our Spark outpost.
Chu Wanja had been an HR manager at a major corporation before becoming a self-media influencer, so the process of painting big pictures, setting KPIs and tracking attendance was practically ingrained in his bones. Su Xing, seated in the main control chair, quietly watched this employee who was passionately speaking with a mouthful of nonsense.
The desires of Blue Star humans were indeed the best catalyst to drive them and extract their surplus value.
Since someone was willing to take the initiative, he as a junior liquidator was naturally happy to see it happen.
Your abilities are commendable. Number 001. Ding. With a light tap of Su Xing's finger on the terminal, a special pop-up window appeared before Chu Wanja. System notification: you have been officially appointed by the administrator Su Xing as the director of the Labor Management Office. At the same time, a new server-wide announcement was released with a server announcement with the influx of new labor into the outpost to ensure the efficient operation of the base and order among external workers. The outpost hereby establishes the Labor Management Office. In recognition of the pioneering explorer Chu Wanjia's outstanding performance in early contacts and negotiations, he is hereby appointed as the first director of the Spark Outpost Labor Management Office. Chu Wanja stared at the blinking system notifications, almost fainting from excitement on the spot. But Su Xing's cold voice, like a bucket of ice water, brought Chu Wanja back to reality.
Number 001. Since you have accepted this position, from now on you will be responsible for the following.
First, personnel allocation.
When these NPC workers arrive at the outpost, based on their physical abilities and skills, you will assign them to positions such as mixing mud and making bricks, maintaining the ecological reservoir, in future farming and parts sorting.
Second, safety assurance. Whether it's the prisoners of the pendulum or the workers sent from the bunker, they are generating value for the outpost. I will not tolerate large-scale losses due to mutated creatures or surface conflicts. Third, commuting security.
Every day's shuttle to and from the shaft must have enough pioneers escorting them.
If these workers are waylaid on the road, you will bear primary responsibility. Mission guaranteed, administrator.
I will arrange these people clearly and make sure they experience what true blessings are.
Go.
Su Xing waved his hand and turned his attention back to the holographic screen. Chu Wanja excitedly turned around, but just as he reached the airlock he suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. He turned back, rubbed his hands together slyly and tentatively asked,
Administrator, now that I've been promoted to director of the Labor Management Office, if I do well, is there a bonus?
How much per month?
Overtime pay. Su Xing's fingers paused slightly. He looked up, his utterly calm eyes fixed on Chu Wanja. Get lost. A single icy word devoid of emotion.
Yes, sir.
You're busy.
Chu Wanja shrank his neck and scurried out of the control room. Behind the holographic screen, Su Xing silently watched the fleeing employee.
Emotional activity level 0. 126.
At this moment on the outpost's open ground, players were gathered around a bonfire eating roasted meat while engaging in a heated debate.
No deliveries, I advise you to be kind. De Lu Xiao rubbed his bruised rear while pointing at Why My Bucks a Jean and cursing.
I almost threw up last year's New Year's Eve dinner.
Is that how you drive? Why My Bucks a Jean was unyielding.
Running 10 kilometers of rough road in over 20 minutes, tell me, isn't that fast?
Besides, the game has only been in testing for a while. How did you have last year's New Year's Eve dinner? Fast, but it nearly kills people. Tisk, young man, if your physique is lacking, take more gene enhancers. Speed in corners is real speed, anyone can accelerate on a straight line. Bullshit. If only the wasteland had Formula 1 ID, show you all a thing or two. Ah, this is the loneliness of the strong. You simply don't understand the art of speed.
Just as the players were debating how many years Why My Bucks Eugene's driving skills should earn him, a cough came from the direction of the core control room.
Ahem. Ahem. Everyone's here.
The crowd turned to see Chu Wanja approaching with his hands clasped behind his back, strutting with his nose in the air.
As soon as he arrived, the players launched a collective attack. Director of the Labor Management Office.
Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes and snorted.
Old Chu, you were in the office for 5 minutes and you sold yourself out.
And you even got a government post.
Wabu Chinyo also looked at him with a sidelong glance.
Director Chu, may I ask if your administrative rank is now section chief or deputy division chief?
Should we brothers build you a fancy office building? Are those steps stretching your noble clone's hamstrings?
Look at his smug face, the corners of his mouth are almost reaching his ears.
The 3-year period is up. Welcome back to the wasteland, Director Chu. Quick, brothers, kneel on one knee or Director Chu will start smirking. Various insults were hurled at Chu Dajiang as if they were free. If spittle could be considered damage, Chu Dajiang would probably be in a cultivation pod undergoing deep repairs right now. Faced with the public's verbal attacks, Chu Dajiang was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed like a fox that had stolen a chicken. He strolled leisurely to the campfire, found a spot to sit, and nonchalantly brushed off the dust from his clothes. Sigh, you people really have a narrow vision. With a deep sigh, Chu Dajiang looked lonely as snow. Do you think I, as the director, am just playing around? I am deep behind enemy lines fighting for the welfare of the players. Where is the enemy? Where is the welfare? Yi Aonai mocked disdainfully. What can I say, man?
Chu Dajiang suddenly stood up and lowered his voice.
Starting tomorrow, I estimate that at least 20 NPCs will come here to work every day from the air defense shelter.
He scanned the crowd, his eyes gleaming with dangerous light.
The administrator just told me that I am fully responsible for this batch of NPCs, and I hold all the slots for the daily commuting escort tasks between City 74 and the outpost. With these words, the originally noisy open space fell silent instantly.
Escort tasks. Yi Xiao raised his eyebrows, keenly sensing the implication in Chu Dajiang's words.
That's right. Chu Dajiang grinned, holding up 2 fingers. His expression seemed to say, I hold the key to wealth, causing the surrounding players to hold their breath. This task is a follow-up quest unlocked after Nyogo, and I completed a hidden task, and it has many benefits. First, it's a long-term daily task providing stable experience points and contribution points.
As he spoke, Chu Dajiang deliberately paused, his expression becoming enigmatic, even clearing his throat.
Come on, just say it. Exactly, teasing us will get you fed to sandworms.
I'm dying of anxiety, Director Chu, hurry up and reveal your powers. Seeing the impatient crowd, Chu Dajiang sighed, his eyes revealing a sense of loneliness, as if he were the only sober one in a world of intoxication.
Naturally, it's about raising the NPC's favorability. The players all rolled their eyes in unison. Is that it? Who doesn't know about raising favorability? Shallow. Too shallow.
Chu Dajiang lamented, patting his thigh as he began to explain his theory. You all should think a bit. The official's previously updated version V0.3
specifically launching a favorability system. What does this indicate? It means this game is actually a wasteland version of Garmal.
You only know Garmal, which indicates that NPCs will hold an extremely important strategic position in future versions.
When we escort those NPCs from the air defense shelter to work shielding them from the wind and rain and stepping up against monsters, won't their favorability rise dramatically?
He cleared his throat, his tone becoming extremely serious. Listen while I summarize this. In this game, the higher the favorability, the better the NPCs treat you, and as long as the NPCs treat you better, your favorability will naturally increase.
A deathly silence fell over the open space.
The cold wind blew, stirring up a few grains of sand. Wabu Chinyo Ro twitched at the corner of his mouth. Hearing you speak is like listening to nonsense.
Director Chaiqian Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead. What can I say?
Come on, dude, where did you learn this nonsense literature? Although Chu Dajiang's speech sounded like a load of nonsense, the players understood the gravity of the situation.
After all, there were over 100 living NPCs. How many hidden tasks could be buried within? How many opportunities to earn gold could arise? Director Chu. Stop talking. Leave a slot for me. Me. I'm a professional at escorting. Get lost.
You were the one who scolded the hardest earlier, Chu Gu, pick me. The scene became chaotic, with players dazzlingly charming suddenly transforming into sycophants surrounding Chu Dajiang and showering him with flattery. Watching these once arrogant brothers turn submissive, Chu Dajiang felt so pleased that he nearly burst into tears.
It's all good. Everyone has a chance.
Just as Chu Dajiang was preparing to take advantage of the situation, 2 coughs came from outside the crowd. Everyone turned their heads to look. There stood Zhan Xinquang Biao and Yi Xiao, one on the left and one on the right, in the brightest spot of the firelight. The 2 crossed their arms, tilting their chins slightly, their posture even more arrogant than our newly appointed Director Chu. Old Xiao Quang Biao, why aren't you 2 signing up? Wabu Chinyo Ro looked at these 2 show-offs with confusion.
Sign up.
Yi Xiao's voice was cold and pretentious, as if it came with its own background music. Zhan Xinquang Biao picked up the conversation, a crooked smile forming at the corner of his mouth.
For escorting, it all depends on the battle record.
In the next second, both of them operated on the system panel at the same time. The originally hidden titles exploded above their heads. It was a line of text radiating brilliant purple light surrounded by lightning effects. Demon King, Guardian of the Twin Stars.
Damn. Dog planners. This game is unplayable.
Seeing the purple titles above the players were filled with envy and jealousy.
But despite the resentment,
for the sake of the escort slots they still refused to back down, arguing until their faces turned red. The scene was so intense that one would think they were fighting over positions in a Fortune 500 company. Ultimately, after a round of unrefined physical communication, everyone reluctantly agreed on the daily rotating escort team list.
The next morning in the air defense shelter camp, Tai-Dan stood with his filthy hands tucked into his sleeves, shrinking his neck while standing in the dimly lit assembly.
He turned his head to look around, silently counting in his heart.
1, 2, 3.
Including himself, there were a total of 8 people. Last night the leader of Seder gathered everyone and announced loudly from the high platform the Xinghao outpost needed to hire workers for construction on the surface, providing meals and transport along with 2 tubes of high-purity nutrient paste a day. To be honest, the conditions were extremely tempting. The outsiders had delivered a large supply of life-saving clean water and meat yesterday, which indeed made everyone feel a bit grateful. The survivors of the air defense shelter silently added a bit of favorability toward them.
But not much. Probably just a little bit. After all, a careful consideration would reveal. What kind of place is it out there? It's a wasteland.
A buffet for mutated creatures, a battlefield for various raiders and gang members. Who knows what that place called Xinghao Outpost really is? What if it turns out to be a trap to lure them in as bait for mutated creatures?
What if it is a living dissection room of some mad scientist? Such things have not been unheard of in the wasteland.
Therefore, ultimately only these 8 people voluntarily responded to the call.
Tai-Dan, do you think those outsiders will really give us the nutrient paste?
A tall thin guy standing next to Tai-Dan asked, his voice trembling.
I don't know.
But since Lord Seder said so, I believe it. For the sake of his 2 younger siblings at home, he will do it. Even if that group of outsiders were monsters that devoured humans without spitting out bones, he was determined to carry this brick today.
On May 18, 11451 of the star calendar on planet UX 829 at 8:43 a.m.
The dim sunlight filtered through the gray wasteland, emanating a unique sense of despair typical of the apocalypse.
The Starfire No. 1 and No.
2 mechs covered in dust came to a steady stop in the concealed area of the ventilation shaft. Shu Dajuan leaped down from the cabin, brushed off the dust from his clothes and stretched his limbs.
Brothers, stay alert. Keep your eyes wide open. Understood. Director Chu, just watch us. Delyu Osheo, holding a tactical axe, found a vantage point. About 10 minutes later. Cuckoo, a rather comical bird call suddenly came from behind a pile of abandoned concrete pipes. They're coming.
Chu Dajan's ears perked up and a friendly smile immediately spread across his face. Clearing his throat, he cupped his hands around his mouth, drawing in air from his dantian, and called out.
Cuckoo, this was the secret signal he had discussed with Sage yesterday.
Shortly after, a petite figure wearing a crow mask cautiously peeked out from behind the concrete pipes. She held the signature chainsaw in her hand, confirming safety before waving her hand behind her. Soon after, Tai-Dan and 8 other survivors from the shelter emerged from the shadows of the ruins.
Hey Yila. Good morning. Shu Dajuan greeted her warmly. Did you encounter any dangers on the way? Our convoy from the Starfire outpost arrived right on time to pick everyone up for work.
Yila looked at the man who still had the mood to chat with her, and a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes beneath the mask. These guys, whether underground in the intricate maze or on the danger-laden surface, appeared extremely
relaxed. It seemed that every threat in the wasteland was merely trivial entertainment in their eyes.
The road was quite safe, no troubles at all, Yila replied briefly, then pointed to the group behind her. Lord Sade asked me to bring them over, a total of 8 people.
Only 8?
Shu Dajuan raised his eyebrows slightly, realizing that the trust level of the shelter's survivors in their external force was minimal.
As expected, setting expectations too high would lead to disappointment. Including me, that's 9 people.
Yila pointed to herself, indicating she wanted to go too. Shu Dajuan nodded, quickly suppressing his expression, and waved his hand.
Come on folks, get in the vehicle. Don't crowd, watch your safety. Tai-Dan and the others looked at the 2 iron behemoths before them, their legs trembling.
Except for the major gangs in the city center, the lower-level survivors had likely never even touched a vehicle that could move on its own.
Is this iron box really safe? Tai-Dan swallowed nervously and climbed into the cabin of the Starfire No. 2 mech. Don't worry. This is the brainchild of our outpost's chief engineer, bulletproof, explosion-proof, and anti-rollover. It's super comfortable.
Shu Dajuan proudly patted the metal of the cabin.
No outside food allowed. Departing. Back to the base. Half an hour later, the Starfire No. 1 and No. 2 mechs carrying the queasy NPCs in their cabins came to a steady stop at the primary outpost. We've arrived. Get out.
Chu Dajuan jumped down from the cabin calling to the newly arrived cattle and horses. I don't eat beef, wearing a self-made straw hat and holding a homemade wooden board strode over.
Old Chu, did you pick them up? Just this few. Only 9 of them.
He had imagined the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Starfire First Industrial Park in his mind.
Moreover, the mission instructions stated that the more hired workers recruited, the more experience points and contribution rewards would be settled daily. As a result, only 8 cattle and horses were brought back. Hey brother Nyo, be content.
Chu Dajuan patted I don't eat beef's shoulder.
The trust level of these NPCs isn't maxed out yet.
Once these brothers get their hands on hot nutrient paste today and spread the word when they finish work tomorrow, the entire shelter will surely fight to come to work.
What do you call this? This is called spending a fortune to buy bones.
I don't eat beef, sighed, accepting the reality, his gaze returning to the 8 survivors.
Fine, a mosquito's leg is still meat.
Old Chu, as the head of the labor management office, hurry and arrange positions for them.
All right.
Chu Dajuan immediately got into the zone, hands clasped behind his back, clearing his throat.
New brothers. Welcome to the Starfire outpost.
The rules here at our outpost are very simple. The more you work, the more you earn. We don't raise idlers.
Chu Dajuan pointed to the nearby brick kiln. Your task today is to follow old Dao over there and help with brick making. As long as you do well, there will be guaranteed nutrient paste and steaming hot meat soup. Yes. My lord. We can do anything. Tai Dan was the first to react, shouting loudly as if fearing that if he responded slowly the meat soup would slip away.
Meanwhile, Yila stood quietly in place, feeling a bit lost. Chu Dajuan had taken the 8 people away without calling her.
Yila. Good morning.
A cheerful voice came from behind. Hamster Rebirth, holding little Nia's hand, ran over excitedly and wrapped her arm around Yila.
Ha! You guys.
Yila was startled by this overly friendly gesture. Her body instinctively stiffened and her hand subconsciously reached for the chainsaw behind her. However, seeing that the other party was a smiling girl accompanied by a little girl, she ultimately did not lose control.
Come on. Don't hang around with those big men in mud.
Hamster Rebirth enthusiastically pulled Yila towards the dining area.
Girls have things they need to do. Nia, can you explain today's task to Sister Yila?
Nia obediently nodded, her furry ears twitching as she looked up at Yila with a soft voice. Sister Yila, Lord Chu said that today we need to make a blanket using the long fur from the rock mane beasts. Indeed, the players had already gathered quite a bit of rock mane beast fur, which had been treated with wood ash, yielding excellent results. During dinner time, a large bonfire blazed brightly in the open area outside the primary outpost, the flickering flames illuminating tired faces.
Tai Dan sat next to a pile of still damp red bricks, trembling hands cradling an iron bowl.
Inside the bowl was half a serving of steaming hot meat soup with chunks of fatty rock mane beast meat bobbing in the broth. Slurp! Tai Dan carefully took a sip of the soup. The scalding liquid slid down his throat, making him shiver, and yet tears inexplicably filled his eyes.
Tai Dan, are we not dreaming?
A tall, lean laborer squatted on the ground, gnawing at a greasy skewer of golden roasted meat. He mumbled indistinctly, tears mixed with grease streaming down his cheeks. Our dear mother never let us eat meat in our lives. We work here for just one day and we can eat so much.
Shut up, just eat your food. Tai Dan's movements were not slow either, quickly shoving a whole piece of meat into his mouth.
At that moment, a pair of battle-worn tactical boots stopped right in front of him. Old Dao walked over with his hands behind his back. Compared to Tai Dan and the other muddy survivors, Old Dao's relatively clean gray jumpsuit made him look more like a decent person. The boots and clothes were discarded by the players, but for these survivors they were treasures. As for how they ended up in Old Dao's hands, no need to say more, the kindness of the pioneers was endless.
Lao Dao watched Tai Dan and the others wolfing down their food, and a sense of superiority as a first comer swelled within him. He patted his gray jumpsuit, deliberately shifting the wrench hanging at his waist to a more conspicuous spot, and let out a cold snort. All right, put away that pathetic, unsophisticated look of yours. Though he himself was not much better, his gray jumpsuit had a few holes in it. But this was a garment once worn by the pioneers. What did that mean? It was an officially certified henchman uniform. Rounding up, Lao Dao now considered himself a civil servant of the wasteland. Listen up, all of you. He paced before the 8 new workers, putting on the airs of a seasoned overseer. The most important thing here is the rules. The pioneers are merciful, that's their kindness. But if any of you dare to slack off or dawdle on the construction site, don't say I didn't warn you. See that one over there? If you anger them, they'll burn you to ashes and mix you into the mud for bricks. Lao Dao lowered his voice, his eyes fierce, and pointed at the distant Quangbao Lianinai. At that moment, Quangbao Lianinai was inspecting her flamethrower when she suddenly sneezed. Glancing around and finding nothing unusual, she rubbed her head and continued tinkering.
The scorched barrel in her hand looked especially menacing in the firelight.
Taidan, following Lao Dao's gesture, shuddered in fright, nearly spilling his meat soup, and nodded frantically.
The other refugees were also struck silent. In this cannibalistic wasteland, to have a full meal in peace was enough to make them do anything.
Slack off. What a joke in the wasteland.
Even if they were asked to gnaw on mutated rats right now, they would do it without hesitation.
Well, maybe not rats. Smart of you.
Lao Dao was satisfied with the newcomer's attitude, which reminded him of the days when he was a small leader at the pendulum camp. He was about to continue his lecture to enjoy the brief authority when his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure approaching.
Oh, Lao Dao.
Sharing some experience with the new colleagues. Chu de Wanjia tossed a leftover bone in his hand and strolled over cheerfully.
Oh my. Master Chu. The previously mighty and arrogant Lao Dao instantly shrank.
He spun around, bending almost 90 degrees at the waist, a fawning smile plastered across his face, his demeanor even more obsequious than before his own father.
This lightning-fast change of expression left Taidan and the other bunker refugees stunned. Lao Dao trotted over and even reached out to brush non-existent dust off Chu de Wanjia. Master Chu, are you done with your work?
I was just reminding these newcomers to be grateful and not cause trouble for you.
Chu de Wanjia rolled his eyes. Alright, stop scaring them. Once they finish eating, get them on the bus. Don't waste time. Yes. Right away, we're on our way.
By the way, call me by my title outside, Director Chu.
Right, Director Chu. I'll hurry them along.
Chu de Wanjia, greatly pleased, patted Lao Dao on the shoulder with the air of a leader inspecting work. He gave Taidan and the others a few words of encouragement, then turned and sauntered back to the player group.
Phew.
Only after Chu de Wanjia had gone far did Lao Dao straighten up and let out a long sigh. He turned to see Taidan and the others staring at him in disbelief, his face reddening.
What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat.
Outside the ventilation shaft at the southwestern edge of abandoned city No.
74.
Sade stood silently in the shadow of the low building by the ventilation shaft like a statue. Though he had reached a labor agreement with those who called themselves clones.
This was the wasteland after all.
In a world without any credibility, entrusting his people to strangers they had met less than 2 days ago was a huge gamble.
If they didn't return tonight, Master Sade, will they come back?
The voice beside him was filled with obvious tension and anxiety.
Yes. Sade's voice was low and firm, though he had no certainty himself.
As a leader, he had to steady the people's hearts.
Just then a dull roar approached from afar.
2 wild-looking buses kicking up dust came to a steady stop before the ventilation shaft.
We've arrived. Everyone off. Why, my buck! Su Xing jumped down from the driver's seat and slapped the door. The rear tailgate was lowered. Taidan and the other 8 bunker survivors along with Yila filed out of the bus.
Chu de Wanjia leaned out from the bus and shouted to Sade in the shadow.
Chief Sade. I've brought your people back, all accounted for, and they've eaten well. Chief. We're back. Taidan saw Sade and was so moved he almost cried.
He raised the 2 nutrition sticks with trembling hands, his voice full of barely concealed joy.
Chief.
Sade quickly scanned the group.
8 workers plus Yila, all present, and each one looked even better than before they left. Well, talk inside. Sade suppressed his questions and nodded slightly at Chu de Wanjia. Thank you again, my friend.
When Sade led Taidan and the others back to the underground bunker camp, the hall erupted in commotion.
Taidan is back. They really came back alive.
Taidan ignored the stairs running all the way to a tattered tent in the corner of the hall.
Brother. You're back. 2 scrawny little heads poked out from under a torn blanket.
They were his younger brother and sister.
Quick. Look what I brought back. Taidan carefully pulled out the 2 unopened nutrition sticks from his chest like presenting a treasure. Is this food?
The little girl swallowed, her eyes fixed on the silver-white tubes.
Yes. This is real good stuff. Taidan tore open one nutrition stick, squeezed out a bit of grayish paste and put it into his siblings' mouths. Is it good? No taste. But it's so warm. Delicious. Never had anything like it. The 2 children licked their lips, their eyes gleaming with unprecedented light.
Seeing his siblings' satisfied expressions, Taidan's eyes reddened and he silently vowed to himself, tomorrow, even if he died from exhaustion at that outpost, he would go again.
Meanwhile, in Sade's simple room, the 2 were talking. Yila, what did you see at that outpost today?
Sade carefully wiped the sniper rifle under the dim light. Yila took off her mask, revealing a slightly flushed face. She couldn't help it, Sanshu Zhuancher had been feeding her during dinner and her stomach was stuffed. Her eyes still held the shock of what she had seen and heard during the day.
Master said that outpost is incredible.
Yila collected her thoughts and spoke slowly.
Master, it's like another world. Whether Ilis' report caused a tremor in Sada's pupils remains to be seen. The 2 nutrient pastes brought back by Taidan became the last straw that broke the camel's back. No, it was the final spark igniting hope. In the days that followed the underground air raid shelter of the abandoned city No. 74 was completely in chaos. Every morning the small building beside the ventilation shaft was packed with people. The scene resembled a rush for eggs at a supermarket on Blue Star. Choose me. Choose me, adults. I am strong. I know some repairs. I am a skilled worker.
Looking at this line of NPCs waiting to be exploited, Chu the Great Player couldn't help but grin widely. Only children make choices, adults naturally want them all. With this continuous stream of free, cheap labor, the infrastructure progress of the Starfire outpost was simply like riding a rocket, changing every day. Before long, nearly a week had passed. On May 25, 11451 of the star calendar on planet UX 829 at 9:26 a.m. the open space of the junior outpost was bustling with people. 32 players, the rat's tail was still missing from the air raid shelter, were unusually all present today instead of running amok across the map. Behind the players nearly 100 people stood in a crowd. Old Knife was accompanied by more than 30 external laborers from the pendulum camp, while on the other side were the commuting workers recruited from the air raid shelter over time.
Directly in front of them loomed a large red brick building 3 stories high. Compared to the Phase 1 Red Caterpillar large dormitory, the Phase 2 dormitory clearly underwent careful design. The thick and sturdy red brick walls were embedded with numerous alloy supports from starship wreckage, glinting with a rugged industrial beauty under the sunlight. Although the appearance still retained a minimalist wasteland style, this was indeed a solid building. Behind the player line, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. My goodness! This building looks impressive. Taidan tilted his head back, his eyes filled with awe. Have you heard? Today is the ribbon-cutting ceremony.
What does ribbon-cutting mean? A new air raid shelter worker mumbled softly.
Old Knife snorted coldly, glancing sideways at the person. Shut up, whatever the adults say is what it is. Just watch. It must be a big event.
Just then Shu the Great Player stepped onto a makeshift platform made of stacked wooden crates.
Ahem. Brothers. Folks. Employee friends. Today is a day worth recording in history. After a week of intense effort, the Phase 2 project of our Starfire outpost, the Starfire Comprehensive Employee Dormitory, is officially completed today. Wow. Shu the Great Player raised his arm and the players below erupted into howls and applause. Isn't this more exciting than the Boruto series? Awesome. We finally have a real building to live in. Silence. Silence.
Shu the Great Player raised his hand but couldn't quell the players' enthusiasm. Next, let's invite the chief designer of this project, the captain of the infrastructure team, Wabuchi Nyoro, to join me in the ribbon-cutting ceremony.
Wabuchi Nyoro pushed up his glasses and stepped onto the stage amidst the cheers.
Each of them held a tactical axe ready to slice through a thick red mutated plant vine at the entrance of the village.
Catch up. With a swift swing, the vine was cleanly severed in two. The wasteland punk-style ribbon-cutting ceremony was a resounding success. Applause erupted immediately from below. Old Knife and the others clapped vigorously, their hands turning red. He thought although this building had nothing to do with their group of captives, they still needed to show some gratitude. Being able to have a place to stay and enough food was already a great kindness. Just as Old Knife was secretly murmuring, Chu the Great Player continued to speak. The ribbon cutting was a success. Now I announce the housing allocation plan. The second and third floors are single rooms reserved for us pioneers. As for the first floor, Chu the Great Player paused and flamboyantly tossed his hair. The large dormitory on the left side of the first floor will serve as the temporary lunch break area for the brothers in the air raid shelter. And the 4-person rooms on the right side of the first floor. Chu the Great Player's gaze fixed firmly on Old Knife and the others. Old Knife. Other veteran employees from the pendulum camp. You have performed well during this time, and the administrator has specially approved. The 4-person rooms on the first floor are yours. Later Old Knife can come to me to get the room numbers and you can divide the beds among yourselves. Upon hearing this, Old Knife's hand stopped midair and the entire captive group fell into a deathly silence. Clearly their minds collectively short-circuited. What? What is this? Old Knife stiffly rubbed his ears, disbelief etched across his face. Are we getting to live there? He turned to look at his companions behind him, all of whom gaped in shock as if they had seen a ghost. They were captives. According to the rules of the wasteland, not being thrown into a pile of mutated worms to be used as fertilizer was already considered mercy. They had already considered living in a leaky shack a blessing from above. Now these crazy Noble pioneers were actually giving them brick houses to live in. Director Chu. Are you serious?
Old Knife still found it hard to believe.
Of course. I don't want to repeat myself.
Chu the great player waved his hand dismissively.
Woo-woo. My lord.
We will never be able to repay your kindness in this life even if we worked like oxen. Old Knife fell to the ground crying with snot and tears. The captives behind him also followed suit, kneeling in droves.
Damn, this favorability is through the roof, even the NPCs are bowing to us.
Chu the great player stood on the wooden box looking at the pendulum camp captives below who were crying and wailing, almost laughing out loud.
Of course, this is a red brick house with a roof. In the wasteland this is equivalent to being given a large flat in the city center.
Wabuchi Nyoro rubbed his glasses, concealing his achievements and fame.
Alright. Stop the wailing. Get up quickly.
Chu the great player adopted the authority of a labor office director and
as long as you work diligently there will be bread in the future, everything will be available.
Below, Old Knife and the others wiped their tears and helped each other. These outsiders, though acting like madmen indeed, offered a really sweet deal.
Okay, the dormitory allocation is complete. Next is our Starfire Outpost special feature.
Suddenly Chu the great player's eyes twinkled with a mischievous smile.
The Wasteland Water Splash Festival. It starts now. Splash.
Before he could finish his words, Poison Master Absolute swung his arm, sending a bucket of cool purification water arcing perfectly through the air. In the span of this week, the changes at the outpost were far beyond just a dormitory building. Under the planning of I Don't Eat Beef, the area of the Ghost Willow Forest has been expanded to 5 interconnected reservoirs. The originally rare bioluminescent moss nourished by ample radioactive water has split at an astonishing rate. Although it has not yet reached the maximum output for ecological purification, the clean water output at the outpost has already reached an astonishing nearly 3,000 liters per hour.
What does this mean?
It means that the players have essentially achieved freedom of water usage. And once the players become inflated, they will start to stir things up. The bucket of water from Poison Master's last resort was not splashed on the players but was instead dumped entirely on the newly stood up Lao Dao and other external laborers.
Puff. Lao Dao was drenched from this sudden cold water bath.
The icy underground water poured down his neck into his tattered gray coverall, sending a chill through him.
Not just him. Tai Dan and dozens of commuting workers from the air raid shelter were also drenched, turning them into drenched chickens.
The air was eerily quiet for 3 seconds. All the wasteland natives were stunned. They stood frozen in place, allowing the water droplets to drip down their cheeks.
What kind of operation is this? On the wasteland, water is worth more than life.
Even the most powerful Black Iron Brotherhood wouldn't dare squander water resources like this.
Have these pioneers gone mad?
They're actually splashing such precious purified water on them. Master, that water. Lao Dao wiped his face with water, trembling in fear, stuttering as he spoke.
Ha. Why are you just standing there?
The great player Chu jumped down directly from the platform and pointed to a few freshly crafted beginner-sealed metal water storage tanks not far away.
Oh ho! The water splashing festival has begun. Splash. Get creative. We have plenty of water now. Brothers. Grab your weapons. Men must fight.
With a command from great player Chu, 32 players completely tore off their disguise as pioneers, instantly transforming into a group of frenzied huskies.
Catch this. Feel the gifts of nature. Take a hit from my dam. Spirit Youth brandished a basin and charged into the crowd, splashing water on anyone he saw. Look at our high-pressure water guns. Iron Tier Carpet in mole action. The two crafty ones had actually prepared their weapons early. The two fired wildly at the crowd as if wielding a Gatling gun, drawing all the aggro. Damn. You two are breaking the rules of combat.
Using heavy firepower. God of War Rampage was splashed in the face with water and angrily grabbed a large wooden barrel to retaliate. The originally festive ribbon-cutting scene instantly transformed into a large bathing center.
At first, Lao Dao and Tai Dan along with other wasteland natives were still shivering, not daring to fight back.
They could only cover their heads, darting around the venue like frightened quails as players poured bucket after bucket of precious water over them.
This is simply wasteful.
Tai Dan shivered with heartache and even instinctively opened his mouth to catch the splashed water. But soon, when they saw the pioneers who were completely without heirs even rolling in the mud to fight over a water bucket,
the natives' tense nerves began to secretly relax. Oh crap. Lao Dao fell backward into the muddy ground while trying to dodge a bucket of water from great player Chu. Just as he wanted to get up and beg for mercy, he saw great player Chu slip and fall flat on his back, causing the surrounding players to burst into laughter. Ha. Brother Chu, your footing isn't steady. Old Chu, is your body failing you? Just practice more if you're bad.
Seeing the usually imposing Chief Ju take a tumble, Lao Dao couldn't hold back and let out a laugh. This laughter seemed to break some kind of forbidden switch.
Brother Dao, can we splash too?
A nearby captive, wiping the mud and water from his face, cautiously asked.
Splash.
Lao Dao gritted his teeth, looking at the madmen having the time of their lives, completely relieved.
If the masters aren't worried about the water, why should we be afraid of anything? Grab your weapons. Go after those outsiders. Lao Dao shouted, seizing half a basin of water and splashing it towards Great Player Chu's backside.
This half basin of water seemed to break some invisible barrier. Under Lao Dao's lead, the captives from the pendulum camp and the workers from the air raid shelter completely let loose. They grabbed the broken iron pots and rusty basins scattered on the ground, even directly using their hands to scoop water from the muddy puddles, launching a counterattack against the players.
Damn! The NPCs are rebelling. Brothers! Firepower suppression. We must not let these NPCs turn the tables. Watch me. Yellow river water comes from the sky. The open space at the outpost instantly transformed into a massive chaotic battle. There were no factions, no distinctions of status. Players and NPCs, veterans and newbies, foremen and laborers, pioneers and lower-class wasteland natives. All of them cast aside their restraints in this muddy and laughter-filled open space, freely venting the fatigue and pressure accumulated over the past week. Water splashed and mud flew. Even Nia and Ira, who had been standing by watching the fun, were pulled into the water by hamster reincarnation. Sister Ira, catch this. Ah. Sister Hamster. Don't splash.
Nia was drenched, her fluffy ears drooping down, but her face radiated an unprecedented bright smile.
Ira's mask had long since fallen off.
The chainsaw girl was now holding a broken basin, chasing hamster reincarnation around, determined to take revenge for the earlier water attack. Nia also joined the fray, holding a small cup of water and running after hamster reincarnation.
Ha ha ha. Come catch me. Hamster reincarnation ran while skillfully dodging. The entire Starfire outpost was engulfed in a sea of madness and joy.
The dirt turned into mud and laughter drowned out the wind and sand. More than 30 players and nearly 100 natives merged together, staging the most extravagant water splashing festival in the history of the wasteland in front of the newly completed red brick building. In the control room not far away, Su Xing watched the employees and natives playing like madmen in the holographic projection, shaking his head gently. Boring social activity, he lightly tapped his finger and recorded in the log on May 25, 11451 of the star calendar at 9 a.m. a large-scale group social behavior occurred at the outpost. Water consumption approximately 3.4 tons. Assessment result unknown. Just as Su Xing finished recording the log and walked out of the air pressure door of the core control room, a precise splash of water fell on his head. Emotional activity level 0. 369. 32 players along with the wasteland natives all maintained a bizarre posture, as if splashing water, frozen in place as if petrified. Wah! What the hell? The iron basin in Player Chu's hand clattered to the muddy ground. It's over. I've caused a big disaster. I actually splashed water on the head of the esteemed administrator. Su Xing stood expressionless, with droplets of water slowly sliding down his cheek. Feeling quite energetic. Su Xing's voice rang out in the open space. Every pioneer participating in this event will have 50 contribution points deducted as compensation for the loss of the base's water resources. Having said that, Su Xing turned and the pressure door closed behind him with a hiss. What the hell? 50 points. Oh my god, my hard-earned money. The players who had been celebrating just a moment ago let out pig-like screams in the mud. It hurts. It hurts too much. Please, esteemed administrator, no. The warmth of the water splashing festival had yet to dissipate when the Starfire outpost underwent a tremendous change, as if fast-forwarded. The scene at the outpost had completely transformed. If the previous camp was barely a makeshift shelter from the wind and rain, now it resembled a chaotic cyberpunk industrial zone. In the morning, the first ray of sunshine pierced through the crimson clouds, illuminating a row of neatly arranged chimneys. This was the newly established standardized industrial brick kiln area. No longer the makeshift dirt factory style of the past, each red brick now underwent dimensional verification. Meanwhile, the formula for the red bricks had also been optimized over several generations, significantly enhancing their strength. Under the direction of Old Knife, the hired workers busily transported finished products like diligent worker bees. Brother Nyo, come quickly. The first batch of standard bolts has been produced. Not far away in the newly built mechanical processing workshop, welding Marshal Emperor excitedly waved a bolt in his hand. This was already considered the second heart of the outpost. The old industrial mother machine brought back from the air defense cave had regained its vitality with Su Xing's technical support. Due to material and technical limitations, it could currently only produce some of the most basic products. But this also marked the outpost's formal farewell to the primitive stage of relying on handwork and fire welding, stepping into the threshold of standardized production.
Not bad. The precision error is controlled within 0.08 millimeters.
I don't eat beef picked up a bolt, took a glance and made a mark on the wooden board. Moreover, the living area of the outpost also welcomed an epic upgrade. The public canteen officially opened for business. Although the main dish remained rockwool beast meat nutritional paste underground purified water under the management of Old Grey, and several NPC women, players no longer had to squat by the fire gnawing meat skewers. Old Grey, being of a big merchant caravan background, had seen much during his travels. He discovered several barely edible plants among the items brought back by players. For instance, a certain kind of tuber plant that had undergone simple detoxification treatment surprisingly tasted somewhat like mashed potatoes. However, this thing shouldn't be eaten in excess as it could lead to hallucinations.
That's definitely poisoning. Why didn't anyone say that earlier?
And the most popular among the players was undoubtedly the public bath. It's one thing to talk about it, but who doesn't want to rush home after a long day at work and then jump into the game to work hard all day, finally enjoying a nice hot bath? Every evening the bathhouse was always packed with shirtless players.
Ah, so refreshing.
God of War Rampage soaked in the steaming big pool, a white towel on his head, letting out a soul-stirring sigh. Next to him, Big Ladle also wore an expression of ecstasy. Just for this hot water I could play this game until it shuts down.
You bastard, last time I saw you peeping at Miss Yila bathing, you old pervert. Just say you want to drink the bathwater. That's defamation. I'm going to sue you for defamation. He's defaming me.
Then came a series of nonsensical remarks such as "I was just passing by last time" and "it's a man's nature," which made the players burst into laughter.
The bathhouse was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Meanwhile, next to the canteen, a newly built translucent building seemed out of place. That was the soilless cultivation greenhouse. Made from high polymer glass plates from starship wreckage, it housed neatly arranged soilless cultivation troughs. Nyo boi.
This greenhouse looks so damn high-end. Players gathered around the greenhouse, rubbing their hands in excitement, already fantasizing about the wonderful future of growing magical plants.
As Chinese people, the farming gene is ingrained in our bones. So, Brother Chu.
A fourth batch player with the ID "Hey, what are you doing?" approached and scratched his head. The greenhouse is built, but
what are we going to plant?
The air suddenly fell silent.
Players turned in unison to look at the empty cultivation troughs inside the greenhouse. Right. Where are the seeds? Damn.
Player Chu slapped his thigh and howled at the sky, anxiously spitting out his frustrations.
You damn planner. You sell cultivation trough blueprints in the shop but not seeds. What are you expecting? Should we go out into the wild and pull out some ghostly willows to plant in there as bonsai?
Players were outraged. They had already taken off their pants, and then you tell me there are no resources.
This is purely messing with people's mindset.
As for those barely edible plants in the wilderness, planting them would be pointless since they are mostly toxic. Thus this became the only unfinished project at the outpost. Not only were public facilities being upgraded, but various private illegal shops were also growing wildly. On the newly paved main road of the Starfire outpost, the scene began to become extremely absurd.
Come and take a look. High-density fiber reinforcement, wind and wear resistant. Don't miss it as you pass by. Only 30 contribution points. At Mental Youngster's stall, modified tactical cloaks were hung.
Next to it was the Old Gonma self-operated shop run by Mole Action and Love Sound Carpet.
Accepting all melee weapon modifications. Due to technological innovations, the Old Gonma cannon has officially launched version 2.0, taking pre-orders. Lighter weight, more accurate trajectory. With explosion-proof guarantees.
There were also those selling bizarre bones of mutated creatures and others high-priced, selling the old world's junk dug out from starships. These guys had turned a hardcore wasteland immersive open-world game into a ewu small commodity wholesale market. It was precisely this joy of simulating business that made players thoroughly enjoy themselves. At the other end of the player commercial street was the entrepreneurial base for NPCs. Sir, the clothes are washed. I guarantee that even the sand in the scenes is cleaned out. A woman from the air defense cave was handing the washed clothes to the player in front of her. In the wasteland, tactical suits worn for too long not only stink but also become stiff from sweat and blood, severely affecting comfort. Players commented, "Do we really have to do our own laundry while playing a game?
It's a hassle."
Thus the laundry room was born. For just a quarter of a nutritional paste price you could exchange it for a set of clean clothes that smelled of hay and were neatly folded. Additionally, there were some technical NPCs running repair shops and specialized shops to help players process their prey. However, the most dazzling pearl on the entire commercial street was undoubtedly the Naya tailor shop at the street corner, adorned with cute scraps of fabric. Originally Nia was assigned to be the director of the weaving workshop, but the young girl found herself struggling to adapt to the job. She preferred to work quietly by herself. Thus, under the encouragement of the reincarnated hamster, Nia opened this small shop. At that moment more than 10 players crowded outside her shop. The scene was even more chaotic than the launch of an iPhone on Blue Planet.
Nia, I want a cloak with a mane of a rock bristle beast. I want it in white. Get away.
Nia, I have a piece of high-strength composite fabric salvaged from a starship. Can you sew me a tactical waist pouch?
Urgent. Nia, can you embroider a little ear of yours on my sleeve?
Inside the shop, Nia's cheeks flushed red, her furry ears twitching slightly in nervousness. The reincarnated hamster, drenched in sweat, was trying to maintain order among the chaotic players.
Don't push. Don't push. Queue up behind. I'm talking about you. What can you do to me?
Don't cut in line or I'll chop you.
You in front. You've been taking measurements for 10 minutes.
Are you trying to take the opportunity to touch Nia's hand? There's no denying that Nia's innate craftsmanship combined with the unique aesthetic of the furrier tribe made the clothes she created have a minimum dressing score of 100, and some outfits even came with attributes.
Under the player principle of strength is temporary, handsomeness is forever. Nia instantly became the most sought-after top fashion designer in the entire server. Esteemed players. Nia responded softly, her voice sweet. Today's appointments are already full, please come back tomorrow.
The players immediately wailed in despair.
On May 27, 11451 of the star calendar, planet UX 829 at 1226 p.m.
The great player Chu stepped out of the cafeteria and strolled around the commercial street, eventually arriving at the brick kiln area.
Old Dao, where's yesterday's attendance sheet? Here it is. Director Chu, please have a look.
Old Dao ran over, hunched over, holding a wooden clipboard filled with circles and lines drawn in carbon pencil. Under Chu's training, these wasteland natives had learned what it meant to clock in for work and bonus incentives.
Tai Dan moved 200 bricks more yesterday. Not bad, give him an extra nutrition paste.
Why did that old hay leave early by 10 minutes in the afternoon? Deduct 1/5 of the nutrition paste to make him understand what corporate discipline means. Chu was instructing with a serious demeanor, but in his mind he was pondering a question. As the commercial street took shape, a somewhat troubling issue surfaced. To be precise, it was the payment anxiety caused by the lack of a unified currency. Currently at the Starfire forward base, players were using contribution points for settlement among themselves, but those were internal points between players and the game.
In private transactions, everyone was forced to adopt a unique hard currency, high-purity nutrition paste.
Boss, how much for these leather gloves?
2 nutrition pastes, no credit. Damn, 2. I've only licked mine once, can I count it as 1? Get lost. This kind of scene happened every day. Although nutrition paste was irreplaceable and had anti-counterfeiting qualities, it was after all something edible. If someone went shopping with a dozen nutrition pastes in their pocket, that indeed showed vitality.
Not only would they sway while walking, but if they accidentally sat on one, that scene would be simply stunning. As players complained on the forum, who goes out carrying a bunch of toothpaste as cash?
Do you carry it? I certainly don't, it hurts my groin.
As the newly appointed head of the Labor Management Office, Chu keenly realized that if the currency issue was not resolved, the economic circulation efficiency of the forward base would eventually grind to a halt. Thus, after handling the affairs of the brick kiln area, he tidied up his appearance and walked to the door of the core control room.
Administrator, I have something important to report. After receiving permission, Chu entered the core control room and stood in front of Su Xing.
Su Xing lifted his head from the holographic screen, his gaze calm. Speak.
Administrator, the current trading medium at our forward base is too outdated.
Everyone uses nutrition paste as money, which is very inconvenient. Most importantly, this primitive barter model severely restricts the employee's motivation to earn money. Su Xing nodded slightly, as he certainly understood the importance of monetary finance for asset appreciation. A unified currency not only accelerates the flow of goods but also serves as a powerful tool.
What suggestions do you have? Su Xing asked.
A glint of light flashed in Chu's eyes as he lowered his voice. I propose to officially implement physical currency at the forward base. We have industrial mother machines and high-strength special alloys salvaged from starship wrecks. We can definitely mint coins.
Granted. Su Xing spoke nonchalantly. He waved his hand and marked out an area on the personal terminal.
Allocate 100 square meters of land next to the mechanical processing workshop. From now on, establish the Starfire mint.
Let's name it Starfire Coin. Got it. Your wisdom is unmatched. Chu was overjoyed and hurriedly took his leave.
In less than 3 days, a square single-story building had sprung up next to the mechanical processing workshop. The outer walls were covered with bulletproof alloy panels salvaged from starship wrecks, and 2 armed guards holding makeshift rifles stood at the entrance.
On May 29, 11451 of the star calendar planet UX829 at 5:20 p.m.
Some players and locals squeezed at the exit of the mint, each stretching their necks to look inside. A silver-gray coin emitting a faint cold light rolled down the slope, finally being caught steadily by a hand. It worked! Shu stepped out of the workshop, raising the coin against the dark red sunset. This coin was made from high-polymer aerospace alloys found in starship wrecks, presenting a sophisticated matte finish. The edge of the coin was lined with fine teeth. The front featured a pattern of a burning starfire with the denomination of 1 yuan printed below, while the back was engraved with the code UX829. Ding! The long-awaited server-wide announcement reappeared. Server announcement: the first set of legal currency, Starfire coin, is officially issued. Current exchange rate: 1 Starfire coin, 1 contribution point. System notification: from now on the logistics store will support payments with Starfire coin. All NPC laborers' wages will gradually be issued in currency, so all pioneers should manage their assets properly. This coin feels nice. That's more like it. I used to feel like I was playing Dentist Simulator, carrying a bag of nutrition paste to buy things. To be honest, coins are still not very convenient, but there's nothing to be done, the conditions are what they are. Hee, still more truth-tellers and fewer problem-solvers. Players took turns checking the coins, discussing animatedly. Shu stood at the door of the workshop. The sound of coins dropping into the collection box was exceptionally pleasant. He turned his head and saw Su Xing walking out of the control room, shouting loudly, "Administrator! The first batch of Starfire coins, please inspect them." Su Xing approached the coin minting workshop and took a spark coin handed over by Chu Dewanja. This primitive metal currency was a prehistoric relic in his homeworld civilization, too cumbersome even for a museum. To him the thing was utterly unremarkable. "Acceptable quality," Su Xing remarked flatly, as if evaluating a component on an assembly line. "The initial circulation of spark coins will be temporarily set at 10,000, supervised by the Labor Management Office. No unauthorized overissuance is allowed." "Understood." 10,000 coins, guaranteed to keep the base's financial market as steady as a rock. Chu Dewanja rubbed his hands excitedly. After dinner, the bustle of the outpost gradually subsided. Following the terms of the labor dispatch agreement, the players began their routine daily escort shift. 2 spark shuttle buses rumbled to life, carrying exhausted laborers like Tai Dan, and under the armed escort of fully equipped players they set off in a grand procession toward the 74th abandoned city. This time the smell of gunpowder in the air was thicker than ever. In the city center of the 74th abandoned city, dense explosions could still rattle the eardrums even from several kilometers away. Upon reaching the ventilation shaft, Said, who usually left immediately after picking up the workers, did not depart today. Chief Said enjoying the view. Chu Dewanja walked over and looked in the direction Said was staring. Said shook his head, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "Chu, I want to ask you something." "Chief Said, speak your mind. Can the Spark Outpost take in more people?" "What do you mean?" Chu Dewanja was taken aback, his playful expression instantly vanishing. Said pointed toward the city center, where towering flames painted the wasteland's night sky crimson. "The surface situation has completely spiraled out of control. The Black Iron Brotherhood and the Ash Gang have gone berserk. In the past few days the war has spread to the area directly above the bomb shelter. Their indiscriminate bombings even collapsed 2 of our outer ventilation ducts. Just half an hour ago another massive explosion occurred right above the bomb shelter. 3 cracks appeared in our ceiling." Said paused, his tone almost pleading. "The bomb shelter is no longer safe. I want to ask, can the Spark Outpost take in the people from the shelter, including the elderly and children who cannot work?" Hearing this, Chu Dewanja was first stunned, then a surge of ecstasy erupted in his heart. Holy shit! Over 100 living NPCs voluntarily bringing their families to join the outpost. This isn't a refugee crisis, this is a massive population dividend delivered right to the base. How many quest triggers would that be? How much sweat that could be exploited, no contributed. Though his heart was already grinning from ear to ear as the outpost's chief diplomat, self-proclaimed and director of the Labor Management Office, Chu Dewanja, remained outwardly as steady as a rock. "Chief Said, I understand your feelings, but this is a major matter." Chu Dewanja forced down the corners of his mouth, put on a solemn face and nodded gravely. "Taking in all the bomb shelter survivors involves food, housing, security, and many other issues. I can't decide alone." Seeing Said's dimming eyes, Chu Dewanja quickly added, "Tell you what, he'll go back immediately and report to the administrator. Our Spark Outpost has always been humanitarian. As long as the boss nods, he'll bring a convoy tomorrow to move everyone. I'm counting on you, my friend." Said bowed deeply. "Don't worry. I will fight for it with all my might." Watching Said descend into the shaft, Chu Dewanja excitedly jumped onto the truck and pounded the metal siding. If he didn't leave now, he feared he'd burst out laughing on the spot. The moment the vehicle stopped, Chu Dewanja, not even pausing to drink water, dashed straight toward the core control room.
So you're saying they all want to move here? Su Xing sat in his chair listening to Chu Dewanjia's animated report, his expression unreadable.
But in the calculations of his auxiliary brain computer, a series of curves regarding population, dividend, productivity model and defense facility expansion were soaring rapidly.
Yes, Administrator.
Chu Dewanja puffed out his chest, his face full of righteousness. The thugs in the city center are fighting too fiercely. The bomb shelter is about to collapse. Our outpost is short on manpower. This is a gift from heaven.
Su Xing nodded slightly.
He had originally planned to have the players slowly scavenge for people in the ruins, but since someone was voluntarily surrendering, it saved a lot of trouble.
The outpost is a beacon of civilization. Naturally, it will not refuse any survivor yearning for the light. Permission granted.
Tell Sade tomorrow that the Spark outpost can accept them, but they must submit to the outpost's unified coordination.
Understood. Chu Dewanja chuckled.
As the pressure door closed again, Su Xing stared at the holographic screen, lost in thought.
Blue Planet time, noon.
The usually quiet official forum of Spark suddenly flashed an official announcement.
Title: Spark closed beta v0. For expansion and new order, update notice and recruitment plan.
To all pioneers sweating on the wasteland, with the efforts of 33 pioneers and wasteland natives, the expansion of Spark primary outpost is nearing completion and the outpost has undergone its first upgrade.
However, the wasteland remains fraught with danger. The gang war in the nearby 74th abandoned city threatens our friends.
Bomb shelter leader Sade has requested our help.
The survivors of the bomb shelter camp will join us, and Spark Outpost will experience a population boom. The V0. For update content is as follows: 1. Outpost base upgrade.
With the comprehensive staff dormitory, industrial brick kiln area and mechanical workshop officially operational, the outpost has been fully upgraded.
The logistics store will unlock more blueprints for weapons, vehicles and living facilities. 2.
Faction major event: bomb shelter migration. The situation in the city ruins has deteriorated. The outpost will receive and resettle over 100 indigenous refugees. This event will trigger a large-scale chain quest involving high-reward branches such as escort along the way, simple camp construction and medical aid.
3.
Monetary system officially implemented. The outpost officially issues its sole legal tender, Spark Coins.
Store transactions, player trading and NPC wage settlements will all use Spark Coins. Say goodbye to barter and embrace the charm of finance. 4. Land management regulations. The outpost will officially open private land applications.
Players can use contribution points and Spark Coins to apply to the administrator for land use rights in specific areas, building your own private villa, shop or workshop.
5.
New recruitment plan. With the base's rapid expansion, the outpost urgently needs fresh blood. The Spark development team has decided to issue 100 new closed beta slots immediately.
Registered pioneers, please check your personal terminal. GG phone 100 slots. 100. The heavens have finally opened their eyes. This time I must get in.
Jianla Ji Chi de land management regulations.
What does that mean? It means you can buy land and houses in this game. I'm going to speculate in real estate on the wasteland. Chai Qian Wang Zhu Ren Brother. Look, you can rent land and build houses. Can we set up a real estate company?
Chu Dewanja Chai Qian Wang Zhuren had the real estate sector falls under the guidance of our labor management office.
Feel free to inquire.
On Blue Star, in a prominent university's biological engineering laboratory, Li Pu rubbed his bloodshot eyes and let out a long sigh. The data is still off. The protein folding simulation collapsed again in the third phase. As a doctoral student, he had been entrenched in this damned research project for a full 3 months with less than 5 hours of sleep each day.
Li Bo, take a break.
His junior beside him yawned. If you keep this up, you'll end up meeting the ancestors before finishing the project. By the way, didn't you mention a few days ago that you made a reservation for a virtual reality game called Spark?
The official just released new testing qualifications. Check if you got in.
Li Pu was taken aback and fished out his phone from a pile of messy documents, indeed seeing a notification from an unfamiliar number.
Spark. Oh, that game claiming to be 100 realistic in a wasteland.
Li Pu smiled bitterly. He had indeed been quite interested in the game, but once one gets busy, everything else is forgotten.
At 8 in the evening, after finishing the last bit of work, Li Pu returned to his dormitory.
He glanced at the VR headset he had splurged on as a reward for himself and almost as if possessed put it on.
Connecting. Neural interface connection successful. Consciousness upload starting. Year 11451 of the star calendar, planet UX 829 8 AM.
Li Pu felt an unprecedented sensation of falling, followed by warm liquid enveloping his whole body. When he opened his eyes, he saw an incredibly shocking scene through a transparent glass 20 cultivation pods emitted a faint green light, each containing a suspended human.
As the nutrient solution drained, Lipu, the last clone to print, awkwardly tumbled out of the pod.
System prompt: please enter your exclusive ID 18 characters. It cannot be changed after confirmation. A light blue floating box appeared ahead and Lipu took a breath, casually entering his common username Lipu. An ID glowing with a faint green light instantly floated above his head. Lipu braced himself on the ground and squeezed his arm hard. The sensation of real muscle compression made his pupils dilate sharply. At the same time, a chorus of exclamations sounded in his ears.
Wow! The texture of this soil. The wind and sand. Is this really a game?
What's that machine over there? Look at that person, he has a purple title above his head, Wang Xiakuei.
Wow, how cool. I want one. Oh. I'm finally in. Where are the NPC girls? I want to go give warmth.
As the 100 new players were collectively shocked and confused, the door to the core control room of the outpost slowly opened. The originally noisy environment fell silent in an instant, and all the new players' gazes turned toward the figure stepping out from the shadows. Awakening walked steadily, his company uniform spotless, contrasting sharply with the desolate wasteland environment around him. Detected: new batch of consciousness arriving. Basic data is being recorded. ID GG Xianfeng, expected development combat player.
ID Gugu GAGA, expected development lifestyle player.
ID Lipu, expected development technical research player. Awakening approached the 100 newcomers, his voice amplified by the auxiliary brain machine system resonated clearly throughout the area.
Welcome to Planet UX 829, new pioneers. The only rule here is survive, then create value.
Without wasting any words, Awakening lightly swiped his finger in the air and a dense list of tasks popped up in the vision of all players.
The revival of civilization does not require mere spectators who can only stare blankly.
Every red brick, every drop of clean water, and every currency issued before you was earned through the sweat and blood of your ancestors. Now the outpost is in a golden period of development. The migration of air raid shelters, expansion of the Phase 2 industrial park, and in-depth exploration of abandoned cities, every position is waiting for your involvement. Finally, Awakening turned his gaze toward Chu De Wanjia, standing not far away, chest out and head held high. To improve initial adaptation efficiency, you will be dispatched to various functional departments guided by 3 pioneer team leaders.
Good luck to you all.
With that, Awakening didn't spare a single glance and turned away, his figure disappearing behind the pressure door.
Is that it? Is this NPC so aloof?
Of course.
This is the administrator. Our highest commander. Do you think he's the village head of a starter village?
Before the newbies could react, Chu De Wanjia jumped onto a wooden crate, shouting at the top of his lungs.
Quick, new brothers, look over here. I am Chu De Wanjia, head of the Labor Management Office. Come to me for materials and labor, we need you. Don't listen to that lying office head.
Yisha brandished a tactical axe, dressed in a set of exoskeleton armor purchased by the Shrek 7-man team, standing coldly on the other side. Hunting team, recruiting only those who are confident in their combat strength. If you want to slay monsters and level up or awaken your combat talent, come with me. Limited spots available, beginners get lost. Wabu Chinyo Ro was even more direct, flexing his bulging muscles and showcasing the precision parts in his hands. If you understand mechanical processing and civil engineering and are interested in infrastructure and farming, come to me.
We don't deal in empty talk here, let's start the Industrial Revolution.
Lipu stood in the crowd watching this surreal scene, players wearing plastic doll masks, muscular men carrying flamethrowers, and the red brick building emanating a faint punk aesthetic.
This game is something else. After his reflection, Lipu walked toward the recruitment point of the infrastructure team. Hello, I am Lipu.
I have a bit of trivial research on biological structures and material degradation. Under the skilled maneuvering of the experienced Chu De Wanjia, the 100 newbies quickly completed the beginner's guidance tasks. Before long, 100 newbies dressed in gray-white jumpsuits all changed into standardized dark junior pioneer tactical suits. The waiting Lao Dao happily received nearly 100 sets of clothes, enjoying the moment.
Lipu looked down at his tactical gear, touched the tactical dagger hanging at his waist, and sighed inwardly. The feel of the equipment in this game is quite good. But before he could finish his reflection, he was jolted by the loudspeaker in Wabu Chinyo Ro's hand, which hurt his ears. Everyone. Changing into new clothes doesn't mean you're going to a fashion show.
Now everyone follow me to gather at the brick kiln area. Those who mix mud, burn bricks, or plaster, hurry to your positions.
Lipu looked at his clean hands, then at the scorching brick kiln in front of him, took a deep breath. Alright, the doctor is going to dive in and start with brick moving. In the underground of the abandoned city No.
74, the air raid shelter camp was alive with lights that flickered throughout the night. After going offline yesterday, Chu De Wanjia immediately bombarded Hao Ziweiji with private messages in the When Hao Ziweiji brought the news that the administrator allowed the reception of all members to SOD, he seemed to have shed a heavy burden, exhaling deeply.
Get moving. Pack all your belongings. Sada's deep voice echoed in the underground hall. The survivors began frantically packing, working tirelessly throughout the night. This group of unfortunate souls struggling at the bottom of the wasteland had hardly anything of value. Sir, can this be taken? An old woman clutched a broken porcelain bowl with one ear missing, her eyes filled with anxiety. I want to take my mom's comb. Little Natasha cautiously stuffed a broken plastic comb and a piece of charcoal she usually used for drawing into a patched-up rag bag. A black and tattered blanket, a chipped iron pot, and even a broken plastic bottle that could barely hold water. These items, considered garbage by the synthesis table, were carefully packed by the survivors as they were their precious possessions. Lord Sod, the vibrations outside are becoming more frequent. Ira walked over to Sod and glanced up at the ceiling. Dust occasionally fell from the top of the air raid shelter due to the fierce battles between the Black Iron Brotherhood and the Ashes Gang. These people did not rest even at night. Tell everyone to move quickly, we must gather around the ventilation shaft before dawn. Sod crossed his arms and took a deep breath. At the Starfire outpost, 2 reinforced and heavily modified Starfire express vehicles were ready to depart. I don't eat beef, added for extra long carriages to Units 1 and 2, making the convoy resemble a massive steel python coiling across the wilderness. Attention everyone! This is an S-class escort mission. Chuda Wanja stood atop the vehicle, his purple title Warlord of the Seven Seas shimmering brightly. He scanned the excited faces of dozens of newcomers below and shouted, "You all are in for a treat, encountering a large faction event on your first day in the game. This mission not only offers a vast amount of experience points and contribution points, but those survivors will also be the cornerstone of our future population at the outpost. So we must bring back all those over 100 NPCs intact. Roar! 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 Don't worry, Chu-gu. Anyone who dares to stop the convoy will face my axe. Off to the city. I want to see what that great ruin looks like." The No. 74 City Sightseeing Tour is departing. Selling sunflower seeds and bottled water in the front row. Bring your own little stools. I heard there are 2 NPC factions fighting on the surface there. Can we take the chance to loot a few guns back? The newcomers cheered excitedly. Compared to the anxiety and heaviness of the survivors in the air raid shelter, this group of new players was practically glowing with excitement. The group of fearless newcomers clutched standard weapons produced by the machining workshop, eager to charge into the city center. Get on the bus. Let's go. A group of newcomers wanting to see the world rushed into the carriage like a swarm of monkeys from Flower Fruit Mountain. As takeaway not allowed suddenly stepped on the gas, 2 Starfire express trains with long carriages set off. Note: player name is being modified from I am a deliverer to takeaway not allowed. The wild wind of the wasteland howled past, hitting the newcomers' faces. Oh ho! This is the smell of engine oil, it feels so damn good. Hey hey hey! The dude in front, don't you dare fart. The wind is blowing right into my mouth. Little Cannon Girl is quite troubled, looking far at the smoke and fire all around. They spent the journey in laughter and boundless fantasies about the future. About an hour later, the jagged ruins of the skyscrapers in the abandoned city No. 74 appeared in the player's sights. Just as the convoy was about to enter the shadow of the dense buildings, Night Owl suddenly patted the carriage, raising his right hand over his head to signal stop. Shut off the engine. Everyone get off the vehicle. Takeaway not allowed slammed on the brakes and curiously poked his head out. What's up, Owl brother? It's still 3 kilometers to the shaft, aren't we just going to rush in? Night Owl looked serious, pointing at the plumes of black smoke rising in the distance and the faint sounds of explosions nearby. These 2 vehicles are too conspicuous, and the sound of the generator vibrations can be heard for at least a mile among these ruins. And judging by the recent explosions. Night Owl jumped out of the vehicle and crouched down, quickly drawing lines in the sand with his tactical axe. There's a high probability of a firefight nearby if we're spotted by gang members. A shootout is inevitable. We are here to pick up people, not to start a war. Chuda Wanja also jumped down from Unit 2, nodding in agreement. Old Owl is right, we need to keep a low profile. Hide the vehicles in that partially collapsed underground parking garage and cover them with camouflage nets. Everyone else, grab your gear and advance on foot with us. The newcomers felt a bit disappointed that they couldn't fight, but they couldn't ignore the words of the veterans. Ignoring the advice of the veterans would lead to immediate regret. The 20-minute trek allowed the newcomers to deeply experience the reality of the wasteland. All around were twisted steel bars, broken concrete pillars, and the remnants of a decayed civilization from a bygone era. Occasionally a mutated rat would scurry by, sending shivers down the spines of the tense newcomers. Finally, the familiar gray and white concrete bungalow appeared in their line of sight. Chuda Wanja pressed against the wall of the gray and white concrete building, cupped his hands around his mouth, took a deep breath, and emitted a long call followed by 2 short ones.
Coo, the newcomers hiding behind the cover almost lost it with several of them covering their mouths and shaking with laughter.
Wow, that bird call from the big shot. Sounds just like a deflating squeaky toy.
Moments later a response came from the shadows of the ruins. Ira peeked out from her hiding spot, visibly relaxing upon seeing Chu Duanjia.
Ira, we are here.
Chu Duanjia approached, peering behind Ira, and quietly asked, "Where is Leader Sod?" "The Sir is behind, bringing out the last batch of survivors,"
Ira said as she turned to look back. 10 minutes later, Sada's tall figure appeared before everyone.
Behind him was the last batch of survivors from the air raid shelter, carrying large and small bags. Most of them were older or physically unfit, having long been in a state of malnutrition. Upon seeing the sunlight, many instinctively shielded their eyes.
Chu.
Saida strode forward and shook hands with Chu Duanjia.
At that moment Zhan Shenquang Biao walked over. Brother Chu, the situation is more troublesome than expected. Over 100 NPCs plus our dozens of players, a long line of nearly 200 people walking through the ruins. It's not looking good.
That's right.
Yi Ao Naiwa, he interjected. Over 200 people moving through the ruins. No matter how careful, we can't hide. The target is too big. Once we're caught, we can't protect everyone. Old Xiao, what's your take?
Chu Duanjia turned to look at Yi Xiao, who was studying the map. At this moment the map of the southwestern region, thanks to the blueprint provided earlier by Saida, had become a detailed, high-definition mode.
Divide and conquer.
Yi Xiao made a decisive move, waving his hand and drawing several different routes on the map.
We split the people into 10 teams, each led by a LV. Level 15 veteran player escorting a dozen NPCs.
Each team spaced 50 meters apart, advancing in a fan formation toward our vehicle hideout.
That way, even if one team unluckily runs into gang members, the others can immediately provide fire support or quickly withdraw. Great tactic. Chu Duanjia's eyes lit up. Let's do it your way. Saide made a decisive call. Elago, calm everyone down and form the groups immediately.
Soon the originally somewhat chaotic crowd of survivors was quickly dispersed. Chu Duanjia, Yi Xiao, Quang Bao Lao, Nai Jing, Shin Xiaohua and other veteran players each took on the role of team leader.
Taidan pulled his younger brother and sister along, assigned to Yi Ao Naiwahi's group. Hey Taidan, stick close to your big bro. Yi Ao Naiwahi brandished his axe, proud and smug. Your bro here has awakened the deadly premonition talent. As long as there's danger, my instincts are sharper than radar.
Chu Duanjia pulled the bolt of his homemade rifle, glanced back at the NPCs closely following him.
Brothers. Keep your eyes sharp. Keep your eyes sharp. Move out. Target the vehicle hideout.
In the ruins, the 10 teams advanced under the cover of shadows from broken walls and collapsed structures. The 5th team, led by Yi Ao Naiwahi, was escorting 12 NPCs, including Tai Dan and his siblings, through an abandoned shopping mall atrium.
Halt! Yi Ao Naiwahi suddenly crouched down.
His awakened deadly premonition talent made him feel a chill at the back of his neck in an instant. It felt like countless ants crawling up his spine.
Brother Ao, what's wrong?
A rookie with the ID Jian Pan Wuxia swallowed nervously.
There's a dangerous smell at the intersection ahead. Yi Ao Naiwahi signaled everyone to fall back. Sure enough, within less than 30 seconds the sound of an engine roared from ahead.
A modified pickup truck suddenly blocked the intersection with 5 heavily tattooed thugs in the truck bed, the roaming scouts of the Ashes gang. After moving to the broken wall on the 2nd floor of the mall, Yi Ao Naiwahi peered down through the gaps.
Damn, hit the jackpot. Yi Ao Naiwahi cursed inwardly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead.
In the truck bed a robust heavy rotary machine gun was mounted. The long metal ammunition belt coiled beneath the gun like a necklace of death. This thing was a genuine old-world heavy weapon. Hitting a person would surely blow them to pieces. 2 machine gunners sat in the truck bed smoking, while the remaining 3 holding short-barreled submachine guns said something and jumped out of the vehicle.
Brother Ao. That machine gun. Isn't that a bit overkill? Shut up.
Yi Ao Naiwahi lowered his voice, his mind racing with calculations. It didn't matter if players died, they could respawn, but if NPCs died, they were gone for good.
Please don't come over. Please don't come over.
Yi Ao Naiwahi prayed silently, hoping these lunatics were just passing by to take a piss and then get the hell out. However, Murphy's Law kicked in. Whatever you feared, that's exactly what happened. Watching the 3 submachine gun wielding thugs swagger into the mall's 1st floor, Yi Ao Naiwahi cursed inwardly again. He glanced back. The 12 NPCs had despair in their eyes, and the rookies were also uncertain.
Fuck. Can't avoid it. Yi Ao Naiwahi's eyes instantly turned fierce.
He knew that if these thugs discovered their group, what awaited them was a one-sided massacre. The firepower comparison: enemy 5 thugs, 1 rotary machine gun, 3 submachine guns.
Targets: Ashes gang, roaming scouts, LV. 18 LV.
22 Description: lunatics who worship fire and pain. Well equipped with fierce firepower, it is recommended to retreat immediately upon encounter. Our side Yao Naiwahi's one homemade firelock takes half a day to reload after each shot and 3 rookies under level 5.
Brother Ao, what do we do? Run or fight? The rookies looked nervously at the veteran player leading them. Run my ass. Can our 2 legs outrun that pickup outside? The enemy's firepower is too strong. If we fight he can well die instantly.
They'll fire a shot to attract their attention and you guys push those abandoned vending machines from above to crush them, understand? Yao Naiwahi injected himself with a stimulant and popped pills while laying out the tactics. The 3 rookies nodded, crawled forward and climbed to the edge of the 3rd floor.
Bang.
After the rookies were in position, a crisp gunshot rang out. Yao Naiwahi had somehow reached the 1st floor and leaned out to fire a shot. Unfortunately, the shot missed, the bullet ricocheting off the tiles at the thug's feet.
There's a rat. You're done, I'm telling you. Come on, let's dance.
The 3 thugs instantly raised their guns.
Rat-a-tat.
The submachine gun spat fire, but luckily Yao Naiwahi had rolled away in time, barely avoiding a heavy metal poisoning. Just as the 3 thugs were drawn into the mall atrium and were about to open fire again, a sudden sound of wind came from above. The 3 rookies seized the opportunity, using all their strength to push a heavy vending machine off the edge.
A huge shadow descended from above.
One thug was directly crushed into a pixelated mess while another's legs were pinned, letting out a piercing scream.
Good opportunity. Yao Naiwahi roared, quickly closing in on the last thug and delivering a headshot kill.
The machine gunners on the truck heard the commotion and immediately swiveled the barrel to spray them all.
Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat.
The roar of the rotary machine gun instantly drowned the entire mall. Before Yao Naiwahi could catch his breath, that intense sense of danger made all his hair stand on end. He desperately lunged to the side but was ultimately no match for the high-speed metal projectiles. A bullet directly hit his right calf and the massive kinetic energy tore off his entire right leg. The rotary machine gun's barrage lasted a full 10 seconds, leveling the mall atrium. Before the dust settled, the sound of an engine roared from the mall entrance.
The shattered revolving door was sent flying by the modified pickup truck. Laden with deadly firepower, the modified pickup with its menacing ram charged straight into the 1st floor hall. There. Another rat on the stairs.
The machine gunner roared, gripping the handles tightly as he swung the barrel toward the corner of the 2nd floor. The 3 novices who had been about to rush down to support Yao Naiwahi were now fully exposed to the machine gun's field of fire.
Rat-a-tat-a-tat-tat.
3 fragile bodies were as flimsy as paper against the machine gun.
Blood-splattered flesh flew and the novices were reduced to a bloody mess.
The only sounds left in the mall were the whirring of the rotating barrel of the minigun and the agonized screams of the thug pinned under the vending machine. The pickup truck driver kicked open the door, a jagged blade in hand, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a sinister glint.
You're done for. I've got your coffin ready. Leaning against a pillar, Yao Naiwahi desperately staunched the bleeding from his wounds, lamenting his ill fortune. The mission was probably impossible now.
Hidden in the shadows of the 2nd floor, Taidan and the others were frozen in terror.
Taidan clamped his hand over his sister's mouth, tears streaming down his face.
From his perspective, the valiant pioneers had sacrificed their lives to protect them. The machine gunner in the truck bed was cursing as he fumbled with a jammed ammunition belt. The pickup driver with the jagged blade stepped slowly over the rubble and broken glass, closing in on the blood-stained pillar.
Hell, little rat, stop hiding. Come on, let's have some fun.
The driver's sinister laugh echoed through the mall, his boots scraping sharply, each step feeling like a stab to the heart. Behind the pillar, Yao Naiwahi's face was pale as paper, his jaw clenched tight to suppress any sound. His right leg from the knee down had been completely torn apart by the bullet, and the portable medical spray could do nothing.
Blood seeped steadily from the torn tactical pants. Listening to the approaching footsteps, Yao Naiwahi let out a bitter laugh, clutching a Molotov cocktail tightly, hoping to take the bastard down with him when he came close. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. His only hope now was that the thugs would leave after killing him and maybe Taidan and the others would survive. The pickup driver's footsteps stopped on the other side of the pillar. Yao Naiwahi could even hear the driver's heavy breathing along with the sharp alarm from his fatal premonition ability. Just as the driver lunged forward, the cold gleam of the blade already reflecting in Yao Naiwahi's pupils, a furious roar erupted from the 2nd floor. Bastards of the Cinder Gang. I'm over here. Come kill me.
The driver froze instinctively, looking up.
The machine gunner also looked up, the dark muzzle instantly locking onto the slender figure on the 2nd floor. Taidan stood up abruptly from behind the railing, his eyes red, his face wild with madness. He grabbed a half-brick from somewhere and hurled it with all his might at the pickup below. Clang. The brick hit the hood. Click.
The ammunition belt re-engaged.
At almost the same instant Tai Dan spun around and sprinted madly along the broken circular corridor on the second floor.
He could feel Death's scythe hovering at the back of his head icy cold. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat.
The deafening roar of the machine gun erupted once more.
The violent torrent of metal like a whip of death lashed wildly against the second floor wall's glass railings and concrete pillars.
Shards of concrete flew cutting into Tai Dan's thin back.
But Tai Dan did not hide in the shops deeper in the mall. Because he knew that once he vanished from sight the machine gunner would redirect his attention to the pioneer on the first floor.
He had to run. Run with all his might. Race against death. Right now.
Leaning against the pillar Yao Naiwa he mustered the last ounce of his strength and hurled the Molotov cocktail.
Screw you.
Smash, whoosh. The moment the Molotov cocktail struck the pickup driver it erupted into a terrifying ball of blue flame engulfing him entirely.
Ah. What have you done? Aha. The agonized screams even drowned out the machine gun's roar. The driver instantly became a wretched fireball. He dropped the blade rolling and thrashing madly across the hall letting out blood-curdling howls. The entire mall plunged into chaos.
Flame smoke screams and the sound of bullets tearing through walls merged into a scene of hell on earth. The machine gunner in the truck bed was startled by the sudden turn of events, his hand jerking.
The metal torrent that had been chasing Tai Dan heels veered off, striking the already swaying chandelier on the second floor. As luck would have it, it hit the bullseye.
The thug pinned under the vending machine could only watch helplessly as the chandelier crashed down onto him, ending his life.
Third. Damn.
The machine gunner's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing his brother killed by his own hand, he swung the hot rotating barrel locking onto Yao Naiwa behind the pillar.
Eat lead. He'll feed you to the dogs. Bang. Bang. Two distinct gunshots rang out.
And when a gun fires, someone dies. The machine gunner who was about to pull the trigger had his head vanish like a watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer, blood and bone fragments spraying everywhere. The headless body was flung forward by the immense kinetic force, crashing heavily against the pickup's railing. Before the assistant beside him could react, another bullet pierced his chest, sending a spray of blood. The once dominant minigun, now silent with its owner's death, emitted a few idle rotations before falling still.
The entire mall fell into absolute silence. Huff. 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 Tai Dan's legs gave out and he collapsed onto the messy second-floor corridor, utterly spent. His mouth wide open, chest heaving, he greedily sucked in air. Those few seconds felt longer than all the nightmares he had ever endured. He didn't know how he made it, but now his legs felt like lead and he lacked the strength to even get up. Damn. You came. Just in time.
Behind the first-floor pillar Yao Naiwa he leaned weakly against it, his lips twisted into a smile uglier than a cry. Outside the shattered mall doors the dust slowly settled. Two figures strode through the debris and glass shards, stepping into the arena of slaughter. Sod held the old sniper rifle, faint white smoke curling from its barrel. Behind him stood Night Owl, clad in dark tactical gear.
Tai Dan. You alive? Alive. Alive.
After confirming Tai Dan and the others were safe, Sod hurried over to the bloodstained pillar.
Seeing Yao Naiwa unconscious from blood loss, a flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes.
Rapid blood loss, blurred consciousness and declining neuron connectivity. System prompt: your body has entered a state of severe blood loss, near death shock.
Chenwei game ID. Yao Naiwa sighed helplessly as he looked at the system prompt that popped up before him.
Before collapsing he intended to draw his tactical dagger and end his own life with a swift physical return. But at that moment his stamina bar was already completely empty and even lifting a finger had become a luxury. He could only watch in despair as Sid's cold face gradually blurred in his vision, ultimately fading to complete darkness. Outside the window the neon lights of the Magic City had already come to life. The jarring sensation of being thrust from a battlefield of gunfire back to a peaceful era left Chenwei dazed on the bed for several minutes.
This is ridiculous, losing health in this game and being on the brink of death.
Chenwei muttered as he ripped off the helmet from his head.
In reality it was just after 10 o'clock in the evening. Gurgle.
A loud protest came from his stomach. He rolled out of bed, shuffled into his slippers and wobbled out of the dorm.
10 minutes later Chenwei was holding a steaming box of braised beef noodles with a sausage in his mouth as he headed upstairs. As soon as he pushed open the dorm door he was confronted by three mischievous roommates. What the hell? Wei. You little brat are eating alone. Wei. Let me see if your instant noodles are developing properly. Share a bite with me. Just a sip of the broth will do.
The three ravenous roommates lunged at him with hungry eyes, nearly knocking over the noodles in Chenwei's hands.
Get away, get away. Chenwei clutched his noodles like a protective hen. After an intense instant noodle defense battle he finally managed to save most of the broth.
After filling his stomach, he ducked into the bathroom, comfortably took on the role of captain and emptied his inventory.
Fully revived.
Refreshing. Shenwei wiped his face with cold water and dried his hands. Then he climbed back onto the bed in a few quick steps and put the helmet back on his head.
Connecting. Neuron connection successful.
System prompt: your body has exited the near-death state and is currently in a weakened state.
Welcome back, Pioneer No. 013. Accompanied by the familiar electronic voice Yao Naiwa, he opened his eyes.
In his field of vision was a blurry landscape of crumbling walls accompanied by violent jolts.
Mum.
Yao Naiwa, he let out a muffled groan as pain shot through his right. In the upper right corner of his vision, a row of glaring negative buffs flashed wildly. Severe blood loss, shattering fracture, lost right leg movement speed 100, stamina depletion.
Are you awake?
A deep voice came from beneath him. Sid's broad shoulders felt like a wall, safe and reliable.
Don't move, your wounds have just been treated. Well, be at a safe place soon. Sid. Leader. Yao Naiwa, he weakly uttered a few words.
Ahead there were several others. Iron Egg and his siblings were also in the group. Although they looked dirty, they seemed to be fine.
Yao Naiwa, he let out a sigh of relief. This was a great win.
About 10 minutes later, the half-collapsed underground garage finally came into view.
You finally made it. Delivery not allowed inside. Jumped out, pulling off the camouflage net covering the vehicle. Quick, help out. The voice of big player Chu sounded.
Immediately Yao Naiwa, he felt himself being taken by several hands and gently placed onto the vehicle. The underground garage of the hidden vehicle point was now packed with people. Over 100 survivors from the air raid shelter, families in tow, made even the expanded vehicle feel cramped.
It can't fit.
With so much luggage, these two vehicles can only carry 50 or 60 people at most.
Let the elderly and children go first. Under the player's command, Natasha, Iron Egg's siblings and those frail elderly were quickly stuffed into the vehicle.
The Starfire Express emitted a deep rumble as it slowly drove out from the shadows of the abandoned city No.
74.
Fortunately, the main forces of the two gangs seemed to have been drawn away by the firefight in the city center, and there were no pursuers.
Around noon, the second wave of migration finally arrived at the Starfire outpost.
The Starfire Express came to a steady stop on the open ground of the primary outpost, the swirling dust rising at the edges of the pale blue energy shield.
What the hell, we finally returned. Not satisfied, fighting is still more enjoyable. Look, the administrator is coming out. Get ready to collect your pay.
The pressure door of the core control room slowly slid open, revealing a figure in a crisp company uniform strikingly noticeable in the wasteland. His gaze swept over the group of new survivors, ultimately resting on the group of dirty players.
Ding! The task settlement page popped up before all participating players. Task settlement: migration of air raid shelter survivors. Task completion rate high with some risks. All participating players gain experience points 1300. Gain contribution points 500. Gain faction reputation 50. Gain achievement rewards experience points 260, contribution points 110. Unlock exclusive blue title Wasteland baton. Based on the contributions from this faction task you have additionally gained. The Starfire outpost has successfully established intermediate trust with the underground shelter. Current faction favorability has changed to friendly.
As the rewards were announced, the players instantly cast aside their previous fatigue, filled with excitement like a group of primal monkeys, with some even breaking into street dance. Sid watched as these warriors who had been steadfast just a moment ago now danced wildly in the air, making all sorts of strange noises, the corners of his mouth twitching beneath his mask.
This is truly the spark of civilization, not some mental hospital's group therapy session.
While some rejoiced, others were dismayed, such as a certain player lying in a recovery pod with a repaired leg. Special commendation player Yao Naiwa, he performed exceptionally in battle, receiving an exclusive purple title Iron-Blooded Legless King plus a free limb.
Iron-Blooded Legless King. What the hell is that? Why do I only get the reward after I paid to repair my body? You dog planner, come out, I want to challenge you.
Yao Naiwa, he nearly fainted in anger, drawing a round of merciless laughter from the surrounding players. Su Xing ignored the player's antics, raised his hand and made a gesture in the air, triggering a new task.
Subsequent task triggered the cornerstone of the new order.
Task description: the addition of over 100 new members poses a huge challenge to the resources and management of the outpost. Task Objective 1: expand the living area, build simple board houses within 24 hours.
Task Objective 2: establish a registration office to assist the labor management department in entering personnel information. Task rewards a large amount of experience points, contribution points, faction reputation, NPC favorability, etc. After outlining the task, Su Xing turned around, his gaze colliding with Sid, who had been silently standing in the crowd. Sid's grip tightened slightly.
He had seen the madness of the Black Iron Brotherhood and the craziness of the Ashes gang, but this young man before him. The cleanliness and calmness that Su Xing exuded, completely disconnected from the desolate wasteland, gave him an unprecedented sense of pressure. You are their leader. Sid pointed at the group of players who were cheering and celebrating for the reward.
Su Xing nodded slightly, his tone flat. I am Su Xing, welcome to the Ashes of Civilization Starfire Outpost.
To be honest, although this guy Chu, the big player, often talks nonsense, he truly possesses remarkable managerial skills. Earlier this morning, before the escort troops set off, he issued a temporary infrastructure mobilization order pointing out a broad path for the newcomers to gain experience. At this moment, a vacant area on the east side had been thoroughly cleaned up.
Everyone line up. Do not push.
The elderly and children used the left fast lane.
Young and middle-aged adults used the right.
Chu, the big player, stood on a wooden box with a simple megaphone made from iron sheets, commanding with a loud voice.
Hey, you, the vanguard.
Stop staring at the NPC's package.
Hurry up and bring 2 buckets of water. Come on, gentlemen and ladies, walk this way. Don't push. There are plenty of spots.
There are clean mats here, sit down and rest for a while. Under Chu, the big player's direction, the originally chaotic group of survivors in the bomb shelter was quickly organized.
Dozens of new players transformed into the most enthusiastic volunteers.
Some handed out water while others guided the way, their eagerness leaving the survivors hiding underground somewhat taken aback. Seth observed all of this silently, his eyes behind the mask flickering with complex emotions. This enthusiasm, which transcended the rules of the wasteland jungle, made him feel a strong sense of unreality.
Bang, bang, bang. A series of crisp knocking sounds echoed throughout the camp. It was time for the meal. Dear folks, you are all guests from afar.
Chu, the big player, raised the megaphone again, a warm smile spreading across his face.
You've traveled a long way and must be tired. Although our Starfire outpost has limited conditions, we will never let our friends go hungry.
Now, friends who have completed their registration, please head to the public dining hall, it's time to eat. Under the guidance of several new players, the survivors from the bomb shelter nervously formed 2 lines and walked into the public dining hall. On the long wooden tables were piles of sizzling oily rock main beast meat alongside large iron barrels filled with purified water. Soon the entire dining hall was filled with the sounds of frantic chewing. Watching the survivors devour their food, Chu, the big player, stroked his chin with satisfaction.
Leader said, is the food to your liking?
Chu, the big player, pushed a cup of water in front of Sed and casually pulled out a chair to sit down. Sed took the water, looking at the ever-smiling outsider before him.
Chu, your generosity exceeds my imagination.
The survivors from the bomb shelter
will remember the kindness of Starfire?
Oh, no need for such politeness. Since everyone has entered through one door, we are all family from now on. Chu, the big player, waved his hand, his smile gradually fading into a serious expression. However, brother said, there is an old saying, without rules nothing can be accomplished. Our Starfire outpost values humanitarianism, but we are not a charity organization. Said listened quietly, and instead of feeling offended, his gaze became more stable.
In the wasteland, transactions with clear terms are far safer than unfounded charity.
What do you need us to do? Our rules are simple: you earn what you work for, labor is glorious and the worker is the greatest. Chu, the big player, pointed outside to the bustling construction sites starting to tally up. Mixing mud, moving bricks, plastering, and even future agricultural land clearing and factory work. As long as you are willing to put in effort, not only will you be well fed daily, but you'll also receive wages based on your labor. Even the elderly, women and children can take on logistics, sorting supplies and repairing clothes. With Starfire coins you can buy clothes, exchange for better tools, or even apply for private housing in the future. Please help me convey this rule to everyone, brother said.
Very reasonable. Sed's anxious heart finally calmed down.
Meanwhile, in the makeshift survivor settlement of the bomb shelter, a new player, Lip, was busily engaged. He had been temporarily assigned to the logistics reception team, serving as a temporary caregiver for these refugees. He had just helped an elderly woman carry a tattered blanket into the settlement, receiving her repeated thanks and a system prompt indicating an increase in NPC favorability. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lip was ready to assist the next person. Just as he turned around, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. A middle-aged man with graying hair suddenly collapsed forward without warning. With a dull thud, the man fell heavily onto the scorching ground, motionless.
Oh no! Someone has fainted.
Lip reacted swiftly, dashing over in a few quick steps. He crouched down, checking the middle-aged man's carotid artery, then looked at the man's pale, cracked lips and rapid breathing.
It's heat stroke.
Lip made an immediate judgment and turned to shout at a nearby new player. You, the immortal of Gourd Island.
Come over here and lend a hand. Let's get him under the shade.
Together they lifted the gaunt middle-aged man into the cool shade of a shelter. Lip unfastened the man's collar, carefully wiping his forehead and neck with a damp towel to cool him down. Then he forced the man's mouth open and slowly fed him a few sips of purified water. Brother, this NPC has dropped his personal belongings, please secure them for him. The immortal of Gourd Island rushed over and handed Lip a dirty, tattered bundle. Lip nodded and accepted the package. To his surprise, the bundle was unexpectedly light, seemingly containing no essential food or tools for survival. Although somewhat curious out of respect for the game's privacy rules, fearing a drop in favorability, he did not open it, merely placing it beside the middle-aged man's hand.
A few minutes later. Cough cough. The middle-aged man's Adam's apple moved slightly and he suddenly opened his eyes. However, his first reaction upon waking was not relief for still being alive nor gratitude towards his savior before him. He struggled violently, fearfully looking around, his hands wildly grasping at the air.
Where are my things? Where are my things? The middle-aged man's voice was hoarse, his mental state teetering on the edge of extreme tension.
Don't panic, uncle, your things are right here.
Seeing this, Lip quickly handed over the tattered bundle. Upon seeing the package, the middle-aged man immediately treated it like a lifeline, yanking it forcefully from Lip's hands. Due to the excessive force, the already flimsy bundle instantly ripped open, producing several soft sounds. From the bundle fell a few yellowed, brittle sheets of paper along with several dry plant specimens whose shapes were unrecognizable.
No. No.
The middle-aged man let out a wail, disregarding his weakened body, and dove to the ground, frantically trying to gather the scattered manuscripts into his arms. Lip sighed and crouched down to help.
Uncle, take it easy, I'll help you.
He gently picked up a yellowed sheet that had fallen at his feet, ready to hand it over, but his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the content on the paper. The text on the paper was in the indigenous native language of planet UX-829, which originally seemed like a foreign script to those from Blue Star. However, under the powerful support of the system's instant translation module, the content was clearly imprinted in Lip's mind.
Analysis diagram of the cell wall structure of variant C3. Demonstration of the irreversibility of gene mutations caused by polypeptide chains forcibly folding in high radiation environments. Feasibility deduction formula for extracting anti-radiation biological serum using X compounds. Outsiders watch the excitement while insiders understand the craft. As a doctoral candidate in biology, Li Pu was far too sensitive to these things.
Holy shit. Several beads of cold sweat trickled down Li Pu's forehead, whether from the scorching heat or sheer astonishment was unclear.
If I were to substitute this algorithm into the third-stage simulation path of our lab.
His mind began frantically incorporating real-world research data, attempting to verify the enigmatic formulas scrawled on the manuscript. Just as he was absorbed in reading, a middle-aged man's guttural roar shattered the silence.
Give it back.
A hand shot out, abruptly snatching the manuscript from Li Pu's grasp.
Mine. All mine.
The man clutched the scattered pages to his chest like a beast guarding its prey. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Li Pu as if terrified the man before him would steal his only lifeline. Li Pu snapped back to reality, a profound sense of loss washing over him.
So close. He hadn't finished reading the second half of the formula.
He swallowed hard, but a tempest raged within his heart. Though only a fleeting glimpse, the formulas and models on that manuscript were not only meticulously rigorous but had in a way shattered the boundaries of his understanding.
This theory on gene mutation in high radiation environments was definitely not fabricated.
Combined with the hypothetical model for anti-radiation biological serum extraction. Did the development team behind this game harbor top-tier biological experts?
Unbelievable. Can this theory be replicated in reality? Li Pu's eyes sparkled with fervor.
This game or this wasteland planet undoubtedly concealed secrets far deeper than the surface-level scavenge and build.
Li Pu suppressed his inner turmoil. This game was not only physically demanding but also shrouded in mystery. Uncle, don't be nervous. I mean no harm.
Li Pu tried to make his smile as reassuring as possible, raising his hands to show he had no ill intent. Just as he attempted to strike up a conversation with the NPC, the middleman spat on him several times with venomous disdain.
With no other option, he had no choice but to slink away. So be it, first complete the task.
This minor incident didn't affect the overall progress of the resettlement mission. Under the enthusiastic service of the players, the tedious process of temporary relocation, identity registration and feeding over 100 survivors from the bomb shelter finally concluded after more than 2 hours.
Ding!
A familiar system notification chimed and a settlement panel appeared before all players who had participated in the mission.
Mission Settlement Foundation of a New Order.
Mission completion extremely high, well organized.
All participating players receive experience 400. Contribution points 100. Faction reputation 10. Achievement reward experience 160, contribution points 80. Unlock exclusive blue title Spark Volunteer. Based on your contribution to this faction mission, you additionally receive Woohoo! Time to take off. This reward is insane. I jumped straight to level 5. Awesome.
A few more big missions like this and I can buy a genetic enhancement serum to roll for talents. Players who received generous rewards cheered jubilantly, many breaking through the level 5 barrier. Once paid, who would want to stand around staring at NPCs? For the fourth Calamity, completing the mission meant it was time for personal pursuits. The explorers marched boldly toward the starship wreckage and the distant wilderness. The grinders, armed with newly purchased shovels and welding torches, threw themselves into the bustling construction sites. This type of player was the most numerous. After all, in the early game, hauling bricks and building houses was the fastest and most reliable way to grind experience. As for the warmongers, they charged into the wilderness to fight for fun against the grotesquely mutated creatures. Fortunately, the wasteland of planet UX-829 lacked nothing but an abundance of bizarre multi-limbed monsters. Players each went their separate ways, but in another corner of the outpost a main event concerning the survival of hundreds was just beginning. In the temporary resettlement area, the survivors, well-fed and hydrated, had rosy complexions and high spirits. Sade stood at the front announcing the rules of the Spark outpost to everyone. Labor is most glorious, workers are the greatest. There is no charity here for no reason. From today onward everyone must obey the arrangements of the outpost. Initially there were nervous whispers among the crowd. But those survivors who had already interacted with players stepped forward immediately. Lord Sade is right. These outsiders may have strange tempers, but they keep their word. Exactly. As long as you carry enough bricks, they really do hand out nutrient paste. They even give you meat. In the wasteland, exchanging labor for a full meal was a tremendous blessing. Sade nodded and approached Chu Dejia. Chu, everyone from the shelter is ready. May I ask what we need to do? Great. I've been waiting for you to say that. Chu Dejia stood up abruptly, adjusting the collar of his tactical uniform. He cleared his throat, picked up the tin megaphone and strode boldly to the front of the crowd of survivors gazing at him expectantly. Ahem. Folks. You all look full of energy. I declare the first Spark Outpost large-scale job fair is about to begin. The players found wooden boards and at Chu Dejia's request Nia wrote the recruitment information on them with charcoal. Alas, the players were simply hopeless. They were illiterates, relying solely on the game's instant translation. When it came to writing, they were better off not trying. Dear folks, Spark Outpost is hiring directly. Excellent benefits, no tricks. Chu Dejia, megaphone in hand, looked exactly like a shady middleman. No, a human resources director from a conscientious company, shouting enthusiastically behind the table. Besides him, several players acting as HR stood ready with recruitment boards. Above their heads hung a large banner: Spark Outpost First Talent Dual Selection Job Fair. A dual selection fair, as the name suggests, meant you choose me and I choose you. Our outpost offers a dazzling array of job opportunities. There's something for everyone. This is the carpentry position. Friends with some skills rejoice. You can make furniture, reinforce houses, or even just chop firewood. The scavenger team is also great. Head out to bring back supplies, but watch out for danger. High risk, high reward. Check out the material sorting position. Sort the trash. Ahem, valuable resources we bring back from outside. The more you work, the more you earn. Of course, the most profitable is our brick carrying position. If you have the strength, you're guaranteed at least 20 Spark coins per day. Paid on the same day, never delayed. The crowd scrambled to sign up. The atmosphere electric. Unquestionably, for these survivors who had long struggled on the brink of death, selling their labor was the most reliable means of survival. The most popular choice was naturally carrying bricks at the construction sites of the second phase dormitory and other facilities. Chu Dewanjia was holding the roster, happily checking the recruitment numbers. Just then Yila walked up to his desk. Master Chu, may I ask if there is any work that requires bandaging wounds or treating illnesses? Yila removed the chainsaw from her waist, her tone tinged with hesitation. In the bomb shelter, besides fighting, I was also responsible for medical care. I know some mutated herbs and can do surgical sutures. Holy crap. Medical technical personnel. Surprise gleamed in Chu Dewanjia's eyes. In any game, healers were a scarce resource, let alone in a hardcore simulation game like Spark. With a doctor, players wouldn't have to spend a fortune lying in a cultivation pod when injured. Sister Yila, wait right here. I'll go apply for a position right now. Chu Dewanjia, as if discovering a priceless treasure, abandoned the roster and dashed into the core control room like a whirlwind. With the administrator's special approval, Yila was granted a clean, spacious small house in the prime location of the commercial street. The first small clinic in Spark Outpost was officially declared open. Soon after the clinic opened, a server-wide announcement popped up in front of the players. Spark closed beta v0. 4.
One hot update without server shutdown completed. Update content outpost facilities and original inhabitant bestiary system online. 1. New special landmark buildings spark First People's Clinic Director Yila Nia's Tailoring Shop Director Nia. 2. Faction NPC directory updated. The bomb shelter faction has fully merged into Spark Outpost. Players can view the background information and favorability status of unlocked key NPCs in the system panel. The forum's cloud players looked at the new announcement each envious. Meanwhile, the online players began competing over who had higher NPC favorability. As time passed, the sun gradually sank, casting a dark red sunset that shrouded the entire primary outpost in a solemn and magnificent halo. Outbound players returned one after another. To celebrate the survivors' arrival, led by Chu Dewanjia, an unprecedented Spark Outpost welcome party was urgently being prepared. Since hosting a party, of course, there had to be a stage. I Don't Eat Beef led a group setting up a simple stage half a meter off the ground. Just a stage isn't enough. Without lighting, the atmosphere won't be right. Demolition King Director rubbed his chin, pondering. Mole Action, crouching nearby munching on a nutrient bar, looked up, eyes brightening. Lighting. I have an idea. Everyone looked at him. You're not going to do something dangerous again? Not dangerous, not dangerous. Mole Action waved his hands repeatedly with a look of unreliable but you don't believe me grievance. Copper salt burns green, strontium salt red, sodium salt yellow. The waste pile from the pre-war chemical plant has plenty of these. Want it explode? No. It's just a flame reaction. Mole Action patted his chest. I swear on my character. Chu Dewanjia nodded. Alright, go ahead. But test the fire far from the outpost. Don't blow it up. Got it. Mole Action dashed off, only to run back after a dozen meters. By the way, who's coming with me to carry the stuff? I can't move it alone. I'll go. AI in C Tanside and followed. Hey, where did you get the waste? Secret. Damn, you're hiding it from me. The two bickered as they disappeared from sight. Tonight's Spark Outpost was destined to be a sleepless night. By the time Yila and Sade arrived at the party venue, a crowd had already gathered. The survivors curiously examined the half-meter-high stage and the colorful decorations. Children were the most honest. 2 or 3 kids from the bomb shelter had already peeked out from behind, the adults' eyes sparkling at the stage, fingers in their mouths, wanting to approach but afraid. Hamster Reincarnation crouched down, waved at them, holding a handful of wildflowers obtained from somewhere. Come here, I'll give you flowers. The children looked back at their parents. The adults hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. The kids immediately ran over, surrounding Hamster Reincarnation, reaching for the flowers. Hamster Reincarnation smiled and gave each one a flower, then pointed at the stage. Later, Big Sister is going to sing on stage. Will you clap for me? Yes. A little girl with a crooked ponytail answered loudly, her voice crisp. At that moment, the half-circle of fire pits around the stage were lit and flames of various colors shot into the sky. No light show, no laser balls. But these dancing flames suited the wasteland night sky better than any lights. Chu Dewanjia, holding a large iron loudspeaker, leaped onto the stage. Fellow townsfolk. Family. Good evening. In this damn wasteland, for us to gather at Spark Outpost is a bond forged through life and death. Tonight's theme is only one: welcome new family, let's have fun together. Next, the first Spark Outpost welcome party officially begins. Let's welcome our martial arts director War God Rampage for the opening show. As usual, the martial arts performance opened, followed by Takeout Not Alloud's rustic shout singing. Hey. Friends over there, let me see your hands, okay? I'm MC Takeout Emperor. Today I'll bring you a wasteland battle anthem. Damn. That's too crude. Shut up. Don't sing when you're among us. The stage became a playground for new players to show off. Several newbies gathered together and rehearsed an impromptu skit, I make dumplings in the wasteland. The party's atmosphere surged, wave after wave, laughter interwoven, shining so warmly on this broken planet. Ahem. Brothers, quiet down. Chu Dewanjia stepped onto the stage again, lowering his voice, deliberately teasing. Joyful moments are always short. Next is tonight's grand finale. Let's welcome our Spark Outpost's chief vocalist, Hamster Reincarnation, and special guest, our server's national treasure, little cutie, Sister Nia. Howl. Players instantly turned into fanatical fans, holding glass jars filled with fluorescent moss and waving them wildly above their heads like glow sticks. Fluorescent moss, feed me peanuts. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Hamster Reincarnation took Nia, whose face was flushed, onto the stage. Nia's furry ears were pressed flat against her head, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. Everyone please stop making a fuss, you're scaring Nia.
The reincarnated hamster glared at the players below, then gently squeezed Nia's small hand, softly encouraging her.
Nia, don't be afraid, just sing along with your sister like we practiced in the dorm this afternoon. Nia took a deep breath, looking at the noisy pioneers below.
The little girl finally gathered her courage and nodded vigorously. Today's song is a nursery rhyme from our hometown. The reincarnated hamster scanned the pairs of eyes, some belonging to players and others to weathered wasteland survivors. This song is dedicated to everyone present. No matter how tough life gets, the spark of hope is always by your side. After saying that, the reincarnated hamster gently squeezed Nia's palm, giving her an encouraging look before slowly starting to sing, her ethereal voice floating into the night sky. When difficulties arise, please raise your left hand. As the first line emerged, the group of players below instantly fell silent. They remembered, all of them remembered.
Following suit, Nia's soft and sticky voice joined in, albeit a bit timidly.
The left hand represents direction. It will not bow to difficulties. At first the little girl's voice was a bit hesitant, but with the synchronized rhythm created by the players, her voice grew steadier and brighter. When facing setbacks, please raise your right hand. The right hand represents hope. It will not fret over setbacks. The two girls sang while extending their left and right hands, making a cute and simple heart gesture in front of their chests. When the left hand claps the right hand, our steps will have rhythm. When the right hand claps the left hand, our strength will have a source. This song, full of childhood innocence, inexplicably generated a healing power for the souls on this scarred wasteland planet. There were no grand oaths, no lofty slogans, but that simple line, "Let's hold hands and move forward together," expressed the deepest longing of everyone in the wasteland: companionship.
Woo woo. Damn, this song combined with Nia's voice is devastating. Sitting in the front row, Yao Naiwa, he was moved to tears, a tough guy weeping. So cute. AWSL. Protect Nia's smile.
Jingshan Xiaohua also wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. In the warm melody, the survivors in the air raid shelter also followed the rhythm, gently clapping their hands.
Among the crowd, Tai Dan held his younger siblings tightly. Ira followed the beat, clapping his hands vigorously.
Side stood quietly at the back, slowly raising his right hand to his left chest, paying the highest tribute. In front of the transparent window of the core control room, Su Xing quietly held a cup of water, watching the evening party outside. System prompt: all employees' fatigue levels have significantly decreased and their mental alertness has significantly increased. The auxiliary brain machine popped up cold data. Su Xing slightly lowered his eyelids and shook his head.
Year 11451 of the star calendar, UX 829, planet 9 AM. Note: the wasteland has 30 days every month.
The warmth of the gala had yet to dissipate as the Starfire outpost welcomed the hustle and bustle of a new day. Workers led by skilled laborers like Lao Dao had already thrown themselves into their respective jobs. Mixing mud, moving bricks, sorting trash, the entire base resembled a finely tuned machine rumbling away.
Brothers. Today our goal is that abandoned overpass southwest of urban area 74.
Chuda Wanjia stood atop the front of Starfire No.
2, full of spirit. Awu. Treasure hunt. Treasure hunt.
A dozen newcomers and veteran team members cramped in the carriage, excitedly howling. The convoy traveled across the wasteland for about 10 minutes. Suddenly the lookout Yan Su Xing shouted, "Damn brother Chu, look at 12 o'clock. Chuda Wanjia followed the direction Yan Su Xing pointed, his pupils suddenly contracting. In the wilderness less than a kilometer away from them, an enormous convoy appeared. Leading the way was not a vehicle but a terrifying beast the size of a medium truck. It had 6 thick armored elephant legs, a high bulge of flesh on its back, and heavy steel chains around its neck. Behind this giant beast, it was pulling 3 sections of heavy trailers resembling mobile fortresses.
Around the trailers, a dozen all-terrain off-road motorcycles roamed.
Target: wasteland armed merchant convoy. Neutral description: merchants traversing between various wasteland cities and shelters.
They are profit-driven and possess strong armed escorts.
If your firepower is weaker than theirs, they won't hesitate to play the role of raiders. Looking at the system's prompt, the players in the carriage were not afraid at all. They were on the verge of drooling.
Damn.
A mysterious merchant NPC has spawned.
This is definitely a mobile supply station.
Look at the guns in the hands of the guards, those are proper assault rifles.
Let's rob them. Let's pull off a big score.
A few aggressive players had already started pulling out Molotov cocktails.
Bang. Chuda Wanjia retaliated with a swift punch to a newcomer's head. Rob. Are you crazy? Didn't you see the system prompt? Their firepower could turn our junk vehicle into a sieve.
Chuda Wanjia rolled his eyes. What nonsense. Moreover, as a veteran RPG player, he knew too well the value of such merchants. Even if they could win, they shouldn't fight. Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs is only a one-time deal. Establishing trade routes is the source of continuous wealth.
Starfire No.
2 stopped behind a sand dune, and Chuda Wanjia led a few armed players closer. Almost the moment they were exposed, the outer guards of the merchant convoy spotted them. 4 or 5 all-terrain motorcycles suddenly swerved, kicking up clouds of dust, their dark gun muzzles locking onto the slowly approaching players. The huge six-legged beast also let out a low growl, halting its steps.
Don't shoot. We mean no harm. We are here for business.
Chu Duanjia raised his hands high and shouted at the merchant convoy. The central door of the widest trailer slowly opened outward.
A man wearing a cowboy hat stepped out. Business.
The man looked down at Chu Duanjia, his gaze lingering on his dark-colored basic pioneer tactical suit for a few seconds.
In the wasteland, those who dare to approach Old Buck's merchant convoy are either lunatics or strong lunatics.
Old Buck raised his metal prosthetic right hand and waved casually. Although the surrounding guards did not lower their guns, they loosened their fingers slightly from the triggers.
Which settlement are you from?
In all my years of roaming, I've never seen such attire.
We come from the Starfire outpost. Starfire outpost.
Old Buck frowned, searching his mind and confirming he had never heard of that name. But the confident demeanor of these people made him suspect that they had the backing of a shelter-level force from the old era.
Merchants pursue profit. As long as there is profit, he doesn't mind trading with raiders.
Since you are here to do business, then show us your chips. High-grade antibiotics from the old era, special armor-piercing rounds, water purification chips, and even.
The player Chu knew exactly what was going on.
Suppressing his excitement, Chu took out a coin from his pocket and flicked it forward with his thumb. Old Buck caught the coin, steadily examining its texture and metallic luster closely. A few seconds later, he looked at Chu as if he were an idiot and tossed the coin back onto the sand.
High molecular aerospace alloy. It's indeed a good material. But it's worthless. Damn, I was careless. The hardcore settings of this dog planner are kicking in.
In short, this Starfire coin is just an internal food voucher from our Starfire outpost. Outside that 2-acre plot of land, who recognizes this thing? Without a strong credit system and military backing, this coin is nothing more than a slightly better quality polymer metal. The Starfire outpost is currently unknown, and in Old Buck's eyes the Starfire coin is probably no different from scrap metal. In that case, just wait a moment while I gather some more from my brothers. I guarantee you will be satisfied.
Brothers. We've encountered a problem. This NPC merchant doesn't recognize our Starfire coin and we can't trade. What? We can't buy anything.
So it was all in vain.
Hurry up, everyone.
Put forth anything valuable you have.
Look. I dug out a complete mutated scavenger rat skull. This is the trophy I got from my first solo run. The skull is exceptionally intact and would definitely make a stylish night pot. I have a screw taken off a starship. I have 2 tufts of mutated beetle leg hair.
Watching this group of silly players pull out their astonishing treasures, Chu painfully closed his eyes.
If we trade this with Old Buck, it's not commerce, it's outright provocation.
Why the hell did I bring out this group of fools? Taking a deep breath, Chu held back the impulse to draw his tactical dagger and clear the way.
Do you want to trade, or do you want to insult that merchant?
If you take these junk items over there, do you think the machine guns on the other side will not immediately turn us into a mosaic?
Put all your junk away.
A moment later, Chu straightened his back and adjusted his clothes. When he returned, a small sunshade had already been set up in front of the merchant convoy and Old Buck was lounging in a chair puffing smoke. Chu held a few items in his hands, confidently walking back to Old Buck.
Old Buck, sorry to keep you waiting.
Chu spread his hands and placed 3 items on the folding table in front of Old Buck.
The first item was a tube of highly pure nutritional paste with a sci-fi aerodynamic packaging. The second item was a cylindrical object radiating a faint blue metallic sheen, a portable medical spray. The third item was a syringe filled with a transparent liquid, adrenaline. These 3 items were all system-produced props from the outpost's logistics store.
This is... Old Buck, who had been somewhat sarcastic and dismissive, suddenly changed his expression. He grabbed the nutritional paste, running his fingers over the sealed packaging, then picked up the medical spray for a closer look.
These 3 little gadgets are quite interesting. Chu crossed his arms and smiled at Old Buck. This nutritional paste can provide enough high-intensity calories for an adult for an entire day. This spray, when pressed, can seal small wounds and kill bacteria within 3 seconds.
As for this syringe, even if your intestines spill out after injection, you can still be energetic enough to hack through a street.
Old Buck, I wonder if these 3 items suit your taste.
Old Buck put down the items in his hand, his face remaining indifferent, but the fleeting greed in his eyes had already betrayed. As a traveling merchant, he knew all too well the value of these items. In the wasteland, where food and medicine are scarce, non-radioactive portable food and efficient medical supplies are like a second life.
Where did you come from? Which shelter? The Starfire. No.
2 vehicle raced back to the primary outpost, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, Chu, the great player, jumped out of the cabin and shouted loudly in the camp. Brothers who stayed at the base, stop what you are doing.
Gather around, there's an emergency.
At this moment there were about 70 players left at the outpost, most of whom were new players who had just entered the game yesterday along with a few veteran players.
Brother Chu, what's going on? Is there a wild boss spawning?
The emergency vanguard squeezed to the front carrying a shovel.
No and oh no.
Chu the great player stood atop a wooden crate pressing his hands down to signal everyone to be quiet.
We just encountered a neutral merchant caravan in the wilderness.
He briefly recounted his negotiation with Old Buck, emphasizing the awkward situation that the system currency Starfire coins could not be traded. Therefore we can only use the supplies from the logistics store to trade with those natives.
It's a barter system.
Chu the great player scanned the crowd. Brothers, I need everyone to pool their contribution points together so we can exchange for a batch of items from the synthesis table.
Let's empty those merchants. Bye. Count me in. I'm all in.
Brother Chu, I collected about 333 contribution points yesterday from gathering bricks and completing faction tasks. I'll invest them all. The new players were filled with enthusiasm. Although they had only been in the game for a little over a day, they had coincidentally joined during a faction event and each of them had managed to accumulate a fair amount of contribution points.
There was no helping it, they just happened to hit a good time. The veteran players remarked, what about the hardships we endured before? The new players responded, you were just gluttonous.
After less than 10 minutes of rapid crowdfunding, Chu the great player looked at the substantial sum gathered on the game panel, nodding in satisfaction. With money in hand, Chu the great player immediately turned and walked toward the logistics store panel of the synthesis table.
High purity nutritional paste for 500 units, 5 contribution points each, totaling 2,500 points.
Portable medical spray for 200 cans, 10 contribution points each, totaling 2,000 points.
The remaining over 10,000 points will all go into high-end potions. Adrenaline for 30 units, 50 points each. Physical enhancement agent for 10 units, 300 points each. Sensory enhancement agent. Muscle injection.
As the contribution points were deducted, trays slid out repeatedly from the side of the synthesis table, neatly stacking the supplies into boxes.
Load the vehicle. Let's go. The 2 electric vehicles, Starfire no. 1 and no.
2 drove out of the outpost once more. This time the cabin was packed full. Over 70 players, whether veterans or newcomers, looked excitedly towards the wilderness.
What does the merchant caravan look like? Do they sell mechs? Maybe they have power armor. I read on the forum that such things exist in the wasteland setting. Do you think there will be cute beast-eared girls?
You're acting strange, watch me cuff you. For the Blue Star people, watching the excitement was a traditional skill.
Everyone wanted to see for themselves what the merchant caravan in the wasteland looked like. Even if it was just to broaden their horizons, it would be worth the trip.
As the 2 fully loaded Starfire Express vehicles thundered closer to the trading location, the massive cloud of dust and the sea of heads inside the cabin indeed frightened Old Buck's caravan considerably. Surrounding the merchant caravan, the guards on all-terrain motorcycles immediately tensed up as if facing a great enemy.
All units on alert.
The captain of the guards was sweating profusely.
Boss. They brought a large force. There are at least 70 or 80 of them.
Are they here to trade or to wreck the place?
Steady. Don't fire. Anyone who fires will be executed.
Old Buck stood atop the heavy trailer in the center, loudly reprimanding his subordinates, beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
It wasn't until the convoy came to a steady stop 50 meters away from the merchant caravan that Old Buck finally let out a long breath.
Although there were many people in the opposing vehicles, most of them didn't even have decent weapons. Instead, they were whispering and pointing at the caravan's cabin, their expressions resembling those of countryfolk visiting a market rather than robbers. Their eyes were filled with a strange excitement, completely devoid of the numbness and fear typical of wasteland survivors. They were undoubtedly remnants from some shelter.
Boss Old Buck. We've come with sincerity.
Chu the great player strode forward, followed by 2 players carrying boxes. Old Buck climbed down from the top of the vehicle, looking at the black-clad people who leaned halfway out of the cabin, pointing at them as if they were monkeys, his mouth twitching involuntarily. You guys are quite the spectacle indeed. Old Buck replied dryly. While the brothers haven't seen much of the world, they heard there was a big merchant caravan and insisted on coming along to broaden their horizons.
Chu the great player chuckled and directly got to the point. To demonstrate our sincerity, Boss Old Buck, let's verify the goods.
The players placed the boxes in front of Old Buck and opened the lids.
When he saw the neatly arranged supplies inside, Old Buck's eyes widened.
The value of these items made even this well-traveled wasteland merchant gasp in awe.
What do you think? This batch of goods is indeed pure right.
Chu the great player looked at the other party's reaction with satisfaction. Old Buck took a deep breath and shifted his gaze away from the box. He understood that if today's deal went through, he would definitely make a huge profit.
Friends, I see your sincerity. Old Buck waved his hand, giving orders to his subordinates behind him. Open the first cargo hold. Let the friends from Starfire have a look. Two guards stepped forward, unfastening the large lock on the side of the first heavy trailer and slowly pulling open the cargo doors. More than 70 players all got out of the vehicle, stretching their necks in unison, with a few newcomers already starting to swallow their saliva. Mechs. Power armor. Laser swords. Even if we can't get a battleship, 2 tactical mechs would be great. The players gazed into the dark cabin with high hopes for the mysterious big merchant. When the interior of the cabin was fully revealed to the crowd, the air suddenly fell silent for 3 seconds. There were no power armors glowing with sci-fi lights, no plasma blades emitting ghostly blue particles, and certainly none of the mechs they had longed for day and night. On both sides of the cabin, long and short firearms hung on metal racks. Most were semi-automatic rifles left over from the old era, but they were clearly second-hand goods that had been refurbished countless times. Disappointingly, there wasn't even a single automatic assault rifle. Furthermore, a row of compact submachine guns hung inside. In addition to the firearms, there were rows of yellow bullets stacked in wooden boxes at the bottom of the cabin. On the other side, bags of gunpowder, barrels of various calibers, high-strength recoil springs, and various metal parts and repair tools were piled up. I was all set for something epic, and you show me this. Damn it, this game designer is definitely false advertising. They said sci-fi wasteland, but this is clearly a World War II arms factory. Forget it, forget it. No Gundam, no power armor, not even a Gatling gun. All that excitement for nothing. This NPC merchant caravan is too poor. The players' initially high spirits instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. Listening to the undisguised disdain of these vault dwellers, Old Buck, standing by the carriage door, couldn't stop his eyelids from twitching. Those refurbished rifles and crates of ammunition were top-tier hard currency in the wasteland. Yet these people, seeing the truckload of weapons, not only didn't drool but instead looked disgusted, as if they were staring at a pile of outdated toys. Just as I thought. Old Buck grew even more convinced of his earlier speculation. These people are definitely remnants from some old-era vault. With that thought, Old Buck's smile grew even brighter, tinged with a barely perceptible fawning. Brother Chu, conditions on the wasteland are like this. Good things are hard to come by. But I can guarantee that this batch of refurbished semi-automatic rifles and submachine guns will definitely work well. Chu de Wanja was not surprised at all, since from the previous negotiations he had roughly known what goods this merchant caravan was selling. Things like antibiotics, water purification ships were of little use to the players. What they really wanted was the bang bang bang. The two quickly finalized the transaction according to the previously agreed price. 16 semi-automatic rifles, 7 submachine guns, various ammunition, and 8 kilograms of gunpowder. The quantity was not large, but this was only the first transaction. There would be a second, third. The players who had been complaining instantly turned into relentless moving machines. Though their mouths complained, their bodies were honest. After all, in the early game, upgrading from a crude gun that took forever to reload after each shot to rifles and submachine guns was a real increase in combat power. While the players were busily transporting the supplies, Chu de Wanja was not idle. He leisurely strolled over to Old Buck. Boss, Old Buck, we have some other needs. Do you have any connections? Old Buck raised an eyebrow and took up the topic. Brother Chu, just say whatever needs you have. As long as it exists on the wasteland, my Old Buck caravan can get it for you. Of course. Provided your sincerity is sufficient. Sincerity is easy. Chu de Wanja chuckled. Besides guns and ammunition, can you find food seeds? Or are there any crop seedlings that can be used for planting? The outpost's soilless cultivation greenhouse had been built long ago. But you can't make bricks without straw, without seeds. They couldn't really plant a patch of ghost willows as ornamental plants, could they? Hearing the word seeds, Old Buck's eyes narrowed slightly, showing surprise. Seeds. That was no ordinary goods. Brother Chu, this stuff is a rarity on the wasteland. Old Buck's eyes flickered and he blew a smoke ring. Seeing the slightly disappointed look on Chu de Wanjia's face, Old Buck changed his tune. However, I do have a batch of gray spot potatoes that I acquired at a high price from the Oasis farm in the south. This stuff is not only drought resistant but also extremely high yielding, and it's a staple food for many medium-sized settlements. The month after next, after I make a trip to Twin City, I can bring it over. Old Buck held up 3 fingers. But the price. 30 vials of norepinephrine plus 2 physical enhancement agents. Deal. Chu de Wanja agreed without even bargaining. The two quickly finalized the crop transaction order. Just as Chu de Wanja and Old Buck were chatting happily as if they had become close friends despite the age gap, Waibu Su Xing, who was moving things, suddenly stopped what he was. As the outpost's top veteran driver, he had also successfully injected a gene enhancement agent a few days ago and successfully awakened his talent. Talent: all-terrain vehicle god. Description 1.
When you drive any ground vehicle, the vehicle's handling increases by 15, fuel energy consumption decreases by 10.
2. When colliding with enemy targets, the vehicle's durability loss is reduced by 20. 3. You are extremely sensitive to abnormal sounds, able to precisely capture even the faintest noises inside a vehicle, even in a noisy environment. Because of this talent, Su Xing is extremely sensitive to sounds coming from inside vehicles. Thump. Thump thump.
It didn't sound like cargo colliding, but rather like something soft was knocking against the thick vehicle wall.
Then came a faint sobbing sound. That was a human voice. And not just one. Damn.
Su Xing's heart skipped a beat and his eyes involuntarily glanced at the trailer. He carried an ammunition box to his own convoy, set it down. Then, pretending nothing was wrong, he stretched and strolled over to Chu Dewanja, who was laughing and chatting with Old Buck.
"Brother Chu, something's off." "What's wrong?" Chu Dewanjia's smile didn't change as he followed Su Xing to the side.
Su Xing continued.
"It's people. I heard crying. There should be a lot of people locked in there."
Hearing this, Chu Dewanja narrowed his eyes and discreetly glanced at the trailer. Then Chu Dewanja patted Su Xing on the shoulder, signaling him to go attend to his work. Then he put back on that harmless, enthusiastic smile and walked over to Old Buck with a grin.
"Oh boss, Old Buck, I think the brothers have just about finished moving."
Chu Dewanja pointed at the last carriage of the merchant caravan, his tone carrying an obvious hint of probing.
"We've settled our business. But I noticed that last carriage of yours is firmly sealed. I suspect you're hiding some remarkable good stuff in there. That's a bit unfair, don't you think?"
Chu Dewanja rubbed his hands together, deliberately showing an extremely expectant expression.
"How about opening the carriage so the brothers can have a look? The price is negotiable as long as the goods are good. Our Spark outpost definitely has the money." After hearing Chu Dewanjia's words, Old Buck's smile instantly faded a bit. "Brother Chu, you're joking.
What's inside is just some, or it's sealed tightly to prevent moisture."
"Nothing worth seeing." Old Buck stood firm, showing no intention of opening the carriage. "Is that so?" Chu Dewanja keenly caught the evasion in Old Buck's eyes and took a step forward. "Boss, that's not very honest of you, is it?"
"When you're open for business, there's no reason to hide things, is there?"
"Just open it and let us see." The atmosphere in the air suddenly became a bit tense.
The smile gradually faded from Old Buck's face. Inside that carriage were slaves he had acquired at low prices from several small settlements and raiders.
In the trading laws of the wasteland, human trafficking was a perfectly normal business.
But Old Buck couldn't gauge the bottom line of these vault dwellers in front of him. Survivors from the old era often had laughable moral scruples. If they saw this carriage full of people, this big deal might fall through. The guards sensed something unusual and raised their weapons again, fingers back on the triggers. Meanwhile, the players noticed something was amiss and a group of them immediately rushed in.
Old Buck's eyelids twitched violently and a cold sweat suddenly broke out on his back. "Don't be impulsive. Everyone stay calm."
He quickly raised his hands, forcing out a smile that was more tragic than crying. He was well aware of the value of these refugee survivors. If a shot were to go off, they might have good Samaritans knocking on the door to check the situation. "Since you are so curious, Brother Chu, let's take a look."
"Business is all about being open and honest."
Old Buck waved his hand at the guards, giving them the command.
"Open it. Let the friends of Xingho take a look."
Two guards exchanged glances, moved forward to unlock the latch and gripped the heavy door handle of the trailer, pulling it forcefully outward. As soon as the door opened, a foul stench surged forth.
"What the hell?"
The players in the front, Chu the Great Player and No Delivery Allowed, were caught off guard and quickly stepped back.
"Ugh, what the hell is that smell? Is it a biochemical weapon?"
Why did the damn planner make the smell so realistic?
"It's suffocating. Gas masks. Quick, give me gas masks."
The olfactory feedback in this game is too inhumane. The players behind also wailed in despair, pinching their noses and retreating with grimaces. Once they adapted to the foul stench, the players finally focused on the interior of the trailer. The dim, narrow space was divided into 3 layers of cages, each packed tightly with 4 to 5 dozen ragged individuals. They were crammed in like sardines in a can, with heavy iron shackles on their hands and feet. Faced with the blinding sunlight and the crowd outside, they showed no reaction, merely huddling in the shadows. Old Buck stood next to Chu the Great Player's side and spoke with a hint of self-justification.
"Brother Chu, this is quite a normal business in the wasteland.
Many refugees who can't survive, or small camps that have been annexed by gangs, are often sold as goods to large mines and underground farms.
I'm just a merchant making a living."
After saying this, Old Buck nervously observed the expressions of Chu the Great Player and the others. In his perception, these civilized people emerging from the old world shelters mostly retained the hypocritical moral concepts from before the war.
Seeing such slave trading would likely incite outrage, possibly even lead to drawn guns.
He had even calculated how to offer compensation and used this trailer full of slaves to quell the anger of these civilized people.
However, an unexpected scene unfolded before Old Buck's eyes.
The players, upon seeing that the trailer was filled with people, did not erupt in anger. Instead, a wave of discussions arose among the crowd. "Oh, I thought they were hiding some hidden big boss or an exceptional mech. Turns out it's just a trailer full of slaves. Didn't expect this merchant to have such a trick."
Old Buck's character just became three-dimensional. Isn't this normal?
As long as it's a game with a wasteland or medieval background, where's the game without setting up some slave traders?
Basic gameplay, nothing to be surprised about. Tisk, the modeling is really impressive, but the smell is just too much.
Chu, the great player, also pinched his nose, fanning the air in front of him with a look of disgust. He stood still, looking around, his eyes scanning frantically in every corner.
1 second. 3 seconds. 10 seconds passed. No system prompt sounded. No quests.
Chu, the great player, frowned and turned to look at "No delivery allowed." "No delivery allowed" shook his head. "No, it probably isn't a hidden plot trigger point, it's just a simple background decoration."
"Then forget it. Not interested, not interested. Let's disperse."
Other players were disinterested, turning away towards the direction of the Xingho Express, lacking even the curiosity to take another look at the slaves in the trailer.
Now it was Old Buck's turn to be dumbfounded.
He stood there in a daze, watching the refugee survivors, whose expressions changed instantly, his mind going blank.
Is this it? No anger. No condemnation. No guns drawn.
These people were furious just a moment ago because he wouldn't open the door, and now they merely walked away complaining about the smell. He had lived for 45 years and had seen countless reactions when people first saw the slaves in his trailer. Some were furious, some disgusted, some pretended to sympathize while trying to haggle, and some showed greedy and fierce expressions. But he had never seen such a reaction. It was neither anger nor disgust nor greed nor indifference.
It was indifference. Old Buck suddenly felt a chill down his spine.
After 20 years of trading in the wasteland, he considered himself familiar with all kinds of evildoers. But the gazes of these people before him were not evil, they held something much more unsettling.
It was as if they didn't take this world seriously. Nevertheless, as long as there was no conflict, everything was fine. Quickly close the door.
Old Buck finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and waving at his subordinates.
The guard stepped forward, gripping the heavy trailer doors, preparing to close them again.
The slaves inside remained numbly bowed, allowing that glimmer of sunlight which brought faint hope to be blocked once more. For them it mattered little who bought them or where they would be sold, the outcome was essentially the same. Just as the two heavy doors were about to close, with the gap less than half a meter wide in that moment, a sudden sound of clashing chains erupted from the depths of the previously silent trailer.
Clatter.
A figure that had been curled up in the corner desperately squeezed through the crowd, lunging towards the closing gap of the trailer door. The group that had been preparing to leave halted in their tracks upon hearing the noise.
What the hell? There's movement. I told you so.
The damn planner made the modeling so realistic, even the smell of sewage was so authentic. How could it just be a backdrop for the wasteland?
Sure enough, there's hidden plot. This must be the prelude to a hidden plot. Animation Brothers. Quick, front row selling sunflower seeds and soda. Everyone quiet. Don't drown out the NPC's lines.
The players held their breaths just like fervent fans waiting for the grand opening of their idol's world tour.
Speak. Quick, say your lines. Hurry, shout out, I need help, or warrior, please save me. The players shouted in their minds, some even nervously swallowed their saliva.
The two guards standing by the carriage door had already prepared to push it shut and lock it. But when they saw the group suddenly turn their heads in unison, their fervent gazes sweeping over their movements froze instantly. These people had been full of disdain just moments ago, and now they looked like they were starving, their eyes fixed on a naked beauty. Cold sweat beaded on the two guards' foreheads.
Boss.
The guard turned his head with difficulty, frantically signaling to Lao Buick with his eyes. But since the boss hadn't spoken, they could only stand like two statues, gripping the door handle rigidly, unable to enter or retreat.
The atmosphere fell into a deadlock. What is this all about?
Lao Buick's forehead veins bulged, and his heart, which had just settled, leaped back into his throat.
He stared at this group of survivors of the shelter, completely unable to comprehend their intermittent fits of madness.
He had thought they were merely cold-blooded, but now it seemed they were not only cold-blooded but also utterly twisted. Through the sunlight filtering in from the crack in the door, Lao Buick made out the figure. A gaunt young man clad only in a few strips of rags covered in grime. Inarticulate low growls came from the young man's throat as he struggled to extend his right arm through the gap in the carriage door. That hand clawed futilely in the air as if scratching at the player's heartstrings.
He's reaching out. He's about to give a quest. Feels like a dark revengetrope hidden class mentor. Shoo. Everyone shut the hell up. Don't interrupt the NPC's cutscene.
All the players were waiting. Waiting for that key dialogue. At that moment their minds wildly imagined countless possibilities. A fallen family heir.
A framed super engineer.
The sole survivor of some mysterious shelter carrying a treasure map to a legendary weapon. The players anticipated. They anticipated a golden exclamation mark emerging above the young man's head, an epic and tragic backstory, a reward-rich Shrank hidden chain quest.
Seconds ticked by. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 2.5 minutes.
That gaunt arm on the carriage door gap still clawed feebly in the air, but not a single complete line of dialogue came. The eyes of the players, which had been gleaming, gradually shifted from excitement to confusion and finally to deep disappointment.
Damn, what's going on? A bug. Why does this NPC only move his hands and not speak? Maybe we haven't triggered the prerequisites. Like insufficient favorability or not carrying a specific quest item. Trigger my ass.
I think this damn game designer cut corners, didn't even bother to hire a voice actor, just slapped a mute texture here to fool us.
No quest, no dialogue, looks like the interaction features aren't even complete. Let's scatter, it's probably just a filler background NPC. The players' enthusiasm came and went quickly.
Finding no quest to accept, they cursed and turned around, heading toward the Xingho Express.
Lao Byuk was once again dumbfounded.
Just moments ago these people had looked at this slave with such hungry and eager eyes. How could they suddenly turn hostile? Having struggled through the wasteland for years, countless thoughts flashed through Lao Byuk's mind. Could it be that they were displeased because I didn't proactively hand over the slave, thinking I, an old man, didn't know the rules and ruined their mood as survivors of the shelter?
Yes. That must be it.
How could these young masters from major factions lower themselves to ask for a dirty slave?
The more Lao Byuk thought, the more convinced he became.
He had made a great deal today. Those high-purity drugs would fetch several times the profit when resold in Shuangzi City. If upsetting these people over such a trivial matter caused the long-term cooperation to fall through, it would be worse than eating shit for him.
Wait. Brother Chu, please stay. Lao Byuk's eyes darted and he immediately put on a smiling face, calling out loudly.
At the same time he turned and gestured to the two guards by the door.
What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pull him out.
The two guards snapped out of their stupor and quickly pulled open the carriage door. After opening the cage, they grabbed the gaunt young man by the shoulders and dragged him out of the carriage.
Ah.
The young man curled up on the ground, still emitting only meaningless hoarse sounds from his throat.
Hearing the commotion, Chu Wanjia stopped and turned around in confusion. Boss Lao Byuk, what's this all about?
Chu Wanjia raised an eyebrow, utterly puzzled. Lao Byuk walked up to Chu Wanjia, took out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands, then pointed at the young man on the ground.
Brother Chu.
I noticed the brothers seemed quite interested in this slave earlier. Lao Byuk lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of, I know what you mean.
Since we hit it off so well in this big deal today, consider this slave a bonus gift from me, Lao Byuk. Chu Wanjia had originally had no interest in this mute NPC who couldn't even utter a sound, but hearing Lao Byuk say it was free, well, freeloading was always good. Oh, how can I accept this? Boss Lao Byuk, you're too kind. I really can't.
Chu Wanjia said the words of refusal, but his body was on it.
He immediately put on a hesitant expression, grabbed Lao Byuk's hand and shook his head repeatedly.
It was just like going home for the new year and having your aunts and uncles give you red envelopes. Verbally refusing, but his eyes kept signaling to stuff the red envelope into his coat pocket. Lao Byuk was a shrewd man too. How could he not see through this half-hearted refusal act? Brother Chu, you're being too polite. If you don't accept it, that means you look down on me, Lao Byuk.
Hey, since you call me brother, then say no more. Well, take Brother Byuk's gift. Ha ha ha. Brother Chu, you're forthright. I love doing business with straightforward people like you. Seeing that the other party had accepted this small gift, Lao Byuk felt a huge weight lifted from his heart and the wrinkles on his face bloomed into a smile. Men. Unlock his shackles. Lao Byuk waved his hand grandly. With a sharp clank, the heavy iron chains were removed from the young man's wrists and ankles. Chu Wanjia held his nose and supported the young man to his feet. Lao Byuk stood in place, waving warmly. Brother Chu, when I return from Shuangzi City, you'll definitely bring all the Huiban potato seeds and good stuff you asked for. Sure. Boss Lao Byuk, safe journey. Next time bring more good guns. Chu Wanjia exchanged pleasantries and led the young man onto the Brothers. Full load. Let's roll. Howl. The Xingho Express kicked up clouds of sand and sped away toward the primary outpost. Lao Byuk stood there until the convoy's outline completely disappeared into the wind and sand. Then he slowly wiped off his smile. Closed the door tight. Convoy set off.
Lao Buick turned and shouted to the guard captain.
Clang.
The heavy carriage door was shut, sealing those numb eyes back into the darkness and stench.
Lao Buick carefully produced a physical enhancement potion from his pocket. Under the sunlight, the transparent liquid reflected an intoxicating gleam. I hit the jackpot. I really hit the jackpot this time. Lao Buick greedily licked his cracked lips, his heart thumping uncontrollably. 30 vials of norepinephrine plus physical enhancement agents and perception enhancement agents. If this batch of goods is taken to Shuangzi City, it can at least fetch 5 times the price. And judging by the attitude of those vault survivors, they definitely have more. As long as this supply line remains stable, it will be a steady stream of profits. These young masters from the vaults are truly a bunch of ignorant suckers who know nothing of the wasteland's hardships. Lao Buick grinned, then fished out a cigarette, stuck it in his mouth, lit it, and took a deep drag. The smoke slowly rose before him, blurring his satisfied face. Meanwhile, inside the carriage of the Xingho Express, players were gathered around crates of gleaming yellow bullets and the newly acquired semi-automatic rifles, their eyes shining with excitement. That caravan boss is definitely an idiot.
Gigi Xianfeng stroked a submachine gun, grinning from ear to ear. The rifling on this semi-auto is still in pretty good condition.
Let me touch it, let me touch it. The feel is a whole level above those crude guns we had before. This wave is an absolute win.
Players stared at the crates of weaponry, feeling they had made a killing.
Lao Buick, carrying a bag full of high-grade old-era pharmaceuticals, also felt he had made a killing. The wind and sand of the wasteland continued to howl. Both parties were heading in different directions, each secretly regarding the other as the most naive dupe on this wasteland. So the question arises, if everyone is making a profit, who is actually losing? The Xingho Express sped along, carrying the triumphant players and charging into the primary outpost. We're home, we're home. Start unloading. Easy, easy.
Looking at the arsenal spread on the ground, all the players who had participated in this deal couldn't help swallowing hard.
However, after the excitement, a problem presented itself.
Chu de Wanja patted the crate, drawing the attention of all the players.
Too few guns, too many people.
He spread his hands and pouted helplessly. This deal was crowdfunded by over 70 of us pooling our shares, but now we only have 23 guns.
We can't just give everyone a part to play with, can we?
As soon as he said this, a chorus of groans erupted from the crowd.
Just as the crowd was arguing fiercely over the ownership of the guns, a newbie player with the ID Pingai Jijing squeezed to the front. Ahem.
Dear shareholders.
Everyone quiet down. Hear me out.
Pingai Jijing cleared his throat and said loudly.
What we're facing now is a classic situation of few assets, many shareholders, and depleted liquidity.
Everyone went Allen with their contribution points, and now we're all broke.
Listening to you is like listening to you. The problem is how to distribute.
Gigi Xianfeng interrupted him impatiently.
Simple. We can refer to the sharing economy model in real life. Sharing economy model. Chu de Wanja was stunned. How do we share?
Pingai Jijing clearly laid out a proposal. First, these 23 guns are not directly distributed to individuals. Instead, they are open for rental, charging Xingho coins or contribution points by the hour or by the day. And the income from gun rentals will be distributed as dividends to everyone according to the proportion of contribution points each person invested in the initial crowdfunding. The players were stunned by this brilliant shared firearm proposal.
And there's more.
Pingai Jijing clearly wasn't finished. If any player finds renting too troublesome and wants to fully buy out a gun, that's also possible.
Well, adopt an auction model. The highest bidder wins.
And the auction proceeds will be distributed to all shareholders present according to the equity ratio. As soon as he said this, it received unanimous praise from the players.
Awesome, man.
You're a freaking business genius.
Great idea. This way the brothers who invested not only won't lose but can also lie back and collect dividends every day. Let's do it by bottle caps plan. I second that.
Chu de Wanja was also beaming.
All right.
Well, do it as Brother Bottle Cap suggested.
Let's set up this shared firearm shop right now.
Chu de Wanja immediately went to apply for a plot of land. After obtaining Su Xing's permission, in less than half an hour a new shop was opened for business at the most prominent spot on Commercial Street. Above the shop, crookedly written in large characters, Xingho Shared Firearm Exclusive Shop.
In the evening,
players who had gone out for grinding, scavenging and hunting gradually returned to the primary outpost.
Yi Ao Naiwei, dragging his weary legs, walked back to the base together with Zhang Shenquang Biao and Yi Xiao. What luck today, we farmed 3 waves of mutant lizards in that crappy cave, my hands are almost cramping.
Yi Ao Naiwei complained, about to head to the logistics store to buy some nutrient paste to fill his stomach.
Suddenly he keenly sensed something off about the atmosphere in the outpost.
Over by the commercial street crowds were packed in layers, and even the NPCs who had just gotten off work were craning their necks from a distance.
Hey! What's going on over there? Yao Naiwei puzzledly nudged Zhanshan Quangbiao beside him.
Let's go check it out.
Zhanshan Quangbiao was also a fan of excitement, so the two immediately squeezed into the crowd. As soon as they reached the front row, Yao Naiwei's eyes bulged wide.
There stood Chu Dewanja on a wooden crate holding up a semi-automatic rifle in the best condition, shouting at the top of his lungs.
Brothers! Quiet down. Quiet down.
This morning we acquired a batch of top-notch goods from the mysterious traveling merchant Laobaek. In the wasteland, firepower is king. Now the first Xingho firearm auction officially begins.
The first semi-automatic rifle. Look at this barrel. Check out these rifling grooves.
Although refurbished, it packs a big punch and has fierce firepower.
Starting bid 1500 contribution points. Each increment must be at least 50 points. Let the bidding begin.
As soon as the words fell, the players with money instantly went wild.
1550 points. I bid 1600 points. 1800 points. Don't anyone dare compete with me.
I'm taking this gun today.
The price skyrocketed, making the newbies on the outskirts swallow hard. In just 1 minute it broke through the 2000 mark. 2300 points.
Jingshan Xiaohua gritted his teeth and directly quoted a price that stunned the entire. As soon as this number came out, the surroundings fell silent.
Even for day 1 veteran players, 2300 contribution points would take about 20 days of continuous grinding to accumulate. 2300 points once. 2300 points twice. 2300 points 3 times.
Sold. Congratulations to brother Jingshan Xiaohua. Under the gaze of envy, jealousy and hatred from the crowd, Jingshan Xiaohua transferred the contribution points and took the semi-automatic rifle. The gun felt heavy in his hands.
In one word, awesome. He he he. Gun. My gun. He 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 he.
Jingshan Xiaohua hugged the gun, emitting an extremely perverted otaku-like laugh. On Blue Star in Deep Sea City, Chuga took off his helmet, rubbed his hair that had been pressed down, and sprang up from his bed. Although he had been running quests and unloading cargo in the game, even playing the role of an auctioneer in reality, he remained energetic and spirited. Chuga skillfully sat down in front of the computer, exported the game video he had just recorded and sent it to Old Wang for editing. After having a light meal, he returned to the computer with a can of ice-cold cola and opened the official forum for Starfire. As a hardcore player, he had keenly sensed the hidden economic system underlying the game Starfire during his negotiations with the merchant NPC Old Buck. He gulped down half the cola, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he crafted a lengthy data analysis post. The title of the post was incredibly eye-catching: Starfire Economic System Test, a first transaction with a wasteland merchant, discussing the economics and wealth secrets behind it. Hello brothers, I am your Chugu. The video for Starfire closed beta record is still being edited, but I can't hold back any longer. I must first post an analysis to discuss the underlying economic logic of this game. Today over 70 brothers pooled a total of about 15000 contribution points and successfully procured a batch of military supplies from the merchant NPC Old Buck. I'm sure some brothers have already seen or used them in the game. However, many people are unaware of how deep the planning goes behind this transaction.
First point: the limitations of Starfire coins. The Starfire coins we issued at the outpost are seen as scrap metal in the eyes of NPC merchants.
In the wasteland, only solid tangible resources are recognized. To trade, one must barter goods. Second point, and the most crucial: the scarcity premium of system resources.
Attention brothers. This is the key point.
In the eyes of wasteland NPCs, items from supply shops with high-tech attributes from the old era have completely different values.
There are also disparities between items.
After a lengthy negotiation and testing with Old Buck, I summarized a formula for the premium pricing of wasteland goods.
1.
White common quality, no premium. For example, high purity nutrient paste sold in the shop for 5 contribution points.
In the eyes of NPCs, while this item is filling and radiation free, it is ultimately just food.
Therefore its purchasing power remains almost unchanged.
2. Green excellent quality 1. 5 to 2 times premium. For example, portable medical spray sold for 10 contribution points. With Old Buck, a can of spray can match the purchasing power of 3 to 4 nutrient pastes, 15-20 contribution points. 3. Blue fine quality 3 to 4 times premium. For example, norepinephrine sold for 50 contribution points. I raised the price slightly, and a blue potion's purchasing power can reach that of 30 to 40 nutrient pastes, 150,200 points. 4. Purple rare quality 5 times or more, extremely high premium. This is the real wealth secret. Taking the physical enhancement agent we bought today as an example, it's priced at 300 contribution points in the shop. You won't believe it.
In the eyes of the wasteland natives, this is definitely high-end technology strategic resources.
A purple potion's purchasing power is at least equivalent to 300 nutrient pastes, 1500 contribution points. That's an inflation of more than 5 times. Third point, how much is a gun worth in the wasteland?
Today we pooled 15000 contribution points to buy medicine in exchange for guns totaling 23 guns, 16 semi-automatic, 7 submachine guns along with several hundred rounds of ammunition and 8 kilograms of gunpowder. If we purely calculate based on total investment excluding ammunition, the average cost of a gun is about 650 contribution points. However, after factoring in the premium of our supplies and medicines, their total value in old buck's eyes approached 55,000 contribution points. This means the actual price of a refurbished gun should be around 2,000 to 3,000 contribution points. If we were to exchange using only the non-premium light nutrient paste, we would have to honestly shell out nutrient paste worth 2,000 to 3,000 contribution points to get a gun. With advanced potions we only needed to spend 650 contribution points to acquire goods worth 2,000 to 3,000. Directly exhilarating. Our real cost was significantly diluted by the premium of the advanced potions. Seeing this, I'm sure some brothers will accuse me of being a greedy capitalist. Indeed, at tonight's auction the first rifle was snapped up by Spirit Young Man for 2333 contribution points, and the subsequent submachine guns even fetched nearly 3,000 points.
Brothers. 650 points for procurement, 2,300 points for sale. A terrifying profit margin of over 300. Faced with the price gap of old era high-tech, the wasteland merchants were happy to count the money we sold them. Funny. JPG. Summary: in the wasteland, high-tech from the old era is the most valuable hard currency.
Next time you encounter a merchant, brothers, listen to me, don't embarrass yourselves with junk. It's better to carry a couple of purple potions which are highly valuable yet take up little space.
As long as we can mass-produce purple potions, we will own the entire world.
To restore the glory of the fourth catastrophe,
we have an unshirkable duty.
The post abruptly ended here. Chugo with a proud expression clicked the send button, took a sip of cola and quietly awaited the forum's excitement.
Sure enough, this detailed economic test report was flooded with wow comments less than a minute after it was posted. Urgent Pioneer, wow wow wow. 650 points for procurement, 2,300 points for sale. Even capitalists would shed tears of shame upon reading this. Funny. JPG.
I don't eat beef. Using the information gap between high-end goods from the system store and wasteland natives to exploit arbitrage. It's definitely you guys who are shady.
Spirit Young Man. Wait, are you telling me that the gun I bought for 2,300 points only cost you over 600 to procure? Refund. RNM refund.
What can I do, Spirit Young Man? Refund my ass. I bought a submachine gun for 2,800 points. Did I complain about that?
Bottle cap is justice. Buy early, enjoy early, buy late, get discounts. Director of Demolition Wang, absolutely. Did this dog planner even incorporate the external trade surplus caused by technological barriers into the game? Wolf of Wall Street, low-end products are equivalent high-end technology enjoys huge premiums. This completely aligns with the doomsday economic model after the civilization break. I request official qualification. I want to become a middleman.
Those who are not qualified to enter the game were also engrossed in this post. I'm dying of laughter. Old Buck thought he made a profit trading high-tech medicine for refurbished guns, while players thought they profited trading mud-made medicine for military supplies.
Who really lost? I'm begging you.
Please give more qualifications. What man can resist the thrill of reselling military supplies?
Qualification request 1. Qualification request 10,086.
In front of the computer screen, Chugo watched the post's popularity and likes skyrocket, and he gulped down the cola in one go.
On June 2, 11451 of the star calendar on planet UX 829 at 4 a.m. The dawn of the wasteland is the coldest and darkest moment.
The howling wind sweeps rough gravel across the desolate wilderness, producing a wailing sound akin to ghostly cries. About 10 kilometers away from the primary outpost, at the bottom of a dry riverbed, 2 gray figures are trembling behind a massive weathered rock.
These are 2 novice players from the 5th batch entering the game, IDs Hakamai and Nanbaildu.
These 2 share a common interest in taking advantage of the main group being offline for a break, stealthily slipped out of the outpost to embark on a thrilling nighttime extreme exploration.
Achoo. I'm freezing to death.
Hakamai rubbed his stiff nose, his teeth chattering.
Will do. Is there a bug in the temperature system of this game? I feel like it's at least minus 10 degrees.
That's just the effect of blood circulation lag after this body just woke up.
Damn, you could have said that earlier. Hang in there, enduring hardship is the path to greatness.
Nanbaildu breathed warm air into his hands, tightly gripping a brand new iron pickaxe freshly manufactured from the mechanical workshop.
Let's scout a bit further, aiming to find a monster to grind before dawn.
Before he finished speaking, Nanbaildu suddenly halted his movement.
Shoo! Listen! Hakamai immediately held his breath.
Through the gaps in the howling wind a strange sound faintly emerged from the sheltered side of the riverbed.
Crack! Crunch!
Tear! The sound resembled some wild beast vigorously tearing at tough leather akin to sharp teeth gnawing on brittle bones.
The two exchanged glances, excitement glimmering in their eyes. There's movement. It must be a monster feeding.
Let's sneak over and check if it's low on health. We can easily swipe it. Like thieves they crouched low using the cover of darkness to stealthily approach. As they cautiously peeked their heads out looking over a stone, the sight before them sent chills down their spines. On the leeward slope a small flicker of firelight burned weakly. Beside the fire 4 burly figures covered in various radiation tumors.
Target Raider LV. 11 LV.
14. However, what terrified the two was not the 4 humanoid monsters that outclassed them in level. Rather it was what these 4 raiders were feeding on. System warning: extreme gore R18 rated anti-human imagery detected. In order to protect the player's mental thresholds and physical health, sensory protection protocols have been forcibly activated. Visuals have undergone deep masking processing.
Though the image was obscured by thick mosaic blocks, even a fool could tell what they were eating. Ugh! Hakama's face turned pale as he covered his mouth tightly, feeling his stomach churn violently. This is really cannibalism. Manhwaedit also trembled in fear, gripping the nearby rock tightly. Damn the planners. They could create something this hellish. The two crouched behind the rock, not daring to breathe, fearing that even the slightest sound would attract those 4 man-eating monsters. After about 10 minutes, the raiders seemed to have had their fill. One of them belched, stood up and kicked out the campfire. Let's go back to the camp. We need to change shifts before dawn. They picked up the makeshift rifles and serrated blades they had left by their side, grumbling as they departed. Watching the raiders walk away, Hakama's legs turned to jelly as he sat down on the ground, gasping heavily. Let's go, let's hurry back to the city. This place is too cursed, I don't want to stay here for another second. Wait. Manhwaedit grabbed him. Didn't you hear what they just said? Back to the camp. Manhwaedit swallowed hard, pointing in the direction the raiders had taken. Fortune favors the bold brother. If we can find out their lair's location, even if we die going back, it'll definitely be worth it. Hakamai paused, looking at his teammate's face filled with a sense of reckless adventure. He gritted his teeth. Let's do it. Worst case, we just respawn at the spring. Let's go. The two, guided by the faint starlight, trailed far behind the 4 raiders. These 4 raiders were evidently very familiar with the surrounding environment, navigating through the intricate ravines of the wasteland. They had been tracking for over half an hour. Suddenly the raider in front vanished into a massive canyon opening. Hakamai and Manhwaedit carefully climbed to a high point above the canyon to look down. In the next moment both widened their eyes in shock. Below this canyon lay a vast and heavily armed camp. Old steel and barbed wire constructed walls several meters high with watchtowers every few dozen meters illuminated by searchlights. Inside the camp various tents and semi-underground buildings were densely packed. It was roughly estimated that nearly 100 fully armed raiders were holed up inside. At the very center of the camp, atop the tallest tower, a flag hung painted with a menacing raven in dark red. Ding! System prompt: you have discovered a large enemy stronghold, Raven's Nest Camp. Danger level of this area extremely high. It is advised that explorers travel in pairs. Damn! The Raven's Nest Camp. We found it. We discovered the Raven's Nest Camp mentioned in the V02 version announcement. Manhwaedit was so excited he almost jumped up, quickly reaching for the system's screenshot function. This is definitely exclusive first-hand information for the entire server. Quick screenshot. Hurry. Click. A faint sound suddenly echoed from the shadows behind the two. Hakamai didn't even have the chance to turn around. A blinding cold light flashed before him. Immediately after, both of their visions plunged into absolute darkness almost simultaneously. There was no pain, no struggle, only the system prompt that popped up in the center of the screen: you have been killed in one blow by a sentry of the Raven's Nest Camp LV. 18. Disconnecting the neuronal linkage. In the primary outpost, the hatch of the reconfiguration printer's cultivation chamber opened. Cough, cough, cough. Hakamai and Manhwaedit crawled out of the cultivation chamber drenched. They stared at each other, reflecting the shock and elation in their eyes. I got killed in an instant. I didn't even see the shadow of the monster. Forget that. The Raven's Nest Camp, brother. We have made a big contribution. The two excitedly got up from the ground, ready to shout for help in the base. However, most players were fast asleep, with only 2 or 3 NPCs on night watch dozing in the corner. There wasn't even a single online player who could respond. Damn.
These competitive players grinding hard on normal days but all offline at the critical moment.
Hakamai slapped his thigh in frustration. Let's shout offline. Let's go. Post on the forum. Nanbaildu decisively concluded. The two immediately logged off from their original location.
Around 4:30 in the afternoon Blue Star time.
In a male dormitory at a university in Panda City. Quick.
Upload the screenshots that the system just captured. Especially the panoramic view of the canyon campsite.
Got it. I'm sending it now.
Yuke's fingers flew across the keyboard as he quickly clicked on Post New Thread in the comprehensive discussion area of the official forum for Starfire.
First release on the internet. V0. 2 version Ultimate Pitfall. The hostile force crow's nest has been located. Attached are massive real-world screenshots. Poster Hakamai. Brothers. Green Bean and I went on a thrilling night expedition in the wilderness. Guess what?
Not only did we encounter a team of raiders engaged in unspeakable activities heavily censored by the system, but we also followed them all the way to their hideout, the crow's nest. That place is located beneath a massive canyon crack equipped with high walls, barbed wire searchlights and watchtowers.
Rough estimates suggest there are at least 100 fully armed humanoid monsters inside.
The scariest part is we had just crouched at the edge of the cliff to take a screenshot, not even getting a clear look at the monsters when a LV
18th century took us out in one hit.
Without further ado, let's get to the pictures. Below the post, 3 visually striking game screenshots followed. The first is a heavily censored screenshot of the raiders engaged in their activities.
The second is a panoramic view of the campsite from above the canyon.
The third is the first-person perspective just before the two met their tragic fate, only a blinding cold light.
Judy player wow.
2 newbies actually found the raiders' den.
Impressive.
This intel is worth its weight in gold.
Night Owl LV. 18th century. Interesting.
I don't eat beef, we can't be careless. I remember the system previously estimated the hostile targets to be over 80 and now it's risen to over 100.
Urgent Vanguard, let's take them down. Gather everyone and flatten the crow's nest.
Old 8 secret hamburgers, please official open the spectator system.
I want to see a 100-player battle. Furious Grandma burn it all. Reduce everything to ashes.
The closed beta players were all eager and ready. Meanwhile, those unqualified cloud players were enjoying the spectacle, frantically building up posts below with various tactical analyses and weapon pairing suggestions flooding in. At this moment, an official announcement unexpectedly landed on the forum's homepage, directly pinning Hakamai's post to the top.
Starfire Special Operation Announcement: a large-scale faction assault eradicating the tumor is about to commence. To all explorers under the Fearless Pioneer's exploration, the greatest tumor hidden in the shadows of the wasteland, the crow's nest has revealed its coordinates. They are cruel and greedy, the biggest obstacle on the path to rebuilding civilization. The Starfire forward base has decided to take the initiative. Completely eradicate this tumor. To ensure the ultimate victory of the campaign, the forward base now releases the 3 major strategic preparation tasks before the battle. Only when all 3 conditions are met will the horn of the full-scale assault be officially sounded. Task Objective 1: Prepare for battle. All participating explorers must reach level LV 7 or above. Strength is the only guarantee of survival, and high-level players must assist new explorers in rapidly increasing their strength. Task Objective 2: Firepower Overwhelming. The forward base must establish a basic production line for long-range firepower weapons. Truth only lies within the artillery's range. Task Objective 3: Know yourself and your enemy. Form a reconnaissance team to infiltrate or approach the crow's nest, drawing up a map of the internal firepower distribution and personnel deployment. Note: only when all 3 pre-battle preparation objectives are met will the system officially open the reward pool for the crow's nest assault battle. In this battle, massive experience points, contribution points, exclusive faction titles and unknown wasteland technology blueprints await the true warriors. Starfire spreads aiming at the crow's nest. Go explorers. Wow. A large-scale battle. Plus exclusive titles and blueprints. Wow. The official just dropped a mission. Everyone needs to be LV 7. A production line. This planner knows how to boost player activity. What are we waiting for? Brothers, log in. Log in. Planet UX 829 Junior Forward Base. Around 6:30 in the morning wasteland time, a faint light of dawn began to appear on the horizon. Quick. Get up and get to work. Judy player jumped out of his dorm like a monkey on caffeine, shouting excitedly. As soon as he logged in, a brand new task panel popped up in front of him: Faction Task: Eradicate the Tumor. After a quick glance, Judy player closed the task interface. Once downstairs he saw quite a few figures standing outside the dormitory building.
I just saw the announcement on the subway, hopped on a shared bike and pedaled like crazy to get home.
What about you?
I skipped my afternoon class.
This is a large-scale faction battle, I gotta grind even if I fail.
The number of players wasn't very large as many were working, studying, or even working overtime. Therefore they didn't storm in like a full military assault as in the early days, but rather trickled in one by one. In the center of the crowd were Hakamai and Green Bean, who were being watched like pandas.
Quick, tell us in detail.
What does the crow's nest look like?
How is the terrain distributed? Urgent Vanguard asked, impatiently chewing on nutrient paste. It's not that we didn't want to take a closer look,
Hakamai said with a face full of grievance.
That LV
18th century was like it had wallhack. As soon as we stuck out half our heads, whoosh, the screen went black.
Canyon crack.
Night Owl held a half-burnt stick sketching a terrain map in the sand. If there's only one entrance, that's actually good news for us. As long as we can set heavy firepower at the canyon's mouth, they won't be able to come out.
Ahem. Since most people have arrived, let's preliminarily assign the 3 task objectives from the official announcement.
Judy Player walked over, striking a pose as the pre-battle commander.
First is Objective 1, everyone must be LV 7.
Currently we have 133 players at the forward base. The veterans are mostly level 10 or above, but most newbies are still around levels 3 or 4.
Grinding takes time and effort, it's faster to farm monsters, plus you can accumulate resurrection coins. Let's team up to farm monsters. Don't worry, I just found a spot for farming lizards, the experience is abundant.
Yeah, who can I beat? Patted his chest.
As for Objective 2,
Judy Player looked over at I don't eat beef. Currently we can't produce automatic rifles, but producing makeshift guns and rough bullets is quite feasible. I don't eat beef said confidently as he had the industrial mother machine on hand. Plus with the various parts Judy Player bought from Old Buck yesterday, crafting makeshift guns would be a walk in the park. AINC Tan also raised his hand to indicate that the old Gonma Cannon 3 is under development.
Judy Player nodded, his gaze landing on Night Owl. As for the task Objective 3, knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy.
Old Owl, when it comes to stealth and reconnaissance, no one in the entire server can compare to you, the top assassin awakened with the wilderness hunter talent.
This task is yours alone. No problem, leave it to me.
After receiving the task indicators, Night Owl immediately turned to prepare for assembling the team.
Quang Biao, go call the others from the hunting team. Got it, Owl brother.
War God Quang Biao immediately stood up full of energy.
Where's Xiao Ao?
Night Owl frowned, looking around but not seeing the other fierce member of the hunting team.
Owl brother. Over here. Not far away, Ao Naiwa, he was leading a group of new players, swaggering over like a mountain bandit.
Owl brother, I won't be going for this reconnaissance of the crow's nest.
Task 1 requires everyone to be LV 7, right?
I'm taking them to the eastern cave to farm lizards.
This is in response to the official call showing the leading role of the veteran players. Alright, just be careful not to lead the newbies to their doom. Night Owl nodded at Ao Naiwa.
Before long the other members of the hunting team also arrived.
Ao sure Tian Xia Ten Jin Rose's Society, you who go blast your dog head, let's head out together soon. Understood.
Although these veteran team members were usually full of chatter, they never hesitated at critical moments.
Night Owl looked again at the edge of the crowd, his gaze landing on the 2 unfortunate souls, boasting to a few new players about their extreme night raid on enemy camps. Hakimi, Nan Bei, Green Bean, you two come here. Named by the boss, Hakimi and Nan Bei Green Bean were taken aback and quickly scampered over. Come with us for a trip, be a guide. Night Owl was concise. What the hell? The boss is leading us. The two were first shocked, then overjoyed. Let's go.
Wherever the boss points we will strike. This time we must root out that hidden sentry that took me out.
An 8-member reconnaissance team quickly assembled.
The situation at the crow's nest camp is unclear, and with 8 of us we are too conspicuous, we need to split up.
Night Owl looked at his eager teammates and quickly made arrangement. Quang Bia, you team up with Ao Sure Tian Xia Ten Jin Roses and Hakimi. I will take Society, you who go blast your dog head in Nan Bei Green Bean. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, their eyes sparkling with eagerness.
Before we head out, let's replenish our supplies. Night Owl waved his hand, leading the 7 directly to the logistics shop at the forward station.
Each person gets 3 high-purity nutritional paste, 3 cans of portable medical spray, and 2 deactivated epinephrine. Those with surplus contribution points can take a physical enhancement agent as a backup in case of emergencies, inject it to cover the retreat.
Going out this time will cost nearly 100 contribution points, which made the 2 newbies feel a bit pained. As a level 15 boss, Night Owl had accumulated a considerable amount of contribution points. He generously swiped through the panel at the synthesis station, preparing a basic supply package for the two newbies: 3 nutritional pastes, 2 sprays and 1 deactivated epinephrine. After buying supplies, the 8 of them quickly strode towards the Starfire shared armory. The shop owner, Bottle Cap His Justice, was calculating on a small notebook and immediately welcomed them upon seeing the big clients. Night Owl glanced at the row of refurbished firearms obtained from the traveling merchant Old Buck hanging on the wall and decisively made his selections. 4 semi-automatic rifles for cover and 4 submachine guns for close combat. Sure. The daily rental fee for a semi-automatic rifle is 50 Starfire coins, while the submachine gun has fierce firepower costing 80 Starfire coins a day with bullets extra. As for the deposit, with your golden reputation here, no deposit required. Bottle Cap His Justice said while swiftly handing the guns to a few people. Night Owl also helped the newbies pay the rental and ammunition fees while the other team members paid for themselves. Hakimi excitedly took a submachine gun, pulled the bolt, and was so thrilled that his hands were shaking. If we encounter that LV 18th century again, I'll make sure to turn him into a sieve. Don't be impulsive, our task is reconnaissance, not a slaughter mission. Night Owl slung a semi-automatic rifle over his back, his gaze sharp. Check your gear, load the bullets. Everyone ready, target the Crow's Nest camp, let's go. As dawn broke, 8 armed figures stepped out of the forward station, silently penetrating into the vast dark red wilderness. After nearly 2.5 hours of trekking, a massive canyon crack suddenly appeared before the reconnaissance team. Stop. Night Owl suddenly raised his right hand and the entire team crouched behind several large weathered rocks. Boss, it's right ahead. Nanbei Green Bean peeked out, pointing at a giant rock shaped like a dog's head above the canyon. He lowered his voice, still a bit haunted by the memory of first sight kill. Just now Hakimi and I were crouched behind that rock and we didn't even see a shadow of the monster before it blacked out on us. Night Owl narrowed his eyes, looking in the direction pointed out by Nanbei Green Bean. That vantage point was indeed perfect for observation, but precisely for that reason it must be a key position for the marauders to place their scent. It seems these marauders are not without brains. Quang Biao. Night Owl turned his head, looking at War God Quang Biao. You take your team to circle around from the left following the dry riverbed to reach the high ground on the north side. Remember, our task is reconnaissance, avoid gunfire if possible and retreat after gathering information. Understood. Just watch, Owl brother. War God Quang Biao nodded and signaled to Yi Ao Shur Tianxia Tenjin Roses and Hakimi behind him. The 4 immediately crouched and quickly made their way to the left side of the canyon. Watching the other team leave, Night Owl turned around, unstrapped the semi-automatic rifle from his back and handed it to Society Yu, who go behind him. Little Tiger Dog Head, you two take the guns and provide cover with Green Bean here. If him discovered, you two immediately hide and he'll respawn. Boss, are you going up alone? Nanbei Green Bean held the rented submachine gun, nervously swallowing. If we don't take out the hidden sentry, we won't even have a chance to sneak in. Night Owl said no more, injecting himself twice before heading up towards the canyon. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Just as he was less than 2 meters away from the giant rock, Night Owl caught the faint sound of metal clasps rubbing against the rock. Sure enough, there was a hidden sentry. And not just one. Night Owl clung to the rock wall like a gecko, slowly peeking out. In the shadow behind the giant rock, a marauder lay on the ground, a piece of cheap tobacco in his mouth, fiddling with a dagger. As for the position of the other marauder, it was somewhat grim. This old sixth was lying on a tree, even holding a silenced firearm. Target Crow's Nest Camp, hidden sentry LV 18. Pa. The raider on the ground tilted his head and spat a thick yellow-brown phlegm mixed with tobacco bits, splattering onto the sand, kicking up a small cloud of dust. He flipped overboard and started scratching at the sand with his dagger. Hey, Black Ghost. He tilted his head back to talk to his companion in the tree, a silly grin spreading across his face. Where did those 2 idiots we chopped up this morning come from? The person perched in the tree did not respond immediately. He pressed his eye tightly against the scope, swallowing as if savoring something. I don't care where they came from, 2 hapless fools lying on the cliff edge howling like riled up wild dogs. He spat again, saliva falling from the branches. But that flesh. Tisk as tender as a child's and not even a hint of stench, simply top-notch. But damn, it was gone before I even took a few bites. Black Ghost licked the blood-crusted split on his lip, fingers running over the trigger guard. Damn it, if I could just have a few more. The raider on the ground swallowed hard, driving his dagger deep into the sand. What they didn't know was that less than 3 meters away in the dead angle of the rocky wall, a so-called idiot had overheard their horrifying conversation clearly. Listening to the content translated instantly by the system, Night Owl felt a chill run down his spine. After a brief observation of the surroundings, Night Owl began to plan his assassination route. In this game, mindless health swaps were not an option, especially when the opponent was wielding hot weapons. The lookout in the tree known as Black Ghost held a ranged weapon, had a wide field of vision, and posed the greatest threat, so he had to be dealt with first. Taking a deep breath, Night Owl lowered his body to the ground, moving along the edges of the shadows cast by the rocks. Enhanced by his unique talent Wilderness Hunter, he silently approached the blind spot beneath the old tree. At that moment the raider on the ground was focused on playing with his dagger. Meanwhile the raider in the tree was completely absorbed, peering through the scope, oblivious to the death lurking nearby.
Now's the time. Night Owl tightened his leg muscles and then sprang up like a spring.
He shot upwards like a bolt of black lightning, directly leaping onto a tree branch over 2 meters high. The Black Ghost in the tree felt a sudden gust of wind. Little did he know death had quietly arrived.
A tactical dagger smoothly plunged into his neck. The Black Ghost only felt a sharp pain in his neck. Within seconds his pupils dilated and life faded away. Weakness, critical hit. Fatal strike. Killed LV. 18 Raven Nest Camp Lookout Experience 180 Contribution 20. Night Owl was quick-witted, catching the silenced rifle that nearly dropped and propping up the limp body of the Black Ghost. However, he could do nothing to erase the sound the Black Ghost made before dying. Black Ghost, what the hell is going on above?
The raider on the ground seemed to sense something was off. As he raised his head, a rapidly enlarging shadow appeared in his field of vision.
Suddenly Night Owl adjusted his posture and leaped down from the branch. Thud.
The tactical axe sliced straight down onto the raider's crown, splitting his astonished face and head in two.
Red and white viscous fluid splattered onto the ground. Killed LV.
18 Raven Nest Camp Lookout Experience 180 Contribution 20.
In just 3 seconds 2 LV.
18 elite lookouts were silently dispatched by Night Owl. Looking at the green notification that popped up before him, Night Owl coldly wiped the blood from the tactical axe and whistled a few bird calls down the mountain.
Caw.
The nervous North-South Green Bean holding a submachine gun paused and looked around.
Boss, did you hear that? Is there a bird?
Could it be some high-level flying monster?
Bird my foot.
The nearby Society U Tiger brother slapped North-South Green Bean on the head and stood up.
That's Owl Brother's signal. It's safe, let's hurry and go. Ha. Signal.
North-South Green Bean rubbed his head, still a bit dazed, but seeing the two bosses had already set off, he quickly followed suit. The three of them crawled along the traces left by Night Owl, hunching over as they swiftly climbed to the back of the dog-head giant stone. The scene before North-South Green Bean made him gasp in shock.
On the ground, a LV.
18 Raider lay sprawled on the sand, his face a horrific sight, brain matter mixed with dark red blood.
Damn.
No wonder he's a boss with an awakened unique talent.
North-South Green Bean gave a thumbs up.
The monster that had killed him in an instant was dealt with by Night Owl as easily as chopping vegetables.
This is simply incredible. Stop gaping, hurry up.
Night Owl jumped down from the tree, checking the seized silenced rifle while glancing at Society U Tiger brother and the others.
Little Tiger Dog had stripped them of their clothes.
You two are about the same size as these two lookouts. Put on their clothes and sneak into the camp at the valley bottom.
Ha. Me.
Blow up. Your dog head pointed at himself, looking at the corpse with a cracked head on the ground.
Owl brother, this.
It's all smashed to bits. The clothes are covered in blood and brain matter. Can we even wear this? Yeah, Owl brother, these clothes smell worse than old pickled vegetables. Wearing this, I'm afraid I'll start bleeding from the stench. This is a battle-damaged version of natural camouflage. The smell of blood will cover up your clean scent perfectly.
Night Owl's tone left no room for doubt. No need to kill anyone, just gather information inside.
Green Bean will stay here and he'll cover you with the gun. You don't want others to snatch the limited edition title from the camp mission, do you? For the rich rewards and limited edition title, Society U Tiger brother and Blow Up Your Dog head gritted their teeth and steeled their resolve. Let's do it. For the battle rewards, even if I have to wear raw garments, I'll accept it. Under Night Owl's supervision, the two endured their physiological discomfort and stripped the two raiders bare. I must say the 100 realistic setting of Starfire is a mental torture at times like this. When that raider suit emitting the stench of sweat and slop was put on, the two nearly vomited up their dinner from the previous night.
Go all out for the act. Your face is too pale, it'll be easy to blow your cover. Night Owl grabbed a handful of mud mixed with black blood and unceremoniously smeared it on their faces. After a round of hardcore disguise, the two had completely transformed into standard wasteland raiders. How about it, Owl brother? Do we fit the part? Society U Tiger brother grinned and asked. Go on, just remember, don't show that curious player's gaze that looks around everywhere.
If you get exposed, try to run to a blind spot, Green Bean, and I will provide you with fire support from above.
Let's go. Society U Tiger brother and Blow Up Your Dog head exchanged glances, imitating the raiders' indifferent stride as they slowly approached the Raven Nest camp at the bottom of the canyon. The two of them stumbled and slid down a steep winding path, their feet sinking into the uneven ground.
The full view of the crow's nest camp at the bottom of the canyon gradually expanded before their eyes. It was a massive chaotic fortress of metal. Up close the camp felt even more oppressive than when they had looked down from above. The wall stood 5 or 6 meters high, topped with sharpened steel bars from which several skulls hung swaying in the wind. "Brother, who my legs are shaking."
Debao and Igo too swallowed hard and whispered. "There must be at least 100 red-name monsters here. We're like 2 huskies thrown into a wolf den. If we're discovered, we'll be torn to shreds in a second. Don't panic."
Shihui and I, who guess heart was pounding, but he forced himself to stay calm. "Remember, we're raiders now.
Don't walk with your chest out.
Slouch like a thug, swagger with your legs apart, look fierce and twist your mouth." They encouraged each other and swaggered toward the side gate of the camp. At the side gate, 2 raider guards lazily looked up at the sound of footsteps.
"Halt!
Who goes there?" One guard raised his crude homemade rifle, his eyes scanning the 2 unfamiliar faces suspiciously.
Debao and Igo too heart rate skyrocketed, cold sweat trickling down his back.
Just as he thought they were about to be exposed and reached for the tactical axe at his waist ready to fight to the death, Shihui and I Huga suddenly did something that stunned everyone present. He strode forward and kicked the guard in the chest.
"Get the hell out of my way. I'm with Hey Gui's crew."
Shihui and I Huga shouted hoarsely, pointing at the guard's nose and cursing. "Can't you see I just crawled out of a pile of corpses? We ran into real trouble. Hey Gui and the others are all dead.
Get out of the way, I need to report to the boss."
The kicked guard was stunned, too slow to get up. In the wasteland, only by being fiercer and more ruthless than others could you prove your identity.
"That unlucky bastard Hey Gui is dead. How wasn't he always bragging?"
The other guard sneered and lowered his weapon.
"All right, go on in."
Shihui and I, who just snorted, spat on the ground and shot a glance at the bewildered Debao and Igo too. And so they swaggered through the side gate of the crow's nest camp. Far above on the canyon rim, Yi Xiao watched through his scope as the 2 successfully infiltrated, his tense fingers relaxing slightly. Well done, those 2 really have a knack for undercover work. The 2 of them mingled with the bustling crowd of raiders, Debao and Igo too, hearts still racing.
"Damn. Brother, who you're a genius. That performance deserves an Oscar."
He lowered his voice and gave Shihui and I Hugu a thumbs up. That turning the tables act earlier was truly something.
Just basic skills, don't hype it up.
Shihui and I Hugi appeared rocksteady but secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
"Enough chatter, we don't have much time.
Get to work." They quickly composed themselves and began wandering through the crow's nest camp. The interior of the camp was even more shocking and chaotic than what they had seen from the cliff. Hovels were stacked haphazardly together like an ugly wasp's nest. And there was one unbearable thing: the stench was absolutely overwhelming. The smell of oil, rotting flesh, fermented excrement mixed with the blood reek from their own battle-worn outfits formed an invisible biological bomb.
Ugh. Debao and Igo too clenched his jaw tightly to keep from vomiting. Shihui and I Hugo, though gagging, managed to keep his wits.
He lowered his head slightly, using his peripheral vision to quickly scan the layout of the buildings around them. Just then a translucent UI panel popped up before both of them.
"System notification, you have penetrated deep into enemy territory. Tactical reconnaissance mode has been automatically activated. Please fix your gaze on high-value targets within the camp e.g. heavy weapon emplacements, ammunition depots, leaders' tent, etc. for more than 3 seconds.
The system will automatically generate a camp defense map for you.
Current defense map completion 5. Damn, there's a feature like this. This mission just got easy." Debao and Igo two eyes lit up instantly, forgetting the stench, and began scanning the area like a human scanner. "Easy my ass. You think we're at a farmer's market?"
Shihui and I Huga grabbed him by the neck, pretending to shove each other as they walked forward. The 2 cursed and bickered as they moved through the camp. The raiders around them, seeing these 2 raving like mad dogs, mostly avoided trouble and made way. As their eyes moved, the defense map completion percentage kept rising.
"Brother, who, look over there."
Debao and Igo too nudged his companion and tilted his chin toward an open area.
Shihui and I Huga followed his gaze. Not far away there was a huge octagonal cage.
It was surrounded by raiders howling like madmen. Inside the cage, 2 blood-soaked wasteland survivors were fighting barehanded in a primitive bloody brawl.
"Kill him. Twist his neck off. I bet 5 bullets, you son of a bitch. Don't play dead, get up and bite him."
The mobs around roared like wild beasts, and every splash of blood triggered a frenzy of cheers.
"Don't stare. We have a mission."
Shihui and I Huji forced down his discomfort and pulled his companion away.
"Well, split up. You check the east side, I'll take the west. Meet at the tower in the center of the camp in 10 minutes. Got it."
They quickly separated like 2 black drops of water merging into the murky sea of the crow's nest camp. Hui kept his head down, strolling like a purposeless thug along the western edge of the camp.
West side 2 watchtowers, crossfire, probably machine guns. That container area, not sure what it's for, but the defense looks lax. Before he knew it, he rounded a pile of rubble and the scene opened up before him. This was the deepest part of the camp. Compared to the chaos and dilapidation of the outer area, the buildings here were noticeably cleaner, with even a few small houses. And around these buildings the patrolling raiders were clearly a different crowd. They no longer carried scrap weapons, they wore matching bulletproof vests, held well-maintained semi-automatic rifles, and some even had fragmentation grenades hanging from their belts. Holy shit! Elite Monster Zone. Hui immediately realized he might have stumbled into the core area of the Crow's Nest camp, the lair of the chieftain and leaders. He slowed his pace, looking for a hidden spot to observe the firepower layout and personnel distribution. Suddenly the sound of rough shoving and cursing came from one of the small buildings ahead. Brother Tiger swiftly dodged into a dark corner of shadows. He held his breath and cautiously peeked out half his head. The footsteps and impatient scolding drew closer. The first to emerge was a man whose attire clashed starkly with the surrounding environment. Brother Tiger almost thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. The man's attire was completely out of place in the entire Crow's Nest camp, like it belonged to a different layer. He wore a well-tailored deep gray high-collared long coat, black leather boots on his feet, and held an exquisite cane in his hand. He leisurely surveyed the chaotic camp before him like a person standing on his balcony watching the market below, aware of its filth and disorder yet utterly detached. In this stench-ridden Crow's Nest camp, this man was like an aristocratic gentleman who had wandered onto the wrong set, exuding an aura of high society from head to toe. Brother Tiger instantly locked his gaze on the trenchcoat man. Target. Level. Faction. Danger assessment unknown.
Unable to analyze the target's specific data at present.
Pioneers must remain hidden and avoid drawing attention. What the hell? All question marks. Brother Tiger clamped his mouth shut, not daring to breathe. Following closely behind the arrogant man was a giant with a build like a standing grizzly bear. This giant stood nearly 3 meters tall, his muscles bulging like hard rocks intertwined. His bare chest was covered in gruesome scars and claw marks. In the center of his chest, a dark red paint depicted a crow with spread wings. Target Titus LV. 30, leader of Crow's Nest camp. Description: the absolute ruler of Crow's Nest camp.
Savage by nature, bloodthirsty with terrifying physical explosive power.
The heavy weapon in his hand can easily smash a car into scrap metal. A 30-level regional boss. The pressure is overwhelming.
If he grabs me, you'll probably be crushed to pulp.
Brother Tiger swallowed hard and frantically took screenshots in the system background.
With Titus' build and level, he was an undisputed god of war in the eyes of current players, able to turn 10 newbies into pixelated mush with a single slap. But at this moment, this seemingly overpowered Crow's Nest leader was acting like a cowering subordinate in front of the trenchcoat man. Your Excellency the envoy, you've come all this way, why not stay a few more days? The few fine goods we just acquired you haven't yet. Titus rubbed his thick hands together, humbly trying to persuade him to stay.
Enough, Titus. The trenchcoat man coldly interrupted him, even disdainfully pulling out a white handkerchief to cover his nose. The air in this dump is even more nauseating than a sewer. Staying one more second makes me feel the need to replace my electronic lungs. Titus' face twitched awkwardly, but he dared not talk back and could only nod repeatedly. You're right, my lord.
This remote backwater is naturally inferior to the prosperity of the north. The trenchcoat man stopped tapping his cane on the ground with extreme impatience.
I didn't come here personally to listen to your flattery.
Titus, your recent tributes, both the quality of slaves and the quantity of supplies, have greatly displeased those above.
Titus broke out in a cold sweat.
The 2-meter-tall brute actually looked as aggrieved as a child weighing 200 or 300 gene. Your Excellency, over at Sector 70 for the Black Iron Brotherhood and the Ash Gang are fighting like madmen. I'm caught in the middle and dare not even breathe loudly. In the past half-month I haven't even managed to rob a single decent fat sheep. The trenchcoat man turned around, glanced at Titus, who was a full circle larger than him, and sneered.
That's your problem, not ours. Make no mistake, Titus. We gave you guns and ammunition not to let you retire in this canyon.
Yes, your Excellency, you are right. Titus nodded repeatedly, but his eyes flickered subtly. When you return, please tell the lords that I will make up the tribute this month, definitely.
Listen carefully.
The trenchcoat man put the handkerchief back into his pocket and adjusted his collar.
From now on the tribute must be doubled. Doubled. Titus exclaimed in shock, jerking his head up. My lord, double the tribute.
That will cost the brothers their lives. The trenchcoat man interrupted again, poking Titus' thick chest with his cane.
I only care about results. If by the end of this month you can't deliver double the tribute, then it will be the same for us to replace the Crow's Nest camp with a more obedient dog.
With that, the trenchcoat man waved his hand and, accompanied by several well-armed guards, headed straight for a helipad deep in the camp. Only after the envoy's party had completely disappeared did the servile smile on Titus' face slowly fade.
Northern bastards.
Titus growled, kicking a nearby scrap iron barrel flying. Only after Titus turned and went back into the building with killing intent did Brother Tiger crawl out.
That cutscene just now, though it didn't offer any actual quest, revealed an explosive amount of information. Holy crap, huge scoop. An earth-shattering scoop. The game's lore is even more vast than I imagined. There's actually an even more powerful faction in the north. Feels like another new expansion pack.
Brother Tiger quickly organized these intel in his mind while swiftly retreating from this elite monster area. At this moment less than 2 minutes remained before their agreed 10-minute meeting time. He quickened his pace, heading toward the tower he had agreed upon with Smash Your Doghead. On the other side, Smash Your Doghead was idly wandering around wearing the stinking original battle-damaged raider suit. Compared to the relatively tidy building in the west, the environment on the east side of the camp could only be described as a living hell. This seemed to be Crow's Nest Camp's livestock pen, where they kept slaves and processed loot. As for what the loot was, so hard to guess. Smash Your Doghead trudged through the muddy ground, stepping unsteadily. The modeling and scene design of these NPCs must have been made by a hardcore fetishist. While mentally cursing the damn designers, he played the role of a loitering idler. Suddenly, from a basement entrance with a half-open iron door ahead, came a series of bone-chilling screams.
Ah! Don't kill me! Please! Smash Your Doghead stopped in his tracks, his brows instantly furrowed. Go check it out. What if there's a hidden storyline?
He hesitated for a second, then nonchalantly moved toward the basement entrance.
The iron door to the basement wasn't locked, just slightly ajar.
Smash Your Doghead pressed against the door and cautiously peeked inside. In the dim basement, a few flickering incandescent lights hung from the ceiling. In the center of the room stood several rusted iron beds. At that moment, several naked people were tied to the iron beds.
Beside the beds stood 3 raiders wearing thick leather aprons.
They held various scalpel saws and syringes filled with unknown liquids.
Target: Crow's Nest Camp Executioner L.
1315 Description: a group of madmen obsessed with ripping out hearts and lungs, knowing only slaughter with no moral boundaries. Let's temporarily shift our gaze away from the Crow's Nest Camp and cross the vast wasteland.
Year 11451 of the star calendar, planet UX 829, around 10 a.m. The weathered cave area is currently livelier than a market during the new year on Blue Star. Hurry, hurry. One slipped to the left. Trap it in the crevice of the rocks. Team 1 on top. Team 2 prepare to throw the Molotovs. Newbies from Team 3 quickly go and touch its rear for support. Brothers, put in more effort. Clear its health bar. Aha.
In this complex network of caves, groups of players are mercilessly conducting a just group beating on the native inhabitants of the wasteland. At this moment, in a corner of a recently cleared massive weathered cave, 2 new players with level indicators showing LV.
4 are leaning against a cool rock wall, panting heavily. The one on the left gripping a rebar tightly is IDD as keyboard smash. The one on the right holding a piece of scrap metal as a shield is IDD as Muscleman picking up sticks. Both of them are covered in dirt and blood, the smell particularly pungent. Who? I can't take it anymore. Keyboard Smash trembles as he opens the water bottle hanging at his waist, gulping down a large mouthful. This damn game's stamina consumption is too insane. Who says otherwise? Muscleman picking up sticks leaned against the rock wall, sighing. What's even more absurd is that after defeating monsters there's no equipment drop. We have to handle materials ourselves. Does that damn planner have some kind of obsession with trash collection? You don't understand a thing. This is called an ultimate immersive experience. Keyboard Smash patted his companion's shoulder in exasperation. If we don't bring back these scraps, what will we trade for Starfire coins? Without Starfire coins, how can you upgrade your equipment? Are you planning to charge into battle with that piece of scrap metal when you reach the Crow's Nest Camp? Upon hearing Crow's Nest Camp, Muscleman picking up sticks' previously unfocused gaze suddenly sharpened. Damn it, let's do this. With a gritted jaw, Muscleman picking up sticks pushed himself off the ground, instantly shaking off the fatigue on his face. It's just about grinding right. Even if I die from exhaustion in this cave today, I must level up to level 7. For the gun, for the battle, for the grand vision drawn by that damn planner. Just grind it out. In contrast to the raucous sounds of leveling up outside, the interior of the forward base presents a completely different atmosphere. Starfire Forward Base Machining Workshop. In the center of the workshop, the old industrial mother machine repaired by the system is emitting a deep rhythmic clang. Clang. Sound. Surrounding the mother machine, 5 or 6 players are engaged in a heated argument. Leading them is the captain of the infrastructure team. I don't eat beef.
At this moment he is shirtless, pointing at a spread-out blueprint on the ground with his oil-stained fingers.
The blueprint is filled with dense mechanical structures and data annotations. No way. Absolutely not.
I don't eat beef, spat as he spoke, his tone resolute.
AI-in, your idea is way too radical. Opposite him, AI-in held his neck high, still clutching a gun barrel prototype.
Brother Nyo, why are you so conservative?
AI-in, exasperated, slapped his thigh, his face turning red. What is our core task right now? It's firepower suppression.
We need to establish a production line for long-range weapons to attack the crow's nest camp. Why are you fixated on that minute accuracy of 0-point-something millimeters? My suggestion is to abandon the development of high-precision single-shot rifles.
I don't eat beef pointed to a structure circled in red on the blueprint, distraught. Look at this broken blueprint you drew.
In pursuit of firing speed and suppression, you've actually simplified the locking mechanism to this extent. This thing may have increased the firing rate, but the recoil could dislocate a person's shoulder. The most lethal issue is the risk of bursting. If this thing explodes, the brothers will be directly turned into shrapnel. I'm an infrastructure, quality of engineering is paramount. Such shoddy military hardware, I will never allow it to leave this workshop.
However, AI-in did not back down in the face of I don't eat beef's pointed criticisms.
As an experienced lathe operator, in reality he has a deeper understanding of pragmatism under extreme conditions.
Brother Nyo, let me explain. AI-in took a deep breath, his tone becoming serious.
I admit this thing's precision is terrible and its effective range is probably less than 20 meters.
But have you forgotten what kind of terrain the crow's nest camp is situated on? AI-in emphasized his point by tapping the table twice. That's a canyon.
In this kind of terrain, what we need is firepower coverage.
We need instant downpour when we encounter lava around the corner. Moreover, this thing is extremely cost-effective. We can mass-produce 50 units a day. Even if they burst, they can be used as disposable items. Players die and respawn 5 minutes later, they're back in the fight. Use quantity and lives to fill the quality gap. AI-in's eyes sparkled with a mad light as if he saw the dawn of victory. The workshop instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned by AI-in's nearly mad theory.
Standing aside and having not spoken up until now, Mole Action weakly raised his hand.
Brother Nyo, I actually think AI has a point.
And I've even thought of a name for it. Let's call it Starfire Type 1 short-barreled submachine gun, low configuration, or let's call it the equal rights water gun.
Curse you.
I don't eat beef, interrupted him with irritation, but the anger on his face had noticeably dissipated. He furrowed his brow, staring intently at the crude blueprint, his mind racing.
As a meticulous infrastructure fanatic, he inherently resists such shoddy products. However, he couldn't deny that AI-in had pinpointed the biggest dilemma currently facing the forward base: insufficient high-precision technological production capacity. If they were to proceed methodically to develop high-precision rifles, the production output simply wouldn't keep up. Would they really have the newly leveled-up players charge into battle with scrap metal and spears? That would be pure suicide, wasting precious resurrection coins. Who? After a full minute, I don't eat beef exhaled a long breath.
He picked up a pen and drew several circles on key stress points of the blueprint.
AI-in, I agree with your plan in principle. Upon hearing this, AI-in and Mole Action immediately showed ecstatic expressions, nearly jumping up to celebrate. But the locking mechanism must be reinforced. Increase the thickness of the barrel a bit. Even if we sacrifice some weight in firing speed, the bursting rate must be reduced. Also, this thing has a very short lifespan. You must design the simplest quick disassembly structure so that players can replace parts on the battlefield within 10 seconds if the barrel overheats or jams. Understood. Brother Nyo is mighty. AI is the best. I told you not to call me AI. Alright, little AI, I got it, little AI.
The public canteen was steaming hot, the meat soup bubbling with a gurgle sound under the heat, surging, its aroma drifting far through the window cracks. Old Greyhead hunched his back, carefully stirring the broth with an iron ladle. Behind him, his apprentice Ahua seemed distracted. She clutched a long ladle in her hand, but her eyes were fixed straight ahead, staring outside. She felt something was off about this noon. It was far too unusual. By the usual routine, this time of day should be the canteen's busiest moment. Those pioneer lords, brimming with vitality as if never weary, would surge in from all directions. They had loud voices vying for the freshly cooked meat soup while excitedly exchanging words like critical hit, positioning, experience pack, or how many reds I got. But today not a single pioneer lord was seen in the canteen. Nor could one hear the players teasing banter, those incomprehensible chants like Wai Ri Wa Chow Jiao. Ahua was utterly bewildered. Ahua, can I have an extra scoop of meat soup today? A newly arrived woman from the shelter swallowed her saliva and asked softly. Ahua seemed to fall into a trance, motionless, not even turning her eyes. The woman's voice grew a little louder, but Ahua still didn't respond. Old Greyhead came over unnoticed, curled his finger and gave Ahua's forehead a sharp flick.
Ouch! Master Greyhead. Ahua flinched in pain, nearly dropping the long ladle to the floor.
She clutched her forehead, looking aggrieved.
Why did you hit me? Why?
That sister's bowl was almost raised above her head. Where did your soul fly off to? Old Greyhead put on a stern face, took the ladle from Ahua and scooped a full ladle of bone soup with meat for the woman. The woman thanked him repeatedly, bowed her head and walked away. Old Greyhead glared at Ahua, turned to wipe the cutting board and muttered irritably. Your mind isn't on the stove. What are you staring at the Pioneer Lords all day? Ahua sniffled, rubbed the big bump on her forehead, shuffled over to Old Greyhead and asked in a weak voice.
Master Greyhead, what's going on today?
Those lords. Even when they're taking a dump they compete with each other, but today I can't see a single one.
Did they all go out?
Old Greyhead looked at his newly taken apprentice with a strange expression. This little girl, why was she so concerned about the Lord's bowel movements? Whatever, he couldn't understand the young one's minds.
Better think about how to make delicious food. This eerie atmosphere was also keenly sensed by Sade.
Standing on the construction site of the Phase 2 dormitory, working alongside the hard-working survivors, his gaze frequently swept toward the distant mechanical processing workshop. Since this morning a rumbling of machinery had been emanating from that place. It was like a beast lying dormant, frantically sharpening its claws and fangs in its lair. This was the stillness before a blade was drawn, the muffled thunder before a storm. Sade handed his task to Iron Egg and walked alone toward the clamorous mechanical processing workshop. At the workshop entrance, I Don't Eat Beef was bare-chested, arguing vehemently with a few players over a blueprint spittle. Sade called out to him.
I Don't Eat Beef turned around, saw it was Sade, and the anxiety on his face eased a bit. Chief Sade, what's up? Nyo, have you encountered some enemy? Sade's gaze swept over the figures frantically working overtime inside the work.
I Don't Eat Beef was silent for a moment, knowing this couldn't be hidden and there was no need to hide it from this important ally.
Chief Sade, your intuition is indeed sharp.
In the canyon about a dozen kilometers east, a group of man-eating raiders are entrenched. We plan to wipe out these beasts completely. The general assault will be within these 2 days.
He said succinctly.
They are a scourge to all survivors on this wasteland.
Since you're taking action, count me in. Sade stepped forward, his tone resolute. I'll gather every man in the shelter who can pick up a weapon and march with you.
In his view, this was not only a chance to repay the shelter's protection but also to eliminate threats on the wasteland. If these pioneers won, they would gain true peace. If they lost, the dependents like them would be torn apart by the raiders.
No. Absolutely not. To his surprise, I Don't Eat Beef reacted with unexpected intensity.
Brother Sade.
Don't do it. I Don't Eat Beef pleaded earnestly.
War is our business as pioneers. You just need to stay in the base and focus on production. I Don't Eat Beef was truly anxious, even calling him brother. Sade frowned, unable to understand the other's behavior.
Why? An extra force means an extra chance of victory.
Our people may be poorly equipped, but we are no cowards who fear death.
Oh my chief, what are you saying?
I Don't Eat Beef hopped around in desperation, cursing inwardly. Big brother, if you die you're gone for good. If these human-shaped quest triggers all fall on the battlefield, where would we cry?
But he couldn't say that out loud.
Instead he put on a sincere expression, pulled Sade aside and spoke earnestly. Brother Sade, let me explain. Your survivors from the shelter just moved here. They haven't enjoyed a few peaceful days and need rest to recover.
Besides, the Phase 2 dormitory project isn't finished yet. The brick kiln area is short-handed and the canteen needs help.
But Sade seemed to insist, but I Don't Eat Beef reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. Leave these life or death missions to us. We are pioneers. We are born from the spark, die in the spark, and then emerge again from the spark. For us, death is just a slightly painful long journey. But for you it's the eternal end. So trust us.
Chief Sade, you don't want the elderly and children to be left without care, do you?
I Don't Eat Beef argued with reason and emotion, nearly on the verge of tears.
Sade fell silent. He looked at the sincere face of I Don't Eat Beef, then turned to glance at the busy figures on the construction site, his heart a mix of emotions. Finally Sade nodded slowly. I understand. But if needed, we can take up arms at any time. Absolutely, absolutely.
I Don't Eat Beef nodded repeatedly, let out a long sigh of relief and quickly ushered this honored guest out of the workshop. After watching Sade leave, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cursed under his breath.
Damn game designer, next time there's a faction mission like this I must add a lock to prevent NPCs from joining the battle. The NPCs we worked so hard to bring back, if one accidentally dies the loss would be huge. Besides, what if the NPCs snatch the monsters?
Who would get the experience and contributions? The noon sun scorched the earth like a deadly fire, causing even the air to shimmer with distorted waves due to the high temperature. On a dilapidated road leading to the abandoned city number 74, two modified pickups belching black smoke and several off-road motorcycles were speeding wildly. In the bumpy open bed of the second pickup, 7 or 8 fierce-looking raiders were crammed together.
Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Lin Weiner were huddled in the far corner.
As the vehicle jolted violently, their bodies repeatedly slammed against the metal surface. The two of them were even contemplating death.
The scene rewinds to over an hour ago.
The two had completed their separate explorations and the progress bar for the camp's defense plan had smoothly reached about 70. They gathered under the central tower of the camp as planned, preparing to find an excuse to sneak out.
Just then a small leader-like raider came over, cursing as he kicked Lin Weiner in the backside. "You two don't just slack off here.
The supply team is short-handed, you two are up." The two were instantly dumbfounded.
"Brother, we just came back from outside and we haven't eaten yet." Jiang Chen attempted to salvage the situation.
As he spoke up in refusal, he saw the small leader draw his gun and press it menacingly against Jiang Chen's forehead.
"Eat your own damn leg. The leader has given a death order.
We're heading to the 74th city for supplies. Do you dare to delay the leader's business?
He'll chop you up right here."
Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately recalled the information he had overheard outside the small building. The mysterious man in the trenchcoat demanded that Titus turn in double the offerings this month.
Titus was being cornered and was about to take drastic measures against the forces in the abandoned city number 74. "Understood, brother." Jiang Chen smoothly put on a flattering expression.
Under the warm invitation of the gun, the two had no choice but to climb into the pickup's bed with gritted teeth. Thus these two reconnaissance soldiers who should have retired successfully were inexplicably conscripted and forced onto a business trip to the 74th city. Back in the jostling truck bed, Lin Weiner sighed, "What the hell is this all about?" He nudged his companion with his shoulder, his voice barely above a whisper.
"Weren't we supposed to successfully retreat? How did it turn into a business trip? Since we're here, we might as well make the best."
Jiang Chen leaned against the metal, taking advantage of the roar of the engine to whisper to Lin Weiner, winking at him.
"Didn't you hear what that small leader said?
We're going to the 74th city for supplies.
Those bastards are definitely going to scavenge. When we get there, if a fight breaks out, well, just hide behind and take advantage of the chaos. If they go to loot the supplies, well, take advantage of the confusion to stuff some into our own bags."
After hearing this, Lin Weiner, who had looked like a bitter melon, instantly brightened up.
"Damn, brother John, your mind works fast. Infiltrate the enemy and make money while working." "No kidding." Jiang Chen replied smugly. "This is what we call deep behind enemy lines."
The two huskies mixed among the wolves exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter, their eyes filled with anticipation for the upcoming supply operation.
"You keep an eye on these bastards while I quickly log off and post something on the forum. And let brother Xiao know I'm safe." Jiang Chen gestured to Lin Weiner.
"Don't worry, brother Jiang, go ahead, those guys over there are busy bragging, they won't pay us any attention." Lin Weiner took a stance of "leave it to me" and stepped in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and decisively pressed the log out button.
Once offline, without a moment's pause, Jiang Chen immediately opened the official forum of Starfire. Urgent intel. Deep behind enemy lines.
The leader of the Crow's Nest is being pressured by a mysterious force.
I and Lin Weiner were forced on a business trip to the 74th city to make money. Posted by Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, Lin Weiner was trying to blend into the group of raiders.
"Hey brother," he nudged the raider next to him with his elbow, giving him a friendly look.
"Are we going to the 74th city to collect supplies? Is it on the Ashen Gang's turf or the Black Iron Brotherhood's?"
The raider glanced at him, noticing the blood on him, thought he was a tough character and did not hold back.
"Neither.
Those two gangs are currently fighting so fiercely that their brains are almost bursting out. Why would we go touch that? Bad luck."
"The target this time is the pendulum."
As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Weiner nearly bit his tongue.
"Where to?" "The pendulum camp." "That's right, what? Are you scared, you coward?" The raider let out a mocking laugh.
"What the hell am I afraid of?" Lin Weiner replied, not losing any momentum. This was quite embarrassing. These guys were going to the pendulum camp to collect supplies.
What could they possibly find? The people at the pendulum camp were happily playing with mud in the brick kiln at the outpost.
When these fierce raiders charged into the pendulum camp, they found it had already been looted clean by another group.
Just imagining the scene was dramatic.
Above the canyon of the Crow's Nest, in the shadow of the dog-head giant rock, Night Owl maintained a still position, peering through the scope of his suppressed rifle, intently watching the Crow's Nest camp below. Beside him, Nanbei Green Bean was panting like a dog, irritatedly drawing circles in the sand. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and peeked over.
"Night Owl, it's already noon. Why haven't the other two returned yet?" Indeed, it was noon.
Where could those two have gone? It was hard to guess. It had been nearly 2 hours since Jiang Chen and Lin Weiner changed into raider clothes and infiltrated the camp. Logically they should have retreated after mapping out the area. Could it be that they were discovered and turned into mosaics on the spot?
Nanbei Green Bean speculated again. Night Owl frowned slightly.
He pulled up the systems team panel again. The names of the two teammates were still lit up, indicating they were neither offline nor dead.
They haven't died.
Night Owl calmly analyzed. With their personalities, if they were exposed they would definitely fight to the death and directly log back to the spring for a countdown, but there hasn't been any large-scale commotion in the camp below.
Then why haven't they come out? They can't be down there bonding with NPCs, right? Nanbei Green Bean was a bit anxious.
Let's wait a bit longer. If they haven't died it means they've triggered some other situation.
Night Owl kept his gaze fixed below, his expression focused.
They are most likely caught in some kind of forced storyline or have been restricted in movement.
It turned out Night Owl's judgment was extremely accurate.
Brothers.
Long story short,
Gutu and I successfully infiltrated the Yacheo camp, figured out their defenses, and even overheard a huge shocking secret. The leader of the Yacheo camp, Tai Tusi LV 30 Big Boss, actually has a mysterious force from the north behind him.
That's not the main point.
The main point is that Gutu and I were about to retreat when we got conscripted.
These raiders are now driving pickup trucks heading to City 74 murderously to collect their goods. Guess where they are going to collect? Zhengbai camp.
Right. That's the Zhengbai camp that we looted clean, not even leaving a single piece of intact iron sheet.
Now these NPCs are dreaming of catching people to report back.
Brother Chu Brother Neo quickly organized the main force to set up an ambush on the outskirts of City 74. If we can counter-ambush them we can directly take out 1/6 of Yucheo's main force. Yi Xiao Brother Xiao, we are currently undercover, you can withdraw from your side. The closed beta players were almost all online grinding the game, so for a while only the cloud players were discussing. However, there were always some players with foresight.
LV Do, go offline and check the forum. Yi Xiao gave the order.
In the game where long-distance communication is impossible, the forum is the only chat channel for players.
Got it, boss. Nanbei LV Do immediately found a comfortable position, lay flat and pressed the active logout. 3 minutes later Nanbei LV Do came back online with a strange expression on his face. Boss. Big news. What happened to them?
They didn't die. Not only did they not die, they were sent on a mission. Nanbei LV Do vividly reported the intelligence that Shihui and I Hugu had posted in the thread word for word.
These two are something. Since they went to City 74 they should have pretty much figured out the camp.
Yi Xiao put away his silenced rifle and slung it neatly over his back.
Retreat to the assembly point.
The two quickly descended the mountain along the original path. As soon as they reached the assembly point they saw the 4 members of Zhanshan Quangbiao retreating from another direction.
Brother Xiao.
How's the situation over there? Zhanshan Quangbiao saw Yi Xiao and immediately rushed over excitedly.
We figured out the hidden sentries on the left and north sides without alarming them. Yi Xiao nodded.
Xiaohu and Guta succeeded in infiltrating. They even basically figured out the internal situation of the camp.
Damn, they've got some skills.
Zhanshan Quangbiao looked behind Yi Xiao but didn't see the two, including Shihui and I Hugu, and was a bit puzzled.
Then where are they? Nanbei LV Do immediately jumped out full of excitement and started the storytelling mode. Damn. This works too. Hajini widened his eyes full of disbelief. These two bastards actually went behind our backs to take on a hidden big job. Zhanshan Quangbiao was so jealous he clicked his teeth.
Since the mission is basically complete it's meaningless for us to stay here.
Yi Xiao interrupted everyone's exclamations and led the team toward the outpost.
This fresh ambush battle was not something their recon squad could get in on.
Meanwhile in the Fenghua Rock Cave area more than 10 kilometers away blood was splattering and battle cries filled the sky.
Players were arguing fiercely over several rock main beasts red-faced and no one was willing to log off. As for the workshop at the outpost, players were topless, swinging heavy hammers, sparks flying high, so they were even less likely to check the forum.
The entire server was grinding crazily for the battle and the forum was completely neglected. Brother Hu. How's it going?
Where are Brother Chu and the others preparing to ambush?
Dabeo and I Guta leaned in and lowered his voice. Ambush my ass. They're all fucking grinding the game. No one is looking at the forum.
Except for Elvido, who left a message saying boss has withdrawn. There's not even a ghost. Shihui and I Hugu's mouth twitched wildly.
Ah. Dabeo and I Guta's eyes almost popped out. Then
these dozen fully armed red name monsters are just going to be missed in vain.
Stop shouting. Shihui and I Hugu quickly covered his mouth and lowered his voice.
Better to rely on ourselves than others. If worst comes to worst, we'll do it ourselves. The two quickly exchanged glances and quietly reached for the tactical axes hidden under their original raider set. A few minutes later, two pickup trucks screeched to a halt in front of a ruin on the outskirts of City 74.
Everyone fucking get alert. Grab your weapons.
Drive those Zhongbai poor bastards out. The small-time leader in the front car kicked open the door, cursed as he jumped out and swaggered forward.
Keep an eye out, I'll log off one last time to check.
Shihui and Hugo lowered his voice and decisively pressed the active lock. In reality, Zhang Hu game ID Shihui and Hugo quickly took off his helmet, grabbed his phone and frantically scrolled through the Xingho forum. Just as he thought he would have to fight alone, a new reply from a closed beta player appeared under his post.
Wabuchi Nyoro, hang in there.
We're bringing our gear and heading over. Give us the coordinates, we'll be there in 40 minutes at most. Seeing Wabuchi Nyoro's reply, Zhang Hu was so excited he almost threw his phone. When you arrive, directly set up an ambush at the abandoned shopping mall at the three-way intersection in the southwest.
We can lead them in circles.
After sending the message, Zhang Hu immediately put on his helmet and his consciousness descended back to the wasteland.
Brother Hu, you're finally awake.
They've already found that Zhongbai camp is gone.
Dabeo and Igutu was sweating profusely, pointing ahead.
At this moment, the small-time leader was standing dumbfounded at the spot where the gate of Zhongbai camp should have been. Not only him, but the dozen raiders who had gotten off the car also had their mouths wide.
Bro, where's the huge camp that was here? What the hell?
Where did this take us?
Is this still Zhongbai camp?
No gate, no guards, no shacks, no barbed wire, not even a scrap of waste wood to use as firewood was left. Completely empty, as if some terrifying giant beast had licked it clean from end to end.
This is fucking crazy. Where's the camp?
The small-time leader rubbed his eyes, incredulous.
Boss, this seems.
Even the ground has been scraped off.
A nearby raider stammered. If only the people had run away, they could understand.
But on the wasteland, to even pack up and take away the garbage, this was definitely not something ordinary people could do. It was like a swarm of locusts had turned into demons. Seeing that the small-time leader was on the verge of going berserk, Shihui and Hugo and the others scrambled out of the truck bed and hurried over.
Boss. Calm down. Boss, calm down.
Shihui and Hugo put on an extremely sycophantic expression. I received news that in an underground air raid shelter nearby there are not only many people but also a large stash of supplies.
Air raid shelter.
The small-time leader grabbed Shihui and Hugo by the collar and glared at him fiercely.
If you dare to fucking lie to me, I'll skin you alive. Absolutely true, boss. It's right there in the ruins ahead, I'll lead the way. Move. Led by Shihui and Hugo, the dozen raiders carrying guns and cursing walked into the intricate ruins of City 74. In the intricate ruins of abandoned City No.
74, a dozen raiders were blundering forward. At the forefront of the group, Shihui and Hugo and Debao and Igo too were leading the way with fawning bows. To buy time for Wabuchi Nyoro, these two brothers had pushed the art of detouring to its absolute limit.
The road ahead is collapsed, boss. We'll have to take this alley around. Ah, careful, boss. There might be a mutant insect nest down there.
Better take that iron scaffold above, it's safer. The two played off each other, leading them around 7 or 8 abandoned blocks and even crawling through 2 sewer drains.
After a full half-hour of wandering, the scorching sun left everyone dizzy and lightheaded.
The sub-leader's face had darkened to the point of dripping water.
Damn it. Do you even know the way?
He wiped the sweat from his neck, grabbed Shihui and Hugo by the collar and roared viciously.
How long have we been wandering? Haven't seen a single soul. Are you messing with me?
Almost there, almost there.
Calm down, boss. Shihui and Hugo was choked until his eyes rolled back and he quickly pointed to a massive half-collapsed building ahead. Through that abandoned mall ahead, the entrance to the underground bunker is right behind it.
The sub-leader snorted coldly, shoved him away, roughly raised his rifle and pulled the bolt.
It had better be.
If I don't see anyone yet, I'll butcher you two right here. Cursing and swearing, the group marched into the abandoned mall. The moment they stepped into the atrium on the first floor, every raider's nerves tensed up instantly.
The hall was a mess.
Broken glass and shell casings littered the floor. The walls were covered in terrifying bullet holes from a rotary machine gun. In the center of the hall stood a modified pickup truck burned to a black iron frame. There were people on it, or rather charred human remains.
What kind of bunker entrance is this?
Seeing the carnage, the sub-leader instantly realized he had been played for a fool. His eyes bloodshot, he whirled around in fury and kicked Shihui and Hugo hard in the rear.
Motherfer. You dare set me up? You two are asking for death. Kill these scumbags.
The kick was so powerful that it sent Shihui and Hugo sprawling forward.
The subleader raging raised his gun and aimed the dark muzzle directly at Shi Hui and I who go about to pull the trigger. At that critical moment a bird call came from the circular corridor on the second floor of the mall. Cuckoo. Hearing the familiar signal, Shi Hui and I who Gu and Debao and I go too didn't hesitate for a second, their synergy hitting maximum. Shi Hui and I who go scrambled and dove behind a thick concrete pillar. Debao and I go too reacted just as fast, leaping behind the wreckage of a broken cash register. The two vanished so quickly it was as if they had evaporated from the ground. The subleader paused for half a second, clearly not expecting these bottom-tier trash to be so agile. Ambush. Take cover. A strong sense of lethal danger shot through his mind. He roared and instinctively tried to find cover. But it was too late. From the shadows of the second floor, Ain Tan was hefting the crude metal pipe while Su Xing furiously pumped the air lever, aiming the ignition port at the subleader below. Taste my Lei Ganma's fury. Boom. A dull explosion echoed through the mall. The subleader didn't even have time to look up before his vision was filled with a blinding orange-red blaze. A fireball the size of a wash basin trailing a long tail of flame descended upon his head with deadly heat. The 1000-degree temperature instantly engulfed the subleader. He turned into a small flame man rolling wildly on the ground. But the Lei Ganma brand special napalm optimized over generations could not be easily extinguished. Not only him but splashing burning liquid fuel scattered like raindrops onto several nearby raiders. Fire. I'm on fire. Damn. What the hell is this stuff? Can't put it out. Several raiders splattered with sparks frantically slapped at the flames on their bodies like crazed headless flies. But the players lurking in the shadows on the second floor clearly had no intention of giving these experienced packs any chance to struggle. Brothers. Open fire. Don't let a single one escape. Chai Chen Wang Zhurin shouted excitedly, holding a semi-automatic rifle. Dushi Zhu Ming and Fei Pin Huishou along with other players stood up in unison from the circular corridor on the second floor. From their commanding height they unleashed full firepower. The raiders on the first floor were already disoriented by the fireball explosion, and in the open atrium with no cover they had no means of escape. In less than a minute over a dozen raiders were all heavily dosed with metal poison, falling in pools of blood, turning into warm experience and contribution points on the players' system panels. Killed LV. 14 Crow's Nest Raider experience 120 contribution 15. Assisted kill LV. 16 Raider subleader experience 80 contribution 10. Watching the green system notifications flashing before their eyes, the players on the second floor burst into cheers. Hell yeah. You son of a bitch, you stole my kill. Can you call it stealing when I'm dealing the damage? Lei Ganma cannon forever the MVP. That shot just blasted out some serious momentum. The gunfire subsided, smoke hung in the air. Amidst laughter and chatter the players skillfully began their favorite part, cleaning the battlefield. A homemade rifle suite. This bulletproof vest has a hole but it's still usable after a wash. Holy crap, this bastard had bullets hidden in his pocket. The drop rate is decent. While the players excitedly shared the loot, Shi Hui and I who Gu and Debao and I go to crawled out from behind cover, now covered in dust and patting off the mud. Tiger bro, dog head. Great job. Wabu Chinyo Ro walked over with a smile and patted them on the shoulders. Without you two leading these bastards around for so long, this ambush might not have gone so smoothly. Ah, we're brothers, no need to mention it. Shi Hui and I who go looked at the pile of loot and experience points, grinning from ear to ear. But Nyo Gu, you guys were fast. 30 minutes to get here. Of course I floored the gas pedal. Almost broke the record again. Why, my Bu Su Jin came over extremely proud. Alright, we've pretty much looted everything. It's not safe to stay here. Let's head back. Wabu Chinyo Ro scanned the area, confirmed they hadn't missed any valuable junk and turned to signal the group to withdraw. Wait. Nyo Gu. Just as everyone was about to retreat, Shi Hui and I who Gu suddenly remembered something and grabbed Wabu Chinyo Ro's arm. We haven't finished this job yet. Brother Tiger pointed at the stinking original battle-damaged raider suits on himself and beat your dog head. What do you mean? Haven't you had enough of those outfits? Poison Master pinched his nose in disgust. Beat your dog head was taken aback. What the hell? Brother Tiger, you want to go back? Of course not. But if we go back now, won't this perfect disguise go to waste? The final assault is about to begin. We need more intel. If we can infiltrate and stay inside when the main force arrives, we can wreak havoc from within and coordinate with them. Then the first merit of the battle will be ours. Brother Tiger grew more excited, gesturing in the air. Beat your dog head's eyes widened as well. The thrill of going deep undercover as a spy sent his heart racing, instantly pushing everything else out of his mind.
I don't eat beef, nodded approvingly and gave Brother Tiger a firm pat on the shoulder.
You two go ahead and be spies. If you need any coordination, just post on the forum. No delivery allowed, also reminded, but if you two go back unscathed you'll definitely be suspected. Poison Master leaned in and immediately came up with a plan. Easy. Shift the blame. Say you ran into the Ashen Gang on the way and came back for reinforcements. Even if they check it'll be their word against yours. Brilliant. That's perfect. Brother Tiger and Poison Master exchanged a smile, feeling an instant kinship. To make the battle damage more convincing, Brother Tiger stabbed himself in the arm. If not for the game's reduced pain, he wouldn't have dared to do it himself. Brothers, wait for our good news. The two waved at the players and continued their wasteland infiltration saga. Instead of taking the detours through alleys and ruins, they headed straight down a relatively wide old main road, fleeing toward the previous drop-off point. If the earlier lieutenant had driven the pickup with the rotary machine gun into the mall with the players' crappy guns and a single granny cannon, who would have wiped whom was anyone's guess. Admittedly, the players' minds were sharp. Brother Tiger, are you sure our story will fool those raiders? Beat Your Dog Head was still uneasy. Relax. These NPCs aren't that bright. With the explosion and gunfire earlier, they'll buy it completely. Brother Tiger was confident. Over a dozen minutes later, the two appeared breathless near the drop-off point. The two modified pickups and motorcycles still sat by the ruins, with a few raiders left behind leaning against the doors, chatting and idling. Help! Help! Brother Tiger screamed from a distance, letting out a wail. That yell seemed to drain the last of his strength as he stumbled forward, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Beat Your Dog Head cooperated perfectly, staggering while holding onto the wall, terror written all over his face. What the hell? What's happening? The remaining raiders were instantly alerted, raising their weapons and staring warily toward the source of the noise. Who goes there? Stop. It's us. Don't shoot. Help. A sharp-eyed raider recognized the distinctive raider suits on the two and led the others to surround them. Aren't you two with the boss? How did you end up like this? A burly raider grabbed Brother Tiger by the collar and yanked him roughly off the ground. The Ashen Gang. Those madmen from the Ashen Gang. Brother Tiger gasped, screaming in terror. Mud and blood mixed on his face, making him look barely human. We just got into the mall when we ran into an Ashen Gang squad. The boss and the brothers wiped them out. And then another raider pressed urgently. Then another wave came. Twice as many with heavy firepower. Beat Your Dog Head chimed in. The boss is trapped inside. He sent us back to get the brothers to drive over and support him. The Ashen Gang bastards. Why would they come to this area? The remaining raiders exchanged glances, a flicker of doubt in their eyes. After all, this was a buffer zone. The Ashen Gang's main force should be downtown. To increase credibility, Brother Tiger pulled out some torn cloth strips bearing a flame pattern. Seeing that highly recognizable symbol, the doubt in the raiders' eyes largely dissipated. Damn. It really is those lunatics. The burly raider cursed and shouted to the others, quick. Get in the truck. Mount the machine gun. You two lead the way. Yes. Yes, boss. It's on that main road ahead, straight down to the abandoned mall. Brother Tiger nodded frantically and scrambled into the truck bed. The room. The two modified pickups roared and sped toward the abandoned mall. In the truck bed, Brother Tiger and Beat Your Dog Head gripped the railings, exchanging a subtle glance. Plan working. Screech. The two pickups skidded to a halt outside the abandoned mall. Boss. It's inside. Brother Tiger's voice trembled, his acting so convincing even he almost believed it. The raiders jumped out, tense and alert. They didn't charge in immediately, but cautiously advanced into the mall using cover. The mall was silent, empty. Didn't you say the Ashen Gang had the boss trapped inside? Where are they? I'm asking you, where's my boss? The burly raider spun around, glaring at Brother Tiger. Boss. I don't know. They were still fighting when we escaped. Brother Tiger backed away in terror. The burly raider stepped forward, grimly surveying the scattered corpses and especially the human-shaped scorch mark on the ground. The two spies followed silently, applauding their brother's scene arrangement skills as they took in the mess. This does look like something those fire-wielding lunatics would do. The burly raider gritted his teeth. Brother Tiger squeezed out a couple of tears and wailed, Boss. They died horribly. Enough. Stop blubbering. The burly raider cut him off irritably, glancing around warily. Damn, they got away fast. He turned and roared, "What are you idiots standing around for?
Load the brothers' bodies into the truck.
Take them back."
Hearing that order, Brother Tiger and Beat Your Dog Head, who had been playing meek, both froze.
Brother Who, these red-named monsters are surprisingly nice.
Brother Who was also puzzled. Were these guys really so deeply bonded? Could it be that the villains in this game had a hidden setting of camaraderie? A ruthless predator who kills without blinking actually retrieves the bodies of his companions.
This melodrama of deep bonds is simply too surreal.
Despite the countless questions in their minds, the two still obediently stepped forward, joining other predators in loading the companions' bodies into the pickup truck. Half an hour later, 2 pickups filled with companions' corpses reeking of blood turned around and left. The convoy sped back to the Crow's Nest camp at the canyon's bottom. Upon seeing what was in the truck bed, the camp guards displayed an inexplicable excitement.
"Wow, today's haul is quite impressive, huh?" One guard even joked. "Less chatter, open the gate."
The burly predator bellowed impatiently. The pickup turned directly towards the east side of the camp, finally stopping in front of a massive metal factory emitting a strong smell of disinfectant.
Hearing the noise, several executioners in aprons pushed out carts on wheels. "Unload. Move quickly while it's still fresh."
The burly predator pointed at the corpses in the truck bed and hurriedly walked deeper into the camp. In the shocked gaze of 2 players, the predators roughly tossed the companions' bodies onto the iron carts.
"Hey, this one is charred. The organs are definitely unusable. This one is alright. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys should still be intact. Hurry and send it in. Soak it in nutrient solution. Be quick. Don't damage the good organs."
Several executioners muttered as they inspected the companions' bodies as if they were examining pork. The 2 undercover agents stood by, listening to the executioner's corpse assessment, their skin crawling.
They finally understood why this group of predators brought the companions' bodies back. Deep bonds. Returning to one's roots. To hell with that.
In the Crow's Nest camp there were no so-called companions. These corpses were merely a pile of parts that could still be reused in their eyes.
At that moment they fully grasped the saying, "The most worthless thing in the wasteland is human life."
While lives are worthless, the parts of a body are valuable. In any world, those with wealth and power cherish their bodies even more so. Organ transplantation is always a lucrative business.
Damn.
The player Blast Your Dog Head turned pale, his voice trembling.
"Brother Who. I take back what I just said.
These beasts can even disassemble their companions to sell them as parts."
Brother Who's expression was also extremely grim. "I knew it. How could the damn planners design any brotherly bonds for the villains? This group of bastards, if we don't wipe them off the map, I won't be able to sleep soundly." In the Starfire outpost, the atmosphere was more tense than ever.
It had already been 4 whole days since the official announcement of the major faction assault mission, Eradicate the Tumor.
During this time, the entire outpost had transformed into an overworked war machine.
After exposing the predator's insane companion parts recovery on the forum, the player's desire to hunt skyrocketed.
Selling companions as parts. What kind of hellish drawing is this? Brothers, stop whining on the forum. Get online and grind for levels. We want rest until the Crow's Nest is destroyed.
As players with a strong sense of traditional Chinese values, they naturally had zero tolerance for such evil deeds.
To avoid lagging behind, the newbies practically lived in the wilderness. Quick, quick, quick. Lizards are respawning in the east.
Team 1 tank damage, Team 2 output. Leave the last bit of health for the brothers who need experience to finish off the kill.
The scavenger rat extermination team is rolling out. Get on board if you still need experience.
The veteran players transformed into ruthless leveling machines, leading a pack of eager newbies in a furious sweep across the map. Under the players' frenzied harvesting, those mutated creatures became nearly endangered species. Some players even complained on the forum that even the mutated bugs learned to take a detour upon seeing the black pants.
Mutated creature, what the hell? Meanwhile, the mechanical production workshop was roaring day and night. Starfire Type 1 short-barreled submachine gun, low configuration, 100 units delivered.
With several rounds of ammunition. I Don't Eat Beef reported excitedly to Love Yinsitin, both of them sporting dark circles under their eyes. Over the past 3 days they not only improved the Pronito Explode submachine gun but also established a production line for ammunition. Although the primers and propellant often misfired, they compensated with high volume.
What about the Lao Gon Ma cannon?
I Don't Eat Beef asked while inspecting the newly forged gun barrels.
Lao Gon Ma's Fury Type 2 has been improved. Currently 5 units have been produced. They will definitely let those predators enjoy an extreme high-temperature sauna. Mole Action patted his chest in assurance.
Meanwhile, on the enemy's rear battlefield, Brother Who and Blast Your Dog Head, the 2 undercover duo, made significant contributions. They wandered around the Crow's Nest camp, even participating in several outer patrols. Utilizing the system's tactical reconnaissance mode, they thoroughly grasped the firing range of every lookout tower, every machine gun, and even the reinforcement pattern of the building where Titus resided, and relayed it to the main force in real time via the forum. Mission Objective 3: Know Yourself and Know Your Enemy accomplished.
June 6, 11451 in the star calendar, planet UX 829 8 AM.
As the last newbie player lit up with golden light of leveling up, a system announcement appeared before all players.
Server-wide announcement: campaign objectives updated. Detected that all members of the Starfire outpost have reached level 7 or above. Mission Objective 1: all troops ready completed.
Detected that a basic remote firepower production line has been established and weapons delivered.
Mission Objective 2: firepower suppression completed. Detected that the defense layout of the Crow's Nest camp has been completed.
Mission Objective 3: Know Yourself and Know Your Enemy completed. The large-scale faction assault Eradicate the Tumor officially begins.
The campaign settlement prize pool has been unlocked.
A massive amount of experience points, contribution points, faction reputation, random rare blueprints, and exclusive event titles await the final victor.
Pioneers, unleash your fury to purify this tainted land.
The players erupted in cheers.
Finally, it's here. Brothers charge. For the exclusive title. For the blueprints. Let's smash the Crow's Nest. Hang them from the streetlights. Everyone get on board.
At the command of Big Player Chew, players surged towards the vehicles parked on the open ground.
Thanks to I Don't Eat Beef's crazed grinding over the past few days, the Starfire convoy had expanded to 4 vehicles.
4 pickups fully loaded with over 100 4th Catastrophe players charged out of the Starfire outpost, speeding toward the wilderness in the northeast. At the edge of the eastern scrapyard of Ucheo Camp, Shiwi and I, Hugu and Debeo and Igo 2 were squatting beside a pile of waste, picking through it. After a few days of infiltrating the enemy's rear, these 2 undercover brothers had made quite a name for themselves. Almost everyone knew them. However, their reputation was, well, rather grim. Now Shiwi and I, Hugu and Debeo and Igo 2 had become the acknowledged jinxed stars in Ucheo Camp. With their squatting spot as the center, no one dared to approach within a 10-meter radius. Passing raiders hugged the walls as if fearing a bite from a wild dog. Those 2 jinxes. Not far away, 2 raiders passing by whispered while keeping a wary eye on Shiwi and I, Hugu and his partner. These 2 are downright cursed. Just tally it up, who survived after getting involved with them these past few days. First they stuck with Blackie, then Blackie got killed by something, his whereabouts still unknown. Then they were press-ganged by Vulture to go collect goods from City No. 74, and Vulture ended up burned to charcoal. And that's not all. The day before yesterday, Lao Wai took them on a patrol west and they ran into Mokedogs. Damn it, only those 2 escaped. Yesterday they went south 2-5 when 3 died, and again those 2 got lucky and ran back. Shoo. Keep it down, don't let them hear. These 2 are absolutely a plague from the cesspool. Whoever touches them dies. Hearing the conversation translated in real time by the system, Shihui and I, Hugu dusted off his hands and abruptly stood up. His sudden move sent the 2 gossiping raiders into a terrified flinch, and they fled like their lives depended on it. Damn it. Shihui and I, Hugu slapped his thigh in grief and indignation. How can these people defame us without cause? What do you mean by jinxes? The wasteland is full of dangers. If we team up and run into a few high-level monsters, can you blame us? Exactly. Debeo and Igo 2 also stood up. We risked our lives and barely escaped by the skin of our teeth. Even if there's no merit, there's still hard work. But was there really danger? As if. In the past few days, whenever they went out with a raider squad, they immediately posted the coordinates on the forum to call in reinforcements. The players flocked like sharks to blood, wiping out the raiders while the 2 pretended to be battered survivors fleeing back to camp. They had fleeced the camp so ruthlessly that the people of Ucheo Camp developed collective PTSD. Just then a small-time leader with an eye patch over his left eye passed by. Shihui and I, Hugu's eyes lit up and he immediately put on a sycophantic smile as he approached. Hey there, brother One Eye. Any work today? Whether it's collecting goods or patrolling, well, be the first to charge. Stop. Halt. Take 2 steps back. The one-eyed leader recoiled as if seeing a ghost, holding his weapon across his chest and backing away repeatedly, terrified of catching their bad luck. I'd rather go dig a latrine than take you 2 jinxes anywhere. You 2 just stay put in the camp and don't go anywhere. With that, the one-eyed leader scurried away as if fleeing a disaster. Sigh. Shihui and I, Hugu, let out a frustrated sigh looking at the empty surroundings. Hard times, declining morals, a cold world. Cover for me, I'll log off and take a look. Shihui and I, Hugu, leaned against the wall and deftly summoned his system panel. Debeo and Igo 2 pretended to stand guard, idly tossing a pebble in his hand, acting as a lookout. In less than 2 minutes, Shihui and I, Hugu's body gave a sudden jolt and his eyes reopened. Brother Hu, how is it? Debeo and Igo 2 saw his eyes open and immediately leaned in, lowering his voice. The main force has already set off.
Shihui and I who guess eyes gleamed with excitement.
At the speed of those 4 beat-up vehicles they'll reach the canyon entrance in at most half an hour.
Dabeo and I go to punched the air fiercely.
For the past few days of undercover work they had to endure not only the stench of their original battle-worn gear but also the daily slop in camp that was worse than pig feed. Their stomachs were churning with acid. They had no choice. If they didn't eat that swill they'd have to eat people fragments.
But even as players they couldn't bring themselves to swallow people fragments. So what do we do now? Go to the gate to meet them. Meet them, my ass. If we go now we might get blown away by those bastards mistaking us for enemies.
Shihui and I who go rolled his eyes at him, his mind racing.
We're high-level infiltrators, we've finally wormed our way into the enemy's midst, so of course we should break them from within.
Once the cannons start firing outside, we'll set fires everywhere inside and create panic.
Better yet, we can sneak into their ammo depot and blow it up from the center, stirring up complete chaos. Great idea.
Let's get some oil and throw a grand bonfire for these beasts.
The two hit it off immediately.
Taking advantage of no one wanting to deal with the two jinxes, they began wandering around the camp looking for the best arson spots. At the western edge of Ucheo camp near a sentry post by the barbed wire fence, 2 raiders were leaning against the fence holding cheap cigarettes, puffing smoke. These 2 weren't old timers of Ucheo camp, they were new members only recruited last month. In the wasteland, raider camps had an extremely simple and brutal method to increase population and replenish troops: just take what they wanted. Whether it was wandering survivors, weakly defended settlements, or slaves from passing merchant caravans, they just grabbed them all.
The captured goods would undergo a brutal selection process in the camp's central square. Just like these 2 new raiders before us. As long as they were strong and dared to kill their former companions, they would be kept becoming new cannon fodder for the camp, doing the most dangerous jobs and eating the worst food. That was why the population of Ucheo camp had gone from 80 to over 100. As for those not absorbed, their fate was clearly laid out. The good ones, those with intact limbs or some charm, would be locked in cages. They would either be sent as tribute to a mysterious northern force or sold to some mine to be slaves for life, never seeing the light. As for the remaining old, weak, sick and disabled, or those severely injured in resistance and losing their value, they had only one fate. They were sent directly to the sheet metal workshops and basements on the east side of the camp, where butchers in leather aprons would gut them and disassemble them into biological parts. Hugh Raider A exhaled a choking cloud of white smoke and greedily stroked the gun in his hand. Damn, being able to stand outside this cage and smoke feels really damn good. Raider B beside him nodded in agreement. You bet. If we hadn't been ruthless enough back when we were captured, personally smashing the head of that leading rebel with a stone to prove our loyalty would be waiting to die in a cage now. Raider A sneered, took a last deep drag of the cigarette but threw it on the ground and stomped it out. A living dog is better than a dead lion.
Time ticked by and nearly an hour had passed since the main force of players had set out. Above the weathered rock face on the north side of the Crow's Nest camp, a hidden vantage point, a raider suddenly slumped limply into the shadow of the rocks.
This was the last hidden sentry on the northern cliff. Huff.
All clear. War God Rampage smoothly pulled out his axe and flicked off the bloodstains. He glanced down at the Crow's Nest camp, which resembled a giant honeycomb below, then crouched low and silently crept over to his teammate lying at the edge of the cliff. Lying there was Tenjin Rose. War God Rampage lay down beside him and lowered his voice. Tenjin Rose, keep an eye on things. I'm going offline to check the forum and see where Brother Chu and the others are and confirm the time for the general assault. Tenjin Rose didn't turn his head, his eyes remained glued to the scope of the silenced rifle.
This gun was lent to him by Night Owl.
To live up to his big brother's trust, he had spent every spare moment over the past 2 days getting familiar with the weapon, even splurging a fortune to have someone craft ammunition. Just 2 minutes later, War God Rampage's body trembled sharply and his consciousness returned to the wasteland. Brother Chu and the others are in position.
The convoy is in place. At most 30 seconds, and as soon as the cannons fire, it's a full-scale assault.
Good. Tenjin Rose replied, his tone exceptionally aloof. War God Rampage was used to it, the guy was usually a man of few words.
Half a minute passed quickly.
A thunderous blast erupted from the front gate of the Crow's Nest camp. The general assault had officially begun. The Crow's Nest camp below instantly became like a disturbed hornet's nest, with panicked curses from raiders filling the air. Just then War God Rampage heard Tenjin Rose muttering something under his breath, almost like a chant. He leaned in closer, straining his ears.
Wind speed 3 slightly east. Distance 240 meters.
War God Rampage was baffled. What scripture are you reciting? Tenjin Rose took a deep breath, his finger slowly pressing onto the trigger, and uttered a lengthy string of words.
All right, watch closely, brothers.
Formulate capture of the Crow's Nest camp on the north side of the gorge. Aim at this spot, pre-aim half a body width to the lower left of the gate.
At 84910 you enter and die. Come on. 3, 2, 1. Pull. War God Rampage.
As soon as the words fell, Ten Rose pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh. The sound of the gunshot muffled by the suppressor was nearly inaudible amidst the fierce wind above the gorge.
Let's follow the trajectory of the bullet.
Inside the crow's nest camp at the bottom of the gorge, a raider who had just been startled by the cannon blast was cursing as he pushed open the door and ran out, not even having time to see what was ahead.
Put. A bullet pierced his head with pinpoint accuracy.
The raider's head exploded instantly and his body fell stiffly at the gate.
Kill LV. 15 Crow's Nest Camp Patrol EXP 130 Contribution 15. Weak point critical. 1 hit kill bonus.
Ten Rose watched the system notifications appear coldly, then smoothly pulled the bolt. A gleaming brass shell casing clattered onto the sandy ground.
War God Rampage. What the hell? Formulaic capture my ass.
Meanwhile, deep within the Crow's Nest camp inside the sturdy building belonging to the Crow's Nest leader, Titus sat arrogantly in a spacious leather sofa holding a glass of an unknown crimson liquid.
Double.
Those northern bastards really think I can dig treasures out of the ground like a mutated sandworm. In his fury, Titus slammed the glass onto the table, splattering the scarlet liquid across his broad chest.
The crow tattoo soaked in the unknown red liquid looked even more ferocious.
Across from the sofa sat a scrawny man with black-rimmed glasses and a gloomy expression. He was the second-in-command of the Crow's Nest camp and Titus' strategist, Viper Tygo.
Leader, the envoy's stance is clear. If we can't deliver double the tribute this month, the North will likely replace us. Right now the surface of City 74 is a mess and we can't scrape together any profit. If we can't gather the tribute. Tygo paused, lowering his voice. Perhaps we should consider leaving ourselves an escape route. For instance, quietly dispose of that batch of special materials in the warehouse and convert them into hard currency. Titus' eyes shifted. That would be a sneaky move behind the Northern envoy's back. If discovered, the consequences would be worse than death. But he also knew that failing to deliver double the tribute would lead to no better fate. Let's hold off on this for now. Wait until the heat dies down in a few days. Before he could finish, an explosion roared from outside. What's going on? Titus' face darkened instantly like a beast disturbed from its slumber. Bang! The door to the room was flung open and a lackey stumbled in, barely able to crawl. The lackey fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling. Boss. Bad news. They're attacking. Someone's broken in. Calm down. Speak clearly. Is it the Ash Gang or those bastards from the Black Iron Brotherhood? Titus rose to his feet, moving like a small mountain, and strode over to the lackey, his massive shadow engulfing the man. Don't know. It's not them. The lackey shook all over, gesturing incoherently. It's a bunch of people in black. They have explosives and blew up our front gate. People in black. With explosives. Titus' eyes bulged, his reason teetering on the edge of safety. He suddenly reached out with his gigantic palm-sized hand and grabbed the lackey's head. The terrifying power of a LV 30 boss was on full display. Spare me, boss. Arg. Crack crack. The sound of bones breaking rang out and the lackey's head burst like a squashed tomato juice, splattering everywhere. Red and white filth dripped through Titus' fingers. But he was as indifferent as if he had crushed a bug, casually tossing the headless corpse aside. Tygo pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, ignoring the wretched corpse on the floor, and frowned. The enemy has already pushed to the front gate. Why didn't the sentries on the cliff above give an early warning? This is definitely not a rabble. We must be cautious. Sentries. A bunch of useless freeloaders. Titus snorted, wiping the filth from his hands onto the clothes of a nearby slave girl. I don't care who the hell they are. Titus refused to listen to Tygo's analysis. All he knew was that in this gorge he was the absolute king. The envoy's pressure had already filled him with pent-up rage, and now someone dared to ride roughshod over him. It was like lighting a powder keg. Since they're asking for death, he'll tear their bones out one by one today and feed them to the dogs. Titus strode to the wall and with one hand lifted a massive hammer as big as half an adult's body. The hammer must have weighed over 100 Gene, but in Titus' hands it felt as light as a matchstick. Boom! He smashed half the wall with one swing, then like an ancient demon god charged toward the front gate with the giant hammer, murderous intent blazing. The hammer weighed at least 100 Gene, but in Titus' hands it was as light as a matchstick. Boom! He smashed through half the wall in one blow, then like an ancient demon god charged toward the front gate with the giant hammer, murderous intent radiating. Both Shihui and I, Hugu and Debao and Igo 2 heard the explosion coming from the main entrance. Debao and Igo 2 excitedly slapped his thigh. Did you hear that? The main assault has begun.
Shi Hui and I Hu Gu grinned, pulling out a tactical axe hidden on him and flipping it in his hand.
It's our turn to get to work. Let's go set some fires. We have to roast that big guy Taitusi today.
The two were eagerly preparing to ignite the flames and leave this area to wreak havoc in the core of the camp. Suddenly De Bao and Igo too paused, abruptly stopping.
Wait. Hu Gu.
He sensed something was off.
He grabbed Shi Hui and I Hu Gu, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on a nearby pile of grass.
Within the gaps of the dry grass a pair of eyes were hidden.
Damn it, is there a spy? Shi Hui and I Hu Gu's body stiffened, instantly entering combat mode.
Without a word the two flanked left and right, their tactical axes raised high, exuding a murderous aura.
Come out. Otherwise I'll chop you into pieces. De Bao and Igo too roared fiercely. The metallic axe blade glimmered ominously in the dim light.
With their raw battle-damaged raider gear they looked even more like raiders than real raiders.
Please. Don't kill us.
A trembling voice came from the grass pile. Then the dry grass was pushed aside and a frail boy emerged, arms wide open, desperately shielding the grass pile behind him. Behind the boy there was faintly a small girl hidden in the grass.
As soon as the boy appeared, Shi Hui and I Hu Gu and De Bao and Igo too were taken aback.
In the wasteland the lower-class slaves and survivors mostly resembled withered old tree bark, their bodies either marked by radiation spots or festering sores resembling a group of zombies. Although the boy was dirty all over and his face was smeared with soot, his features were fair and handsome, with no signs of deformity on his skin, even showing hints of a healthy complexion. In the camp filled with mismatched individuals the boy seemed like a porcelain doll that had stumbled into a mud pit.
Your appearance is completely out of place in this shabby camp. De Bao and Igo too instinctively made a sarcastic remark.
Indeed, the quality of the modeling and the detail of the face are clearly of a much higher standard than the cannon fodder outside.
Shi Hui and I Hu Gu squinted, nodding in agreement.
The boy named Infone was hiding in the grass with his sister In Ling. The siblings were captured by the raiders from the Crow's Nest camp not long ago while they were out on a raid. Infone didn't understand the players' terms like layers or modeling, he just looked up with pleading eyes.
I beg you. Let us go.
His voice trembled, but he gritted his teeth and continued. If we're taken back as sacrifices for those people in the North, Xiaoling will die. And Feng had already guessed from the previous conversation that these people were not raiders. So he dared to come out. If he had encountered other raiders he might have fought to the death.
How did you escape from the cage? De Bao and Igo too was somewhat puzzled.
They had observed the cages that held the sacrifices, which were secured with solid steel locks that even their tactical axes couldn't break. And Feng gritted his teeth, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes.
I awakened this.
And Feng took a deep breath, extending his trembling right hand.
In the eyes of the two players strange blue glowing circuits suddenly appeared in Feng's palm and at the edge of his neck.
Then an invisible force gathered in his palm, and a piece of scrap metal about the size of a fist actually wobbled and floated in midair.
With this,
I broke the lock core of the cage.
I don't want to harm you, just let us go.
And Feng withdrew his right hand, panting heavily. Clearly the use of this power was a huge strain on him. The floating piece of metal dropped to the ground with a dull thud. At that moment information panels popped up simultaneously in front of Shi Hui and I Hu Gu and De Bao and Igo too. Ding, target and Feng and Ling, identity, son of the helmsperson of the large trading consortium, Golden Scale Consortium. Background information: due to their curiosity about the wasteland, the siblings sneaked out when the caravan passed near urban area 74, unfortunately being captured by the raiders of Crow's Nest camp and reduced to special supply slaves. Stimulated by fear and despair, and Feng had just shattered his genetic shackles a few minutes ago and successfully awakened. Awakening ability: basic psionic magnetic flow manipulation, can weakly control the movement and deformation of metal objects using mental power.
Damn. Magneto. De Bao and Igo too stared at the words magnetic flow manipulation on the panel, his eyes nearly popping. Before the two could fully digest this background information, another crisp and pleasant ding echoed. Sudden hidden mission triggered: rescue the merchant's son. Mission description: in this wicked camp you have unexpectedly discovered two special NPCs. They are not only heirs of a major trading caravan, but one of them has also awakened psionic powers. Safely escort them back to the Starfire outpost, and it may bring unexpected great benefits to the base. Mission objective: escort Feng and Ling safely out of Crow's Nest camp and reach Starfire outpost. Mission rewards: massive experience points, contribution points, unlock relations with a large armed trading caravan and new trade routes. Shi Hui and I Hu Gu and De Bao and Igo too stared intently at the floating mission panel, their eyes gleaming with greed. Damn. Hu Gu. De Bao and Igo too swallowed hard, finally digesting the information. Unexpected gain. Absolute unexpected gain. Shi Hui and I Hu Gu was so excited that he almost smashed the nearby wooden crate with a slap. Looking at these two scrawny men, Feng's face turned pale, thinking his earlier actions had angered them. What? What do you want? Don't. Don't come over, I can still do that.
And Foam struggled to raise his right hand, but the blue circuits at his fingertips flickered twice and went out.
Oh dear little brother, put that down, don't tire yourself out.
Just a second ago Shihui and I Hugo had been fierce, but now he was all gentleness.
Don't be afraid. We are not raiders, we are the good guys. We are here to rescue you. He tore off the stinking raider jacket, revealing the dark-colored basic pioneer tactical suit underneath. Yes, we are the pioneers of the Starfire outpost. We are here to flatten this broken camp. All our brothers are outside.
Dabao and I go two beside him tried to make his tone sound like a caring big brother, even though they currently looked more like lecherous uncles.
Starfire outpost.
And Foam was stunned, looking at him warily.
Can you really save us? Absolute. Dabao and I go two patted his chest in assurance. You're in poor condition, don't overexert your psionic power. Leave the rest to us.
Who could? The sounds outside are getting closer. That big boss Taitusi is probably about to break out. Shihui and I Hugo nodded quickly, putting aside other thoughts and entering tactical mode.
He turned to Enfong and the hiding and Ling in the grass pile. You two stay hidden in this grass pile, don't make a sound.
My brother and I will go set some fires inside to completely stir things up.
Once the main force comes in, we will take you out immediately. Enfong looked at the two and finally nodded vigorously. Okay. We will wait for you. Charge. Grab the kills. For the exclusive title. Get the first kill.
As the gate was blasted open by explosives, the acrid smoke still lingering, the players surged into the crow's nest camp like mad dogs unleashed from their cages.
The raiders nearby, still reeling from the explosion's shockwave, were met with a dense hail of bullets.
The rookies wielding cheap submachine guns had no concept of tactics whatsoever. They howled as they tightly held down the triggers, refusing to let go.
Bullets flew wildly through the camp.
With dozens of submachine guns firing simultaneously, a metallic web of fire was forged across the camp's front square. Several raiders who dared to poke their heads out were instantly riddled with holes.
The raiders of Crow's Nest were completely dumbfounded.
They had plundered the wasteland for years, but never had they seen such reckless disregard for life. A few quick-witted raiders immediately took cover behind sandbags and wrecked vehicles, raising their own weapons to return fire. One raider seized an opening and shot a rookie through the shoulder. Instead of screaming in pain and collapsing, the rookie shouted in excitement. Holy shit, this blood splatter effect is so realistic.
Brothers, I've got aggro focus fire.
With that, the rookie lunged forward. On the other side, Gigi Xianfeng took 2 bullets to the thigh. His tactical suit was instantly soaked in blood and he stumbled and fell. The raider who fired grinned, expecting to savor Gigi Xianfeng's agonized screams. But the next second, Gigi Xianfeng pushed himself up from the ground, his face flushed with excitement, and bellowed at the top of his lungs.
Holy shit. This monster is mine, nobody steal it.
He drew the alloy steel blade from his back and charged forward. The style of the blade was familiar to all. It was an imitation of the Demon Slayer blade produced by the Machine Workshop, sturdy and sharp. The steel blade swung toward the raiders' heads. The raider who had fired stood frozen in disbelief. What the hell kind of monster was this? Hit by bullets, he didn't cry in pain, but instead laughed like a maniac and rushed to fight to the death.
Suppressing fire. Suppressing fire. Give Lao Nai space.
Zhu De Wanjiao, wielding a semi-automatic rifle, provided precise shots from the side, focusing on eliminating high-threat targets trying to throw explosives. Under the cover, Quangbao Lianai strode into the center of the battlefield like a war goddess carrying a heavy fuel tank.
Scared your pants wet, huh? The flamethrower's valve opened wide, unleashing a serpentine blue flame 4 to 5 meters long.
No matter the cover, under the near 3,000-degree heat, everything was ignited or melted.
The raiders hiding behind screamed as they became rolling fireballs.
Amid the fierce battle at the front gate, a series of muffled explosions erupted from the eastern side of the camp, followed by towering pillars of fire.
Fire. Fire on the east side. Taking advantage of the chaos, Shihui and I, Hugu and Dabao and Egodu had set the flames.
The fire spread rapidly through the tents and wooden planks, throwing the already retreating raiders into disarray.
They're in chaos. Push forward. Wabuchi Nyoro, wielding a heavy iron hammer in one hand, smashed the chest of an armed raider with a single blow.
Seeing a few raiders holed up behind a large scrap container putting up a desperate fight, Ayin Sitten shouldered the old lady cannon and strode forward while Yenshu Xingdong furiously pumped the air lever.
Take this.
A high-pressure coagulated black oil bomb howled through the air and slammed onto the container. The terrifying heat and viscous liquid fire splattered in all directions. The raiders hiding behind screamed in agony, rolling on the ground. In just 5 minutes, the front yard defense of Crow's Nest was torn apart by these reckless lunatics. Just as the players were riding high and ready to push through the entire camp, a tremor rumbled through the ground.
Boom!
A thick earthen wall ahead was shattered by a terrifying giant hammer, sending rubble and dust flying into the air. Nearly 3 meters tall Taitusi emerged from the ruins like an enraged ancient bear, his eyes bloodshot. He swung his 100-pound giant hammer in a wide arc, sweeping toward the 3 rookie players at the front.
Crunch! Under absolute force, the 3 players, along with their guns, were smashed into a bloody mosaic of flesh, instantly starting their respawn timer. A swarm of ignorant vermin. Taitusi slammed his blood-stained giant hammer onto the ground, his roar like thunder echoing across the entire camp. "I'll grind you all into meat paste today." The terrifying pressure of LV 30 swept across the field, halting the players' advance. The big boss of Crow's Nest, Taitusi, had arrived. His roar was like a shot of adrenaline rallying the disheartened raiders who had lost their leader. On the camp's watchtowers, the machine gunners were all in position. Rat-a-tat-tat. The roar of machine guns tore through the air, and the intersecting streams of metal fire instantly blanketed the open area where the players stood. Against the large-caliber heavy machine guns, any carbon-based life was as fragile as paper. A dozen players were instantly taken out, limbs and body parts flying everywhere. The dense rain of bullets pinned the remaining players behind scrap containers and cover, unable to raise their heads. But in the dictionary of the fourth calamity, the word fear never existed. Fortune favors the bold. Take down this LV 30 boss and the exclusive title is ours. 3 ironhead players who had taken no epinephrine burst out from the side blind spot, attempting a close-range ambush. Eat my halberd. The player in front leaped high, his custom-made halberd aimed straight at Taitusi, but the vast level gap was not just in size. Facing the sneak attack from behind, Taitusi didn't even turn his head. His massive left hand shot backward like a fan, clamping onto the neck of the player midair. Like grabbing a baby chick. Then Taitusi's arm muscles bulged as he slammed the player viciously into the ground. Boo! The player's head smashed heavily onto the ground, instantly turning into a blurred mess of pixels. Before the other 2 players could react, Taitusi had already turned around. He delivered a brutal backhand sweep, striking both players' chests as if swatting flies. The 2 players flew backward like broken kites, crashing into an iron wall a dozen meters away, their lives snuffed out instantly. "Is that all you've got?" Taitusi sneered, shaking the blood off his hand, then gripping his giant hammer. Like an invincible demon god, he strode step by step toward the player's cover. Just then the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, the beastly instinct honed through years of wasteland combat kicked in. Almost instinctively, Taitusi's massive body lurched sharply to the right. Put! A sharp sound of a bullet cutting through the air. The bullet grazed his thick left forearm at high speed, tearing open a bloody groove and sending a spray of crimson blood flying. Taitusi roared in pain. He whipped his head around, his gaze locking onto the high ground on the northern side of the canyon. Tenjin Megui lay on the ground, peering through the scope of a silenced rifle, his brow slightly furrowed. The wind prediction is accurate, but the movement correction is too rapid. As expected of a level 30 boss, it can evade critical hits. Tenjin Megui was usually quiet, only speaking at length when immersed in battle. He pulled the bolt and a hot shell casing fell into the sand. He then aimed again at the massive form of Titus, preparing to find a second opportunity to fire. Titus glanced at the blood gauge on his forearm, snorted coldly and licked his tongue. He then ignored the little fly in the canyon above who was taking potshots and turned his gaze back to the players who were suppressed behind the cover by the machine gun. He knew well that someone would take care of these unsightly threats for him. Meanwhile, on a lookout tower on the west side of the camp, a lean figure stood silently. The second-in-command of the Crow's Nest camp, the Viper Tej. So that's where they are. Tej adjusted his black-framed glasses that had slipped down his nose, his expression dark and contemplative. No wonder a large number of armed men had already pushed to the camp's front gate, yet the hidden sentries deployed in the canyon had not sounded a single alarm. Those sentries were not only the best marksmen in the camp but also the most familiar with the terrain, seasoned veterans. When exactly were they removed? And it was done so cleanly and decisively, not even a gunshot was leaked. A cold sweat began to beat on Tej's back. This was not something an ordinary mercenary or gang member could achieve in terms of tactical proficiency. This group, dressed in matching black clothing, surely had an extremely meticulous tactical system backing them. No matter who you are, if you dare to bite into the flesh of the Crow's Nest, be prepared to have your teeth smashed out. Tej sneered, gesturing to his subordinates behind him. First, let's eliminate this irritating watchful eye. Several elite raiders wasted no time swiftly slipping into the complex forest from the blind spot beneath the lookout tower. They quickly made their way up to the high ground in the canyon via a steep path known to very few. Watching his subordinates disappear into the shadows, Tej turned his gaze back to the camp's front yard. Their Titus was staging an extremely brutal personal massacre. Basically, it was one hammer per child, very bloody and extremely savage. Players attempted to shoot to draw aggro, but the machine gunner's fire would immediately rain down, taking anyone who poked their head out in an instant. Don't be afraid. Pull the aggro. Front line, go draw the aggro. Behind the cover, several players yelled anxiously, trying to organize a new round of fire suppression. Watch this. Take this unbeatable slide attack. A rookie with the ID Lightning Whirlwind Slash thought he had caught Titus in a post-attack stun. He held a sharp tactical dagger in his right hand, sliding along the ground to attempt a classic foot repair attack on this level 30 boss. However, Titus' movements completely defied the sluggishness expected from such a large figure. His eyes widened suddenly. With a hand the size of a fan, he casually tossed the massive hammer, which weighed over 100 pounds, down with a terrifying whoosh, shaking the ground violently. Before the rookie's tactical dagger could strike, Titus raised his right leg and stomped down heavily. Thud. The Lightning Whirlwind Slash didn't even have time to let out a scream before the boss delivered a chilling blow. Damn. Does this boss not have any attack recovery? Not only that, the aggro value of this boss is also very strange. He was clearly hit by the boss before, yet the aggro still dropped. Two rookies holding submachine guns whispered to each other, only to see their brothers not far away shouting loudly. But strangely, why couldn't they hear their voices? Oh, it turns out someone had covered my ears. From the shadows behind Titus stretched out two bulging veined hands, each gripping tightly onto the heads of two players. Ugh. Let go of me. Damn planner. Am I going to be refined instantly? Amidst the screams of the two players, Titus' arms suddenly squeezed inward. Bang. Bang. The two intact heads shattered like fragile watermelons under absolute violent pressure. Warm blood splattered everywhere, cascading onto Titus' face, arms, and that broad sturdy chest. Dark red liquid flowed down his bulging muscle fibers, further staining the already fierce raven tattoo on his chest, making it appear more vivid and striking. Ha! Titus casually tossed aside the two corpses, tilted his head back, and slowly closed his eyes. He took a deep breath of the air thick with the stench of blood, his facial muscles trembling slightly from overwhelming pleasure. Comfort. An unprecedented sense of comfort. Titus was astonished to discover that the blood of these black-skinned people was entirely different from that of the irradiated odorous survivors on the wasteland. This was pure blood without any impurities, warmly splattering onto his skin as if it could ignite his primal thirst for blood within. This unpolluted blood baptism even made him feel as if every cell in his body was rejoicing with power seemingly surging endlessly from deep within his muscles. Titus extended his thick tongue, greedily licking the drops of blood that had splattered on the corner of his mouth. When he opened his eyes again, the desire for slaughter was surging high. Ha 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 ha. So satisfying. Too satisfying. He threw his head back and let out a boisterous laugh, his voice booming like thunder. Come on. You bunch of insects. Keep coming. I will drain all your blood. Titus bent down again, lifting the blood-soaked giant hammer with one hand, his gaze fierce as he swept over the players cowering behind cover. Meanwhile, the players behind the cover watched the sanity-draining scene, collectively swallowing their saliva. Is this really level 30? This stat is definitely broken. The great player Chu pressed tightly against a discarded oil barrel, his eyes twitching. Did he just enter phase 2? Or does this boss have a vampiric frenzy passive? Where's the old dry mama cannon? Cover fire now. The mole action was also sweating profusely, shouting in response. Cover fire my ass. The heavy machine gun fire from the tower is locking down this area. Find a way to pull the machine gunner's aggro away. Otherwise anyone who pokes their head out will die. The sound of the machine gun continued to wreak havoc over the camp, bullets raining down on the cover, sparking off debris and shrapnel. Just as all players were being firmly suppressed by the heavy fire from the lookout tower. Suddenly the gunfire from the lookout tower on the eastern side ceased abruptly. The great player Chu immediately noticed the gap in the firepower net. He quickly looked up, gazing in the direction where the sound had disappeared. He saw that a thick plume of black smoke had risen from below that eastern lookout tower, though he did not know when it had begun. The flames spread rapidly. Following the wooden support beams, they surged towards the machine gun nest at the top of the tower like a raging fire serpent. The machine gun squad at the top of the tower had nowhere to escape. Those without courage could only let the flames engulf them, becoming mere torches. Those with courage could attempt to become airborne, and with good luck they might save their lives. But could they really survive? Players below were sharpening their knives. Well done. The player Chu slammed his fist, a wild joy spreading across his face. He knew perfectly well who was behind this. Old Owl is on the move. This fire is perfectly timed. Chu excitedly turned to shout at the players still huddled behind cover. Brothers! The machine gun on the east side has fallen silent. There's a breach in the firepower net. The opportunity has come. Shoot! Shoot that big guy. Players near the firepower gap would not let such a prime opportunity slip by. They poked out from cover, firing their Starfire short-barreled submachine guns and several homemade semi-automatic rifles simultaneously. Though Titus was tough and thick-skinned, lost in a frenzy of bloodlust, he was still bound by the limits of his flesh. A few stray bullets grazed his thick shoulder and thigh, inflicting minor damage. Bugs.
Only hiding in the dark and shooting from the shadows.
Titus roared in anger.
His response was brutally simple. He suddenly turned, locking his gaze on an abandoned car shell nearby.
Get up. Titus' muscles bulged instantly and veins bulged like coiled snakes.
He actually lifted the several hundred kilograms heavy abandoned car. In the horrified eyes of the players, Titus raised the abandoned car in front of himself, resembling an indestructible steel shield.
Bang bang bang. Dense bullets rained down upon it, sparks flying, yet they could not penetrate. What the hell? Is that the Hulk or what?
Using a car as a shield with bare hands.
This is not scientific.
The player Big Ladle was trembling with his finger on the trigger, his eyes nearly popping out.
Yet Titus, hidden behind the steel giant shield, did not stop.
He charged forward like an out-of-control heavy tank, braving the intense fire towards the players.
Thud. 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 With each step he took, the ground shook. Get out of the way. He's coming. Is this a steamroller or what?
Though Titus' charge speed had slowed, the overwhelming sense of pressure was palpable.
No dodging tactics or fancy footwork worked against it. Boom.
A loud crash as Titus slammed into a makeshift barricade made of stacked abandoned cars. The tremendous impact sent a scrap sedan flying several meters, while the newbie players hiding behind became mere pixels.
Scatter. Don't cluster together. Chu shouted hoarsely.
To evade the monster's charge, many players scrambled out from their cover, running wildly in all directions. However, this movement played right into the enemy's hands. The remaining machine gunners on the operational watchtower had been waiting for this moment.
Die.
The gunner grinned as he pulled the trigger, the thick tongue of fire instantly spewing from the muzzle.
Rat-a-tat-tat. The dense metal torrent swept mercilessly over the exposed players.
The sounds of flesh tearing echoed, and blood and chunks of meat flew through the air. In just a few seconds, nearly 10 players fell in a pool of blood caught between Titus' charge and the crossfire of the machine guns.
This assault battle was far more brutal than anyone had imagined.
Meanwhile, about 800 meters outside the Crow's Nest camp, behind a relatively concealed cluster of weathered rock pillars.
For Starfire express vehicles were linked end-to-end, forming a semicircle temporary defense line.
In the center of this makeshift position, a small mechanical device radiating a faint blue light was emitting a low humming sound. This device looked like a miniature reassembly printer with an antenna connected at the top. This was the expensive tactical device exchanged by Su to ensure the sustained combat capability of this 100-person assault, the mobile reassembly printing anchor point.
As long as the biomass reserves at the outpost were sufficient, this machine could provide rapid body reconstruction services to fallen players on the battlefield.
At this moment, nearly half an hour had passed since the total assault began. Hiss, with the sound of the pressure valve releasing, the metal door of a cultivation pod slowly slid open.
Cough cough. Damn. That big guy has no honor.
Who uses a car as a shield? Just crawled out of the machine gun fire. Big Ladle wiped the slime off his face while grumbling. Lightning Whirlwind also tumbled out from the adjacent hatch, wincing in pain.
Be grateful I didn't even get a touch on the boss before being taken out with a kick.
Around this mobile spring, 3 to 4 dozen players who had just resurrected gathered. Some complained about their humiliating deaths, while others were flexing their newly printed bodies. A few were rummaging through the vehicle for backup weapons. Brothers, are we all set?
Lightning Whirlwind picked up a tactical dagger from the weapon box, his eyes brimming with determination. It's just death. As long as the spring keeps flowing, even if we have to exhaust ourselves today, we'll take that big guy down. Exactly. We fight for the reward for the limited edition title charge. The players who had just been complaining transformed back into howling wolves. The resurrected players quickly regrouped and charged towards the main gate of the Crow's Nest camp. At this moment, the battle in the front yard of the camp had reached a boiling point. Titus discarded the already riddled car and picked up the bloody giant hammer weighing over 100 kilograms, rampaging through the player positions like swatting flies. Other raiders surrounded him, determined to devour this group of oblivious dark-skinned players. Meanwhile, the remaining dozens of players clung tightly to the broken buildings and debris. Their firepower, though chaotic, kept Titus from daring to expose himself for long in the open. Just as both sides were deadlocked, another watchtower fell into the sea of flames. Nice. A voice from behind cover, I don't eat beef, couldn't help but shout. Watching the battle with cold indifference, Taiga smirked. Naive. He pulled an old walkie-talkie out of his pocket. Release the hounds. As his words fell, several heavy basement doors behind the camp slowly opened to the sides. A wool roar. A chorus of howls emerged from the darkness behind the doors. What's that noise? Just as Night Owl was preparing to lead his men to burn the tower, a sudden ominous premonition enveloped him. As soon as the door opened, a wave of foul odor surged forth from the darkness.
The raider who opened the door wrinkled his brows in disgust, instinctively taking a step back, trying to cover his nose with his hand. Before they could retreat to a safe distance, dozens of red lights suddenly blazed to life in the previously pitch-black basement. Then the darkness of the basement seemed to come alive with dozens of bolts of lightning surging out from behind the door.
Ah! No! Get away!
One raider could only let out a brief cry before being tackled to the ground by a massive black shadow,
following closely behind the second and third beasts.
These mutated hunting beasts trapped in the basement and starving for who knows how long paid no heed to whether the people before them were friend or foe. In their instinct-driven minds, the nearest living creature was simply the most delicious appetizer.
Help! Help! Ah!
Sharp fangs ripped through throats, claws slashed open chests. In mere seconds, several living people were reduced to nothing but remnants scattered across the ground by the hungry beasts.
From a high watchtower, Tej coldly observed the gruesome scene unfolding below.
There was not a shred of sympathy in his eyes, only a desire for biological weapons. In his view, these lowly minions were no different from the beasts below, mere expendable tools within the camp. Starved beasts make the perfect killing machines. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Tej's mouth. He calmly reached into his bag and pulled out a remote control. Beep beep beep, he quickly input a series of commands and then pressed the red execution button. The moment the command was issued, the dozens of black shadows on the verge of frenzy below swiftly changed direction. The team led by Yi Xiao had just finished clearing out the remaining raiders around the eastern watchtower and was preparing to retreat. Great job, brothers, the timing is just right. While the main force attracts fire at the front gate, let's move to the next point. Yi Xiao signaled for the team to follow. However, just as they took a few steps, he keenly detected an unusual sound. His heightened senses were frantically relaying danger signals to his brain in that instant. It wasn't the sound of human boots on the sand. High-speed targets were approaching, and not just one. Hide! High-speed targets incoming! Yi Xiao's expression changed drastically as he shouted loudly. But on the wasteland, some things moved much faster than human reactions. Just as Yi Xiao's words left his mouth, a shadow the size of an adult cheetah burst forth like a bullet from the dense smoke ahead. Ding! High-risk hostile target detected. Target frenzied hunting beast LV. 18 LV. 20 tamed mutated entity. Description: mutated beasts cruelly tamed and stimulated with drugs by the Cronest camp. They have been artificially deprived of parts of their pain receptors, move at incredible speeds, and possess astonishing bite force, making them Tej's most prized biological weapons. Warning: high agility. High lethality. Please avoid being dragged into close combat. The speed of this monster was simply too fast. The nearest rookie player didn't even have time to raise his weapon. What the hell? His words were caught in his throat as the frenzied hunting beast collided heavily with his chest, knocking him to the ground. Put! The massive maw bit through his neck and the rookie's vision instantly plunged into darkness. Your teammate's shining little bulb has fallen. There's a monster. Open fire. Quick, open fire. Only then did the other players in the team snap to reality, frantically pulling the triggers. But in the next second, pairs of scarlet eyes lit up all around them. Roar! Black lightning surged out from all directions simultaneously. What the hell? It's a beast pack. Open fire. Quick, open fire. Damn it, these monsters are too fast. I can't aim at all. The players desperately unleashed their firepower. But these hunting beasts darted through the ruins, moving as agile as phantoms. The abysmal accuracy of their imitation low-spec submachine guns could not establish effective fire suppression. Damn. The speed of these beasts is too fast. Yi Aoshir Tianxia cursed loudly, drawing out his replica Demon Slayer blade and striking down hard on the forepaw of an advancing beast. Don't get knocked down. Find cover back to back. Yi Xiao accurately shot down a Madare beast. But he overestimated the rookie's ability to adapt when faced with such high agility monsters. One hunting beast taking 2 bullets clawed open a player's abdomen. Another beast bit down on a rookie's thigh from the side, dragging him into the shadow. Help me. Aw, it's gnawing on my face. Damn planner. The speed of this monster is definitely off the charts. Draw its aggro. Is anyone going to help me? Somebody help me. Big guy, save me. The brutal close quarters battle lasted less than 2 minutes. The last rookie fell to the claws of the hunting beast, returning to the respawn point. In this battlefield on the eastern side, only 2 blood-soaked figures remained standing back to back. Yi Xiao tossed aside his empty semi-automatic rifle, gripping his tactical axe tightly as his chest heaved violently. Behind him, Yi Aoshir Tianxia was panting heavily, the blade in his hand still dripping with beast blood. The two surveyed their surroundings. More than a dozen frenzied hunting beasts with bits of flesh hanging from their mouths were crouching low, growling deeply from their throats surrounding them. Yao Shi Tianxia wiped the blood splattered on his face, glanced at the ground covered in remnants and forced a bitter smile.
Xiaogu, looks like we've become the last standing commanders here. Stop talking nonsense.
Yi Xiao fixed his gaze on the largest hunting beast directly ahead.
Get ready, if we die we'll respawn at the spring.
If worst comes to worst we'll just kill them again. Just as Yi Xiao finished speaking, the hunting beast in front could no longer contain its craving for flesh and lunged forward with a powerful push of its hind legs.
Come at me.
Yi Xiao did not retreat, instead he slid sideways with an extreme movement, narrowly avoiding the bloody maw that rushed at him. His movements were swift, the tactical axe carving a cold crescent arc in the air. In a flash, beast blood mixed with intestines splattered everywhere and the hunting beast crashed to the ground, convulsing twice before going still. Almost simultaneously, Yao Shi Tianxia found himself in a bitter struggle. 3 hunting beasts pounced on him from 3 directions.
Come on. Hurt each other. Yao Shi Tianxia completely abandoned defense.
His right hand swung the blade directly into the neck of one hunting beast, forcefully decapitating its ugly head.
In exchange, one hunting beast bit down on his left shoulder while another clamped onto his calf. I'll bite you to death.
The 2 men and the beasts rolled on the ground, engaging in the most primal and savage struggle.
Killed LV. 19 rampaging hunter beast experience points, 150 contribution points 15. Fuck.
This wave.
Not a loss.
In the last second before losing consciousness, Yao Shi Tianxia looked at the kill notification popping up on the panel, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yi Xiao wanted to turn back and rescue, but the remaining hunter beasts gave him no chance to catch his breath. For black shadows instantly sealed off his escape route from all directions.
Shit.
Yi Xiao swung his axe backhand to force back the hunter beast on the left, but the one on the right sank its teeth into his calf. The beast gave a violent tug and Yi Xiao crashed heavily to the ground. Immediately after, more hunter beasts pounced on him, instantly engulfing him. A few minutes later, at the mobile reassembly printing anchor located 800 meters outside the Yachao camp, Yi Xiao and Yao Shi Tianxia climbed out of the pale green nutrient fluid. Yi Xiao shook the water droplets off his head. This brand new clone body was intact, but the phantom pain of being torn apart by the biochemical hunter beasts moments ago still made the corners of his eyes twitch uncontrollably. Fuck the dog shit game designer creating those disgusting monsters with movement speed like they're cheating. Yao Shi Tianxia, while cursing, grabbed a spare tactical suit from the carriage and pulled it on, shaking the nutrient fluid from his hair.
Yi Xiao said nothing. He walked to the weapon crate and picked out a brand new tactical axe.
Just as Yao Shi Tianxia finished zipping up his tactical suit, he looked up and saw the cultivation pod not far away emit a humming sound indicating completion.
The hatch opened and 2 familiar figures tumbled out. Damn it. Playing dirty, huh?
If you've got the balls, fight me face to face.
Stop yelling.
Yi Xiao turned his head at the sound, paused slightly, then raised an eyebrow. These 2 who had just revived were none other than Zhanshan Biao and Shi Jin Meigui, whom he had stationed at the northern cliff high ground for sniper cover.
You 2 bastards, how did you die and come back too?
Yi Xiao walked over in confusion.
The cliff high ground was an excellent sniper position that was easy to defend and hard to attack logically. Even if exposed, they should have had time to retreat if they couldn't win. Hearing his voice, the 2 turned around. Hey brother Xiao, don't even mention it. You have no idea. This Yachao camp is really full of hidden talent.
Zhanshan Biao, looking dejected, kicked the sand hard and poured out his frustration.
We were lying up there as planned doing the Golden Gunner mission, looking for a chance to snipe that big boss.
Then out of nowhere a few elite monsters crept up from behind.
All of them were LV 20 and above.
Those bastards didn't make a sound. They got within 10 meters of us. If I hadn't reacted quickly and taken a burst for Shi Jin Meigui, he wouldn't even have had a chance to fire a second shot.
Shi Jin Meigui sighed. Too close, couldn't maneuver. Tough as hell. Zhanshan Biao took over. These guys' gear is several levels above the cannon fodder below, and they even know tactical flanking.
I tanked the fire and killed one. Shi Jin Meigui fired 2 shots and got 2 headshots.
But their firepower was too intense, we both got mowed down.
Zhanshan Biao shrugged helplessly.
Although a 2-for-3 trade wasn't a loss, being sent back to spawn was truly frustrating.
After listening to their description, Yi Xiao's gaze grew more solemn.
It seems we underestimated the strength of this camp.
We also encountered high-level monsters on the east side. The camp released a group of rampaging hunter beasts extremely fast, and the newbies couldn't stop them at all. At the front there's that perverted LV 30 boss. On the high ground there are elite sneaky ambushers, and below there are biochemical dog packs.
Yao Shi Tianxia licked his lips, his eyes burning with fanatical fighting spirit. This is fucking interesting. No time to review here.
Yi Xiao waved his hands signaling the two to quickly put on their gear.
Let's go return to the front line immediately.
Old Chu and the others must be under immense pressure now.
The four said no more fully armed and sprinted towards the main gate of Yucheo camp.
The front battlefield in the courtyard of Yucheo camp had completely turned into a hellish slaughterhouse.
Roar! Tai Tu-Si was like a demon god bathed in blood. Every swing of the 100-gene giant hammer in his hand brought a storm of gore.
The abandoned car barricades were dented and deformed, the sand on the ground stained dark black by blood. And while he was wreaking havoc, the rampaging hunter beast pack had already charged into the player formation.
Ah! Help! Dogs! There are dogs! My leg! It's biting my leg! Open fire! Don't shoot randomly! You'll hit your own people! Fire at me! The players, already struggling to breathe under the suppression of Tai Tu-Si and the remaining machine gun turrets, had their formation instantly torn apart by these extremely fast biochemical beasts. A rampaging hunter beast leaped high, directly pouncing on a newbie who was reloading, its sharp fangs instantly crushing his throat. Just at this extremely tense moment of battle. Big guy! I'm back! Your life is mine! An arrogant roar suddenly came from the direction of the camp gate. Then the one who had been stomped into a pixelated mess by Tai Tu-Si earlier, Shan Dian Xian Fengpai, sprang back to the battlefield full of vigor. Take this, Invincible slide. Shan Dian Xian Fengpai fearless used the sliding ultimate move again from a tricky angle, directly targeting Tai Tu-Si's lower body. For the fourth Calamity, death was never the end but a stepping stone to learn the boss attack windup. However, the big boss didn't care about that. Tai Tu-Si didn't even change his stance, he just gripped the 100-gene giant hammer and slammed it down fiercely. Shan Dian Xian Fengpai, who had been yelling just moments ago, didn't even leave a whole corpse. He was instantly crushed into a meat patty, stuck to the ground by the terrifying monstrous strength. Pathetic trash. Tai Tu-Si snorted coldly, slowly lifting the heavy giant hammer. However, just as he was about to turn around to crush the next target, Tai Tu-Si's movement suddenly paused. A sudden sense of dissonance flashed through his murder-filled mind. Wait. The posture of that black-skinned insect sliding over just now. Tai Tu-Si frowned slightly, a look of confusion appearing on his face. Why do I feel like I've stepped on an identical one before? He lowered his head and carefully examined the bloody mess of remains on the ground. Unfortunately, under the absolute crushing force of the giant hammer, nothing could be seen on the ground except shattered bones, internal organs, and dark red flesh mixed with mud. Let alone identifying facial features. Even if this kid's own mother came, she would never recognize who this pile of pixelated mess was. I'm seeing things from killing too much. In this cruel wasteland, he had seen all kinds of genetically mutated monsters and biochemical crazies pumped full of banned drugs, but he had never seen a dead person come back to life. Tai Tu-Si shook his head vigorously, dispelling that absurd thought from his mind. Probably among these black-skinned insects there happened to be two identical twin idiots. He scraped the giant hammer on the ground to shake off the pieces of flesh, then charged at the players again. However, the situation on the battlefield was evolving in a bizarre direction that Titus could not comprehend. The camp's defensive line, which should have been prevailing, was now in disarray. Several low-tier raiders were retreating in sheer terror. Ghost. A ghost. That guy with the iron pipe, I clearly shot half a magazine into his gut. I watched him take his last breath. Why? Why is he charging back to life? And that one throwing fire bottles. I saw him get mowed down by machine gun fire. How was he charging at us again? He was cursing my ancestors without missing a beat. Panic spread through the raider camp like a plague. In the wasteland, these desperados were unafraid of death nor of the grotesque mutated creatures. But this complete violation of biological logic, this death and resurrection, shattered their already fragile psychological defenses. With a loud clang, someone was the first to collapse, throwing down their weapon in despair. Immediately after, a small-scale rout began. A dozen raiders were scrambling and crawling deeper into the camp, their eyes filled only with fear. No one is allowed to retreat. Anyone who retreats will be killed. The second-in-command Taigo roared into the intercom, but there was no response from the other end. He did not know what had happened, only that the defensive line was collapsing. As for his prideful berserk hunting beasts, they had already been overwhelmed and killed by the fearless players using a human wave tactic. No one is allowed to retreat. Get back to your positions. Titus' eyes bulged with rage. He stepped forward, his massive hand like an iron claw gripping the collar of a small leader, lifting him off the ground. Chief. Something's wrong. This group is not right. The small leader, usually bold and ruthless, was now trembling like a frightened madman. His legs flailed helplessly in the air, his facial muscles convulsing as he mumbled incoherently. They've come. They've come again. They can't be killed, Chief, they can't be killed at all. They are demons risen from hell. Shut your mouth. There's nothing in this wasteland that I can't smash. Titus was furious to the extreme. With a sharp crack he single-handedly twisted the small leader's neck. Then like throwing a bag of garbage he slammed the corpse down at the feet of several raiders trying to escape. Anyone who dares to retreat a single step will end up like him. Fight. Turn them into mush, let's see how they continue to live. Under Titus' intimidation through brute force the rout was barely halted and the raiders shakily picked up their weapons from the ground. However, just as Titus was using this as a warning and continued to lead the charge, a familiar voice, too familiar to be true and too arrogant to be ignored, echoed in his ears once again. Big guy. Didn't expect to see me again. I'm back again and again. Take this, invincible sliding tackle. Titus felt as if a massive bell had been struck in his mind. He stared blankly at the man charging towards him once more, whose excited expression was identical to that of the previous two encounters. The same tactical outfit. The same tactical dagger. The same sliding tackle stance. Even the tone of "take my invincible sliding tackle" had not changed one bit. Once was a twin, what about the other two? Triplets. How could there be someone who could be smashed to bits and then return in less than 10 minutes completely intact to seek death? A fear that overturned his worldview coiled around the heart of this level 30 boss like a venomous snake. Damn it. Extreme horror instantly turned into impotent rage. He gripped the wooden handle of his massive hammer tightly, unleashing all his strength to the limits. Like a human piledriver he smashed down towards the incoming lightning whirlwind slash. Die. 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 Boo. 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 The massive hammer fell like rain, creating a deep pit along with the lightning whirlwind slash and the ground beneath him, dirt and chunks of flesh flying into the air. Titus seemed to have gone mad, smashing down for over a dozen strikes before finally stopping. He gasped heavily, his chest heaving as he stared intently at the shapeless mass at the bottom of the pit. Dead. Completely dead. This time you are definitely dead. Titus murmured to himself, wiping his face, but his mind was in a frenzy. However, while Titus' psychological defenses were still holding strong, his raiders had completely collapsed. Monster, they are not human. They are immortal demons. Run. They will resurrect after they die. It was unclear who shouted first, but the entire front line of the Crow's Nest camp began to waver. Anyone facing an enemy that could respawn in just 5 minutes would have their spirit broken. Titus panted heavily, standing like an iron tower. The sounds of the raiders' desperate screams and the distant gunfire seemed to have been cut off from his hearing at that moment. No matter how strong his muscles or how terrifying his power, the common sense of the wasteland firmly shackled his understanding. A flesh and blood body reduced to mush had no chance of survival. Could it really be identical triplets? But, which family's triplets have the same last words and actions before dying? Just as Titus stood dazed in the center of the battlefield, his mental defenses teetering, a voice rang out. Take my invincible sliding tackle. That familiar voice, like a hellish spell, exploded in Titus' ears for the 4th time. Aha! Titus was nearly driven mad. He abruptly raised his head, his face contorted with rage, his wide eyes bloodshot, nearly bursting from their sockets, and that relentless dark-skinned bug was once again sliding towards him at high speed. What the hell are you? Titus let out a thunderous roar, gripping the hammer handle, his waist tensing as he prepared to deliver a devastating sweep to this demon. However, his honed beast instincts warned him again. Almost instinctively Titus aborted the sweep he was about to deliver, his massive body suddenly sinking to the left. A bullet narrowly grazed his neck, piercing through his right shoulder. Titus let out a pained grunt as his enormous body stepped, and this time lightning whirlwind slash had successfully closed the distance. Time for a pedicure. A few minutes rewind in time. The resurrected night owls did not immediately join the main battlefield in the front yard, which resembled a meat grinder. On the suggestion of Su Xing, they headed for the high ground on the north side. That elevated area had excellent visibility. If they did not eliminate the enemy elite known as Old Six occupying it, the players down below would forever be sitting ducks. As the 4 players approached stealthily, they saw several elite raiders crouched at the edge of the cliff. They were gleefully taking potshots at the players below, completely unaware that the dead players they had just turned into mincemeat were sneaking up on them from behind. With a swift motion, the tactical axe gleamed coldly as Night Owl cleaved the neck of an elite monster in one strike. Kill confirmed. Elite guard of the Crow's Nest camp. Experience points 210. Contribution points 18. Critical weakness. Instant kill bonus. Damn. The enemy, another raider, was about to retaliate when Yi Aoshi Tianxia slammed him to the ground like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, and he was quickly hacked to death. After some effort, the 4 successfully eliminated the elite raiders and reclaimed the dropped equipment. Su Xing picked up the silenced rifle, wiped off the dust, and returned to her sniping position. Her scope slowly descended, cutting through the smoke, settling on the dazed Titus.
Distance 275 meters, wind speed 2, projectile deviation to the left. Su Xing Meguei habitually murmured her calculations, her breathing gradually calming as her index finger lightly rested on the trigger.
3, 2, 1, fire. At the moment the phrase Invincible slide echoed from below, Su Xing Meguei pulled the trigger. The scene shifted back to the main battlefield in the front yard. Taking advantage of Titus losing his balance, the slide attack of Lightning Tornado had already arrived. With his right hand gripping the tactical dagger backwards, he used the tremendous inertia from the slide to slash fiercely at Titus' unprotected calf. Aha! Titus let out a scream of agony.
Shot in the right shoulder and heavily injured in the calf, this once invincible boss lost his balance and knelt heavily on the ground.
Ha ha ha. It worked. I finally got his leg.
Lightning Tornado, exhilarated after landing the hit, hurriedly crawled backward while shouting wildly.
Brothers! The boss is down. Focus fire now. The shout from Lightning Tornado sounded like the horn for the final battle. The big boss is stunned. Damn, that kid really got his leg fixed. Brothers, take advantage of his weakness and strike while he's down. Unleash everything. The players, originally suppressed by Titus' terrifying aura, instantly had their eyes gleaming with excitement.
They had waited too long for this moment.
Rat-a-tat-a-tat-tat.
The remaining firearms in the players' hands erupted with fire from all directions simultaneously.
Roar! Insects! You despicable insects! Titus roared in fury.
His once formidable body, now rendered immobile, had become a living target. He frantically swung the massive hammer in his hands, trying to smash the approaching players into pulp, even grabbing nearby raider corpses as makeshift shields.
Titus, will never die at your hands. Titus let out one last unwilling roar.
He attempted to prop himself up with the giant hammer, but a bullet flying from the high ground above the canyon pierced straight through his throat. Titus crashed heavily to the ground, his massive body collapsing like a fallen iron tower, thundering down into a pool of blood, never to make a sound again.
Ding!
Server announcement: congratulations to the pioneers for successfully killing the leader of the Crow's Nest camp, Titus LV.
30. First kill achievement unlocked. All participating pioneers will receive generous battle rewards. With Titus' fall, the siege battle of the Crow's Nest camp also entered its final phase.
The raiders discarded their armor and fled like headless flies. However, in this complete rout, one person escaped earlier and more discreetly than anyone else. That was the second-in-command of the Crow's Nest camp, the Viper Tej. The moment the defensive line began to crumble, Tej, who had been observing from the tower, had already sensed the impending doom.
A bunch of incompetent fools. The Crow's Nest camp was finished, leaving only a dead end.
After ordering the machine gunners not to flee, Tej excused himself to boost morale, leaving even his personal guards behind.
As long as I can escape with my intellect, it will be easy to rally another team. As for the northern envoy, let Titus' foolish corpse take the blame. He originally intended to take away a batch of special materials from the storeroom, but there was no time left. In the distance, another watchtower was engulfed in flames. Tej could only hastily return to his small building, quickly tidy up and head towards a concealed escape route at the back of the camp. Once inside, he could escape with the private funds he had scavenged over the years. Tej hurried his pace while calculating in his mind. As he neared the concealed passageway just 10 meters ahead, a cold smile crept onto Tej's lips. Oh, isn't this the second-in-command, Tej? What's the rush? Where are you off to make a fortune? A mocking voice suddenly came from behind Tej. Tej turned around abruptly to see two raiders, one on the left and one on the right, smiling as they stepped out of the shadows. It was none other than Society's brother, Hu, and blast your dog head. Who are you? Who are you? Tej instinctively took half a step back, hand reaching for the pistol at his weapon. Though these two war raider attire, their tone and demeanor were definitely not those of the mindless lackeys in the camp. Since you asked so sincerely. Society's brother Hu sneered and stepped forward, striking a pose he thought was cool. We will generously inform you. Blast your dog head understood immediately, quickly following the beat, standing next to Society's brother Hu with hands on his hips. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To maintain peace in the universe. To uphold love and true evil. Adorable and charming righteous characters. Brother Hu. Dog head. We are the pioneers traversing the wasteland. White hole, a bright tomorrow awaits us. That's how it is, meow. Blast your dog head even added a soul voiceover at the end. Tej stood frozen in place, his eyes behind his glasses trembling wildly. What the hell, could they be a group of unknown species of lunatics? When did such a mental hospital force emerge from the wasteland? During the time Taigo was lost in thought due to this extremely ridiculous line, the two of them had already begun to fight. Get him, dog head. This is the deputy of the camp, he's definitely worth gold coins. The two of them charged forward directly.
Although Taiga was clever, his combat capability was inferior even to the lower-tier raiders in the front yard. At best he was just a fragile level 10. As Taiga drew his gun, he hadn't even had time to pull the trigger when he was struck hard on the wrist by a club from Smash Your Doghead. Crack! The handgun fell to the ground. In just a few moments the two had pinned the deputy of the Crow's Nest camp to the ground, binding him up tightly like a zongzi. Your society's tiger brother unceremoniously took off a sock emitting an awful stench and stuffed it into Taiga's mouth.
Mum. Taiga's eyes rolled back, nearly fainting from this biochemical weapon.
This is a big fish. Smash Your Dog had excitedly clapped his hands. The two pressed the nearly half-dead Taiga forward into the depths of the camp's upscale residential area. The great fire at the Crow's Nest camp gradually extinguished and thick smoke drifted into the dark red sky. The cleanup work at the camp was nearing its end. In the uneven open ground outside the camp, the plunderers who had given up resistance were all driven here. They huddled together, hands on heads, like a group of quails awaiting slaughter, trembling with fear. In their eyes there was only the deepest fear of the players. To them this group of people was not human at all, but a bunch of immortal, relentless demons obsessed with stripping clothes. The players not only looted all the weapons and ammunition from these plunderers, but even spared no effort in taking their slightly intact bulletproof vests. Thus at this moment most plunderers were dressed only in tattered shorts, squatting on the ground questioning their lives. Hey hey hey! That red-haired guy, take off your leather boots. Damn, this bastard actually hid 2 bullets in his crotch. Aren't you afraid of accidentally firing your weapon? Brothers, should we dismantle this barbed wire? This rebar looks pretty straight, we can take it back as construction material. The players weaved through the captives and the ruins, conducting a merciless post-war cleanup. Brother Chu, the camp has been cleared out and all the surviving red-named monsters have been driven here. No delivery allowed. Happily ran over carrying a bundle of confiscated barbed wire. Big player Chu stood on a pile of discarded tires looking down at the lambs awaiting slaughter, nodding with satisfaction. As the last plunderer was escorted to the open ground, the entire underworld force of the Crow's Nest camp was declared completely eradicated. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp and prolonged system notification sound, a dazzling golden announcement popped up before all players. Server announcement: large-scale faction assault, removing the tumor has successfully concluded. Battle settlement in progress. Battle rating a grade standard brick, flying with force. Congratulations, pioneers. With your fearless courage and unyielding will, you have completely destroyed the greatest threat surrounding the Starfire forward base, Crow's Nest camp. All participating players gain experience points 2,500. Gain contribution points 800. Gain faction reputation 100. Based on your battlefield performance, damage taken, output, command, reconnaissance, etc. You have additionally gained. All participating pioneers have unlocked the limited edition golden title Crow's Nest Terminator. Achievement reward: experience points 666, contribution points 233. Damn. 2,500 experience. 800 contribution. We're rich. We're rolling in it. Golden title. Quickly, everyone show me. Big player Chu was the first to place the title on his forehead. The next second, over 100 players' heads shone with the radiant golden title of Crow's Nest Terminator. The golden light merged into one, dazzling, brighter than the sun in the wasteland. The plunderer captives squatting on the ground watched as this group of black-skinned players suddenly danced in the air, so frightened that they fell to the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy, thinking these people were about to perform some sort of dark magic. After all, this golden light was just a system effect visible only to the players. Just as the players were immersed in the joy of becoming wealthy and showing off, "I don't eat beef," suddenly frowned, pointing at the bottom of the settlement panel. Wait, brothers, look at the small print at the very bottom. Based on your performance in this battle, you have additionally gained assault points 2850. Note the points vary from 1000 to 5000 based on player contributions. Assault points. What the hell is that? God of War Crazy Charge scratched his head. I didn't see any exchange options for this in the system interface. Or is it a special point for upgrading the base? Night Owl speculated as well. Just as all players whispered among themselves, guessing how to use these assault points. Ding! Another brand new system announcement popped up right in front of all players. System announcement: Starfire limited time battle card pool function is officially online. A tribute to every warrior who fought bravely in the Crow's Nest battle. The system has opened a dedicated battle points card pool. Pioneers can use assault points to wish and draw from the pool. Spend your assault points to draw your exclusive rewards. Single draw cost 160 assault points. 10 consecutive draws cost 1600 assault points. At 10 draw guarantees at least one blue quality or higher item. The pool prizes include vast basic supplies, rare blueprints, high-tech creations, special gene potions, mysterious pets, and even a very small chance to obtain a legendary custom vehicle.
Note after the pool ends, any unused points will be converted to contribution points at a 1-1 ratio. The players fell into complete silence. 160 points per draw. Why don't you just go rob someone? Big Player Chu was the first to speak up, his mouth twitching madly. This number. This extremely familiar pricing mechanism. Dog Planner, honestly tell me, did you used to work at some tech nerd company in Shanghai? You brought the ancestral method of 160 for a single draw to the wasteland. New player Flexible Dog widened his eyes, nearly spewing a mouthful of blood. The DNA is moving. Brothers, my DNA is moving on its own. Urgent Vanguard clutched his chest, looking pained. Why? I clearly escaped to the wasteland to scavenge for trash. Why do I still have to face the terror of 160 per draw? Is there a big guarantee? Is there a 90 draw guarantee for gold? Damn. I should have realized it. All games are equally dark, and in the end it's all about drawing cards. God of War crazy charge howled to the sky in utter despair. Complaints aside, brothers, who's going to cover the pool first? Mole Action nearly drooled, his throat bobbing wildly. Though the players verbally cursed the game designer's ancestors for generations, complaints were complaints, and cursing the designers was cursing the designers. As they gazed at the enticing rewards rolling in the gacha pool, purple rare weapon blueprint, special bulletproof insert gene advancement liquid, the players' previously grumbling expressions instantly shifted. As the fourth Calamity, who among them didn't harbor a bit of gambler instinct in their bones? Faced with the shimmering 10 draw button, no fourth Calamity could restrain their hands. To hell with it. I'm doing a 10 draw. Give me gold. Sacrificing the game designer's 10 years of life, give me gold. Brothers, superstitious draws. Go to the highest peak of the Crow's Nest Camp Canyon, the drop rate is bound to be higher. The players, who had been seriously cleaning up the battlefield just a second ago, immediately sat cross-legged on the spot, gesturing wildly at the void, muttering, "Gold, don't deviate, please," endlessly. Zhanshen Kuangbiao rubbed his hands. He had earned an extremely high score in this assault with a total of over 3500 points. I want to see today what kind of ivory the gacha pool of this wasteland can spit out. Give me a 10 draw. Zhanshen Kuangbiao fiercely pressed the 1600 points 10 draw button. Swoosh. Accompanied by a dazzling meteor effect streaking across the sky, 10 cards appeared one by one before Zhanshen Kuangbiao. White. 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 Obtained high purity nutrient paste X1. Obtained high purity nutrient paste X1. Obtained worn Raider leather boots white X1. 8 consecutive white cards made Zhanshen Kuangbiao's heart sink halfway. Damn. The drop rate is way too realistic. Just then the 9th card suddenly flashed with a fierce light, revealing an eerie purple hue. Holy crap. Purple. It's purple. As the light faded, a blueprint radiating a charming glow hovered silently in midair. Obtained rare blueprint purple wasteland heavy off-road motorcycle Thunder Edition manufacturing blueprint. Description: the ultimate romance of a man. High torque all-terrain with side weapon mount points. As long as you have enough materials, you can become the most stylish rider in the wasteland. Whoa. A motorcycle blueprint. A purple vehicle blueprint. Why, my Busu Jin's eyes turned red and he lunged forward. Biao. Sell it to me. I'll pay a high price. I love this thing. Ha ha ha. The game designer is my real dad. This gacha pool is amazing. Zhanshen Kuangbiao laughed uproariously. The harsher his curses for the designer earlier, the more fervently he praised now. This flash of purple light was like tossing a match into a powder keg. My turn. I'm bound to get gold today. Single draw creates miracles. Watch me hit the jackpot in one go. I'm dumping all my 2000 points into this. Give me gold. Ah. The dozens of raiders squatting nearby watched this group of black-clad figures suddenly roar and scream at the air, sometimes weeping and cursing game designer go to hell, sometimes ecstatically shouting purple drop. They were convinced they had fallen into the hands of incurable lunatics. The gacha's flowing light gradually faded in the sky and the players' joys and sorrows came to a temporary halt. Brothers. Stop wallowing here. The gacha didn't yield good stuff, but the loot in this camp is real. Get moving, execute the first law of spark, scrape the ground 3 feet deep. One sentence instantly awakened the locust instinct of the fourth Calamity. Players and squads surged into every corner of the Crow's Nest camp to continue the scraping work they had just started. Within half an hour the loot outside the camp had piled into a small mountain. Chief among them were the 4 ruggedly modified pickups. Although these vehicles lacked streamlined beauty, their heavy armor plates and menacing bull bars flaunted the brutal aesthetics of heavy industry. We're rich. This wave is truly rich. Why, my Busu Jin was flushed with excitement. He climbed onto the hood of one pickup, stroking the rough iron, almost ready to bite it. Brother Nyo. This chassis. This suspension.
Compared to our Spark prototype, this is like a toy car.
Wabuchi Nyoro also came over his talent, mechanical resonance automatically activating.
In his perspective vision he could clearly see the internal structure of the pickup. Good stuff. The engine has power, the chassis is reinforced, but the brake system is a bit loose and needs fixing.
Besides the 4 pickups, what made the players even more eager were the 13 all-terrain off-road motorcycles lined up neatly beside them. Thick off-road tires, exposed suspension springs, and the wild exhaust pipe design. Damn, these motorcycles are so cool.
Zhanshin Quangbiao couldn't wait to straddle one and twist the throttle. If I race through the wilderness, any berserk beasts won't even get a whiff of my exhaust. Apart from vehicles, weapons and ammunition were naturally the top priority for the players. Brother Chu, it's a loss, a huge loss. Ainc Tan pointed in anguish at the heavily blackened heavy rotary machine gun on the ground. I searched everywhere and this is the only intact heavy machine gun left.
What about the others? Chu de Wanjiao walked over and asked.
The rest were all melted into a pool of iron.
If I'd known we could capture these, we should have held back our firepower. Ainc Tan cast a resentful glance at Yi Xiao in the distance.
Yi Xiao just calmly wiped his tactical axe without even a glance. Under that heavy suppression, if they didn't burn the tower they'd be pinned down. Who could care about loot?
Alright, one is enough. Well, weld it onto the pickup roof and have our own armored vehicle.
Chu de Wanjia examined the rifles on the ground.
Over 20 semi-automatic rifles in better condition than what old Buck sells.
As for these crappy homemade rifles, he sneered at the pile of over 100 homemade rifles.
Firewood, not even dogs would use them.
After inventorying the firearms, Chu de Wanjia's brow gradually furrowed.
Something's off.
He stood up. A camp this big has plenty of guns, but grenades,
high explosives, even bulk gunpowder is scarce. This ammunition depot is cleaner than my face. Wabuchi Nyoro also sensed the anomaly, rubbing his chin. It's odd.
They couldn't have no heavy explosive reserves.
Maybe they used them all during the fight. Impossible, Quang Bao Lao Nai Nai said firmly, walking over. Those bastards barely threw any grenades besides shooting.
Song Shu Zhuanshi, who had been absent for a while, lit up as if spotting a key point. Only one possibility: someone in the camp slipped away with the core explosives and high-value supplies, or hid them. Hearing this, the players exchanged glances.
Ran away. Who could escape? Just then laughter came from behind the camp. Ha ha ha. Brother Chu. Brother Nyo. Look what big fish we caught.
Everyone turned to see Shihui and I, who Gu and Debao and I go to the lurking duo, dragging a trussed-up skinny man like a dead dog, one on each side. A smelly sock was stuffed in his mouth and his black-rimmed glasses were askew. It was the second-in-command of Crow's Nest Camp, Venom Tiger. Turning away from the ravaged Crow's Nest encampment scattered across the ground, the gaze traversed the vast wilderness and returned to the tranquil Xinghao outpost. It had been nearly 6 hours since the pioneers had set out in a grand procession. Outside the communal dining hall, Ahua clutched a rag in her hand, leaning absent-mindedly against the doorframe, her toes unconsciously scraping the parched, scorched earth. She often rose on tiptoe, craning her neck to peer toward the far edge of the eastern wilderness, her eyes filled with an unmasked worry. It's been more than half a day. Why haven't the pioneers returned yet? Ahua muttered softly, her slender brows knitting together in concern. Though she had heard that the pioneers possessed the miraculous power of immortality, the notorious reputation of the Crow's Nest encampment was well known throughout the vicinity of the abandoned City 74. Those ruthless marauders who devoured their victims without leaving bones behind. What if they had trapped the pioneers? What if? What if even the pioneers could not withstand those demons?
Hey girl, your neck's about to turn into a giraffe's. What are you staring at so longingly here? A teasing voice suddenly came from behind. Startled, Ahua turned around.
She saw old Hui carrying an iron basin as he leisurely stepped out of the dining hall, a rag draped over his shoulder for drying hands.
Master Hui. I was just checking if the wind and dust outside are strong.
Ahua, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, quickly lowered her head and wiped the doorframe clumsily with the rag, attempting to hide her fluster. Come on, do you really need to look to know if the wind and dust are strong? Old Hui stepped forward, placing the iron basin on a nearby wooden table, and wiped his hands with the rag slung over his shoulder. He glanced at the empty wilderness and a teasing smile flickered across his face. Tell me honestly, girl, who are you longing for so eagerly among the pioneers?
Master. What nonsense are you talking about?
Ahua's face flushed crimson as if ripe tomatoes had blossomed on her cheeks, her anxiety making her stomp her feet.
The pioneers are like clouds in the sky, benevolent deities who relieve suffering.
How could I dare entertain such frivolous thoughts? I'm worried they might miss dinner, worried about the pioneers. Ahua's voice grew softer and softer, her head nearly burying into her chest. In the wasteland, encountering these good people who not only provided food and shelter but did not treat them like beasts naturally inspired in innocent girls like Ahua a nearly blind reverence and closeness.
Ha ha ha, you little girl. Old Hui couldn't help but laugh at his disciple's shy demeanor.
Just as the old man was about to tease her further, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure not far away. The smile on his face instantly froze and the words on his lips were swallowed back. Seeing Master fall silent, Ahua also turned her gaze following old Hui's. At some unknown moment less than 10 meters away, a slender figure stood quietly. Clad in a pristine silver-gray corporate uniform with cold and profound eyes exuding an aura utterly detached from the desolate world. This was Su Xing, the supreme ruler of the outpost, who rarely left the core control room, the administrator. His gaze was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, silently watching the distant horizon.
Administrator.
Both old Hui and Ahua shuddered in fear.
They immediately stood upright, hands pressed tightly against their trouser seams, bowing deeply without daring to take a breath.
In the hearts of these natives, although the pioneers acted unpredictably, they were mostly amiable. Yet this administrator was a true deity even the pioneers treated with utmost reverence. Facing the natives' restraint and fear, Su Xing revealed no superfluous emotion.
He merely turned his head slightly, his gaze lingering on them for half a second before gently nodding. No need to be nervous.
Su Xing's voice was flat, and even as he returned his sight to the wilderness.
Go prepare the food. They will be back soon.
His voice was serene and unperturbed, yet to Ahua it sounded like celestial music.
Yes. Master. We will prepare it at once.
Old Hui bowed, repeatedly grabbing Ahua's hand as they hurried back into the dining hall to start boiling water.
Ahua was not the only one eagerly awaiting.
Under the scorching afternoon sun of the wasteland, a small figure stood silently as well.
Naya's furry ears drooped as she fixed her unwavering gaze on the eastern wilderness.
Several passing women urged her to seek shade, but Naya stubbornly shook her head. She was not only waiting for the pioneers who treated her kindly to return victorious. In her heart she harbored a faint and precious hope. The glaring sunlight blurred Naya's vision amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Memories long buried deep within her heart surged forth again.
Naya had once lived in a small tribe.
Though life was harsh, as long as her brother was there, Naya felt she was the happiest person in the world.
Her brother was the strongest young hunter in the tribe.
Every sunset he would magically pull several sweet wild fruits from his bosom, spreading them on his palm and offering them to her.
Naya, eat more to grow taller.
Her brother's large hand would gently stroke her hair, the source of all her security in the wasteland.
Until one day a heavily armed caravan of traveling merchants shattered the tribe's tranquility.
These merchants were not here to trade, they coveted the distinctive appearance and relatively docile temperament of the Romer people.
Slaves with such unique traits could fetch exorbitant prices. That night a great fire engulfed the tribe.
Screams, cries, and the thunder of muskets tore through the stillness.
Young men and women were shackled with cold iron chains and herded like cattle into the foul-smelling iron wagons of the merchants. Naya and her brother were not spared, becoming part of the caravan's cargo.
Yet fate did not abandon this ill-fated pair. As the caravan passed the outskirts of abandoned City 74, they encountered even more brutal marauders from the Crow's Nest encampment.
Out of the frying pan into the fire. Naya and her brother, now trophies, were taken into the demon's lair at the canyon's bottom.
A huge bonfire blazed in the camp's clearing as the marauders reveled.
A marauder chief gnawed on a large bone.
He picked his teeth while casually tossing the beast bone, still streaked with bits of meat, into a muddy pit 2 or 3 meters from the iron cage. Seizing the moment when the guard looked away, her brother suddenly lunged toward the cage's edge. He desperately squeezed his arm through the gap. The iron scratched his skin, blood streaming down his arm.
Almost. Just a little more.
At last his fingertips grasped the beast bone and dragged it inside the cage.
Eat, Naya. Eat to survive.
The few scraps of meat clinging to the beast bone were the most delicious and yet most bitter things Naya had ever tasted. Several nights later a sudden sandstorm swept through the canyon. The drunken guard forgot to lock the auxiliary latch on the iron cage. Her brother seized this unseen-a-lifetime chance. With hands raw and bleeding from strain, he forcibly pried open the iron latch, scooped up frail Naya in his arms, burst open the cage door and plunged into the dark wasteland storm outside.
Run. Naya. Keep running. Never look back.
At a steep slope her brother fiercely pushed Naya down, then charged at the pursuing marauders, using his bloodied body to block their advance.
Later she ran desperately until her legs went numb, until she met the 3 pioneers who seemed like deities. A drop of scalding tear fell onto the scorched earth, instantly evaporating without a trace. Nia's tears flowed uncontrollably. Brother is so powerful, he must be alive. The pioneers will definitely bring him back. Nia prayed over and over in her heart.
Suddenly a faint tremor resonated beneath her feet.
Nia looked up sharply.
At the end of the desolate wilderness connecting to the horizon, a massive column of yellow dust surged into the sky. On the roof of the vehicle she could vaguely see those pioneers dressed in dark tactical uniforms waving their arms against the wind. As the yellow dust column approached, the roar of the engine became increasingly clear. Amidst the engine's roar, a chorus of singing was entwined. In the dystopia struggle, shattering wishes into powder hearts locked up tight. The lights are unclear, but I still want to do something. Actually, I have so much more to say. Please wait for me, please wait for me. This group of pioneers who had just bloodily swept through the raiders' lair were now crammed in the bumpy vehicle, howling with all their might. Originally this song carried a sense of awakening and rebellion, but at this moment it was shouted out by the players in a cacophony, giving off an aura of bandits returning home like the heroes of Liangshan. Creak. The convoy slowly advanced and finally came to a stop outside the outpost. Whoa. We're home. Don't block the way. I'm getting off first. I will never take a ride in a delivery vehicle again. I feel like I'm going to vomit my leftover food. With a loud clang, the vehicle's side panel was lowered and the players jumped off like dumplings. They were all covered in dirt, their tactical uniforms stained with dark red blood and mud, yet each face radiated excitement. Nia. I'm back. Yi Ao Naiwi rushed straight to Nia like a wild dog guarding its food. Ding ding ding. Look. What is this? Yi Ao Naiwi spread his palm and presented it to Nia. It was a metallic pendant scavenged from a minor leader in the crow's nest camp. Though it had no practical attributes, it was polished to a shine, making it a rare little accessory in the wasteland. This is the trophy I risked my life to obtain. The first time I saw it I thought it would look perfect on you. Yi Ao Naiwi grinned widely, ready to boast about how he gallantly fought his way through hordes of enemies. However, before he could finish, bang. A solid smack unexpectedly landed on the back of his head with a crisp sound. Ouch. Who hit me? Yi Ao Naiwi grimaced in pain, clutching the back of his head as he turned around angrily. He was met with the piercing gaze of Hamster Rebirth, which seemed ready to eat him alive. At that moment Hamster Rebirth stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at him like an angry lioness. You Yi Ao Naiwi. You've grown bold, haven't you? Hamster Rebirth pointed a finger at Yi Ao Naiwi, launching into a scolding. You can slack off and steal kills on the battlefield, but what's with picking on a little girl as soon as you come back? I didn't. Of course you did. Do you think I'm blind? Hamster Rebirth pushed him aside and walked over to Nia with concern. She had noticed Nia by the roadside when she was in the vehicle. When she approached, she saw that the little girl had tears welling up in her eyes. The sight of her on the verge of tears, looking so aggrieved, was heart-wrenching. Looking back, she saw Yi Ao Naiwi with a lewd expression leaning towards Nia. It didn't take much thought to realize that this big guy must have made her cry. Nia, don't be afraid, your sister is here. Hamster Rebirth softened her voice, gently wrapping her arm around Nia's shoulders, and shot a fierce glare back at Yi Ao Naiwi. Tell your sister, did this guy bully you just now? Don't be scared, I will take care of him right now. Nia looked through her misty tears, staring blankly at the aggrieved big boy in front of her. The shiny metallic pendant in his hand sparkled faintly in the refracted sunlight. In that moment, time seemed to intertwine in the little girl's eyes. This big boy perfectly overlapped with the tall figure that always stood in front of her in her memories. His hands resembled the rough, big hands of her brother. Her brother was like this, always leaving the best and brightest things for her, smiling in a somewhat silly manner. Nia. The voice of Hamster Rebirth calling her brought Nia back to reality from the vortex of memories. She sniffed her red nose and shook her fluffy head vigorously. Then she reached out her small hand and gently tugged at Hamster Rebirth's clothing. Sister Hamster. Please don't be angry, brother Ao didn't bully me. Nia's voice still carried a hint of sobbing. She carefully took the shiny metallic pendant from Yi Ao Naiwi's hand, pressed it against her chest, and smiled through her tears. Thank you, brother Ao, I really like this gift. Nia's affection for you has risen to close. Seeing this, Yi Ao Naiwi breathed a sigh of relief and shrugged at Hamster Rebirth. See, I told you I didn't bully her. You perverted creep and lowly lover. Hamster Rebirth rolled her eyes at him, shaking her fist with a clear threat. Just as she was about to reach out to wipe Nia's tear-streaked face, Nia suddenly looked up. The little girl clutched the pendant tightly, her clear eyes filled with pure hope and expectation. Nia's voice trembled slightly as she cautiously asked, Sister Hamster. You defeated the bad guys, so? Have you seen my... Upon hearing this, Hamster Rebirth's hand, which was raised in the air, froze as if under a spell. Her lips parted slightly, looking at Nia's hopeful gaze, but no sound escaped. Faced with such a difficult question, she found herself at a loss for words. This was not entirely Hamster Rebirth's fault. Before the battle began, she had finally received Nia's private request. For this request, while the main force was scraping the earth, she had turned the entire crow's nest camp upside down on her own. From the stinking underground water prison to the nauseating tin factory and basement, she had searched every cage that held mutated beasts.
But there was none. Throughout the crow's nest camp, not a single NPC with long furry ears was in sight.
Filled with anxiety, Hamster Rebirth had ultimately stormed up to Tej, brandishing her tactical dagger demanding answers. Under the threat of death, Tej revealed the truth. A slave with long-haired ears.
Hee, that's quite a rarity.
That batch of fur-eared people was taken away long ago. They are probably in the big cities to the north, becoming playthings now. When the Hamster Rebirth grabbed Tej by the collar and pressed him for the whereabouts of the siblings who escaped that night, Tej's answer was like a bucket of ice water.
The two who ran away that night. Oh, I remember now.
Tej sneered as if recounting a trivial matter. The brother who chased them reported back that the older one, in an attempt to cover for the younger, turned back and charged at us like a madman, ultimately being shot into a porcupine by our brothers. As for the younger one, luck seemed to be on their side. They were apparently rescued. But who would care about two lost mice? Memories flashed rapidly in the mind of Hamster Rebirth.
Sister Hamster.
Seeing that Hamster Rebirth remained silent, the light in Nia's eyes began to dim bit by bit. The little girl seemed to sense something. She clutched the pendant tightly, her fluffy ears drooping weakly. In fact, when her brother pushed her down the slope and faced the guns of the raiders alone, she already had the worst answer in her heart.
She just refused to believe it. Watching Nia's heart-wrenching expression, Hamster Rebirth felt a choking sensation in her throat.
She took a deep breath and gently held Nia in her arms.
Meanwhile, in the core control room of the Starfire outpost, Big Player Chu was exuberantly delivering a post-battle summary report to Su Xing. Report Administrator. In this operation Eradicate the Tumor, we can say we've achieved a great victory, showcasing the might of Starfire. We had 133 personnel involved, annihilating over 50 raiders from the Crow's Nest and killed all high-level combatants including their leader Titus. We confiscated various firearms and ammunition, modified 4 pickup trucks and 13 off-road motorcycles. The Crow's Nest has been completely cleared by us and surrounding threats have been eliminated.
Big Player Chu stood tall, his voice booming as if he wanted to write "I am amazing, please praise me" on his face. Su Xing sat in the main control chair, quietly listening to Big Player Chu's passionate speech.
He nodded slightly, his face still showing little emotion. You did well, pioneers. The expansion of the outpost must be built on absolute security.
Your bravery has cleared obstacles for the revival of civilization. At this point Su Xing paused and tossed out the sentence that Big Player Chu was most concerned about. As for the spoils captured from the Crow's Nest, except for some special materials that need to be handed over for centralized dispatch, the rest of the conventional weapons, vehicles and supplies can be handled and distributed by you participating pioneers.
Go enjoy the fruits of your victory. All right. Thank you, Administrator. Big Player Chu nodded vigorously, turning to leave, ready to go and grab.
No, distribute the spoils. After he pushed the door open, he saw Brother Who from Society and Blast Your Doghead leading 2 half-grown dirty children from outside. The siblings had experienced fear in the Crow's Nest and then rode the bumpy Starfire Express at breakneck speed, now feeling extremely exhausted. Hey Hugo Doghead, where did you two find these little NPCs? Big Player Chu stopped and curiously sized up Feng and Ling.
Brother Chu, these are treasures we unearthed in the Crow's Nest.
Brother Who from Society raised his eyebrows proudly. These 2 kids are not only the heirs of a large merchant caravan leader, but...
You know what I mean.
He suddenly pointed at his head, making a superpower gesture. Big Player Chu instantly understood, gave the 2 a thumbs up and cleared the way to the control room door.
Administrator.
Brother Who from Society and Blast Your Doghead approached Su Xing, bowing respectfully.
While executing a covert mission in the Crow's Nest, we rescued these 2 special survivors.
Su Xing's gaze shifted past the 2 players to Feng and Ling. Feng instinctively shielded his sister behind him. Though he had awakened his abilities, facing this man with eyes as deep as the starry sky, he felt an instinctive awe. As Feng was feeling anxious, Su Xing had already scanned him from head to toe.
Ding! Anomalous energy wave frequency detected in target individual. Target vital sign scanning. Confirmation result: wave frequency characteristics match primary level psychic reaction, manifested physical interference tendency. Listening to the cold data from the auxiliary brain, a glimmer of light flashed in Su Xing's eyes. Another psychic talent. Su Xing mused inwardly. The previous girl named Nia from the Fur-Eared clan, he hadn't found the time to study her in detail. He never expected that his employees would discover another one from the Raider's lair. From the wavebands analyzed by the system, this boy's psychic energy seemed to exhibit even more destructive and practical magnetic interference characteristics. On this wasteland planet assessed as a low-quality defective asset, 2 psychic awakeners had emerged in less than a month. This definitely cannot be explained merely by coincidence of genetic mutation. What exactly happened to this planet before? Su Xing's gaze became profound. It seemed necessary to accelerate the pace of exploration.
He withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and looked at Brother Who from Society and Blast Your Dog Head, who were eagerly waiting for their rewards. You did well. These two survivors have special value for the outpost. Su Xing spoke in a calm tone, settling the task rewards for the two excellent employees. Take them downstairs and arrange a quiet room for them to rest, providing ample food and clean water. The follow-up matters will be left to you. Upon hearing the administrator's instructions, Brother Who from Society and Blast Your Dog Head immediately stood up straight.
All right. Rest assured, Administrator. We guarantee to complete the task. Once the administrator spoke, the subsequent hidden tasks were certain to come.
For the players' background stories and psychic research were matters for the planners to worry about. The rewards for the hidden tasks were what they, the fourth Calamity, eternally pursued.
Come, little brother, little sister, follow your brother.
Blast Your Dog Head's creepy uncle's smile became increasingly amiable, almost reaching out to hold in Phone's hand. Our outpost is the safest and best place in the wasteland, ensuring you will treat this place as your home. And Phone looked at these two saviors beaming like flowers and swallowed hard.
Holding his sister's hand, he followed them closely out of the core control room. Time swiftly passed amidst the players' fervent post-battle distribution.
The afterglow of the setting sun gradually faded below the horizon, ushering in a cold and tranquil night in the wasteland.
Around 10 o'clock in the wasteland, Chu the player dragged his weary clone body and climbed onto his single bed.
He was almost overwhelmed with busyness. He had to direct the NPCs to categorize and store the seized supplies in the warehouse, while also assigning tasks to the newly arrived NPCs. This operation not only yielded a large quantity of resources but also rescued 70 to 80 survivors. Upon hearing that they could have food and clothing if they worked hard, each of these survivors was overwhelmed with gratitude, eager to start working immediately. As for going home, where would the survivors in the wasteland find a home?
It was all about finding food. Wherever there was food, that was home. Ha! Busy, so busy, it's good to be busy.
Chu the player mumbled, feeling his eyelids grow heavy as he pressed the logout button.
Blue Star Deep Sea City.
After the familiar sensation of weightlessness, Chu Gus suddenly opened his eyes. What greeted him was the familiar ceiling and the sunlight streaming in from the window. He stretched widely, his bones cracking with a series of pop sounds. The fatigue from the game body vanished the moment his real body awakened.
Refreshing.
After grinding for over 10 hours in the wasteland, returning to reality feels like the air is so much sweeter.
The deep brainwave sleep technology in this game is simply a blessing for night owls.
Chugo rolled out of bed, skillfully connected his helmet to the computer and began exporting the recorded footage.
Old one. I need your help.
This footage is definitely going to blow up online, so edit it hard.
The BGM has to be the most epic.
Chuga sent a voice message to his close friend while grabbing a can of chilled cola, popping the tab open and taking a big gulp. Then he comfortably nestled into his chair and opened the official forum for Starfire.
As expected, the forum was already ablaze with activity.
At the most prominent spot on the homepage hung a newly released official sticky hot post.
The poster was Starfire Development Team.
Title: Starfire Official Battle Report, Tumor Removed.
The Just Slide and the Just Expansion. Includes HD battle montage. Chu Guess eyes lit up and he clicked in immediately.
The post's main content wasn't long. It was primarily an official summary of the recent assault on the Crow's Nest camp. What caught the eye the most was the accompanying 5-minute explosive montage video.
The video opened with an aerial view of the Crow's Nest camp.
With a deafening explosion, the campsite collapsed, followed by a stirring BGM that suddenly played. In the footage, players charged forward with weapons in hand.
Furious Grandma wielding a flamethrower wreaked havoc among the enemy ranks.
Iron Tier Carpet and Mole Action carried the old Ganma cannon, which felled raiders with a single shot, while the battle's big boss Titus appeared, smashing through the earth like an ancient demigod. As for the climax of the video, it belonged to the man who was the best at sliding in the entire server, Lightning Whirlwind Slash. The developers gave him a special montage. With the rhythmic beats, Lightning Whirlwind Slash's figure charged at the formidable boss Titus again and again. The first time he was stomped into a meat pie. The second time he was smashed into a meat pie by a giant hammer. The third time he was crushed into a mosaic.
The officials really knew how to put on a show.
Every time Lightning Whirlwind Slash appeared, they added that kind of passionate anime male leads BGM just before an explosion, but it always cut off abruptly at the climax. When that familiar line "Take this, Invincible" slide echoed for the fourth time in the video, paired with Titus' bewildered facial close-up, the entire comment section exploded.
Ha ha ha. This is absolutely the Invincible slide.
This brother has provided me with a year's worth of laughter.
Ha ha ha. Dormammu.
I came to negotiate, not really.
Dormammu aw. Why won't you stop? This isn't fighting the boss, this is downright cruel psychological bullying against the boss. Titus, I've roamed the wasteland for 30 years and have never seen anything so bizarre. How can this pedicure master keep coming back to life? As long as the health bar is up, even the deities will slide for you to see. Look at that bewildered expression on the boss at the end. He must be thinking, how can there be such persistent pedicure idiots in this world? Twins, triplets, quadruplets. Chugo watched the barrage of comments, laughing so hard he nearly sprayed his cola all over the screen. After laughing enough, Chugo continued scrolling down where the real highlight of this official update lay at the end of the post. Starfire will spread and thrive. With the fall of the Crow's Nest camp, the threats surrounding the Starfire outpost have been initially cleared and the data collection for the closed testing phase has been successfully completed. The closed beta recruitment plan for Starfire has officially launched. This plan will grant 1,000 slots. Wow! 1,000 slots. Chugo gasped in surprise, his heartbeat accelerating instantly. From 133 people directly soaring to over 1,000. This leap indicates that the game server's capacity and the progress of map development have reached a whole new level. However, below the official announcement there were a series of stringent unlock conditions. Note, the 1,000 closed beta slots have been prepared, but the distribution time will depend on the efforts of the pioneers. Unlock Condition 1: the outpost must complete the construction of at least 10 standard employee dormitory buildings, Phase 2 standards, to ensure basic accommodation needs for new employees. Unlock Condition 2: the biomass reserves at the outpost must reach 100,000 units. All pioneers please hunt diligently to fill the inventory. Unlock Condition 3: establish a stable cross-regional trade route. The revival of civilization cannot be achieved in isolation. Please establish long-term trade agreements with other major factions or caravans in the wasteland to ensure the circulation of supplies at the outpost. Only when all three conditions are met will the 1,000 new players officially descend upon the wasteland. All pre-registered players please stay tuned and cheer for your predecessors. As soon as this additional condition was released, the comments section instantly changed its tone. Urgent Vanguard. Wow! 1,000 slots. I'm sure to get one. No way, I already have a slot, ha ha ha. Tactical retreat, I knew it. Taking down the Crow's Nest camp, there would definitely be a major update. 1,000 people picking up trash on the same screen, just thinking about that scene is thrilling. God of War Rampage, 100,000 units of biomass. Does that mean we have to wipe out all the mutated creatures within a 30-mile radius? Old 8 special hamburger, please all you big shots work hard. Dear fathers. Please don't log off. Quickly grind and hunt. Our lives depend on you. Chugo watched these frenzied comments, tagging him, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He skillfully typed on the keyboard in reply to a comment: shooted player ahem, building houses and hunting is quite tiring. Want us to work overtime? Fine. When you newbies come in, each of you must work 3 days for free. Those who agree hit 1. Instantly the comments below were flooded with 111,111, and some even shouted, "I'm willing to wash Chugo's feet." On Blue Star, at a prominent university staff cafeteria. The morning sunlight streamed through the clear glass windows, casting slanted rays onto the stainless steel tables. It was now the peak dining hour, just before 8 o'clock, with students bustling about, hurriedly carrying their food. Li Pu held a bowl of millet porridge and 2 large meat buns, finding a secluded corner to sit down. Clearly his mind wasn't on breakfast. His phone lay flat beside his plate, the screen illuminated with the notes interface. There was nothing else on it, just a few formulas and fragments he had transcribed. What could the latter half of that derivation formula possibly be? The molecular bonding structure of this compound X. Li Pu stared intently at the phone screen, his brain whirring as he tried to complete that formula using biological theories from reality. Incredible! This derivation logic is simply a genius conception. If this algorithm could replace the protein folding pathway that had been collapsing in our lab's 3rd phase, who knows? He was so focused that the surrounding noise was automatically filtered out. Just as he was concentrating, a light deer-like footstep approached quietly from behind. In a swift motion, a delicate white hand suddenly reached out from the side and snatched away his phone. Hey! My data! Li Pu jumped in surprise, his heart racing. Turning his head, he came face to face with a playful yet charming face. It was his mentor, Professor Ruan Gazong's little daughter, Ruan Yu. Today Ruan Yu was dressed in a refreshing white tracksuit with a high ponytail full of youthful exuberance and charm. She often hung around her father, becoming quite familiar with Li Pu and the other hard-working doctoral brothers. At this moment she proudly waved Li Pu's phone in her hand, looking at him like a little police officer who had caught a criminal in the act. Let me see, Dr. Li, why aren't you enjoying your buns in the morning and staring blankly at your phone screen? Ruan Yu mischievously blinked her eyes and leaned down to glance at the phone screen. Initially she thought her senior was watching a live stream of some beautiful girl, but the screen was filled with a jumble of confusing symbols. Naturally she could not understand the formulas that looked like an ancient script. But just then a notification popped up on the phone screen. Ruan Yu clicked on it and immediately seized the opportunity. Well, Senior Li,
Ruanya's beautiful eyes widened as she pointed at Li Pu looking heartbroken. I thought you were losing sleep over the project, but it turns out you were secretly playing games.
I what? Xiao, you don't say that. It's...
Li Pu's face turned red as he quickly stood up to retrieve his phone.
However, he was no match for the clever Ruanyu.
Ruanyu nimbly dodged Li Pu's hand with a spin, bouncing away with the phone like a cheerful lark. Near the cafeteria serving window, a spirited old man was walking over with 2 bowls of millet porridge and several plates of dumplings. It was none other than Professor Ruan Guizong, a leading figure in the field of bioengineering and Li Pu's mentor. Ruanyu ran to her father, hooking her arm through his, raising the phone screen in front of him and loudly reporting.
Daddy, look at Senior. He's slacking off and secretly researching games.
Hearing his daughter's report, Ruan Guizong stopped in his tracks. He glanced helplessly at his daughter, then approached Li Pu's table and sat down across from him.
Teacher.
Li Pu stood straight, head down, like a student who had done something wrong, internally lamenting. Now it was over. The project was already behind schedule, and getting caught playing games would surely lead to scolding.
Ruan Guizong pushed the millet porridge towards his daughter with a sigh.
His gaze fell on the dark circles under Li Pu's eyes, and his tone held more concern for his student's health than reproach. Li Pu. Ruan Guizong tapped the table, looking at his most favored student. I know the data model for the 3rd phase of the lab has been malfunctioning lately, and everyone is under a lot of pressure. Let's give you all a couple of days off to go out, breathe some fresh air and relax a bit.
As he said this, Ruan Guizong's tone became more serious. Balancing work and rest is a good thing, but if you become engrossed in entertainment and evade real issues, that would be counterproductive. After the old man finished speaking, the nearby girl mimicked him, deliberately putting on a serious face, shaking her head and elongating her voice. Li Pu's scientific research is a serious undertaking. Remember not to lose your ambition in play.
Seeing his daughter's quirky demeanor, Ruan Guizong could not maintain his stern expression. He affectionately glared at her, then somewhat exasperatedly took the phone from her hand and glanced at the screen.
Teacher, please let me explain. Let me clarify.
Li Pu was sweating profusely, trying to salvage his image in his mentor's eyes.
However, it seemed Ruan Guizong did not hear him.
The old professor's gaze had casually swept over the phone screen. But upon seeing the contents of the notes, his fingers involuntarily trembled. The old professor hurriedly fished out his reading glasses from his pocket, hastily placing them on his nose. This carbon ring bonding structure. Ruan Guizong's face was nearly pressed against the phone screen. Introducing an unknown compound.
Forcibly stabilizing peptide chain folding under high radiation. How could this be possible? Daddy.
Ruanyu looked at her father's unusually agitated demeanor, tugging at his clothes in confusion.
Ruan Guizong completely ignored his daughter.
He suddenly looked up, nearly dropping his glasses.
Li Pu.
Where did you get this?
This thing.
Li Pu pointed at the data and formulas on the screen, his voice somewhat ethereal.
This is a manuscript from an NPC in a virtual reality game. I know this sounds absurd, but it's the truth.
At first Ruan Guizong frowned, wondering if this kid had stayed up too late and was hallucinating, trying to fool him with a game. But then he thought perhaps this was his student's modest way of expressing himself.
Ruan Guizong looked at his proud student with admiration, starting to carefully study what was in the phone. The more he looked, the more something felt off. He raised his head again, staring intently at Li Pu. Hiss, Li Pu. What about the latter half of this thing?
Where is the latter half of this formula?
This is absolutely a groundbreaking conception.
If this algorithm can function in reality, it will directly revolutionize the field of anti-radiation cell biology in the country and even globally.
You tell me the truth, which top-secret laboratory leaked this internal information?
Observing her usually steadfast father acting so uncharacteristically, Ruanyu was completely dumbfounded. Li Pu swallowed hard, his expression strange.
Teacher. I swear I didn't do anything illegal.
This really is something I spotted in that game called Spark from an NPC's manuscript. In a remote corner of the cafeteria, the atmosphere suddenly turned extremely eerie. The old professor clutched Li Pu's arm tightly, as if he would swallow him whole should Li Pu utter another nonsensical word. Nearby students passing by were startled, casting bewildered glances, thinking that the old gentleman had suddenly fallen ill.
Oh, Professor, please let go.
Don't get too excited, watch your blood pressure.
Li Pu hurriedly lowered his voice and glanced around. Do you think I'm getting senile? Ruan Guizong released his grip.
He took a deep breath, striving to calm the turbulent waves within, his sharp gaze scrutinizing his proud pupil.
Do you know what it means if this set of formulae can be replicated in reality? It means that domestic research on anti-radiation bioserum will advance by at least 30 years.
Which gaming company has such scientific reserves? If they had this capability, they would have been revered by major global research institutions as ancestors rather than making games. Faced with the barrage of questions from his mentor, Li Pu was at a loss for words and broke into a cold sweat.
Professor, I swear I'm not lying. Li Pu gestured dramatically, eager to show his mentor the depths of his sincerity.
I genuinely saw it in the game. I only caught a glimpse before that NPC took it back. These formulas are merely remnants I transcribed from memory. Ruan Guizong stared intently into Li Pu's eyes, scrutinizing him for a full half-minute.
He knew his student well. He would never joke about something like this.
More importantly, the formulas in the memo were exceptionally advanced. There was no way a PhD student could fabricate such information out of thin air, at least not the current Li Pu.
Is it really from the game? Absolutely true. Li Pu nodded vigorously.
Ruan Guizong slowly pushed the phone back to Li Pu, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. If this set of formulas is merely a glimpse,
Ruan Guizong murmured to himself,
then behind this game there must be a top-notch research team hidden from the public. As for why they are unwilling to publish their research results. The old professor suddenly stopped tapping the table, his gaze sharp as he looked at Li Pu.
Li Pu. Yes, Professor. Ruan Guizong's expression turned extremely serious, as if he were issuing a top-level research mission.
You can slightly slow down the progress of our laboratory's third-phase project.
I am granting you special time. Ruan Guizong pointed at Li Pu's phone, speaking each word deliberately.
From today onward, your primary task is to obtain that manuscript word for word.
No matter what method you use, do you understand? Understood. I will ensure the task is completed.
Li Pu felt as if he had received a reprieve, nodding repeatedly. Watching the two of them appear so serious, as if they were about to save the world, Ruan Yu, who had been ignored, finally couldn't help but chuckle. Dad, does this count as encouraging senior brother to indulge in games? Ruan Yu mischievously blinked, then taking advantage of Ruan Guizong's moment of distraction as he lowered his head to drink kanji, leaned closer to Li Pu. She gently poked Li Pu's arm with her finger, lowering her voice, her tone filled with curiosity. Senior Li, from what you said, this game seems quite interesting. I saw the notifications on your phone earlier. The game is about to enter beta testing, right?
Ruan Yu stuck out her pink tongue at Li Pu, making a funny face.
If I manage to snag a spot, you have to protect me in the wasteland. Remember to take me with you. Seeing his little junior sister's cute demeanor, Li Pu felt the air around him sweeten significantly, and he hurriedly patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry, Xiaoyu, as long as you get into the game, senior brother will make sure you stride confidently across the wasteland.
It's a promise.
Ruan Yu beamed, then returned to her seat to tackle the small steamed buns in front of her.
After breakfast, Li Pu hurried back to the laboratory. After receiving the professor's special approval to play games, his work efficiency skyrocketed.
Organizing data, verifying experimental conditions, compiling failure records.
Li Pu whirled through the laboratory like a whirlwind. Junior brother, I'm leaving this to you. I have some urgent research tasks to handle, so I'm off.
At 6 in the evening, Li Pu took off his lab coat and, under the stunned gaze of his junior brother, grabbed his backpack and dashed out of the laboratory.
What? Has Li Bo taken the wrong medicine today? His junior brother adjusted his glasses, looking puzzled as he rushed back to the dormitory.
Li Pu didn't even take a sip of water, pulling the curtain shut and diving straight into bed. He took a deep breath, cradling the helmet in his hands as if it were a sacred object capable of changing humanity's fate.
Command confirmed. Neuronal connections in progress. Consciousness upload complete. Welcome back, Pioneer No. 068. On June 7, 11451 in the stellar calendar, on planet UX 829 at 6 a.m.
The wasteland welcomed the faint light of dawn. The morning wilderness still carried a hint of biting cold.
But within the Starfire outpost it was already vibrant with life, a scene of flourishing activity.
Some diligent survivors had long since awakened.
In the wasteland, sleeping in is an exceedingly luxurious habit.
Once the early bird caught the worm, now one needed to take advantage of the relatively cool temperatures to get more work done. After quickly washing up, they all surged towards the outpost's public cafeteria. Old Gray and Ah Hua were working up a sweat in the kitchen with a massive iron pot bubbling vigorously. At that moment, the heavy door curtain of the cafeteria was lifted and two figures entered, wrapped in the morning's cold breeze.
It was Sade and Yila. Good morning, Lord Sade.
Lord Sade, you're up early.
Miss Yila, good morning.
Survivors, whether queuing or already seated, greeted them respectfully as they entered. Even though these survivors could now be considered part of the Starfire outpost, in their hearts Sade remained the cornerstone who led them to survive in the darkness.
Sade's gaze swept across these compatriots, whose eyes shone with a bit more spirit. Though the days at the Starfire outpost were tough, they no longer worried about hunger. Sade nodded slightly, his eyes calm and warm beneath the mask, acknowledging everyone's greetings.
The two approached the serving window where the lady served them 2 portions of breakfast. A bowl of meat soup, a serving of grayish mush, and a small piece of somewhat dry roasted meat. To the players the food could hardly be considered sumptuous and was even a bit unpalatable. However, in the wasteland this was already a luxurious meal that could make one drool.
Moreover, survivors there had no habit of eating breakfast.
Initially the survivors worked on the construction site with empty stomachs, almost causing a significant production accident. Later the great player Chu reported this situation, prompting Su Xing to issue the directive for free breakfast. For the survivors, being able to have a hot soup and a solid piece of meat for free was indeed an unpayable favor from the administrator. Sade and Yila carried their breakfast trays to a wooden table in the corner and sat down. Without exchanging a single word they ate in silent swift efficiency. The habits forged in the wasteland left them no time to waste on meals. Just then a brisk hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility of their table.
Sorry to interrupt.
A voice sounded beside their table. Hearing it, Sade set down his iron spoon, lifted his head and stared at the young man before him through his mask.
The speaker was Li Pu.
After much deliberation, Li Pu decided to directly approach the leader of these NPCs to get to the bottom of things.
Friend, is there something I can help you with? Chief Sade, could I ask you about that old man? Old man? Hearing Li Pu's question, Sade paused slightly. Which one do you mean? The one with graying hair, tall and thin.
Li Pu thought hard, then quickly gestured to describe him. And the most important thing is his mental state seemed a bit unstable. At this description Sade and Yila exchanged a glance and a flicker of understanding passed through both their eyes.
You mean Bart the madman? Yila took over the conversation, her tone laced with sympathy. Madman. Li Pu's heart skipped a beat.
A top-tier expert capable of overturning the entire field of biology on Blue Star, and in the eyes of these NPCs he was just a madman. Could it be that this manuscript was found by this man?
Bad luck. Bad luck.
Li Pu grew anxious and quickly spoke up.
Chief Sade, do you know his background?
Sade was silent for a moment, took a sip of broth and then slowly began. Originally Bart was not a survivor of this shelter. About 2 years ago we found him on the outskirts of the ruins.
Sade's gaze drifted outside the mess hall as if lost in recollection.
He was nearly dead from thirst, clutching a tattered cloth bundle to his chest. Anyone who tried to touch it he would fight tooth and nail. After we brought him back to the shelter we found his mind had been severely traumatized.
He often rambled incoherently, shouting words we couldn't understand. So basically no one wanted to be around him. He kept to himself. Words you couldn't understand. Like what? Li Pu pressed on impatiently, his heartbeat quickening. Like genetic chain collapse, X reagent and hoax.
Sade frowned slightly and continued. From his fragmented remarks we pieced together a bit of his past. He used to be a senior researcher at some large underground shelter. Later something terrible happened in that shelter, or maybe an experiment went out of control. He was the only one who escaped.
Senior researcher.
Experimental data from the shelter.
Li Pu screamed internally. Whoa, definitely not just picked up. Chief Sade, does he have any hobbies? Or anything he's particularly interested in? Li Pu suppressed his inner ecstasy and began to pump the NPC for information.
A few minutes later Li Pu walked out of the public mess hall with his answers. Sade had just revealed 2 extremely critical pieces of intelligence. First, that somewhat mad senior researcher Bart had an almost pathological obsession with sweets. Second, Sade mentioned that someone in the camp had glimpsed a poster of a vintage star cherished by Bart.
That star was an absolute legend in the professional league of pulse-floating crystal ball. So this researcher was a fan too. Well, sweets were easy to understand, but what the heck was a pulse-floating crystal ball? Never mind, he'll ask a big shot.
Li Pu thought to himself, then dashed off at full speed toward the mechanical workshop of the outpost. However, when he burst in panting he found the place empty.
The workshop was already bustling with early rising workers and many players, but there was no sign of Wabuchinyo Ro. Damn, where's the big shot?
Why is he not on the production line when I need him most? Li Pu scratched his head in frustration, turned around and was about to leave the workshop to search elsewhere.
Hey there buddy, looking for Brother Nyo.
A voice suddenly came from behind a pile of scrap in the corner of the workshop. Li Pu turned his head and saw Fei Pin Huisho sitting among a heap of scrap metal salvaged from starship wreckage, polishing a rusty metal plate.
Li Pu stopped and sighed. Big shot. Do you know where Brother Nyo went? Brother Nyo took some people to plan the foundation for the new dorm building. Won't be back for a while.
Fei Pin Huisho put down his work, wiped the dust off his hands and leaned in.
What's up? Triggered some hidden quest. Need some rare gadget. Tell your bro.
Li Pu had no choice but to briefly explain the situation.
Bah. I thought it was some major Cortec project.
Fei Pin Huisho listened without even raising an eyebrow. You go ahead with your stuff.
Leave this to me. I'll come find you in the afternoon.
Watching Fei Pin Huisho's confident assurance, Li Pu nodded excitedly. At 3 in the afternoon wasteland time, the scorching sun began to bake the ground. Li Pu was squatting in a shaded corner, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, frequently craning his neck to look around.
Geez, what time is it?
Is that big shot reliable or not?
Just as he was muttering to himself, footsteps sounded. Here I am. Sorry to keep you waiting, bro.
Fei Pin Huisho walked over, a proud grin on his face, as if he had just completed a masterpiece worthy of the history books. Li Pu's eyes lit up and he hurried forward. When he saw what was in the man's hands, Li Pu was completely petrified. In Fei Pin Huisho's left hand was a ball crudely stitched together from black scrap rubber and rags. In his right hand he held an iron hoop with a simple net woven from mutated plant vines hanging below it.
This was unmistakably a basketball and a hoop. Bro, I was talking about.
Li Pu swallowed hard, pointing at the two objects. Chief Sade clearly said pulse-floating crystal ball, something that sounds like high-tech cyberpunk.
And you?
What is this?
You don't get it.
Fei Pin Huisho dismissed the objection with a shrug, bouncing the ball on the ground twice. Whether it's a pulse-floating crystal ball or a nuclear-powered crystal ball, if it's a ball it must be a sport, right? A glint of wisdom shone in Fei Pin Huisho's eyes as he continued his logic. And when it comes to sports, you can't miss the most popular and representative ball game from Blue Star, basketball.
The simplest path leads to the ultimate truth.
Any flashy ball sport in its ultimate form and underlying logic boils down to the core concept of singing, dancing, and putting the ball through the hoop.
If that NPC is a true fan, once he feels the cross-dimensional charm of basketball, he'll be absolutely blown away. Trust me, this thing works. Hearing this self-styled bandit logic, Li Pu opened his mouth but found himself unable to refute. All right. Li Pu took a deep breath and reached out to take the crude basketball. He'll just have to hope that crazy old man can grasp the Mamba mentality that transcends stars and dimensions. Around 5 in the afternoon, the sunlight cast a dark crimson filter over the entire Spark outpost. The open area outside the communal mess hall was bustling with excitement. Initially, this impromptu activity was merely a staged performance by Li Pu and Fei Pin Huisho to lure the snake out of its hole. However, they had clearly underestimated the players' fervor for entertainment. Within 10 minutes, passing players flocked over in droves. The scene instantly spiraled out of control, transforming into a 3-on-3 street basketball match. Pass the ball. I'm wide open. Give me the damn ball. Gigi Xianfeng stood beyond the three-point line, screaming wildly for the ball. Catch, Xianfeng. Li Pu executed a bounce pass, hurling the heavy basketball over. Watch me nail this one. Gigi Xianfeng caught the ball, leaped, his movement fluid and graceful, flicking his wrist with immense confidence. Clang. The basketball slammed viciously against the rim and bounced away. Damn. This rim is definitely welded crooked. Gigi Xianfeng pointed at the hoop in fury, shifting the blame. Give it a rest. With your pathetic accuracy, even if they welded the rim into a bathtub, you still couldn't make a shot. Gugu Gaga under the basket taunted mercilessly. Then, relying on his cloned Boda's towering stature, he snatched the rebound. Taste my tomahawk dunk. Gugu Gaga roared, gripping the ball with one hand and slamming it fiercely into the basket. The force was so intense that the entire support pillar shuddered violently. Whoa! Charging with the ball. That's a foul. The defending Fei Pin Huisho stumbled back 3 steps, nearly falling on his rear, pointing at Gugu Gaga in loud protest. Wasteland streetball, no referees. The strong score. Gugu Gaga whistled smugly. Come on. This time I'll guard you. The players ran, jumped, shoved each other and recklessly sweated it out on the open ground, with trash talk flying everywhere. On the edge of the open area, a circle of survivors had long gathered. In this brutal world, aside from killing and struggling to survive, they had never seen anyone laugh so joyfully over chasing a ball. Milords. What are they doing? Is it some ancient combat ritual? Tai Dan stared wide-eyed, holding a bowl of meat soup. You don't get it, do you? Lao Dao stroked his chin pompously. This is called training. See how high that lord jumped just now? That's definitely practice for hunting mutant flying insects barehanded. As the survivors whispered and pointed at this profound sport, Li Pu, having been knocked off balance several times and exhausted, waved his hand while panting heavily. I'm done. Sub me out. I need a drink of water. He yielded his spot to the eager Jin Pan Xiaolan and walked aside, taking a big swig from his canteen. While wiping the sweat from his forehead, he discreetly scanned the surrounding crowd from the corner of his eye. Suddenly his gaze froze. At the edge of the crowd stood a figure with graying hair. It was the researcher Bate. As the ball was repeatedly thrown into the crude basket, Bate's eyes moved up and down. His withered lips trembled slightly as if some distant memory was being gradually dredged up from the depths of his chaotic mind through this rough ball game. Li Pu stopped wiping his sweat, the corners of his mouth curling upward uncontrollably. Plan successful. After resting for a few minutes to catch his breath, Li Pu strode back to the center of the court. Brothers, hold up. Hold up. He clapped his hands, interrupting Jian Pan Xiaolan, who was about to inbound the ball. What's the point of us few guys scrapping like chickens? Joy shared his joy doubled. With that, Li Pu turned and cast his gaze toward the wasteland survivors who had been watching with keen interest. Seeing the Lord suddenly stop and look at them, the survivors were startled. Some of the more timid ones even instinctively shrank back. Don't be nervous. We're just playing a little game called basketball to keep fit. Li Pu patiently explained to the natives. The rules are very simple. You see, we split into 2 teams, work together and throw this ball into that iron hoop. Get it in and you score. Whoever scores more wins. Li Pu held the basketball and demonstrated a simple shooting motion. Not just throwing, you can also bounce the ball while running. That's called dribbling. Passing the ball to a teammate is an assist. But remember, you can't take more than 2 steps with the ball, and no intentional hitting. These few simple explanations sparked a flicker of curiosity in the survivors' eyes. They didn't understand what basketball was, but the simple rule of just throwing something into a hoop to win sounded kind of interesting. So simple enough, right? Li Pu bounced the ball in his hands, scanning the crowd as he asked loudly. Any folks here want to come up and join us for a round? Friendship first, competition second. At these words, the crowd fell silent. The survivors exchanged glances. Play. With the lords. Me. What if they accidentally offended the lords or made them unhappy? Wouldn't that cost them their heads? No one dared to be the first to step forward. They just smiled awkwardly, not a single soul moving. Seeing this, Li Pu frowned slightly, growing anxious. If no one participated, how could he naturally draw that old man out? In this awkward pause, Fei Pin Huisho, who had been standing beside Li Pu, had a brainstorm. His gaze instantly locked onto a figure trying to shrink back into the crowd. Hey! You there! Fei Pin Huisho pointed a finger, accurately targeting the back of the crowd. Yeah, you! Stop hiding! Lao Dao! The called out Lao Dao shivered all over. With a mournful face, he reluctantly squeezed out from the crowd. Milords! I am all thumbs. How could I play such an advanced combat ritual? Lao Dao bowed and scraped his face full of misery. He had barely managed to establish some authority as a supervisor among these survivors. If he went up there and was made a fool of by the lords, how could he lead the team afterward? Enough talk. I said get up here. Fei Pin Huisho unceremoniously grabbed Lao Dao's arm and dragged him onto the court. It's not like you're going to defuse mines on a battlefield, just throw a ball. Come on, set an example for everyone. Just as the players were busy training the wasteland rookie, Lao Dao, a horn sounded outside the outpost. The heavily loaded modified pickup truck and the Starfire Express with an extended trailer barreled into the outpost's vicinity, kicking up a storm of dust. One by one the players jumped out of the truck, each laden with bags of all sizes, and some even carried removed door panels on their shoulders, resembling a band of bandits fresh from a heist. If the deceased leader Titus were to return to the Crow's Nest camp, he would likely be furious enough to take his own life. The entire camp had completely physically vanished from the map. There wasn't even a trace of the barbed steel reinforcing the walls. They had been dismantled under the pretext of reconstruction for the benefit of the nation and the people. The current Crow's Nest camp had nothing left but bare rock walls and charred earth. Shahuani, Huge and Dabaoni Gutta jumped down, their faces beaming with smiles, even their eyebrows radiating joy. Huge were really about to take off this time. Dabaoni Gutta tightly clutched the pocket inside his tactical suit, looking as cautious as if he were cradling a golden egg. Calm down, calm down. Don't act like you've never seen the world before. Shahuani Hug's mouth was stretching into a grin that could reach the back of his head. The reason they were so excited today was that they had received a private commission, help from the siblings in Feng and in Ling. When the siblings were captured and taken to the Crow's Nest camp, all their high-end gear had long been stripped away by the raiders. And Feng secretly approached Huge and Gutta this morning, requesting them to help find the stolen communicator. That device was crucial for the siblings, as it was their only means of contacting the Golden Scale Consortium. Dabaoni Gutta chuckled as he pulled out a high-quality white folding device from his pocket, weighing it in his hand. Once we return this communicator, and Feng's favorability towards us will surely skyrocket. As they murmured to each other, they dodged the newbies busy unloading cargo and headed straight for the dormitory building. Hey! What are all those people gathered over there for? Dabaoni Gutta with sharp eyes spotted the crowd near the cafeteria entrance. Who cares? They're probably just organizing some construction mobilization again.
Shahuani Huge paid it no mind. Let's get the main business done first.
I feel like this thing is the key to opening up trade routes.
The two didn't join the commotion outside the cafeteria but instead walked through the bustling small commercial street and entered the newly built dormitory. Because of the siblings' special status, Shahuani Huge submitted an application to Chudawanja.
Chudawanja had specially arranged a single room for them in the newly completed dormitory, even thoughtfully providing 2 clean blankets. The 2 new dormitory buildings had been completed the day before the Crow's Nest assault on June 5. The layout of the new dormitory was the same as before, with a large common area on the left side of the first floor and 4-person rooms on the right, while the second and third floors contained single rooms. Given the lack of quality building materials, reaching 3 floors was already an impressive feat. If they were to add more, one strong gust of wind might send people dancing the disco right in their rooms. However, these buildings were essentially temporary housing. As long as the players could obtain cement and such materials, they could easily erect towering structures in no time. The two adeptly arrived in front of a room. Knock, knock, knock.
Shahuani Huge curled his fingers and gently tapped on the door.
Little Feng, are you in there?
A rustling sound came from inside. A few seconds later the door opened a crack, revealing In Feng's head. Seeing his 2 saviors, In Feng quickly opened the door wider.
Brother, go your back.
In Feng stepped aside politely, allowing the 2 to enter the room. Inside the room, En Ling was sitting obediently on the edge of the bed. After a night of rest, the little girl's complexion had improved significantly. Upon seeing the 2 enter, she shyly greeted, "Hello, big brother."
Hey, hello, little Ling.
Shahuani Huge immediately put on a kind smile like an uncle, casually pulling out an unopened nutritional paste from his pocket and handing it over.
Hee little Feng, we brothers always keep our promises. Dabayoni Guta wasted no time and directly took out the white folding device, presenting it to En Feng. Take a look, is this the thing? The communicator. It really is our communicator. En Feng excitedly took the device, his hands trembling slightly. He carefully inspected the device, and after confirming it hadn't been violently destroyed by the raiders, he let out a long sigh of relief. Great, the core is intact and there's still battery life left. En Feng looked up, tightly grasping the communicator, his eyes filled with gratitude. Brothers, I don't know how to thank you, this thing is really too important to us. Ding.
A pleasant task completion window popped up simultaneously in front of the 2 players. Hidden commission task completed, lost communication link. Task completion successfully retrieved a special item, high-frequency communicator X1 from the ruins of Crow's Nest Camp.
Experience gained 200. Contribution points gained 50. And En Ling's personal favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability level friendly. Haha, no big deal, our Starfire outpost is all about being responsive to requests.
Shahuani Huge was elated inside yet maintained a serious demeanor on the outside. En Feng held the communicator, quickly tapping on it with his fingers. Beep beep buzz, the communicator projected a semi-transparent holographic screen.
Whoa, holographic projection. This NPC's equipment is pretty high-end.
Shahuani Huge raised his eyebrows. Yeah, I wonder when we'll get to use such devices. This game still hasn't opened even a contact channel. Dabayoni Guta, standing beside, curled his lip deeply, expressing his dissatisfaction with the game designers. As for the scene before them, they viewed it merely as a typical task cutscene CG animation. The 2 crossed their arms and stood by, content to be story experience officers. The screen flickered a few times before stabilizing, revealing the holographic figure of a middle-aged man.
Fenger. Is that you, Fenger?
A man's excited voice came from the communicator.
Father. It's me. Both Ling and I are fine.
En Feng's eyes turned red, his voice choked as he quickly pulled his sister in front of him.
Thank heavens.
You 2 irresponsible ones, the man in the hologram let out a long sigh of relief, his tone filled with gratitude. About 5 minutes later, the communication was nearing its end. I understand, you 2 stay there and wait patiently, do not run around.
I will personally lead a team to pick you up.
The hologram flickered once and the communication was cut off. En Feng carefully put away the communicator. He turned to face the 2 benefactors, still murmuring to the air outside, deeply bowing.
Brother, go. Thank you once again for your life-saving grace.
En Feng raised his head, his tone sincere. In no more than 3 days my father will personally lead a team to arrive here. He just mentioned that regarding the kindness of the Starfire outpost, the Golden Scale Consortium will surely reward you handsomely.
A handsome reward. Let's take off.
Stepping out of the dormitory building, Shihui and I, Hugu and Debao and I go to moved with an air of confidence, as if the very wind followed in their way.
Hugu, we've really hit the jackpot this time.
Debao and I go to exclaimed, rubbing his hands together excitedly, his grin almost reaching the heaven. Look at your ambitions, Shihui and I, Hugu scoffed, though he couldn't help but wipe the drool from his mouth.
This is what we call auspicious fortune. Luck is coming in waves. Let's go find Chu Go quickly. The two looked around and soon spotted Chu de Wanjia. At that moment Director Chu was busy distributing wages to the survivors from the last Chu Go. Chu Go. Great news. Huge news. The two began shouting from a distance, rushing eagerly towards Chu de Wanjia. What are you shouting about? Can't you see I'm busy? Chu de Wanjia turned around, giving them a disgruntled glare. What news? Did you two dig up gold bars in the latrine at the crow's nest? Spit it out. It's worth more than gold bars. De Bao and I Go To leaned in, speaking in a conspiratorial whisper. That faction behind Infong, the Jinlin Financial Group, will arrive at our outpost within 3 days. A major conglomerate. A supergiant. Jinlin Financial Group. Chu de Wanjia was initially taken aback. In the next moment his eyes widened in shock and he slapped his thigh excitedly. Holy crap! A cross-regional trade route. He remembered the 3 conditions laid out in the official announcement that had caused 1,000 new players to perish. The first was 10 dormitory buildings and the second was 1,000 units of biomass. As long as players were willing to put in the effort, these two were just a matter of time. But the third condition, establish a stable cross-regional trade route. They had previously traded with Old Baker's caravan and had agreed on the next transaction. However, it was clear that Old Baker, who dealt in refurbished second-hand guns, did not meet the standard of stability. And now the seemingly wealthy Jinlin Financial Group was offering themselves on a silver platter. It was like receiving a pillow while dozing off. Well done, brothers. Chu de Wanjia spun around with excitement, but the joy on his face quickly turned into a hint of worry. He stroked his chin, pacing back and forth as his expression grew solemn. Wait. Chu Gu, what's wrong? Are you constipated? Constipated my foot. Shi Hui and I Hu Gu looked at him puzzled. Why the grim face? Chu de Wanjia stopped in his tracks, wishing he could spray Hu Gu with a mouthful of salt soda. They are a major conglomerate in the wasteland. They are not even in the same league as Old Baker's second-hand arms dealer. He stroked his chin, frowning as he surveyed the Xinghou outpost. Although our outpost has been developing well lately, in their eyes we probably look like a poverty-stricken refugee camp. What are we going to sell? Red bricks? Or our purified groundwater? Do you think a major trading company needs our 2 bricks? De Bao and I Go To scratched his head. Chu de Wanjia rolled his eyes. Water may be precious, but it wouldn't hold any value in the eyes of a large conglomerate. High emotional intelligence. The development situation at the outpost is thriving, a vibrant scene of all things competing to flourish. Low emotional intelligence broke as a joke. To establish a stable trade route you must have products that can be presented. We can't expect a major trading company to travel thousands of miles just to buy a few truckloads of red bricks for pigsty construction, can we? Ah. That is indeed a problem. Shi Hui and I Hu Gu also scratched his head, lost in thought. Just when the 3 of them were at a loss, the idea king appeared. Chu de Wanjia's gaze crossed the street and landed on the nearby operational synthesizer. I Chovi. He slapped his forehead suddenly, then grabbed Shi Hui and I Hu Gu's shoulder and shook him wildly. We have a cheat. The high-grade potion provided by the Right. De Bao and I Go To also came to his senses. As long as we gather enough contribution points and buy more purple potions from the shop, we can definitely impress that financial group. But just having potions isn't enough. Chu de Wanjia released Shi Hui and I Hu Gu, his thoughts becoming clearer, and a twisted smile began to form on his face. Potions are one-time consumables. Although their profit margins are high, they do not adequately demonstrate the strength of our Xinghou outpost. What do you mean? The two were puzzled. Didn't you forget what amazing item was drawn yesterday? He drew a blueprint for a purple wasteland heavy off-road motorcycle Thunder version. Chu de Wanjia had caught a glimpse of that thing yesterday. With wide all-terrain treaded rear wheels, rugged exhaust pipes, and a powerful metallic shell, it was a perfect embodiment of wasteland punk. In the wasteland, vehicles are also extremely precious strategic resources. Most survivors can only rely on their legs. The system-produced Thunder version heavy off-road motorcycle in the wasteland was undoubtedly a definite luxury akin to a Maybach. Who could resist such a flashy beast of steel? Let's go. Quickly follow me to find Old Neo. Our industrial production line needs to speed up. The 3 players rushed into the machining workshop like a gust of wind. Upon entering, they saw Wabuchi Neo row bare-chested, wearing goggles, intensely discussing some part tolerances with several construction players in front of a lathe. Neo Gu. Stop for a moment. We have an unbelievable order. Chu de Wanjia urgently laid out the news about the Jinlin Financial Group's imminent visit and his foreign trade plan. 3 days. Wabuchi Neo looked at him as if he were an idiot. Do you think this is like building with Lego? You can just whip it up. What's the issue?
Don't we have our industrial mother machine?
Chu De Wanjia swallowed hard.
The mother machine can precisely process parts, but you need raw materials. High-temperature rubber special sealing rings, high-grade transmission shafts, none of which are easy to come by.
And we haven't even figured out the compatible fuel mixture ratios.
Wabuchinyo Ro held up 3 fingers, his tone grave.
You think we can in 3 days using our current ragtag assembly line manually create a heavy motorcycle? This is simply more exaggerated than resurrecting Emperor Qin. And old Chu, the most critical issue has arisen, we don't have enough workers.
At this several players fell silent.
No. One laughed. Shihui and Hugo scratched his head. You can do the math and see. Wabuchinyo Ro shook his head.
At the Clot Pendulum Camp plus the air raid shelter and the survivors rescued from the crow's nest, there are only about 170 able-bodied workers who can handle heavy labor.
The rest, those who can't handle heavy work, are all busy with their own tasks. Wabuchinyo Rao's words were not false. Currently the total population of the Xinghou outpost, including both natives and players, is about 360 people. Even if you add the raider captives from the crow's nest, it barely exceeds 400. Right now, with the production tasks for 10 dormitory buildings weighing down on us, throwing this population into the mix wouldn't create even a splash.
Labor force. That is the biggest bottleneck restricting productivity.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On June 10, 11451 of the stellar calendar, at around 3 p.m. on planet UX 829.
A deep rumbling of engines echoed from the horizon, approaching from several kilometers away from the outpost.
They are coming.
They're here, shouted the player known as Chu De Wanjia, putting down his monocular telescope.
At the edge of his vision, a convoy was raising dust as it thundered towards the Xinghou outpost. This convoy was on an entirely different scale compared to the merchant caravans of Old Buck. Leading the way were 2 heavy-duty armored vehicles with high chassis covered in thick dark green bulletproof armor. The streamlined bulletproof armor, robust anti-explosion off-road tires, along with dual-mounted heavy machine guns atop the vehicles. Following closely behind were 4 armed off-road vehicles emblazoned with a striking golden scale emblem that glimmered coldly in the sunlight.
In contrast, the modified pickup trucks from the Crow's Nest camp looked like rural scrap-collecting vehicles. The spectacle and configuration clearly showcased the strength of the convoy's owner. The convoy came to a steady stop about 200 meters away from the outpost as a team of well-trained guards swiftly jumped out of the vehicles, fanning out to establish a security perimeter. Then a charismatic middle-aged man stepped out of the vehicle with strong strides. This man was in Mingyuan, the helm of the large wasteland merchant consortium, the Golden Scales Consortium. At this moment, in Mingyuan's gaze lacked the decisiveness of a businessman, replaced instead by an unmistakable urgency.
Father. Dad.
And Fengyan and Ling, who had been waiting for a long time, could no longer contain their emotions upon seeing the familiar figure and rushed towards Mingyuan.
Fanger. Xiao Ling. The consortium magnate's eyes also turned red. He even directly brushed past the guards beside him and ran towards his 2 children without hesitation. On the desolate, scorched earth, the father and his children embraced tightly. The guards were quick to respond, swiftly shielding the 3 behind them. And Mingyuan held his 2 children in his arms, repeatedly murmuring, "It's okay, it's okay."
The tearful magnate buried his head in the children's shoulders, weeping like an ordinary father.
Everyday separations and reunions played out in the wasteland.
To Mingyuan, being able to escape the lair of the raiders was nothing short of a miracle. This scene of a family reunited and weeping set against the desolate backdrop of the wasteland was truly heartrending and filled with tears. However, less than 20 meters away, the atmosphere was entirely different. A group of players led by Chu De Wanjia and Wabuchinyo Ro were watching with keen interest, like spectators at an outdoor movie. TSK tisk. This cutscene, the micro-expressions captured completely outshines those so-called AAA titles. Indeed, the emotional rendering is spot on. Just look at those tears and snot bubbles, it's absolutely killer. Yeah, look at that NPC's facial muscles twitching. The emotional tension is so compelling it almost moves me. The quality of this cutscene is leagues ahead of those expressionless pretty boys on the market.
Shoo. Everyone quiet down. Don't say a word.
Chu De Wanjia lowered his voice, his face serious as he reminded them.
What if we overhear some background setting or miss some important dialogue? If the rewards are diminished, I will hold you accountable.
To be fair, the model of the consortium's boss looks really wealthy. I wonder how generous he will be when he drops gold coins later.
Shut up. He's here to express gratitude, not to be a money-giving fairy. Wabuchinyo Ro shot him a glare. The players squatted nearby, happily acting as story experience officers.
Some even enthusiastically live-streamed this touching moment on forums, completely oblivious to how out of place their eyes sparkled with the look at the big fat sheep vibe.
5 or 6 minutes passed.
and Ming Yuan finally calmed his excited emotions. After carefully checking in Feng and Ling for injuries and confirming they were unharmed, he let out a long sigh of relief.
He wiped the tears from Ling's face and then stood up straight. Father, it's thanks to the pioneers of the Xingho outpost that we were rescued from the Crow's Nest camp.
And Feng wiped his eyes and pointed at the nearby group of black-skinned individuals who were watching. And Ming Yuan's gaze passed over his siblings and fell upon the group squatting on the ground whispering to one another. This group facing his heavily armored convoy showed not the slightest sign of wariness or respect but rather exhibited a relaxed demeanor. If he guessed correctly, they were also a bunch of well-experienced individuals. He took a deep breath, adjusted his somewhat disheveled collar from excitement and restored the dignity and composure of the consortium's leader. Then he stepped forward accompanied by his guards walking towards the players.
The cutscene had ended and the main character was coming.
Chu Duanjia brushed off the dust from his hands and stood up. He cleared his throat, instantly immersing himself in character with a warm and professional smile as he stepped forward.
Ha 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 ha.
This must be the renowned boss and Ming Yuan of the Golden Scales Consortium.
I have long admired your name.
Chu Duanjia walked up familiar as if they were old friends and extended his right hand. And Ming Yuan was taken aback for a moment but quickly recovered.
He stepped forward and firmly shook Chu Duanjia's hand.
I am Ming Yuan. May I ask how to address this friend?
No problem.
I am Chu Duanjia, captain of the exploration team, head of the labor management office of the Xingho outpost and chief diplomat for this meeting. Chu Duanjia puffed out his chest unabashedly, listing a long string of titles. Although Ming Yuan found the name Chu Duanjia somewhat peculiar, he understood that the other party held a significant position in the camp. He bowed slightly in a solemn manner, his tone sincere. Director Chu, I am grateful to your side for rescuing my children from peril.
This great kindness I and Ming Yuan will remember deeply. Oh no, you are too polite, bossin. What we at the Xingho outpost uphold is the spirit of humanitarianism.
It's our tradition as pioneers to help those in need. He then turned to the side, gesturing for Ming Yuan to enter. The wind and sand outside are harsh and it's tough for you to come so far. While we may not have good tea inside, we have plenty of clean water. As the host, we warmly invite you in. Upon hearing Chu Duanjia's enthusiastic invitation, and Ming Yuan's personal guard's expression changed.
Boss, this place is of unknown background, going in rashly might be.
And Ming Yuan merely raised his hand, looking at the smiling Chu Duanjia, his expression calm. You all stay outside to guard the convoy. I can come in with me.
With the boss's words, the guards dared not disobey.
And Ming Yuan's ability to thrive and expand the Golden Scale Corporation in a ruthless wasteland, becoming a business tycoon, is certainly not merely a stroke of luck. His vision is sharp, his methods are decisive, and most importantly, he possesses an extraordinary courage. This calmness and determination made the players nearby silently nod in admiration. This big boss has a grand vision.
Bossin, please come in. Chu the great player grinned and led Ming Yuan and his party into the Starfire outpost.
As soon as he entered the outpost, Ming Yuan began to carefully observe everything around him.
He originally thought this was just a rudimentary camp.
But as he delved deeper, he realized he was gravely mistaken. The first thing that caught his eye was a main road paved with neatly arranged red bricks. On both sides of the main road were numerous simple stalls arranged in an orderly fashion. Some people were loudly hawking protective gear made from mutated beast skins, while others were selling various uniquely shaped metal parts. They were loudly bargaining, even getting red-faced over a few scraps, yet in the next moment they were shoulder to shoulder. There was even a small shop adorned with cute patchwork curtains with a long line forming at the entrance. Although the items for sale seemed trivial to Ming Yuan, the atmosphere was incredibly vibrant. After wandering the land for 20 years, Ming Yuan had seen countless small and large settlements and camps. In those places, whether they were ruins dominated by gangs or resource mines controlled by warlords, the air was always thick with two scents: the despair of death or the morbid madness. People moved like zombies, mechanically surviving for the next meal. But this place was different. The people here emanated a strong sense of aliveness. There was no numbness, no despair, no heavy atmosphere of being constantly on guard against others' blades. Their eyes sparkled with light, their quarrels were lively, and their steps were light and vigorous. This vibrant atmosphere bursting with life gave Ming Yuan the illusion that he had traveled back to the prosperous old era of civilization.
Interesting.
And Ming Yuan withdrew his gaze, his expression becoming increasingly profound. The group finally stopped in front of a spacious single-story building above which hung a sign: Public Canteen. Chu the great player stepped forward, pulling aside the canteen's curtain, wearing an apologetic smile.
Boss, and I truly apologize. Our outpost is currently undergoing extensive construction and we haven't even built a proper reception room yet. We can only trouble Bossin to make do with our canteen for now. To be honest, if given a choice, the players definitely did not want to host this tycoon in the canteen.
After all, he arrived in an armored vehicle. At the very least there should be real leather sofas and Persian carpets to impress.
But the key is our outpost doesn't have the conditions for that.
Right now, apart from a few dormitories, the canteen has the most complete tables and chairs.
This arrangement is somewhat disappointing, and it might even affect NPC favorability. There was no choice but to go through with it.
As for what Director Chu said, guests should follow the host's lead.
And Ming Yuan, however, smiled indifferently and walked into the canteen.
It was not mealtime and the canteen was empty. The conditions were indeed quite simple, but Ming Yuan did not show any sign of disdain. Instead, he naturally found a clean table to sit down. In the kitchen, old Greyhead heard the commotion and peeked out. Upon seeing that it was Chu the Great Player bringing in a stranger, he immediately called his apprentice Ahua to prepare things. Chu the Great Player pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Ming Yuan. I don't eat beef, and several core players also took a seat beside him. Soon Ahua brought over several shiny iron mugs and a large plate of sizzling roasted meat.
The water in the iron mug was crystal clear, and Ming Yuan took a sip. The crisp sweet water slid down his throat without a hint of bitterness or strange taste.
This camp indeed had some strength. It was probably a newly unearthed underground shelter. And Ming Yuan put down the iron mug and fixed his gaze on Chu the Great Player, getting straight to the point.
Director Chu, let's not beat around the bush.
You saved Fenger and Xiaoling. I and Ming Yuan owe you 2 lives. He took out a black card from the inner pocket of his coat and solemnly pushed it in front of Chu the Great Player.
This is my Golden Scale Corporation's Golden Scale card.
With this card, whether in Twin Cities or the 7 major settlements in the north, as long as there's a Golden Scale Corporation store, you will enjoy the highest level of treatment and discounts when purchasing any goods. At the same time, if you encounter trouble, we will provide 1 instance of fire support unconditionally.
This is a token of gratitude.
And Ming Yuan's voice was steady and powerful. Looking at the black card, Chu the Great Player and I don't eat beef exchanged a glance, both seeing ecstasy in each other's eyes.
Isn't this the legendary highest reputation token of the faction?
With this thing, buying equipment and supplies and high-level maps will be a steal.
They could even get a free instance of fire support. Oh dear boss, and this is too much. This was just a small favor, just a small favor.
While pretending to decline, Chu the Great Player quickly slipped the card into his pocket, fearing Ming Yuan would change his mind. And Ming Yuan watched his fluid movements, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, but he quickly returned to normal.
The token of gratitude has been delivered next.
And Ming Yuan's gaze suddenly sharpened. He leaned forward, placing his hands crossed on the table. Yesterday Fenger told me over the communication that you are interested in establishing a long-term trade cooperation route with our Golden Scale Corporation.
The main event is here. Chu the Great Player's spirit instantly lifted.
This was their true goal today, one of the 3 hurdles to unlock the arrival of 1000 new players.
That's right.
Bossin is straightforward, so I will speak plainly. Chu the Great Player put away his playful demeanor and adopted an extremely professional negotiation posture.
Our Starfire outpost urgently needs to establish a stable interregional trade line.
We require a large quantity of seeds, high-precision industrial instrument components, and even some basic automated assembly line equipment.
What we can provide is absolutely unique quality goods on the wasteland.
And Ming Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly at his words, smiling non-committally. Director Chu, some aspects of your operations have indeed impressed me. But to be frank, it seems you are still in the phase of basic construction.
Business is about interests.
In trade at the level of major corporations, we need products with core competitiveness, higher grade mutated biological materials, rarer metal ores, or. And Ming Yuan paused, narrowing his eyes.
High-grade technological creations from the old era.
Listening to Ming Yuan's imposing remarks, Chu the Great Player snapped his fingers with confidence.
Bossin, you can rest assured about our outpost's specialties.
Oh. And Ming Yuan smiled non-committally and made a gesture of listening intently.
Since Director Chu is so confident, I am all ears.
And Ming Yuan, after all, was the helmsman of a financial conglomerate who had seen much of the world. Having traveled far and wide over the years, he had seen countless bizarre mutant biological materials from the wasteland, high-precision military industrial parts from the old era, and even the wreckage of power armor. Seeing Chu de Wanjia so confident, he actually grew somewhat curious. What amazing items could this emerging camp, which appeared to still be stuck in the brick and tile era, possibly produce?
Bossin, take a look.
Chu de Wanjia rubbed his hands mysteriously, then like an old man selling discs under a bridge, reached his hand into the inner pocket of his tactical suit. Plop. A syringe encased in a streamlined metal shell with a faint blue fluorescent liquid flowing inside was placed on the wooden table. Plop. Another potion emitting a faint red glow was placed beside it.
Then, as if by magic, Chu de Wanjia pulled out item after item. Norepinephrine N1 muscle enhancement syringe, physical enhancement potion, perception enhancement potion. Any potion available in the current logistics store was bought by Chu de Wanjia with gritted teeth at great expense.
At this moment these potions were neatly arranged on the table in front of An Mingyuan. The rows of high-purity potions exuding a sci-fi aesthetic formed a stark contrast with the unpretentious canteen. As the supreme ruler of the Golden Scale Consortium, An Mingyuan's composure was far beyond that of the wandering merchant old buck who dealt in second-hand arms. He had seen too many incredible old-era technologies in the bustling northern cities and top-tier shelters. Yet faced with these potions he still put away his composed expression. An Mingyuan slowly extended his right hand and selected a light purple physical enhancement potion. He held the potion aloft, squinting as he gently shook the transparent tube against the sunlight filtering through the window crack. The liquid inside the tube was as smooth as the finest silk without any trace of residue clinging to the wall, clear and bright. After scrutinizing it for a full half-minute, An Mingyuan slowly placed the potion back on the table. "Director Chu, you have indeed given me a surprise." An Mingyuan interlocked his fingers and gave a very high evaluation. "The sealing process is near perfect and the purity of the liquid is truly breathtaking. Even in the top sterile laboratories of the inner ring of Twin Cities there are only a handful that can purify such potions. This is indeed a rare top-tier hard product." Hearing the big boss seal of approval, the players finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's settled. The plan to establish a trade route is absolutely settled. Bosson is truly a discerning expert. Chu de Wanjia immediately began his sales pitch. This norepinephrine can block most pain and forcibly stimulate potential. This M1 muscle enhancement syringe with one shot tearing apart mutant creatures is no problem, and these physical enhancement potion and perception enhancement potion. The most important thing, Bosson, is that our goods have none of the common neurohallucinogenic side effects of wasteland potions, and they won't cause genetic mutations. Chu de Wanjia leaned forward, looking directly into An Mingyuan's eyes, and threw out the most fatal bait. "Bosson, if you are willing to establish a trade route with our Spark outpost, these potions we can guarantee a long-term stable supply." "What?" An Mingyuan, who had maintained the demeanor of a consortium tycoon, felt his pupils contract sharply upon hearing the words long-term stable supply. He had originally thought that these potions were just some treasured stock they had brought out to show off. But if it was stable supply, then the meaning behind it had completely changed. This meant that behind the seemingly backward Spark outpost there was not only complete old-era technology production resources but also a production line capable of mass-producing high-grade biological potions. And Mingyuan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his eyes. He looked again at the group of young people before him, and his evaluation of the Spark outpost instantly soared. "Director Chu, your sincerity is as impressive as your strength." And Mingyuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table twice, his tone becoming unprecedentedly solemn. "The Golden Scale Consortium is very willing to become a trade partner of the Spark outpost. Since a preliminary intention for cooperation had been reached, the next step would naturally be a test of both parties' negotiation skills. On the table of business negotiations there is never tender affection, only haggling over every penny. Doing business we always have to talk about a price. Your potions are indeed extremely pure, but my caravan crosses the wilderness and the transportation costs, security losses and expenses for greasing the wheels are no small amount." "Hey Bosson, you can't say that. Scarcity increases value. If you bring them back it's an exclusive monopoly. You know very well how terrifying the premium space is. We are revealing our exclusive high-tech to you. You can't fool us with a bargain basement price, right?" The two immediately clashed tit for tat, launching a war of words on the simple wooden table in the canteen. "Bosson, since we are exclusive trade partners, this physical enhancement potion of ours should at least have a fixed price of 150 golden scale coins per dose, right?" Chu de Wanjia made an exorbitant demand, throwing out an arrogant number. As a large traveling merchant, the Golden Scale Consortium issued its own credit currency, golden scale coins. This currency adopted a special anti-counterfeiting coating and had high circulation in the 7 major settlements in the north and the Twin Cities. To establish a currency exchange system between the two parties, Chu de Wanjia threw out the outpost's signature whiteboard item, high-purity nutrient paste, as a currency anchor. After an extremely complex purchasing power conversion and tug-of-war, the two sides finally aligned the granularity of their respective currencies. The exchange rate of Spark coins with a 1:1 exchange rate to contribution points to golden scale coins was roughly established at 10.71. That is, Chu de Wanjia's initial price of 150 golden scale coins was equivalent to about 1,600 contribution points. And his cost to purchase this purple potion from the system store was only 300 contribution points. This was an astonishing profit of over 500%. "Director Chu, you are being a bit exorbitant." And Mingyuan sat steadily on the chair like a mountain, shook his head with a smile, and directly cut the price. "Although this potion is refined, my risks and costs are extremely high. 100 golden scale coins, this is the highest sincerity I can offer." "Ouch, Bosson, that's not fair." Chu de Wanjia immediately put on an expression of unbearable pain, slapping his hands on the table. "Look at this packaging, the luster. Restarting this production line at our outpost cost a fortune in energy.
100 golden scale coins can't even cover our electricity bill. At least 145 golden scale coins. Can't go lower or I won't be able to report to the administrator. 110 golden scale coins. Director Chu, you need large quantities of seeds and heavy industrial machine parts. I can help you acquire these things. You don't want your camp's development to be restricted. 140 golden scale coins. Boss, and let's take a long-term view, you have to let us brothers have some profit. 115 golden scale coins. Any more and he'll have no profit margin left. In the cafeteria, this war without gunpowder lasted for a whole hour and 4 minutes. Other players sat nearby watching the two engage in a fierce back and forth, neither willing to yield an inch. At times they thought Brother Chu's asking price was too steep, fearing it would scare away the god of wealth. At other times they felt that the old fox in Ming Yuan was too ruthless with his bargaining. Their emotions were like a roller coaster, rising and falling unpredictably. As for Ah Tai, who stood behind in Ming Yuan, he was already accustomed to it. Negotiations were always like this. Finally, after Ming Yuan rubbed his temples, the tug-of war between both parties came to an end. Phew! And Ming Yuan let out a long breath, looking at the parched and dry-mouthed player Chu with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Although this young man was somewhat mercenary, his tenacity in fighting for benefits made him indeed a formidable opponent. Director Chu, 135 Jinlin coins. This is the biggest concession I can make. And Ming Yuan crossed his arms and leaned slightly forward, presenting his final bottom line. As for other potions of the same level as physical enhancement agent, I am willing to purchase them in unlimited quantities at a price of 130 to 140 Jinlin coins. Regarding deactivation epinephrine, although the market demand is high, the premium space is limited. The price I can offer is 10 to 13 Jinlin coins per unit. Deal. Player Chu slammed the table and the pain on his face disappeared, instantly replaced with a radiant smile. He was frantically pressing the calculator in his mind. The purple potion was purchased at a price of 300 contribution points and sold for 130 Jinlin coins, calculating with an exchange rate of 10.7. This was equivalent to 1391 contribution points. A net profit of over 1,000 points. The blue potion was purchased at 50 contribution points and sold for 12 Jinlin coins, equating to 128 contribution points. Once again, it was a doubling of profits. The key point was that the Jinlin Consortium had a vast network for supply. They could easily take this foreign exchange and procure materials that the game system does not sell from the Jinlin Consortium. For example, seeds. For instance, heavy lifting equipment. A large quantity of cement and special steel. Boss, and it's a pleasure doing business. Let's finalize this. Player Chu was afraid that Ming Yuan would backtrack, so he immediately extended his hand and firmly shook the hand of this consortium giant. Here's to the cooperation between our Starfire outpost and the Jinlin Consortium for mutual benefit and prosperity. Mutual benefit and win-win. And Ming Yuan also wore a satisfied smile. He had his own calculations in mind. Once these potions were brought back to headquarters, they would not only be incredibly profitable but also an excellent bargaining chip for the Jinlin Consortium to establish connections with high-level figures in the north and solidify its own position. Both parties felt they had emerged victorious. A win-win. So the question arises in this transaction, who really lost? According to the economic principles of general online games, if players exploit system items to engage in limitless lobby-high sell arbitrage with NPCs, it would certainly lead to the collapse of the system's economy, leaving the developers in dire straits. Could it be that only the hidden administrators behind the scenes suffered losses? Indeed. At this moment, in the core control room of the junior outpost, Su Xing sat in the main control chair, and in front of him a light blue holographic screen was live broadcasting the business negotiation happening in the cafeteria. Watching player Chu with that smug expression of someone who had struck it rich while the developers suffered a loss, a trace of a satisfied smile appeared on Su Xing's expressionless face. The little cleverness of the Blue Star people was truly amusing. They always naively believed they had found a loophole in the system. But they never considered how contribution points in this so-called game called Starfire were actually obtained. Did they just fall from the sky? Was it the daily sign-in rewards given for free by the system? Or could they just pick them up after strolling around in the wilderness? Of course not. To obtain contribution points, players had to exert themselves to work for the outpost. They had to slaughter mutated creatures to replenish the biological reserves of the outpost, thus earning contribution points. Enduring the scorching sun and fierce winds barefoot in muddy puddles, plastering walls and building high rises for the outpost, that was how they earned contribution points. And what was the cost borne by Su Xing? Was it those high-tech potions that seemed highly advanced in the eyes of the natives? No. To Su Xing, those items sold to players in the logistics store were merely cheap products mass-produced from the resources or biomass submitted by the players. The cost of these items was so low that it was almost negligible.
Yet the players worked hard to gather the hundreds or thousands of contribution points needed to purchase these high-value goods. It was real surplus value. In order to buy potions they had to risk their lives to earn contribution points.
How to earn them?
Naturally they had to diligently and patiently contribute to the Starfire outpost, building a beautiful new home. Who was the ultimate beneficiary of all this?
Wasn't it our administrator?
Players thought they were getting freebies from the system store while the consortium believed they were getting an incredible deal. But every bit of profit they extracted and every penny they earned would ultimately become the foundation beneath Su Xing's feet.
Who lost? No one lost.
A win-win means this administrator wins twice. The scene shifts back to the cafeteria. The two hands clasped tightly together, marking a perfect conclusion to this business negotiation.
7 days later the Jinlin Consortium's convoy would deliver the first batch of supplies to the Starfire outpost. So about this batch of potions.
And Mingyuan looked at the potions on the table, ready to instruct Tai to retrieve some cash in Jinlin coins, but was interrupted by player Chu raising his hand.
Hey! Bossin asking for money is a bit too formal, isn't it?
Player Chu pushed the row of potions used for display directly in front of Mingyuan.
Since this is our first collaboration, let these potions be a welcome gift from me, Chu, and our Starfire outpost to Bossin. The road is long, Bossin, take them back for your brothers to taste.
No, I mean for emergencies. And Mingyuan was taken aback and did not decline. Brother Chu, your kindness is appreciated by me and Mingyuan.
Ding! Along with Mingyuan's gesture, a system notification popped up in front of player Chu.
System notification: the leader of the Jinlin Consortium greatly appreciates your actions and displayed vision. And Mingyuan's personal favorability towards you has significantly increased.
Current favorability level friendly.
Looking at the system notification, player Chu felt ecstatic. Nothing made players happier than seeing the notification that their favorability had increased.
Just as player Chu was still immersed in the hidden joy of boosting NPC favorability, ding! A server-wide announcement rolled out.
Server announcement: congratulations to players player Chu, I Don't Eat Beef, and others for successfully signing a long-term trade agreement with the large merchant force Jinlin Consortium. A stable cross-regional trade route has officially been established. Internal testing recruitment plan unlocked. Condition 3: establish a stable cross-regional trade route achieved.
In the abandoned urban area No.
74, within a partially collapsed office building on the edge of the city center, the air was thick with the lingering smell of gunpowder and an aura of death pervaded the ruins. Two thugs from the Ashes gang, marked with fiery tattoos, leaned against a bullet-riddled load-bearing wall, puffing smoke. The acrid scent of low-quality tobacco wafted through the dark corners.
Ha! Finally the ceasefire is here.
The lean thug exhaled a puff of smoke, rubbing his bloodshot eyes, his tone tinged with relief. After battling those Black Iron Brotherhood bastards for more than half a month, my brain is almost mush, and what do we have to show for it? The other thug chimed in, nobody can do anything to anyone, and so many brothers died for nothing.
Exactly.
The fatter thug agreed, spitting onto the ground. One word from those big bosses above and I have to risk my life down here. And now they say ceasefire, but we haven't seized any territory and not even a scrap of loot to show for it. He sighed. What the hell kind of day is this? After sighing, the lean thug suddenly grinned. He flicked the butt of his cigarette away, a lewd glint in his eyes. I heard we're getting a hardship payment in a couple of days. Once the money comes in, I'm definitely heading to the Nightshade Club for a good time. As the lean thug fantasized, he smacked his lips, nearly drooling with anticipation. Let me tell you, the new girls at that club, their figures, their faces are simply stunning.
We should go together, it's on me.
The lean thug grew more excited as he spoke, his right hand moving, unconsciously lost in dreams of pleasure. Strangely, there was no response from beside him, not even a single chuckle of agreement.
Hey, why the hell aren't you talking? Are you mute?
Turning around in annoyance after his monologue, the lean thug was met not with a companion but with a corpse lying in a pool of... The throat of the fatter thug had been slit, warm blood flowing silently along the base of the wall. Oh! The lean thug's pupils constricted, suddenly a chill running down his spine. Instinctively he opened his mouth to scream while his right hand frantically reached for the submachine gun at his waist. Swish! A cold gleam suddenly flashed in the dim light. A glaring tactical dagger pierced through his right arm, the one he was about to use to draw his gun. Ugh! Just as the lean thug's scream reached his throat, a hand clamped over his mouth. The shrill scream was forcefully stifled back down his throat. The lean thug was terrified, his eyes wide open. The pain made the veins on his forehead bulge, leaving him frozen in. Through the dim light he finally saw the attacker who had appeared like a ghost before him.
Clad in dark tactical gear, it was the pioneer from the Starfire outpost, Rat-Tail Juice.
Sure. Rat-Tail Juice leaned close to the lean thug, a smirk of kindness curling at the corner of his mouth. With his other hand he gently twisted the dagger lodged in the thug's arm.
You!
The lean thug's eyes filled with tears from the pain, desperately nodding to indicate that he would not scream.
Good, very obedient.
Rat Tail Juice nodded in satisfaction, lowering his voice to a volume only the two could hear.
Now I ask you answer.
If you dare say even a word of nonsense, your brother will meet the same fate.
Understand.
He continued, I asked you a few months ago who led the Ashes Gang's attack on a survivor district in the southwest. Hearing this question, a flash of confusion crossed the lean thug's eyes as he seemed to struggle to recall.
The survivor district in the southwest.
A few months ago. The Ashes Gang carried out countless raids. Who could remember them all so clearly?
Rat Tail Juice noted his hesitation, his gaze turning cold as he twisted the dagger's handle sharply.
Ugh. The lean thug convulsed in pain, his eyes nearly popping out. If his mouth wasn't tightly covered, that piercing scream would have echoed for 2 blocks.
Do you remember now? Rat Tail Juice asked icily.
He had originally thought that the side quest named Who Will Complete It
would be challenging due to the dangers lurking in this abandoned urban area where he needed to eliminate Natasha's enemies.
For this mission, besides participating in the assault on the Cronest camp, he had almost been lurking in abandoned urban area No.
74, traversing through the sewers and ruins like a real rat. Yet the hardcore difficulty of this broken game once again shattered his understanding of limits. Not to mention the lack of automatic pathfinding, there wasn't even a task objective indicator.
Where the hell was he supposed to find this?
In the entire No.
74 urban area there were at least hundreds if not thousands of Ash's gang members.
Was he supposed to ask each one, did you kill Natasha's parents? With no other choice, Rat Tail Juice could only lurk at the fringes of the two gangs' firefights, specifically targeting isolated Ash's gang thugs.
You. The lean thug was in so much pain he was about to faint, desperately blinking to signal that he remembered something.
Rat Tail Juice noticed and slightly loosened the grip around his mouth. Speak. It was Fire Dog.
Fire Dog was the leader. The lean thug gasped for air, trembling as he revealed a name. A few months ago, Fire Dog led a team to sweep the southwest, claiming they were looking for a batch of electronic components from the old era.
Rat Tail Juice squinted his eyes.
At the same time, the long stagnant quest finally underwent a change.
Side quest updated. Quest name: Who Will Complete It? Quest description: the abandoned urban area No.
74 is fraught with danger and you cannot afford to be careless.
Hard work pays off. After more than half a month of lurking, you have finally grasped the information about Natasha's enemy. Quest objective: find Fire Dog's location and take his life.
Looking at the pop-up quest update notification, Rat Tail Juice felt a surge of joy and quickly pressed for more details.
What does he look like? Where is he now? He has half of his face burned and he's bald.
The lean thug swallowed hard, desperately scraping through the information in his mind.
He
should be at the Nightshade Club.
Today is a ceasefire and Fire Dog said he wanted to relax. Rat Tail Juice quickly recalled the information gathered during this time.
He remembered that place located within the Ashes Gang's controlled area was a den of vice converted from an underground mall of the old era.
Good.
Rat Tail Juice acquired the information he wanted, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The lean thug, seeing the smile on his face, felt a bit of relief.
He hadn't expected that his fabricated story would pass. His luck was simply amazing. Mister, I've told you everything. Can you let me go? Rat Tail Juice's eyes turned cold.
Without any hesitation, he suddenly drew the tactical dagger and swiftly slashed it across the lean thug's neck. Swish! Blood gushed forth. The lean thug's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his neck tightly, convulsing a few times before finally collapsing limply.
Killed LV. 15 Ashes Gang Patrolman experience 120 contribution 14. Let you go. How can you repay the experience points you owe me? Rat Tail Juice coldly glanced at the two corpses on the ground, wiping the blood off the dagger. He stood up and looked in the direction of the Ashes Gang. Nightshade Club. Fire Dog. Rat Tail Juice took a deep breath, merging into the shadows of the ruins. The nightclub. The former underground commercial plaza had been crudely transformed into a den of debauchery called Night. Above ground lay ruins of reinforced concrete, while below ground was a completely different scene of chaotic revelry. Deafening heavy metal music, garish neon lights of poor quality cheap alcohol and perfume, and the unmistakable stench of sweat. Today marked the first day of a temporary truce between the Ashes Gang and the Iron Brotherhood. Those gang members who had been on edge, teetering between life and death for over half a month, rushed in eagerly, frantically venting the pent-up evil fire within them. Fill it up for me. A bare-chested burly man plopped down at the bar. He pulled a scantily clad woman close, his large hand roaming freely over her body, drawing a series of coy giggles from her. In the center of the dance floor, gang members who had taken hallucinogens twisted their bodies wildly to the music. A group of people crowded around a gambling table, arguing with flushed faces. Bet on big. I'm on a hot streak today, all in on big. Go to hell. Open. It's small again. Are you cheating? Here conflicts erupted every moment. Here violence and lust were the only laws.
Passing through the noisy hall, the atmosphere in some VIP rooms was relatively more seated here were the influential leaders of the Ashes gang. In one room, sitting on the central leather sofa, was the target of Hao Ziweiji's mission, Firedog.
Firedog was true to his name, irritable in temperament and extremely cruel in his methods.
His bald head was covered in hideous burn scars that extended to the left side of his face.
Boss, come on, bottoms up.
A lackey, grinning obsequiously, held a bottle with both hands and respectfully filled Firedog's glass.
Cheers.
Firedog raised his glass and downed it in one gulp.
Ah.
Damn, I've been grinding with those bastards from Iron Brotherhood for so long my bones are getting rusty. Once the storm blows over, I'll take the brothers out for a sweep and grab a few juicy chicks to have some fun. Firedog squeezed the woman beside him, his eyes gleaming with avarice.
Hearing Firedog's words, the surrounding lackeys burst into boasts and agreements.
But little did they know, in the intricate ventilation ducts of the old-era central air conditioning, a pair of eyes was watching them.
Hao Ziweiji lurked silently in the ventilation duct above them.
Ever since Saida handed over the blueprint of City 74 to the Starfire outpost, the players had been like fish in water. As long as it wasn't those heavily guarded core areas where not even a fly could enter, the players could go wherever they pleased.
All kinds of sewers, ventilation shafts and escape routes became their secret tunnels for treasure hunting. The only thing that disappointed Hao Ziweiji was that the radar module hadn't yet covered the Ashes gang's territory.
Without the radar's X-ray function, he couldn't know the enemy's patrol routes and numbers and had to rely on his own reconnaissance for all information.
Firedog.
Through the louvers of the ventilation duct, Hao Ziweiji stared at the bald man with the scarred face.
Target confirmed.
He held his breath, not making a move immediately. If he jumped down recklessly, he would be riddled with bullets before he could even get close to Firedog.
He needed to wait for the perfect opportunity. Boss'll go grab 2 more bottles of good liquor. The lackey who had poured the wine earlier, seeing the bottle empty, said ingratiatingly and turned to walk toward the bar in the hall. Firedog waved his hand, signaling him to go quickly.
He leaned back on the leather sofa, closed his eyes and tapped his fingers lightly on his knee in time with the heavy metal music, seemingly enjoying this rare moment of relaxation.
Opportunity.
Hao Ziweiji's eyes sharpened.
Boo. Boo. Boo.
The heavy metal music in the club hit a crescendo. Accompanied by frantic guitar strumming, the gang members on the dance floor writhed even more wildly. Amidst the deafening noise, there seemed to be a strange sound instantly drowned out by the soaring music.
What was that?
Firedog muttered under his breath, his right hand instinctively reaching for the grip of the large-caliber revolver at his waist. His gaze swept over the surrounding lackeys, but he noticed nothing unusual.
Boss, the liquor is here.
The lackey who had gone for the wine returned. The lackey lowered his head, walked to the coffee table and poured Firedog a full glass of amber liquid.
Firedog's taut nerves relaxed slightly.
He dismissed the fleeting suspicion, secretly laughing at himself for being too tense from the constant fighting with the Iron Brotherhood, perhaps suffering from nervous exhaustion. Surrounded by his own brothers, what could go wrong?
You've got a good eye, kid.
Firedog laughed heartily and released his grip on the gun. He raised the glass, tilted his head back and downed the fiery liquor in one go.
Ah. So good.
Firedog slammed the glass heavily on the table and let out a long, loud burp.
Come on, boss, 1 down, 3 more to go. The lackey leaned in eagerly.
Firedog reclined on the sofa, half closing his eyes, savoring the slight intoxication from the alcohol. But just as the lackey leaned forward, slightly handing the glass to Firedog, a sudden change occurred. The ever-obsequious lackey abruptly raised his head. On that face there was no trace of servility anymore. Instead, there was a pair of sharp eyes. His movements were as fast as lightning. His left hand flipped over and a tactical dagger, gleaming with a cold blue light like a viper striking, stabbed fiercely at Firedog's throat.
Too fast.
The distance was too close. Firedog, who had spent years on the edge of life and death, felt the lethal threat at that moment.
He didn't even have time to think about why the lackey had suddenly attacked his body, instinctively tried to dive sideways.
But it was all too late. Unless Firedog could teleport or phase his body, there was no way he could avoid the strike.
Cut.
The blade cut through flesh. The tactical dagger pierced through Firedog's throat, the icy blade protruding from the back of his neck.
Gurgle. Gurgle.
Firedog glared at the Hao Ziweiji before him, his eyes as if they would bulge out of their sockets.
Killed LV. 25 Ashes gang leader Firedog experienced 350 contribution 40. Weak point critical. 1 hit kill bonus.
Seeing the system prompt before his eyes, Hao Ziweiji did not hesitate. He twisted the wrist holding the dagger, then yanked it out, forcefully bringing a spray of blinding blood. Fire Dog's body collapsed limply onto the leather sofa, twitched twice and then fell completely still. Ah! Only then did the woman splattered with blood awaken from her stupor, letting out a piercing scream. That scream like a blade instantly tore through the debauched atmosphere of the room. The surrounding lackeys who were drunk were startled by the scream and turned to look at Fire Dog. When they saw him lying dead on the sofa, everyone's mind went blank for a moment. The boss is dead. The Fire Dog boss has been killed. The younger brothers quickly pulled out their weapons, the dark gun muzzles instantly locking onto the figure still standing beside the coffee table, Hao Ziweiji. However, Hao Ziweiji showed no intention of dodging. After the assassination was successful, he turned around, arms wide open as if welcoming a grand baptism. Blood splattered continuously on Hao Ziweiji's chest and thighs, yet an eerie smile appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha. There was not a trace of fear of death in that laughter, instead it was filled with arrogance and delight. What are you laughing about? The younger brothers were disturbed by that chilling laughter, causing their hands to tremble with their guns. A normal person would be rolling on the ground in pain after being shot so many times. How can this guy still be standing and laughing? I laugh at Lei Taizhan's weakness and Xia Jiuji's lack of intelligence. I laugh at all of you from the Ashes Gang, a bunch of brainless stupid pigs. Note: Lei Taizhan is the leader of the Ashes Gang while Xia Jiuji is the second in command and the strategist. Hao Ziweiji barely held on to his last breath, casting a disdainful glance at every member of the Ashes Gang in the private room. Then he raised his voice, issuing his final roar. For the glory of the Black Iron Brotherhood. After shouting the last words, Hao Ziweiji could no longer sustain his leaking body and toppled forward. With a bang, the corpse crashed onto the already shattered coffee table. This frame-up is simply perfect. Brothers of the Black Iron Brotherhood, no need to thank me, just call me Lei Feng. Before his sight fell into absolute darkness, Hao Ziweiji even remembered to give himself a perfect score for his earlier performance. The Black Iron Brotherhood. The younger brothers stared in wide-eyed disbelief. They looked at the corpse on the ground, heavily poisoned by heavy metals, and then at the Fire Dog on the sofa, who was dead beyond saving. What the hell? How dare they? A younger brother's eyes turned red like a furious beast. That bunch of Black Iron dogs pretended to discuss a ceasefire on the surface but secretly sent assassins to carry out a murder. The Fire Dog boss was a confidant of the leader. This is a slap in the face to our entire Ashes Gang. After more than half a month of brutal fighting, countless casualties on both sides, the seeds of hatred had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of every gang member. The so-called truce was merely a tacit agreement between the higher-ups of both sides to take a breather. Now this fragile string had been completely snapped by Hao Ziweiji's shout. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and notify the higher-ups. If the Black Iron Brotherhood is merciless, don't blame us for being unjust. Grab your weapons. Avenge the Fire Dog boss. Revenge. Kill those Black Iron dogs. The members of the Ashes Gang with bloodshot eyes charged out with their guns. In less than 10 minutes, the news of the Fire Dog's assassination flew into the ears of the higher-ups of the Ashes Gang like it had grown wings. What? The Fire Dog is dead. At the Ashes Gang headquarters, Lei Taizhan slammed his palm on the table. The Black Iron bastards are going too far. Do they really think the ceasefire agreement is just scrap paper? Boss, could it be a trap? The slightly calmer Xia Jiuji furrowed his brows, attempting to analyze the situation. What kind of trap? Lei Taizhan flipped the table, his anger had burned away his rationality. The Fire Dog is dead. I have no heart to distinguish right from wrong anymore. The key is that they have already shat on my neck. If I swallow this anger, how will the Ashes Gang survive in this city 74 in the future? Who among those brothers below will still respect me? Pass my orders. Assemble the troops. Lei Taizhan drew out the large-caliber pistol from his waist, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Target the East District Control Station of the Black Iron Brotherhood. I want them to pay in blood for their debts. At the Black Iron Brotherhood's base. Boss. Not good. That bunch of lunatics from the Ashes Gang are gathering troops and heading towards our East District stronghold. What? The leader of the Black Iron Brotherhood jumped up from his chair, his face filled with disbelief. Have they gone mad? I just signed a ceasefire agreement with them today and now they want to fight again. I heard that one of their leaders named Fire Dog was assassinated at the Nightshade Club. The messenger swallowed and added tremblingly, and before dying that assassin shouted for the glory of the Black Iron Brotherhood. Damn it. The leader of the Black Iron Brotherhood angrily kicked the office desk in front of him, scattering documents all over the floor. Which blind idiot did this? Who the hell killed the Fire Dog?
Are they pushing me into the fire pit? What do we do now, boss? The Ashes gang people are already attacking. What else can we do?
Now that they are at our doorstep, should I just wash my neck clean and wait for death? The leader of the Black Iron Brotherhood grabbed the heavy machine gun placed in the corner, his rage.
Since they want to fight, then let's fight to the end.
Order all squads to enter battle positions.
We will retaliate fiercely. Today either they die or we perish. Just as the abandoned City 74 was once again plunged into chaotic flames and smoke due to a clumsy frame-up. At the Starfire outpost.
With the sound of the pressure valve releasing, a metal door of a cultivation pod slowly slid open.
Cough cough cough. Spit. This nutrient solution is still so terrible.
Su Xing sat up from the cultivation pod, wiping the green liquid off his face. At the same time, a mission settlement panel popped up in front of him.
Mission settlement, who will complete it?
Mission completion rate perfect. Not only did you take the life of the mission target, but you also inadvertently triggered a gang war.
The schemer on the wasteland is none other than you. Let it be, one must not be too greedy. This wave of experience and the title in hand, absolutely a tremendous gain, hee.
Su Xing hummed a song out of tune, clad in a grey-white novice jumpsuit, swaggering toward the synthesis table.
Although the mission was exhilarating, the death penalty was real enough.
The tactical suit he had been wearing, along with the tactical dagger that had stabbed the fire dog to death, all dropped along with his heroic sacrifice in the private room. Su Xing called up the logistics shop, ready to buy a new set of gear. Just as he was deftly about to click on the weapons equipment tab to purchase a tactical suit and dagger, his fingers suddenly froze in midair.
Ha!
What's this? Su Xing widened his eyes, leaning closer to the holographic screen.
At the very top of the shop interface, a small item icon was oddly pinned alone.
Curiously, he reached out and tapped on the icon to view its details.
Quest special item: a slightly tarnished lattice ring. Description: a silver ring engraved with and on the inside.
This ring was automatically collected by the system upon the fire dog's death. It seems to carry the final thoughts of a murdered mother. Though worthless, it is a priceless treasure to someone. Price 0, contribution points only, available for extraction by the quest owner. The moment Su Xing clearly read the item description,
ding! A crisp prompt sounded and a brand new side quest panel directly overlaid the shop interface. Side quest sequel triggered: the last relic. Quest description: you have completed your revenge and retrieved the stolen wedding ring from the quest target.
Cold metal cannot bring back the dead, but perhaps it can bring a shred of comfort to the living.
Quest objective: hand this lattice ring personally to the little girl Natasha.
Quest reward: Natasha's affinity toward you will increase.
You will receive a special gift, a painting drawn by Natasha. Damn it, I knew that quest reward was off. There's a sequel.
After cursing the dog of a game designer, Su Xing decisively clicked on the pinned lattice ring. The tray on the side of the synthesis table slid out, revealing a silver ring stained with a bit of blood lying quietly inside. He carefully pinched the ring, rubbed it vigorously against his novice suit to wipe off the bloodstains as much as possible, then tucked it reverently into his inner pocket. Then he quickly swiped his contribution points and bought a new tactical suit and tactical dagger.
Speaking of which, it had been over a week since the survivors from the bunker camp had migrated to the Spark Forward outpost.
Compared to the batch of captives brought back from the Pendulum camp who were always trying to cut corners, these survivors who had struggled to survive in the bunker were practically models of hard work and endurance.
They cherished their current life too much.
On the wasteland, having a house to live in, a heated brick bed to sleep on, and clean food and water every day, this was simply paradise. Thus these bunker survivors, whether young adults, the elderly, or even the older children, all erupted with unimaginable labor enthusiasm.
Men and women, old and young, all joined in the fray. The young adults worked as if their lives depended on it. Under the incentive of more work, more pay, no upper limit, the outpost even witnessed a frenzy of involution.
Among them, a tough guy named Taiju set a record of moving nearly 1200 bricks in a single day. When settling wages that day, Chu Wanjia looked at the workboard, his eyes twitching.
That day Taiju managed to earn a full 40 Xingho coins.
You know, carrying bricks earning 20 Xingho coins a day was already considered good.
This made the other survivors extremely envious. 40 Xingho coins.
According to the public canteen's prices, it was enough for a whole week's meals. With Taiju's living example dangling in front of them, many survivors worked with all their might. In just over a week, many survivors who had been penniless managed to save up a considerable deposit. As for the women who couldn't do heavy labor, they could help in the canteen, twist animal fur in the textile workshop, or do material sorting tasks. Even the children from the bunker refused to be outdone, afraid of becoming a burden, who ate without working. And so in the commercial street of the Spark Forward outpost, a new shop appeared with a wooden sign reading, Little Yellow Duck Laundry. Inside the shop, several half-grown children were gathered around two large wooden buckets, working with great enthusiasm.
121.
Scrub hard. A slightly older boy rolled up his sleeves vigorously scrubbing a tactical suit caked with mud and unknown biological fluids. The owner of this tactical suit was clearly a pioneer who had participated in a bloody battle in the wild.
The smell was so sour and pungent that even flies didn't want to get near.
But these children didn't mind at all, they even vied to wash the dirtiest clothes. In front of a small wooden basin a tiny figure was crouching, it was Natasha.
Who?
Although Natasha was young and the shortest, she was no slouch when it came to work. Her small hands gripped one leg of the tactical suit, scrubbing it vigorously against the edge of the wooden basin.
Natasha, take a break. This is too heavy, let me do it.
The boy beside her, seeing Natasha panting with exhaustion, felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to take the clothes from her.
I'm not tired, Brother Stone. Natasha shook her head, stubbornly refusing to let go.
She raised her arm, casually wiping the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, a quiet stubbornness in her calm eyes.
Lord Saida said we can't eat for free. I want to earn a little more money so that in the future.
Hearing Natasha's hesitation, the boy named Stone paused. He opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately swallowed his words silently, helping her wring out the tactical suit. Just then a voice came from the laundry entrance. The children looked up and saw Su Xing, now wearing a brand new tactical suit, walking into the shop. He was also carrying 2 items wrapped in some large broad leaves.
Good day, sir.
The children immediately dropped their work, stood up straight nervously, and wiped their wet hands on their clothes. Although these pioneers were usually all smiles, the children understood that they were formidable.
No need to be nervous, no need to be nervous. I just came to have a look.
Su Xing waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the children and quickly locking onto Natasha. He strode over in 3 steps and crouched down in front of the little girl.
Little Natasha, do you remember me?
Su Xing tried to make his smile look as kind and approachable as a big brother next door. Natasha looked at the pioneer who had once held her and nodded gently.
I remember. You are Lord Su. Haha, good to know you remember.
Su Xing handed over the 2 items wrapped in broad leaves. The leaves opened, revealing 2 rice balls bought from the canteen. These rice balls were a new dish introduced by the public canteen.
They looked ordinary, but the price was absurdly high.
1 rice ball cost 5 Xingho coins. You know, a meal at the public canteen was only 23 Xingho coins, and it was filling. No help for it, this thing was made from the dried and ground tubers of some non-toxic plants steamed at high temp. Rarity makes precious. On the wasteland, non-toxic plants were scarce, let alone edible ones.
Although the thing looked unappealing, the aroma it emitted made the surrounding children unable to resist swallowing hard. Here, take it and eat it while it's hot. This is a real treat, aromatic.
Su Xing stuffed the dumpling into Natasha's hands. Fortunately, Su Xing had built up quite a bit of goodwill in the air raid shelter camp before, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to give away this dumpling at all. Natasha looked down at the steaming dumpling in her hand, then glanced at the other little friends nearby who were swallowing saliva. Instead of eating it all by herself, she broke the dumpling into several pieces and shared it with Shirtu and a few other children. Only after all her friends had received food did she hold the remaining small piece and start eating it slowly.
Watching this scene, Su Xing felt an inexplicable pang of sadness.
These children in the wasteland truly understand to the point of making one's heart ache. Su Xing took a deep breath, reached into his pocket and felt the cold silver ring.
Little Natasha.
His voice became somewhat deeper. I went out this time to the abandoned city number 74 and I found something. Upon hearing this, Natasha, who had been nibbling on the dumpling, stopped. Su Xing slowly opened his right hand and presented the clean silver ring to Natasha.
I think this should belong to you.
The last rays of the setting sun streamed through the gaps in the laundry room, illuminating the ring and reflecting a faint cold light.
Natasha's gaze fell upon the ring.
Everything around her seemed to fade away at that moment. In the little girl's world there was only the cold metallic circle.
Natasha just stood there quietly.
She slowly extended her small hand, and the moment her fingertips touched the ring she instinctively recoiled as if scalded by a branding iron. In her mind those memories surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. The images like a revolving lantern flashed vividly before her eyes. Mommy Nova gently stroked her head, lightly scratching her nose with her fingers while softly humming an unknown lullaby. The silver ring was worn on her ring finger, and as she moved it occasionally flickered with a glimmer.
Daddy Alexander was nearby preparing the things needed for work the next day. Daddy's broad arms and Mommy's gentle hum were her only warmth in the wasteland.
However, the scene suddenly shifted.
Blazing flames, piercing gunshots, the roar of modified pickup trucks, and that group of demons. She was shoved into a dark, narrow ventilation duct by her father.
Through the gap she watched those demons step on her father's back.
She witnessed the bloody serrated knife come down. She saw Daddy, Mommy,
A string of glistening tears splattered on the ground, followed by a second and third string splashing tiny mudflowers. Hausi Weiji had originally prepared a belly full of comforting words, but seeing the little girl in this state he couldn't utter a single word. Although he was usually a playful person, at this moment he felt the weight that the ring carried. He gently took Natasha's small hand and solemnly placed the ring in her palm. "It's back to its rightful owner now, little Natasha," Hausi Weiji said softly with a gentleness he had never shown before. "Take it has come home." He sighed and gently rubbed the little girl's head. The nearby children also had red-rimmed eyes. A boy named Shu quietly walked over to Natasha and awkwardly helped wipe the tears off her face. "Natasha, don't cry. From now on brother Shu will help you do the laundry." The other children gathered around, some pulling at her clothes, others gently patting her back. In their unique way as children of the wasteland, they comforted this little companion who had lost everything. I won't cry," Mommy said. Natasha nodded, sniffling. She vigorously wiped her tears and pressed the ring which carried her parents' last warmth against her forehead, as if confirming the warmth she had lost and regained. After a long while she carefully placed the ring into her close pocket. Having done all this, the little girl lifted her head, her red eyes looking at Hausi Weiji. "Adult. Thank you." Natasha bowed deeply. "Oh, no need to call me adult, just call me brother Hausi." Hausi Weiji grinned, feeling that the weight in his heart had finally lightened a bit. That. Brother Hausi, wait for me a moment." Natasha seemed to remember something, turned around and scampered out with her short legs. After a while the little girl returned to the laundry room holding a crumpled old piece of paper. Natasha ran back to Hausi Weiji holding the paper with both hands and handed it over. "Brother Hausi. This is my drawing for you." The little girl lowered her head somewhat shyly, her voice very small. Hausi Weiji was taken aback, unexpectedly receiving the piece of paper. He thought it was a drawing that the system would automatically give him after completing the task, but instead it was Natasha giving it to him personally. The paper featured a drawing outlined in black charcoal. The drawing was extremely naive with crooked lines. In the center of the image was a black stick figure. The stick figure held something resembling a shovel, probably a tactical dagger, and it had two half circles on its head representing Hausi's ears, with a big grin, seemingly smiling. And beneath the black stick figure there was a jumble of black lines with a large X drawn over it. "Is this me?" Hausi Weiji pointed at the dark stick figure, unable to suppress a laugh. Natasha nodded seriously. "In my heart, brother Hausi looks like this. This is a great drawing. I've never received such a handsome portrait in my life." Hausi Weiji laughed heartily and solemnly folded the crumpled drawing, placing it in the inner pocket of his tactical suit. Just as he stowed the drawing away. Ding! 2 crisp system prompt sounds rang in Hausi Weiji's ears in succession. Side quest follow-up: the last relic has been completed. Quest settlement: you have brought the longing back to its rightful place, accomplishing an emotional transmission that transcends life and death. Natasha's personal favorability towards you has reached the highest level. Trust she will forever remember the light you brought to her in the darkness. You have received a special reward item for the quest, Natasha's doodle. Note this is a drawing filled with gratitude, and perhaps one day in the future it will have unexpected effects. Hausi Weiji let out a long breath, feeling that all the hustle and bustle of this time was worth it. He stood up and waved to the little saplings of the wasteland. "Alright, finish your dumplings quickly, they won't taste good when they cool down. I'm heading out first, I'll come back to see you another day. If anyone bullies you, just report my name, brother Hausi." As he exited the little yellow duck laundry room, the sky outside had completely darkened. The lights of the outpost gradually lit up and faint sounds of shouting could still be heard from the construction site in the distance. Hausi Weiji looked up at the dark red starry sky and suddenly felt that this game seemed to be becoming less and less like a simple game. Just as he was about to head to the cafeteria to treat himself, he heard a hurried shout from behind. "Wait, Hausi." He turned around to see Chu De running towards him. At that moment Director Chu's appearance was far from good. He had 2 large dark circles under his eyes, his hair was a mess, and his tactical suit was stained with unknown white dust. He looked so haggard, like a corporate slave ready to collapse at any moment. "Damn, brother Chu, where have you been cultivating? Why do you look so drained?" Seeing him like this, Hausi couldn't help but tease. "So did you bankrupt the labor management office?" "Bankrupt my ass." Chu De reached him, panting heavily while clutching his knees to catch his breath. He grabbed Hausi's arm and began to vent his frustrations. "You don't know how hard it is to manage things. I'm practically doing the work of hundreds of people alone. Managing their food, salaries and job assignments, it's all on me. Old Nyo has been acting like a madman these days, blocking the entrance every day, demanding more people. He says the brick kiln needs workers, the machinery workshop needs workers, even the newly built septic tanks are short on hands. And what's worse, Chu Da's expression became serious as he lowered his voice, glancing towards the core control room. Just yesterday the administrator summoned me to the control room and lectured me, saying that the current construction progress is too slow, and ordered me to fix the labor shortage issue immediately. Chu Da was anxious, feeling that as the director he was nothing more than a babysitter in a wasteland and without any salary at that.
Alright, enough of these troubling matters.
He added, Halsey, I have something important to discuss with you. Halsey finally freed himself from the barrage of words. I heard you've been going to the abandoned urban area 74 almost every day lately.
You need to let me in on the details.
What's the situation over at the abandoned urban area 74?
Are there any openings for us to exploit? Can we go and recruit some survivors back?
He looked like a greedy contractor eager to recruit workers.
Hearing Chu Da's questions, Halsey's spirits lifted. Brother Chu, you've asked the right person. I estimate that the abandoned urban area 74 is definitely in conflict again.
Chu Da felt a flicker of curiosity.
Why do you say again? What happened?
Halsey was waiting for this question, gesturing animatedly as he recounted his recent mission. I suspect the Ashes gang thinks the Black Iron Brotherhood is violating rules and conducting assassinations.
It's possible that Lei Taizhan has already started a conflict.
In the meantime, those small gangs in survivor districts caught in the middle are having a tough time. There are refugees everywhere.
Are you saying there are many homeless survivors in the city now? Chu Da grabbed Halsey's arm. Absolutely, absolutely. Halsey nodded.
In fact, many survivors are trying to escape the city, but the conditions in the wilderness are harsh with mutated creatures everywhere. They can hardly survive once they venture out. Hearing this, Chu Da excitedly spun around in place, punching his palm.
This is our golden opportunity to recruit workers for the Xingho forward base. As long as we give them a way out, they will definitely come begging to work for us.
The more Chu Da spoke, the more excited he became, already envisioning the blueprint for the Xingho forward base refugee shelter in his mind. Seeing Chu Da's enthusiasm, Halsey swallowed hard and gave him a thumbs up.
When it comes to extracting the remaining value from NPCs, it's still you, Brother Chu. Get out of here. This is about providing re-employment opportunities and humanitarian shelter for wasteland refugees.
Chu Da corrected him with righteous indignation, then put his arm around Halsey's shoulder, speaking eagerly. Halsey, do you know where those refugees like to hide?
Or are there any refugee gathering points?
Halsey rubbed his chin, recalling. When I was on stakeout, I discovered a network of abandoned subway stations to the south of the city, as well as some unfinished buildings to the east. At night there are often faint glimmers of light, so many refugees are likely hiding there.
Great. Let's go. We need to find old Nyo and old Xiao.
We'll hold an overnight meeting to formulate the 74 urban refugee labor recruitment plan. Chu Da acted swiftly, pulling Halsey along while dreaming ambitiously about the future. As long as we can bring back 300 to 400 people this time, we won't have to worry about production tasks. On June 12, 11451 of the star calendar, around 9 a.m. two modified pickup trucks kicking up clouds of yellow sand came to a steady stop at the outskirts of the abandoned urban area 74.
Ugh. No delivery allowed. I'm saying this for the last time, ugh. Next time you don't slow down over a pothole, ugh. I'll twist your head off and stuff it into the exhaust pipe. Chu Da, holding onto the car door, looked pale, his legs uncontrollably wobbling. Brother Chu, you don't understand.
In the driver's seat, no delivery allowed, flicked his bangs triumphantly.
This is about preserving the vehicle's wild nature.
A life without the feeling of acceleration has no soul.
Get out of here. Everyone get out of the car.
Prepare to work. Chu Da cursed angrily and turned to signal the players in the cargo area to get out. At the back of the player group, two dusty wasteland natives timidly jumped out of the vehicle. One of them was Lao Dao, who had already become a senior foreman at the Xingho forward base. The other half-grown boy was that young scout Xiaoya, who followed Lao Dao like a little tail. Xiaoya held onto the edge of the truck bed, his face pale, his stomach churning, clearly still recovering from no delivery alloved's drifting driving skills.
Lao Dao.
He swallowed hard, looking at the pioneers ahead, his eyes full of unease.
What are these adults bringing us here for? Surely they're not running low on food at the forward base and are planning to sell us to the Black Iron Brotherhood as meat tickets, right? In the wasteland, it was common for small camps to use low-tier survivors as bargaining chips. Hearing Xiaoya's pessimistic words, Lao Dao's face darkened. Smack. He raised his hand without hesitation and slapped the back of Xiaoya's head, producing a crisp sound. Ouch. Xiaoya covered his head, looking at Lao Dao with grievance. Is your head just for show? Lao Dao glared at him in frustration. If the adults wanted to sell us, would they go through all this trouble now? Damn it, you're hopeless. Lao Dao glared at him again with a look of exasperation.
He glanced around and seeing that the adults were not paying attention, he leaned close to Xiaoya's ear and explained in simple terms. In short, the adults think there aren't enough workers in the camp. Taking advantage of the chaos in the city, they plan to bring all the destitute refugees back to the outpost to work.
Xiaoya's eyes widened as realization dawned. Oh, I get it. Just like the old Ashen gang going to the neighborhoods to grab people, right? Yeah, pretty much. Lao Dao nodded with satisfaction. But the adults are civilized, they call it recruitment. Lao Dao patted Xiaoya on the shoulder and advised earnestly, anyway, just follow wherever the adults point later. Stay sharp, don't lose face. Got it. Got it, brother Dao.
Xiaoya nodded with a mixture of understanding and confusion, but watching the adults ahead who seemed to suffer from severe ADHD, his heart still pounded with unease. Just as Lao Dao and Xiaoya were still crouched in the corner frantically speculating about the sinister intentions of the adults, using wasteland logic, Lao Dao. What the hell are you two doing hatching eggs there? A sharp shout suddenly came from ahead. The two jolted in fright and snapped their heads up. It was Chu Di player approaching, holding his signature tin megaphone, glaring at them with displeasure.
The main group is already out of sight. What are you two still standing there for? Hurry up and follow. If we don't recruit enough people today, I'll deduct both your wages. Coming. Director Chu. Right away. Upon hearing the words deduct wages, Lao Dao's legs reacted faster than his brain. He grabbed the still dazed Xiaoya and scurried after them. The recruitment squad of about a dozen players led by Haozi Weiji skirted around several gang firefight zones, still billowing black smoke. A dozen minutes later. Just ahead. Haozi Weiji stopped, pointing to a half-hidden underground passage entrance. Above the entrance, an old subway sign with barely legible characters reading Jiaha X Station hung askew, swaying in the wind. This is exit D of some station on line 7.
Haozi Weiji lowered his voice, turning to Chu Di player. The space down here is huge, connecting several platforms, and at least 100 refugees hiding from the gang warfare are sheltering there.
Nicely done.
Chu Di player's eyes lit up as if he could already see countless cheap laborers beckoning to him.
Brothers, tone it down a bit. We're here to deliver warmth, not to scare the sheep away like invaders. The group followed Haozi Weiji, cautiously venturing deeper into the abandoned subway station. However, the spacious hall was empty. What the hell? Where is everyone? Gigi Xianfeng waved a torch around. Haozi, did you get the location wrong? Impossible. I saw people going in here with my own eyes. Haozi Weiji was also bewildered, and he took 2 steps forward in disbelief. Suddenly his toe kicked a chipped bowl. At the bottom of the bowl there was still a bit of green paste not scraped clean. Chu Di player crouched down and touched a pile of campfire ashes nearby. Just extinguished. Chu Di player stood up, dusting off his hands. His gaze swept over the dark ventilation ducts and collapsed platforms around. They haven't gone far. These NPCs have been surviving on the wasteland for years, they're very alert.
With such a large group of us coming in our footsteps thundering, they must think it's the Ashen Gang or Black Iron lunatics coming to capture them, and they've hidden long ago.
Then what do we do?
Zhuangji Jingzuibing scratched his head.
This abandoned subway station was absurdly huge. Finding people would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Look for what? Let me call out to our new employees and express our goodwill.
Chu Di player stepped forward, standing on a slightly raised cement platform in the center of the hall. He cleared his throat, raised the tin megaphone, and shouted into the empty dark subway station. Fellow villagers.
Stop hiding. We're not bad people. We're great good people from the Spark Outpost. We heard you've been suffering here, so we came all the way to bring you food and drink. Come out, fellow villagers. Chu Di player's voice echoed layer upon layer in the empty underground hall. Bring food. Good people.
The reverberations lingered for a long time.
However, 5 minutes passed.
Except for the drip of water falling from the ceiling, the entire subway station remained deathly silent.
No one came out, not even a single response.
The scene was extremely awkward.
Damn it. Are these NPCs descended from groundhogs?
How can they hold their breath so long? Gigi Xianfeng had been waving the torch for a long time until his arm was sore and he couldn't help but curse irritably. Chu Di player was also a bit helpless. These wasteland survivors were indeed highly alert.
How high?
At least 3 or 4 stories high.
No wonder.
On this wasteland where people would kill for half a biscuit, suddenly appearing a group of black-clad men shouting unscrupulously, "We are good people here to bring you food." This scene, not to mention wasteland natives.
Even on Blue Star, if a phone's smart voice assistant recognized these words, it would automatically download the anti-fraud app in the background. Brother Chu, what do we do? We can't really tear this crappy subway station apart, can we?
Haozi Weiji glanced at the bottomless subway tunnel. No, it's easy to trigger a stress response. If these people get nervous and take potshots at us from the dark, it won't be worth it. Shooty player stroked his chin, his mind racing.
Since calling out doesn't work, well, have to play the long game.
Shooty player turned to look at the team behind him and waved his hand.
Brothers, bring out the sincerity we brought. When recruitment hits a bottleneck, material temptation is always more direct and effective than empty promises. Put these nutrient paste and jerky along with these buckets of clean water in a conspicuous place. Upon hearing this, Lao Dao and Xiao Ya's eyes nearly popped out. On the wasteland, just throwing away such precious food and water on the ground. Wasteful. This is sheer blasphemy against nature. But the pioneers didn't care about that, they had already started acting. Lao Dao and Xiao Ya could only endure the heartache watching the players place the food and water on the ticket booth of the subway station. Shooty player didn't know where he found a broken wooden board and wrote a few crooked characters on it with a scratch scratch scratch. Spark Outpost, recruitment, food and accommodation provided. Interested parties wait here at noon tomorrow. He placed the board upright next to the supplies. Alright, the bait is set. Let's retreat. Shooty player decisively gave the order. To the unfinished building in the east. Repeat this plan again. Next, the players replicated the method. They left enticing material bait and recruitment signs at several known hiding spots of the refugees. This baiting recruitment method filled Chu the Great Player with confidence. Hee, I don't believe these NPCs can resist the temptation of food. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to this Chu the Great Director. The next day at noon, the blazing sun was high in the sky. Players braving the scorching sun of the wasteland eagerly returned to the abandoned subway station. Brothers, be ready to receive guests. Chu the Great Player was the first to rush into the subway station with excitement. However, when the players arrived at the hall with their torches, their faces fell. The food and water placed at the ticket booth along with the recruitment sign had long since disappeared without a trace, not even a crumb left behind. Once again, there was not a single shadow in sight. What the hell? They just eat the bait without taking the hook. These NPCs must be like eels. The strongest of the kindergarten players kicked an empty tin can away in anger, the echo resonating throughout the subway station. They are freeloaders. This group of ungrateful people actually freeloaded from us. Chu the urgent vanguard was also furious, almost firing his weapon. The third day was the same. The supplies were swept clean. People were still nowhere to be found. The players gathered around the modified pickup truck looking grim. What the hell is going on here? It's been 3 days. A whole 3 days. The nutritional paste we put in the bait is enough to buy a refurbished second-hand rifle. And yet not a single refugee has shown up. That's right. The merchant convoy from Ningyuan should arrive the day after tomorrow at the latest. Time is tight and the task is heavy. To be honest, there's nothing we can do. The more we talk, the less we have to solve. The players all wore frowns, scratching their heads out of ideas. At that moment, a sound like something being trampled echoed from the dark ruins. Who? Chu the Great Player quickly turned around, raising his semi-automatic rifle. The dark muzzle was locked firmly on that shadow, his finger already pressing on the trigger. Come out. Otherwise I'll shoot. Other players immediately reacted, the sound of bolts being pulled resonating all around. Don't shoot. Please, adults, don't shoot. Well, come out. A trembling voice came from behind the shadow. Following that, a gaunt man raised his hands high, shivering as he emerged from behind a broken billboard. His legs were shaking and his eyes were filled with fear. Behind this man followed 5 other survivors, equally thin and ragged. Seeing that someone finally took the bait, the players' eyes lit up, their earlier frustration at not being able to recruit anyone disappearing in an instant. It was just like the feeling of a fisherman who had waited 3 days, finally seeing the float move. Oh my, finally someone who can breathe has come out. Chu the Great Player slowly lowered his rifle. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the old knife who was hiding behind blurt out while pointing at the leading gaunt man. Thin monkey. Why is it you, you rascal? The man shuddered in fear at hearing someone call him. He looked back at Chu the Great Player, confirming for a while before recognizing the revitalized old knife. Brother. Brother Knife. What? Thin Monkey rubbed his eyes in disbelief. You. Weren't you captured? How are you still alive? Ah. You look fatter. Old Knife's face flushed red, secretly touching his little belly that he had recently grown at the Xingho forward base. Chu the Great Player immediately became interested. Old Knife, do you know him? In response to Director Chu. Old Knife quickly put on a flattering smile, nodding and explaining. This kid used to be one of us at the pendulum camp.
When the adults descended like divine soldiers and broke into our camp that day, this rascal probably took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the sewer and ran away. I didn't expect to run into him here today. Upon hearing Old Knife's explanation, Thin Monkey was so scared that he knelt on the ground, desperately knocking his head in a plea for mercy.
Please spare me, adults. I didn't mean to run.
While knocking his head, Thin Monkey wore a mournful expression.
Damn. Who would have thought that one could escape the first day but not the 15th? I should have known better than to come out.
At this moment, a survivor behind Thin Monkey stepped forward, looking at Chu the Great Player, and trembled as he asked this esteemed adult.
The sign says that working with you really includes meals and housing.
Hearing this, Chu the Great Player almost laughed his back teeth out.
Oh. Fellow villager. Look at how you phrased that.
Chu the Great Player stepped forward, putting his arm around the man's shoulder like they were old friends.
Our Xingho forward base is a legitimate beacon of civilization.
As long as you are willing to work and put in effort, meals and housing are the least we can provide. Chu the Great Player patted his chest loudly, painting a rosy picture, even pulling out an unopened nutritional paste from his pocket and stuffing it into the man's arms. When you get to our place, not only will you be wealthed, but if you perform well, there will also be wages. You'll have a red brick house with a roof to sleep in. If you don't believe me, ask Old Knife. He has even risen to the status of a small foreman at our place.
Really?
And you guarantee meals?
The survivors didn't understand what wages were, but they understood being well fed. Come on, having something to eat in the wasteland is already a miracle. Guaranteed. It's absolutely true. Once adults make a promise, it's as unchangeable as a horse-drawn carriage.
Old Knife hurriedly chimed in, patting his clean gray jumpsuit.
Did you see? This clothing, these shoes, all gifted by the adults.
While you are barely surviving in the city, if you expose yourself even a little, you'll be killed in seconds.
It's better to work with the adults, at least you'll live like a human.
Under the offer barrage from Chu the Great Player and Old Knife's real-life testimony, after much persuasion they finally managed to recruit these survivors.
Well, successfully hired them. Let's go, let's go. We're heading home.
Chu the Great Player beamed with joy, ushering these valuable labor forces onto the pirate ship.
Know the train of the new era.
With these few survivors leading the way, things became much easier. In the following 2 days, these newly hired employees went to various corners of the city to give real-life testimonies. Gradually, the reputation of the Xingho forward base as providing meals and housing while ensuring satisfaction finally spread within the refugee circles. One way or another, nearly 100 desperate survivors were recruited. Although it was far from the expected scale of 300 to 400 people. No matter, good wine fears no deep alley.
As long as the treatment is good, who would be afraid of not having donkeys for the production team? June 17, 11451 of the stellar calendar, planet UX 829, around 5 p.m.
A rumbling sound of engines rolled in from the distant horizon, causing even the gravel on the ground of the outpost to tremble slightly.
The Jinlin Consortium truly deserves its reputation as a major trading group in the wasteland. Their strength is indeed formidable. 10 large semi-trailers stood like moving fortresses.
There were also 6 armed escort vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns surrounding the front and back of the convoy. The convoy stirred up a cloud of dust as it came to a steady stop 50 meters away from the Xingho outpost. The grandeur of the scene and the ferocity of the firepower made the players swallow hard.
This convoy had power. Damn. This is what a convoy is supposed to look like.
Take Out No Entry stared in disbelief, nearly drooling.
Cough cough, stop drooling. Mind your image.
Chu the Great Player's image wasn't much better. He quickly cleared his throat and adjusted his collar. The door of the leading armed escort vehicle opened and a man towering like an iron tower jumped down. It was a familiar face, Tai, the captain of an Ninjuan's personal guard.
Hey! Captain Tai. Thanks for your hard work on the way here.
Chu the Great Player greeted him warmly as if they were long-lost brothers. I heard your convoy from far away. This scale truly lives up to the Jinlin Consortium.
Director Chu is too kind.
Tai turned around, raising his robust arm to point at the convoy behind him. Among these 10 semi-trailers, 8 are filled with high-grade industrial cement, definitely enough to meet your base construction needs. One of the trailers contains various living supplies. You requested salt, cooking oil, various canned goods and flour.
Tai paused, emphasizing the point.
Additionally, there are the crop seeds you specifically requested and a batch of medicines.
He paused again, waving his hand for his subordinates to uncover the last semi-trailer. With a whoosh. As the tarpaulin fell, sunlight illuminated the inside of the trailer.
10 small trucks were neatly stacked inside. These were not the assembled vehicles made from scrap metal by the players, but industrial mass-produced vehicles straight off the assembly line. Chu the Great Player withdrew his gaze and looked at Tai, rubbing his hands together. Captain Tai, shall we get started unloading the goods? We already made space in our warehouse. Ah Tai nodded, turning to wave at the guards of the convoy.
Uncover the tarpaulin. Move quickly.
With Atai's command, more than 20 armed guards from the Jinlin Consortium swiftly jumped out of the vehicles and unfastened the heavy waterproof tarpaulin. As soon as it was uncovered, the treasures inside dazzled everyone's eyes.
Chu the Great Player wiped his mouth and quickly organized the crew. Old Dao. Take some people to quickly stack this cement at the construction site. Old Greyhead.
You take the women to move these living supplies into the warehouse. Remember to store them in batches, don't mix them up.
Immediately the whole outpost came to life, forming a long human chain.
Besides, the locals players also joined in. After all, as soon as the convoy arrived, a new task appeared in the daily quest list: transportation.
No one would refuse experience and contribution points.
While the others were busy unloading, Chu the Great Player led Tai and the team towards the cafeteria.
The public cafeteria was bustling with steam. Hua and several women were busy bustling around several large iron pots.
Hearing footsteps at the door, Hua quickly wiped her hands on her apron. After the group was seated, Hua brought out hot water.
Captain Tai, in our poor and remote area the conditions are simple. We only have this pot of hot water, please don't mind.
Chu the Great Player picked up the iron jug and blew on the steam, making a gesture of invitation.
Tai, not one to be modest, took a sip from the iron jug.
Director Chu was too kind. On the wasteland, being able to drink a sip of clean water is already the highest standard of treatment.
Tai put down the iron jug and got to the point.
Director Chu, as you have seen, the goods outside are the first batch of supplies allocated according to our previous agreement. He continued, however, some people in the north have been restless lately, causing us some impact. Tai frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of apology. Therefore, the second batch of supplies will likely not arrive at the outpost until next month at the earliest. Hearing this, Chu the Great Player secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
He was genuinely afraid that the Jinlin Consortium would send another 10 trucks over in a few days. I thought it was something serious.
Captain Tai, rest assured, in business we believe in a steady flow of water. If it's next month, then it's next month.
We can wait. Director Chu is indeed a straightforward person.
Tai nodded, gazing directly at Chu the Great Player. This batch of goods, including those 10 mass-produced trucks, totals about 50,000 Jinlin coins. Upon hearing this figure, Chu the Great Player couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart.
Captain Tai, please sit for a moment.
He stood up from his chair and turned to shout towards the kitchen.
Hua. Bring out the big dishes. Let Captain Tai and the brothers taste them. Okay. Coming right up.
Hua responded crisply from the kitchen. Chu the Great Player cupped his fists towards Tai, smiling as he said he'll go to the warehouse to fetch the goods and be right back. He jogged straight to the core control room.
Administrator. The goods from the Jinlin Consortium have arrived.
Chu the Great Player reported loudly. I request to use the funds from the public contribution pool to exchange for trading supplies. The pressure door slowly opened and Su Xing, sitting in the main control chair expressionless, extended his finger and gently swiped on the terminal.
System prompt: you have been authorized by the administrator. Current available balance in the public contribution pool 121450 points.
This new feature was just released in the past few days.
After all, each crowdfunding required unknown transfer transactions.
It was manageable when there were few people, but if the number increased, just the transfers would be exhausting.
Following Chu the Great Player's suggestion, Su Xing directly performed a hot update in the system backend.
The function of the public contribution pool at the outpost has been launched. This thing can be simply described as an officially guaranteed shareholder dividend fund.
Players can invest their idle contribution points or Xingho coins into this public pool.
When the outpost uses public funds for bulk trade, the profits generated will be returned based on the proportion of players' investment. Players nearly sold their underwear just to barely gather this massive sum of 12,000 points.
Thank you, Administrator.
Chu the Great Player turned and rushed towards the synthesis platform, taking a deep breath as he opened the logistics store.
Physical Enhancement Agent Unit Price 300 Contribution Points Quantity 400. Purchase.
Swish, the long string of numbers in the public contribution pool instantly dropped dramatically, leaving only a pitiful 4-digit amount.
System prompt: funds from the public contribution pool at the outpost have been withdrawn. Please wait for dividend settlement.
Before the synthesis table, accompanied by a loham, a black iron box was pushed out. Shuda Wanja held the heavy iron box in his arms.
400 purple potions. These were the lifeline of every player in the outpost.
He adjusted his expression, hugged the iron box and strode back to the canteen. In the canteen, Tai was holding a piece of Rockman beast meat sizzling with oil. Just as he took a bite, a heavy black iron box was pushed before him by Chuda Wanja. Chuda Wanja grinned his fingers lightly, flicking the latch of the iron box. With a crisp click the lid slowly sprang open. Inside the box neatly arranged were a full 400 physical enhancement potions. They lay like rows of translucent purple gems quietly nestled in shock-absorbing foam. Even Itai, who had seen many grand sights, felt his mouth go dry. After all, as a guard captain, his monthly salary of 400 Jinling coins was already considered top tier. The contents of this iron box, if sold, were worth more than 10 years of his salary. Chu De Wanjia crossed his arms and leaned back slightly against his chair. Captain Itai, here are exactly 400 physical enhancement potions. At the price Bosson set, these 400 pieces are more than enough to cover a debt of 50,000 Jinling coins, right? Itai struggled to tear his gaze away from that mesmerizing purple glow. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and carefully extracted a single potion from the iron box. He held the potion above his head, scrutinizing the clarity and hue of the liquid inside the tube. Then from his belt he produced a small device and pressed it against the outer wall of the vial to scan. Beep! The instrument emitted a soft electronic tone. Itai's hand holding the potion trembled slightly, then he placed it back into the shock-absorbing foam. No issues at all. Director Chu, these 400 potions are worth more than 50,000 Jinling coins in payment. There's even a surplus. Ha ha ha. Consider the surplus as a tip for the merchant brothers. Chu De Wanjia waved his hand with great magnanimity, striking the pose of a tycoon for whom money is but dirt. Come come, Captain Itai, eat some meat. It's a long trip and tonight you must eat and drink your fill. Chu De Wanjia greeted warmly. Itai and his men were indeed hungry, and the dinner ended pleasantly amid the clinking of cups water. The sky had completely darkened. Captain Itai, it's dark and the wasteland roads are treacherous at night. Why not stay at our outpost tonight? Chu De Wanjia stood up and offered hospitably. I've had a few rooms prepared, clean and warm, for you men to rough it for one night. Itai did not decline. After all, the guard were human too, and sleeping in a house was far more comfortable than bunking in the vehicle. After settling Itai and his party, Chu De Wanjia returned to the open ground. The unloading work was still in full swing. Players and NPCs, like ants moving a mountain, carried bags of cement and supplies on their shoulders. It took over 3 hours before the goods from the 10 semi-trailers were completely emptied. Early the next morning. The dawn of the wasteland had just torn a crack on the horizon when Itai prepared to leave with his guard. Director Chu, thank you for your hospitality. Itai stood beside the armored vehicle, shaking hands with Chu De Wanjia, who had come to see him off. We'll head back to report now. The boss is waiting for these potions. Safe journey, Captain Itai. Chu De Wanjia waved goodbye. With the roar of engines, the Jinling Consortium's convoy turned around, churning up clouds of yellow sand, and vanished into the wilderness. After watching the convoy leave, Chu De Wanjia turned around. He picked up an iron loudspeaker, took a deep breath, and bellowed to the assembled players and natives. Brothers! The cement is here. Starting today, the Spark Outpost's grand building project officially begins. Awoo! The players erupted in wolfish howls. Wabu Chinyo rose stripped to the waist, wearing a safety helmet, holding a newly drawn blueprint. The foundation is dug. Squad 1 fetch water. Squad 2 move bricks. Squad 3 mix cement. As the rumor of Spark Outpost provides food, lodging and pays wages continued to spread among the refugee circles of the 74th abandoned city, the outpost's recruitment saw a surge. Almost every morning near the subway station and the unfinished building, a crowd of survivors would gather. With this steady influx of cheap labor, the outpost's construction speed increased by leaps and bounds. Yet even so, Wabu Chinyo sat among the pile of blueprints, still frowning. No good old Chu. He rubbed his temples and tapped the drawings with his finger. Limited by these NPCs' construction skill proficiency and our lack of heavy lifting equipment, I estimate it'll take at least over 2 months to finish everything. Chu De Wanjia listened and immediately became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing in circles on the construction site. 2 months. Why so long? Those cloud players on the forum curse me in private messages every day, saying we're deliberately stalling to block their qualifications. I too want to let those 1,000 rookies into work as my slave laborers. Besides the issues of skilled workers and equipment, the curing time of cement also constrained the project duration. The 4th Calamity players might be tireless, but they couldn't forcibly defy the laws of physics. They could only frantically add bricks and mortar to the site. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye the calendar on the wasteland turned to the end of June. Star calendar 11451, June 28, UX 829, planet around 6 p.m. A small truck returning from hauling construction waste screeched to a halt in the open ground. As soon as the door opened, Shi Huiyanai Hugo jumped down from the passenger seat as if chased by a dog, shouting at the top of his lungs. Brother Chu! Brother Nyo! Chu De Wanjia, who was supervising the construction, was startled by the sudden yell. Are you summoning a ghost? He snapped, walking over and kicking Shi Huiyanai Hugo on the butt. Brother Chu, guess who I saw?
Don't beat around the bush. Spit it out. Old Baku. What?
Chu Wanja froze, then dug at his ear thinking he had misheard.
Are you sure it's old Baku? That old fox selling second-hand arms. Absolutely. The driver de Bao and I go too also jumped out of the truck, nodding repeatedly to confirm. That's strange. Chu Wanja stroked his chin. Before he left, that old man swore to me that he wouldn't be back until next month around August. And now it's only the end of June. A whole month early. Did that old geezer install rocket engines on his convoy? When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a catch. On the wasteland, the itinerary of a traveling merchant convoy is often extremely strict related to supply replenishment and route safety. There's absolutely no reason for them to be this early without cause. What on earth is going on? The next morning, just as dawn broke, a modified pickup truck surged out of the Xingho outpost. Behind the wheel, the driver, known as No Delivery Allowed, was chewing on a piece of hay while skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel, following the rough coordinates provided by Brother Tiger the day before he sped along the road. About 20 minutes later, a long trail kicking up dust appeared faintly on the horizon. Found it. No Delivery Allowed slammed down on the gas pedal and the pickup truck charged forward like an enraged bull, heading straight for the long line. As the distance closed, the familiar merchant convoy clearly came into view. The guards on the perimeter immediately spotted the rambling pickup. Stop. Who goes there? Several all-terrain motorcycles swiftly surrounded, their dark gun barrels pointed menacingly at the pickup. Don't be nervous. We're on the same side. No Delivery Allowed executed a stylish drift and brought the pickup to a halt at a safe distance before jumping out. The guards clearly recognized the distinctive dark tactical suit, yet remained on high alert until Old Buck wearing a cowboy hat stepped out. Hey, aren't you folks from the Xingho outpost? Old Buck waved his hand, signaling the guards to lower their weapons, a smile spreading across his face as he strode forward. He glanced behind No Delivery Allowed with a hint of confusion. Where's your companion? Didn't Brother Chu come today? Brother Chu has been busy lately and couldn't make it, No Delivery Allowed chuckled. I heard from the brothers that boss Old Buck returned early, so I hurried over to say hello and see if there's any new stock. Old Buck pulled out a cigarette, took a deep drag while holding it under his nose, a look of enjoyment crossing his face. However, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked around at the desolate Gobi, a hint of anxiety barely concealed in his eyes. New stock. I fear you might be disappointed this time. Old Buck sighed bitterly, tucking the cigarette behind his ear. Let's not even talk about new stock this trip. The goods I brought last time haven't even reached their destination and I had to rush back. Oh. No Delivery Allowed raised an eyebrow, inwardly noting that something must be amiss. Boss Old Buck, in this wasteland, is there really anything that could make you rush back without even making a profit? Old Buck sighed and lowered his voice. Hey friend, you folks at the Xingho outpost might not have received the news yet. He extended his hand, pointing towards the western wilderness. Something big has happened in the west. A nomadic raider tribe is sweeping east like a pack of rabid wolves. Nomadic raiders. No Delivery Allowed was taken aback. How many of these raiders are there? What could scare you so much? Old Buck took a deep breath, extended a finger, his voice trembling slightly. At least. Over 1,000. Over 1,000. They leave nothing but desolation in their wake. When I received the news, they were already less than 200 kilometers away. If I don't leave soon, this old man will probably meet his end there. Saying this, Old Buck anxiously glanced at the convoy. Friend, I need to hit the road, so I won't keep you any longer. You guys at the Xingho outpost should prepare early, those madmen won't reason with you. With that, Old Buck didn't wait for No Delivery Allowed to respond, turning and getting back into his vehicle. The merchant convoy sped up, disappearing rapidly into the wilderness like a fleeing crowd. No Delivery Allowed stood in place, watching the dust raised by the convoy, his mind racing. Over 1,000 nomadic raiders. Not daring to waste a moment, he jumped back into the pickup. Boom! The pickup shot off like an arrow, racing back towards the Xingho outpost at top speed. Something big is happening. Brothers! Something huge has come up. Just back at the outpost, No Delivery Allowed shouted at the top of his lungs. His yell immediately drew all the nearby players over. What the hell are you screaming about? Did you blow the engine on the pickup? Poison Master grumbled, holding a freshly made Molotov cocktail. Blow the engine? No way. It's from the west. There's something coming from the west. Old Buck said so. There's a group of nomadic raiders coming from the west, at least over 1,000 of them. Over 1,000. The moment these words were spoken, the previously indifferent players instantly flared up like cats with their tails stepped on. Damn. 1,000 red-named monsters. This is just a massive moving experience and contribution package. Ha ha ha. Brothers, our guns will finally see action.
Without a hint of fear, the players' eyes were filled only with a thirst for experience and rewards.
Quiet. Everyone shut up. Player Chu rushed out from the newly established personnel management temporary office upon hearing the commotion.
He pushed through the crowd and grabbed No Delivery Allowed by the shoulder.
Is the information accurate?
Absolutely. Old Buck was so scared his face turned green and he drove the convoy faster than a reincarnation. No Delivery Allowed patted his chest in assurance. Then we need to prepare early. The light in Player Chu's eyes gleamed fiercely. He speculated that this might be the ultimate final exam before the 1,000-player beta test. No Delivery Allowed. You need to head to the core control room immediately and report this matter to the administrator without missing a word.
Got it.
No Delivery Allowed dashed towards the core control room.
The rest of you start gathering immediately.
Player Chu pulled out a walkie-talkie from his waist and pressed the talk button. This device was part of the supplies sent by the Jinlin Consortium last time. Although its communication range covered a maximum of about 5 kilometers, this was a revolutionary improvement for players who had to rely on shouting to communicate. To overcome distance limitations, players had even developed a signal relay station system, placing a relay operator at key points along main routes. The relay operator did nothing but receive radio signals from the previous station and relay them to the next, forming a simple human communication network.
Z. Calling Relay Station 1. Calling Relay Station 1. Player Chu shouted into the walkie-talkie. Z. Station 1 received. Director Chu, what are the orders? A crackling voice came from the walkie-talkie along with a native's voice.
Players were akin to hyperactive children. Asking them to accept such a boring job was like dreaming.
Thus it was left to the natives. Pass the message down.
Immediately notify everyone around to cease operations. A nomadic raider group of over 1,000 is approaching from the west.
Repeat. Return to the city immediately.
As the radio waves traversed the wasteland, the earth-shattering news spread like wildfire through the players' activity zones.
Old Chu. We're back.
Yi Xiao dismounted from an off-road motorcycle, his tactical suit still stained with fresh mutant blood.
Where are Quang Biao and the others? I rushed back as soon as I got the news.
They're dealing with the rock main beasts behind.
Xu Dewanja nodded and led Yi Xiao to the assembly point.
Within half an hour, most of the players who had ventured out returned to the Xinghou outpost. The pressured door of the central control room slid open silently. All eyes turned to the figure emerging from the shadows. Su Xing still wore the company uniform, his steps steady. His gaze swept across the assembled players.
Pioneer Su Xing's voice, amplified by the auxiliary brain machine, reached every player's ears clearly. I have received reports about the Western nomadic raider tribe. The revival of civilization must never be trampled by these savage brutes.
As Su Xing's words fell, a new mission panel appeared in every player's field of vision.
Ding. Emergency Outpost Defense Quest triggered. Wild Sand Defense Line. Quest description: a massive nomadic raider tribe is ravaging the wasteland.
Their target might not be the Xinghou outpost, but nothing is certain. To protect the spark of civilization, to defend the home you have built with your own hands, take up your weapons and prepare for the baptism of the wild sand.
Quest objective 1: full line defense.
Immediately establish effective defensive positions on the western side of the outpost to block the enemy.
Quest objective 2: vision blockade. Escort and deploy at least 3 micro-radar relay modules to clear the fog of war on the western map and grasp the enemy's movements. Quest rewards based on kill count and defensive duration.
Massive experience points, contribution points, top-tier blueprints and campaign-exclusive limited-time gacha pool points. Note: if the central control room of the outpost is destroyed, the campaign fails and the entire server save file will be completely wiped.
Awesome, we get to fight again. Radar deployment mission. Isn't this the classic capture point gameplay? Limited time gacha pool points. Goddamn planner, I love you. Damn, the entire server save file completely wiped. Life and death situation.
The players stared at the mission panel, their faces flushed with excitement, some already rubbing their hands in anticipation of showing off on the battlefield. Su Xing raised his hand and tapped the air. To ensure effective tactical execution, I will appoint 10 pioneers as squad leaders for this campaign. System notification: Chuda Wanje Yishawa Buchinyo Roshi Huianai Hu Gujanshan Quang Bia Onai Wei Quang Bolao Nanai Wai Busu Jine Inc Tan Sangshujwansher have obtained squad leader authority. Each squad leader can recruit 10 to 15 members.
Su Xing's gaze fell on Chuda Wanja and the others. Go pioneers.
Let these brutes understand that the light of the spark is not to be violated. With that, Su Xing turned and walked back into the control room, leaving the stage to the fourth Calamity, who could no longer contain themselves.
Brothers. Hear me. I'm a squad leader. Hurry up and come cling to my leg.
Zhu de Wanjia held a loudspeaker and immediately started a recruitment frenzy. I need a few with good aim and sharp instincts. Well, be responsible for the frontline fire suppression. EU-US squad need 2 Jiahao. Within 5 minutes the 10 squads were assigned.
Time is short, let's keep it brief. Zhu de Wanjia sketched a simple diagram and began tactical deployment.
From the info obtained from Old Baker, rough estimate puts the nomadic raider tribe near the No. 74 abandoned city around 6 or 7 in the evening. Just like the mission description says, they might not find us here, but we can't afford to be careless.
Wabu Chinyo Ro wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded in agreement.
We must push the front line forward. Establish the first defensive line at the junction of the weathered rock and dry riverbed to the west.
Agreed.
Yishao crossed his arms, staring at the crude sketch. I Quangbiao and Xiaoao's team will handle the radar deployment mission.
Leave it to me. Zhanshan Quangbiao excitedly patted his chest.
What about artillery support?
Xiao Ai, what version is your old godmother cannon updated to? Zhu de Wanjia turned to look at Ai in Tan. Ai in Tan grinned proudly, showing a row of white teeth. Don't worry, Chu Gu. The old godmother cannon. He deliberately paused, his eyes full of pride.
We've already built 10 of the Type 3 improved version. As long as you guys pull the mobs properly, I guarantee they'll taste what saturation fire strike means.
Beautiful.
In that case, old Xiao's 3-man team will set up the radar and Xiao A's team will provide fire support. I know Go Hu Go and Lao Nai Nai's 4 squads will build the defensive line.
Then what about me, Chu Gu? What does my squad do? Why, my Bu Su Jin rubbed his hands impatiently. You're back to your old job. Zhu de Wanjia glared at him. Mobile transport for the entire defensive line.
Personnel transfer, ammunition supply, all rely on your squad.
Got it. I'll make sure every bullet arrives on time. Why, my Bu Su Jin accepted the order with a chest thump. Finally, everyone's eyes fell on Sanshu Zhuanshu. Sisters, Sanshu Logistics is in your hands.
With dozens of us fighting on the front line, food, water, medical supplies, bandages, weapon repairs, all depends on you.
Also, you need to keep the NPCs in the base calm. Don't worry. Leave the front line to you and the rear to me. Sanshu Zhuanshu nodded seriously, fully aware of the importance of logistics. All right. Tactical meeting complete.
Zhu de Wanjia straightened up and looked at the 9 squad leaders. The campaign stage is set, come if you're game.
Let those ignorant nomadic natives see what true fourth calamity means. Smash them. Roar, roar, roar. After the brief pre-battle meeting, the entire outpost sprang into action.
Several kilometers west of the Xingho outpost on the dry riverbed and weathered rock terrain, defensive lines were rapidly taking shape. Meanwhile, Yishao's team had already vanished beyond the western horizon.
They weaved through ruins and rocks, searching for the optimal radar deployment points. Time ticked by and the sun gradually sank. Stardate 11451, June 29th, planet UX 829, around 5 p.m.
On the player's map radar, countless red dots appeared.
The massive nomadic raider tribe finally revealed its terrifying visage.
With a rumbling roar, the first convoy arrived at the crumbling ruins on the outskirts of abandoned city No. 74 amidst the billowing yellow sand.
On an oversized flashy motorcycle sat a burly man, legs spread wide and imposing.
His naked torso was covered in hideous scars and he toyed with a machete in his hand.
Pa!
He spat out a thick glob of phlegm, his eyes greedily fixed on the urban ruins before him. Boss Quangu, we finally made it to this godforsaken place, one of the raiders sidled up.
This No. 74 looks like a dump.
What loot can we possibly scrape out of it?
You know, Jack.
Quangu smacked the lackey on the back of the head, sending him stumbling. No matter how shabby, this place was a second-tier city in the old days. There must be a ton of good stuff buried underneath. Just as Quangu was berating his men, a screech of tires sounded. Several motorcycles drifted to a halt, kicking up a cloud of sand.
A rough iron chain was tied to the rear of one motorcycle, dragging something.
When the dust settled, they saw it was a local drenched in blood. He had been dragged for who knows how long over the gravel-strewn ground, his tattered clothes reduced to shreds, his skin a bloody mess of flesh and wounds.
Boss. We caught a live one at the abandoned gas station up ahead. The lackey on the bike tugged the chain proudly as if displaying a trivial trophy. Nice work. Quangu grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow and black teeth.
He jumped down, his heavy boots thudding on the scorched earth. He strode over to the dying survivor and without ceremony stomped on the man's head with his mud-caked boot.
Stop playing dead, you maggot.
Quangu pressed the machete against the survivor's neck, the blade instantly drawing a thin line of blood.
I'm asking you, what's the situation in this city? Who's the boss around here?
The survivor's eyes widened in terror, feeling the cold steel on his throat, his words stumbling.
Spare. Spare me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything.
He was terrified that the blade would slit his throat the next moment.
The Black Iron Brotherhood and the Ashes Gang.
They've been fighting over the city center territory for over a month. People die there every day, nobody cares about the outskirts. Having gotten the information, Quan Gu ended the survivor's life with a single stroke.
Ha 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 ha.
Two stray dogs fighting over a bone, even their brains are splattered.
Isn't that a ripe opportunity just waiting for me?
Quan Gu sheathed his blade and kicked the dead body aside like a bothersome stone. He was about to raise his machete and signal his men to charge into the city when
the roar of an engine suddenly echoed from behind. Quan Gu's wild laughter stopped abruptly.
He frowned, irritated, and turned his head, his face full of menace, the machete resting on his broad shoulder. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, a dozen modified off-road motorcycles painted dark green sped toward them like a swarm of giant venomous insects. Behind them came several modified pickups and SUVs. The convoy screeched to a halt less than 20 meters from Quan Gu's group. The sandstorm kicked up made several of Quan Gu's men cough.
Hey CI. Can't you drive better than that? Going that fast in a hurry to die.
Quan Gu spat at the opposite side, his eyes full of contempt. The convoy parted and a jeep drove forward.
Bang.
The door opened and a lean man stepped out. This was He Ci, the leader of the Poison Bee tribe, one of the three major forces participating in the Eastern Raid.
Quan Gu, on the other hand, was the chieftain of the Iron Spine tribe.
Quan Gu, you brainless gorilla, still as hot-tempered as ever, He Ci sneered darkly.
What? Not even sure what's up ahead and you're already ready to lead your short-haired lackeys to die in the city. Hearing this bald mockery, the Iron Spine tribe's underlings bristled with rage. Click-clack.
Dozens of guns of all lengths from the Iron Spine side aimed directly at the Poison Bee convoy, their black muzzles menacing. The Poison Bee tribe naturally responded in kind. For a moment the air over the wasteland seemed to freeze thick with tension ready to ignite.
Everyone put down your damn guns. Quan Gu roared, his voice like a thunderclap that made the nearby scrap metal vibrate.
As warlike as he was, Quan Gu wasn't stupid enough to start a bloody fight with his allies before they even got their hands on the spoils. Hey, see, I wiped that disgusting smirk off your face.
I just squeezed a rat. This city is a prime piece of meat.
Quan Gu raised his chin, proudly pointing his blade at the dead survivor on the ground.
There are two gangs inside.
Those idiots are tearing each other apart over a crappy piece of land in the city center.
Oh.
A glint of greed flashed in He Ci's venomous eyes.
Both sides weakened.
That saves us a lot of trouble.
He walked casually over to Quan Gu and nudged the corpse with his boot. Looks like we've finally hooked a big fish. He Ci turned his head toward the empty wilderness behind the convoy, snorting with disdain. Where are those cowards from the Windchaser tribe always picking up our scraps? Not even a dust cloud in sight. Who gives a damn about them?
Quan Gu scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Those sissy wastes from the Windchaser tribe are only fit to eat our exhaust.
Quan Gu suddenly raised his machete, the blade pointing directly at the broken buildings of abandoned city No. 74. I'm laying it out right now. The supplies, women and weapons in this city, my Iron Spine tribe will take the biggest, fattest share. Anyone who dares to stand in my way. Quan Gu's grin turned savage, his muscles bulging as if inflated, his joints cracking audibly.
His eyes blazed with confidence. Whether it's those black iron dogs or Ash's pigs, I'll grind them all into meat paste.
Quan Gu's arrogant speech made He Ci's mouth twitch violently.
A flash of displeasure crossed his eyes.
Everyone in this wasteland lived by the edge of the blade.
Sure, the Iron Spine tribe had more men and guns, but what gave them the right to claim the richest prize for themselves?
Yet reason ultimately prevailed over impulse.
He Ci knew well that in the brutal law of the wasteland, muscle and firepower were the ultimate truths. Now was not the time to fall out with this short-haired ape. Once inside the city, they would rely on their own skills. When they found something truly valuable, striking in the shadows was exactly the Poison Bee tribe's specialty.
The capable take on more work, eating and occupying more right.
However, since the city is in such chaos, we should proceed with caution. We wouldn't want to miss out on the meat and instead get bitten by those two mad dogs.
He Kong squinted his eyes, gazing at the distant ruins of the city. Quan Gu snorted coldly. I don't need your advice. Hey Shazi, you take 10 brothers and stay behind to provide backup. Got it, boss. Just wait and see.
Hey Shazi, Quan Gu's subordinate stood at attention, excitedly revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Seeing this, He Kong also gestured to his trusted aides.
Duya, you take 10 men as well and guard here with Tiji's brothers ready to assist those coming from behind.
After arranging the outer backup, Quan Gu and He Kong each counted the vanguards following them. The two groups combined had over 100 fierce-looking individuals, each wielding an array of weapons.
Brothers, follow me into the city to feast. Quan Gu led the charge, striding confidently onto the cracked cement road. Heikong followed closely behind with his men. The two forces, like sharp black daggers, silently pierced into the already chaotic city. Over an hour passed.
Just as the remaining brothers began boasting about their previous glorious achievements, boom 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 boom, a large convoy swirling up yellow dust rolled in.
Old Buck's intel was not exaggerated at all.
This army of nomadic raiders formed by the three major tribes had at least 15 heavy trucks. Aside from the heavy trucks, the convoy consisted of over 40 vehicles of various sizes altogether.
The dust kicked up by the convoy lingered in the air.
A well-maintained RV surrounded by motorcycles slowly came to a stop.
With a light click, the side door of the RV opened upward and a metallic folding staircase descended smoothly. Following that, a man's figure appeared at the door.
If Quan Gu was arrogant and Heikong was sinister, this man could only be described as exquisite. Dressed in a dark red velvet suit with a snow-white silk shirt underneath and wearing a pair of impeccably clean pointed leather shoes, his short golden hair was meticulously styled.
Damn, that's really impressive.
The inexplicable sense of refinement emanating from him made him seem nothing like a tribal leader commanding hundreds of raiders. Instead, he resembled a noble gentleman stepping out from a castle ready to attend a banquet. This was none other than the leader of this army, the last faction, the Su Xing tribe, Jason. Jason held a pure white silk handkerchief gently covering his mouth and nose, his brows slightly furrowed. He surveyed the swirling yellow sand around him, a flicker of disgust crossing his eyes. Elegantly he descended the staircase from the RV, his leather boots crunching on the scorched earth with a crisp tap-tap sound. Seeing this elegant figure approaching, He Xiaozi and Duya hurried to greet him. Although Quan Gu and Heikong often privately insulted Jason as someone who only deserved to follow behind and eat the dust. But which leader capable of rallying hundreds of men is not someone to be trifled with?
Jason. Leader Jason, you finally arrived. He Xiaozi grinned, showing his yellow teeth, stepping forward to speak with a respectful attitude. Boss Quan Gu and Leader Heikong have already led the vanguard into the city. Jason stopped, his gaze peering through his gold-rimmed glasses, assessing He Xiaozi from head to toe. Into the city. Jason's voice was unexpectedly gentle, even carrying a hint of magnetism. So does this mean the two leaders are planning to leave me just the scraps? Boss Quan Gu said.
He Xiaozi momentarily faltered. He couldn't possibly repeat Quan Gu's original words that implied that Su Xing tribe is only fit to pick up garbage. He quickly thought and put on a smile to explain. Boss Quan Gu said that the city is in great turmoil right now, with the local gangs, the Black Iron Brotherhood and the Ashen Gang, engaged in a fierce battle. They went in first to scout the path, assess the situation, and then wait for you to bring in the main force to launch a coordinated attack and take down these fat sheep. Upon hearing He Xiaozi's somewhat clumsy attempt to smooth things over, Jason merely chuckled lightly, noncommittally.
Scouting.
More likely they can't wait to devour the most succulent piece of meat themselves. Jason delicately dusted off the non-existent dirt on the sleeve of his suit with the white silk handkerchief, his tone dismissive. Very well, let those two foolish pigs go ahead and test the waters. In the wasteland, those who charge in the fastest often meet the most tragic ends.
Just during their brief conversation,
Jason's subordinates had already erected a spacious sunshade next to the RV. Not only that, but they even brought over a chair draped with rare beast skins and a delicate folding wooden table. On the table there were even two goblets. As for the crimson liquid inside, those in the know understood what it was.
Lord Jason, your resting area is ready. One of his trusted aides bowed respectfully and made a gesture inviting him in.
Jason nodded slightly, no longer paying attention to He Xiaozi and Duya, and walked directly toward the sunshade. He comfortably sat down on the beastskin chair and two maidservants immediately knelt obediently beside him. One gently massaged his legs to relax him while the other carefully held up a goblet bringing the red liquid to his lips. This display amidst the stench of sweat and blood in the wasteland was simply fantastical, to the point of being outrageous. He Xiaozi and Duya nearby couldn't help but gulp, cursing in their hearts how this guy really knew how to enjoy himself.
But Jason was not truly here for a vacation. Relay my orders. Teams 1 and 2 immediately head out. Establish 3 layers of security nets around the edge of this ruin. Any living creature approaching, whether mutated dogs or stragglers, shall be killed without mercy. Understood. Heavy trucks arrange in a circular defensive formation. Set up all the heavy machine guns. Received. Immediately begin constructing temporary tents. Define the area. In 3 hours I want to see the outline of the camp. Understood. Lord Jason. Each command was delivered with precision. The once somewhat sluggish and chaotic raider army immediately began to operate efficiently. Clearly Jason's organizational and leadership abilities were exceptional, far surpassing Quan Gu and Heikong by several streets. Time flew by amidst the busy activity.
Over 3 hours later, under Jason's coordination, a makeshift camp rose from the ground.
15 heavy trucks were lined up, forming a temporary.
On top of the trucks, the cold light of searchlights began to sweep back and forth in the night. In the center of the camp, tents were scattered about. Meanwhile, Jason remained elegantly reclining under the sunshade, gently swirling his goblet as if everything was under his control.
Late at night. Clouds obscured the starlight. In reality, it was also getting late.
Most of the working class and student players pressed the active logout button and returned to the real world to work or prepare for their morning classes. On the originally bustling defensive line, only a dozen or so unemployed wanderers remained at their posts. On this true wasteland, the tedious task of standing guard would have been unbearable for most players if not for the night watch duty reward issued by the system. However, the atmosphere on the makeshift defensive line dug by the players was unusually relaxed. After all, through the map panel, players could clearly see the large cluster of red dots representing the nomadic raiders halting at the edge of the abandoned city, seemingly setting up camp. It was obvious that the main target of these raiders was still abandoned city No.
74.
Beside a sheltered campfire, a few remaining players were sitting together, chatting and boasting.
I tell you, spaghetti should be mixed with No.
42 concrete because the length of this screw.
Spaghetti waved a wooden stick, confidently expounding his drama philosophy. Get out of here, 42 concrete. First of all, your point is a bit extreme.
Next to him, Berlin Commander rolled his eyes, took a gulp of water, smacked his lips, and began to express his own ideas. IQ phones have always had the fastest charging, it's just that Patrick Star occasionally goes jellyfishing with SpongeBob. Of course, when the sun rises in the east, it also means it will set in the west. Not to brag, but if I had been in charge of defending Berlin back then, I guarantee the enemy would have come in and never gotten out. Alright, with your tactical skills that only know how to play in the mud, you'd just be cannon fodder. Keyboard smashed leaned in a lewd grin on his face. There's a novel that's super popular recently about 33 princes sent out for political marriage.
It's so hilarious, you know.
Holy shit, that image is too beautiful, I dare not even imagine. Final winner, victory settlement. I see Qin Shi Huang and Han Wudi as weak, Tang Taizong and Song Taizu as incompetent.
Strategist, I see Zhang Liang and Chen Ping as shallow, Zhu Biliang and Sima as inferior in strategy.
Chancellor, I see Fong Shanling and Du Ruhui as lacking wisdom, Xiao He and Zhang Zia as mediocre in planning. General, the overlord of Western Shu is nothing but dirt and dogs. Lu Bu among men is merely a common brute.
Historian, being so modest, do you have something on your mind?
Everyone imagined that scene and burst into laughter, filled with joy and laughter. As they chatted, the topic naturally shifted to the game spark.
Hey, don't you think this damn game designer is out of his mind?
Macho Man picking branches poked at the campfire, his tone full of dissatisfaction.
If it's a closed beta, just release the accounts directly, right?
Why bother with 3 pre-release unlock conditions? I've been playing for almost a month now and the entire server only has a measly 133 players. Such a huge wasteland with just over 100 people thrown in it doesn't even make a splash.
Exactly. Spaghetti chimed in, his voice full of pain.
Those cloud players are howling for accounts on the forum every day while we're in there working like dogs.
The damn designer is inhuman. Indeed, it's more fun with more people.
Berlin Commander sighed, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. Just think, if we had 1,000 brothers now. Would we still need to dig trenches and defend here?
Would just each take a gun and steamroll the damn nomadic?
One spit from each of us could drown them.
Exactly. Does this damn designer even know how to make a game?
How can they limit the player count so strictly, turning a passionate wasteland conquest game into a survival simulator? The remaining players around the campfire, one after another, launched a deep verbal attack on the hidden damn designer.
Damn designer Su Xing.
The behind-the-scenes damn designer Su Xing naturally wouldn't change because of a few players' words. After all, our Spark doesn't want to make money at all. If they blindly bought a player's demands, rashly lower the threshold and increase the number of slots, it would cause the closed beta server to be overloaded, break faction balance, shatter the survival atmosphere, and ruin immersion.
Moreover, rashly expanding recruitment often means letting in a large number of tourists and studios with impure intentions, which is actually a drain on the game's vitality. Ouch.
Just as Berlin Commander was passionately speaking, angrily cursing the damn designer, he suddenly got a knock on the back of his head.
Who the hell?
Berlin Commander was about to explode, then turned around and saw War God Rampage appearing behind him from who knows when. Although the pain sensation was weakened in the game, the sudden physical attack still gave him a start.
Stand guard properly.
In the middle of the night, your voice travels for miles looking for trouble. War God Rampage put on a stern face, his eyes sharp as he scanned the few people around the campfire. What if a mutated creature sneaks up? You rookies wouldn't even know how you died.
Feeling the high-level player aura emanating from the senior, the few who had been chattering fell silent instantly. Ahem. Got it, bro. Rampage.
Berlin Commander awkwardly rubbed the back of his head.
After a few scolding words, War God Rampage turned and headed to another section of the defense line. The senior's words made sense. Although the players had a mini-map radar which was like having a wall hack to some extent. But the wasteland was fraught with danger. Who knew from which corner of this godforsaken place a strange creature would suddenly pop out? Alright, everyone perk up. If something really happens, well, lose face. Berlin commander dusted off his hands and called to the others. The few no longer slacked off, pairing up in twos, shouldering their weapons, and began patrolling back and forth along the defense line. The night was deep and the wasteland wind carried sand and gravel, hitting their tactical suits with a faint rustling sound. Keyboard smashed and Macho Man picking branches walked to a low-lying area at the southernmost part of the defense line. What can you see in the pitch dark with no moonlight? Macho Man picking branches shivered. Stop complaining, keep your eyes peeled. Keyboard smashed also nervously scanned the surrounding shadows. Just as the two passed a huge weathered rock, huff, the sound of heavy breathing suddenly came from behind them on the side. Both froze. Keyboard smashed swallowed hard and slowly turned his head. Less than 3 meters away, a pair of red eyes were staring fixedly at them. Ho! Holy shit! Macho Man picking branches' voice cracked in terror. The mutated creature didn't give them time to react. A gust of bloody wind rushed straight at their faces. Damn it! Let's fight! At the critical moment of life and death, Macho Man picking branches unleashed astonishing potential. He didn't retreat, instead he roared and held his shield tightly against his chest, charging forward with all his might. Bang! The huge impact sent him and his shield flying crashing heavily into the rock behind. Branches! Keyboard smashed's eyes were nearly splitting. Southern Lowland. There's a monster. Come help quick. After shouting into the walkie-talkie, Keyboard smashed regardless of anything closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. The support from nearby players arrived quickly. The mutated creature was soon overwhelmed by the players' righteous mobbing, turning into warm experience points and contribution points. A few minutes later, behind the defense line, the hatch of the incubation pod opened. Both Keyboard Smash and Macho Man picking up sticks crawled out drenched. Damn! That dog thing bites really hard. Macho Man rubbed his neck, still feeling a bit shaken. Stop dawdling. Run fast. Keyboard Smash hurriedly put on his tactical suit. If we slow down the gear we blew up will be taken by those beasts. The two scrambled out of the mobile resurrection point, sprinting towards the place where the incident occurred. It was no wonder they were in such a rush. In this game, preventing monsters was secondary. Preventing teammates from picking up scraps was of utmost importance. Moreover, our director Chu had made a serious statement: if anyone's walkie-talkie was damaged or lost, they would have to compensate 300 Starfire coins. Although the purchase price for this gadget was only 10 golden scales, it couldn't be replaced by the outpost. There were only 100 of them in the entire server, and losing one meant one less. Fortunately, the two ran quickly and the walkie-talkie remained intact, otherwise they would have lost 300 Starfire coins for nothing. After this little episode, the previously relaxed atmosphere on the defense line vanished. The players who remained behind widened their eyes, gripping their weapons tightly, their nerves on edge. On a high ground on the northern side of the defense line, 10 Jean Rose was crouched beside a large rock. This was a radar relay station set up by the Night Owl Squad, offering an excellent view over the vast wilderness ahead. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps came from behind. Without turning, 10 Jean Rose calmly uttered 3 words. Back already? Yeah. The newcomers were Night Owl, and how dare you? They crept silently to 10 Jean Rose's side. Night Owl's gaze locked onto a few blinding light beams scanning back and forth several kilometers away in the night sky. That was the temporary camp set up by the nomadic raiders. He reached for the walkie-talkie at his waist and pressed the talk button. ZRRT. Crazy God, this is Night Owl. How's the situation on your end? The voice of War God Crazy God came through the walkie-talkie. ZRRT. All's normal. Owl, what intel do you have? The situation isn't looking good. Night Owl's expression grew serious. This isn't just a rabble. Their camp layout is very organized, with heavy trucks as a defensive barrier on the perimeter, making it impossible to scout inside. What's more troubling is that besides the searchlights, I've spotted at least 3 heavy machine gun positions with overlapping fields of fire. And their patrols are mostly equipped with decent standard weapons. After hearing Night Owl's intel, 10 Jean Rose furrowed her brow tightly. Tough nuts. Not just tough nuts. This group of red-named monsters is definitely not ordinary. How dare you? Couldn't help but interject. He rubbed his goosebumps, his eyes showing a hint of unease. When Owl and I crept over earlier, we were still over 800 meters from their camp. But my deadly premonition talent has been intermittently going off. How dare you? Swallowed hard, his tone exaggerated. That feeling was like being watched by a pair of eyes in the dark.
If it weren't for Owl's quick reaction to pull me back, I might have found myself lying down for—
Understood.
He'll have the brothers stay alert. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, War God Crazy God's tone became serious and he then cut off the communication. How dare you, stood up, brushing the dirt off his knees. I'll head back to monitor our radar point in case those idiots stir up any trouble again.
Go ahead, stay safe. Contact us if there's any movement. Night Owl nodded.
After watching How Dare You sneaky figure disappear into the night, Night Owl turned to look at Tenjin Rose.
Rose, I need to log off quickly.
He patted Tenjin Rose's shoulder. These nomadic raiders are not comparable to the people at Crow's Nest. I need to sync the intel to Old Chu and Old Neo.
Yeah.
Tenjin Rose replied with a single word. Night Owl stopped wasting words, found a sheltered spot to sit down, leaned against the cold rock and pressed the log off button.
Blue Star, Deep Sea City. It was approaching noon.
Chuga sat in front of the computer monitor, stretching lazily, his bones cracking. The screen was playing the latest episode of Starfire Closed Beta Diary, edited by his good friend Old Wang.
Phew.
There hasn't been any new content in the game lately. I hope this new version of the Sandstorm defense line can be a hit.
Chuga took a big gulp of his iced cola, preparing to check the forum.
Buzz buzz buzz, the phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. The green bubble notification tone rang several times in succession.
Chuga picked up his phone and saw a message from Renee Nan, Game ID Night Owl.
Old Chu, the situation has changed. That group of nomadic raiders is no joke. Their camp is heavily defended with overlapping heavy machine gun fire and patrols on the perimeter.
Little Owl's deadly premonition went off from 800 meters away, indicating that there are experts among those red-named monsters.
Looking at these few lines of short text, the relaxed expression on Chuga's face vanished and his brows furrowed tightly.
Hiss. This time we've run into a hard nut to crack. Without hesitation, Chuga pulled up his contacts and dialed Gu Shaoqi. Game ID, I don't eat beef.
The phone rang 7 or 8 times before Gu Shaoqi's drowsy voice came through.
Hello.
Old Chu, it's the middle of the day, disturbing my sweet dreams. Better be for a good reason.
The sky isn't falling. Chugu interrupted him impatiently. Wake up quickly, the latest intel brought back by Old Owl. Open the green bubble and let's have a voice conference. 3 minutes later, a voice chat room with 3 people was established. Old Owl, are you sure? Little Owl's passive triggered from 800 meters away.
Gu Shaoqi's voice sounded much more alert, with the sound of running water in the background clearly washing up.
I'm sure.
Renee Nan's calm voice came through the earpiece.
Moreover, their camp layout is very militarized.
If we charge in with the stuff we have, we won't even get close before being torn to shreds by machine guns.
Not to mention their numbers far exceed ours. Once they encircle us, we'll be sitting ducks on the wasteland. For now we can only pray that their target is solely on the abandoned city No. 74.
Or pray that our outpost can stand its ground when they attack. Gu Shaoqi said helplessly, making a little bear shrug gesture.
Around 2 or 3 in the morning.
A group of people rushed into the gate of the raiders' temporary camp in a sorry state. They were none other than Quangu and Haisai, along with their underlings who had marched into the city triumphantly yesterday evening. However, the 2 arrogant tribal leaders had completely lost their dignity. Quangu's sturdy chest now bore a fierce wound and his hair was singed. Haisai was even worse, his entire left arm hanging limply, blood dripping from his fingertips. Quick! Where's the physician?
Where the hell is he? Ouch! My leg. My leg is broken. Quick! Save me. My intestines are spilling out. Give me an injection, give me an injection now.
There were also more than a dozen wounded members moaning in the team. As for some of the companions who had been riddled with bullets, they might have become the midnight snack of the mutant creatures.
The originally silent camp instantly turned into a chaotic mess.
Worthless, truly a bunch of good-for-nothings. A cold sneer came from the luxury RV.
Jessen was awakened by the commotion. He sat in the RV looking down at the 2 allies who were like beaten dogs. Aren't you 2 going to scout the city?
Jessen gently swirled the wine glass, the crimson liquid spinning inside.
What? The rodent city 74 too slippery, causing boss Quangu to fall.
Hearing this sarcastic taunt, Quangu, who had been holding back his anger, instantly exploded.
Jessen. Stop your fucking sarcasm. Quangu, like an enraged grizzly bear, strode forward and grabbed the metal pillar of the awning.
His immense strength caused the steel frame to creak and—
Say another fucking word and I'll split you with my blade first. Oh. You can try. Through the car window, Jessen didn't even raise his eyelids. Enough. Both of you shut up. Haisai, clutching his arm, stepped forward with a gloomy face forcefully squeezing between them. Jessen, this time we indeed got our asses handed to us. Oh. Jessen raised an eyebrow slightly as if suddenly interested.
Those mad dogs in the city are tougher than we imagined. Haisai gritted his teeth, his forehead covered in cold sweat. The physician next to him was nervously wrapping a bandage around his left arm which had been pierced by a bullet. He sucked in cold air, his face dark, and slowly recounted their encounter in City 74. In the evening, just after Quangu and Haisai and their vanguard slipped in, they heard noises not far away.
Following the deafening gunfire and explosions, they arrived at a wide intersection.
At that intersection, two groups of crazed dogs had already beaten each other's brains out. Severed limbs were scattered everywhere and the ground was littered with smoking bullet casings. Seeing this bloody scene, Quangu panted heavily, his eyes turning red.
Who? Awesome. I'm going to go rip their heads off right now. Quangu pulled out the huge cleaver, licked his dry lips, and prepared to charge.
What the fuck?
Haisai quick-eyed and quick-handed grabbed Quangu.
At first he was almost pulled off his feet.
Fortunately, the nearby underlings also reacted quickly and pulled him back. After stopping, Haisai looked at Quangu like he was an idiot, lowering his voice. Let them fight it out and then we go in and pick up the leftovers, isn't that better?
Although Quangu was all brawn, he knew that Haisai, that sly old fox, had a good head.
He stopped reluctantly and spat on the ground.
Then, cursing, he walked to a broken wall, squatted down, pulled out a cigarette, stuck it in his mouth and started puffing.
These useless bastards taking forever to fight, wasting my time. Quangu complained impatiently while smoking.
After waiting for nearly half an hour, the gunfire at the intersection finally ceased. The remaining few dozen gang members were all wounded, barely able to stand.
Now.
Haisai, who had been watching from the shadows, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, suddenly waved his hand.
Kill. Quangu had been itching for action.
He charged out first like a rutting bull, roaring. The gang members, who had just been through a bloody battle and were low on stamina and ammunition, were stunned.
The battle was a no-brainer, a one-sided massacre. The whole process was over in a matter of minutes. After a few minutes, Quangu chopped down the last stubborn gang member.
Standing on the corpses, he laughed wildly, blood staining his chest.
Ha ha ha. Is that all? Is that all?
I thought the local gangs were tough. After another effortless victory, Quangu and Haisai's confidence instantly swelled to the extreme. They felt that City 74 was like a treasure trove with its doors wide open where anyone could make a fortune.
The group stopped sneaking around and started swaggering down the street.
They were completely in the Invincible mode of kill the gods and slay the Buddhas. Then reality gave them a loud resounding slap.
Da 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 da.
As soon as they reached the edge of a building, the hidden crossfire erupted. With the explosion of several fragmentation grenades, the frontmost men were instantly torn into flying shreds of flesh and blood.
The enemy's firepower and defense level were far beyond those stragglers fighting in the streets.
They had stumbled upon the enemy's core stronghold.
Retreat. Fall back.
Haisai's arm was instantly hit by a stray bullet and Quangu's chest took a solid hit from a high-speed fragment. The two were pinned down by the terrifying firepower, unable to even lift their heads, and finally woke up. Under the cover of their underlings, they left a pile of corpses behind and fled the block in a panic, running all the way back to the camp like beaten dogs. After listening to Haisai's dramatic account, Jason, sitting in the RV, gently put down the wineglass and rubbed his forehead with a headache.
So?
Jason looked at the two disheveled allies through the window, his tone tinged with helplessness.
You didn't gather any information and just wandered around in someone else's territory.
Haisai swallowed hard, his face grim. He suddenly turned to glare at Quangu. I told you to be careful, but you short-haired gorilla just wouldn't listen.
Quangu held his chest where the high-speed fragment was still embedded between two ribs. You're talking shit. You were laughing louder than me then.
I was, what?
Haisai opened his mouth, finally choking out. I thought the stray dogs in this city were all useless.
So you also thought it was easy pickings?
Quangu retorted.
The two glared at each other like two angered mutant dogs.
Jason didn't speak.
He picked up the wineglass, swirled the red liquid, gently watching the two tear into each other. Who's going to pay for this hole in my... Haisai changed the subject, pointing at his still bleeding wound.
Quangu took the fragment that the physician had removed and tossed it onto the ground in front of Haisai.
Then who's going to pay for this piece of mine?
You. Enough. Jason finally spoke. Both of them finally quieted down. The next day the sun rose as usual. Ouch, my old back.
The player named Chuda was rubbing his sore lower back while getting up from the ground. This broken game has everything good, but it's just too realistic. Lying on the ground for a whole night feels like I've been beaten up by someone.
Yeah, I have a stiff neck too.
Not far away, the player named Dilu Shao tilted his head and grinned. Suddenly he felt a chill sweep over him. With a crack, Dilu Shao straightened his head. Then came a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Dilu Shao fell to the ground, seemingly lifeless. The culprit, Pingai Ji Zhangyi, stood with his hands behind his back, whistling as he left. With the matter settled, he brushed off his clothes and concealed his merit and fame. On other defense lines, the sounds of resurrecting from the dead were also heard.
Good morning, brothers. Good morning, my ass. I just finished showing off a bowl of spicy stir-fried meat noodles in reality and hurried online. Hurry up and put on your shoes. Ugh. It stinks. Ugh. The morning sunlight poured unobstructed onto the rough trench, bringing a hint of weak warmth. Players stretched lazily, waking up from various bizarre sleeping positions. Shihui and I, who Guyan summoned the system panel and opened the mini. Ha! Why is this bunch of bastards not moving? He randomly poked the virtual screen with his finger, his brows slightly furrowed. In the northwest direction of the map, a large cluster of red dots representing the nomadic raider tribe remained completely still, showing no signs of movement. What time is it?
The sun is already high and these nomadic raiders are still sleeping soundly. Shihui and I, who stroked his chin, looking frustrated. How about we take advantage of their slumber, form a team and sneak over to steal their camp? Hearing someone respond, Shihui and I, who rubbed his eyes and turned to see two of his team members. The one on the left had the ID Su Xing and the one on the right was named Ay Bobby. The state of these two could easily be described as walking corpses. Their gazes were vacant, their eye sockets sunken, and a row of red negative status indicators floated above their heads. Severe fatigue, spiritless muscle soreness.
Damn, what's wrong with you two? Are you planning to go bite people as zombies later?
Shihui and I, who couldn't bear to see it any longer, and slapped Su Xing on the shoulder.
Who go?
Su Xing suddenly jolted awake, hastily wiping drool from the corner of his mouth, forcing his eyes wide open.
Su Xing, I'm not asleep. I can still grind. Ay Bobby, I feel terrifyingly strong right now. Strong your ass.
Shihui and I, who rolled his eyes, pointing at the hand gripping the gun barrel. With your current fatigue level, if a fight really breaks out later, you won't even be able to pull the bolt. The nearby Ay Bobby was still unconvinced, his eyelids heavy and mumbling in a daze.
Hugo, it's fine.
At worst, I'll just charge in with the gun as a meat shield.
What kind of meat shield are you talking about? You two would probably fall flat on your faces after just a couple of steps. Hurry up. Right now. Log off. Otherwise I'll kick you both.
Faced with Shihui and I, who guessed threat, the two grind enthusiasts finally compromised.
All right. Fine. Su Xing yawned widely. If a fight breaks out, remember to ping us in the group.
Before he could finish, both of their bodies suddenly went limp.
Thud. Thud. With two muffled sounds, the two collapsed into the trench, turning into two unconscious idle corpses. Sigh, these reckless grinding kings. Shihui and I, who sighed helplessly. He bent down resigned and grabbed the ankles of the two, dragging the corpses to the deepest corner of the trench. Actually, these two had originally made a good arrangement. Su Xing would guard the first half of the night and Ay Bobby would take over the second half, taking turns without holding each other back. However, the extra rewards during the night were simply too tempting. Su Xing, brother, I'm not sleepy yet. I can guard a little longer. What a coincidence, I'm wide awake too. Then the two of them just held on.
One pretended it wasn't the second half of the night and the other pretended it wasn't time to switch. Fatigue levels shifted from green to yellow, from yellow to red, and neither of them spoke up first to say, I'll log off now. Around 8 in the morning, the player named Wasteland drove a truck appearing behind the defense line managed by Shihui and I, Hugu.
Ding ding. Meal time.
Warm meat soup with baked pancakes.
First come, first served. Wasteland yelled loudly while efficiently directing the NPCs in the truck to unload. Damn. Leave me a bowl. One baked pancake, please. What are you snatching? There's enough for everyone.
In an instant, the defense line was filled with the sounds of slurping soup and chewing.
Hick. Shihui and I, who let out a loud satisfied burp, patting his belly. Brothers. Eat well and continue working. Since these red-named monsters aren't coming, let's reinforce this defense structure. Dig the trench deeper. Traps. Let's set up more traps. Put in tons of rebar. Team members responded enthusiastically and the defense line turned into a bustling construction site once again.
Shihui and I, Hugo, was placing spike traps in front of the trench while occasionally checking the minimap. Just as he inserted a piece of rebar into the ground and prepared to straighten up and catch his breath, the cluster of red dots on the minimap suddenly changed.
Ha! They moved. Shihui and I, Hugo's eyes widened as he focused intently on the minimap.
The large cluster of red dots representing the nomadic raider tribe finally ended their standby state and began to show clear movement trajectories. However, that large group of red dots was not moving toward the Xinghao outpost. At the edge of the abandoned city, no. 74 The raider army had gathered. Except for a few left to guard the camp, the main forces of the three tribes had almost entirely emerged, totaling over 600 people. Quan Gu was wielding his iconic machete while Haisai was toying with a delicate handgun beside him. His gaze was cold, seemingly calculating how to let the TG tribe bear a bit more firepower in the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Jason had changed into clothes more suitable for movement, though he still appeared incongruous compared to others.
Let's go. Jason uttered two words indifferently. Rumble. The hundreds of people marched majestically into the intricate ruins of the abandoned city No. 74. Outside the abandoned subway station of abandoned city No. 74. At the entrance, half hidden by crumbling walls, dozens of ragged survivors had gathered. Some squatted on the ground, some leaned against the walls, while others occasionally craned their necks to look around. A young man named Ergo was animatedly boasting to a slightly older companion beside him. "Brother Dishun, just put your heart at ease." Ergo patted his chest, bowing solemnly. "Have I, Ergo, ever deceived you? That Xingho outpost place is absolutely a paradise for folks like us. As long as you're willing to work hard, mixing mud, carrying bricks, spreading mortar, after a day's work they not only provide 2 full meals but also give out those Xingho coins." Ergo lowered his voice, carefully fished out a coin from his inner pocket and shook it in front of his companion. That silver-gray polymer alloy coin glinted with an enticing cold light under the sun. "See this? It's hard currency over there. This thing can be exchanged for clean water, food, and even medicine." The man called Dishun stared at the coin and swallowed hard. "Really? Is it really that good? In this world, can there really be such a windfall?" Dishun hesitated. After all, on the wasteland, 2 beautiful promises often hide the most lethal poison. "Ayo, my brother Dishun." Ergo wrapped his arm around the honest man's neck. "Look at these people around us, several of them were working there yesterday." Ergo pointed at a few survivors not far away. Dishun followed his gaze. Somehow he felt that a glimmer of light shone in those people's eyes. But Dishun still had misgivings. Since it's so good there, why don't they just live there? "Hi. You just don't get it." Ergo curled his lips. "That Xingho outpost isn't a charity for fools. The houses there are indeed livable and the heated brick beds are warm, but they charge for accommodation. It costs 2 Xingho coins per night. Those people are shrewd, they'd rather work from dawn to dusk than waste that money. Anyway, the big shots said they'll drive here every morning to pick us up and drop us off." Ergo rubbed his hands together. As for him coming back every day, it wasn't to save those 2 coins. He was there to be a middleman. After figuring out the recruitment needs of Xingho outpost, the quick-witted Ergo immediately discovered a shortcut to riches. During this time he had been madly promoting at various refugee camps, using his silver tongue to successfully successfully introduce batch after batch of survivors to work at Xingho outpost. After all, the director Chu at the outpost was a man of integrity. For every capable laborer introduced, Ergo could receive a referral fee of 5 Xingho coins. This business, making money just by talking, wasn't it 10,000 times better than hauling bricks? "Brother Dishun, don't hesitate. The big shot's car will be here soon," Ergo advised while looking around. By all rights, the big shot's car should have arrived long ago. Rumble. A dense vibration came from the other end of the street. The small pebbles on the ground began to tremble, producing faint clinking sounds. "They're here, they're here. The big shot's car is here." Several survivors who had worked there stood up excitedly, craning their necks toward the direction of the vibration. This area was a buffer zone where the Black Iron Brotherhood and the Ashen Gang clashed. Usually few people came here. The big shots had finally arrived. But why was the racket so loud today? Forget it. The pioneers were the absolute authority. Ergo shook his head, casting aside his doubts. He quickly tidied his clothes, ready to greet the benefactor daddy. However, when the convoy gradually revealed its true appearance, the smile on Ergo's face instantly froze. It was a line of off-road vehicles adorned with ferocious paint jobs and all-terrain motorcycles emitting ear-piercing roars. On the leading motorcycle, a bare-chested strongman was wielding a huge machete. Quan Gu sat on that flashiest off-road motorcycle, his brow slightly raised as he surveyed the dozens of people gathered ahead. "Yo!" A cruel sneer twisted Quan Gu's face. "This dump actually hides so many people. Looks like I'm lucky today, perfect to use you worms for a warm-up." He didn't even bother to ask which faction these people belonged to or what they were doing here. He. Quan Gu suddenly twisted the throttle to the max. The motorcycle let out a roar, its rear wheel kicking up clouds of sand and gravel, charging straight toward the crowd like a mad rhinoceros. Most of the gathered survivors hadn't yet grasped the situation. They thought these people were the pioneers the middleman had spoken of.
Only those survivors who had carried bricks were cautiously stepping back.
Sir! Are you here to pick us up?
A slightly stooped man forced a fawning smile. The response was a blinding flash of cold steel.
Quan Gu, riding the momentum of the speeding motorcycle, swung his machete through the air. A head was instantly sent flying into the air.
Warm blood sprayed like a fountain, splashing across the faces of several nearby survivors.
The headless body even took 2 steps forward before crashing to the ground.
Only at this moment did the survivors finally realize that these people were no benefactors.
Murder! Help! Run! The crowd erupted in chaos, terrified survivors screaming and scattering like headless flies.
Some desperately burrowed into the depths of the abandoned subway station, while others fled blindly into the ruins on either side.
Ha ha ha! Run! Run as hard as you can! Quan Gu laughed madly.
The raiders behind him also let out bestial howls. The motorcyclists screeched excitedly as if playing a hunting game, deliberately hurting the fleeing survivors. Several slower ones tripped and were then reaped by Quan Gu. In the chaos, the one who ran the fastest was surprisingly Deshan, who had been hesitating moments ago. At the instant Quan Gu swung his blade, the nearby Ergo let out a scream.
No! They're not the pioneers. Brother Deshan, run! Unfortunately, Ergo's legs instantly turned to jelly. He couldn't run at all.
At the critical moment, Deshan proved reliable. He grabbed Ergo, who had wet himself in terror, and tucked him under his arm like a tattered sack, then sprinted wildly into a narrow alley.
Big! Brother Deshan! My shoe!
Ergo, dangling under his arm, was as limp as a noodle. His toes dragged on the ground and his big toe was stubbed. As Ergo's cry escaped, a large hand clamped over his mouth.
Shut up! If you don't want to die, keep quiet.
Deshan clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, using every ounce of strength he had. The alley was narrow and piled with all kinds of trash. Motorcycles couldn't enter at all. Deshan weaved frantically through the alleys, with the raiders' raucous laughter and the desperate screams of survivors occasionally echoing behind him.
Even though the enemies did not approach, the players remained vigilant, reinforcing their defenses tirelessly.
Just as everyone was working fervently, a figure appeared in the trench.
Yo, Doghead, you finally decided to log in.
Hugo, leaning on his shovel, rolled his eyes at the newly arrived Debao and Igo too.
What time is it? It's 10 o'clock, brother. The front line is about to dig a trench into the underground river and you just show up.
Debao and Igo too scratched his head, a trace of apology on his face.
Don't mention it, Hugo. I didn't want to be late either. It's just that I got held up.
Oh.
Hugo perked up at this.
Nearby players who were digging also perked up their ears.
Held up? You weren't secretly going on a blind date with the guys, were you? What blind date? A girl asked me to go watch a movie. Debao and Igo too puffed out his chest proudly. Watching a movie?
Hugo squinted his eyes.
What did you watch? That new sci-fi movie. She asked me out first. Debao and Igo too chuckled. Hugo asked, and then, after the movie, it was just past 8. She said she didn't want to go home so early. So we went for a milk tea and strolled around the pedestrian street for a bit. Hugo replied, oh. What do you mean, oh? Debao and Igo too expressed some dissatisfaction. Hugo said, it's nothing. You carry on.
By 9 she said it was a bit cold.
So I gave her my jacket. Hugo asked, did she wear it?
Of course she did, Debao and Igo too replied matter-of-factly. Then she said, it's so late, there's nothing to do at home, so I took her home. Hearing this, Hugo's mouth started twitching. The players around who had been listening also halted their actions in unison.
Hugo took a deep breath and asked in a subdued tone. Did she mention if she brought her ID? Debao and Igo too froze, seemingly recalling the details of the date. I think
she mentioned it casually. He scratched his head, his tone filled with confusion. She said she casually brought her ID when she left, and I was puzzled about why she needed it for the movie.
Hugo asked, so what? You don't need an ID to watch a movie. Debao and Igo too shrugged his shoulders defiantly. A dead silence blanketed the trench. An eerie quiet fell over the entire trench for a full 5 seconds.
Hugo could no longer hold back, lifting his foot and delivering a fierce kick to Debao and Igo too backside.
Ouch. Hugo, why did you kick me?
Debao and Igo too stumbled, tasting sand. I really want to smack your head open with a shovel to see if there's water or bricks inside.
No wonder you're single. You're just a pure iron straight man.
The players around could no longer hold it in, bursting into a fit of laughter.
Ha 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 ha. Brother, you are single by pure skill. You don't need it for watching a movie, but you sure need it for booking a room. Booking a room? De Bao and I go too chewed on these words.
Hearing the laughter of his comrades around him, he suddenly froze in place as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened in disbelief, flashing with regret and deep remorse.
Ah-ha. De Bao and I go too clutched his head tightly with both hands, kneeling in the trench, letting out a mournful wail. I'm such a pig. I really am a pig. He was heartbroken, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The other players laughed even harder at the sight. The trench was filled with a lively atmosphere. Zila.
Suddenly the walkie-talkie hanging from Huge's waist emitted a crackling sound and the indicator light began to flash rapidly.
Zila. Hugo. Hugo. This is Facing the Wind. Please respond.
The voice of team member Facing the Wind came through the walkie-talkie.
Hugo instantly put away his smile, took off the walkie-talkie and pressed the talk button. Received. What's going on over there, Wind?
While arranging the troops, players had already noticed that although the map radar provided by the system was useful, it was not a perfect all-seeing. Due to terrain, sandstorms and some uncontrollable factors, there would always be blind spots on the map.
For instance, if the enemy was inside a building, you would be unable to ascertain their precise location.
On the battlefield, the situation could change in an instant.
A single misjudgment could lead to total defeat.
To be safe, Hugo specifically arranged for Facing the Wind to take a lookout position on a high ground outside the defense line.
Time rewound a few minutes.
About 2 kilometers away from Huge's team's defense line, Facing the Wind was crouched beside a rock on a high ground holding a semi-automatic rifle. Less than 500 meters ahead of him, 2 figures appeared. Deschamps was parched, struggling to hold himself up. Beside him, Ergo lay on the ground with his eyes rolled back, a large wet patch in his pants exuding a foul odor of urine. The two had truly risked their lives, having sprinted out from the abandoned city number 74. Deschamps was panting heavily, and when he looked up he suddenly saw something glinting on the slope ahead. Not knowing what it was, Deschamps hurriedly pulled up the almost lifeless Ergo. Ergo squinted and immediately perked up.
No way, there's a second stage.
It was clear that Ergo had already guessed what the glint was. At that moment both Deschamps and Ergo felt their souls almost fly away in fright.
Just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth.
The two felt their legs weaken and thud knelt down on the ground, despairingly closing their eyes. However, the gunfire did not sound. Facing the Wind had his finger on the trigger at that moment.
Just as he was about to pull it. Ding!
The system thoughtfully popped up 2 soft green glowing prompt boxes. Target: escaping wasteland survivors. Neutral camp description: 2 refugees who have just narrowly escaped a massacre, extremely terrified and weak.
Note: attacking neutral camp NPCs will result in a significant deduction of camp reputation. Damn.
Facing the Wind reluctantly lowered his gun, his face showing a clear expression of regret. Watching the experience and contribution points fly away right before his eyes was an immense torment for a player. Time shifted back to the communication.
Wild NPCs.
On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Hugo paused for a moment.
Are they alive or dead? How did they end up at the perimeter of our defense line? Alive, but they look like they're about to pass out.
Facing the Wind kicked Deschamps with his toe, eliciting another round of pleas for mercy from him. These two seem to have escaped from the 74th city, scared like grandsons. Their pants are wet.
Hugo, how should we deal with these NPCs? Should we bring them back? Escaped from urban area 74.
Social Tiger Brother keenly grasped this crucial information.
That group of nomadic raiders is currently in urban area 74.
At this moment, the survivors who escaped from within might possess extremely important intelligence.
Bring them back. Hurry.
Social Tiger Brother decisively issued the order and then ended the communication.
Within 10 minutes, Facing the Gale brought the two back.
Looking at the black-clothed people peering out of the trench, Deschamps was so scared that his legs trembled, not daring to lift his head.
Did you two escape from the city?
Social Tiger Brother scrutinized the two, especially noticing the wet pants of Ergo, wrinkling his nose in disgust.
What's the situation in the city now? Masters.
Deschamps stammered nervously, swallowing hard, his tongue tying in knots.
In the city.
A group of people has arrived.
What kind of people? Speak clearly.
Social Tiger Brother frowned, a bit annoyed by his stammering.
It's. Deschamps was in a panic, sweating profusely.
He only knew that those merciless demons had come driving in, but who they were he had no idea. Seeing his terrified expression, Social Tiger Brother realized he wouldn't get any useful information.
He pointed at Ergo, who was lying on the ground like a pile of mud. Wake him up for me.
Deschamps nodded repeatedly.
He squatted down and swung his large palm, slapping Ergo's face twice. Ah! Don't kill me. Please spare me, my lord.
Ergo suddenly awakened, jumping up from the ground like a dog with its tail stepped on. He covered his head with his hands, closed his eyes and began to wail frantically without thinking.
Shut up.
Deshun quickly covered his mouth with his hand.
Open your eyes and look. Mum.
Ergo stopped struggling and carefully opened a slit. When he saw those familiar dark tactical uniforms around him, he was stunned for a few seconds before bursting into wild joy.
Masters. Oh dear. You finally came.
Ergo directly knelt before Social Tiger Brother, tears and snot streaming down his face.
Quick help. A group of man-eating lunatics has come to the city. They kill anyone they see.
Social Tiger Brother stepped back in disgust.
Stop wasting time. Get to the point. What happened in the city?
Ergo sniffled and spilled out the thrilling experiences he had just had outside the abandoned subway station.
Those people were ruthless.
They started killing as soon as they arrived. They aren't from the city, judging by their attire and convoy. They definitely came from outside. Upon hearing Ergo's description, Social Tiger Brother's expression instantly turned solemn. He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and switched to the public channel for the squad leader.
Xing. All squads pay attention. This is Social Tiger Brother.
I just received intelligence from an NPC who escaped from Urban Area 74. Those nomadic raiders are killing anyone they see after entering the city. So far, at least over 20 survivors have been murdered.
As soon as this was said, the walkie-talkie channel erupted. What the hell?
Have these raiders gone mad? How dare they kill our future labor force?
Over 20 survivors. How many buildings would that take away from us?
On the other side, great player Chu was coordinating supplies at his defensive line. Hearing the news from the walkie-talkie, his brows furrowed deeply. Initially, when he saw that group of nomadic raiders directly enter Urban Area 74, he was secretly relieved. He hoped that these wolves from outside would cause the local Black Iron Brotherhood and Ashen Gang to suffer heavy losses and a mutual destruction. At that time, their Starfire outpost could reap the benefits without any bloodshed and conveniently recruit a wave of refugees. But now it seemed that the situation was far from what he had imagined. This group of nomadic raiders was simply an invading species. This grandson, what they are killing are not just survivors but the future of our Starfire outpost. Great player Chu was heartbroken.
For someone determined to make the Starfire outpost a beacon of civilization in the wasteland, every survivor was a valuable asset that could be exploited.
I mean a resource to contribute to the revival of civilization.
They absolutely cannot be allowed to continue killing like this. We must retrieve our employees.
Great player Chu decisively shouted into the walkie-talkie.
Old Granny.
Help me call Rat Tail Juice. A few minutes later, the voice of Rat Tail Juice came through the walkie-talkie.
Chu, go in here.
What instructions? You know the terrain of Urban Area 74 best. I have an important task for you. With a serious tone that allowed for no objections, Great Player Chu said, you'll lead the way and have a few clever brothers from other squads join to form a strike team. Take advantage of the chaos in the city right now, sneak in and save as many survivors as you can.
Remember, your mission is to rescue people, not to engage in a fight.
If you encounter a large group of enemies, retreat immediately and bring the rescued NPCs back to our defensive line.
Understood. Ha ha ha. Leave it to me. Just watch Chu Gu.
Soon 5 players met with Rat Tail Juice at the assembly point on the edge of the defensive line. With 6 players gathered, a rescue mission refreshed before them. Brothers, this time we are going behind enemy lines to rescue people. It's a high-risk, high-reward mission.
Rat Tail Juice checked his ammunition while conducting a pre-mission briefing. Remember Chu Ji's top directive: rescue first, escape second.
Make sure not to get too excited.
Got it. Don't worry, Rat Brother. Gugu Gaga chuckled and patted his chest.
In addition to Gugu Gaga, the team included Gigi Vanguard, Where's the Teammate, Don't Kill Me, and North-South Green Bean. This hastily assembled 6-man rescue strike team was a mix of experienced and new players. After equipping themselves, they silently slipped out of the defensive line.
They moved like shadows, swiftly approaching the edge of the abandoned city of Urban Area 74. Meanwhile, inside Urban Area 74,
a team of over 100 raiders from the Poison Bee tribe was cautiously advancing down a street riddled with bullet holes. With a force of over 600 people, their target was ultimately too large. On Blackthorn's suggestion, the team was divided into several small squads. At the center of this 100-man squad was the leader of the Poison Bee tribe, Blackthorn. However, at this moment Blackthorn furrowed his brow tightly, constantly scanning the surrounding dilapidated buildings. Why was it so quiet in this city, like a ghost town? Just yesterday, when they arrived at the outskirts, the city was still in the midst of a fierce battle. Blackthorn looked up at the dark windows that seemed to hide countless eyes, and his sense of unease grew stronger.
Could it be?
These two factions have called a truce.
Just as Blackthorn was feeling hesitant and preparing to order the team to temporarily withdraw from this area, bang! A gunshot suddenly exploded on this dead street. As Blackthorn's ominous premonition foretold, the Ember Gang and the Iron Brotherhood had indeed ceased fire once again. This all traced back to the skirmish the previous night. At that time, Wildbone and Blackthorn, leading the vanguard, had grown immensely arrogant after taking advantage of the situation. They believed the denizens of City 74 were merely a rabble and thus swaggered deeper into the streets. As a result, they stumbled straight into a major stronghold of the Iron Brotherhood. The head of the guard there was utterly dumbfounded. Having fought the Ember Gang for so long, everyone knew that a frontal assault on a fortified position was suicide, except for the time when Thunder Iron Mountain in a fit of rage personally led a charge on the Brotherhood's stronghold. Holy shit! When did these mad dogs of the Ember Gang get so bold? The guard captain cursed, ordering fire while dispatching someone to inform their leader. A dense crossfire rained down, instantly riddling the group with bullets. After Wildbone and Blackthorn fled in disgrace, the Iron Brotherhood's men emerged to clear the battlefield. Boss, something's not right. A henchman examined the corpses, his face full of confusion. These men don't have the Ember Gang's flame tattoos, and the Iron Brotherhood's leader Bruto, who had rushed over upon receiving the news, looked at the bodies with a grim expression. These aren't Ember Gang members at all. They're outsiders. Bruto was no fool. He understood all too well what the intervention of external forces meant on this post-apocalyptic wasteland. Without any hesitation, he immediately sent someone to contact the Ember Gang's leader Thunder Iron Mountain through a secret channel. At first, that blockhead Thunder Iron Mountain refused to believe it. Bullshit. You old dog must be trying to stall because you can't beat me. Thunder Iron Mountain roared over the phone. I haven't avenged Fire Dog yet. You better keep your neck clean. Bruto was speechless. That damn idiot Thunder Iron Mountain. Helpless, he had several corpses of the foreign raiders thrown in front of the Ember Gang's positions under the cover of night. See for yourself. Are the gear and tattoos on these corpses from our City 74? Bruto bellowed over the phone. The wolves outside have smelled blood and entered the city. If you keep fighting me, we'll both end up as their prey. Thunder Iron Mountain stared at the corpses and fell silent. Though he was a hot-tempered brute, he was no fool. The conspicuous tattoos and wilderness-style attire on the corpses all corroborated Bruto's words. Damn it! Thunder Iron Mountain gritted his teeth and punched the wall. Ceasefire! The view cut back to that street. The sudden gunshot was like the trumpet of death. Bang! A henchman from the Poison Wasp tribe walking at the front of the column had his head explode in a spray of blood and collapsed. Ambush! We're under attack. Blackthorn's face turned pale as he lunged forward and rolled under the chassis of an abandoned car. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-tat. A dense hail of bullets rained down from the dilapidated buildings on both sides of the street. The Poison Wasp raiders fell like moldweed, a large swath dropping instantly. Fuck! These bastards! Blackthorn, hiding under the car, was pinned down and couldn't raise his head. Bullets struck the wrecked vehicle with a clatter, sparks flying. Retreat! Fall back! Blackthorn roared the order. He didn't want all his 100 or so brothers to die here. After leaving behind over a dozen corpses riddled with bullets, Blackthorn fled the street like a beaten dog. Half an hour later. Inside an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the ruined City 74. The troops of the three tribes gradually gathered here. Except for the team personally led by Jason, which was unscathed, the other squads had sustained casualties, with many raiders lying on the ground groaning. Fucking hell! Those city bastards! They set a trap for us. His left arm was crudely bandaged, blood already seeping through. Blackthorn sat nearby, rubbing his chin in frustration. They knew we were coming and immediately ceased fire. This city is going to be a problem. Originally they could have been the third party reaping the benefits. But they had been too arrogant last night, barging straight into the enemy's stronghold. Now the Iron Brotherhood and the Ember Gang had not only stopped their internal strife but also formed an alliance against outsiders. What was once a soft target had become a tough nut to crack. If they weren't careful, they might break their teeth. Troublesome. So we just give up. Wildbone spun around, glaring fiercely at Blackthorn. We traveled all this way, haven't gotten any spoils, and you want to slink back with our tails between our legs. I won't bear this humiliation. Then what do you want? Take the brothers to be target practice for their machine guns. Blackthorn shot back without restraint. Just as the two were at daggers drawn and about to argue again, quiet. A calm voice echoed in the empty factory. Jason sat gracefully on a chair, holding a snow-white handkerchief, gently wiping a speck of dust from his fingertips. His gaze swept over Wildbone and Blackthorn. Just a bunch of local snakes hiding in the shadows, and you're already this frightened. Wildbone and Blackthorn, seeing Jason's calm and nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of anger.
But they exchanged a glance and swallowed their curses, saying nothing in rebuttal.
The reason was simple. They couldn't beat him, truly couldn't. Jason's origins were mysterious.
About a month ago he had appeared without warning on their territory with a well-equipped squad. Before his appearance the Ironback and Poison Wasp tribes had been fighting for over a decade, neither able to dominate the other. On the wasteland plenty of reckless newcomers emerged, most of whom became their prey. Thus Wildbone and Blackthorn initially paid them no heed. Wildbone, the most hot-tempered, directly led his men to collect protection fees.
And the result?
The original two-power struggle had become a three-way stalemate. Privately, Wildbone and Blackthorn had tried many times to uncover Jason's background. Some said he was an exiled noble from a high-level shelter, others claimed he was an agent sent by a major northern power. But regardless of his true identity, his strength was undeniable, and Wildbone and Blackthorn had no choice but to accept it.
Jason, what's your brilliant plan? Blackthorn took a deep breath, suppressing his dissatisfaction. Wildbone stood sullenly aside, pricking up his ears.
Jason leisurely folded the handkerchief and put it into his pocket, then looked out at the ruined cityscape beyond the factory. Since those local snakes have formed an alliance, a direct assault is naturally the most foolish approach. He stood up, his leather boots making crisp sounds on the floor. But on the wasteland, alliances are often more fragile than a piece of scrap paper.
Find their weaknesses, apply a little pressure, and they will collapse from within. Ha ha ha. Well done.
Inside the headquarters of the Ashes gang, Lei Taizhan erupted into wild laughter upon hearing the report of a successful ambush from his subordinate.
What are those country bumpkins from outside?
I thought they had real skills.
Is that all?
They dare to come to our territory and steal our meat. They should take a good look at themselves. Lei Taizhan took a big swig of strong liquor and slammed his hand on the table. Keep the brothers on guard at every intersection.
No matter how many come, I will kill as many. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the Black Iron Brotherhood, Bruto listened to the battle reports, his brow furrowing tightly.
He stood before a massive city map, his finger slowly gliding across it. Where did this group come from?
Bruto muttered to himself.
This group not only had a large number but also possessed equipment far superior to that of ordinary scattered soldiers.
They couldn't have traveled here for no reason.
What made Bruto even more uneasy was that after suffering an ambush, this group did not charge recklessly but instead retreated swiftly. This indicated they not only had weapons but also brains, along with extremely tight organizational discipline.
Is there really organizational discipline? If so, the situation is becoming increasingly complex.
Bruto sighed, unable to shake the gloom from his heart. The situation in the city with the temporary dormancy of the three major tribes had fallen into a strangely stalemated state. At this critical juncture, the rescue assault team, led by Hauzi Weiji, sneaked into the abandoned city number 74 like a few silent mice.
Everyone be careful.
Hauzi Weiji lowered his voice and gestured to the 5 players behind him. The group avoided the occasionally patrolling gang members crawling and rolling their way to a derelict building area on the east side.
Phew. We finally made it. Gigi Xianfeng wiped the sweat from his face. The atmosphere here is too oppressive, making me feel like a thief.
Well, we did come to steal people, so keeping a low profile doesn't hurt. Hauzi Weiji peeked his head out, carefully observing the situation inside the abandoned building.
News in the city was relatively isolated, especially for those survivors hiding in the lower levels of the city, struggling even for basic sustenance.
They had no idea that external raiders had entered the city or that other survivors had already met their demise. At that moment, in the open space on the first floor of the abandoned building, a few dozen emaciated survivors were gathering sparsely. Some leaned against the concrete pillars with their eyes closed, while others conversed quietly, occasionally glancing into the distance with eyes filled with anticipation.
Great! They're still waiting for us. Gugagaga clenched his fists excitedly at this sight. Prepare to act.
Hauzi Weiji snapped his fingers and was the first to step out from behind cover. The 6 players walked straight toward the dozens of survivors in the open space of the abandoned building.
Hello, fellow villagers. We're here to take you away.
Upon appearing, Hauzi Weiji immediately donned a friendly smile.
However, the survivor's reaction was somewhat different from what he had anticipated. Who?
Seeing the suddenly appearing figures in black, the crowd erupted into chaos.
The survivors shrank back, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. Fellow villagers, don't be afraid. We are one of you.
Hauzi Weiji quickly raised his hand, signaling that he meant no harm.
We are from the Xingho Outpost. We are here to take everyone to work. Xingho Outpost.
Upon hearing this name, the commotion in the crowd calmed slightly, but the wary gazes still fell upon the players.
You're lying. A bold man shouted. Ergo clearly said that the gentleman from the outpost would come to pick people up in a big iron vehicle every morning at dawn.
It's almost noon now.
And you don't even have a vehicle. Why should we believe you are from the outpost?
His words immediately drew agreement from other survivors and their suspicion grew heavier.
Exactly. You must be those gangs sent to conscript labor. Everyone run. Don't trust them. The survivors' emotions flared up again and some had already turned to flee.
To be fair, it was not entirely the fault of these survivors. Previously, when players came to pick people up, they would always bring some witnesses who had already worked to increase credibility. But the sudden turn of events caught the players off guard.
Su Xing's smile stiffened and he awkwardly rubbed his nose. Everyone, don't worry, we really are the pioneers from the Xinghou outpost here to take you to a better life. Oh no. Why are these NPCs so stubborn?
Gigi Xianfeng scratched his head anxiously.
Seeing the situation slipping out of control, if these dozens of laborers ran away, their mission of rescuing people behind enemy lines would be completely ruined.
At this critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd.
Wait.
A man dressed in clothes that were barely clean forcefully pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. This man had worked a day at the outpost yesterday and returned home at night because he was worried about his wife and children in the city. He carefully scrutinized the dark tactical uniforms worn by Su Xing and the others and sighed in relief.
It's the gentlemen. They are truly the pioneers from the Xinghou outpost.
The man turned around, calling out to those survivors who were about to flee.
Everyone, don't be afraid. They are really good people.
I worked over there yesterday and saw these gentlemen with my own eyes.
Their uniforms are correct.
With this testimony from an insider, the survivors' panic was barely calmed. Seeing this, Su Xing immediately seized the opportunity and pulled out a tube of nutrient paste from his backpack.
Fellow villagers. The city is even more dangerous now.
Su Xing said with a stern expression. The situation is urgent. To make a long story short, a large group of marauding raiders who devour people without spitting out bones has entered the city. This morning they killed many of our fellow villagers at the subway station in the west. The noise of the vehicles is too loud and we fear it will attract the raiders' attention. As soon as this was said, a collective gasp surged through the crowd.
What? The raiders have entered the city. It's over, we are all going to die.
Seeing the panicked survivors, Su Xing immediately took the opportunity to speak with grand ideals.
That is why we risked our lives to sneak into the city, to safely take everyone back before those beasts do. Time is of the essence, everyone grab some food and follow us immediately. As long as we reach the outpost, everyone will be safe.
Su Xing spoke while handing the nutrient paste to the few survivors at the front. Looking at the shiny nutrient paste coupled with the terrifying news of the raiders entering the city,
the last bit of doubt among the survivors shattered instantly. Gentlemen, you are so kind. We are willing to go with you.
The kindness of the pioneers knows no bounds.
Night had fully descended.
Only occasional streaks of meteor trails briefly tore through the darkness, only to return to a dead silence.
Damn. This escort mission is torture. Gigi Xianfeng, walking at the rear of the formation, muttered incessantly. Can these NPCs move any slower?
Su Xing approached him carrying a pile of scrap metal.
Enough, stop complaining.
Be grateful these NPCs can even walk on their own 2 feet, don't expect them to sprint 100 meters. Ahead of them stretched a long procession. Dozens of ragged survivors trudged through the rubble-strewn streets, stumbling with every step. This was the 4th wave of people rescued by Su Xing's squad today.
Sirs, are there any murderous devils ahead?
A woman clutching a tattered bundle timidly approached Gugu Ga, lowering her voice as if afraid to disturb the shadow.
Rest assured, ma'am. Gugu Ga tapped the weapon strapped to his chest.
As long as we're here, even the King of Heaven himself would have to ask for my gun's permission first.
Exactly. The Spark Forward outpost is all about maximum safety. Nanbei Ludo chimed in, seizing the chance to boost the NPC's morale.
When you reach our base, there'll be plenty of hot meat soup. At the mention of meat soup, a glimmer of longing flickered in the survivors' eyes. Meanwhile, the news that raiders had entered the city spread among the survivors who had escaped their clutches that morning.
Panic was rapidly fermenting in the city's underground survivor circles.
Of course, tonight in District 74, the players weren't the only ones stirring.
Gunfire erupted at a crossroads in a certain block. An outpost of the Ash Gang was ambushed by a 10-man squad of the Poison Bee tribe.
Both sides exchanged furious gunfire from behind abandoned newsstands and rusted car wreckage less than 50 meters apart.
Damn.
A thug from the Ash Gang, his shoulder pierced by a bullet, cursed as he crouched against the wall.
Suppressive fire. Don't let them get close.
But his worry was unnecessary. The raiders didn't charge, they simply fired sporadically from cover as if deliberately creating noise. Retreat. Report back to the boss. After less than 5 minutes of skirmish, the poison bee tribe raiders melted into the night. Similar scenes played out at several intersections across the ruined city tonight. The three major tribes exchanged sporadic fire with the local Black Iron Brotherhood and Ash Gang, each clash brief and inconclusive. Both sides, like two wolves meeting in the dark, bared their teeth and cautiously probed each other's strength.
In the southwestern corner of the city stood a once grand old era theater.
Though half its dome had collapsed, its main structure remained sturdy. The theater's surroundings had been relit as the raider forces left outside the city finally marched in.
Jason's unmistakable luxury RV was parked quietly in the theater's square.
A red carpet had been laid out. Jason reclined in a chair, eyes half-closed, listening to the sporadic gunfire in the distance. Footsteps approached. A man with two fine short swords at his waist strode quickly to Jason's side. The man's leather gloves were still stained with a few drops of dark undried blood.
Lord Jason.
He knelt on one knee, right hand over his heart. Rise, Morik. Jason opened his eyes slowly, picked up a white silk handkerchief and dabbed the corner of his mouth, his gaze falling on the blood-stained gloves. It seems your exchange was quite productive.
Yes, my lord. Morik stood, pulled out a bloodstained sketch and handed it respectfully forward.
I raided an Ash Gang outpost, captured one of their minor leaders.
After removing one of his ears, he became very cooperative.
Jason took the sketch, glanced at it under the light. It crudely marked the Ash Gang's fire distribution points, rudimentary but somewhat useful. Tell me, how interesting has this city become? He tossed the sketch onto the table and leaned back slightly.
My lord. Morik bowed his head, speaking steadily. In District 70, for the two largest forces are the Black Iron Brotherhood and the Ash Gang.
They had been fighting over an underground facility for over a month, but with our arrival these two mad dogs have reached a temporary truce, turning their guns outward. Hearing this, Jason smirked coldly.
A temporary alliance against outsiders is inevitable. Any specific intel on that underground facility they've been fighting over?
He picked up a goblet from the table and took a sip of the crimson liquid. According to the Ash Gang leader, the facility's entrance is sealed by a blast-proof steel door.
But they occasionally hear machinery humming inside and even some automated defense weapons operating. They suspect it's an underground shelter.
Jason's fingers traced the rim of the goblet, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. He didn't care about the city's food supplies or scrap metal. What truly interested him were the high-value relics of the old era.
Besides these two watchdogs, anything else worth noting? He set down the goblet casually. Morik hesitated, then decided to report honestly.
My lord, aside from these local powers, I've heard some strange intelligence from a few survivors.
There's a mysterious third party active in the city.
Their behavior is
peculiar. They don't compete for territory or supplies, they seem only interested in taking people. Taking people. Jason's brow furrowed with curiosity. Interesting.
Where is their base?
Morik shook his head.
They seem to have no stronghold within the city. Their base is likely hidden farther away.
He stepped back, waiting for Jason's orders.
To him, these refugee snatchers were probably a new type of human trafficker.
Oh. Another player. Jason let out a soft laugh, his voice brimming with interest in the unknown prey.
Able to come and go freely under the noses of two mad dogs and still have the leisure to collect refugees.
Fascinating. Truly fascinating. On July 1, 11451 in the star calendar on planet UX829 around 10 a.m.
The dark red clouds above the wasteland remained heavy, as if completely isolating this scorched earth from the outside world. In a concealed depression about a kilometer away from the abandoned city number 74, Takeout Not Allowed was lazily leaning against the front of a vehicle with a mutated grass stem he had pulled from who knows where between his lips. Actually, among the supplies brought in by the Jean-Lin Consortium last time, there were cigarettes. Quite a few players had already started smoking them, and the aroma was particularly enticing. Takeout Not Allowed also wanted to smoke a couple. But thinking about how he had quit smoking in real life for half a month, he decided against it. He couldn't break his vow, not even in the game. Beside him in the driver's seat of a truck, I don't know the way, was studying the map with a furrowed brow. Hey Takeout guy, why haven't the rats come out yet? I don't know the way, closed the map and glanced worriedly at the distant desolate ruins of the city. It's been over 3 hours this time. They haven't been caught by those marauders or gang members, have they? Caught by dumplings. Takeout Not Allowed spat out the mutated grass stem. Don't worry, they probably just caught too many fish this time and got delayed. Sure enough, just as Takeout Not Allowed finished speaking, a familiar bird call came from the front. They're coming, they're coming. Takeout Not Allowed perked up, immediately knocking on the door of the vehicle. Rat Tail Juice was leading the charge, waving at the two trucks. Behind him a large group moved like a grey dragon slowly advancing. A rough count showed there were at least 60 to 70 people.
Oh crap. Rat, did you just raid a refugee camp?
Seeing the crowd take out Not Allowed widened his eyes in surprise.
Quick, quick, quick. Stop wasting time, get in the vehicle. Rat Tail Juice was urging the refugees to climb into the truck.
Things are getting crazier in the city. Those nomadic marauders have started casting their nets widely.
What the hell?
Is the progress this fast? I don't know. The way jumped down from the driver's seat and hurried to help maintain order. Now it's going to be much more difficult for us to grab people.
What are you worried about? As long as the hoe swings well, there's no corner we can't dig out.
Rat Tail Juice took the jug of water passed to him by Take Out Not Allowed and gulped down half of it.
Alright, let's hurry and take these people back.
Under the guidance of the players, 60 to 70 refugees were quickly crammed into the two trucks. Although it was a bit crowded for these survivors in the wasteland, this little discomfort was nothing.
Hold on tight. Next stop, Starfire Outpost.
Take Out Not Allowed twisted the throttle and charged out first. I don't know. The way quickly jumped into the driver's seat, awkwardly starting the vehicle and closely following behind. Watching the two trucks disappear from sight, Rat Tail Juice turned to look at the team members behind him.
Brothers and sisters, this wave was just an appetizer. Let's continue into the city. We must meet our quota today. Let's go.
The 6 players set off again, heading towards the perilous ruins of the city.
However, not everyone was as smooth sailing as Rat Tail Juice and his group.
On a broken street in the abandoned city number 74, another player team was currently facing quite a bit of trouble. The leader of this small team was Blow Your Dog's Head Off. Due to the successful rescue operation by Rat Tail Juice yesterday, great player Chu suggested sending another team to grab people. Blow Your Dog's Head Off immediately volunteered to lead another rescue team. However, this undercover elite didn't seem to have a smooth start. Their first time entering the city unfortunately collided with a team of nomadic marauders.
Bang! Bang bang bang!
The sound of gunfire echoed continuously in the narrow street. Blow Your Dog's Head Off pressed tightly against the side of an abandoned bus, listening to the sharp whistling of bullets, a layer of cold sweat already forming on his forehead.
Fire suppression. Don't let them come over.
He shouted, then suddenly leaped out from behind cover, raising his submachine gun and blindly firing at the marauders trying to advance using the corner for cover.
Da-did-day-day-day.
The flames of gunfire erupted, bullets flying towards several marauders attempting to use the wall for cover as they pushed forward.
However, the seemingly fierce fire suppression did not achieve the expected effect. Bang!
A player let out a scream, directly shot in the head with fragments flying everywhere.
Damn! Another one dead.
Blow Your Dog's Head Off twitched at the corner of his eye, a sense of dread filling his heart. This was already the second member lost since their team started fighting. Doghead bro, these bastards are a bit tough. Watermelon Stir-Fried Meat deftly changed the magazine of his short-barreled submachine gun, his face looking grim. Not only is their firepower fierce, but their movements are extremely cunning.
They don't give us a chance to aim at all. Something's off.
Blow Your Dog's Head Off furrowed his brow tightly, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. This group, compared to those marauders from Crow's Nest Camp who only charged mindlessly, was like heaven and earth. If the marauders from Crow's Nest Camp were a disorganized mob relying solely on instinct and recklessness to tear apart, then this group before him was like an indestructible slab. They moved in coordination, their firepower overlapping and providing extremely professional cover. Once someone attempted to charge, there would definitely be someone behind providing precise fire suppression.
If a player showed their head, they would immediately be met with concentrated fire. What's worse, these guys seemed to be exceptionally skilled at using the terrain. Every movement was positioned in the player's line of sight, dead angles making it impossible to defend again. This hardly resembled a group of wild thugs, this was clearly a well-trained tactical squad. We can't drag this out any longer. If we keep dragging this out, we're all going to end up here.
Blow Your Dog's Head Off gritted his teeth, his mind racing.
Watermelon.
You go to that abandoned shop on the left.
We'll attract their firepower from here. Be careful. Move slowly and greet them properly. Okay. Watermelon Stir-Fried Meat also knew the situation was urgent, crouching low and silently moving left. Meanwhile, at the other end of the street,
the leader of the nomadic marauders, Anthony, also had a grim expression.
Damn it, who the hell are these people?
Anthony spat angrily, suspicion flickering in his eyes.
As an elite under Jason, Anthony was considered battle-hardened.
He had originally thought that in this dilapidated urban ruin, whether it was gang members or anyone else, they were all a bunch of rabble. But the brief exchange of fire just now had completely astonished him. The group of guys opposite, dressed in uniform black clothing, although their shooting skills were painfully lacking, their tactical movements were incredibly poor. But just moments ago he had clearly found a breakthrough point in the opponent's defenses and was ready to have his subordinates execute a flanking maneuver. However, just as his subordinates began to act, the other side seemed to have known their plan in advance, immediately firing recklessly and suppressing them tightly behind cover. This feeling was as if all his movements were being closely monitored by the opponent. Were these people using hacks?
Bang! Buchi Xiangkai behind the left bunker was done for.
His head burst like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, instantly scattering into a flurry of pixelated fragments.
Damn! Xiangkai is down too. Taiguadan Dai's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He cursed loudly and slammed the empty magazine onto the ground with fury. Brother, go to. There's a real pro on the other side.
Dabao and Go2 clenched his teeth, glancing at the system panel, a wave of despair washing over him.
Only 3 remained in the team. They couldn't win. This was truly an unwinnable fight.
The enemy's marksmanship tactics and sheer pressure were on an entirely different level from the rabble back at the Crow's Nest camp. At the other end of the street, Anthony was reloading his rifle. A flicker of something called apprehension gleamed in his eyes.
The opposition is no pushover. They might even be deliberately holding back, luring us into a trap. We can't afford to drag this out any longer.
Switch to high explosive rounds and blow that bus sky high.
Just as Anthony was about to issue the command, at the other end of the street behind the wreckage of the bus, Dabao and Go2 wiped the mud from his face and turned to Taiguadan Dai. Dai, we've used up all the bullets we brought. There's no retreat left. Since we're dead either way, let's go out with a bang. Let's do it. Taiguadan Dai, a man of grit, pulled a Molotov cocktail from his belt. Rather than die a miserable death here, I'd rather go out in a blaze of glory.
I'll make sure they bleed, even if I'm counting down to respawn. The two exchanged a look.
1, 2, 3. Go. Dabao and Go2 roared. They dashed out from behind their covers, 2 black streaks of lightning charging left and right. Here comes my.
They raised the Molotov cocktails high, fingers hooked on the crude ignition devices, ready to hurl them at the maximum range.
Courting death. Anthony sneered the moment they emerged.
He raised his customized rifle fitted with an optical sight, his breathing steady as a rock.
Bang. Bang. 2 crisp shots.
The high-speed bullets precisely shattered the glass bottles in their hands.
Crash. Glass shattered.
The black tar inside exploded above their heads, raining down as a deadly torrent of azure flames.
The fire poured down, its searing heat instantly consuming them.
The tongues of flame licked madly along their bodies, turning them into 2 blazing human fireballs.
Ah! The raiders hiding behind the covers couldn't help but shudder at the sight.
The agony of skin slowly roasting, fat crackling in the inferno, enough to make the toughest man in the wasteland writhe and scream to death. Anthony lowered his gun, slowly watching the 2 burning figures, and shook his head.
It's over.
But then something that would make Anthony and all the raiders drop their jaws happened.
The 2 fire-engulfed men did not collapse in agony as expected. Instead, holy crap. The flame effect is freaking epic. I feel like a brand who just ulted. Ha 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 ha.
Brother. We're on fire.
Truly on fire.
Today let these red-name bastards witness what true bond means. The 2 blazing men strode forward, wreathed in azure flames, charging at the nearest raiders.
Taste my infernal charge.
Revenge for our brothers. They laughed maniacally, shouting their cringy war cries, the air around them warping from the heat.
This sight struck every raider with a visual and spiritual shock. Are they even human? Don't they feel pain? They're laughing. They're actually laughing while burning.
Many raiders were so terrified they fell on their rear ends, dropping their weapons.
Even the battle-hardened Anthony felt a chill shoot up his spine. Monsters. They were absolute monsters. Who in their right mind charges while fully engulfed in flames, shouting about bonds and friendship? With the 2 laughing firemen less than 10 meters from the cover, Anthony squeezed the trigger. Bang. Bang. 2 more shots. The bullets carrying Anthony's fear of the monsters pierced through the foreheads of Dabao and Go2 and Taiguadan Dai. The players' laughter ceased abruptly. The 2 charred bodies stumbled forward a couple more steps under inertia, then crashed heavily to the ground. The flames still burned on their bodies, emitting a pungent, acrid smell. Anthony lowered his rifle, walked slowly to the still smoldering corpses, his expression complex. Though these black-clad men's tactics were laughably naive, their maddening will to drag the enemy into hell even if they shattered themselves surpassed the steel in his hand. Anthony stood straight, clenched his right fist and struck it heavily over his left chest, saluting the charred remains. True warriors. Anthony murmured, then turned to order his men to withdraw. But was the battle truly over? Retreat. Anthony turned and gave the command.
However, the moment his voice faded, everything around him seemed to slow down drastically in his perception. He could clearly see the faces of his men distorting and enlarging. One of them opened his mouth wide, pupils pinprick-sized, his lips seemingly shouting something desperately.
What's happening?
A strong sense of wrongness rose in Anthony's heart. He slowly turned his head, following the terrified gazes of his men, and looked up into the air. A round bulging object was tracing a graceful arc, descending lightly.
Anthony's pupils contracted sharply.
His brain hadn't even sent a dodge command to his body yet. The bulging object shattered upon hitting the ground.
Boom!
The explosion swallowed all sounds. Only a sharp ringing remained in Anthony's ears, as if 1,000 wasps were buzzing inside his skull. The intense pain didn't even reach his brain before his consciousness was drowned in boundless darkness. And on the second floor of the abandoned shop,
our culprit, Shigua Chaoro, peeked out, watching the explosion below. Well, why is this homemade grenade so powerful? Xiao Ai Tong Shui is awesome.
Shigua Chaoro admired his masterpiece with delight while the raiders swung their guns toward him like mad dogs.
Up there. The bomb-throwing kid is on the second floor. Kill him. Avenge Lord Anthony. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-tat.
Shigua Chaoro didn't even have time to utter a last word before he was riddled with bullets. You were killed by a member of the Raider Elite Squad. Respawn countdown 0500.
Anthony is dead.
When his subordinates carried a bloodied and mangled corpse to the front of the RV, Jason's first reaction was that this group of fools was playing an extremely poor joke on him. Anthony was the elite team leader he personally selected and carefully nurtured. He was a tough man who followed him through thick and thin. How could such a person die just from clearing a few barking wild dogs on the outskirts? This was absolutely impossible. However, when Jason clearly saw the half-burned face on the stretcher, his expression finally darkened. The truth was laid bare before him, making it impossible for him to disbelieve.
Speak.
Jason's voice was as cold as the wind blowing from an ice cellar.
What exactly happened? Who killed him? A few subordinates trembled in fear.
One of the bolder subordinates stammered, recounting everything that had just happened in the streets.
After listening to the subordinate's report, Jason remained silent, his gaze fixed firmly on Anthony's corpse.
Not far away, Kwang Gu and Hei Si also came in response to the news. They looked at Jason's dark expression and exchanged glances, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. It's just the death of a team leader, is it really that serious? Kwang Gu lowered his voice, disdainfully curling his lip.
This wasteland lacks many things, but it certainly doesn't lack able-bodied men. One dies and you can recruit 10 more, right? You don't understand a thing.
Hei Si glared at him, warning in a voice only the two could hear. Some of Jason's team leaders are die-hard loyalists he raised, not like our disposable subordinates. Hei Si paused, glancing in Jason's direction, and continued, it's best not to provoke his wrath at this moment. Hei Si did not elaborate further, merely casting a wary glance at the straight-backed guards standing behind Jason. Among the three major tribes, the Wind Chaser tribe has the fewest members and is relatively the weakest in overall strength. But both Kwang Gu and Hei Si knew that even if they teamed up, they might not be able to defeat the guards behind Jason.
So what do we do now? Kwang Gu scratched his head in frustration. What else can we do?
Just observe the changes.
Hei Si sneered. As night fell, a hasty pile of bonfires flickered in the open space of the theater.
Jason stood quietly in front of the fire, slightly tilting the goblet in his hand. Scarlet liquid flowed down the cup's rim, soaking into the ground that had been scorched by the flames. It was an extremely simple funeral, devoid of tears or lamentation, only silence.
Morik.
Jason did not turn around, but threw the goblet into the fire. A figure detached from the shadows of the bonfire, kneeling on one knee behind Jason.
My lord. What do you think about the information returned by Anthony's team?
Jason took out a snow-white silk handkerchief and meticulously wiped his fingers. Burned by flames, he not only did not scream but instead laughed maniacally as he charged forward.
A madman. A troublesome opponent.
Yes, it seems they do not care about their own lives.
Or perhaps they possess an iron will.
Jason paused his movements, his gaze behind the golden-rimmed glasses deepening. After pondering for a moment, he slightly turned his head, glancing at his most trusted aide.
Go.
Find out where this group of madmen in black came from and what they want.
Understood, my lord. Morik bowed deeply.
He slowly rose and silently vanished into the night. Jason stood alone by the dimming bonfire, watching the direction Morik had left, lost in thought. The next morning, Jason gathered all the team leaders of the Wind Chaser tribe.
From today onwards, convey a death order to everyone below. When executing tasks in the city, if you encounter those in uniform black clothing, unless absolutely necessary, do not engage with them at all. Upon hearing this, a few team leaders showed expressions of shock and confusion.
Boss, the guns in our brothers' hands aren't just for show. Are we really afraid of them?
One team leader couldn't help but mutter under his breath.
The surrounding team leaders immediately began to whisper among themselves.
Afraid?
Jason sneered, slamming his golden cane down on the metal table. With a crisp sound, the startled team leaders shivered. Most of these team leaders were not part of Jason's original group.
Especially these few who were essentially opportunists.
Use your pig brains to think carefully. Jason stood up, fixing his gaze on the team leader who spoke.
Those people don't have a tight strategy or excellent equipment. But they dare to charge at you, laughing even while on fire. Do you dare?
They dare to pull the pin on high explosive grenades and dive right into your arms.
Do you dare?
Do you dare face a group of self-exploding infantry ready to take you down? At this, most team leaders couldn't help but swallow hard. Even in some Western countries on Blue Star, the first reaction of the people upon seeing Arabs charging toward them is always to flee. God knows if those flowing robes are hiding a bomb wrapped around them.
Moreover, these marauders.
You wouldn't want to suddenly have a black-clad man jump out from a corner during a raid, hugging a bomb and taking you down with him.
Enough, all of you, get out of here.
Jason waved his hand in disgust as if shooing away a swarm of buzzing flies.
Convey my words to every single person below accurately.
The team leaders, as if granted amnesty, nodded and bowed. Jason adjusted his cuffs, smoothing the wrinkles on his suit before turning to walk toward the theater hall. In the hall, Kwang Gu and Hei Si occupied two large old sofas. Kwang Gu was bare-chested, sharpening his exaggerated machete on a whetstone with a scrape-scrape sound. Hei Si meanwhile sat with his legs crossed, playing with a finely crafted butterfly knife. The blade danced at his fingertips, creating silver arcs.
Gentlemen, quite leisurely, aren't we? Jason approached, pulling up a perfectly intact chair and elegantly sitting down. Speak quickly, don't beat around the bush.
Kwang Gu stopped his motions and spat on the ground. Jason was not angered, merely interlocking his fingers on the round head of his cane.
I'm just here to remind you both of something.
In this city, aside from the Black Iron Brotherhood and the Ashen Gang, there is also a group of people in uniform black clothes sneaking around. Jason's tone was very calm, as if he were speaking about something trivial. When encountering these black-clad individuals, it's best for your subordinates to steer clear.
Hearing this, Kwang Gu was first taken aback, then burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Jason, did you not sleep well last night or something? Are you out of your mind?
Looking at Kwang Gu's mindless demeanor, Jason didn't even have the interest to retort. He merely smiled noncommittally.
Beside him, Hei Si let out a sneer.
With a flick of his wrist, he snapped the butterfly knife shut with a sound. Why be so timid over something that can be resolved with a few bullets?
Jason, are you afraid? Hei Si squinted at Jason. However, there was an icy coldness in Jason's gaze, showing no trace of anger from the mockery. It was a look reserved for the dead. Hei Si's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. He knew very well that Jason was not the type to back down. The fact that Jason had come to warn them so seriously meant that this group of black-clothed people was definitely not simple. It seemed he would need to instruct the brothers below to remain vigilant. Hei Si was calculating in his heart while maintaining an impassive exterior. He leaned back, shrouding himself in the shadows of the sofa. Meanwhile, over 10 kilometers away at the Starfire outpost, players were fervently preparing for a new day of rescue missions. They were completely unaware that in the eyes of a certain raider leader they had become exceedingly fearsome suicide infantry. If they knew, they would probably be even more excited. Come on, come on. A new day has begun. All brothers from the rescue assault teams gather. The three teams were neatly ready to set off. Yes, you read that right, the player rescue mission teams have expanded. Not only has a new squad been added, but the number of members in each squad has also increased from 6 to 10. Not far away, Blast Your Dog Head was sneakily tugging at Ainc Tan's arm, pulling him toward a corner. Hey, hey, hey. What are you doing? In broad daylight, what kind of behavior is this? Ainc Tan disdainfully shook off his hand. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Blast Your Dog Head nervously glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention before lowering his voice, looking obsequious. Hey little AI, do you still have that big treasure in hand? As he spoke, he made a very lewd gesture. Big treasure? What big treasure? Ainc Tan pretended to be clueless. The homemade grenade. Blast Your Dog Head was getting anxious. You have no idea how powerful that thing is. That kid Shigua fired it right on target and blew up an elite squad leader on the other side. If I could get a few more, wouldn't I be able to swagger around when encountering those raiders? Just give me a few more. I can buy it with contribution points. However, Ainc Tan could only helplessly shrug. Dude, it's not that I'm not giving it to you. The landlord's family has no surplus grain. The 8 kilograms of gunpowder we exchanged from old bark has long been used up. I have to make bullets and create these artworks for you. It's not easy for me, okay? You think that big treasure just appeared out of thin air? We should conserve that thing, one is enough. Ainc Tan patted Blast Your Doghead's shoulder, earnestly advising him. Oh little AI, you're my dear brother. Just give me a break. Blast Your Doghead shamelessly clung to Ainc Tan's arm, shaking it wildly. Look at my skinny arms and legs. If I encounter a large group of raiders, one will not be enough. Just give me 2. Just 2. I promise I'll hit where you point from now on. Get lost, get lost. No means no. Ainc Tan was shaken dizzy and ruthlessly kicked him away. Just give up. Ainc Tan tidied up his clothes and turned to leave, taking nothing with him. Sigh this world. Blast Your Doghead let out a helpless sigh. Doghead. What are you doing? We've been waiting for you. Hurry and get in the car. A shout came from not far away. Coming, coming. Blast Your Doghead gathered his spirits and jogged to the truck. More than half an hour later, the 3 squads gathered at the edge of the abandoned city number 74. After a brief planning session, they quietly inserted themselves into the chaotic ruins, beginning today's rescue spectacle. As time passed, around 2 in the afternoon in the wasteland, Blast Your Doghead's squad was responsible for searching the southwestern area of the city. At this moment they were resting in the shadow of a small garden. Blast Your Doghead was chewing on nutrient paste, his brow furrowed tightly. Strange. He chewed on the tasteless food, unable to understand. It's just too damn strange. What's wrong, Doghead? What seems strange? Shigua Chaoro leaned over. Doesn't the atmosphere in the city today feel a bit off? Blast Your Doghead pointed to the street outside. Is it? Shigua Chaoro tilted his head, a hint of confusion on his face. We've encountered several groups today. The Black Iron Brotherhood and the Ashen Gang haven't changed, they just opened fire at us upon sight. But didn't you notice? Those nomadic raiders are actually avoiding us. Shigua Chaoro suddenly slapped his thigh. Now that you mention it, it really does seem like it. That group of raiders suddenly turned and ran into the alley, not daring to show their heads. These guys who were so arrogant yesterday, how did they turn into turtles today? Blast Your Doghead stroked his chin, puzzled. Could it be that our conqueror's hockey has leaked out? Forget it, if I can't figure out the mechanism I won't think about it. It's probably because Zigwa's homemade grenade was too powerful, directly giving these natives PTSD. Blast Your Doghead casually tossed aside the empty nutrient paste packet, patted his butt and stood up. In the following days, trucks were crazily shuttling back and forth between the abandoned city number 74 and the Starfire outpost. Hey villagers in front, squeeze in. Yes, pull your legs closer. There's still room. Get 2 more on. Amid the bumpy ride, batch after batch of refugees were being pulled back to the Starfire outpost. During this time, the number of refugees rescued from the abandoned city number 74 reached as many as 400 to 500. The entire outpost's population surged dramatically, achieving an epic leap and successfully surpassing 1,000. With so many people, the entire base instantly became extremely noisy, to the point where it could be described as chaotic. This forced Chuda player to return from the front line to manage affairs at the outpost. Hey. What happened to that batch of people going to Brick Kiln? No. 3. Why did they go to fetch water? Old Grey, make 3 more big pots of porridge for lunch today. As the labor department head, he held a wooden board in one hand and a metal megaphone in the other, almost losing his voice from shouting. Although he felt great inside, the enormous population almost drove him crazy. Fortunately, the saying "many hands make light work" was perfectly exemplified in the construction projects. On July 7, 11451 in the star era, around 4 p.m. on planet UX 829. Sunlight streamed through the thick layers of radiation clouds, illuminating the construction site on the eastern side of the Starfire outpost. Here stood 10 standard employee dormitory buildings. The announcement echoed across the server: the sparks are igniting and the faint light is forming into a torch. It was detected that a stable inter-regional trade route has been established with the Jinlin Consortium. The recruitment conditions for the internal testing have all been met. Experience points awarded to all players 1,500. Contribution points awarded 400. Faction reputation gained 30. To welcome the new batch of pioneers, the system will perform a version update and server expansion tonight at 2000. Players must log off before 2000 tonight to avoid unnecessary losses and data anomalies. Finally achieved it. 1,500 experience. 400 contribution. This reward is too generous. Brothers. We need 1,000 new black slaves. I mean new brothers. Ha ha ha. I want to be a new mentor. I want to collect protection fees.
Many players excitedly shouted. At this thrilling moment, Player Chu finally let out a sigh of relief.
I'm exhausted.
With new players contributing, the construction progress of the outpost is surely going to skyrocket, bringing them closer to the stars and the sea. At 8 p.m. sharp, all closed beta players were forcibly logged off.
The forum was exploding with activity.
Players vented their excess energy through posting, nearly overwhelming the forum's servers.
Amidst the clamor, a bold and prominent official announcement landed at the top of the forum homepage. Title: Announcement of the 1.0 major version update of Spark's internal test. Poster: Spark's development team.
To all pioneers who have sweat and blood on the wasteland.
The sparks are igniting and the faint light is forming into a torch.
Thanks to the efforts of the pioneers, the Sparks outpost has begun to take shape, providing a solid foundation for the arrival of more civilizations.
The content of this internal test version update is as follows. 1. The internal test is officially underway.
1,000 new closed beta qualifications have been issued through personal terminals.
Pioneers who have received qualifications should get ready. 2. The guild core system is officially launched. The journey through the wasteland should not be fought alone.
When a player's level reaches LV 15 and they possess sufficient contribution points and faction reputation, they may apply to the Administrator Awakening to establish a dedicated guild or core. Guild's core will have exclusive rights to apply for bases and special missions. More features await pioneers to explore.
3. The outpost base has been upgraded again. The logistics shop will open higher level items. Industrial blueprints, construction blueprints, genetic agents. Everything you need.
4. Large-scale storyline campaign, The Shadows of the Ruined City.
The situation in the abandoned city No.
74 is becoming increasingly bizarre as the iron hooves of the nomadic raiders have stepped into this wasteland. The undercurrents among the three major forces will bring unprecedented challenges and opportunities to the pioneers. Prepare yourselves, the battle has just begun.
The maintenance downtime is expected to last 12 hours.
At 2000 Blue Star time, the gates of the wasteland will open to you once again.
On July 8, 11,451 at 8 a.m. on planet UX-829. After a long and torturous maintenance, the server doors of Sparks finally opened again. Damn. I was suffocating.
It felt like ants were crawling on me during those 12 hours without the game. Player Chu was the first to jump out, yelling loudly.
Who isn't like that?
I don't eat beef jumped out as well, excitedly waving their fists. Players gradually resurrected one after another, as always, starting their morning banter.
Cough, cough, cough.
Wow, this water is so cold. I have exited the pod and am in good condition.
Oh my goodness. This feeling is so realistic. It feels like I have truly crossed over.
A chorus of exclamations echoed throughout the hall. Under the intense operation of the machines, within half an hour 3 batches of new players had successively completed their arrival. Along with the previous season players, over 1,100 individuals gathered densely in the open space in front of the main base. This scene was indeed quite spectacular. The new players whispered to each other, excitedly taking in everything around them. The desolate wasteland world, the enormous metal base, and the distant indigenous people lurking and observing every detail was stimulating their nerves.
Silence.
At that moment, a voice came from the balcony on the second floor of the main base.
Su Xing, in a crisp uniform, looked down from above at the crowd below. The once noisy open space instantly fell silent. Welcome to planet UX-829, pioneers.
Here the environment is harsh and the laws of the wasteland are cruel.
But as long as you possess enough courage and wisdom, the Starfire outpost will be the starting point for you to rebuild civilization.
Your predecessors will teach you the specific survival rules. Without further ado, Su Xing lightly tapped his finger, dispatching the prepared task list and update log with a single touch. Go ahead, leave your marks on this scorched earth with your sweat and blood. After saying this, Su Xing turned and left, not leaving even a single punctuation mark behind.
Wow, this NPC is so aloof. I love it. I give this vibe full marks.
The new players were still in awe, while the seasoned players were already looking at the task panel that popped up in front of them, collectively gasping.
System notification: the Old Tonu guidance task has been released.
Task objective: each seasoned player must bind and guide at least 7 new players, completing basic operational awareness and the first resource collection task.
Oh my goodness, one person guiding 7 or 8.
Player Chu widened his eyes.
This is not Old Tonu, this is practically running a daycare.
But complaints aside, for the generous mentor dividends, the seasoned players immediately rushed into the crowd of new players, beginning to snatch them up.
Come. Imo level 20 pro will show you the ropes and help you soar.
They'll teach you how to craft in this broken planet step by step. Priority for those who understand machining.
As long as you're tough. As long as you can operate well.
They'll let you experience the ultimate romance of close combat in the wasteland. With the addition of new players, the outpost instantly became lively, or rather,
even more chaotic.
After a flurry of activity, the seasoned players finally settled their respective little brothers. At this point they had time to carefully study the other changes brought by this major version update.
Wow, Brother Nyo, quickly look at this task panel. Scrap Collector excitedly tapped I don't eat beef on the shoulder. After this update, the task interface underwent significant expansion and refinement.
In addition to the monotonous daily tasks of hauling bricks and collecting resources, several brand new major categories have been added. Position assessment tasks such as Skilled Worker Assessment, Junior Firearm Maintenance Technician Certification, Agricultural Technician Certification, etc. By passing the assessment, not only can players receive exclusive tasks, but they can also increase task rewards and even gain special titles and NPC favorability bonuses. Research innovation tasks encouraging players to create new practical equipment using existing resources. The system will reward generous amounts based on the level of innovation. Civilization construction tasks repairing old world facilities, building outposts and cultivating experimental fields. Long-term tasks. Bounty hunting tasks, high difficulty combat tasks issued by the system. For example, hunt down the Beast King lurking in the subway station or eliminate the wandering Ashen Gang elite squad.
Map exploration tasks. This task system is simply too rich. Night Owl looked at those bounty hunting tasks, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light.
He seemed to have already seen countless high-level prey beckoning to him. This is the real big world.
It's not just about leveling up, even obtaining certifications is now a thing.
I don't eat beef opened a task called Junior Machinist Assessment. The smile on his face was harder to suppress than an AK. In addition, there was a special task. Special task: establish your own legend. Task description: the journey through the wasteland should not be fought alone. Join your partners and step towards the stars and the sea. Task objective: players must reach level LV 15, pay 2,000 contribution points and have faction reputation of 100 to apply to register a guild or corps at the administrator. Task reward: unlock the construction rights for guild corps bases and exclusive guild corps tasks. The guild system has finally been released. Player Chu excitedly jumped 3 feet high, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He dashed through the crowd like a whirlwind, rushing up to the second floor of the main base in leaps and bounds. Arriving at the door of the core control room, he took a deep breath, forcing down his wildly beating heart. Cough, cough. He patted the non-existent dust on his tactical suit and adjusted his collar, striving to appear as a mature and composed dominant figure. Once prepared, he extended his hand and gently knocked on the door. Enter. Su Xing's cool voice came from inside. Screech! The pressure door slid open to the sides as Player Chu strode in. Su Xing remained seated in the main control chair, looking at Player Chu as he entered without showing any surprise. Number 001, what brings you here? Report Administrator. Player Chu stood straight. We are eager to spread the flame of civilization from the outpost to every corner of the wasteland. Therefore, I would like to apply to establish a guild. Su Xing slightly raised his head, tapping on the holographic screen in midair. Ding! Detected that the pioneer Player Chu meets the guild establishment conditions. Level LV 23, contribution 3,000, faction reputation 250. Conditions met, permission granted. Su Xing approved the application without a moment's hesitation. For him, when players form a guild, it not only enhances team cohesion but also stimulates healthy competition within the player community, like the catfish effect. With competition comes greater productivity. Deducting 2,000 contribution points. Please set the guild name and your declaration. A few minutes later, Player Chu walked out of the core control room with great pride. Ding! A server-wide announcement popped up over the heads of over 1,000 players. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to Player Chu for successfully founding the first guild in the server reconstruction committee. Guild declaration: Wasteland Grand Stage, come if you want to work. Damn old Chu, that rascal has run off. He's taken the lead. Wait for me, brothers. I want to register too. In less than 10 minutes, dazzling announcements flashed across the outpost like festive fireworks. Ding! Server announcement: congratulations to I Don't Eat Beef for successfully founding the guild Skyline Construction Team. Guild declaration: there are wonders we can create, only contributions you can't afford. Ding! Server announcement: congratulations to Night Owl for successfully founding the regiment No Killing No Burying. Guild declaration: let us hunt those lost in darkness. Ding! Server announcement: congratulations to No Takeout Allowed for successfully founding the guild Akina Mountain Racing God Training Class. Guild declaration: wrecked cars and lost lives are just daily occurrences, speed and passion are the ultimate romance for men. Server announcement. Congratulations to Hamster reincarnated for successfully founding the Guild. 14-line Poetry Drama Society.
Guild declaration. Even in the ashes of the wasteland romantic flowers can still bloom.
Note this guild only accepts female members. All rough men are refused. Veteran players began to raise their banners with all sorts of bizarre guild names and declarations emerging. After all, the land in the game now starts at a minimum of 5k contribution points and must go through system assessment and approval. Now with just 2k contribution points one can apply for a guild residence. It's simply a windfall from the heavens.
However, some celebrate while others lament.
The two military giants Love Music Tearing Carpet and Mole Action are currently weeping in despair.
What a sin.
If I had known the guild system would come out, I definitely shouldn't have bought that batch of special steel yesterday. Love Music Tearing Carpet was at a loss for words.
His contribution point balance was now a dismal single digit. Now it's good everyone else is gathering teams to become leaders and we can't even pay the guild registration fee. Mole Action is even worse off.
He not only spent all his savings to improve the ammunition supply system for the Laoganma cannon but also owes a huge debt to I Don't Eat Beef.
No. We can't just give up.
Love Music Tearing Carpet gritted his teeth and pulled Mole Action.
Let's go. Go borrow some money. The two transformed into relentless begging machines, starting to pester acquaintances. Brother Nyo. Can you support some funds? Chu, help us out. We're life and death friends. Big slotted spoon. The screw you borrowed from me last time is worth 2 contribution points, right? After a facepalming begging battle, the two finally scraped together 2,000 contribution points.
When the announcement "Congratulations to Love Music Tearing Carpet for successfully founding the Guild" Truth and Cannons lit up, the two collapsed to the ground feeling more exhausted than after 3 days and nights of crafting cannons. New players arrived, familiarized themselves with the environment, while veteran players established guilds and recruited members.
After all the commotion, it was unknowingly noon.
As the work bell rang, the busy NPCs who had been working all morning began to form long lines to enter the cafeteria for meals. Due to the explosive population growth, the cafeteria, which could barely accommodate a few hundred people, now appeared overwhelmed and had to implement a rotating dining system.
Molly, what are you staring at? Hurry up and get in line.
A middle-aged man holding a bowl nudged the dazed young man next to him with his elbow.
The young man named Molly suddenly snapped back to reality. Ah. Oh. I'm coming.
Molly hurried to follow the middle-aged man, slowly moving forward with the line. Molly had been at the Starfire outpost for several days.
Here there was hot soup to drink, safe houses to stay in without the constant fear. It was simply a paradise that all survivors in the wasteland dreamt of. This morning Molly suddenly noticed a new metallic building had appeared not far away.
He clearly remembered that just yesterday that area was still an empty lot covered by an energy shield with only a few machines inside. When he first arrived, he wanted to sneak in to take a look but was told he did not have permission to enter as he got close. Unexpectedly, overnight, that building stood there as if it had emerged from the ground without any warning. After getting his meal, Molly found a corner to sit down, his eyes flickering with complex emotions.
What exactly was hidden inside?
What kind of background do those pioneers have?
And what about that revered administrator? These questions kept swirling in Molly's mind. What are you daydreaming about? A rough hand slapped heavily on his shoulder, interrupting Molly's thoughts.
The middle-aged man said impatiently, "Hurry up and eat. You still have to go to site number 2 to move bricks in the afternoon."
Got it. Molly lowered his head, digging into the food in his bowl.
After finishing his meal, Molly and the middle-aged man walked out of the cafeteria with their empty bowls. As soon as they stepped outside, they bumped into a group of people. Leading them was the camp leader of the air raid shelter, wearing a mask and a black cloak, Sod.
Lord Sod.
The middle-aged man greeted Sod respectfully. Sod slightly nodded, acknowledging the middle-aged man. Then he walked into the cafeteria with a group of people behind him.
Molly's gaze fell on Sod.
Especially on the brightly polished sniper rifle strapped to Sod's back.
Let's go. What are you staring at? The middle-aged man tugged at Molly's clothes. The two followed the flow of people towards the distant construction site.
Meanwhile, at the other end of the cafeteria, Sod and his team approached the window to get their food.
This small team was temporarily assembled by Sod.
Last night, Chu, the great player, suddenly contacted him saying that there would be important movements at the outpost today.
All pioneers would be very busy and there would be temporary vacancies in the patrol forces on the front line.
Thus Chu, the great player, entrusted him to keep watch at the front line for half a day.
Sod naturally did not refuse.
The morning's patrol was uneventful, with nothing happening.
Sod left the window with his food.
Suddenly he seemed to sense something, quickly raising his head to look towards the cafeteria entrance. It was the young man next to the middle-aged man. Sada's gaze sharpened slightly as if piercing through the cafeteria's curtain, locking onto Molly's departing figure. He couldn't shake off the feeling that there was something strangely unsettling about that young man. Ouch. Just as Sad was lost in thought, a delicate voice called from behind. Ira, who was following behind, bumped into Sada's solid back as he suddenly stopped. Lord Sad, why did you stop so suddenly? Ira rubbed her sore nose, complaining pitifully. The meat soup in her hand nearly spilled out, but fortunately she reacted quickly and steadied herself. Sorry. Sade turned around, said apologetically, and reached out to take the plate from Yila's hands. The group found an empty table and sat down. Although everyone was hungry, they remained quiet while eating. After a few bites, Sade suddenly put down his iron spoon and looked at Yila, who was sitting opposite him. Yila. What's the matter, Lord Sade? Yila looked up, still chewing a piece of dry bread. That young man who was walking with Ire earlier, do you know him? The one next to Uncle Ire. Yila tried hard to recall, then shook her head. I don't know him. He's not from our shelter, he must be a newly recruited refugee from the city. Yila looked at Sade with some confusion. What's wrong? Is there a problem with him? Nothing. Sade shook his head, didn't say much, and picked up his iron spoon again. Probably he was overthinking. At that moment Chu Dejia rushed into the cafeteria. His eyes swept across the room and he walked straight toward Sade's table. Io, Chief Sade. Finally found you. Chu Dejia pulled over a chair and sat down beside Sade. Chu. What's the matter? Sade put down his iron spoon and handed a glass of water to Chu Dejia. Hard work this morning. Chu Dejia gulped down half a glass of water, wiped his mouth. Well. Chief Sade, this afternoon I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on the defense line. You've seen it too, a large batch of new recruits came today. We're all busy showing them around, really can't spare the time. Chu Dejia put his palms together in a pleading gesture. No problem. Sade readily agreed. However, Chu. Sade looked at him, his tone turning serious. We also want to participate in the defense from now on. At these words Chu Dejia's hand holding the cup paused. Chief Sade, it's not that we don't want us guys. Even if we get riddled with bullets, we'll be fine in a few minutes. But you. Chu Dejia glanced at Sade and Yila. If you get seriously injured or even, you'll really die. Sade fell silent. He knew that Chu Dejia meant well. Since we've joined the Xingho outpost, we can't always hide behind you seeking protection. If you're worried about us dying in battle, we can take on early warning and security duties or provide long-range sniper support. Looking at Sade's resolute eyes, Chu Dejia was unsure. Allowing NPCs to fight in previous games was just a matter of clicking an agree button. But in Xingho, even an ordinary NPC is a mobile quest giver. No, a living life. This matter. Chu Dejia scratched his head inside. I can't decide alone. Chief Sade, you need to go and apply to the administrator lord. As long as he agrees, I'll arrange it immediately. Okay. Sade nodded and said no more. After lunch, Sade asked Yila to take the team members to prepare first. He went alone to the main base building that had just been completed. Looking at the cold metallic building in front of him, Sade took a deep breath and walked toward the door. Beep, target identity confirmed. Access granted. Welcome, squad leader Sade. With a soft electronic sound, the holographic words "permission to pass" appeared on the floor at the entrance. Sade went up the stairs to the second floor of the main base. The corridor on the second floor was empty and his boots made dull echoes on the metal floor. He walked to the door at the end of the corridor, which had a sign reading Core Control Room, and stopped. Enter. Before Sade could knock, Su Xing's voice came from inside. The pneumatic door slowly opened. Sade entered the control room. The room had no extra decorations, only a holographic sand table emitting a faint blue glow and Su Xing sitting upright in the main control chair. Your Excellency, the Administrator. Sade placed his right hand over his chest and bowed slightly. State your purpose, Sade. Su Xing looked up, shifting his gaze from the holographic sand table, and calmly regarded him. Your Excellency, I request to participate in the armed defense of the outpost. Sade's tone was solemn without any hesitation. Su Xing looked at him quietly. In the evaluation system of the auxiliary brain machine, the return rate of Sade and others participating in combat was far lower than that of the launching employees, who could revive infinitely. However, whether launching people or native locals, they were essentially their own employees. Employees who could create value for the company and voluntarily work overtime were good employees, weren't they? I agree to your request. Su Xing's finger lightly tapped on the floating control panel. The Xingho outpost will establish the first regular guard team and you will be the captain. I will authorize access to some weapon and ammunition supplies for you.
Report to No.
001 and he will arrange your specific duties.
Thank you for your trust, Your Excellency.
Sade bowed deeply again, turned around and left the control room. As he walked out of the main base gate he suddenly stopped.
Wait. No. 001. Sade frowned.
This number sounded like some kind of code.
As he was thinking he saw Chu Dejia not far away. Sade quickly walked over. Chu the administrator agrees. Holy shit. The administrator lord actually agreed. Hearing Sade's words, Chu Dejia felt a headache coming on. These NPCs were treasures, they must not be bumped or scratched. Watching his reaction, Sade's heart stirred. He suddenly remembered the administrator's instructions and asked, by the way, the administrator told me to report to No. 001. May I ask who was this No. 001?
Hearing this, Chu Dejia was first stunned, then coughed, raised his index finger and pointed at himself.
Ahem, it's me. Seeing Sade's slightly surprised look, he quickly waved his hand to explain. Don't look at me like that. It's just an internal number for pioneers, nothing else.
Though he spoke modestly, his slightly puffed chest revealed a hint of pride.
No kidding, No. 001. The ultimate launch veteran. The only one in the whole network.
But seeing the task requirements popping up in front of him, he quickly composed himself and obediently assigned work to Sade.
Since the big boss has spoken, I can't stop you anymore.
Chu Dejia waved his hand grandly and immediately assumed the demeanor of a labor director. But Chief Sade, let's be clear from the start. Although we've given you weapon supplies, the tough battles on the front line still have to be fought by us pioneers. Your guard team's main tasks are second-line patrols and providing logistical support. You must never take risks lightly.
Understand. Understood. Sade nodded solemnly. The time had come in the afternoon.
The seasoned veterans packed up and with their newly received mentor fee hurried back to the front line. Under the careful guidance of the old players, the new players finally got a grasp on the game.
Let us shift our perspective to the dormitory building. Why is this room completely empty?
Naicha Bantang stood in the dormitory corridor looking at the bare room, unable to help but complain.
Indeed, the newly completed staff dormitory building looked quite impressive from the outside. However, inside it was a desolate shell, not even a doorframe in sight. Bantang stopped complaining.
Let's quickly grab some stuff to decorate the room. A female player beside her tugged at her arm. Her ID was Quan Tang Jiabing, and in reality she was a co-renter and a best friend of Naicha Bantang.
Both had won the closed beta qualification and were eagerly planning a romantic trip in the wasteland.
However, upon arrival they were faced with the tragic situation of having to sleep on a hard dirt bed. At least we need to get a mattress, this brick feels too uncomfortable.
Naicha Bantang sighed. The two good sisters linked arms and walked out of the dormitory, preparing to shop in the commercial street.
However, after just 2 laps around the short commercial street, their expressions shifted from anticipation to despair.
What? What are all these things?
Quan Tang Jiabing pointed at a mutated rat skull displayed at a player stall, pinching her nose in disgust.
This thing is actually priced at 20 Starfire coins. Is this for decoration? Is it meant for summoning spirits? And that? Isn't that half a broken tire? How can anyone sell this?
The more they browsed, the colder their hearts became.
The entire street was filled with many players' stalls.
Either they sold bizarre mutated creature remains or dealt in second-hand junk. Although the vendors were not present, signs were placed beside them with clear pricing.
As for furniture and decorations, there wasn't even a single hair on the shelves. This can't really be blamed on the seasoned veterans.
For most players, having a place to log off from the wind and rain along with a spot to pile up junk was already sufficient.
Who would waste time acquiring furniture that provided no attribute bonuses?
It's much better to save Starfire coins to buy bullets, isn't it? Naicha Bantang helplessly rubbed her temples.
What do we call this? Starting with an empty house and relying on picking up furniture. So what can we do?
Quan Tang Jiabing said with a bitter face.
I just checked, even the shops run by NPCs mostly offer laundry repairs or sell various broken items. I can't even buy a mattress, boo-hoo. Hey! Bantang Xiaobing, what are you two doing here?
Just as the two were in despair, a clear voice came from behind. Huangshu Zhuansher, dressed in a practical tactical outfit and holding a small notebook, was smiling at them.
President.
The two rushed over as if they had seen a savior, each grabbing one of Huangshu Zhuansher's arms, and began to pour out their troubles.
President, you have to help us.
Naicha Bantang said pitifully.
We want to buy some furniture to decorate our room, but there isn't even a mattress on this street. Okay, I won't let you complain anymore.
After hearing their lament, Huang Shuzhuanshe chuckled. She patted the backs of their hands. "They'll take you to buy some good stuff." Huang Shuzhuanshe led the two of them bypassing the commercial street and heading straight for the industrial area of the outpost. In front of a factory she came to a stop. A wooden sign hung on the factory door reading Starfire's first textile workshop. "This is the place." Huang Shuzhuanshe pushed the door open and led the two inside. The factory was spacious and bright, the air filled with a faint scent of grass ash and mixed animal fur. Upon hearing the door open, a woman who was organizing animal skins immediately stopped her work and hurried over. "Milady, you have arrived." The woman spoke respectfully. Since Chu Wanja went to the front line, the management responsibilities of logistics and major production workshops had fallen on Huang Shuzhuanshe's shoulders. In the past few days she had been running around and had become the logistics manager of the outpost. "Aunt Sable, thank you for your hard work." Huang Shuzhuanshe smiled and nodded. "These two are the new pioneers who just arrived. Could you please get 2 prepared rock main beast wool mattresses from the storage?" "Sure, just a moment, milady." The woman referred to as Aunt Sable turned and walked toward the rear storage. In just a few minutes she returned carrying 2 thick mattresses. "Wow! This feels amazing." Quan Tang Jiabing couldn't wait to take one, running her hands over it. Although the mattress was stitched from animal skins, the surface fur had been carefully combed and washed with no odd smells, and the touch was surprisingly soft and comfortable. "With this I won't have to sleep on a hard bed anymore." Naicha Bantang also excitedly hugged the mattress. However, after the excitement she looked at Huang Shuzhuanshe with some confusion. "President, since this thing is so good, why not sell it on the commercial street? I see that the street is full of useless junk. If we put this mattress out we could definitely make a fortune." Huang Shuzhuanshe sighed helplessly at this question, rubbing her temples. "Do you think I haven't tried?" She pointed towards the storage room, smiling bitterly. "I previously had someone set up a stall in the commercial street, but after a whole day outside not a single one sold." "Ha! Why not?" The two new players asked in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. "What else could it be?" Huang Shuzhuanshe gritted her teeth. "Isn't it just those rough men at our outpost who only recognize guns and cannons? They are so stingy, even if they have some Starfire coins they just throw it all on themselves. Convincing them to spend 50 Starfire coins on a mattress. They would rather sleep on the floor and eat sand." "What about the survivors?" Quan Tang Jiabing asked. "They should need it, right? Them. They are even less willing." Huang Shuzhuanshe shook her head. "These people have gotten used to hard lives in the wasteland. When they finally earn some Starfire coins they would rather split a penny in half to spend. Sleeping on a slightly softer straw mat is already a blessing from heaven for them." "Then why not lower the price?" Naicha Bantang timidly suggested. "Lower the price? Absolutely impossible." Huang Shuzhuanshe's tone was firm. "You have no idea how troublesome it is to handle these rock main beast skins. From cleaning to treating with grass ash and finally hand-stitching, all of it involves real labor costs. If I lower the price I won't even be able to pay the wages of those women working hard in the textile workshop. I can't afford to do a losing business." After hearing this outpouring of grievances the two finally understood the difficulties faced by this logistics manager. The next day, having familiarized themselves with the basic operations and the environment of the outpost, the novice players were finally ready for their first field mission in the wasteland, reinforcing the defense line. "Brothers! Charge! For the tribe! Don't crowd! Let me get on the vehicle first." Hundreds of novice players surged towards the 10 trucks parked in the open area like wild dogs breaking free. With the roar of engines the convoy filled with fresh blood set out from the outpost, speeding towards the western defense line. Northwest player defense line. With a massive influx of personnel the originally spacious defense line became overcrowded in an instant. Night Owl stood on a makeshift vantage point gazing at the swirling yellow sand in the distance and the convoy gradually appearing, taking a deep breath. "Xiao Ao. Take this batch of brothers to the left wing, he'll know. 2. Quang Biao. Show them how to dig trenches. Don't pile dirt under our own feet. Everyone don't run around. No one is allowed to cross the warning line without my orders." Night Owl commanded the overly excited newbies while darting back and forth in the trench with a loudspeaker. Meanwhile, inside the Xinghou outpost, Chu the great player stood in front of his desk adjusting his somewhat disheveled collar in the mirror. Originally he planned to dig holes on the defense line. However, a sudden piece of news made him hand over command to Night Owl and rush back to the outpost in a hurry. The second batch of supplies from the Jinlin Consortium has arrived. Not only him but other veteran players such as I Don't Eat Beef, Ayin Tears the Carpet and Mole Action also returned to the outpost. For the veteran players, digging holes on the front lines was a chore they had long grown weary of. Previously, due to a lack of manpower, they had no choice but to do it themselves, gritting their teeth and pushing through. Now that so many fresh troops had joined, why worry? They could drown the opposing side with sheer numbers even against the small nomadic raider tribe, let alone the Black Iron Brotherhood and the Ash Gang. Therefore, these seasoned players unhesitatingly dumped the hard labor onto the howling newbies while they themselves enjoyed a leisurely time. Ah no, they had more important things awaiting their attention. Boo! The massive roar of engines surged from afar, causing the ground of the outpost to tremble slightly. Here it comes. Chu the Great Player rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming. On the horizon, 10 heavy semi-trucks bearing the Jinlin Consortium's logo approached amidst swirling sands. The convoy came to a steady stop in the open area outside the outpost. Leading the team was still Atai. Director Chu, long time no see. Atai jumped down from the armored vehicle and strode forward, shaking hands with Chu the Great Player. Captain Atai, thank you for your hard work. Chu the Great Player smiled broadly, his gaze repeatedly darting towards the semi-trucks. Atai smiled slightly and pointed to the convoy behind him. This time it's still 10 trucks, 5 of which are loaded with high-grade industrial cement and 1 with various living supplies and medicines. As for the remaining 4, Atai waved his hand towards his subordinates. Let's open it and see. As the waterproof canvas was torn away, sunlight instantly illuminated the cargo inside the truck. It was several imposing heavy machinery pieces gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The rugged lines and complex mechanical structures showcased the brutal beauty of industrial design. Several shadows suddenly darted from behind Chu the Great Player and pounced on the machinery. This is a high-precision CNC milling machine. Damn, this one is a hydraulic bending machine. Look at this tonnage, it can at least compress 10mm thick steel plates. And this one. Wow, this is a fully automatic punching machine. I don't eat beef. Ian tears the carpet and Mole Action were enraptured as they touched the cold metallic surface. I don't eat beef. Sighs were almost bulging, saliva nearly stringing from his mouth, wishing he could stick out his tongue to lick it. They are so beautiful, he murmured, as if already envisioning the magnificent future of the outpost's industrial empire rising. Useless things. Chu the Great Player covered his face with one hand, utterly embarrassed. Could these guys not pay attention to their image? After all, we are now representing the diplomatic facade of the Xingho outpost. However, he also understood in his heart that he couldn't blame I Don't Eat Beef for their loss of composure. This game is just too hardcore. Although they had managed to acquire an industrial mother machine from the air defense cave before, reality was harsh. After all, they were merely ordinary beings from Blue Star who could only be considered to have some hobbies and basic knowledge. Even though there was a wealth of blueprints and materials on the Blue Star internet once in the game, material strength, tolerance control, and even a small friction coefficient could bring one to despair. Copying from others. Don't joke around, the equipment crafted by hand would barely function, let alone talk about precision and efficiency. As for the high-end blueprints sold in the logistics store, they couldn't even comprehend them. Now with this batch of ready-made professional equipment, their machining workshop could finally upgrade from a bird gun to a cannon. They finally had the operational space. The unloading operation continued until noon in wasteland time. This was no simple matter of moving a few boxes of nutrient paste. The equipment was all genuine steel giants. Due to the severe lack of heavy lifting equipment at the outpost, players and locals nearly exerted all their strength using wooden rollers and homemade pulley systems to drag these precious metal nuggets safely into the machining workshop. By the time the last hydraulic bending machine settled steadily in the workshop, everyone collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. At noon in the communal cafeteria. To treat Atai and the merchant convoy, Chu the Great Player specially instructed the old chef in the kitchen to add a few hearty dishes. Atai gnawed on a meat chop while reflecting on what he had just seen. Only half a month had passed since his last visit. The various buildings in the Xingho outpost had sprung up like mushrooms after rain, neatly emerging from the ground. Especially that all-metal building not far from the cafeteria, which looked incredibly advanced. What startled him even more was that there seemed to be more people here. Director Chu, the development speed of your Xingho outpost is truly astonishing, Atai remarked sincerely as he set down the bone in his hand. Ha, Captain Atai, you flatter me. This is all built by the brothers, brick by brick. Chu the Great Player cheerfully raised his iron mug, secretly reveling in the praise. After a hearty meal and settling the remaining potion payment, Atai boarded the armored vehicle with the escort team. With the roar of the engine, the Jinlin Consortium's convoy once again kicked up a storm of sand, slowly leaving the outpost. Phew! Finally sent off those money gods. Chu de Wanja watched the convoy leave, then let out a long sigh of relief. He turned around, pulled a small notebook from his pocket, and began meticulously checking the inventory of the supplies just delivered as he walked toward the warehouse. High-grade industrial cement. Enough for the short term. Special alloy plates.
Perfect.
Daily necessities: salt, dehydrated vegetables, medical bandages. After counting and storing all the supplies, Chu Dewanja dusted off his hands and headed straight for the mechanical processing workshop. Before he even reached the door, he heard a series of strange cries from the workshop that sounded like a massive atavistic gathering.
Bang! Chu Dewanja kicked open the workshop door. The scene before him made even this experienced hardcore gamer's eyes twitch uncontrollably. In the spacious workshop, Wabuchi Nyoro Ain Si Tan Yan Shu Xingdong and other infrastructure and military maniacs were now hopping around those machines frantically. Anyone who didn't know would think it was a cult performing an evil ritual. Ain Si Tan was practically plastered against a CNC milling machine. That gaze was even more affectionate than looking at his first love. Power it up. Hurry up and power it on. I want to hear the soul-stirring sound of this machine running. Yan Shu Xingdong bent over, was connecting the generator lines in the back. Easy. All of you take it easy. Don't scratch the paint. A group of grown men were hugging and caressing those silent iron lumps. Ahem. Chu Dewanja couldn't stand it anymore and coughed heavily, twice interrupting this machine worship ceremony. All right. You're practically drooling on the motor. He strode to the center of the workshop, patted the casing of a machine and looked at the others. We've got the new toys and we've had our fun fondling them. So tell me, with these high-end machines, what kind of big weapon are we planning to build first? Are we going to make a batch of blue flame Gatling guns? Or put the Type 99A tank on the schedule? Chu Dewanja rubbed his hands excitedly. In his view, with such awesome equipment, the priority was definitely to build guns and then cannons and blast those raiders to pieces. However, the few people in the workshop exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Wabuchi Nyoro turned around, casually grabbed a rag to wipe his hands, and a mysterious smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Old Chu, your vision is too narrow. Ha! Chu Dewanja was taken aback. Wabuchi Nyoro walked over to a workbench and with a loud slap slammed a blueprint onto the table. With these machine tools, making guns and cannons is child's play. Wabuchi Nyoro's finger traced across the blueprint. What's the current weakness of our outpost? It's steel. It's qualified industrial metal. Before, when we built things, we either salvaged from starship wrecks or picked up scrap, patching things together with welding torches. But salvaging starships is tough, and that scrap iron has too many impurities and poor stress tolerance. It can't support real heavy industry. The steel we bought from the Gold Scale Consortium is quite good, but we can't let others have us by the throat. He suddenly turned around and said slowly, word by word, so the first goal after we start up these machines is not to build guns nor to build tanks. Instead, we are going to build a proper large blast furnace from scratch on this scorched land. Blast furnace. Chu Dewanjia's eyes widened. That's right. Blast furnace steelmaking. Ain Si Tan excitedly leaned and pointing at the structure on the blueprint to add. As soon as the blast furnace is lit, we can produce a steady stream of standard steel ourselves. Only by achieving steel independence can we completely break free from the primitive era of scavenging junk on the wasteland and officially step into the vigorous spark industrialization. Hearing this grand blueprint, all the men in the workshop felt their blood boil and their breathing became heavy. Let's do it. Chu Dewanja slapped his thigh, his eyes gleaming with sharp light. He wished he could see the blast furnace rising from the ground and the spectacular scene of molten iron splashing right now. But that excitement hadn't lasted 3 seconds before Chu Dewanjia's expression suddenly froze. He looked suspiciously around the group of fanatical industrial party members. Come to think of it. You guys, I believe you can fumble your way through making guns and modifying vehicles, but this is a real blast furnace steelmaking operation. Chu Dewanja issued a soul-searching question. Don't tell me you're following a tutorial from Baidu. Who among you actually knows this stuff? Don't end up blowing up our outpost with a big firework before the blast furnace is even built. Faced with Chu Dewanjia's sharp question, the previously noisy veterans exchanged glances and shrank their necks guiltily. If they were asked to discuss hardcore metallurgical and chemical theory, they would be completely in the dark. However, Wabuchi Nyoro, the backbone, was not flustered at all. He let out a low, unhurried chuckle. Old Chu, I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Wabuchi Nyoro stepped aside to make room. I admit we're only half buckets of water, but among the newbies who came in this time there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Chu Dewanja looked in the direction he indicated. It was a newbie player wearing a novice jumpsuit, currently staring intently at a precision lathe in front of him. Above his head floated a plain green ID, Zhao Qiwen. Zhao Qiwen. Chu Dewanja stared at the ID, frowning slightly. He felt the name was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere but couldn't recall at the moment. Wait. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Chu Dewanja. He suddenly remembered the Tenso thousands word post on the Spark forum that was called the hardcore ceiling by countless players.
The name of that poster was exactly Zhao Qiwen, wasn't it?
Holy crap! Zhu de Wanjia gasped. You are that. Professor Zhao Qiwen. Hearing someone call him Zhao Qiwen finally shifted his gaze from the lathe. He turned around, looked at Zhu de Wanjia, who was shocked, and gave a gentle smile. Director Chu, I've long admired your reputation. I've been theorizing on the forum for a long time, always hoping to personally enter this real wasteland and put my ideas into practice. Thanks to the development team opening up slots, I finally have the opportunity to come and witness this great experiment of wasteland industrialization with all of you. Zhao Qiwen exuded a strong scholarly aura. Zhu de Wanjia stared blankly at this real-life academic giant, feeling as if his worldview was being baptized. Holy cow! He had thought the game was full of goofy netizens who liked to fight and scavenge. Who would have thought that the game actually had a professor personally joining in? With Zhao Qiwen, a true academic powerhouse in reality, overseeing the mechanical processing workshop has undergone a complete transformation. Previously, when I Don't Eat Beef and others were engaged in research and development, it was nothing more than a makeshift team doing things behind closed doors, relying on luck to achieve miracles. Now this place has become a legitimate high-precision, heavy industrial research institute. This alloy plate's stress points cannot be judged solely from the surface. Its interior has already changed after experiencing the high temperatures from the crash. Holding a piece of charcoal in his hand, Zhao Qiwen swiftly jotted down a long series of formulas. Adjust the lathe speed to the 4th gear. Make sure the coolant follows and tilt the cutting angle by 15 degrees. Got it. Just watch Professor Zhao. At this moment the players were like fresh students, utterly obedient, rigorously operating the lathe according to Zhao Qiwen's instructions. With a professor leading the way, the entire workshop was filled with vibrant energy and a scene of flourishing creativity. Everyone was immersed in the thrill of creating industrial miracles with their own hands, even neglecting the constantly flashing fatigue value warning on the system panel. Time flew swiftly amidst the roar of machines until the outside world was completely engulfed in darkness. Suddenly a rumbling sound akin to thunder echoed through the workshop during a brief pause. Oh no! Ainc Tan clutched his stomach, his legs giving way as he nearly collapsed onto the lathe. What time is it? I Don't Eat Beef wiped the sweat from his face, panting as he summoned the system panel. Holy crap! It's already past 9 in the evening. Hearing this time, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream. This cloned body had already reached its limits of hunger and stamina, and the health status bar had begun to turn red. Time really flies. Zhao Qiwen gazed at the nascent parts of the blast furnace, feeling a sense of longing. If it weren't for matters in reality, I would want to assemble the blast furnace's blowing system tonight. Zhao Qiwen stretched his stiff shoulders and waved his hand with a smile. Alright, scientific research is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Health is the foundation of revolution. Let's go, boys, it's time to eat. The group reluctantly set down their tools, leaving the workshop and dragging their weary steps toward the public canteen. At the Starfire outpost just past 9 in the evening, the night breeze carried a noticeable chill. The group pushed through the wind-blocking curtain of the public canteen. The canteen was eerily quiet. The long wooden tables were scrubbed clean and the stools were neatly stacked on top of the tables. The women usually responsible for serving meals and helping in the kitchen had long since gone home to rest. Only the kitchen was still lit. A petite figure was meticulously conducting a final cleanliness check with a cloth. Hearing footsteps at the door, Ahua turned her head as she was wiping the stove. Upon recognizing the pioneers, she hurriedly dropped the cloth, wiped her hands on her apron and rushed over. Lord Nyo. And several other lords, why are you all so late? Ahua looked at the group of big shots, her tone carrying a hint of surprise and respect. Don't mention it, we were so engrossed in our research that we lost track of time. I Don't Eat Beef weakly waved his hand, feeling the acidity in his stomach attacking the walls. Ahua, is there any food left in the canteen? Anything will do, my brothers are about to starve to the point of getting negative debuffs. Upon hearing this, Ahua's face wrinkled in distress. She honestly shook her head. I'm really sorry, lords. The readditoed roasted meat and dishes have all been cleaned up. Hearing the phrase cleaned up, the players felt their hearts sink instantly. Looks like we'll have to go to the logistics store to buy some nutrient paste. Ainc Tan lamented in despair, clutching his stomach as if to collapse to the ground. The players had developed quite the appetite by now. Any nutrient paste was simply inedible. To their surprise, Ahua suddenly nodded vigorously. A radiant smile appeared on the young girl's face. Lord Nyo, the ready-made meals are indeed gone. However, don't worry, I can call Master Hui Tu to whip something up for you right away. Ahua pointed toward the kitchen. You all find a spot to sit and rest for a bit, it'll go wake Master up from his bed. With that, Ahua darted into the kitchen like a gust of lively wind. I Don't Eat Beef and his companions pulled out a few chairs and slumped over the table like a pile of boneless, soft-bodied creatures.
Before long a wonderful sizzling sound of hot oil hitting the pan echoed from the kitchen. Soon after a delightful aroma mixed with grease and some spices wafted through the door crack into the hall.
Holy crap! It smells amazing. Ainc Tan suddenly inhaled deeply, his appetite ignited instantly. Thanks to the living supplies purchased from the Jinlin Consortium, the culinary standards at the Starfire outpost had undergone an epic leap. With precious cooking oil, coarse salt flour and dehydrated vegetables, the food served in the canteen was no longer just boiled meat or tough roasted meat. After waiting for only about 10 minutes, old Hui Tu emerged carrying a large pot that was still bubbling with steam. Ah Hua closely followed him like a little attendant. Lords, the mixed stew is here, eat it while it's hot. Old Hui Tu placed the large iron pot in the center of the table. Inside was a hodgepodge stew made from chunks of fatty and lean rot bristle beast meat paired with rehydrated vegetables. The rich broth bubbled at the surface, glistening with an enticing sheen of oil. Ah Hua also set down her plate filled with freshly baked flatbreads, golden brown and crispy on the surface, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Oh my god! So fragrant! The players could hardly care about any semblance of decorum, their eyes turning green as they transformed into hungry wolves. I Don't Eat Beef grabbed a flatbread larger than his face with one hand and a metal spoon with the other, scooping a hefty spoonful into his bowl. One bite of bread, one bite of meat. Woo woo! So delicious. It's unbelievably good. Even Professor Zhao Qiwen didn't hold back, grabbing a flatbread and chewing heartily. The realistic taste feedback combined with the comfort of recovering stamina elicited a series of satisfied grunts from this group of research fanatics. Just as everyone was feasting heartily, the wind-blocking curtain of the canteen was once again lifted. Two figures stepped in from the dark night, one after the other. Standing to the side, Ah Hua turned her head at the noise. Seeing it was the pioneers again, the young girl quickly wiped her hands on her apron and cheerfully approached. Ah Hua approached and under the dim yellow light recognized a familiar face. Walking in front was Li Pu, who had been a constant presence at the canteen lately, preparing special meals. Following closely behind him was an older man with graying hair. The basketball diplomacy did not disappoint as the spirit of manhwa was in full force. The previously ignored madman Bate had been completely won over by Li Pu. Not only did Li Pu take him around every day, but every night he would also bring him to the canteen for extra meal. Master Li Pu, are we having the usual today? Ah Hua asked skillfully. Yes, the usual, but make it sweeter this time. Li Pu nodded at Ah Hua. All right. Please wait a moment, master. Ah Hua cheerfully replied and hurried back to the kitchen. On the other side, Wabu Chinyo Ro and Ainc Tan were munching on flatbreads. Seeing this peculiar combination, they couldn't help but gossip in a low voice. What's with Li Pu? Why is he hanging out with that crazy NPC every day? What's he after? The mole team member murmured, taking a bite of meat. You don't get it at all. This is called taking a different path to uncover hidden plots. Ainc Tan smirked. Any special NPC that can be singled out in this game definitely hides some major secrets. Before long, Ah Hua emerged with two plates of food, placing them on Li Pu's table. One was a standard mixed meat soup with flatbread, while the other was a stack of specially made sweet pancakes generously covered in thick fruit jam. This jam was made by Old Grey using a type of mutated berry boiled repeatedly to achieve a high level of sweetness. Even a tiny bit would be overwhelmingly sweet. As soon as Bate saw the plate of sweet pancakes, his previously dull gaze brightened slightly and he grabbed a piece to shove into his mouth. Slow down, Uncle Bate. No one is competing with you for it. Li Pu, while munching on his flatbread, carefully observed Bate's emotions. Seeing Bate eating happily and his mental state stabilizing a bit, Li Pu began to take action. He pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. Uncle, look, if this peptide chain is folded this way, doesn't the gene chain here just collapse directly? Bate, who was enjoying the pancake, suddenly paused. A glint of clarity flashed in his eyes as if a switch buried deep in his mind had been flicked. Wrong. Completely wrong. Bate snatched the paper from Li Pu's hand, vigorously scribbling on the table while mumbling incoherently. It's not unidirectional folding. It's mesh-like peeling. The atomic ring of compound X needs to undergo 3 isotopic decays. Wow. So that's how it is. Li Pu's eyes widened in realization. He gazed at the lines drawn by Bate, visibly excited. The two sat in the corner conversing and eating. To be precise, one was madly eating and drawing while the other silently activated the game's recording function. This incredibly strange exchange lasted about 20 minutes. Until Bate swallowed the last piece of pancake on his plate, the glimmer of clarity in his eyes faded again and he returned to his dull state. He shrank back in his chair, showing no further reaction to Li Pu's inquiries. Phew. That's enough information for today. Li Pu let out a long breath, contentedly shutting off the recording. Let's go, Uncle Bate. You've worked hard today.
The two lifted the door curtain one after the other, disappearing into the deep night of the wasteland.
On July 10, 11451 UX 829 planet around 10 a.m. The past few days the abandoned city No.
74 had turned into a chaotic mess with two major gangs retreating one after another. Originally the two gangs had grievances earlier. The rat tail juice incident was like a poison thorn in both their hearts that had never truly been removed. Additionally, during these days Jason's men secretly stirred up trouble and created friction. Today they sniped a Black Iron leader and tomorrow they would ambush a supply convoy of the Ash gang. Both sides were drifting apart.
Cooperation.
As long as they didn't turn against each other on the spot, it was already good enough if they didn't shoot each other in the back. At this moment on a main road in the central ring of City No.
74. Hold the line. Hold it for me.
A big shot from the Black Iron Brotherhood was hiding behind sandbags, roaring hoarsely into the communicator.
What about the Ash gang on the side?
Where the hell did they go?
Boss. The Ash gang withdrew 10 minutes ago. They didn't even say goodbye and directly sold out our left flank.
A bloodied underling crawled into the shelter shouting in despair.
Damn it.
The big shot was furious, his eyes bloodshot, and he smashed the communicator into pieces.
Boom.
Before he could organize a new line of defense, an off-road vehicle crashed through the concrete wall at the street corner. On the roof, Quan Gu was bare-chested, wielding a heavy machine gun and firing while—
Ha ha ha. Black Iron dogs. Your allies have run away, obediently become my prey. Quan Gu's arrogant laughter echoed amidst the roar of the engine and the sound of gunfire.
Without the cover on the side, the Black Iron Brotherhood's defenses collapsed instantly under the charge of the nomadic raiders, resulting in a complete rout.
Several kilometers away from the firefight, in a relatively intact high-rise building,
Jason, dressed in a light blue velvet suit, elegantly leaned back in a sofa chair.
Report, Lord Jason. A squad leader hurried into the room, kneeling on one knee. Quan Gu and the Black Spike's vanguard have already broken through the central ring defense.
The Ash gang abandoned the eastern district to preserve their strength and retreated back to their lair.
Jason listened to his subordinate's report, gazing out at the smoke-filled ruins of the city. Very good.
At this rate, in no more than 3 days we can completely take down these two utterly defenseless gangs. He swirled the red liquid in the glass he held. What interests me more than these territories is what exactly is in that underground shelter that they have been fighting over for more than a month. A smile curled at the corner of Jason's mouth.
To him, City No.
74 was already in his pocket.
Meanwhile, at the other end of City No.
74, the two gang leaders were in dire straits. Inside the Ash gang headquarters, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it could squeeze out water.
Bang!
Lei Taizhan kicked the solid wood coffee table in front of him into pieces like an enraged lion.
Wood chips flew everywhere, scaring the nearby underlings to lower their heads, not daring to breathe. That old bastard Bruto.
How dare he call to scold me?
With red eyes, Lei Taizhan panted heavily, his chest heaving violently. Just a few minutes ago he had received a call from Black Iron Brotherhood leader Bruto.
As soon as the call connected, Bruto's hysterical roar erupted.
Lei Taizhan. You treacherous scum. You actually ran away at the critical moment. If you want to die, I'll oblige. As soon as I get my hands free, I'll make sure to wipe your Ash gang off the map. After a barrage of insults, Bruto hung up without giving Lei Taizhan a chance to explain. After Lei Taizhan smashed everything he could in the room, his anger finally subsided a little. At that moment, Sha Jiuji, who had been standing in the shadows, slowly stepped out. That old dog Bruto is just a helplessly furious fool right now. Sha Jiuji's remaining 9 fingers crossed together, his brow furrowed. However, the current situation is indeed grim.
This group of outsiders not only numbers in the many but also possesses heavy firepower and highly advanced vehicles, far from being ordinary rogues. Our brother's morale is already low, unable to withstand such a high-intensity frontal assault.
The complete breach of the central defense line was expected.
Listening to Sha Jiuji's analysis, Lei Taizhan sat back in the only surviving chair.
He took a few deep breaths, the agitation in his eyes gradually fading. Is everything ready? Lei Taizhan raised his head, looking at one of the leaders beside him. Boss, everything has been prepared. The most elite dozen brothers and the hard currency we've accumulated over the years have all been moved to the entrance of the abandoned tunnel in the northern district. The vehicles are fully fueled and we can leave unnoticed from there at any time. Lei Taizhan nodded in satisfaction.
He took out a cigar from his pocket and bit it while the leader quickly pulled out a lighter to light it for him.
Good. As long as we have an escape route, it's fine. Lei Taizhan took a deep puff from the cigar, exhaling thick smoke rings.
As for those brothers still holding the line, let them exert their last bit of energy to buy us some more time.
Once I rise again, I will avenge them. With that Lei Taizhan extinguished the cigar in the ashtray.
He turned his head to look at Sha Jiuji.
There's one more thing.
Can we access the underground shelter that we've been contesting with the Black Iron Brotherhood for so long now?
This was the main reason he did not immediately evacuate from the abandoned City 74.
The locked-down underground shelter from the old era very likely harbored high-level technology from that time.
As long as he could obtain what was inside, Lei Taizhan could assemble a much larger force.
Hearing the boss inquiry, Sha Jiuji slowly extended two bony fingers.
Boss, don't worry, our people have been drilling day and night.
A glimmer of light flashed in Sha Jiuji's eyes. We have already found the weak points in the defensive structure. We just need to wait another 2.5 hours and we will be able to completely break through the walls of that underground shelter. Lei Taizhan rubbed his slightly swollen temples, tiredly waving his hand.
Go ahead, I need to rest for a while.
Yes, boss, you take a break. Sha Jiuji and the leaders in the room exchanged glances and tactfully withdrew.
The heavy door slammed shut with a loud bang, instantly silencing the large room, leaving only Lei Taizhan alone.
He tilted his head back, leaning against the chair's back. Listening to the occasional sound of explosions from outside, Lei Taizhan closed his eyes. His mind began to contemplate where to recruit new troops. As for the Black Iron Brotherhood on the other side, the atmosphere inside their No. 3 base was bleak from top to bottom. The recently withdrawn brothers were all dejected, their morale at rock bottom.
Boss, we've lost the defense line.
We suffered nearly a third of our brothers. A leader with a head wrapped in bandages stood before Bruto, his voice low. Rock, don't think too much, go rest for a bit.
Bruto patted Rock's shoulder, signaling him to take a break.
Boss, you should also take care of yourself.
Rock nodded and left the office.
Bruto's gaze fell back on the communication device. The recent phone call had effectively torn all ties, completely severing the already fragile cooperative relationship between the two gangs. With a formidable enemy at hand and allies turning against him, anyone could see this as a path to death. However, there was not a trace of regret in Bruto's eyes. Because he was clear in his mind. Even if he hadn't made that call to vent his anger, Bruto had no intention of continuing to cooperate with the Ashes gang. Bruto slammed his fist onto the metal desk in front of him, causing the shells on the desk to bounce around. These bastards really deserve to die. Bruto gritted his teeth, growing angrier as he thought about it, his eyes turning red. It all started when the Black Iron Brotherhood first discovered that underground shelter and the Ashes gang insisted on getting involved. Later it was the Ashes gang members who were assassinated in the Nightshade Club, and Lei Taizhan pinned the blame on him. After barely reaching a cooperation agreement due to the invasion of outsiders, what happened? The Ashes gang, those sons of bitches, didn't even give a warning and simply skedaddled, using his Black Iron Brotherhood's brothers as meat shields.
Cooperating with these shameless backstabbing scoundrels, even if I don't get killed by those outsiders, I will eventually be backstabbed by that scheming bastard Lei Taizhan.
Bruto stood up, pacing around the room like a trapped beast, a strange light flickering in his eyes.
What should I do? What should I do now? Should we flee? Bruto stopped, gripping his short hair tightly in despair.
His bloodshot eyes fixated on the city defense map on the wall, marked with numerous red crosses. Each red cross represented a breached stronghold, symbolizing the loss of dozens, even hundreds of brothers' lives.
Without the Ashes gang to restrain them, with only their current strength, the Black Iron Brotherhood would be completely crushed by those well-equipped outsiders. It's just a matter of time. Is the Black Iron Brotherhood really going to end like this? Bruto growled unwillingly, like a lone wolf driven into a corner.
He walked to the window, listening to the sounds of explosions and gunfire coming from several kilometers away, knowing that his brothers were using their flesh and blood to fill the gaps in the defense line. He slammed his fist against the windowsill, shattering the already broken window frame. The wound on his right arm burst open again, blood soaking through the white bandage. A flicker of pain and struggle crossed Bruto's eyes. Lei Taizhan was a thoroughgoing egoist. To survive, he would undoubtedly treat his brothers as cannon fodder and tools for retreat without batting an eye.
But Bruto could not do that.
The brothers of the Black Iron Brotherhood had fought their way through this blood-soaked wasteland with every cut and gunshot. They supported each other and shared a bond that could withstand life and death. He did not want to abandon any brother who called him boss. He wanted them to live together.
Not to flee like a stray dog.
However, the weight of reality pressed down on him, almost suffocating him. The defense line kept retreating and his brothers left one after another, his heart bleeding. His mind even began to contemplate whether to strap on explosives and go down with the enemy's leader.
Knock, knock, knock.
The iron door of the office was being knocked on.
Who? Bruto suddenly turned around, roaring irritably like an enraged lion. I don't want to see anyone right now. The outside fell silent for 2 seconds, then a subordinate's voice came in. Boss. There's someone outside. Someone wants to see you. I said I don't want to see anyone. Can't you understand human speech? Bruto strode to the door, yanked it open, and glared fiercely at the clueless subordinate outside.
Yais. The subordinate lowered his head, stammering as he continued to report.
Boss, that person said.
They are an organized group of mercenaries currently looking for employers accepting contracts.
Mercenaries. Bruto was taken aback for a moment.
In the wasteland, mercenaries were nothing more than hyenas that only moved for profit.
But in the current situation, let alone spending money, not even offering the entire Black Iron Brotherhood's assets would make anyone dare to take on this hot potato.
Yes.
Boss. This group of people is wearing uniformed dark clothing. Moreover, they just quietly dispatched an enemy infiltration team at our perimeter in less than a minute. Boss, the leader of their group asked me to convey a message to you. He said they are from the Starfire outpost, specializing in various kinds of tumor removal, defense protection, and warming services. He also said that as long as the payment is in place, they will take care of that group of nomadic raiders outside. Starfire outpost. Take care of them. Bruto pondered.
He had heard this name more than once from the refugees he gathered in the past few days. It was said to be a mysterious force that was hiring extensively, providing food and lodging. However, this group had always operated in secrecy, and with so many recent events he hadn't had the time to engage with them at all. But now this force had appeared so brazenly. Bruto's heart suddenly began to race wildly.
Like a drowning man finally grasping a piece of driftwood. Where are they? Take me to meet them. The subordinate quickly nodded. The two crossed the corridor and arrived outside the No. 3 site. Peering through the cover and sandbags, Bruto squinted his eyes and looked outside. He saw several figures dressed in dark tactical gear casually standing in an open space a few dozen meters away. One of the leaders, with a mutated root in his mouth that he didn't know where he had pulled it from, was chatting and laughing with a companion beside him. Hey Rat, do you think the boss of the Black Iron Brotherhood is dawdling? It's been 2.5 minutes and he still hasn't come out to see us.
What's the rush?
After all, he's the local snake.
We're here to sell our services. He has to consider whether we're scammers, right? The people that came were the team known as Rat Tail Juice, who had been madly recruiting in the No.
74 abandoned city recently.
Along with the dedicated DD driver of the rescue and relief team, no deliveries allowed. These people originally just wandered around this abandoned city using big pancakes and sticks to persuade the desperate refugees to return to the Starfire outpost to do illegal work.
But plans couldn't keep up with changes. With the update of version 1.0
and the internal test, 1,000 new players descended upon the Starfire outpost. The overall strength of the outpost experienced explosive growth in an instant. Although this group of newcomers were still inexperienced, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. This led to the once lucrative recruiting business suddenly becoming somewhat in short supply. Just today there were more than 20 rescue and relief teams entering the city to recruit, and as soon as the refugees showed their faces they would be lured away. Come on, who doesn't want to hustle a refugee into joining the outpost and then enjoy the rewards? In the words of Virgin Vanguard, the refugees in this city are almost not enough for our Starfire outpost to distribute. This was quite distressing for the experienced team of Rat Tail Juice.
However, the No. 74 abandoned city was in complete chaos.
The invading army of nomadic raiders was pressing in, and the two major local factions seemed to be falling apart once again, with battles raging and smoke filling the air.
For the players, this was simply a giant cake emitting an enticing aroma. Brothers, if we keep being babysitters here every day, isn't that a bit too underwhelming?
This morning Rat Tail Juice was chewing on nutritional paste, watching the distant flames, his eyes sparkling with the desire to stir up trouble. It's so lively with fighting in the city right now. If we don't get involved, I might as well headbutt a concrete pillar. His words immediately sparked enthusiastic responses from the team members.
Brother Rat is right. I've been itching for action for a long time. Goo Goo Gaga slapped his thigh excitedly in agreement. Exactly.
Those nomadic raiders are too arrogant.
We must show them who's really in charge of this No. 74 abandoned city.
No deliveries allowed. With a mutated root in his mouth, looked at the empty-handed Rat Tail Juice team. While checking the wear and tear on the truck, he proposed an even bolder suggestion.
What's the point of just fighting? We need to maximize our benefits. Elaborate.
Think about it, the local gangs in this city are probably being beaten so badly by those nomadic raiders that they don't know which way is up. If we extend a helping hand at this time. No deliveries allowed chuckled, rubbing his fingers together.
Isn't that just sending charcoal in the snow?
Then we can easily obtain equipment, resources in good favor, and we can conveniently recruit their members. Once this proposal was made, the team members' eyes lit up.
Acting as mercenaries.
This was a classic money-making strategy in the game. Not only could they intervene in this chaotic battle openly, but they could also justifiably collect protection fees from the local factions. It was a proposal that achieved multiple objectives. Thus this originally rescue and relief assault team instantly transformed into the Starfire mercenary squad. They followed the sounds of battle and stumbled upon a raider infiltration team that was maneuvering around. Without exchanging a single word, Rat-tail Juice and the others directly launched a wave of righteous backstabbing from behind. In less than a minute this unfortunate raider team was sent to meet the King of Hell. It was precisely this action that stunned the guards on the defense line, leading to the earlier scene where the subordinate reported to Bruto.
"They're coming, they're coming."
Urgent Vanguard had sharp eyes and spotted several figures emerging from behind the cover, immediately lowering his voice to remind. Rat-tail Juice adjusted his tactical suit collar, putting on what he considered a professional expression. Pluto, leading a few of his men, crossed the sandbag barricade and strode quickly to the group of mercenaries. His gaze swept over them discreetly, the doubt in his mind deepening with each passing moment. His subordinates had just reported that this group had neutralized a raider infiltration squad in under a minute, leading him to believe they were a well-equipped Special Forces mercenary unit. But now looking at them, the dark tactical gear they wore was indeed sharp, but the weapons in their hands were a different story altogether.
Only the young man leading them and two others held what appeared to be refurbished second-hand semi-automatic rifles. The rest seemed to be wielding weapons seized from the raiders they had just fought. Beyond that there was no trace of being well-equipped. Really? Were these guys trying to win with a cheap low-risk strategy? With such a ragtag setup, how could they have silently wiped out an enemy infiltration squad in such a short time? To be fair, it wasn't that Pluto couldn't understand. The elite squads of the three major tribes were indeed formidable. Especially Jason's trusted unit like the Anthony squad the players had encountered last time. If it hadn't been for the players' extraordinary abilities that time, they might not even have gotten close. As for the squad that faced the Housey Weiji team this time, it was a hastily assembled raider unit. Ultimately the players were just lucky, a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Pluto suppressed his lingering doubts and forced a sincere smile onto his face. "Friends, I am Pluto, the leader of the Black Iron Brotherhood." Pluto extended his hand first. "Thank you for your help just now, for solving a major problem for us. If that squad had slipped into our flank, the consequences would have been disastrous." "No big deal, just a small favor." Housey Weiji shook Pluto's hand. "We at Spark Outpost pride ourselves on being warm-hearted." "You're too kind, brother Pluto. Just call me Housey." "So, about that mercenary business, what do you think?" Pluto withdrew his hand, his expression turning serious. He pointed toward the distant defense line where gunfire and explosions rang incessantly inside. "Brother Housey, to be honest, the situation here is beyond what a few people can handle." Pluto paused, his gaze once again flickering over the weapons in the players' hands. "The nomadic raiders out there are numerous and have overwhelming heavy firepower. Your group, honestly, you should leave quickly." Pluto's tone was tactful, but everyone present understood his meaning. "With just a few of you, you'd be nothing but cannon fodder on the front lines." Hearing Pluto's doubt, Housey Weiji turned to exchange a knowing glance with his teammates, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. "Hey brother Pluto, you think we're too few and too poorly equipped to be anything but cannon fodder? That's because you haven't seen the true strength of Spark Outpost. Brother Pluto, let me ask you, how many men do you need?" Pluto was taken aback and let out a bitter laugh. "To break the siege, at least." Before he could finish, Housey Weiji cut him off. "Whatever number you need, we have it." "What?" Pluto's eyes widened in disbelief. "Whatever number I need." You must be joking, right? As if you had 700 mutated pigs at your disposal." Housey Weiji exuded absolute confidence. "Our equipment may be average, but what Spark Outpost lacks least is manpower. As long as you pay enough, ask for a company, they'll call a company, ask for a battalion, they'll summon a battalion. If we lack gear, we make up for it with numbers. Those bastards may be tough, but there are only a few hundred of them. With one spit each, our brothers from Spark can drown them. Even a master can be beaten by a flurry of wild punches, you get that, brother Pluto?" Hearing Housey Weiji's somewhat boastful words, Pluto felt a flicker of hesitation. "What if?" Pluto glanced at Housey Weiji, then at his eager companions. "All right, call them in." Pluto gritted his teeth, a hint of resignation in his voice. Since they were already cornered, why not gamble and treat this as a last resort? "Excellent. Brother Pluto, you're decisive." Housey Weiji stepped aside and excitedly pulled a walkie-talkie from his belt. He cleared his throat, pressed the transmit button, and began calling the player defense line several kilometers away. "Calling Brother Xiao. Calling Brother Xiao. This is Housey Weiji. Do you copy? Over." A burst of static crackled from the walkie-talkie. After a moment, Yi Xiao's calm voice came through. "This is Yi Xiao. Housey, what's your situation?" "Brother Xiao. I've landed a huge contract." Housey Weiji was so excited his spittle flew as he spoke rapidly. I ran into Pluto, the leader of the Black Iron Brotherhood in the city. I just finalized a mercenary deal with him.
As long as we send our people to help break the siege, the reward will be massive. Brothers shall rally all the brothers.
This is a golden opportunity. Over. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie. I understand. I'll organize the main force and head over immediately. Over.
The communication ended. Hausi Weiji proudly clipped the walkie-talkie back to his belt and flashed an OK sign at Pluto.
Brother Pluto, rest assured.
Our main force will be here soon and those nomadic raiders won't stand a chance.
Pluto forced a faint smile, but his heart was still uneasy.
Meanwhile, on the northwest defense line of Spark Outpost, Yi Shao hung up the walkie-talkie and immediately turned to face the players lounging in the trenches, practically growing moss from boredom.
Brothers. We've got a job.
Yi Shao bellowed, his voice echoing across the line.
Hausi has landed a big contract in the city. The Black Iron Brotherhood is paying us to fight the nomadic raiders.
Now let's go show those raiders what real pressure feels like.
Whoop whoop.
The moment they heard about a fight, the players perked up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, leaping out of the trenches and howling with excitement.
Finally, no more eating sand here. Let's go. Smash them. My blade has been itching for action.
Just as the players excitedly packed their gear and prepared to board the vehicle, a system notification sounded in everyone's ears.
The task for the Sandstorm defense has been updated.
The mission has changed to large faction intervention battle, the shadows of the ruined city counterattack storm.
Mission description: the army of nomadic raiders has infiltrated the abandoned city No. 74 with local gangs being pushed back. The pioneers have successfully intervened in this chaotic battle and joined the Iron Brotherhood as mercenaries.
Mission objective: assist the Iron Brotherhood in repelling the nomadic raiders' attack, defend the core stronghold and eliminate as many enemy combatants as possible. Mission rewards based on the number of enemies defeated, allies rescued in battle. Contribution: a massive amount of experience contribution points and battle points will be awarded along with special item blind boxes. The rewards from the Iron Brotherhood will be shared among participating players. Note: this battle has activated the faction friendliness linkage mechanism. Your brave performance on the battlefield will directly influence the Iron Brotherhood's attitude towards the Starfire outpost. Damn. The event has been updated. There are special item blind boxes. This is a surefire profit. Brothers, target the abandoned city No. 74. Let these natives witness the terror of the fourth disaster. Quick, quick. Where's the vehicle? Why isn't it here yet? Impatient players paced anxiously in the trench, ultimately unable to wait any longer. Damn it, I'm not waiting. Running there is better than just wasting time here. A newbie with the ID Fly Higher shouted and took off towards the abandoned city No. 74. Hey. Brother, wait for me. Count me in. Running ahead is also a strategy. Someone took the lead and suddenly over a dozen players followed, creating a brilliant scene across the wilderness. Years later they would still remember that run under the sun, a symbol of their lost youth. Not just the players on the defense line. Those who were busy gathering resources, chopping wood, or even battling mutated creatures all dropped their tasks and gradually gathered towards the direction of the abandoned city No. 74. After all, large faction events are enticing. That means massive experience and contribution points plus the added blind box rewards. Previously the Sandstorm defense was also a large-scale event, but ultimately it was a defensive type. The nomadic raiders had not shown up, leaving players with no outlet for their strength, allowing their minds to wander elsewhere. But now it was different. This time they were taking the initiative. Just as the noisy players began to gather towards the city somewhere underground in the abandoned city No. 74, there was also a commotion. Buzz buzz buzz, the drill emitted a piercing roar echoing in the enclosed underground space. Several men, bare-chested and sweating profusely, operated the machine, delivering the final strikes against the concrete wall ahead. The material of this wall was entirely different from that of the ground buildings. Not only was it astonishingly thick, but it also contained some kind of high-strength alloy mesh. Crack crack, suddenly the drill emitted a sound of spinning in the air. Finally a gap over half a meter wide appeared in that impenetrable wall. Immediately a wave of stale, murky and foul air surged out from the gap. It's open. We've drilled through. One man shouted excitedly, scrambling to the back to report. The news spread rapidly, eventually reaching Lei Tieshan's ears. Upon hearing it he sprang to his feet. Ha ha ha. Good. Great. Lei Tieshan laughed 3 times and followed his subordinates to the gap. He leaned over the opening and shone his flashlight inside. The beam pierced through the darkness, faintly revealing a metallic corridor extending deep to the sides. Some old era signs still remained on the corridor walls. What's the situation inside?
Lei Taizhan took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement as he turned to Sha Jiuji.
Report, boss, we've already sent 2 brothers inside to scout the way.
Sha Jiuji's eyes also glinted with excitement. Although there's some dust in the corridor, we haven't found any unusual situations or defensive mechanisms.
Moreover, Sha Jiuji paused, his tone turning mysterious. Those 2 brothers reported that at the end of the right side corridor they saw a massive metal security door and the power supply indicator lights on the door were flashing.
Power supply.
Lei Tishan's eyes widened suddenly.
This meant that the ecological maintenance system, supply chambers and even the armory inside could be preserved. This is a super treasure vault that hasn't been exploited yet. Heaven helps me. Truly heaven helps me. Lei Taizhan's face flushed with excitement as he vigorously waved his fist.
With the resources from this shelter, what Iron Brotherhood, what nomadic raiders, all are just trash.
Lei Tishan will surely become the new overlord of this wasteland.
Immediately gather the 50 most elite brothers.
Lei Taizhan turned around and issued an order to Sha Jiuji. Today, even if we turn this shelter upside down, we must haul out all the good stuff inside. Minutes later, 50 fully armed elites from the Ashes gang assembled. Brothers, follow me to enjoy the good life. Lei Taizhan waved his hand and was the first to dive into the gap. Following him, the 50 subordinates also squeezed in one by one.
Outside the opening, Sha Jiuji was feeling pleased when suddenly he felt a tickle in his nose and couldn't help but sneeze.
The air down here is really foul.
He covered his nose and frowned as he muttered. For some reason he felt a bit unwell. His chest felt as if a stone were pressing down, making it hard to breathe, and his head was a bit dizzy.
You lot guard the gap. Not even a fly can get in.
Sha Jiuji commanded the few subordinates left to guard.
Yes. Don't worry, Master Jiu.
The remaining subordinates patted their chests in assurance. Sha Jiuji sneezed again, feeling a bit heavy-eyed, and turned to leave the underground, preparing to get some fresh air above ground. Meanwhile, inside the corridor of the underground shelter,
Lei Taizhan was leading his subordinates, carefully exploring the right side corridor with flashlights.
The corridor walls were made of silver-white alloy material which, though covered in dust, still displayed the exquisite craftsmanship of the old era. Boss, this place is really big, one subordinate looked around, his voice echoing in the spacious corridor.
Stop the nonsense. Keep your eyes peeled. Lei Taizhan hissed softly.
The group advanced about 100 meters.
Boss. There's a door ahead.
One of the front subordinates suddenly stopped, pointing ahead and shouting.
The beam of the flashlight focused on it. Indeed, at the end of the corridor there was a massive metal security door. Above the door frame, a faint red indicator light was flashing rhythmically.
Lei Tishan's heart leapt with joy as he quickened his pace. However, when they reached the metal door, they found it slightly ajar. The gap was about a person's width and it was dark inside.
Lei Taizhan frowned but quickly relaxed.
It's probably those 2 brothers sent in to scout who got lucky and opened the door. Lei Taizhan was known for being quite foolish, and what brilliant ideas could a pea-sized brain come up with?
Those 2 did well, they'll be heavily rewarded when we return. Let's go.
Let's see what treasures this shelter hides.
Lei Taizhan boldly crossed through the half-open metal door.
As he stepped through the metal door, the space before him opened up into a vast expanse. It was a circular hall of astonishing size which, judging by its structure, served as either the reception hub or the central control area of the shelter. The hall was shrouded in dim light, with only a few emergency lamps on the upper walls flickering weakly.
The stench. It's overwhelming. A lackey who had just entered was immediately overwhelmed by the foul odor, retching violently.
The smell was 100 times more intense than in the outer corridor.
Damn it, all of you, just bear with it.
Lei Taizhan found the air harsh on his throat as well, but his mind was more focused on the treasures hidden here. He shone his flashlight around, scanning the area. Apart from several thick load-bearing pillars and some collapsed metal cabinets, the hall contained no visible supplies of value. Where the hell did those 2 scouts go?
Lei Taizhan frowned impatiently. He pulled out his communicator from his belt and pressed the call button. Hey. Shogo. Ma Gon. Where are you 2?
A crackling sound of static came from the communicator, followed by a click as the connection was established.
Hey. Talk to me. Lei Taizhan called out again.
But only silence greeted him from the other end, occasionally punctuated by a muffled ragged
breathing. Shit could be a bad signal.
Lei Taizhan slapped the communicator in frustration.
Just then a lackey standing beside him tugged at his sleeve. Boss. Over there. There seems to be something moving. Lei Taizhan followed the direction the lackey pointed.
From the shadows deep within the hall, tens of meters away, came the faint sound of something being dragged across the floor.
Let's go check it out. Lei Taizhan made a gesture.
50 elite lackeys immediately raised their guns and fanned out cautiously toward the source of the sound. They hadn't gone far when between two collapsed pillars two staggering figures emerged. They had their backs to the group, heads lowered, arms dangling limply, swaying eerily with their bodies' movements.
Shogo. Ma Gon.
Lei Taizhan called out tentatively. Judging by their silhouettes and the colors of their clothes, these were indeed the two lackeys sent in earlier. But their postures were far too unnatural. At the sound of Lei Taizhan's voice, the two figures halted their swaying. Then they turned around stiffly.
The flashlight beam fell upon their faces. Holy shit!
A lackey behind Lei Taizhan cried out in terror, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground.
These were no longer human.
Shogo and Ma Gan's faces were livid, their eyes rolled back and their heads were covered with scratches and bloodstains.
What was even more horrifying was that their abdomens had been torn open into bloody gaping holes.
Their intestines and internal organs were missing and the spinal column supporting their bodies was visible through the openings.
Dark foul blood dripped from the holes, pattering onto the floor.
This grotesque and bizarre sight, even in a wasteland where human life was as cheap as grass, was enough to make anyone's skin crawl.
Roar! As if catching the scent of fresh flesh, the two transformed brothers let out inhuman howls from their throats. They opened their mouths wide and lunged at Lei Taizhan and his men. Damn it! Open fire! Lei Taizhan reacted swiftly. Though he didn't know what the hell these things were, anything that bared its teeth at him was an enemy. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The firepower of 50 elite lackeys erupted instantly. A hail of bullets rained down on the two monsters. Shogo and Ma Gan's bodies were riddled with holes, black blood splattering everywhere. Lei Taizhan raised his large-caliber pistol and fired 2 shots. The immense kinetic energy blew the head of one monster into a pulpy mess. The headless monster crashed to the ground while the other, saturated with acute heavy metal poisoning, died beyond recovery. Before Lei Taizhan and his men could even catch their breath, a hair-raising sound came from deep within the hall and from all directions. Click. 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 Lei Taizhan jerked his head up, sweeping his flashlight beam across the distant shadows. At that moment the leader of the Ashen Gang felt as if all the blood in his veins had frozen. In the darkness ahead, countless pairs of pale eyes were fixed on them. Monsters packed densely crawled out from the shadows. They wore tattered blue shelter uniforms, some missing arms, some missing legs, some even missing half their heads. Their numbers were staggering, at least 100 or more. Gulp. Lei Taizhan swallowed hard. It turned out the metal door had been left ajar, not to welcome greedy explorers like them. Run. Run like hell. Lei Taizhan roared, shoving a lackey in front of him as a shield, then turned and sprinted back toward the metal door. The scene cut to outside the breach. A few Ashen Gang lackeys left by Sha Joji to guard the entrance were smoking and chatting idly. I wonder what treasures are inside. Maybe if the boss is happy, he'll throw us some scraps. That's for sure. This is an old era shelter, you know. Even a little bit of loot could keep us partying at the nightclub for months. As they fantasized about their future lavish life. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. Bang. A series of gunshots came from within the breach. The men exchanged startled glances. What's going on? A fight inside. Could there be people in the shelter? One lackey tossed his cigarette butt and stood up. I'll go take a look. He covered his nose, walked to the breach and leaned halfway in to see what was happening. The moment his head entered, bang! A crisp gunshot echoed through the corridor. The lackey's head exploded with a wet thud, spraying red and white matter everywhere. The headless body collapsed limply at the breach. Holy shit! Get ready to fight. The remaining lackeys were terrified. Their earlier dreams of feasting were replaced by cold sweat drenching their backs. They frantically raised their rifles, aiming at the breach with trembling fingers on the triggers. Click. Click. Heavy footsteps rapidly approached from the depths of the breach. One lackey was about to fire when a large sturdy figure emerged from the breach. Don't you fucking shoot. It's me. Lei Taizhan kicked aside the body blocking his path and roared in exasperation. The lackeys lowered their weapons upon recognizing him. Lei Taizhan no longer bore the arrogant demeanor of a boss he had when entering. His eyes were wide, nearly bulging out, filled with sheer terror. His leather jacket was smeared with blood, his collar open, 2 buttons missing, revealing a gray undershirt soaked with sweat. The thick gold chain around his neck was gone. The worst was his left arm. A large chunk of flesh had been bitten off from his forearm and bright red blood dripped from his fingers. In his right hand he clutched the large caliber pistol, its barrel still emitting wisps of smoke. Clearly that shot had been fired by the panicked boss. In his state of extreme tension he had mistaken the lackey peeking in for a pursuing monster and blown his head off with a single shot.
In truth, if Lei Taizhan had not been frightened out of his wits and had immediately directed the establishment of a defensive line, he would not have ended up in such a miserable state.
Those monsters in blue uniforms resembling zombies may be numerous, but they are ultimately carbon-based lifeforms. As long as they are carbon-based, they must obey the laws of physics and can suffer from acute heavy metal poisoning. The problem lies in the fact that despite Lei Taizhan's burly appearance, he is at heart a cowardly fool who fears the strong and bullies the weak. When he saw those bizarrely shaped monsters, he instinctively chose to abandon his subordinates. This directly led to his underlings collapsing in an instant after losing their command, being submerged by the tide of monsters, becoming the new treasures within this underground shelter. If the monsters had not been busy feasting, Lei Taizhan's hefty body would have also become a treasure. At this point one might ask, can someone like Lei Taizhan really become a leader? Yes, there are such brothers. Wasn't Dong Zhuo in history just that kind of person? How magnificent he was in the early days, leading the Xiliang Iron Cavalry into the capital, sword drawn, deposing the emperor while the court officials remained silent in fear. What a display of arrogance. But what about later? The officials who had been toasting and flattering him just last night were now lined up watching him meet a gruesome end. To put it bluntly, such people are merely early heroes. The collapse was only a matter of time. Enough of that, let us return to the scene. What are you still standing there for? Lei Taizhan saw a few of his underlings in a daze and instantly became furious, kicking one of them away. Quick! Blow this gap up for me. We absolutely cannot let anything inside escape. Why wise? Boss. The few underlings were terrified by Lei Taizhan's madness and hurriedly pulled out grenades. Boom! After a loud explosion, the gap was firmly sealed by the collapsed concrete and dirt. Only then did Lei Taizhan let out a long sigh of relief and plop down onto the ground. One of the underlings handed him a roll of bandage and Lei Taizhan snatched it, wrapping it chaotically around his still bleeding left arm. Boss, are you okay? Do I look okay to you? Lei Taizhan winced and slapped the underling on the head. He looked around but did not see Sha Jiu's figure. By the way, where's Sha Jiu? Boss Jiu said he wasn't feeling well and went back above ground to get some air. Lei Taizhan covered his freshly bandaged arm, irritably waved his hand. Hurry up and notify him. Tell him I'm waiting for him at the entrance of the northern tunnel. Tell him I will only wait for half an hour. If he isn't here in less than half an hour, it'll take my men and leave. Let him wait to die in this damned place. Yes. Boss. I'm on it. The underling accepted the order and dashed towards the surface. Lei Taizhan stood up, casting one last glance at the blown-up gap, a shadow crossing his eyes. Damn it, this broken city can't be stayed in any longer. First get out of here, and when I gather my troops I will return to settle the score. Time swiftly passed to noon. In a luxurious hotel suite in the abandoned city number 74, thick smoke billowed outside the floor-to-ceiling windows and explosions echoed while soft classical music flowed through the room. Jason sat at a dining table covered with a pristine white tablecloth. He leisurely sliced off a perfectly cooked piece of steak, brought it to his mouth, chewing delicately, his actions graceful as if he were in a high-end restaurant of a peaceful era. Knock, knock, knock. Two respectful knocks sounded from outside the door. Come in. Jason gently dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a silk napkin. A squad leader pushed the door open, quickly approached the dining table and knelt on one knee. Lord Jason, the latest battle report from the front lines. Speak. The Ashen Gang's defenses suddenly collapsed across the board, and it seems there has been a significant upheaval within. Most of their strongholds are in serious turmoil, and even organized personnel have begun to flee. The forces of the Blackthorn leader have surged in, already closing in on the Ashen Gang's headquarters. Hearing the good news, Jason's expression showed little reaction. He merely responded indifferently and continued to pick up his knife and fork. The Ashen Gang, being an organization that appeared strong but was weak at its core, was bound to collapse. It wasn't worth his concern. Is there anything else? Noticing the squad leader still kneeling there, Jason casually asked. The squad leader raised his head, his expression turning somewhat grave. There's also a confidential report from Captain Morik. He said. Those men in black seem to be gathering in large numbers. And we have discovered quite a few men in black at many of the Black Iron Brotherhood's strongholds. Upon hearing the words men in black, Jason's knife and fork came to a sudden halt. The silver knife and fork clinked against the porcelain plate, producing a short, sharp sound. Jason slowly set down the cutlery in his hand. The air in the room seemed to cool suddenly, and even the soothing classical music sounded somewhat out of place. Gathering in large numbers. A glint of dangerous sharpness flashed in Jason's eyes. At first he had issued the order of do not engage with the men in black unless absolutely necessary. It was not that Jason was truly afraid. His original intention was simply to avoid complications in the matter of annexing the abandoned city number 74. Though this group of men in black were poorly equipped and their tactics lacking, their reckless willingness to die together was indeed a headache. As the saying goes, the weak fear the strong fear the reckless fear the desperate, and the desperate fear the suicidal. It is unwise to engage in a life-and-death struggle with a group of potential suicide bombers. Moreover, the number of these men in black in the city was not large, at most just a few dozen, primarily out there robbing refugees. In these times the only thing in short supply was not people. Since they were not interested in territory or high-value resources, Jason was happy to turn a blind eye and let them run rampant in the city. Once he completely controlled the city and cleaned out those disobedient local tyrants, he could then deal with this group of suicidal infantry at his leisure. But now the situation seemed to be undergoing some subtle changes. Jason frowned slightly, stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. In recent days Jason had formed a rough outline in his mind regarding the forces behind these men in black. This group, known as the Firestar Outpost, had been established for only a little over 2 months. However, their development speed was astonishing, with their population already surpassing 1,000 and currently in a phase of rapid growth. They seem to have established stable trade routes with certain large traveling merchants from the outside world. As for deeper secrets such as why they were not afraid of death or who their leader really was, Morik was also unable to uncover. Firestar Outpost.
Jason murmured this name softly, his slender fingers gently tapping on the windowsill. In the 74th abandoned city, inside a commercial building, a squad of the Iron Spine tribe was pinning several Black Iron Brotherhood members behind the counter.
Ha ha ha. Die, you trash from the Black Iron.
The squad leader laughed wildly, his weapon firing incessantly. Suddenly he heard a cacophony of strange howls from outside the building.
What's that noise?
The squad leader leaned out and looked down through the shattered window. What he saw nearly sent his soul flying out of his body. On the street below, a dense tide of humanity was surging like mad dogs.
Enemy attack. A large number of enemies approaching. Open fire. Open fire now.
The squad leader shouted hoarsely. A dozen Iron Spine raiders immediately turned their guns and sprayed wildly at the surging crowd below.
Rat-a-tat-tat. A torrent of bullets poured down.
The leading dozen players fell like manhwaedit, bursts of blood blooming on their bodies as they collapsed.
Ha ha ha. A bunch of idiots.
Before the squad leader could finish, the smile on his face froze completely. Because he realized with horror that even though the front line had fallen, those behind showed no fear or retreat. Instead, they trampled over their comrades' corpses and charged even faster.
Damn. Don't block the way, you fools. Charge. Once we're inside the building, it's our world. Kill. Kill. Kill.
The players' eyes were bloodshot, not from fear but from the fear of teammates stealing their kills. As the saying goes, one fears a brother's hardship but fears even more his success. After paying the minor price of over 30 players dead, they finally stormed into the first-floor lobby of the commercial building.
Stop them. Guard the stairwell.
The squad leader screamed hysterically, his gun barrel glowing red from firing and his face also flushed red.
Squad leader, are you in love? Why is your face so red? That's fucking red with rage. Why didn't you say so earlier? Here they come. They're here. They're coming to bite. Little raider, you better not let us catch you. If we do, you won't get any good juice to drink.
The squad leader tried desperately to organize a defense, but it was too late. Once the players closed the distance, the so-called firepower advantage vanished completely. The players' current firearms were indeed lacking, but when it came to close combat, each of them was a theoretical Ip Man or Bruce Lee. Take this, crow-flying airplane. Whirlwind Little Top charged ahead, smashing his steel pipe heavily onto a raider's crown. The raider's head split open on the spot and he ascended to heaven.
The monster is mine. Don't steal it. Get lost. That kill is mine. Over 200 players freshly arrived in the city surged like a black tide, instantly overwhelming this squad of a dozen raiders. Screams tearing flesh, cracking bones, and the players' ecstatic laughter merged into one. Within less than 3 minutes, the gunfire in the commercial building fell completely silent. A dozen elite members of the Iron Spine tribe had been reduced to indistinguishable mosaics. But the players who had participated in the beating were calmly stripping the corpses on the ground. This submachine gun is mine. Nobody touch it. A bulletproof vest. Too bad it has a hole, but it's still wearable after a wash. Damn, this bastard is dirt poor, not even a single coin. This kind of righteous gang beating was taking place in turns around the No. 3 base of the Black Iron Brotherhood. 2.5 hours later, Bruto stood behind a barricade, feeling his brain was already overloaded. He held the battle report in his hand, staring blankly at the open space outside the base, his Adam's apple bobbing hard. Whoa. That last wave was so satisfying. Don't push. Who the hell stepped on my foot? When are we starting? I can't wait to farm experience. Front row selling stools, melon seeds and mineral water. A dense crowd of mercenaries in dark tactical uniforms packed the area, making it impossible to move. They chattered noisily, each one as excited as if they were at a fair. Some had even started rummaging through the surrounding ruins for scrap metal. Bruto had initially thought that the rat-tail juice group would be at most 100 or so people. Who would have guessed that the guy's words, "as many as you need," were not just bragging? He roughly estimated that the black mass outside numbered at least 800. As the saying goes, 800 is 800. What Su Xing with 800 men dared to raid the Xiangnu rear, making them weep and cry for their parents. Zhang Liao with 800 men dared to charge at Sun Quan's command flag at Xiaoyao Ford, causing Sun Quan to flee in panic. Li Shimin with 800 men dared to launch a coup at Xuanwu Gate, killing his brothers to seize the throne. Zhu Di with 800 men dared to start the Jingnan campaign, taking his nephew's throne. Now 800 players had cleared all enemies around base No. 3. As the last few players returned to the formation, several figures emerged from the crowd. Leading them were Chu Di player and Night Owl. Brother Bruto. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chu Di player wore his trademark smile as he approached Bruto. How do you like our Spark Outpost's welcome gift? Bruto took a deep breath, forcing down the indescribable shock in his heart. Satisfied. This was fucking more than satisfying. These weren't mercenaries, they were a pack of living demons crawling out of hell. Bruto forced a sincere smile onto his face, lowering his posture considerably. In the wasteland, strength was the hardest currency. Gentlemen, it's windy outside. Let's talk inside. Bruto stepped aside and gestured for them to enter. Judy player, Night Owl, furious old grandma, no delivery allowed, and several other newly established guild company leaders exchanged glances and followed Bruto through the gate of base No. 3. As for I Don't Eat Beef, he was currently stripped to the waist, frantically pulling his hair out with Professor Zhao Chiwen and others over the blast system of the furnace. Fighting. What's so great about that? Steelmaking is the real deal. Inside the base, in a relatively intact operations meeting room. Brothers, I want waste words. Bruto leaned on the conference table. You've seen the situation. The Ash Gang betrayed us, and the 3 nomadic raider tribes have broken through the middle ring and are closing in on us. If your Spark Outpost can help the Black Iron Brotherhood survive this crisis and drive those foreign bastards out of the 74th city. Bruto gritted his teeth as if making a huge decision. Name your price. Anything we have, we won't haggle. Hearing Bruto's declaration, Chu Di player coughed lightly and took a sip of water from the cup on the table. Brother Bruto, you misunderstand. We at Spark Outpost regard money as dirt. We're not interested in money. Free mercenaries. Is there such a good thing in this world? Bruto was stunned, his face full of astonishment. Then. What do you want? First. We want pay for the war ourselves. During this time you must provide firearms and ammunition for free. First. We want pay for the war ourselves. During this time you must provide firearms and ammunition for free. Second. Your heavy artillery positions must provide us with fire support. Third. Our 800+ men need food, drink, shelter, living supplies and medical bandages, all. After hearing Chu Di Wanjia's conditions, Bruto was completely dumbfounded. He blinked his eyes, then dug his ears as if he couldn't believe it. Just that. Only firearms, ammunition and daily necessities. Bruto had expected them to ask for a huge sum, but they only wanted a bunch of consumables. Were these people really mercenaries? They were clearly living bodhisattvas doing charity. There was no way around it, our players were still too kind. The pioneers' kindness could never be repaid. Ahem. Actually, the players weren't that good either. After all, the bulk of this event was in the mission rewards. The extortion from the NPCs was barely a toothpick in the grand scheme. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Bruto, afraid they might change their minds, quickly agreed, his face flushed with excitement. You'll have someone open the armory at base 3 immediately. Take whatever you want. Boss Bruto, you're decisive. Chu Di Wanjia stood up and extended his right hand. Then let's have a pleasant cooperation. In 10 minutes we'll launch the first countercharge toward the southern bloc. Bruto had no objection and shook hands firmly with Chu Di Wanjia. The two sides happily reached a mercenary agreement. However, just as the pre-war meeting ended and the guild leaders stepped out of the conference room. Ding! A golden server-wide announcement with special effects exploded like a bombshell over all the players. Server announcement: that Shadow of the Wasteland Counter-Strike campaign speedrun and ranking event is now active. To all participating pioneers, war is not only a test of survival but also a coronation of glory. For this large-scale faction intervention battle, the system has activated the guild leaderboard and elite squad leaderboard in real time.
Leaderboard scoring rules: kill a common raider 10 points, kill an elite unit 50 points, kill a small leader squad leader 200 points, kill an enemy boss 2000 points.
Destroying enemy vehicles and heavy firepower points will grant additional bonus points.
After the campaign ends, the top 3 guilds and squads will receive the following additional rewards. First place on the guild leaderboard: reward 5 sets of M88K Alligator Stat Track Factory new exoskeletons.
All guild members receive the exclusive title Wasteland Overlord.
Additionally, a public contribution pool of 88888 points will be injected. Second place reward: 1 Ghost 4V Phantom Sniper Rifle. All guild members receive the title Iron Division.
A public contribution pool of 66666 points will be injected.
Third place reward: 1 exclusive guild base building blueprint. A public contribution pool of 100,000 points will be injected.
Note the squad leaderboard also has generous rewards including exclusive custom weapons and talent enhancement potions.
Pioneers for the honor of your guild and the supreme monument hunt to your heart's content. The moment this announcement appeared, all players fell silent for 3 seconds, including those not present.
This was the first time official event rewards included equipment. Just look at the name, it sounded high-end. The players stared at the gleaming equipment, nearly drooling with envy.
Outside the conference room, the guild leaders who had just been in a harmonious atmosphere now had their expressions frozen.
The once friendly air dropped to freezing point in less than a second.
Chu de Wanjia's eye muscles twitched wildly. He slowly turned his head to look at the several good brothers beside him. The original brothers united, their strength can break gold, was gone.
Ahem.
Chu de Wanjia stepped back half a step, crossing his arms.
Fellows, as the saying goes, even brothers settle accounts clearly. This top spot on the guild leaderboard, I'll take it without hesitation. Give me face, don't compete. Give you face.
Yi Xiao sneered. Old Chu, are you still dreaming? What does war rely on?
Strength. And background. The first place goes to the capable. Exactly, our convoy wants a piece of the first 2. I see you all as mere clay chickens and dogs selling their heads at the market.
The guild leaders glared at each other, none willing to yield.
Fine.
Since it's come to this, let's rely on our own abilities. Chu de Wanjia gritted his teeth and turned to run out.
Let's see who ends up being the damn wasteland overlord. Think I'm afraid of you?
Yi Xiao snorted coldly and turned to sprint toward his own brigade.
The Black Iron Brotherhood's armory was open for supply and the player mobilization was in full swing. Everyone was pumped up like they'd taken adrenaline, ready for a big fight.
On the other hand, among the nomadic raiders, the lobby of that high-end hotel had been temporarily converted into a command post. Jason stared at the latest battle report from the front line, his face dark enough to drip water.
800 people. Jason slammed the report on the table. He looked up, his eyes like daggers, at the squad leader Winter standing nearby. Didn't Morik say there were only 100 or so black-clad men? Now where did 800 more come from? Facing Jason's thunderous rage, Winter broke out in a cold sweat. He knelt on one knee, his head bowed low. Morik, oh Morik, I Chovy told you to investigate properly. Winter had a hard time explaining. Morik also had his reasons. What identity did he use to infiltrate? Refugee identity. What kind of person is a refugee? What information could that identity give? None. He didn't have that ability, you know. At the time the Starfire outpost he observed had only about 100 people in black uniforms apart from the refugees doing the work. As for the newcomers in gray-white jumpsuits, Morik subconsciously classified them as low-level laborers brought in. Who could have imagined that these laborers covered in dust moving bricks on the construction site could, by swiping their cards at the supply store, transform into fearless black-clad men? It was like thinking the enemy had only one company of regulars with the rest being old, weak and sick support. Then when the battle starts, those cooks, pig feeders and sweepers all charge at you with a roar. Who could withstand that? Sir, I'll contact Captain Morik immediately. Contact. Too late. Jason sneered, rubbing his throbbing temples. No matter how these people appeared, they are now the biggest obstacle to taking this city. Sir, what should we do now? Winter asked in a low voice. Notify Wildbone and Blackthorn to stop their blind advance. Jason's mind raced. Set up barricade lines and mount all the heavy machine guns. He'll use an absolute fire net to shred these madmen in this rubble. A deafening roar erupted as the heavy steel door of the Ashes Gang's headquarters was blown open. Thick smoke billowed and flames soared into the sky. As the smoke from the explosion lingered, several off-road vehicles roared through the haze, crashing into the headquarters of the Ashes Gang. Ha ha ha. Brothers. Kill for me. The relentless barrage of bullets mowed down the Ashes Gang's thugs who dared to resist. Ever since Lei Taizhan fled, the entire Ashes Gang had been barely hanging on.
Faced with the ferocious assault of the Poison Bee tribe, they were utterly powerless.
Some positions in defensive lines hadn't even encountered the enemy before the defenders scattered in all directions.
Thus He Si led his men straight and effortlessly breaching the Ashes Gang's stronghold. Brothers, get to work.
Clean this place out.
At He Si's command, the marauders let out a series of howls, flooding into every corner of the Ashes Gang's headquarters. In an instant, the sounds of rummaging, smashing, curses and screams echoed throughout the entire Ashes Gang stronghold.
Half an hour later.
In the main hall of the Ashes Gang headquarters, He Si sat boldly in the position that originally belonged to Lei Tieshan, holding a glass of red wine. In front of him, several trembling women were being held by his subordinates. These women had once been the playthings of the Ashes Gang's leaders, and now they had become spoils of war for the Poison Bee tribe.
Boss, these women are quite pretty, why don't you choose first?
A small leader approached with a beaming smile.
He Si squinted his gaze, unabashedly roaming over the women.
Just as he was about to reach out to select someone, a squad leader rushed in from outside the hall looking somewhat flustered.
Boss. We just received an urgent message from Leader Jason.
Speak. Interrupted in his mood, He Si frowned slightly, feeling displeased. The squad leader swallowed hard. Leader Jason said that a large number of black-clad individuals have appeared on the side of the Black Iron Brotherhood, estimated to be around 800. He instructed us to immediately halt our advance, fully retract our defenses, establish barricades and prepare to face the assault of those black-clad men.
800.
Upon hearing this number, He Si was momentarily stunned and then erupted into wild laughter as if he had heard the biggest joke.
Ha ha ha.
That coward Jason, has he lost his mind? Those feeble black-clad men, even if there were more, I could crush them with one hand. The squad leader's forehead broke out in a cold sweat.
Boss, Leader Jason said if we do not retract our defenses, the consequences. Bang. He Si crushed his wine glass into shards.
With a darkened expression, the wine spilled between his fingers. What does Jason amount to?
How dare he give me orders? I just took the Ashes Gang's stronghold. With so many resources and women here, you want me to retreat now?
If Jason is scared, he can just go back to the wilderness and eat sand.
He Si approached the squad leader, glaring down at him. Tell Jason. Don't come disturb my mood.
The squad leader turned pale with fear, scrambling out of the hall.
He Si clapped his hands, then resumed the music and dance.
It was no wonder He Si looked down on players. That very morning he had encountered a rookie player team. To be honest, they were quite average, far from the terrifying reputation Jason had spoken of.
Even a strong wave couldn't withstand 7.62 by 39 millimeters right.
Compared to He Si, who was in the Ashes Gang headquarters embracing women, sipping red wine and listening to music, the treatment of Kwang Gu on this side could only be described as bleak.
In the abandoned urban area, No. 74 on the outskirts of the Black Iron Brotherhood.
Among the shattered walls and ruins lay dozens of corpses with broken limbs still gurgling with mosaics.
Pa!
Kwang Gu kicked a corpse of the Black Iron Brotherhood aside and wiped the blood off his face with his hand. Just half an hour ago he had personally wielded that exaggerated machete, leading the charge, and had forcefully smashed through a heavy machine gun position set up by the Black Iron Brotherhood on the street corner. Although the Iron Spine tribe had paid the price of more than a dozen brothers, Kwang Gu's own left arm had also been grazed by a stray bullet. But to Kwang Gu all of this was worth it. He climbed atop a flipped abandoned bus, gazing at the distant Black Iron Brotherhood's No. 2 base shaped like a turtle shell.
Boss. We've torn a huge hole in these turtle shell's defenses.
A small leader excitedly climbed up the bus, reporting with a beaming face. They've all retreated, not daring to show their heads. The peripheral fire points have also been mostly taken down.
Ha 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 ha. Well done.
What a bunch of worthless Black Iron Brotherhood, they're just lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of me. Although Kwang Gu's advance had met some resistance, the Black Iron Brotherhood was already at the end of their rope. Before nightfall he would be able to break through this turtle shell in front of him.
As for the final No.
3 base, it was merely in his pocket. At that time all the resources from the 3 bases of the Black Iron Brotherhood would belong solely to him, Kwang Gu.
Send the word down.
Let the brothers rest in place for 10 minutes.
Kwang Gu's eyes gleamed with bloodthirst. After 10 minutes, bring up a few high explosive shells from our convoy. Blow their door open.
Just then a small thug staggered out from the ruins of the rear district.
Boss. Boss. Not good. Why the panic, you fool?
Kwang Gu frowned displeased and jumped down from the bus, grabbing the thug by the collar.
What happened?
The thug trembled, his lips quivering, his teeth chattering as he spoke. It's the 7th and 8th squads responsible for opening the breach at the No.
3 base.
And the dozens of brothers supporting them.
They've all lost contact. Lost contact. Kwang Gu was taken aback, then instantly flew into a rage.
2 fully staffed squads plus the support troops numbering nearly 100. How could they possibly lose contact without reason?
Did they just vanish into thin air? Kwang Gu's expression darkened instantly.
It was impossible. He had only 8 of the most elite squads under his command. Losing a quarter of them was like a dagger to his heart.
In this urban area, no.
74 apart from the Black Iron Brotherhood and the Ashes Gang. Who else possesses such strength?
Just as Kwang Gu was lost in thought, a messenger ran over from not far away.
Boss, it's an urgent communication from Leader Jason at the highest level.
Upon hearing the name Jason, Kwang Gu couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. What nonsense is that sissy spouting now? Kwang Gu scolded unkindly.
The messenger swallowed hard, reporting tremulously. Leader Jason said, a force of around 800 armed individuals has appeared in the city, all dressed in dark clothing. He wants us to immediately halt all advance missions. Abandon the peripheral positions, fully retract our defenses, establish barricades on the spot and switch to a defensive posture.
What? Kwang Gu abruptly turned his head, his eyes fixed on the messenger with a fierce intensity as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Consolidate the defense. Switch to defense.
I fought tooth and nail with my brothers and we were just about to take down the Black Iron Brotherhood. Jason is hiding in the rear drinking, and with a simple word he wants me to spit out the juicy prize I've almost grasped.
But Boss Chief Jason said that those black-clad men are all fearless lunatics. If we don't defend, we might suffer a great loss.
The messenger recounted stubbornly.
Damn lunatics. Damn Jason. Kwang Gu completely erupted.
He snatched the communicator from the messenger's hand and smashed it to the ground, not satisfied until he crushed it to pieces with his boot. In Kwang Gu's view, Jason was simply jealous of the spoils he was about to seize.
What 800 black-clad men? What fearless lunatics?
This was definitely a ridiculous excuse concocted by Jason to obstruct him from taking over the Black Iron Brotherhood. Even if there were truly hundreds of them, so what? The brothers of the Iron Spine tribe, who among them were not ruthless bandits that survived by licking blood off the edge of their blades in the wasteland.
Who would be afraid?
Only those without weapons would be afraid.
Boss, so what should we do now?
The small leader beside him hesitantly asked. Kwang Gu suddenly raised the heavy machete in his hand, the blade reflecting a chilling glint in the sun. He turned around, looking at his subordinates behind him.
Brothers.
That perfume-spraying sissy Jason wants us to turtle up like a bunch of turtles.
Kwang Gu's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the surrounding ruins with a resonating echo. He knows nothing.
Whether they are black-clad or white-clad, as long as they dare to block our path to riches, crush them into pulp.
Roar. Kill them. Inspired by Kwang Gu's emotions, the plunderers below also raised their weapons and let out a howl.
Kwang Gu tore away the troublesome rag draped over him, revealing a chest covered in scars. Bring the heavy machine gun to the front.
Mobilize the small squad on motorcycles. Madness burned in Kwang Gu's eyes. Brothers. Follow me and kill. Abandoned city, no. 74 Black Iron Brotherhoods, no. 2 base. Compared to the no.
3 base, where Bruto was personally stationed, the defenses of the no.
2 base appeared much thinner.
The base's walls were constructed from standard corrugated steel plates standing at a height of 3 meters and 2 centimeters, with each plate riveted to I-beams embedded in the ground, the wells neat and uniform.
2 watchtowers stood at the east and west corners, barely forming a crossfire network.
Several temporary ditches were dug outside the main gate, and a half-height wall was built with sandbags along the inner edge.
Boom!
A high explosive shell landed not far from the main gate, sending a massive shockwave that lifted clouds of rubble and dust.
The walls were struck by the shockwave, the entire enclosure screeching as if kicked by a giant. Ah!
2 guards hiding behind the wall were flung away, lying nearby and wailing incessantly.
Damn it! That group of plunderers has come. The person in charge of the no. 2 base was a burly man named Bias. As soon as the explosion echoed, he immediately climbed up the watchtower to assess the situation. Seeing the plundering forces advancing slowly not far away, he quickly took out the communicator to call Bruto. Bruto! Come support us. I can't hold on much longer.
The communicator crackled with Bruto's urgent voice.
Hang on for another half hour, Bob. Half an hour. BAS felt a wave of despair upon hearing that number. Don't say half an hour, I don't even know if we can hold on for 10 minutes. Bang.
A bullet grazed Base scalp, startling him into swallowing the rest of his sentence.
Outside the no. 2 base.
Kwang Gu stood bare-chested, the gruesome scars on his body appearing even more terrifying in the haze of smoke.
Boom. Boom.
Another 2 explosions tore a gap in the defenses outside the base.
Charge in.
Rip their heads off. Kwang Gu discarded the empty heavy machine gun and raised his iconic massive machete.
Just as Quan Gu was about to lead the charge, a subordinate held him back. Wait. Boss, look over there. Quan Gu turned to see where his subordinate was pointing. At the end of the street behind them, the roar of engines and the sound of heavy footsteps approached. Quan Gu frowned and tightened his grip on the machete. Though he spoke bravely, Jason's serious warning still kept him on alert. Not just in BAS and the no. Two Base also spotted the movement through his binoculars. Reinforcements. It must be the reinforcements. Brothers. Hold on for a bit longer. We're saved. However, when the team revealed its true identity, the joy on Base face instantly froze into a deeper despair. The newcomers were not reinforcements at all, but the elite of the Iron Spine tribe. Leading them was none other than Quan Gu's most trusted confidant, Ty Lee. Ty Lee held two blood-soaked axes sitting on the front of a modified heavy off-road vehicle. Behind him followed 3 well-equipped elite squads and over 100 Iron Spine plunderers. Boss. The off-road vehicle stopped in front of Quan Gu and Ty Lee jumped down, his face filled with excitement. Base no. One has been completely flattened by us. Upon receiving your command, we didn't even have time to loot before rushing over to meet you. It turned out that after receiving Jason's order to consolidate the defense, Quan Gu immediately notified Ty Lee, who was attacking Base No. 1 to finish up and quickly head towards Base No. 2. Although Quan Gu was a brute surviving for so long and the wasteland relied on more than just muscle, he intended to use overwhelming military strength to swallow Base No. 2 whole and then deal with those so-called black-clad men. Well done, Ty Lee. Quan Gu patted Ty Lee's shoulder vigorously and turned to look at the assembled force of over 300 men behind him. The addition of 3 elite squads and over 100 fresh troops doubled the strength of the Iron Spine tribe instantly. Quan Gu turned around, pointing the massive machete at the already trembling gate of Base No. 2. Black Iron's trash, your end is nigh. Brothers. Flatten this place for me. Leave not a single survivor. Kill. Inside Base No. 2 BAS sat weakly on the watchtower. He looked at the densely packed plunderers outside and despairingly closed his eyes. It's over. All over. Where are the reinforcements? Under the fierce assault of the TG tribe, the makeshift defense line outside Base 2 was utterly shattered. Several fire points were successively eliminated and the blades of the Raiders' army were directed straight at the gate. Bang. 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 The heavy demolition hammers struck the gate of Base 2 again and again. The hinges were severely twisted and several steel beams used for reinforcement were forcibly pulled from the ground. Boom. With a deafening roar, the gate of Base 2 finally succumbed under the pressure, crashing down heavily on the ground. Ha ha ha. The gate is broken. Brothers, let's charge in. Leave not a single survivor. Quan Gu wielded his exaggerated cleaver, letting out a thunderous roar. Ty Lee charged forward with 2 bloodied axes. Just as the raiders of the TG tribe were about to rush into Base 2 and commence the massacre, a sudden burst of rapid and chaotic gunfire erupted from the ruins behind the Quan Gus troops. Several raiders didn't even have time to react before being riddled with bullets, convulsing as they fell into pools of blood. Enemy attack. There's an enemy attack from behind. Hearing the commotion, Quan Gu turned sharply. He saw a massive tide of people surging from the debris. They were clad in uniform dark tactical suits and a rough glance showed at least 300 to 400 of them. Charge for the leaderboard. Charge for the leaderboard. Brothers, grab those points. Look at that guy up front with 2 axes, he looks like a boss. Charge. The points are calling us. This group of black-clad individuals shouted incomprehensible slogans resembling rabid dogs unleashed, trampling over the debris as they charged towards the TG tribe. On the watchtower, boss suddenly opened his eyes, crouched over the sandbags to look down. This is the reinforcements that Bruto spoke of. BAS widened his eyes in disbelief. They certainly looked like reinforcements. But, were they mercenaries? Could it be a group of patients just released from a mental hospital? Meanwhile, in the raider camp, Quan Gu watched the sudden emergence of the black-clad individuals, his eyes twitching slightly. He never expected them to come looking for him before he even had the chance to find them. The number was indeed a bit intimidating. However, numbers do not equate to combat strength. This group's charging formation was riddled with flaws. They were nothing more than a horde with no tactical awareness. You think you can wrap me up? With you bunch. Quan Gu laughed in rage, pointing his cleaver at the oncoming players. Turn the guns around. Fire. Ty Lee, take 2 squads and break their formation. Da-did-day-day-day. Several machine gunners immediately shifted direction. A violent torrent of metal screamed as it swept mercilessly into the charging players. Puff puff puff. Blood splattered everywhere.
The first dozen players were torn to shreds by the high-caliber bullets reduced to a blur of mutilated forms.
Ha ha ha. They are utterly defenseless.
Seeing this, Tai Li charged forward with his men. Upon getting closer, he swung his axe and cleaved a player who had just been shot in half. Under the firepower suppression of the Tiji tribe, within just a minute of confrontation the players had already suffered at least 100 casualties. Faced with such one-sided oppression, even the fiercest mercenaries in the wasteland should have their morale crushed, fleeing with their heads down. A well-trained unit will waver once their casualty rate reaches 20 to 30, potentially facing complete collapse.
This is the iron rule of war.
However, this group of black-clad individuals did not slow down their advance.
In fact, there wasn't even a hint of retreat. Damn.
This heavy machine gun firepower is too fierce.
Brothers up front, don't charge recklessly, find cover.
Player Chu, the big one, shouted loudly while hiding behind a concrete slab.
What the hell? Eat my grenade.
Player GG, with a bullet wound in his thigh, blood gushing out.
Yet he didn't fall, instead hopping forward, pulling a grenade from his pocket as he advanced. Explode for me. Puff.
A bullet pierced through his chest and player GG fell heavily to the ground.
Yet the grenade in his hand flew out due to inertia and exploded not far away. Not like this, buddy.
You should throw the grenade properly.
The unfortunate player Agile Dog had half of his arm blown off.
He was fuming if he could still jump at this moment. He rolled and crawled into the crowd of raiders, sinking his teeth into a raider's calf.
Ah! Madman! Get off!
The raider screamed in terror, wildly smashing the butt of the gun against player Agile Dog's head. However, even if player Agile Dog's head turned to a blur, the teeth that clamped down on his calf would not loosen in the slightest.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Quan Gu did not halt his offensive due to the player's arrival. Leave the small fries outside to Tai Li. The rest follow me in. Clean this base out. He kicked open the iron door on the ground, leading the remaining few hundred men into Base 2.
Thus the remnants within Base 2 were driven into a panic. Ba Pale-faced, his left shoulder wrapped in a hastily bound bandage, was retreating while fighting alongside the remaining troops.
Hold the line. Keep holding. BAS bellowed hoarsely. But the demoralized members of the Black Iron Brotherhood could not muster an effective counterattack. Boss. We can't hold.
Their firepower is too fierce. A young henchman crawled to base side, his face pale and trembling all over. As for Ba, he was out of options. When he was on the watchtower seeing the massive tide of people, he felt a glimmer of hope. He never expected the combat effectiveness of these reinforcements to be visibly lacking. Their charging formation was worse than that of a 3-year-old child.
Note to be fair, aren't players just like 3-year-olds? How ludicrous.
He had originally hoped for reinforcements to swoop in like divine dragons and wipe out the enemies.
Instead, he was about to be wiped out himself. Boss. There's a communication.
Another henchman pointed at the communicator hanging at base waist, which was flashing red lights incessantly. Ba hurriedly grabbed the communicator and pressed the answer button.
ZZZ. Boss Ba, can you hear me?
The voice coming through the communicator was not Bruto's but a stranger's.
This is Ba. Who are you? Listen.
The person on the other end spoke rapidly, not answering Base question. Immediately abandon Base 2 and retreat through the back door with your men.
What? Ba was taken aback. Save your strength. We will meet you on the right side of the back door. Before BAS could respond, the communication was abruptly cut off. Listening to the busy tone from the communicator, BAS gritted his teeth.
Most of the forces in Base 2 were his hard work. Now being asked to hand it over was almost worse than killing him. He had originally contemplated dying together with the enemies before him, but this communication had given him a glimmer of hope for survival.
Retreat. Everyone.
Retreat through the back door. BAS shouted loudly, first raising his gun and dashing towards the back of the base using cover.
The remaining members of the Black Iron Brotherhood immediately followed BAS in a desperate escape. Trying to run. Quan Gu spotted BAS preparing to flee. Chase them down. Not a single survivor is allowed to escape. Quan Gu wielded his cleaver like a mad rhino. In the chase and escape, the level of carnage within Base 2 was no less than that outside. Ah!
A member of the Black Iron Brotherhood was slashed to the ground by Quan Gu's blade screams echoing through the compound.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The pursuing raiders opened fire wildly.
Members of the Black Iron Brotherhood kept falling to bullets left forever in the compound.
Along the retreat route of just a few hundred meters, Ba Si lost dozens of his brothers.
Boom! The back gate of the compound was kicked open. Ba Si, with only about 20 remaining battered soldiers, stumbled out in disarray. Outside was a maze of abandoned residential areas. Locking onto a direction, Bossy and his men dashed to the right.
As he fled, he looked around wildly but saw not a single hair, nothing at all.
Where are the reinforcements?
Just as Bossy thought he had been tricked and was about to turn back and fight Quang Gu to the death, several figures in dark tactical gear emerged silently from the shadows of the ruins.
Leading the way was Night Owl, followed by War God Rampage, Arrogant One, and a dozen fully armed veteran players.
You? Bossy looked at the men in black, a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. However, before he could finish, "Damn it, where do you think you're going?" With a thunderous roar, Quang Gu charged out from the back gate of the compound with dozens of raiders' murderous intent blazing. Quang Gu, gripping his mountain-splitting blade, instantly locked onto Bossy, who had just fled a short distance, and the sudden appearance of Night Owl and his group. Another batch of stinking bugs coming to die. Quang Gu grinned fiercely, not taking the dozen or so men seriously at all. He pushed off the ground with force, charging straight forward like a raging war chariot.
Come on!
A cold gleam flashed in Night Owl's eyes. Without a hint of retreat, he drew a custom-made imitation of the Carrion Knight sword from a certain player and charged forward. Hard to imagine that in the year XXXX people were still slashing each other with cold weapons. Quang Gu was used to leading the charge, and for the players, fighting a boss the old-fashioned way was also a form of entertainment.
Rampage! Hold the flank. Don't let them outflank us. Leave it to me.
War God Rampage roared furiously, pulling the trigger at the raiders flanking from the side.
Brothers! Create space for Brother Owl.
A dozen veteran players quickly found cover, and the two sides immediately exchanged fire.
Behind them, World Conqueror hurried over to Bossy. Bossy, hurry and follow me to retreat.
Boss Bulu Tua is waiting for you at compound No.
3.
But... Bossy turned back to look at Night Owl, who was already locked in a deadly struggle with Quang Gu.
What about your companions?
A flicker of hesitation passed through Bossy's eyes.
It's fine, trust them.
World Conqueror waved his hand. With that, he ran into the depths of the ruins without looking back. These people, are they really not afraid of death? Bossy stood frozen in place.
But the instinct to survive quickly took over.
Gritting his teeth, he shouted to the remaining brothers, "Retreat!
Follow him."
On the other side, the battle between Night Owl and Quang Gu had reached a fever pitch.
Quang Gu's information appeared before the players. Target Quang Gu LV.
35 Chief of Taiji Tribe. Description: the leader of the Taiji tribe who rules the Manhwa wasteland with brute force. He is obsessed with the crisp crack of bone and flesh separation. The blade named Spinesplitter has drunk the blood of countless challengers. The nicks and curls on the edge are not due to poor maintenance but deliberately kept as trophies of his victories.
Die.
Quang Gu gripped the mountain-splitting blade with both hands and brought it down towards Night Owl's head with the force of thunder. This strike was so powerful it could split a car chassis in two.
Night Owl did not need it. His figure flickered like a ghost, sliding past the edge of the blade. Boom!
The mountain-splitting blade slammed heavily into the concrete ground, sending fragments flying. Just as Quang Gu's old strength was exhausted and new strength not yet born, Night Owl's night sword swept upward, aiming straight for Quang Gu's wrist.
Quang Gu snorted coldly, neither dodging nor evading.
He clenched his left fist and shot it like a cannonball towards Night Owl's chest.
Night Owl's eyes sharpened and he had to abandon the attack, retreating swiftly.
The wind from Quang Gu's fist grazed Night Owl's chest, causing his blood to churn. If it were an ordinary raider, Night Owl with his level 24 stat bonuses and exclusive talent would have toyed with the opponent to death several times over. But facing Quang Gu, these stats were completely insufficient. Not only was this boss thick-skinned and tough, but his combat experience was also extremely seasoned. If Titus was a heavy tank that only used brute force to smash people, then Quang Gu was a cunning and deadly armored bear.
Don't think you can run.
Quang Gu roared, his strikes faster and faster, pressing closer step by step.
Meanwhile, as Night Owl and Quang Gu were locked in combat,
Arrogant One and War God Rampage, leading a dozen veteran players, also fell into a bitter struggle. More and more raiders poured out from the opposite side and their firepower grew increasingly fierce.
Damn! Out of ammo.
War God Rampage tossed away his empty rifle and lunged out from behind cover. He stabbed a raider in the neck with his knife while several blossoms of blood burst from his own chest.
Rampage!
Arrogant One eyes red sprayed wildly with his submachine gun. All the veteran players were level 15 or above, their individual combat abilities far surpassing the newbies outside. But against the overwhelming numerical and firepower advantage, they could only make small ripples.
As the players fell one by one, the defense line grew thinner. Kid, all your companions are dead.
Quang Gu slashed apart Night Owl's night sword with one stroke, forcing him back a dozen steps.
Night Owl wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced at the empty surroundings. All dozen veteran players had fallen.
But a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
We've bought enough time. Overreaching. Now it's time to send you off.
Quan Gu let out a furious roar, his mountain-splitting blade turning into a lightning bolt slashing viciously at Night Owl's neck.
Put! Blood spurted and Night Owl's vision plunged into darkness. A dull thud and the headless body fell heavily into the dust. Quan Gu snorted coldly, kicking the rolling head away like a worn-out ball. Chase! He raised the mountain-splitting blade high, its tip pointing in the direction of Boss Sis' retreat. Meanwhile, on an abandoned square 2 blocks away, the players were already waiting in formation. Most of those waiting here were members of the Guild Koan men, and the guild's leader was none other than our little black. Hey, what are you doing? After Night Owl was throat-slit by Quan Gu, he immediately posted the boss information on the forum. Some players lurking on the forum quickly relayed the information. Brothers! Big Brother Night Owl has already scouted out the enemy's details. This big guy is a level 35 mega boss. Invincible in melee. Don't go heating with him later, suppress him with firepower and kite him to death. Oh, the players howled excitedly. Less than 5 minutes after Boss C and his group passed through. Hey, what are you doing's defense line? Quan Gu caught up from behind. Prepare, open fire. Hey, what are you doing? Gave the order, and a hail of bullets rained down upon Quan Gu and his men. However, the players' marksmanship was truly disappointing, rendering the effect of this wave of fire suppression significantly diminished. Most bullets struck the ground and ruins surrounding the marauders, stirring up clouds of dust. A few stray bullets grazed Quan Gu, leaving shallow wounds on his flesh. A bunch of insects. Quan Gu roared, not seeking cover but charging towards the players' defense line. What the hell? Why isn't this boss following the rules? He's coming. Get out of the way. The players were instantly thrown into a panic, and the formation they had barely maintained fell into chaos. Quan Gu plunged into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. The massive cleaver in his hand swung with relentless precision, each strike unleashing a shower of blood. Put! Put! The sounds of flesh tearing were incessant. Most of the players from Kunman were novices with an average level of less than 8, making them as weak as paper toys in front of Quan Gu. They couldn't muster even the slightest effective resistance and were instantly sent back to the fountain. Ha ha ha. This feels so good. As Quan Gu rampaged and slaughtered, he let out a deafening laugh. This one-sided crushing left him feeling an unprecedented thrill. In less than 3 minutes, the second line of defense completely collapsed. Dozens of players fell into pools of blood. This was merely the beginning. In the time that followed, Quan Gu, accompanied by his subordinates, advanced forward like a hot knife through butter. The third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave. The players' continuously emerging defensive lines were like paper dams easily shattered by Quan Gu and his team. At this point, one might wonder, is the combat power of the players too weak? No. Ultimately, the reason is quite simple. This game is different. It's not that the graphics are more realistic, the maps larger, or the interactions freer, but rather fundamentally different in its underlying logic. These newbies, having just entered the game for a few days, hadn't yet adapted to the rules of this world. More accurately, they hadn't adapted to themselves. In previous games, players only needed to tap the keyboard and click the mouse to execute moves. One press of a key and the character could perform a perfect block. With a sweep of the mouse, the view could instantly rotate 180 degrees. Everything was simplified into a relationship of commands and feedback. But in Starfire, this game is not so. The players control a real existing clone body. They issue commands with their brain, send signals through their nervous systems, and use their muscles to execute actions. This thing doesn't just require a finger motion to perform perfect combos. System assistance does exist. It can calibrate actions to a certain extent, but that's all it can do. It cannot turn an ordinary person who has never undergone any combat training into a battle-hardened warrior. What you haven't practiced in reality cannot be executed here. Moreover, the physical quality of the clone body is almost the same as an ordinary person. Strength is ordinary strength, speed is ordinary speed, and the ability to withstand blows does not increase by merely having a game ID. What about veteran players? Those who have injected gene enhancement agents, are their situations much better? A player who has injected gene enhancement does indeed see a significant increase in physical quality. They can run faster, swing harder, and withstand a few more blows. But this does not mean their combat power will undergo a qualitative leap. Improving physical quality is one thing, being able to effectively utilize that enhanced body is another. What's more fatal is that the definition of injury in this world is completely different from what players are used to in past games. In previous games, injury was a status icon, a negative effect that could be eliminated by using items. A broken leg. It doesn't matter, use a tactical quick repair kit and after a 7-second cooldown you can be up and jumping around again. Internal organs ruptured. No problem, pop a powerful injector and after restoring health you can fight another 300 rounds. But in Starfire, a broken leg is genuinely broken. You will lose your balance and fall to the ground.
After that you can only crawl forward bit by bit in pools of blood and dirt. In this game wounds need to be bandaged, bones need to be set, and excessive blood loss must be replenished. In a realistic scenario, if a cleaver falls on your head, your brain might completely crash in that instant. There is no assisted blocking, no one-click dodging, and no automatic counterattacks. This is the true cost. The sky had completely darkened and the abandoned city No. 74 fell into an eerie silence. The pursuit from the Marauders' camp was also coming to an end. Huff. Huff. Quan Gu stood in the middle of a shattered street. Surrounding him lay the bodies of over 100 black-clad individuals scattered in disarray. Quan Gu wiped the blood off his face, his eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. They got away. With wave after wave of reckless ambushes, Bas and his group had long since vanished. Damn it. This son of a gun is lucky. Quan Gu plunged his cleaver into the ground and kicked aside a corpse at his feet. He turned to look at his exhausted subordinates. Clean up the battlefield. Take away everything useful and all the parts. Withdraw to outpost No. 2. In contrast to Quan Gu, the marauders under him were all exhausted, pale-faced, and still shaken. While cleaning up the battlefield, many of them were even trembling slightly. What the hell was that? A marauder's voice quivered. Is it a madman? Or a demon that crawled out of hell? Another marauder trembled as he dug out the heart from a player's corpse. Aren't they exactly like us? Why do I feel they aren't human? The answer lies precisely within this statement. These black-clad individuals are indeed not human, at least not from this world. It's no wonder that this gang of marauders is so terrified. On the wasteland, even those drug-induced desperate men fear death, collapse, and run away when faced with it. Fear is something inscribed in the DNA of every living being. If you are alive, you have fear, and with fear comes collapse and flight. This is the iron law of life. But what about this group of black-clad individuals? So far they have encountered waves upon waves numbering in the hundreds. Without exception, not a single person retreated. Not a single person fled. Some even wore a strange smile when half of their bodies were chopped off. Before many black-clad individuals died, they were even cursing, shouting things like, "Damn, this knife hurt so much, and brothers, I'm heading back to the city," in a mad manner. It was as if death was not an end for them but a kind of reward. This is truly terrifying, my friends. And this is the real horror of the players. Perhaps now they are just weaklings getting killed in a single encounter. But so what? They possess a weapon that no creature or force in the wasteland can comprehend or defeat. They do not die. They do not fear. The term death has never existed in their dictionary. And an army that cannot die, no matter how weak, will eventually grind you down. An hour later, Quan Gu returned to the recently captured No. 2 stronghold with his underlings. The air was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder, and embers still flickered among the rubble. Ha 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 ha. What a thrill. Quan Gu casually grabbed a rag and wiped the blood off his cleaver. How could he not be thrilled? Quan Gu's afternoon tally was in the hundreds. It was like mowing grass. Just as he was riding high on exhilaration, a low engine rumble echoed from outside the stronghold. Soon the iconic luxury motorhome, escorted by several armed off-road vehicles, slowly rolled into the stronghold. The door opened and Jason stepped out. The moment he alighted, he immediately covered his nose and mouth with a silk handkerchief, his brow deeply furrowed. Quan Gu, your taste is utterly revolting. Jason swept his gaze over the mess, his eyes filled with disgust. Couldn't you at least clean up a little? Quan Gu snorted, tossed the rag aside carelessly, and strode up to Jason. Jason, you're sticking your nose way too far. This is my turf and I'll kill however I damn well please. If you don't like the filth, go crawl back into your motorhome. Jason ignored Quan Gu's crude remarks. He had business to attend to. I heard you ran into the main force of those black-clad men today. How did it go? Jason narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Quan Gu through his gold-rimmed monocle. Ha 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 ha. Quan Gu burst into triumphant laughter. Jason, you coward. You built those black-clad guys up like they were gods, told me to pull back my lines. And what happened? Quan Gu jabbed a thumb at himself. I wiped them all out. His tone dripped with contempt, as if he had just crushed a handful of insignificant ants. I pushed through with my boys and those guys couldn't put up a fight. If it weren't for Dark ID, have stormed the Black Iron Brotherhood's No. 3 stronghold. At that, Quan Gu paused, a sinister grin curling at the corner of his mouth. He licked his lips as if savoring some delicacy. But those guys, their combat prowess was pathetic, but they were decent people. Decent people. Jason blinked, puzzled, staring at Quan Gu. This bloodthirsty short-haired gorilla was actually praising the enemy. He. Quan Gu's grin grew more twisted. He leaned in close to Jason and lowered his voice.
Their blood. It's delicious. Clean, pure. In all my life I've never tasted anything so exquisite. How could it not be delicious? These were advanced clones printed from pure biomass at the Spark outpost. Their gene chains were flawless, compatible with various genetic serums 100 times purer than any newborn from the old era. Jason watched Quangus' savoring expression, his frown deepening. Though he cared nothing for Quangus' depraved tastes, he caught a key detail in his words. Pathetic. How could that be? Jason mused inwardly. Had he truly overestimated them? Or perhaps these people were merely strong-willed. At this point, so be it. Jason cast aside his thoughts and made a judgment. According to the latest intelligence from Morik, the Spark outpost had thrown almost all its armed forces into this battle. Now their main force had been crushed by Quan Gu and they couldn't mount any effective counterattack in the short term. These black-clad men were no longer a threat. Once he had cleaned up the mess in City 74, he could slowly investigate the Spark outpost. With that, Jason let the matter go. He turned gracefully, ready to return to his clean, comfortable motorhome. Just as he was about to leave, Quan Gu suddenly spoke. Jason, you remember this. The remaining Black Iron Brotherhoods know. 3 Stronghold is mine. No one touches what's inside. If you dare to reach out, don't blame me for turning against you. Jason halted his back to Quan Gu, a cold smirk curling on his lips. As you wish. He uttered 2 words flatly, his tone devoid of any contention. To Jason, the meager resources of the Black Iron Brotherhood and the Ash Gang were beneath his notice. What he truly wanted was the underground shelter that had sparked a bloody conflict between the 2 gangs, the very goal they had agreed upon from the start. Enjoy your slaughter, Quan Gu. Jason boarded the motorhome and the door slid shut. The next morning dawned. Quan Gu stood in the flatbed of a modified off-road vehicle, cleaver in hand, letting out a thunderous roar. Boys. Move out. Today, well, raise no. 3 Stronghold to the ground. After a night's rest, the nomadic raiders were revitalized. They howled and swarmed toward the Black Iron Brotherhood's last bastion, No. 3 Stronghold. The convoy entered a narrow street flanked by abandoned high-rises. Boo! The leading off-road motorcycle was blasted into the air. Ambush. Enemy attack. Bang. 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 Gunfire erupted. From the seemingly empty broken windows on both sides of the street, dense tongues of flame spat out. Quan Gu shoved the door open, leaped out, grabbed a heavy machine gun and sprayed the buildings on both sides wildly. It's those black-skinned bugs again. Charge. Chop them all up. As soon as Quan Gu recognized the ambushers, he led his men into the fray. What followed was a replay of yesterday's battle. No, this time it was even more brutal. Take this, airborne justice. A rookie clutching a bundle of explosives jumped from the 3rd floor straight into the bed of an off-road vehicle. Boo! Another blinding fireball erupted. These lunatics. Even the hardened raiders accustomed to living on the edge were baffled by such disregard for life. This wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided war of attrition. Wave after wave of black-clad men surged forward. If explosives weren't scarce, every player would have gladly become a suicide bomber. Fierce as Quan Gu was, even he couldn't break through such a relentless kamikaze tactic. A whole morning. 4 or 5 hours of intense slaughter. Quan Gu and his men breached one defensive line after another. But when the sun reached its zenith, the raiders ground to a halt. Boss. The boys. The boys can't hold on anymore. Tai Lei limped over, his right leg grazed by a stray bullet. Quan Gu turned to look at his men. The raiders were sprawled behind cover in wrecked vehicles, gasping like dead dogs. After 4 hours of pushing, they hadn't even caught a glimpse of No. 3 Stronghold. Withdraw. Retreat to Base 2. This team, resembling frostbitten eggplants, retreated back to Base 2 in utter disarray. Just as they settled down, Quan Gu furiously dialed Jason's communicator. Jason. Are you messing with me? Quan Gu's roar even caused the communicator to emit a crackling sound. Didn't you say there were only about 800 black-clad people? I took out at least 500 or 600 of them yesterday. How come there are suddenly a few hundred more today? Upon hearing Quan Gu's question, Jason on the other end was also taken aback. A few hundred more appeared. Jason's voice turned serious, tinged with confusion. Are you sure? Sure my ass. They were dressed exactly like the black-clad ones from yesterday, even shouting the same crazy things. Quan Gu shouted in exasperation. After ending the communication, Jason sat on the sofa in the RV, his brows tightly knitted. What on earth was happening?
Initially the intelligence from Morik said there were only about 100 of them. Yet yesterday the reports from the reconnaissance team he sent out stated that there were over 800 of them. It could be forgiven if Morik's intel was inaccurate, as it was normal for hidden forces in the wilderness. Who in the wasteland doesn't have a few hidden cards? Showing weakness to deceive the enemy and hiding troops among civilians were tactics he had seen many times. But his reconnaissance team wouldn't lie. If they said there were over 800 black-clad people in the city, then there had to be over 800. Besides, didn't Quan Gu wipe out those black-clad individuals? How could a few hundred pop up again today? Were they humans or leaks? Cut one batch and another grows. Could it be? Behind the Starfire forward base there is a super-large shelter from the old era. Not only do they possess cloning technology from the old era, but they also have an enormous resource reserve allowing them to continuously deploy troops. Thinking of this possibility, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Jason's back. If they were clones, that would explain a lot. But this doesn't make sense. Jason stood up and paced back and forth in the RV. He had seen those so-called clones with his own eyes in Twin Cities. Currently there were only two companies with cloning technology from the old era, Siguan Biopharmaceutical Group and Blue Label Gene Heavy Industries. Most of the clones produced were sent to northern mines or southern farms and plantations. They were more like human-shaped machines with intelligence levels mostly equivalent to that of 3- or 4-year-old children. Even after prolonged training they could only receive and execute simple commands like mine, move or harvest. They couldn't think, had no emotions, and certainly couldn't execute complex tactical maneuvers. But what about those black-clad individuals? They not only used various firearms but also threw grenades. Even when charging they would skillfully seek cover or loudly shout to their comrades for support. How could this possibly be done by those clones who couldn't even speak clearly? Moreover, Jason also knew another fatal flaw in cloning technology: time. Cultivating a functioning clone requires a significant amount of nutrients and time. This is certainly not something like sprouting bean sprouts where you just soak some beans in water and a batch can sprout in a few days. In just one day, after losing 500 to 600 people, they immediately replenished a few hundred troops. This had completely exceeded the scope of cloning technology. Jason walked to the liquor cabinet and poured himself a glass of 1982 red wine. Can't figure it out. At this point, might as well have a drink. Not only was Jason racking his brains over this, but as the nominal employer of the black-clad individuals, Bruto was also at a loss. In the underground armory of Base 3, boxes of ammunition were being brought out. Director Chu, your troop replenishment speed is simply astonishing. Bruto looked at the players who were taking their weapons and couldn't help but ask tentatively. He had watched those people rush out in batches yesterday and never return. He felt uneasy after all, so many people were sent in and not a single splash was made. This group wouldn't hold a grudge later, would they? After all, what is free is the most expensive. Bruto was feeling stuck, and this morning another batch of fresh troops appeared at the gate of the base. All of them were full of spirit, even more excited than those from yesterday. Is this the foundation of the Starfire forward base? Haha, Bruto, you're being too polite. Player Chu, while skillfully loading bullets into the magazine, casually boasted without looking up. Our Starfire forward base has deep roots and a large number of troops. These brothers were all brought over last night as reserves. Reserves? Bruto looked at a certain reserve who was so happy he was rolling on the ground and his eyes twitched. Which shelter did this idiot come from? Alright Bruto, just relax. Player Chu patted Bruto's shoulder. As long as the ammunition is sufficient, even if the opponent is the king of heaven, we can keep them 3 miles away. After collecting the supplies, the few hundred players set off again. Brothers. The tactics for the afternoon remain unchanged. Continue to fly the kite. Establish a multi-layered defense using the ruins. We will use our lives to drain that big guy's health bar. Whoa. The players were fired up, starting to dig frantically in the ruins surrounding Base 3. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After filling his belly at Base 2, Quan Gu rallied the troops once more. Everyone be more spirited. Don't lose face. Quan Gu looked at the raiders under him. This afternoon, even if we have to bite with our teeth, we must push to the front of Base 3. Just as Quan Gu was about to give the order to set off, several off-road vehicles drove up from the rear and stopped in front of the Iron Spine Tribe's formation. The doors opened and Winter approached with a squad of 20. Each of them was fully armed, wearing dragon scale for ceramic bulletproof vests with various tactical accessories hanging from their modular straps. They held a uniform ARX-9 DAM fully automatic assault rifle, the dark gun muzzles gleaming with deadly cold light. Leader Quan Gu, Lord Jason sent us to assist you. Winter stepped in front of Quan Gu and slightly bowed his head. Quan Gu snorted coldly. Although he feigned disdain, he was quite pleased internally. After all, he was well aware of the combat power of Jason's elite troops. With this squad providing support and tactical infiltration in the shadows, the pressure on his advance would be greatly reduced.
Stop the nonsense, let's go. Quan Gu waved his hand and led the team once again toward Base 3.
The silence of the abandoned City 74 was soon shattered.
They're coming. They're coming.
Hiding on the third floor, Nan Bei Green Bean looked through the scope and saw the raider team slowly advancing. He was about to lower his rifle and go downstairs to report the details to player Chu.
Pooh. A muffled sound. Nan Bei Green Bean didn't even have time to blink before a specially made bullet pierced through his forehead.
Red and white mosaic splattered against the cement pillar behind him. You have been killed by a member of the Wind Tribe Elite Squad LV.
30 Resurrection Countdown 0500.
The elite team dispatched by Jason possesses tactical skills that far exceed those of the brutes under Quan Gu, who charge forward with nothing but roars. They move like venomous snakes slithering through the shadows of the ruined city, making not a single unnecessary sound.
3 o'clock direction, 2 men in black, eliminate them.
Received.
Tap. Tap.
2 precise shots rang out instantly, taking down the 2 rookie players who were peeking out from behind a dilapidated car.
6 o'clock direction, second floor, there is a fire point, deploy high explosive grenades. Boom.
A tremendous explosion caused the entire second floor to collapse, burying a squad that had taken cover there. This 20-member elite squad divided into 5 combat groups. They utilized crossfire tactical interleaving and precise sniper cover, penetrating the players' carefully arranged defenses like a sharp scalpel. Often the players would fall into pools of blood before they even caught a glimpse of the enemy. In just a few minutes, 5 or 6 outer patrol squads of players were sent back to their respawn points. Fortunately, a player finally managed to intercept enemy information during the brief skirmish and posted it on the forum.
Target Winter LV. 40 Elite Chief of the Wind Tribe. Description: one of Jason's trusted subordinates, proficient in urban warfare and special operations. In the Iron Cage sniper battle 5 years ago, he led his team to hold off the security forces of Star Ring Heavy Industries for a full 2 hours at the ruins of the Grey Tower, buying crucial time for the main forces to encircle the enemy. Target Elite Guards of the Wind Tribe LV. 25 LV. 30 Description: Jason's elite subordinates, each fully armed. The Dragon Scale Type 4 ceramic composite bulletproof vests they wear can withstand continuous fire from small caliber bullets, and their ARX-9 DAM fully automatic assault rifles are renowned for their modular design and reliability. Note: the level classification in the game is primarily determined by factors such as combat power and influence. Damn. A 40-level elite monster. No wonder they're cutting us down like vegetables. The level suppression is ridiculous. The news spread, causing an uproar among the players' defensive lines. Just as the players were flustered by this special forces unit, Quan Gu led the main force to launch a direct assault. Ha ha ha. Quan Gu swung his mountain-cleaving blade, leading the charge. Kill them all. Crush these black-skinned bugs. Quan Gu's roar echoed overhead as the raiders of the Iron Spine tribe followed suit with their own battle cries. Hold the line. Everyone push forward. Player Chu hid behind a load-bearing column, his gun barrel already heating up, dangerously close to bursting. I can't hold on any longer, brother Chu. Urgent Vanguard scrambled down in a panic, still emitting pixelated effects. That 40-level elite monster is too overpowered. His marksmanship is pinpoint accurate. Just now Grandma tried to use a flamethrower to suppress, but as soon as she peeked out, she got her fuel tank shot, blowing herself up among our own. Listening to the frontline situation, player Chu furrowed his brow tightly. Quan Gu charged forward like a heavy tank, while Winter's squad struck at the weak points of their defenses like venomous snakes, tearing them apart mercilessly. This multifaceted assault from both fronts plunged the players, who usually only knew how to slide mindlessly, into a tough battle. Suicide attacks were no longer effective. Whenever a player attempted to become a suicide infantry, they would be shot in the head immediately. To reveal oneself was to die in an instant. Fortunately, the players made the wisest decision today to transport 2 mobile reassembly anchor points to the rear of Outpost 3. In a derelict underground parking garage, dozens of cultivation pods operated without a second of pause. A player who had just been turned into Swiss cheese on the front line fell out of the pod. The revived players quickly donned spare tactical gear, then rushed to Outpost 3 to collect weapons and ammunition, excitedly charging back into battle. This is the ultimate tactic of the 4th Calamity, reinforcement tactics. Not only that, the players also abandoned the wide streets and retreated into the complex ruins and narrow alleys. When it comes to guerrilla warfare, the Blue Star people are their ancestors. Quan Gu was driven to a frenzy by this endless, relentless, and annoyingly persistent tactic. However, while the situation on the front line was barely stabilized by the infinite respawn flow, the special operations team on the flank remained a significant problem. Puff. Big Cullender, who was trying to peek out from a third-floor window, had his head explode like a watermelon, collapsing lifelessly. Damn. It's that special operations team again. AAA professional locksmith hiding in another room immediately hit the ground, clutching his head tightly.
Just as the entire battle situation sank into a quagmire, unable to break the deadlock, a brilliant golden beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky from behind a ruined shelter. Note these effects can only be seen by the players and can be understood as AR mixed reality effects invisible to the locals. Immediately after, a server-wide announcement echoed in the ears of all players. Congratulations to the pioneer Night Owl for being the first in the server to reach LV
25. Your name will be etched upon the monument of civilization. Wow. LV 25 already. Night Owl is amazing. This effect is ridiculously cool.
At this moment, Night Owl was enveloped in a faint golden glow of upgrade light.
Just then his intercom device vibrated.
Night Owl stepped back 2 paces and pressed the call button, hearing player Chu's voice from the intercom.
Old Owl.
The enemy special team is hiding in the shadows, shooting from cover, and my brothers can't deal with them at all. The key to breaking the deadlock may lie with you.
Night Owl nodded, fully understanding player Chu's meaning. I can't buy the advanced potion now, I need to return to the main base. Understood. Hurry back.
After ending the call, Night Owl swiftly drew the tactical dagger from his waist. This top player in the server, without even blinking, placed the dagger against his neck and drew it across with force. Blood gushed forth as Night Owl's body crumpled to the ground amidst the ruins. 10 kilometers away in the hall of the main base at the Starfire outpost, a cultivation pod emitted a soft hiss as the nutrient fluid quickly receded. Night Owl suddenly opened his eyes wide, pushed the pod door open, and strode towards the main base's synthesis platform. Opening the logistics shop under the consumables and medical section, an icon radiating a dark golden glow stood out.
Item Type 2 Gene Enhancement Potion. Description: an advanced gene fluid from the Interstellar Asset Restructuring Company.
A second sublimation after breaking the first constraint of carbon-based life.
Price 2,000 contribution points. Injection requires LV 25 or above 2,000 contribution points. Night Owl glanced at the balance in his account and clicked to purchase without hesitation. You have successfully injected the IA-type gene enhancement serum.
You have gained 10 attribute points to allocate freely.
The deep restructuring of your genetic chain is complete.
Congratulations, you have awakened the exclusive personal talent Shadow Assassin.
Talent description 1.
Your heart rate and body temperature can autonomously adjust to extremely low levels, allowing you to blend seamlessly into your surroundings when in stealth mode, reducing your presence by 95.
2.
When you launch a surprise attack from a height or shadow, your first strike will trigger weak point strike and include armor penetration effects.
3.
After killing a target, your movement speed will explosively increase by 50 for a short duration lasting 3 seconds. At this moment, between the old and new talents, Night Owl decisively chose the new talent and allocated all 10 points to agility and perception. In the abandoned city number 74 outside the number 3 base, the battlefield was in chaos.
The player's defense had retreated time and again, completely shrinking back to a nearby area of unfinished buildings. Brother Chu.
The respawn point is struggling to keep up, we need to think of a solution. The spirited youth ran over, panting.
Everyone stop firing, retreat 30 meters and clear a few buildings on the outskirts. Ha! If we retreat, won't that big guy rush in? What the hell do you know? This is called a feigned retreat.
Under Brother Chu's command, the players started to prepare. They wrapped torn clothes and broken helmets around sticks and positioned them by the windows and sandbags. Brother Chu even contacted Bruto to bring over a few radios, cranking the volume to the max.
Some players hid at a safe distance, occasionally firing off a shot.
In an instant, this cleared street teemed with shadows, gunfire, and shouts, creating a noisy scene. The approaching Quangu, witnessing this intense firepower and boisterous atmosphere, surprisingly came to a halt.
Quangu frowned.
Although he was a brute, he knew that blindly rushing into a dense enemy fire zone was a death wish.
Stop. Everyone find cover right where you are. Let's scout the situation first. Just as Quangu's large force was taken in by this feigned retreat.
In a dark alley piled with construction debris behind the number 3 base, 4 figures were quietly climbing up the drainage pipe. Once they reached the ground, the squad leader pressed down on his earpiece, whispering, "Captain, we have successfully bypassed their front line and reached the rear of the target point." Indeed, these 4 figures were the 4th combat team of the flanking special forces.
However, to attempt a flanking ambush in front of players was akin to brandishing a sword before Guan Yu, overestimating their own capabilities. They thought they had evaded everyone's line of sight, but the problem was that players had radar minimaps. The leader of the 4th combat team was preparing to continue, reporting to Winter, "We are now ready to search for a vantage point to disrupt their logistics." Before he could finish, a ghostly blue light suddenly fell from above his head. It was too fast.
The boost from the new attribute points combined with the 20 overall attribute increase from the Aya-type gene serum had propelled Night Owl's speed to a terrifying level. Coupled with the Shadow Assassin's weak point strike and armor penetration, that tactical dagger effortlessly claimed the life of the squad leader.
Enemy attack. The remaining 3 soldiers immediately reacted.
In the split second after the squad leader was killed, they had already completed tactical evasion and their ARX-9 DAM assault rifles instantly locked onto Night Owl's landing position. However, after killing the target, the Talon's 50 speed burst was so overpowering that it allowed him to evade most of the bullets. In just a few seconds of entanglement, the sound of heavy footsteps suddenly erupted from the surrounding ruins.
Over here. These bastards are here. Damn it. So you were the ones who snuck up on me. Brothers. Let's charge together. More than 20 players surged from all directions, completely blocking the alley.
This special forces team was indeed a tough nut to crack. Previously the players had considered encircling them, but these guys were as slippery as eels. Once they sensed a large-scale player gathering, they would immediately execute a tactical retreat.
After the players dispersed, they would be picked off one by one.
If it weren't for Night Owl using his talent to hide and swiftly eliminating their leader, disrupting their tactical tempo, these guys would have slipped away long ago.
We're surrounded. Break through with firepower.
The 3 soldiers' expressions changed, but their solid tactical training kept them calm.
Tat-a-tat-a-tat-tat.
The assault rifles spewed deadly fire and the players in the front fell into pools of blood.
Damn it, use grenades to greet them.
Iron Pot Stew's Big Goose shouted loudly, pulling a grenade from his waist, pulling the pin and tossing it forward.
Evade.
A soldier quick on his feet managed to knock the grenade away with his rifle just as it hit the ground.
Boom.
A loud explosion sent debris flying.
The weak wall on the right was blown open, creating a gap.
Seizing the smoke and dust from the explosion, the 3 soldiers immediately charged through that opening.
Want to run? No way. Feel my move, Black Tiger Heart Extraction. Whirlwind Top lunged straight toward the enemy's gunpoint. The surrounding players were equally aggressive, surging in. The close quarters melee combat erupted in the alley.
These 3 soldiers were indeed elite troops under Jason's command, not only accurate with their shooting but also incredibly fierce in hand-to-hand combat. Utilizing their military daggers and assault rifles, they darted through the crowd, continuously reaping the lives of the players. One player's throat was slashed by a dagger, blood gushing. Another player had a rib broken by a kick, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again.
Amidst the chaos, Night Owl seized the opportunity once more.
He darted out from behind a player, his tactical dagger transforming into a cold gleam, precisely stabbing into a soldier's throat.
Weak point critical hit. A fatal blow.
With the fall of one comrade, the remaining 2 soldiers began to panic. Ultimately, after the players paid the painful price of 15 casualties, this combat team was completely left behind in the alley. Winter pressed his earphone, his face darkened to the point of nearly dripping water. The communication channel was filled only with a busy tone.
How could this be? Winter clenched his fists in disbelief. Their elite team was equipped with the latest MTSR-7 Hound thermal imaging radar module.
Although the detection range was only about 50 meters in such complex urban warfare, this device was practically a miraculous weapon. Logically, that group of men in black shouldn't have been able to silently surround them. What on earth happened?
Winter was utterly perplexed. 20 minutes later, the second combat team also completely lost contact. Retreat. All combat teams immediately stop interspersing and regroup with me. Winter decisively issued the command over the communication channel. Meanwhile, inside the abandoned building where the second combat team was located, the players were gleefully dividing the equipment from the corpses on the ground. Damn. Brothers. We really hit the jackpot this time. What the hell? It's a fully modified gun. Look at this tactical rail. Check out this ergonomic grip.
The bright bulb excitedly fiddled with the components beneath the barrel and pressed a button.
Whoosh. A blinding white light instantly illuminated the area. Damn my titanium alloy dog eyes. Turn it off quickly. Are you trying to blind me?
The surrounding players squinted against the glare, cursing loudly.
Sorry. The bright bulb hurriedly turned off the flashlight and pressed another button.
A red laser beam struck the wall opposite.
High magnification scope infrared laser strobe flashlight.
Seriously guys, their equipment is way too luxurious.
And the bulletproof vests they're wearing, definitely purple gear.
The players were immersed in the joy of becoming rich overnight. Meanwhile, not far from the window, Night Owl was meticulously cleaning a tactical dagger that glowed with a ghostly blue light. After wiping off the blood, he sheathed the dagger back into the tactical strap on his thigh. His gaze crossed the ruins, coldly fixated on the direction of Winter's team retreating.
Half an hour later, in a dilapidated square of the abandoned city, two combat teams successfully regrouped with Winter.
Originally a 20-member elite team, only 12 remained.
Winter's expression had darkened to the extreme.
They had perished before achieving their goal. Without even touching the core of the Black Iron Brotherhood, his team had lost nearly half.
They must be organized. Winter silently cursed.
Just a while ago they were a disorganized rabble mindlessly charging. How could they suddenly take out his two combat teams in quick succession?
Were they deliberately pretending to be weak to lure the enemy in? We can't act alone anymore, Winter decisively declared.
Immediately regroup with the forces of the Mad Bones leader.
Yes.
They swiftly checked their equipment, formed a defensive formation, and moved quickly toward the district where the Mad Bones were located. However, unbeknownst to them, in the shadow of an abandoned building less than 50 meters away, a pair of cold eyes was firmly fixated on them. Old Chu, they are moving toward the main force of the Mad Bones.
Received. We have set up pocket ambushes at 3 exits in this area. They absolutely cannot escape. I'll hold them off. Night Owl cut off communications and silently followed. Winter's team quickly traversed the ruins. At the intersection ahead, maintain vigilance, Winter signaled. Just as they were about to step into the intersection, a faint sound of cutting air echoed from behind the team. A soldier at the back hadn't even had time to issue a warning before he felt a chill at the back of his neck. Night Owl, like a specter, sprang from the shadows, his tactical dagger precisely slicing through the soldier's throat. With a successful strike, the 50-speed burst from the Shadow Assassin talent activated instantly. He darted like a black lightning bolt, weaving through the shadows of the ruins and disappearing in an instant. Damn!
Why didn't the radar module detect him?
Maintain formation.
Move at full speed toward the Mad Bones leader. There was no time to ponder why the radar module had failed.
Winter knew that if they got entangled with this person once the enemy's main force completed the encirclement, they would be trapped with no way out. However, Night Owl gave them no chance to escape. Ah!
A soldier's thigh was pierced by the tactical dagger, screaming as he fell to the ground.
Winter's team's firepower frantically swept the surrounding ruins, but they couldn't even catch a glimpse of Night Owl. Night Owl was not greedy for kills, striking once and retreating. 15 minutes later, Captain. A large number of thermal signatures have appeared around us. We are surrounded. Winter looked at the densely packed red dots on the radar screen, his heart sinking to the bottom. Immediately after, the arrogant voices of the players surged from all directions. Surround them. Don't let a single one escape. Ha ha ha. These are all walking purple gear. Brothers, grab them. Don't shoot. Be gentle. Don't damage my bulletproof vest. Let go of that enemy officer, I want to have a match with him. The players surrounded Winter and the remaining 9 soldiers tightly. Break through. Don't linger in battle. Charge out at all costs. Winter raised his assault rifle, firing wildly while directing his men to try to tear open a gap. However, there were simply too many players. As the players in front fell, those behind immediately filled the gaps. In front of this crowd of players who valued gear over life, Winter's team's once proud tactical training and high-quality equipment seemed so feeble. After suffering dozens of players' casualties, Winter's team was completely out of ammunition. Take this, Antelope Leap. The whirlwind top spun Winter to the ground, delivering a headbutt hard against his helmet. The surroundings fell silent. Winter's team was annihilated. While the players happily divided the spoils on the other side, the Mad Bones were still stubbornly resisting against the empty city strategy. Come on. If you have the guts, charge in. You scoundrels on the other side, I've been waiting here for a long time. You guys are so pathetic, still trying to fight. Crawl in on your knees and I'll reward each of you with a peanut. Inside, not only was there the sound of intense gunfire but also loud insults. Mad Bones snorted coldly, disdainfully spitting. Think you can trick me? I'm not that stupid. Beside him, iron rib paced with 2 large axes, making the child anxious. Boss, are we really not going in? We've been out here for over an hour. What are you panicking about? Mad Bones glared at him. Can't you hear they're having a lively fight inside? Those men in black must have set up a trap inside, just waiting for us to dive. Iron Rib scratched his head, a deep look of confusion appearing on his face. But boss, none of our people have gone inside. That's right. None of our people have gone in, so who are those men in black shooting at inside? Mad Bones' expression instantly froze on his face. No. Fuck. You dare to toy with me? Kwang Gu suddenly snapped back to reality, his eyes instantly bulging wide. He flew into a violent rage, veins bulging on his forehead and throbbing wildly. Charge in. Chop those black-clad bugs pretending to be ghosts into minced meat.
With Quangu's command, the raiders let out howls and surged into the block like a tidal wave.
However, what greeted them was not fierce resistance but an empty city.
By the windows hung several wooden poles draped with clothes, and on the ground were a few old radios still playing the sounds of gunfire and shouting.
Watching this ludicrous scene, Quan Gu was so enraged his lungs felt like exploding. Find them. Dig them out. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to.
Just as Quan Gu was in a helpless fury, the players, having finished off the Wente squad, had already assembled.
Brothers. The special squad has been wiped out. Now it's time to counterattack. Hoo.
Without the Wente squad's covert sniping, the players completely let a variety of creative tactics emerged in endless succession.
Firepower coverage squad.
Prepare to scorch the earth.
Quangbo Lianinai commanded a flamethrower squad transforming into a wall of fire. Brothers, check out my new invention, biological poison gas bombs.
Dusher Jueming somehow acquired a dilapidated shopping cart filled with glass bottles of mixed venom. He grabbed a bottle and hurled it into the crowd of raiders. The bottle shattered and green toxic mist instantly spread.
Holy shit. It stings the eyes. What the hell is that smell? Help. My eyes are blind. For a moment, the originally fierce TG tribe was actually beaten back step by step by the players' countercharge. Hold the line. Hold the damn line. Quan Gu brandished his cleaver, charging left and right, trying to stabilize the formation. But the players were like an endless swarm of locusts. A batch fell and soon another batch charged up from the rear with howls. The battle lasted until dusk descended. The setting sun was like blood dyeing the ruins even more tragically. After an afternoon of intense slaughter, the players paid an extremely painful price. Almost every player had died and respawned at least twice, some even 5 or 6 times, but their results were equally astonishing. The ordinary raiders under Quan Gu suffered heavy casualties. The originally massive force now had less than half remaining. Even his most proud elite squad suffered heavy losses, barely able to form 4 full squads. Looking at his exhausted subordinates around him, Quan Gu with reddened eyes gnashed his teeth in unwillingness. Retreat. He almost ground his teeth to dust before forcing out the word between his clenched jaws. Fall back to base 2. The raiders of the TG tribe, as if granted a pardon, retreated in disarray toward the rear. After returning to base 2, Quan Gu kicked over a table in the hall like a furious trapped beast. What the hell were these black-clad figures? Unkillable, utterly unkillable. What infuriated him even more was that the elite squad sent by GSN hadn't even shown a shadow for the entire afternoon. Contact Wente. Ask him where the hell he's died. I'm fighting my life out here and he's watching the show from behind, isn't he? Quan Gu roared, pointing at a nearby subordinate. The subordinate, trembling with fear, quickly grabbed the communicator, adjusted the channel and began to call Wente. ZZZ. Calling Lord Wente. Please reply. ZZZ. ZZZ. The communicator did not connect, there was no response. Cold sweat beaded on the subordinate's forehead. He tried calling a few more times, but the result was still dead silence. Boss. The subordinate put down the communicator and reported with a trembling voice. Lord Wente. Can't be reached. What? Quan Gu's eyes bulged as he grabbed the subordinate by the collar. Say that again. Call the Wente squad again. Quan Gu's hands suddenly released and the subordinate collapsed to the ground. However, no matter how hard the subordinate tried, Wente could no longer give him any report. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Quan Gu picked up a wine glass and took a hearty gulp, growing angrier the more he thought. The glass in his hand was crushed into shards. The shards pierced Quan Gu's palm and blood mixed with wine flowed out. Quan Gu was oblivious. His mind was now a complete mess. Wente was GSN's ace. That 20-man elite squad was well equipped and highly tactical. Even if Quan Gu himself led a heathen assault, he would have to pay a bloody price. How could they have been wiped out so silently? This place is cursed. Too damn cursed. Quan Gu muttered to himself, and the retreat in his heart grew wildly like weeds. In base 2, the subordinates were low in morale and covered in wounds. Originally a massive force of 600 to 700, now there were less than 300. He didn't care about those cannon fodder minions dying on this wasteland as long as you had guns and food. Human life was the cheapest. But his elite squad. That was his trump card, cultivated with countless effort and resources. And now only 4 full squads remained. How could this not pain him? How could it not make his heart bleed? I can't fight anymore. If I keep fighting, you'll lose everything I have. Quan Gu gritted his teeth and made a decision. Pass the order. Let the brothers eat their fill tonight and play with abandon. Bring out all the captured wine. Quan Gu turned to look at Tai Lei, his eyes fierce. At dawn tomorrow, take all the supplies we can carry and retreat the entire army. Of course it wasn't only Kwang Gu whose heart was bleeding.
Still in that high-end hotel. Classical music continued to flow, but the air in the room was suffocatingly frozen. Jiesen's face was as dark as water standing by the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the city ruins.
Still no news of Wen-Tai.
My lord, we've called more than a dozen times but there has been no response. The subordinate knelt on one knee with fine beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Just a few minutes ago Jiesen, seeing that it was late, wanted to learn about the battle situation, so he ordered his subordinate to contact Wen-Tai.
As a result, only deathly silence was in the communication channel. The uneasy premonition in Jiesen's heart grew stronger and he immediately ordered someone to contact Kwang Gu.
This time it connected, but Kwang Gu not only failed to provide any useful information but instead turned the tables and barked like a mad dog over the communicator. He cursed loudly that the Wen-Tai squad was slacking off, causing him severe losses.
Keep calling. Call again.
Jiesen spun around and smashed the wineglass in his hand harshly onto the carpet. Red wine splashed all over the floor like a pool of glaring blood. Alive we must see the person, dead we must see the corpse. He absolutely refused to believe that the elite he had trained himself could capsized in a ditch.
The night enveloped base 2.
Under Kwang Gu's command to indulge for one night, the raiders of the Iron Spine tribe completely let themselves go.
Bonfires blazed fiercely, the aroma of roasted meat mingling with the scent of alcohol.
The raiders drank heavily and shouted in finger-guessing games, attempting to use this crude method to mask the fear and unease in their hearts.
Ha ha ha. Drink.
To hell with those black-skinned bugs, I'm pulling out with the boss first thing tomorrow. Kwang Gu sat at the highest point, a bottle of alcohol in his hand, but his gaze was somewhat dazed. Just as he was in a drunken haze mentally calculating the retreat route for tomorrow, a subordinate rushed in.
Boss. Boss.
A squad has arrived outside.
Judging by their gear it seems.
It seems like Lord Wen-Tai and his men are back.
Wen-Tai is back.
Kwang Gu shook his somewhat dazed head vigorously and rubbed his eyes forcefully.
Damn it. That bastard dares to come back. Kwang Gu's anger was instantly ignited.
He sprang to his feet with a crackle.
Get him in here.
I'm going to ask him today where the hell he was all afternoon.
Yes. The subordinate quickly turned and ran out. Before long the subordinate led a fully armed figure inside. The newcomer wore a Dragon Scale 4 type ceramic plate bulletproof vest, a tactical helmet on his head and a black tactical face mask covering his face. He lowered his head and walked steadily to Kwang Gu, remaining silent. Seeing this arrogant posture, Kwang Gu's anger flared up even more. Wen-Tai. You have the nerve to come back. Kwang Gu pointed at the newcomer's nose and cursed loudly, spittle flying.
I was leading the brothers to fight for our lives up front while you and your men were watching the show from behind.
I lost so many of my men.
They were my beloved friends and brothers.
I tell you this debt.
Kwang Gu cursed for a long time, only to find that the other party still kept his head down, motionless, without even a word of rebuttal.
This attitude of disregard completely enraged Kwang Gu. Are you deaf? Lift your head up. Kwang Gu roared.
The man slowly raised his head in response. Under the dim light, Kwang Gu only saw a pair of cold and sharp eyes.
Kwang Gu's heart trembled violently and a strong sense of crisis swept through his entire body. You're not Wen-Tai. Who are you?
At the very moment Kwang Gu cried out in alarm.
Da-da-da-da-da.
The noise outside the hall was instantly replaced by dense gunfire and the explosion of grenades.
Screams and curses mingled together. Clearly chaos had erupted outside. Kwang Gu's drunkenness was mostly sobered in that instant.
However, before he could reach for the huge cleaver, the Wen-Tai before him had already turned into a black blur, lunging straight at him. This person was none other than Night Owl, who had donned Wen-Tai's gear. To be fair, the raiders' discipline was indeed poor. Add to that the fact that they were all dead drunk, even a flimsy excuse allowed the players to sneak in.
You're asking for death.
Though caught off guard, Kwang Gu's combat instincts were still terrifying. He abruptly sidestepped, dodging the fatal strike aimed at his throat by Night Owl. At the same time he threw a reverse punch, smashing it fiercely toward Night Owl's chest. Night Owl was as agile as a cat, twisting his waist to deflect most of the impact. Swoosh! The tactical dagger carved a bloody gash on Kwang Gu's arm.
Today I'm going to twist your head off and kick it like a ball.
Kwang Gu roared, finally grabbing the cleaver standing beside him, and charged at Night Owl like an enraged bull. Seeing this, the other minor leaders and personal guards in the hall drew their weapons to help.
Bam! Bam!
2 gunshots rang out and the 2 guards at the front fell directly. Who dares to touch my brother Owl? The hall door was kicked open and a group of fully armed players rushed in. Leading them was none other than War God Rampage.
Brothers! Close the door and beat the dogs. Don't let a single one escape. War God Rampage bellowed, leading a few players to directly engage the raiders trying to reinforce Kwang Gu. The battle in the hall instantly reached a fever pitch. Da-da-da-da-da.
The muzzle flashes flickered wildly. War God Rampage yelled in delight while unleashing a torrent of fire.
In contrast, those Raider minor leaders and personal guards were no match for the heavy armored players equipped with 5 head and 5 armor gear. Their weapons struck the bulletproof vests the players had looted, not even scratching the surface. Bro, your armor is so tough. Meanwhile, in the center of the hall, Quan Gu and Night Owl's battle had also entered its most perilous phase.
Quan Gu was like a mad beast, his cleaver swinging with wide arcs, each strike bringing a tearing whistle through the air.
Night Owl used agile footwork to find opportunities for counterattack under Quan Gu's fierce assault. Die.
Quan Gu seized a flaw in Night Owl's movement, roared and fiercely slashed at Night Owl's head.
This strike was heavy and powerful. If it hit, it would surely cleave him in two. Bang.
A bullet struck the cleaver, deflecting its blade. At this moment, the effects of alcohol caught up with Quan Gu and his grip loosened, causing the cleaver to fall to the ground. War God Rampage and his men, who had just finished clearing the minions, immediately surrounded him.
Take a hammer swing from me.
War God Rampage swung his rifle and slammed it heavily onto Quan Gu's back.
The other players also drew various cold weapons and launched a merciless righteous gang beatdown on the disarmed Quan Gu.
Although the players could have used guns, the feeling of beating a cornered dog was incredibly satisfying. Like a trapped beast, Quan Gu barehanded lunged left and right through the crowd, smashing several nearby players away.
This HP bar is way too thick. Bro, move around.
Wear him down. Take this, monkey steals the peach.
Or maybe we should just shoot him. Don't chase me. The battle lasted for over 10 minutes.
The wounds on Quan Gu's body grew more numerous and his movements became increasingly sluggish.
Huff. Huff. Quan Gu breathed heavily, feeling his strength ebbing away bit by bit.
He looked at the black-clad figures around him wearing his comrades' clothes, and a sense of despair surged in his heart. Just then a wave of thunderous cheers erupted from outside the hall.
We won. We won.
These raiders have all surrendered.
Ha ha. This submachine gun is mine, nobody else grab it.
Amid the cheers, the hall door was burst open by a crowd of jubilant players.
Oh my god. The boss isn't dead yet.
Slow down, let me get an assist.
Quick, quick. Steal the kill.
Seeing the tottering Quan Gu in the center of the hall, the players immediately swarmed over.
Quan Gu died. The players each threw a punch, nearly pounding him into meatball. Ding.
Server announcement: congratulations to the pioneers for successfully killing the Iron Spine tribe chief, Quan Gu LV.
35. First kill achieved. All participating pioneers will receive generous rewards. On July 12, 11451 of the star calendar on planet UX 829 around 10 a.m.
Hey, CI yawned and twisted his somewhat sore waist as he walked out of the luxurious bedroom on the second floor of the Ashen Gang headquarters. These past few days he had been thoroughly enjoying himself. After a bumpy journey from the Red River wilderness with hardships and discomfort, how could this big bed and the warmth of soft jade compare?
Moreover, the Ashen Gang had quite a stockpile of goods with plenty of fine wine and tobacco. So comfortable.
Hey, CI stretched lazily and walked to the railing in the corridor. He lit a cigarette and looked down at the subordinates in the hall below, who were still sprawled out and fast asleep. These guys were also quite pent up. They had drunk themselves into a stupor last night and hadn't woken up yet. Calculating the time, the gorilla Quan Gu should have already turned over the broken nest of the Black Iron Brotherhood.
Hey, CI rubbed his chin deep in thought. Although that big fool isn't very bright, the few hundred people under him aren't pushovers either. No, I can't let that guy take all the benefits for himself.
Thinking of Quan Gu's smug face made Hey CI feel a bit displeased.
Come here. Poison Fong. Hey CI impatiently shouted down the stairs. Poison Fong sprang up from the sofa. Boss, what do you need?
Go send a message to that guy Quan Gu and ask if he is finished up over there.
Hey CI adjusted his collar and sneered.
Just say that we have finished resting and are ready to go help him clean up the battlefield.
Alright, boss.
Poison Fong replied, pulling out the communicator from his waist, adjusting the channel and pressing the call button. Unfortunately, after several attempts, all he received in response was dead silence.
Boss, no one is answering.
Poison Fong scratched his head in confusion.
No one answering.
Hey CI frowned, a strange feeling rising in his heart.
Surely they aren't still looting, right? Try contacting Jason over there again. Ask him if he knows what Quan Gu is up to. Hey CI instructed once more. Poison Fong nodded. This time the connection was made quickly. Hello, this is Poison Fong looking for Leader Jason.
On the other end of the communicator there was a 2-second silence followed by a slightly tired voice. Lord Jason is not at the camp. Hey CI had already gone downstairs, and upon hearing that Jason was not there he snatched the communicator and asked personally.
Not there. Where did he go? The Lord went out with some people last night and hasn't returned yet. We don't know where he went.
The voice on the other end was a bit unclear.
Out. Still not back. Hey, see, I let out a cold laugh and threw the communicator back to Poison Fong.
That old fox, he must have found some clues to open that underground shelter.
Hey, see, I sneered disdainfully. Forget them, I won't worry about them anymore.
Hey, see, I waved his hand and turned to head back upstairs. Since they aren't in a hurry, I might as well enjoy my leisure time. Poison Fong, go find a few women to come over, I'm not done having fun yet.
Yes, boss, you take a good rest.
Poison Fong nodded and bowed as he turned and ran out of the building.
Meanwhile, outside the abandoned city No.
74 in a desolate desert, strong winds whipped up coarse sand and struck against the metal shells of several modified off-road vehicles. This was Jason's temporary camp. Hey, see, I was mistaken. The reason Jason had left was not because he had found clues to open the underground shelter.
Time rewinds to late last night, just as Kwang-gu was being justice mobbed by players like Night Owl and God of War.
The small leader under Kwang-gu, Heixiazi, had managed to escape a calamity by taking advantage of the situation. He crawled into the sewer, escaped from the No. 2 outpost, and like a stray dog he ran frantically to the high-end hotel where Jason was located.
Lord Jason. It's over. It's all over.
When the terrified Heixiazi collapsed in front of Jason and stammered out the news of Kwang-gu's annihilation, Jason did not hesitate for a moment and immediately summoned all his trusted subordinates.
Time returns to the present desert.
Jason did not sit under the sunshade with a high glass as usual. He stood silently in front of a bonfire, his expression as dark as water. In the bonfire lay a corpse.
It was Winter.
When Jason found Winter in the corner of the ruins, he could hardly believe his eyes. This once heroic squad leader lay like a dead wild dog by the roadside, stripped of everything, even his clothes.
Completely stripped bare.
The entire person was thrown naked into the cold ruins and rubble without even a shred of cloth to cover him. If it weren't for that familiar face, Jason would have thought this was some bottom-tier refugee looted by raiders.
My lord.
I have checked the surroundings, and Captain Winter and the others
were ambushed.
A subordinate next to him gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger and humiliation.
Jason said nothing, the muscles on his face slightly twitching from anger.
In the wasteland, slaughter was commonplace. But even a beast like Kwang-gu, who drank blood and devoured flesh, would leave a final dignity for a respected opponent after killing them. But these guys, what they did was far more greedy than locusts and more shameless than raiders.
A disgrace.
Jason slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forcefully suppressed that anger deep in his chest. When he opened his eyes again, only cold, killing intent remained.
This grudge, we have made it big.
Jason coldly spat out a few words, slightly raising his hand.
Several subordinates immediately stepped forward, wielding shovels, shoveling dry yellow sand into the nearly extinguished bonfire.
This was a common funeral in the wasteland today. After cremating the body, it was buried on the spot to avoid being torn apart by certain mutated creatures. The simple funeral ended hastily amidst the howling winds. As Jason turned around ready to redeploy the next strategy, contemplating how to shred these bottomless black-clad men into pieces.
Beep beep.
The communicator at his waist suddenly flashed a red light urgently.
Jason's expression changed and he immediately connected the call. Lord Jason. It's me. Observation post No. 3.
What's the situation?
Any movement? Yes. Lord Jason. They have started moving again. The number of people is increasing and it's estimated to have exceeded 300.
They seem to be conducting some sort of large-scale assembly with their target aimed directly at the Ashen Gang stronghold, which is where Heixiazi, the leader, is currently based. The sentinel on the other end of the communicator reported rapidly.
Ashen Gang stronghold.
After hanging up, Jason turned to look in the southeast direction.
Send my orders. Everyone prepare.
Target southeast, advance at full speed. With Jason's command, the temporary camp was once again dismantled and the off-road vehicles roared with deafening noise. Meanwhile, as Jason was breaking camp and setting out, the players' eyes had already fixed on the direction of the venomous bee tribe.
The reason was simple.
After last night's righteous gang beating of Kwang-gu, the campaign objectives had been updated again. System notification: the campaign phase objectives for the Haze of the Fallen City Counterstorm have been updated. Detected that the chieftain of the Iron Ridge tribe, Kwang-gu, has fallen. The armed forces of the Iron Ridge tribe have been disintegrated.
Campaign final objective changed: eliminate remaining enemies. Objective clear all nomadic raider faction forces. Venomous bee tribe, Windrive tribe entrenched in the No. 74 abandoned city. Countdown to campaign settlement 48 hours.
Now the players were overjoyed, especially those guilds hovering in the middle of the scoreboard.
Let's take a look at the latest guild scoreboard. No.
1 Reconstruction Committee score 4032 Leader Chu Dawanja.
No.
2 Guansha Bu Guan Mai score 3790 Leader Yi Xiao.
No.
3 Flamethrower Overheat Protection Association score 1795 Leader Quangbo Lao 99.
No. 4 Koan Men score 1792 Leader Ion Igon Ma. No.
5 Quick Course for Autumn Mountain Car God score 1666 Leader Waimaibu Su Jin.
No.
6 Opposite Height Security Company score 1543 Leader Yetsu Chishi.
Originally Quangbo Lao 99 was delighted thinking that after this battle the campaign event would start settlement.
Although his own guild only managed to third place, the rewards were still quite tempting. However, as soon as this new announcement came out, it was as if it was telling everyone bluntly the progress bar was only halfway done and there were still 2 big chunks of fat waiting to be cut in the city. The guilds immediately started competing fiercely.
And at the forefront was Yetsu Chishi and his newly formed Opposite Heights Security Company.
At this moment Yetsu Chishi was holding a borrowed ARX-9 Dike fully automatic assault rifle, giving a pre-battle mobilization to the 30-odd brothers in the guild.
Brothers, pull yourselves together. We're currently ranked 6th.
What does 6th place mean?
It's just Fing running alongside.
It's drinking the northwest wind.
He looked back at his brothers with a pained heart. First place gets a limited edition exoskeleton. Second place gets that awesomely cool sniper rifle. Brother Chu and Brother Xiao have big families and big businesses, we can't compete with them. But for third place we still have a decent chance. Yetsu Chix's eyes were red. In order to snatch points, he directly led his guild members straight to the Ash Gang headquarters. He knew very well that the Venomous Bee tribe was a piece of fat, especially the fattest BOSS, which was worth a full 2000 points. Whoever took the first bite would have an absolute advantage on the leaderboard. Brothers, listen to my command. Well, sneak into the village quietly, no firing.
Yetsu Chishi waved his hand and the 30-odd people immediately crouched down and crept toward the Ash Gang headquarters like thieves. However, he was definitely not the only one with the idea of jumping the gun and hogging the spoils. In a half-collapsed office building less than 2 blocks away from them, another guild's members were also sneaking along the wall toward the Ash Gang direction. It was the guild currently ranked 4th on the scoreboard, only 1 step away from 3rd place, Koan Men.
Leader, are we really not waiting for the main force to advance?
A female player reached out her finger and poked the waist of the man in front, who was sticking his butt out and peering around the street corner with binoculars. This man with his butt sticking out was the leader of Koan Men, Io and Igon Ma.
Ouch.
Io and Igon Ma was intently watching the movement across the street when his waist was suddenly attacked, making him jolt. He quickly covered his mouth. Then he turned around, curled his fingers in annoyance and flicked the female player's forehead.
Are you trying to poke me to death?
You almost got us exposed, do you know that?
Io and Igon Ma looked as if he was disappointed in her.
Especially when his gaze moved up and saw the ID floating above this female player's head. His blood pressure soared.
I said little shit.
Leader, please call me by my full name. The female player rubbed her sore head and corrected him pitifully.
Fine, corner stepped on shit. Io and Igon Ma painfully covered his face with one hand, unable to bear looking.
I just don't get it, a girl like you, why choose a name like corner stepped on shit?
The game ID glows above your head, you know. You're running around the wasteland with such a name, don't you feel anything wrong? I like it.
Zhuajiao Kaidaosher said with confidence. What if later I encounter raiders and they see my name, maybe they want to attack me?
What the F? Raiders can't see your ID. Io and Igon Ma rolled his eyes dramatically and gave up completely.
He took a deep breath, led Zhuajiao Kaidaosher quickly downstairs and briefly explained the tactical intention to the 20-odd brothers on guard on the first floor. Brothers, today is the day to get rich. The group silently approached the Ash Gang headquarters.
Pat. A faint sound came from the other end of the street. Io and Igon Ma stopped, pressed himself against the wall and held his breath.
He slowly poked half his head out and cautiously looked toward the direction of the sound.
As luck would have it,
at the other end of the street, Yetsu Chishi was also poking half his head out, cautiously looking this way.
Their eyes met.
In the air, a sense of awkwardness and gunpowder instantly filled the atmosphere.
Holy crap. Io and Igon Ma's eye twitched.
Yetsu Chishi obviously recognized him too, and his face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot.
Damn, rivals in the same trade. Then the two leaders coincidentally chose the wasteland-style communication method.
Io and Igon Ma extended 2 fingers, pointed at his own eyes, then at Yetsu Chishi, and made a throat-cutting gesture.
Translation: what are you looking at?
If you try to steal kills, I'll kill you. Yetsu Chishi was not to be outdone. He extended his right hand, made a universal gesture, and then patted his own butt.
Translation: who do you think you are? Just follow behind me and eat my dust. Communication complete.
The two shot each other a disdainful look, then simultaneously turned around and made a gesture to their brothers behind them. One waved his left hand, the other pointed with his right hand. The meaning was clear: those bastards opposite also want a piece of the pie. Well, go left, right and sneak in before them. The two groups immediately split up, each trying to reach the Ash Gang headquarters before the other.
15 minutes later.
Behind a wall overgrown with mutated weeds and piled with construction debris.
Io, what are you doing?
He cleared a patch of weeds, a proud smile spreading across his face.
Head challenging me. I must make a fortune this time.
He was self-satisfied, just about to exit the wall, calling for his brothers to get ready to crawl through the hole. Suddenly a curse came from outside the hole.
Io, what the hell?
Who stepped on my hand?
The smile on his face instantly froze.
He hastily crawled back inside and turned to look. Outside the hole, Wild Area Feast was clutching his hand, grimacing in pain. The two of them met again at this less than 1 meter wide hole.
You bastard! Io, what are you doing?
He crawled out from the hole, brushing off the dust from his clothes, his expression darkening.
What are you doing here too?
I saw it first.
Get lost.
The two leaders pointed at each other's noses, speaking in unison.
A few minutes later.
A total of more than 50 members from Kunman and opposite High Ground Security Company crawled through the wall hole one by one.
The already small abandoned yard was instantly packed tight. The two groups stood distinctly on either side.
As for the two leaders, they rolled up their sleeves, ready for a physical debate.
Hey, what are you two big men doing?
A voice broke the deadlock. Turning corner, stepped on poop, squeezed through the crowd, stepping between the two tense leaders.
Leaders, Wild Area boss, let's not argue anymore. We have no clue what's going on in the Ashes Gang's lair at all. Relying on one family alone won't even cause a ripple. Instead, why don't we cooperate?
With more than 50 people moving in together, if we encounter a large group of enemies, we can cover each other. Even if we run into the leader, our combined strength would have a much higher chance of success than going solo. Upon hearing this, the two leaders, who had been at odds, calmed down slightly.
Fine.
For the sake of the lady, let's cooperate this time. Wild Area Feast readily agreed, taking advantage of the situation. But let me say this up front: if we encounter the leader and someone gets the final blow, the points will belong to them.
No one should feel jealous. No problem. Each to their own abilities. Io, what are you doing? Also agreed.
After reaching a consensus, the two groups immediately combined their forces. As for why they both valued this yard, it was because of the tree in it. This tree had been growing for many years with sturdy branches that looked powerful, stretching out like coiling dragons. One of the thick branches just happened to stretch in front of a window on the 3rd floor of the Ashes Gang headquarters.
This was practically a perfect infiltration shortcut arranged by the dog.
Brothers, move quietly and be careful. If we fall from the tree, we might not die, but breaking a leg will mean we can't score points.
Io, what are you doing? Lowered his voice.
While reminding the brothers behind him, he climbed up the rough tree trunk using both hands and feet. A group of more than 50 people moved slowly on the branches like a bunch of clumsy koalas.
Hey. Brother in front, don't step on my hand. Sorry. The tree bark is too slippery. What the hell? Who farted? Hold it. Everyone hold it together.
One by one the players crawled through the large branch and safely entered the broken window on the 3rd floor.
Phew. Finally made it in.
Wild Area Feast rubbed his hands on his pants, his palms sticky with sweat. Just as he was about to help pull over the brothers behind him, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from downstairs. The players, still hanging on the branches, collectively held their breath like cats that had stepped on tails. They pressed their bodies tightly against the rough tree bark, silently chanting, "Don't find me, don't find me." In the narrow passage below the building, two thugs from the Poison Bee tribe were shoulder to shoulder swaying as they walked by, humming an unknown tune.
Haha, old five, guess what good treasure I found just now.
One slightly chubby thug winked, looking mysterious. He reached into his pants and after a long search pulled out a thumb-sized glass bottle. Inside the bottle was a murky purple liquid. As he shook it, an eerie glow seeped out, resembling a half-solidified starry sky or a pool of deteriorating mirage.
What the hell? Purple aurora.
Old Five's eyes bulged out with surprise, his neck stretching long.
Purple aurora. A well-known hallucinogen in the wasteland, this tiny glass bottle held a great paradise.
Just a little bit can make one forget all pain and fear, immersing them in an ethereal world of bliss.
Where did you get this from? Why do you care where I got it? Just say if you want it or not. The chubby thug was already impatient, using his yellowing nails to pry open the bottle cap.
He tilted the bottle slightly, carefully pouring a small puddle of icy purple liquid into Old Five's open palm. Old Five swallowed hard, grinning as he rubbed his hands vigorously. Then he slapped his palm against his face, rubbing the cold rough liquid onto his dark cheeks as if applying some life-saving potion. In less than half a minute the hallucinogen seeped through his skin and the effects began to take hold. The two men's eyes began to glaze over and expressions of obsession and ecstasy surfaced on their faces. Ha ha ha. This feeling. So awesome. Old Five let out a series of indistinct sounds from his throat as if being scratched in a sensitive spot. His legs went weak and his body like a noodle slid down the wall. Resting the back of his head against the wall, he half opened his eyes, unconsciously scanning the dense, somewhat dark foliage above. Under the influence of the hallucinogen his vision began to distort. However, amidst the blurry view Old Five seemed to catch sight of a few things that shouldn't be there. Ha! Old Five rubbed his eyes, squinting and straining to look up. Fatty! Look up there. On that tree branch. It looks like there are a few black balls hanging. Balls. Hearing this, the chubby thug laboriously turned his heavy head and glanced up. However, having indulged in the contents of the bottle, the powerful effects had completely blurred the line between illusion and reality for him. The two down below were laughing and joking, completely dismissing this illusion. But the players hanging on the tree branch broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell? A newbie player named I Am Not a Kite, who was lying in the middle, jumped in fright. In moments of extreme tension, people often instinctively grab something. I Am Not a Kite was no exception. In his panic, he suddenly reached out, grabbing the pants of the teammate in front of him. The teammate, completely focused on observing the movement below, suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. Under the gaze of the other players, I Am Not a Kite clutched a pair of black pants and fell straight down. Ah! I Am Not a Kite let out a short pain scream. With a loud bang, this little rookie landed squarely on the mud in front of two henchmen. His bottom hit the ground first and the pain in his tailbone made him grimace, his eyes sparkling with stars. From the third-floor window, "Hey, what are you doing?" in Wild Zone Feast felt their hearts leap into their throats, their hands already reaching for their weapons. If these two henchmen sounded the alarm, their infiltration would fail. However, the ensuing developments took everyone by surprise. The dust raised caused the two delusional raiders to cough incessantly. Tears and snot poured out, and it took them a while to regain their composure. Old Five, still dazed, lowered his head, staring at the disoriented man in black on the ground. A few seconds later he sluggishly turned his head and tugged at the sleeve of the fat man beside him. Fatty! Look! The ball has fallen. The chubby henchman rubbed his eyes, looking at the twitching figure on the ground, grinning foolishly. Yeah. That ball is quite big. He paused, watching the ball rubbing its bottom, getting up in a wobbly manner. He. It's still moving. On the other side, I Am Not a Kite rubbed his almost split buttocks, grimacing. He waved his hand, fanning away the remaining dust, and cautiously glanced at the two raiders standing less than 3 steps away. However, these two raiders not only did not sound the alarm but also did not draw their weapons. They merely tilted their heads, staring at him with vacant expressions. Is this a bug? I Am Not a Kite mumbled in confusion. Forget it, life and death are at stake, brothers. Regardless of whether it's a bug or not, strike first for the advantage. He dared not waste any time and pulled out his tactical dagger from his waist. With a swift step forward, the dagger transformed into a glimmer of cold light. Puff! Puff! Two muffled sounds, crisp and decisive. The dagger plunged into the necks of the two raiders and was quickly withdrawn. The two henchmen collapsed limply into the pool of blood, still grinning, but their pupils gradually lost their sheen. The small bottle labeled Purple Aurora rolled out, spinning several times before stopping at the edge of the deep red liquid. The remaining purple liquid in the bottle continued to sway with an enticing glow. Kill LV. 15 Venomous Bee Tribe Patroller Experience 100 Contribution 10. Kill LV. 11 Venomous Bee Tribe Patroller Experience 80 Contribution 8. Looking at the system prompt that popped up, I Am Not a Kite let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. That scared me to death. He signaled a safe gesture to his teammates still dazed in the tree. Only then did the players in the tree feel relieved and continue to carefully climb into the third-floor window. Wild Zone Feast leaned halfway out of the third-floor window and gave a thumbs up to I Am Not a Kite below. I Am Not a Kite looked up at the thumbs, smiling proudly, revealing a row of white teeth. President. You guys go up first. I'll change my clothes down here and act as your inside contact. We'll have a higher efficiency cooperating from within and without. Okay. You be careful. If anything happens, send a message in the group immediately. Got it. By the way, about that brother's pants. I Am Not a Kite threw the black pants up, then rubbed his hands and began to strip the clothes off the two henchmen. A few minutes later, a newly minted Venomous Bee Tribe henchman swaggered out of the narrow passage. Acting like a thug is an art.
After strolling for a few minutes he arrived at a hall.
Inside raiders were sprawled everywhere drunk beyond recognition. Some lay haphazardly on the ground while others were slumped over filthy tables snoring thunderously. Occasionally a few waking henchmen would walk by merely glancing at I am not a kite before ignoring him.
This defense is too lax. I am not a kite silently scoffed.
Just as he was about to leave a sudden voice called out from the corner of the hall.
Hey! You there!
I am not a kite felt a jolt in his heart. He forced himself to remain calm and turned his head only to see a raider leader pointing at him and shouting.
I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Come here quickly. Oh. Coming.
I am not a kite kept his head down and hurried over. Fortunately it was not a discovery but a request to move things. I am not a kite let out a sigh of relief pretending to be nonchalant as he moved boxes. After he and the others moved the supply boxes into a nearby storeroom the leader waved his hand signaling that they could leave. I am not a kite felt as if he had been pardoned quickly making his escape. Meanwhile on the third floor of the Ashen Gang headquarters the days of infiltration for the main force were far from as harmonious as I am not a kite. Hey, what are you doing in Wild Zone Feast led over 50 players? Just as they climbed through the third floor window they encountered a particularly troublesome problem.
That is, something was off about this building. What's that noise? Corner stepped in dog poop frown in confusion.
Beside him, hey, what are you doing quickly covered the girl's ears. Indeed faint sounds of MMHMM could be heard from several nearby rooms.
The sounds came in waves quite rhythmic. An awkward atmosphere filled the air. What the hell? This dog planner is really bold.
Over 50 players exchanged glances and a few pure players who had never been in a relationship turned bright red from neck to ears. It turns out that this Ashen Gang building served as the harem for those higher-ups seeking pleasure.
Ahem. See no evil, hear no evil.
Wild Zone Feast cleared his throat twice.
We are here to fight the BOSS, not to clean up this mess. Move lightly, don't disturb those. Ahem, unnecessary people.
Saying this he lightened his steps leading the way to gently push open the room's door and walked out.
Over 50 players followed stealthily forming a long line in the corridor.
However plans are always subject to change. With a creaking sound a door nearby suddenly swung open from the inside.
A half-dressed woman yawned as she walked out.
She seemed to have just woken up preparing to head to the restroom at the end of the corridor. When she groggily raised her head and saw the strangers in the corridor her brain instantly short-circuited.
Ah!
A piercing scream resonated throughout the entire building.
This scream was more effective than any alarm.
Who the hell is howling outside? With a furious roar a door near the end of the corridor was slowly pushed open.
A half-naked minor leader of the Poison Bee tribe clutching a sawed-off shotgun charged out cursing. Are you tired of living?
The minor leader's words caught in his throat. Because he saw the scene in the corridor. Over 50 men in black turned their heads in unison staring at him intently.
Gulp.
The minor leader swallowed hard.
Bang. The deafening gunshot exploded in the enclosed corridor.
In extreme terror pulling the trigger was pure instinct. The sawed-off shotgun spat fire and a fan of steel pellets howled out instantly blasting away the two players in front.
Io and Igon Ma took the lead diving and rolling to close in quickly.
Yetsu Chishi followed close behind aimed at the minor leader and pulled the trigger. The other players swarmed in. The minor leader didn't even get a chance to fire a second shot before being completely engulfed by the dark mass of players. Fists, steel pipes, tactical knives, even bricks and teeth rained down on the minor leader. The scene was simply gruesome. This Poison Bee tribe minor leader turned into a steaming 200 points and the shotgun in his hand was torn into pieces by the players.
Put the gun down. That's my loot. Ah. Are you guys dogs? Don't grab it. Don't.
I touched the stock first. The minor leader was dealt with but the gunshot along with the woman's scream had completely awakened the entire building.
Bang. Clang.
Doors were kicked open one after another. One by one shirtless Poison Bee tribe minor leaders charged out cursing and carrying guns.
Who the hell is asking for death this early? Holy crap.
When the raiders reached the third floor corridor their jaws dropped in unison.
Surprise. Unexpected.
Yetsu Chishi wiped the blood off his face, grinned and revealed his white teeth.
Brothers. Don't let a single one escape. Kill. They're all points. The battle erupted. The Hogong building, once brimming with hormonal energy, instantly turned into a brutal restricted CQB close-quarters battle scene. Due to the cramped space the panicked raiders huddled together unable to wield their weapons effectively. The players on the other hand had no such concerns. A single touch meant real battle points. The interior of the building descended into chaos.
At this moment on the outskirts of the Ashen Gang headquarters, now the Poison Bee tribe's lair, the main force of players gathered on the outskirts finally bared their fangs.
All troops attack. First flatten the Poison Bee tribe's outer defenses.
With a roar, hundreds of players surged out and launched an attack on the forward firebase.
There wasn't even a sentry at the forward firebase. Fortunately, a hungover raider got up to urinate.
By the time he saw the attacking players, they were less than 50 meters away. Terrified, he didn't even have time to put on his pants and ran away naked.
Enemy attack. Boom.
An orange fireball with a long tail flame landed on the sandbags of the heavy machine gun position ahead. The high-pressure black rubber oil instantly exploded, turning into a blazing sea of fire. In the distance, Chu Dewanja carried the upgraded Lao Ganma Cannon Type 3 that had been delivered this morning, quite satisfied with the new artillery.
The wrath of Lao Ganma cures all kinds of disobedience. Brothers charge. Quangbo Lao Nanai led the way, carrying a huge fuel tank on his back, the flamethrower in his hand, turning into a dragon of fire several meters long. Rat-a-tat-tat. A dense hail of bullets swept across the Poison Bee tribe's positions. With the ammunition supplies from the Black Iron Brotherhood, the players were not stingy at all, pouring bullets like water.
The Poison Bee raiders, who were still sleeping, were completely stunned.
What's happening? What's happening?
A squad leader hiding behind cover, listening to the bullets whizzing overhead, roared in despair.
Call HQ. Call Blackthorn boss. Request backup.
At that moment, a modified off-road vehicle roared and crashed into the outer perimeter of the stronghold. Waimaibu Su Xing sharply turned the wheel, executing a smooth drift that sent two raiders flying. In the rear, Daniel Buzu and Shanliang Xiao Dengpao jointly operated the machine gun extending from the roof, firing wildly at the enemy.
Advance. Close range fire.
Under the overwhelming advantage in numbers and firepower, the stronghold crumbled like paper and was taken over by the players in less than 10 minutes. Compared to the overwhelming and loud advance of Chu Dewanjia's force, the other army led by Yi Xiao displayed a completely different style. They were fewer in number but elegant, precise and efficient. Ahead of them were two interconnected sentry posts that supported each other like horns. The terrain here was complex, with collapsed floors and broken walls crisscrossing, carving the entire area into a maze. Large forces couldn't deploy here at all. A reckless charge would only be pinned down by crossfire. However, this cramped and fragmented space was precisely the natural stage for small teams to infiltrate and penetrate.
Quang Biao suppress the left flank, draw their attention. Meguei find a high point, take out the machine gunner. Huge and good, a circle to the rear.
Assault group, go.
Yi Xiao's commands were brief and steady, without any unnecessary words. Gunfire first erupted from the left flank, immediately drawing the attention of the Poison Bee tribe members.
The machine gunner had barely exposed half his body when a bullet flew from the opposite rooftop, blasting off the top of his skull. Then the assault groups broke in from the flanks.
In just 5 minutes,
all 30-plus Poison Bee tribe members in the two interconnected sentry posts were wiped out.
Eastern sentry post neutralized 3 casualties on the way.
Yi Xiao pressed the intercom, his tone calm.
Well done, old Xiao.
The excited voice of Chu Dewanja came through the intercom.
We're done here too.
Yi Xiao silently moved the intercom slightly away from his ear.
Even through the intercom he could imagine the guy's excited spittle-flying expression.
Then the two armies converged from left and right, fiercely closing in on the Ashen Gang's lair, now the Poison Bee tribe's stronghold. Along the way, the raiders who tried to put up a desperate resistance didn't even make a splash.
An hour and a half later,
the two armies triumphantly joined forces in the square in front of the Ashen Gang's lair.
This is the Ashen Gang's lair. Looks quite grand. Gigi Xianfeng looked up at the towering building not far away and clicked his tongue. The outer defenses were also quite elaborate.
The wall, made of concrete blocks and steel plates welded together, was as high as 2 men with barbed wire strung on top.
However, strangely, the wall was empty without a single figure. Strange. With all the commotion outside, the headquarters should be on high alert, shouldn't it? Doesn't make sense. Are they cooking up some big scheme?
Chu Dewanja, holding a semi-automatic rifle, carefully scanned the perimeter wall. Yi Xiao also sensed something amiss and prepared to sneak in for reconnaissance. At that moment, the walkie-talkie on Chu Dewanjia's belt suddenly emitted a reminder. He answered in the voice of Yi Chu Chi. She came through, accompanied by intense gunfire in the background.
Holy shit. Brother Chu. Is that you? Help. Yi Chu Chi, she. What's wrong? Who are you fighting? Chu Dewanja was taken aback. Don't ask. We've stirred up a hornet's nest.
Yi Chu Chi, she was frantic, almost in tears on the other end.
I and Aio and Igon Ma led a team infiltrating the Ashen Gang's lair.
Now we're trapped at the door. Their firepower is too strong, we're about to be surrounded.
Damn. You're inside. Chu Dewanja now understood everything.
No wonder there wasn't a single soul outside. The poison bee tribe's attention had all been drawn by those gentlemen thieves in their own backyard.
All right. Hold on. Well, break in right now. Chu Dewanja quickly ended the call. Brothers.
Launch a direct assault.
Blow that damn door open. Boom.
With a deafening roar, the recently installed gate was blasted away once again. On the watchtower, a raider with drowsy eyes and reeking of alcohol rubbed his eyes and staggered to his feet.
What's the noise? Thunder. Dazed, he looked down and saw a massive dark crowd surging into the camp like a tide. Enum.
As he opened his mouth, a nimble shadow had already climbed up the ladder of the watchtower. A flash of cold light and the tactical knife slashed across the raider's throat. Ye Shao wiped the blood off the blade and made a safe gesture to those below. The main force of players stormed into the Poison Bee tribe's headquarters, advancing toward the main building. As for how Yi Chu Chi and his team got trapped, the story goes back an hour earlier. Inside a luxurious bedroom in the Ashen Gang's main building.
Bang. 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 A frantic pounding on the door shattered the room's romantic atmosphere. Boss. Boss. Something's wrong. Hey, C.I., drenched in sweat and immersed in sensual pleasure, was startled by the sudden pounding, nearly going limp on the... Who the hell is wailing out there? Asking for death. Hey, C.I. roared, grabbing the pistol from the bedside. As the door opened, a lackey was about to speak when a dark gun barrel was shoved into his mouth. Fortunately, the lackey beside him spoke up immediately, saving his sorry life. Boss. Really big trouble. Someone has sneaked in. What? Hey sis, already irritated mood grew even worse. Sneaked in. How many? Looks like at least 50 or 60. 50 plus. Hey sis, eyes widened in disbelief, then rage flared. Are the men outside useless? They let in over 50 people without even knowing. The lackey cowered, unsure how to answer his boss. Useless. Hey C.I. shoved the two lackeys aside and grabbed a coat to throw over himself. Go. Wake up all those sleeping pigs in the hall for me. Hey C.I. roared as he strode downstairs. Meanwhile, in the building at the back of the Ashen Gang, Yi Chu Chi and Aio and Igon Ma were leading a fierce assault, having a blast. Many gang leaders were still sleeping when the players dragged them out of their beds and beat them into a bloody mess. Ha ha ha. What a thrill. Aio and Igon Ma stepped out of the room grinning from ear to ear as he watched the points on the leaderboard skyrocket. This isn't a battle, it's free points for the Don't get too cocky, beware of capsizing in a ditch. On the other side of the corridor, Yi Chu Chi she warned verbally, but his actions were anything but slow. However, joyful times are always short-lived. Just as they finished clearing the second floor, Wan Ka Gang Kai rushed over. Bad news. Wabusher Fengzheng said in the group that the Poison Bee tribe is gathering. Don't panic, we have over 50 people, why fear those weaklings? Yi Chu Chi she was unimpressed. And indeed the infiltrating players wreaked havoc, repelling wave after wave of raiders. As for the result. That Hey CI is leading, over 300 men encircling us. Damn. After hearing the latest news from Wang Ka Gang Kai, the smile on Yi Chu Chi's eyes face instantly froze. Retreat. Retreat. Back into the building. Yi Chu Chi she without further thought quickly called everyone to retreat into the corridor. No sooner had the 50-plus people retreated into the building than Hey CI arrived with his main force. Surround this building. Don't let a single fly out. Hey Sis' face darkened as he looked at the building occupied by the players. He had initially thought it was just a few petty thieves, so he called some men to clear them out, but they were all beaten back. No choice, he had to come personally with over 300 men, even calling in the patrols near the gate. His mighty Poison Bee tribe was being toyed with by just over 50 people. If Quan Gu heard of this, where would his dignity be? Listen up, you inside. Surrender your weapons and come out. I'll grant you a whole corpse. Hey CI shouted with a sneer, signaling his men to prepare for attack. Inside the building, Yi Chu Chi and Aio and Igon Ma exchanged helpless glances. This was truly stirring up a hornet's nest. We're doomed. We're completely surrounded. Zhuan Jiao Kai Daosher, hiding behind a window, looked at the dense crowd below, his face pale with terror. No choice, we have to call for backup. Yi Chu Chi she took a deep breath and hailed Chu Dewanja on the walkie-talkie. Timeline converges. Brothers, hold on. Yi Chu Chi she yelled, leaning half his body out and firing wildly with his gun. While firing, he directed the team to defend using the stairwell entrance. Although the players were surrounded, the building's terrain was naturally easy to defend and hard to attack. As long as they held the stairwell and corridors, the 300 raiders couldn't deploy their formation. Bang! 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 The battle was extremely fierce. The raiders of the Poison Bee tribe surged up wave after wave while the players relying on the terrain advantage held the stairwell entrance tenaciously. Grenades! Throw grenades! Boom! 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 The explosions echoed in the narrow corridor, blasting the Poison Bee tribe's minions into wailing chaos with body parts flying everywhere. Outside, Hey watched the building that had resisted his assault for so long, his face dark enough to drip water. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. Blow this building to the ground. Boss, but I said blow it up. What's with all the bullshit? Hey backhanded a slap across the face of the lackey beside him, his eyes blazing with fury. Boss, we don't have enough explosives. Can't blow it flat. A subordinate holding his swollen cheek reported aggrievely. Then fucking blow up the stair. Hey turned abruptly, grabbing the subordinate by the collar. Then set the fire burn from the bottom up and roast all those bastards inside. He had completely lost his patience. He had to grind those insolent fools who dared to provoke him into dust. Inside the building, the raiders outside temporarily halted their attack, giving the players a moment to catch their breath. President, they seem to be trying to blow up the building. A player peeked downstairs and rushed over in panic to report. What? Io and Igon Ma sprang up from the wall. Those beasts are trying to bury us alive here. Yetsu Chishi grabbed his shoulder. Don't panic. I just talked to Brother Chu, they'll be here soon. As he spoke, a clatter of footsteps came from the corridor. Several players dragged a tightly bound figure over. It was Duya, the one who had run errands for Hey earlier. That guy had previously picked a few women for Hey and sent them over. After that he came back to enjoy the pleasures himself. Now he was caught. A player reached out and pulled the rag from his mouth. Duya gasped for breath like a fish thrown ashore. He looked around in terror, his brain short-circuiting before he finally remembered his situation. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Duya's voice trembled uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face. I'm useful. I'm very useful. I'm the boss right-hand man. Boss Hey hides nothing from me. He wriggled forward like a maggot. As long as you spare my miserable life, I'll spill everything. I swear. I swear on my whole family. Io and Igon Ma and Yetsu Chishi exchanged a glance. They both thought of the same idea almost simultaneously. That leader outside, what's his background? Yetsu Chishi crouched down, grabbed Duya by the collar, lifted him up and stared into his eyes. It's our boss Hey. Hey Duya stammered. Io and Igon Ma straightened up, walked to the window and glanced sideways downstairs. Through the window he could see a group of underlings moving things on the first floor. Hey stood at the back, arms akimbo, waving his arms and cursing. Time was running out. Use him as a bargaining chip. Io and Igon Ma turned around, his tone crisp and decisive. Yetsu Chishi nodded and gave Duya another kick in the ass. You better pray your boss remembers your loyalty. He does. He does. Boss Hey is loyal and righteous, everyone knows. Enough, no more nonsense. Yetsu Chishi and Io and Igon Ma flanked Duya and dragged him to the third floor window. Stay still. Yetsu Chishi grabbed Duya by the back of his collar with one hand and shoved him hard out the window. Half of Duya's body hung outside, trembling with fear. Listen up down there. Yetsu Chishi shouted at the top of his lungs. The underlings busy below all stopped their work and looked up in unison. Your right-hand man is in our hands. If you don't want him dead, stop the attack immediately. Downstairs, Hey who was about to order the fire, froze. He looked up, squinting at the third floor window. Boss. Save me, boss. Do you seeing? Hey screamed as if he had seen a savior, tears and snot streaming. I have a mother of 80 at home and a newborn child. I don't want to die, boss. Please don't blow up the building. They said if you retreat they'll let me live. Dia grew more agitated, nearly jumping out of the window if not for Io and Igon Ma and the other holding him. Seeing Dia wailing at the window, the underlings exchanged glances while Hey face shifted between emotions. Duya. Hey finally spoke. He took a deep breath, his voice low as if making a difficult decision. You followed me through life and death for so many years, you've worked hard without great merit. A nearby underling immediately shouted. Boss says you followed him through life and death for so many years, worked hard without great merit. Duya's eyes lit up with hope, nodding frantically. Yes. Boss, remember our past bonds, save me. But. Hey changed his tone. Where the fuck did you get a mother and child? You've been with me for 6 years, you haven't even married a wife. Boss says where the fuck did you? The underling hadn't finished shouting before Hey CI suddenly drew his pistol aiming at the third floor window. Do you go in peace? With that Hey CI pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang. A bullet grazed Du Ya's scalp and hit the wall behind. Holy shit. Is this boss so ruthless? Io and Igon Ma flinched, pulling his neck in. Both quickly retreated with Du Ya. As for Du Ya, he was like a puppet with its strings cut. Staring blankly at the still smoking bullet hole, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Downstairs, Hey CI blew the smoke from the gun muzzle and tucked the pistol into his waistband. Light the fire. Boom. The explosion roared downstairs and the whole building trembled. Dust fell in showers covering everyone's faces. Cough. Damn, they actually blew it up. Io and Igon Ma waved away the dust and peered toward the stairwell. The stairs from the first to second floor were blown to pieces, exposing steel and concrete. Fortunately, the main structure of the building was strong. Aside from the broken stairs, there was no sign of collapse. Those bastards, a lot of noise for nothing. Yet Tsuchishi brushed off the dust and sighed in relief. The stairs are broken, they can't come up. Well, just hold out here. However, as his words fell, thick smoke began to drift up through the hallway. Damn. Cough cough. Those animals. They want to burn the building down and smoke us to death. Put out the fire. Find water quick. The raiders outside were no fools, they had already cut off the building's water supply. No water. LP. A player had a bright idea and whipped out his little fellow, but the fire was too big, nearly burning him and his tool. Meanwhile, the fire grew larger and the smoke spread rapidly, stinging eyes. But why do tears flow? I don't understand. Just let me go. Stop singing, bro, we're all on the same side. No time, we have to evacuate now. Evacuate. Where to? Parachute drop or flying squirrel? Delta Force, look at the soldiers you've trained. Actually, if it were just them, the players could have jumped down and fought to the death. But the problem was that the building also housed many women who hadn't escaped. According to the system, these were all proper, friendly NPCs. Successfully rescuing allies could earn rich battle points. Who would be willing to give up such a fat prize? Retreat upstairs. To the rooftop. Brothers. Escort the NPCs upstairs. Hearing the suggestion, the players immediately sprang into action. While calming the panicked women, they shielded them as they retreated to the top floor. Amidst the chaos and smoke, the players and NPCs stumbled up to the rooftop terrace. Downstairs, Hey CI watched the blazing building, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Burn, burn to your heart's content. Let's see how long you can hold out. He seemed to already envision the wretched scene of these people struggling and wailing in the flames. He seemed to already see the miserable sight of these people struggling and wailing in the flames. On the rooftop, thick smoke billowed and the heat was stifling. The players were left with soot on their faces while the women huddled together, trembling in fear. Damn it, do these bastards really want to roast us alive? The player known as Wild Zone Feast wiped the sweat from his face and peered over the edge. Downstairs, Black Spike leisurely directed his subordinates to throw more fuel onto the fire. His arrogant demeanor made Wild Zone Feast grit his teeth in frustration. Wild Zone Feast recoiled, glanced around, and his gaze fell on the tactical dagger at Hey, what are you doing's waist. Hey, what are you doing? Lend me your dagger for a moment. Hey, what are you doing was taken aback. Although he didn't know what was going on, he still handed over the dagger. Wild Zone Feast took the dagger, weighted in his hand, and took a deep breath. He walked to the edge of the rooftop, fixating intensely on the arrogant figure below. Here it goes. He shouted, exerting all his strength to hurl the tactical dagger with all his might. Whoosh! The dagger flew straight toward Black Spike's forehead. Black Spike seemed to sense something unusual and suddenly looked up. Then he saw a rapidly enlarging black dot. He tried to dodge. But it was too late. Smack! Something struck solidly against his nose. Black Spike stumbled backward. Instinctively, he covered his nose, and 2 streams of bright red blood slowly seeped through his fingers. After finally stopping the bleeding, Black Spike picked up the culprit from the ground, furious. Who threw the dagger handle? Who the hell threw the dagger handle? Black Spike's furious roar silenced the little brothers downstairs, while the players above were left dumbfounded. On the rooftop, Wild Zone Feast stared blankly at his right hand, then looked down at Black Spike, who was miraculously unharmed. Wait. Where's my blade? He turned his head to look at Hey, what are you doing? Just then a piercing scream echoed from behind them. The two jumped in surprise and quickly turned around. They saw the venomous tooth, having barely made it onto the rooftop, writhing in pain on the ground. A bright tactical dagger's blade was glaringly embedded in his right shoulder. What the hell?
Both "Hey, what are you doing?" and Wild Zone Feast exclaimed in unison.
Is this the one you threw just now?
"Hey, what are you doing?" pointed at the blade embedded in the venomous tooth's shoulder. Wild Zone Feast swallowed hard, nodding sheepishly. They didn't know the specifics, but somehow the dagger's blade had separated from the handle midair. The handle flew off and struck Black Spike's nose. The blade flipped in the air and accurately plunged into the shoulder of the venomous tooth, who had just climbed up. As for the actual truth, what was it?
The scheming frog had been probing your belly all along. Let's pull the perspective back a bit.
About 300 meters away from the Ashes Gang headquarters on a high rooftop. Facing the wind slapped the head of a newbie called Charging Pillar next to him.
Pillar. You messed that up. Ouch. Master, I didn't mean to.
Charging Pillar covered his head, looking at the smoking sniper rifle in his hands, wanting to cry but having no tears.
The incident began like this.
After the player forces entered the Ashes Gang's lair, 10 Gene Roses led a sniper team to find a suitable vantage point for long-range fire support. Facing the wind was one of the members of 10 Gene Roses' sniper team. After Captain 10 Gene Roses ordered the team to spread out, he took his newly acquired apprentice and observer, Charging Pillar, to a perfect sniping position. Charging Pillar watched the intense battle below and felt an irresistible itch in his heart. After begging for a long time, Facing the Wind eventually relented and handed him the gun.
This sniper rifle was taken from the Black Iron Brotherhood's armory, an old model that was just adequate for use.
But for Charging Pillar, who was using such a real weapon for the first time, he was so excited that his hands trembled. He aimed for a long time and then missed.
Coincidentally, the bullet that veered off course grazed the tactical dagger that had just been thrown.
Thus the comical scene of the dagger handle hitting Black Spike and the blade stabbing the venomous tooth unfolded.
You brat, pay close attention and learn well. Got it, master. Just as Facing the Wind was still educating his apprentice, the player forces finally caught up with the hot situation.
Boss.
Not good.
A little brother rushed over, rolling and crawling, his face filled with terror, his voice cracking.
Someone has broken in.
Upon hearing the panicked wail from the little brother, Black Spike's inner rage surged, causing his hair to stand on end.
He felt like killing. Get the hell out of here.
Black Spike roared, kicking the little brother in the chest with all his might. The little brother was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily against a flower bed, spitting out a mouthful of blood and losing consciousness. What kind of riffraff dares to mess with me?
Black Spike drew his pistol from his waist, glaring around at his subordinates. You all keep burning. The rest of you grab your weapons. I want to see who the blind fool dares to run wild on my turf. Black Spike charged forward with over 200 subordinates, brimming with aggression.
However, as soon as he stepped into the front yard, a few screaming firemen rushed over. At the same time, a fireball exploded not far away. After retreating a few steps, Black Spike focused his gaze. He saw a group of men in black wielding a variety of weapons resembling a pack of unleashed wild dogs tearing into their enemies. As soon as Black Spike appeared, Sharpie players recognized him.
Damn. That's Black Spike, the leader of the Venomous Bee tribe. 2,000 battle points, brothers. Get the kill. No one steal my first kill. Take him down. It's a gold mine.
Accompanied by a chorus of inhuman howls, players surged forward like a tide. Black Spike's eyes nearly popped out as he hurriedly retreated behind his little brothers.
Open fire. Shoot them to pieces. Tat 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 tat.
His subordinates immediately began to spray bullets, and a hail of gunfire instantly shredded the first 20 to 30 players charging at the front.
Ha ha ha. Is that all you've got?
Black Spike laughed maniacally as he looked at the black-clad bodies sprawled on the ground, turned to mush.
I thought you had some real skill, but you're just a bunch of useless fools.
After the first wave of the charge was blocked, the players quickly calmed down, seeking cover to counter the enemy. At that moment, a furious modified off-road vehicle suddenly burst forth from the back of the crowd.
A heavy machine gun protruding from the roof unleashed a torrent of fire upon the enemies.
Meanwhile, many players skillfully followed alongside the off-road vehicle, coordinating their infantry and armor. As for Black Spike at the back, his eyes widened and his hand holding the gun trembled violently. This vehicle looked familiar, wasn't it the ride of Mad Bone?
How did it end up in the hands of this group? Could it be that